this seemingly high-quality replica of the Imperial Seal. When I held it, I felt an overwhelming killing intent. After consulting some materials, I learned that this was actually a relic of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It is important to know that the world has undergone a transformation, and the souls sleeping within antique objects have begun to awaken. Those who hold the treasure, if recognized by them, will gain immense power. The terrifying energy within the seal made me certain that the soul of the first emperor was contained within it. So I hurriedly shared this good news with my girlfriend. But the next day, I was met with a group of fierce and menacing people. I saw my girlfriend nestled in someone else's arms, and that was when I realized I had been betrayed. However, I still couldn't unlock the seal's power, and facing several people who had gained soul power, I, as an ordinary person, had no means to resist. In the final moment of death, I tightly closed my eyes, but the painful event did not occur for a long time. When I opened my eyes, I found myself outside a golden dragon palace. Instinctively, I approached the palace, and suddenly a golden light rushed towards me, instantly transforming the originally noble and grand palace into a blood mist-covered desolate mountain, surrounded by a sea of blood. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel anxious and asked, "Who are you? Are you the first emperor? Why did you save me?" At that moment, the mountain peak in front of me suddenly collapsed, and a 10,000-foot black dragon, accompanied by rolling thunder, traversed through the blood-colored mist, roaring, "Impudent! Do not disturb my master's slumber. You are too weak and unqualified to awaken my master." This voice was filled with endless majesty, and I suppressed my fear and ecstasy, realizing that this was the guardian spirit within the Imperial Seal. Since it saved me, it must be my guardian spirit, and I couldn't help but ask, "Why am I unqualified to awaken him? Who are you?" The black giant dragon fell silent for a moment, then transformed into a figure, accompanied by endless blood thunder, rolling waves, and surging blood tides. Then, a person dressed in ancient battle armor, resembling an immortal war god, appeared before me. "I am Li Xian of the Great Qin," he said. "How is this possible? Could it be that not only the first emperor of Qin sleeps within the Imperial Seal, but also famous generals or historical figures of the Qin dynasty, who have transformed into black dragons, guarding the sleeping emperor for generations? In other words, as long as my strength is strong enough, my guardian spirit will be the entire Great Qin dynasty." Thinking of this, I swallowed hard, then suddenly raised my head, looking resolutely at Li Xian, and asked, "Are you willing to become my soul spirit and fight alongside me in the new era?" Li Xian's cold gaze remained unchanged, and his hoarse voice came again, "You are not qualified." I was not afraid to meet his gaze and coldly replied, "The Imperial Seal recognizes me, which is why I am allowed to enter this place. How am I not qualified?" I knew that if I felt fear at this moment, I would lose the opportunity to become a spirit master. Li Xian's blood-red gaze flickered slightly, and then he said, "Tell me, what is your intention in becoming a spirit master?" This statement was full of authority, causing my head to ache, and I fell to the ground. Just as I was about to collapse, various scenes from my past life flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. I suddenly raised my head, my eyes bursting with terrifying bloodlight, and roared loudly, "I want the world to be unified, all beings to submit. I want to be revered for eternity." "Very good, quite domineering." With the demeanor of the first emperor, Li Xian laughed wildly, transforming into a vast blood mist that merged into my body. Soon, a blood-red ocean enveloped me from all directions, and the terrifying power knocked me unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in my bedroom. I picked up my phone and realized I had returned to 10 days before the world changed. Then, I silently called out Li Xian, and a deep, hoarse voice responded, "What is it, my lord?" Hearing the reply, I was overjoyed. For a moment, I doubted whether I was just dreaming. Li Xian continued, "My lord, you are too weak now to bear my presence in reality. The stronger you become, the stronger I will be. So from today on, you must endure the tempering of your body in the nine-nether dark sea every day." After saying this, a pain like being ground to dust surged through me, lasting for a full hour before it ended. However, I could clearly feel that my body had become much stronger. I then got up and slowly walked to the window, looking down at the bustling city, and couldn't help but think of my girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. I had given her almost everything, but in the end, what I received was betrayal. Just then, Lu Ruyan sent a message, "You on you. I'm going out with my girlfriend tonight to relax. I won't be back." I suppressed my resentment and replied, "Is there a guy? Your male best friend won't be going with you, will he?" She replied, "She's just my girlfriend. Can't I even have my own personal space?" "You on you. How did you become so selfish?" I smirked coldly and continued typing. "Okay, have fun." After saying that, I turned off my phone. In 10 days, a global anomaly will occur. During this time, I must refine my body to the point where I can summon a guardian spirit. I looked disdainfully at the small shop I was in, thinking that I should change places. Isn't the purpose of becoming stronger to enjoy life to the fullest? With that in mind, I directly opened a loan platform and, after a series of operations, borrowed over $1 million. Then I went to the largest hotel in the city and booked a presidential suite for a month. This scene was just seen by Lu Ruyan, who had just come out of the hotel. She exclaimed, "Is that Yuan Yu? How is that possible? Where did he get the money to stay in such a hotel?" The two friends beside Lu Ruyan also chimed in. "Isn't your ATM boyfriend secretly hiding some pocket money? Your methods of training your boyfriend aren't that great either." After I left, Lu Ruyan went to the front desk to inquire, "Are you talking about Mr. Yuan? He booked your presidential suite and paid 300,000 in one go. Do the three ladies know Mr. Yuan?" Hearing what the front desk said, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. At that moment, she had a bold idea. Could it be that Yuan Yu is a hidden rich second generation, not telling her to test whether she is materialistic? Thinking about the possibility of living a life as a wealthy wife in the future, she immediately became extremely excited and called me. On the other end, after I connected, I casually asked, "Is there something?" "It's nothing. I'm hanging up. I'm busy." Seeing my attitude, Lu Ruyan was about to get angry, but thinking of my possible identity as a rich second generation, she quickly adjusted her tone and said, "Yuan Yu, I'm worried that something might happen to you. Is there something you're having trouble telling me? I've saved your salary for you all these years, and if you need it, I can transfer it to you right away." Hearing her words, I was stunned. Was Lu Ruyan peeking at the script or was she confused? Although I was surprised, I still replied, "Really? Then transfer it over. I just happen to need some funds for turnover." As soon as I finished speaking, I hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan looked at the hung-up phone, not only feeling angry but rather excited. My unusual attitude made her even more convinced of her guess. Then she began to worry again. Over the years, her salary had added up to more than 500,000, which she had already spent. After thinking for a moment, she thought of high-interest loans. She believed that as long as she became a wealthy lady in the future, 500,000 would be a small problem. So she gritted her teeth and borrowed from a loan shark, transferring the money to me. When I received the transfer notification, I was quite puzzled, but I didn't take these matters to heart. My primary goal was to quickly strengthen my body. Time quickly reached the 10th day, and by this time, I could fully withstand Li Xian's power. Seeing that there were only 2 hours left until the global mutation, I couldn't help but feel excited. Just then, a call from the debt collection company came in. "Yuan Yu, it's already 11 o'clock. With principal and interest, it's 2 million. Are you planning to pay it back? By the way, you have a girlfriend named Lu Ruyan, right? She also borrowed 500,000, and with interest, it will be 3 million. If you don't want your girlfriend to get into trouble, you better pay up quickly." I was slightly taken aback. No wonder Lu Ruyan hadn't contacted me these days. It turned out she had been caught. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan's pitiful voice kept pleading with me to save her. After thinking for a moment, I spoke up and said, "Okay, I'll go over in a bit." Then, without waiting for the other side to react, I hung up the phone. When there were 10 minutes left before the mutation, I arrived at the place. As soon as I entered, I saw Lu Ruyan kneeling on the ground, disheveled, clearly having suffered some special treatment. Upon seeing me, she tearfully said, "Yuan Yu, I had no choice. If I didn't do this, they would hurt me. You won't blame me, right?" Even at this point, she didn't forget to play the White Lotus role. Looking at her pitiful appearance, I only felt disgusted and nauseous. At this moment, the leader, Brother Dao, stepped forward and said, "Kid, your girlfriend says you're a rich second generation. Since that's the case, how about you spend 5 million to buy your life?" I ignored his words and walked step by step to the edge of the rooftop. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, I looked up at the moon that was starting to mutate. I glanced at the time. It was 11:59. I said, "Brother Dao, right? How about you all watch a good show?" Brother Dao frowned upon hearing this. "Kid, don't play tricks with me. I have more than a dozen little brothers here, and there are hundreds downstairs. Even if you are the king of heaven, you can't escape from my grasp. Moreover, your little girlfriend is still here, so don't seek death." Qin Ming smiled, so calm and collected that it was frightening. His arms unfolded, and a bizarre gale rose out of thin air. The temperature around him rapidly dropped, causing dozens of people present to shiver in unison. "Come, accompany me to witness the coming of a new era, to witness the beginning of my world domination." Looking at Qin Ming's evil and domineering appearance, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Reading too many novels? Don't pretend to be crazy for me. $5 million. Transfer it immediately. 1 point less. I'll chop off one of your fingers." Blade's eyes violently erupted with ferocious light, viciously threatening. Lin Sinyu, on the other hand, stared blankly at Qin Ming's bizarre movements, suspecting that she had bet on the wrong treasure, and did not react for a while. The other juniors, as Knife Brother raged, pulled out their pistols and aimed them at Qin Ming. Just then, the time came to August 15th at 0 minutes and 0 seconds. At that moment, the blood moon descended, and an endless stream of creepy blood light enveloped the earth. The sky and the earth turned into the color of blood, the clouds rolled over with blood mist, and the mournful wailing sound echoed between heaven and earth as if the evil ghosts of hell were roaring. The heavens and earth seemed to undergo some kind of bizarre changes, with unknown bizarre prohibitions dissipating and releasing invisible forces that altered the rules of the heavens and earth. Under the bloody light, Qin Ming's eyes uncontrollably turned into the color of blood, as if he was a hellish evil spirit, standing between heaven and earth. His eyes looked indifferently toward the frightened, dumbfounded and speechless crowd. Rumble! A monstrous thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the dense blood thunder rebuked the clouds, and the blood rain descended on the world, coloring the earth red. What the hell is this? Are you a hellish evil spirit? Kill him for me, kill him. Blade was the first to react, grabbing his little brother's pistol and firing it at Qin Ming. The other minions were awakened and thumped and shot at Qin Ming. They were afraid of the Qin Ming at this moment, and only wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Under the nourishment of the blood rain, Qin Ming revealed a look of enjoyment as he felt that his body seemed to be unbound in some way, and it was much easier in an instant. Looking at the hundreds of bullets fired at him, Qin Ming revealed a disdainful expression and spoke indifferently. Li Xin, come and meet the world. See the era that belongs to us. As you wish, Lord. A low hoarse voice came from the crowd in their unbelieving gazes. A 9-foot behemoth came out of Qin Ming's body and slowly rose up, hovering in the void. Li Xin was dressed in ancient blood armor, and on his armor, a scarlet flame swayed, and his red cloak, which hunted in the gusty wind and bloody rain. His hands were placed in front of him, and he held a huge, blunt, heavy sword in a mortar. The head was helmeted in blood, his face unreadable and blurred, obscured by the flames of the flames. Chapter 8, Subduing Brother Blade. The first spirit of Qin Ming, Li Xin, descends. He swung the giant K-sword and cut out a hurricane, instantly turning all the bullets into smithereens. If not for Li Xin controlling his power, the entire building would have instantly shattered into nothingness. When you see my lord, why don't you quickly kneel down and receive death? Li Xin gave a cold shout, and his terrifying pressure instantly caused everyone on the roof of the building to go limp on the ground. They looked up, unable to believe the sight before them. That huge figure had long since surpassed human imagination and stepped into the supernatural level. They all had the same thought inside them at the moment, that the world had changed and their worldview had collapsed. With his hands behind his back, Qin Ming walked slowly on the roof of the building and came in front of Blade. Li Xin, on the other hand, did not move an inch, his huge body suspended high in the sky, like an invincible guardian god. Under the rain of blood, Qin Ming looked like a god who dominated the fate of mortals. His face indifferent and without the slightest emotion, he slowly crouched down and looked at Knives, who was limp on the ground, and pinched his hideous scar and whispered, Brother Knife? That's a good name. You're quite courageous. Qin Master, I am wrong. You adults do not remember the small man. Just call me Xiao Dao. In his crotch, a warm stream flowed out, and he was directly scared to pee by the Qin Ming at this moment. Suddenly, someone couldn't bear the oppressive and horrifying atmosphere and ran away. Without turning his head, Qin Ming caught a drop of blood rain in his right hand and violently flicked it out. Like the 6-chakra divine sword, a poof sound penetrated the chest of that junior brother. Bang fell to the ground and died of gas. Seeing this scene, the other juniors with small minds hurriedly knelt down, trembling, not daring to move. Blade was even trembling with fat all over his body. The fear within his heart could no longer be described in words. Qin Ming patted Blade's face and said with a leathery smile, Dagger is it? Give you 2 choices. One is death, the other. I'll choose 2. Master Qin, I'll choose 2. You can make me work as an ox or a horse. Blade's brain was flexible. Otherwise it would not have been possible to mix at this level, and he hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed, calling out under his breath, All learn to snatch. Not bad. Qin Ming was satisfied to get up and walk slowly towards the stairway, calmly saying, I like smart people. Take care of everything here. Arrange your room. I need to get cleaned up and come see me. Qin Ming disappeared on the roof of the building, and Li Xion's huge figure disappeared with him, returning to the jade seal of transmission. Not long after, Blade looked up at the moon that had turned the color of blood and shivered involuntarily. Rising to his feet, he glared viciously at the little brother beside him. Didn't you hear what Master Qin said? Why don't you hurry up and arrange a most luxurious room for Master Qin? Take this woman away and lock her up. Pending Master Qin's disposition, Blade pointed at Lin Xinyu and commanded, You can't do this. I'm Qin Ming's girlfriend. If you dare to do this to me, Qin Ming will kill you. Lin Sinyu was dragged off the roof of the building by two minions and kept struggling and wailing. Knife coldly laughed, where he could not see. This Lin Sinyu is a tendency to White Lotus. Green tea. How can be worthy of Qin Ming such a lofty, like a god figure? Too scary. This world has changed. Master Qin seems to know something, but following Master Qin seems to be good. Blade muttered, looking at a bunch of frothing minions and roaring. Why don't you hurry up to tidy up your appearance and stand guard outside? Don't blame me for being impolite if you dirty Master Qin's eyes with this ghostly appearance. Blade coldly opened his mouth, and with that, he himself hurriedly found a room to wash up and prepare to meet Qin Ming. An hour later, in the Infinity Room, Qin Ming was lazily reclining on the sofa. In front of him, the usually ferocious Blade was now kneeling respectfully on the ground. Little dagger right, you saw everything that happened just now, and I'm not going to hide it from you. From today onwards, there is a global mutation. The world situation is in turmoil, and a chaotic world is coming. What about you? What's the choice? Qin Ming got up, his gaze faintly looking towards Blade. He had a quick wit and rushed. Master Qin, of course I'm hanging out with you. If you tell me to go south, I'll never go north. A little bit of enlightenment. Remember, I hate traitors the most, the one who betrays me. I want him to beg for his life, and to beg for his death. Little dagger, I hope you don't make a mistake for yourself. Qin Ming's face was indifferent as he warned Brother Blade. I wouldn't dare. Blade hurriedly kneeled down once again. Well, kill any minions that see me summoning guardian spirits today. I don't want to reveal my identity for now. Qin Ming leaned back on the sofa, his eyes looking through the window at the blood rain sweeping across the land outside, feeling the aura of mutation. At those words, Brother Blade raised his head and looked at Qin Ming incredulously, his body unable to stop trembling. Just because he saw that scene, want his dozen little brother all life, even if he has mixed society for decades, the whole day knife mouth licking blood, at this moment also cannot help but chills. Master Qin, they are all my little brothers followed me into death for many years, absolutely trustworthy, will not talk nonsense and expose your identity, please spare their lives, Blade said in a pleading tone. His cold-bloodedness was outward, and he couldn't bear to do it to his own little brother. Oh, it's fine, if the matter of this night leaks out, no matter who exposed it, it will be on your head, how about that? Of course, if you can guarantee that they are absolutely loyal and there are no spies from other forces. Forget I said anything. Qin Ming opened his mouth carelessly, experiencing the 10 years of life and death struggle in his previous life and experiencing the cruelty of the chaotic world. He had long understood that life was the least valuable. A moment of weakness will only sow endless trouble. Blade sniffed, and he fell silent. He wasn't sure if there were any undercover agents from other forces within these dozen or so minions, and if something went wrong, he would be the one to die when the time came. He had seen Qin Ming's means. He had seen it before. Fearless of ordinary hot weapons. That transcendent means. Not ordinary at all. Killing him is as easy as killing a baby chicken. Master Qin, it's not very easy to handle a dozen deaths at once. Sooner or later the East will come out, and then it will be troublesome. Instead of pleading for his little brother again, Blade weighed the pros and cons and said, don't worry, it won't be long before killing will become the norm. So what if the East is exposed at that time? Little dagger, you're not ruthless enough. If I'm not satisfied, I'm perfectly capable of choosing other followers. In the entire Diqian city, it seems like you're not the only one who has dominated a force. Qin Ming said calmly, his mind staying on the outside world's mutations, focusing on all of this. He believed that there were many great powers in ecstasy at this moment, all awakening imperial spiritists at the same time. These ancient lineages had long known some information about soul spirits and controlled the power of some guardian spirits. A vicious color flashed in Blade's eyes as he nodded fiercely. Don't worry, Master Qin, I know what to do. Well, starting tomorrow, send out all of your minions, search for the antique, whether you steal it or rob it, and lock up the antique and its owner and wait for me to send them out. Blade was filled with confusion, and Qin Ming didn't care, explaining to him about the imperial spiritist. After 10 or so minutes, Blade came back to his senses, but still looked incredulous. If he hadn't seen Qin Ming's extraordinary means with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this pie-in-the-sky claim at all. Chapter 9 Preparations on the Eve of the Change. I know, Master Qin, don't worry, I won't let you down. Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling that Blade didn't need to kneel. He hurriedly got up and stood respectfully in front of Qin Ming as he continued to inquire. Master Qin, according to you, these ancient objects are likely to be sleeping with spirits, so what's the point of having their owners? Why all the trouble? Qin Ming's eyes moved slightly as he stated his guess. These souls awaken to recognize the owner. Is by no means random, but there is some kind of coincidence, or that there is karma between the soul and the owner of the ancient object, perhaps because of the bloodline, or ancestry of the two there is a connection. In short, this is by no means accidental. Do you understand? So if we forcefully rob it, we actually destroy this karma, and robbing it will most likely be of little use. I have my own plans. After the guardian spirit era, there are many capable people, and there is by no means a lack of those who specialize in the study of the cause and effect of the two. Qin Ming quietly pondered, speaking his opinion. Blade came to a realization and looked at Qin Ming's young face, becoming more and more fearful inside. If you just have an empty powerful strength and no brain, this kind of person is destined to be like a flash in the pan, but to have strength and at the same time, to have a deep heart, that would be extremely scary. He had gone from the initial fear of simply being afraid of Qin Ming's strength, to fearing his calmness and composure at this moment. Yes, Master Qin. Blade returned to his senses and responded respectfully. In addition, prepare a large amount of supplies, daily necessities, enough for a long period of time behind closed doors. In addition to these, there are large pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, extremely lethal heat weapons, all of which must be well prepared. At those words, Blade froze, listening to Qin Ming's meaning. It seemed as if the end of the world was imminent. He hesitated for a moment, but tried to inquire. Master Qin, what exactly do you need? Qin Ming lightly glanced at Brother Blade and calmly said, food and drink. Get it? Preferably supplies that can be stocked for a long time. Just let it go. And in the future, you'll be glad you made the choice you did today. Qin Ming attached himself and patted Blade's grimy scar, the ghostly eyes that struck fear into him. Blade gulped, not daring to question it even though he had quite a lot of doubts inside. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Xinyu and once again looked at Qin Ming to inquire. Master Qin, that woman? Recalling that he had once been betrayed and hunted down by Lin Xinyu, a strand of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he coldly said, keep her for now, just as long as she can't die. I want her to feel the betrayal, to feel as if life was worse than death. Qin Ming spat out word by word, his face cold. For these damned people, he would never be soft. Knife Brother felt Qin Ming's icy killing intent and involuntarily shivered. Wondering how this woman had provoked this killing god, Qin Ming got up, feeling that it was about time for the mutation to end and the real chaos to descend. It wasn't just souls that mutated, there were also some ancient lands that mutated. Based on the memories of his previous life, Qin Ming knew that 5 years later, a terrifying being, the Soul Demon, would appear. When a creature mutates, a spirit is born and acquires great power. It is a soul demon. They may be animals, domestic animals, or even a tree, a blade of grass, a flower. When the soul demons descended, they enjoyed devouring humans and were difficult to tame, and the human world became precarious. In the end, it was only when the major powers joined forces that they were barely able to fight against them and form a balance. And at that time, the lives of ordinary people seemed even cheaper. Qin Ming glanced at the respectful Blade and coldly said, Little Dagger, remember your promise. My world does not allow for masculinity and betrayal to exist, even if it's a small thing. If I find out, you die. Qin Ming slowly left the room and headed outside. Knives gulped, and with his inner fears still fresh, he hurriedly trotted out after them. Master Qin, it might not be safe at night. Why don't you just stay here, at the Thousand Forest Hotel anyway? No need. Just call me if something happens. Don't make a big deal out of it during this time. Hibernate first to complete the task I've explained. Qin Ming said as he walked outside. The unknown juniors along the way, one by one, were astonished, not understanding how the famous Blade Brother could be respectful to a milquetoast kid. What are you looking at? Why don't you call Master Qin? When you see Master Qin in the future, I'll give me some eyesight, or don't blame my family law for serving you. Brother Knife shouted coldly at his little brother, his face squirming with scars, looking particularly hideous. Greetings, Master Qin. The crowd of juniors hurriedly saluted respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Coming to the door, Blade looked at Qin Ming and said, Master Qin, why don't I take you back? No, it's not far from the Thousand Woods Hotel. I'll just go back by myself. Qin Ming refused. He wanted to feel how different the world was after the mutation descended. Go back. Get ready. In a month's time I want to see the entire underground forces of Dakian City. Just you. Understand? Qin Ming gave an explanation, his eyes looking towards the moon high in the sky. At this moment, it once again returned to its original appearance. The fog dispersed, the moon was washed, and there were no clouds in the sky. The rain of blood fell on the ground and blended into the earth. Invisible traces of it. There just seemed to be some extra special energy in the air that was refreshing. Understood. But Master Qin, the other power, which isn't too far from us, might lose both. Instead letting others reap the benefits. Knife Brother some distress. If he can unify the underground forces of Dakian City, has long been unified, where to wait until now? Don't worry, I'm here, and when the time comes, I'll do it myself. Qin Ming turned his back on Blade and his line of minions and waved his hand as he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Brother Blade? Who the hell is he? Why is he so respectful? Is he the son of the Yuan family? That's not right. His last name isn't Yuan. A junior muttered, asking about the doubts of the many juniors. As for the juniors who knew the truth, all of them were arranged by Brother Blade to wait in a room. If you don't want to die, don't ask more questions. The Yuan family is worthy of being compared to Master Qin. Ridiculous. When he thought that he was about to unify the underground forces of Dakian City, the corners of Blade's mouth involuntarily rose. The other power is behind the Yuan family. This matter might not be that simple. Immediately, Blade frowned slightly. The Yuan family was a well-known local family in Dakian City. Except for some of the top ancient families that had industries all over the country, the Yuan family was the king of the land and the snake of the land in Dakian City. Forget it, with Master Qin around, some jumping clowns are just that. Thinking back to that radiant figure that blossomed in the bloody night, it was like a god of death stepping out of hell. Mortals are powerless against him. Cow. Blade. At this moment, a tall, simple woman with light makeup stepped out and came behind Blade. Arrange for 2 juniors to wait at the entrance of the Thousand Forest Hotel at all times, so that if Master Qin needs them, they can arrive as soon as possible. Also call Master Qin's account for $10 million. Blade said calmly, without any heartache on his face. He was a smart man and knew what being on Qin Ming's thigh meant to him. Yes, Blade. Xiaojiu nodded and decisively turned away without asking anything more. It was naturally not simple for her to become the financial head of the Sky Rainbow group of companies managed by Brother Blade at the age of 30. Turning back to the KTV, Blade called in 2 of his inner circle. Long Air, Long De, how many years have you followed me? Blade dismissed the other minions and led the 2 toward the deepest room. Dragon Big Dragon 2 is a pair of twins. Looks exactly the same, act decisive and ruthless, and is retired. Special Forces is the Knife Brothers' right hand. Brother Blade, it's been almost 10 years. I still remember when we first followed you. You were still just a security chief, and in the blink of an eye you've become half of the underground forces in Daqian City. Ryudai replied with a sentence. Yeah, it's been 10 years, so if I ever asked you to lay a hand on a brother, what would you choose? Blade sighed and spoke again. If Brother Blade commands, we will naturally listen to you. Over the years, you have never treated my 2 brothers poorly. Long Air spoke coldly, not smiling. Pushing the room open, Blade sat on the couch, his head hung low, and after a moment looked up at the 2 of them, a strand of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Go ahead, send those dozen or so brothers on their way. Their families, $1 million a family, you just deal with it. Long De and Long Air looked at each other in disbelief. Returning to their senses, they nodded and with murderous faces drew their pistols from their belts and headed for the penthouse room. In a short while, miserable wailing sounds were heard, and in a short time, calmness was restored. Chapter 10, Huang Seeks Death. Blade, what about that little? At that moment, a junior brother came and respectfully inquired. Blade froze, then remembered Lin Sinyu, locked in the basement. Just don't starve. Pausing for a moment, Blade remembered Qin Ming's mention of Lin Xinyu's flash of killing intent and once again urged, get something the pussy's afraid of to lock up with her. Something non-poisonous: snakes, cockroaches, rats, no lights, keep him in the dark all the time. Remember, she can't die. Check her regularly every day. If she dies, you don't have to live to see me. Blade waved his hand somewhat distractedly, signaling his little brother to leave. Qin Ming came to the street washed by the blood moon and blood rain, which was silent at the moment, with few pedestrians. Maybe it's because of the weird weather, or maybe it's a little bit faster at the moment. Li Xin, how do you feel about the world after the mutation descended? Qin Ming walked alone under the moonlight, his back drawn long, reporting back to the Lord. The laws of heaven and earth seem to have changed. Oh, be specific. If the laws of heaven and earth are compared to a heaven and earth mill, suppressing our souls, those who are weak have long since flown away and ceased to exist in the course of the years. The common ones, on the other hand, fall into a deep sleep. Strong people, on the other hand, are able to remain conscious under such suppression and even interfere with the present world. And now that the grinding wheel of heaven and earth has disappeared, the bondage of our souls does not exist. Qin Ming nodded. This explanation from Li Xian was very specific. At the same time, he also guessed that the supernatural, which cannot be explained by the science of the world, is likely to be certain powerful spirits being controlled to influence the present world. Qin Ming also has the feeling that his own strange meridians and veins, at this moment, seems to become unimpeded. Before the mutation, it was difficult for him to summon Li Xian to present himself, and after the mutation, Qin Ming could easily summon Li Xian. Contemplating, without realizing it, Qin Ming returned to his hotel room. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Opened it, it was a bank card message. Arrived $10 million. This little knife, It knows its stuff. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose as he whispered. Taking in Brother Knife was just to use the Dakian city's top snake as his own, saving him a lot of trouble. His first aim was to occupy Dakian city and keep it firmly in his hands. After the mutation, all the major forces had cut off the city and occupied it as their territory, so Qin Ming planned to secretly control everything first. When the mutation conflict breaks out, he will wave his hand and declare to the world that this Dakian city belongs to his Qin Ming's territory. That's why it's hard for him alone to do it, and he needs to pull people together as soon as possible for his own use. Qin Ming sat on the sofa, swallowing clouds under his breath as he contemplated his next plan. The biggest obstacle to controlling Dakian city is the Yuan family, which belongs to one of the ancient families, although it can't be compared to the topmost ancient families in China. But in the entire Dakian city, his words are the decree. But according to the memories of my previous life, the Yuan family likewise controls quite a few imperial spiritists, which is not easy to deal with. Plus with the initial mutation, the law and order still exists and can't be messed with. Qin Ming didn't want to be a target, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be fearless of the headquarters. Take control of the underground forces in Dakian city first. In a month's time at most, the entire planet will be plunged into unprecedented chaos. At that time, it's my chance to take down the Yuan family in one fell swoop, occupy Dakian city, and use Dakian city as a stronghold to subdue a large number of imperial spiritists for my use, and attack other powerful lineage forces. Qin Ming calmly analyzed the situation today. Meanwhile, an hour after the global mutation, the world shook, and both those who knew and those who didn't were beyond shocked. Panic, chaos gradually erupted, burying endless hidden dangers. At the beginning of the mutation, there were some lucky people who stayed up all night and didn't sleep who knew the truth, dripped blood to recognize their masters, and gained the recognition of their souls to become imperial spiritists. All forces are secretly stirring, all hibernating and waiting for the right moment. The top 10 of the internet hot search list were all occupied by the blood moon vision, and countless speculations have emerged. Qin Ming quietly followed all this and watched the comments of the netizens. Even his college group was full of news and speculation about the mutation. It was destined to be an uneventful night for the general population, who are primed for a successful career and have a bright future beckoning to them. They are panicking, fearing the disruptive consequences of this mutation. For some people who were bumbling around and getting by, they were happy to join in the fun and watch the fun, even hoping that this was a sign of the so-called aura revival in the novel. They can change their destinies against the heavens and become heavenly and earthly cultivators. In the darkness of the night, Qin Ming silently focused on all of this. He scoffed at the common man's guesses, the flukes. It is true that there are ordinary people who awaken their souls overnight and become powerful imperial spiritists, but those are very few, and mostly families whose ancestors were once brilliant and are now down and out. Truly ordinary people. The coming of the age of guardian spirits will be even more brutal for them. In a society governed by the rule of law, they can at least be fed and clothed without risking their lives. But in the age of the guardian spirits, their lives are as good as dead, and slavery returns to the world. This is a harsh reality that even headquarters cannot change. Bunch of idiots. Qin Ming turned off his cell phone and quietly sat alone in the darkness of the night, his eyes flickering with a faint bloodlight as he gazed at the doomed and unsettled night. A sleepless night. The next day, the blood moon incident thoroughly fermented, frantically occupying hot searches on the internet. Even if it is officially suppressed, deliberate suppression by those with an axe to grind is useless. The eve of a storm is something everyone can feel. With his hands behind his back, Qin Ming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling city. The prosperity, he knew, would soon be destroyed. The moment the folk sentinel appeared, battle chaos erupted. The destructive power of an imperial spiritist was extremely terrifying, with the ground collapsing and tall buildings toppling over in light cases. If a spirit at Li Xian's level erupted into battle, destroying a city was more the norm. On the first day of the Guardian Spirit era, the world shook, and the occasional imperial spiritist made trouble, only to be quickly suppressed by mysterious forces. The second day of the Age of the Guardian Spirit was uneventful. On the third day of the Guardian Spirit era, the outbreak of the Sentinel event in other cities in China was once again quickly suppressed, with videos taken by well-intentioned people and circulated wildly on the internet. Eventually an expert stepped in and explained that it was just enacted. Special effects synthesized image. On the fifth day of the Guardian Spirit era, transcendent battles erupted in several cities in China, resulting in a large number of incidents of death and injury of ordinary people, and the hearts of the people were on edge, and the incident of the imperial spiritists could no longer be suppressed. On the eighth day of the Age of the Guardian Spirit, Blade sent a message. Master Qin, collecting 10 pieces of ancient artifacts, there is also a small matter that needs to be reported to you. What is it? What about a guy who knows my little brother's little brother and paid $10,000 for one of your legs? What's his name? Huang. Send for me, right away, and I'll take care of it myself. Chapter 11. 3 Candidates. Toodaloo. The phone hung up. Qin Ming came to the downstairs of the hotel, and Long Air had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Qin Ming appear, he hurriedly and respectfully greeted him. Master Qin. Well, that was pretty fast. Let's go. Getting into the big bend that Blade had specially prepared, he left with a roar. In a short while, there was a lot of chatter around the entrance of the Thousand Woods Hotel from people wearing high-end brands. Oh my god, that seems to be the car of Brother Blade of the Tianhong Group in Daqian City. Knife who? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tu Lao Yao. That one is the boss of the underground power. The underground half of Daqian City. Do you know who is in control of the other half of the day? Yuan family. If Brother Blade can rely on himself and fight against the underground forces supported by the Yuan family, you know how terrifying he is. Who is that young man? To have Brother Blade's left arm and right-hand man personally transporting him. It's not simple. Some bright-eyed people muttered and murmured. Shocked. Isn't that Qin Ming? How did he get involved with Brother Blade? At this point, a young man in a security uniform muttered something and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to take a picture of the Grand Prix speeding away. He is none other than Zhang Nian, Qin Ming's college classmate. And the rumor about Qin Ming was caused by his jealousy. Taking a picture, he posted it again to the group, causing a furor. Qin Ming didn't find out about all this at the moment, and he didn't care about the slanders that his classmates in the group made against him that day. These people, in the end, could not escape death, so why should he bother with a bunch of dead people? Soon, the Big Ben parked outside the Beijing KTV. Qin Ming and the two little brother respectfully led to the top floor layer. The topmost floor is not open to the public. It's just a place where Brother Blade lives and deliberates, and a bunch of minions stand guard day and night. When Qin Ming arrived, these juniors bowed in unison with a great eye. Good day, Master Qin. Qin Ming's face was calm, turning a deaf ear to walk straight through them to the room at the end of the corridor. Crunch! The door to the room opened. Brother Knife revealed a fawning smile and respectfully welcomed Qin Ming to the center sofa position. These days, he had also watched the news and knew that the Imperial Spiritist incident had really erupted as Qin Ming had predicted. At the moment, he revered Qin Ming as if he were a god. Master Qin, you're here. Knife's 6'5" stature, coupled with his body's powerful meat, gave him a sense of ferocity. But at the moment, he was wearing a fawning smile, and the scars on his face all looked extraordinarily benign. When Long Air saw this, he always felt a little uncomfortable with this appearance of his murderous boss. Sit down. No need to be formal. Qin Ming lit up a cigarette, exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke, crossed his legs and leaned back on the leather sofa and said, "Bring me the antiquities, and I will see them." Yes, Master Qin. Blade sat on the side couch and waved his hand, signaling for Lung Du to bring out the collection of antiquities and place them on the coffee table in front of him. Qin Ming looked at the neatly arranged antiquities in front of him, his eyes emitting a faint bloodlight as he scanned them. That ghostly cold aura, like the evil ghosts of hell themselves. The three people in the room changed their faces slightly. Blade, in particular, was in a hurry. Master Qin, the two of them are my beloved. He was terrified that Qin Ming would kill the two Long Day and Long Air as outcasts again. I know, don't worry, Qin Ming said carelessly, sensing the 10 ancient auras. On the other hand, Long Day and Long Air's faces changed slightly. An ray of celebration flashed in their eyes. They probably guessed why Blade suddenly panicked. It was a matter of their life and death. A moment later, his eyes opened and closed, resuming their black and white pupils, and he leaned back against the couch. Master Qin, how is it? Is there anything you want? Blade inquired hastily. Well, good luck. There are 3 useful, but one of the ancient objects, has awakened the soul spirit. Small knife. You are lucky. Did not get killed. At these words, Blade's face changed dramatically. He knew what Qin Ming meant. Soul spirit awakening meant that among the 10 people they had captured back, there were spirit royalists present. Don't worry, with me here, whatever plot he has will be useless. Qin Ming opened his mouth confidently, not placing this unknown imperial spirit that had hidden the guardian spirit and entered the 100 scenery KTV in the slightest bit in his heart. According to his memories from his previous life, a truly powerful guardian spirit would not appear in the pre-guardian spirit era. With Master Qin around, that guy naturally can't make any waves. Blade was calm on the surface, but inwardly he was terrified. After all, he had seen Qin Ming's guardian spirit with his own eyes, and it was simply not humanly possible to defeat it. Qin Ming glanced at Blade, knowing his inner thoughts, and did not explain too much. Bring these 3 antique owners up and play with them. As for the others, you deal with the cleanliness yourself. I don't want some small details to expose my purpose. Understand? Qin Ming extinguished his cigarette and spoke casually. Blade nodded at his words, a vicious look flashing in his eyes as he understood Qin Ming's meaning. Master Qin, don't worry, Little dagger. Am careful and prudent in my actions. Otherwise I wouldn't have climbed to this position. Not long after, 3 figures with their heads covered by black hoods and their arms bound by ropes to their hands were brought to the room by Long de Longair himself. Let go of the ropes and take off the hoods. They may well be your companions later. Don't be so rude. Qin Ming shook a red wineglass in his hand, a wisp of an evil smile at the corner of his mouth as he silently looked at the 3 people who had taken off their hoods. From left to right, the first one looks like an honest, middle-aged man with dark skin, a laborer doing hard work at a construction site. The second was younger, with broken bangs and a clear stupidity in his eyes, a college student. The third wore a suit and a big back haircut, giving him a sense of savvy. As the 3 men's hoods were removed, their gazes simultaneously looked at Qin Ming, who was directly in front of them. All of them were slightly stunned. No one expected that it was such a young man who was in charge. Big, Moncler, I'm just a migrant laborer. My family does not have much money. There is an 80-year-old mother on the top, and the bottom is, shut up and be quiet, Blade coldly shouted, not bothering to listen to the 3 people's crying and praying. Whoever says one more word, I'll kill him, Blade once again threatened, then respectfully looked at Qin Ming and smiled fawningly. Master Qin, you come. Qin Ming nodded and raised his red wineglass absently, looking at the 3 through the dark red and said softly, 3 of you. Long story short, who owns the short blade in the center? And this brush? The bronze tripod. Each claim it. Unsure. The 3 men each pointed to their things. The migrant workers is a brass tripod, the students is a brush, and the man in the suit has a short blade. Seeing this, Qin Ming downed the red wine in one drink, his gaze sparing a glance at the man in the suit, followed by a glance at the other 2. I'll give you 2 choices, submit to me or die. An icy cold voice came out from Qin Ming's mouth. The middle-aged man froze, always feeling that the youth in front of him was a bit middle-aged. He muttered with a weepy old face, Grandpa, I still have to support my family. How can I have time to mix with you in the Triad Society? How about 1 month, minimum $100,000, and depending on your performance later, the pay will increase. The same for all of you? The middle-aged man sniffed, his eyes showing doubts, suspecting that the few people were a fraudulent group. The students, on the other hand, were ecstatic, their eyes constantly turning, their minds all surging to their faces. But he looked at the duo to his left and right and decided to wait. He couldn't agree so quickly. The man in the suit narrowed his eyes and revealed a contemptuous smile, as if he knew something and disdained Qin Ming's offer. Chapter 12, The Battle of Crushing. I have little patience. 1 minute to choose. Qin Ming stopped speaking and leaned his arms against the sofa, quietly waiting for the 3 to answer. Qin Ming didn't care if they didn't agree. It just so happened that for his next plan, he needed some imperial spiritists to do live experiments. As time passed by, the student-looking youth was the first to step forward and looked at Qin Ming inquiringly. You can make the call? How do I know you're not lying to us? Qin Ming smiled and snapped his fingers. Blade understood and signaled Long Di to call Xiao Jiu in, and after a moment of hesitation, Blade respectfully rose and whispered with his ear, Master Qin, Xiao Jiu is trustworthy. She's an orphan I adopted and raised from a young age. Qin Ming was slightly stunned, looking toward Xiao Jiu who entered the room. There was an inexplicable feeling of empathy. After all, we are all orphans. There will always be a kind of empathy. Well, just trust, if you have a problem here, you know the consequences. Qin Ming returned to his senses and casually said. Afterwards, Xiao Jiu asked for the student account and immediately transferred 100,000 in cash at the gesture of brother knife. The student froze, looking at the bank card information inside his cell phone in ecstasy. He didn't expect that his family, which had fallen out of favor for so many years, was going to revive its glory in his own hands. Big brother, I'll hang out with you. The student balked. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hastily echoed his agreement. Within a short time, he had the same extra $100,000 in cash in his account. Qin Ming waved his hand casually, and Long De brought the 2 of them behind him. At this moment, in front of the crowd, only the man in the suit was calm and collected, not saying a word, teasingly looking at Qin Ming. Something interesting. You awakened a guardian spirit? Become a sentinel? Qin Ming laughed softly and opened his mouth. He wanted to see what grade this guy's guardian spirit was. Other than Brother Blade, Qin Ming and the man in the suit, the other people present all looked confused and did not understand the meaning of Qin Ming's words. You too? Imperial Spiritist? That's a good title. Since you know that you are also an Imperial Spiritist, where did you get the courage to make me submit? Ha! The man in the suit smiled contemptuously, carrying his hands behind his back. A soul aura surged around him, and the lights of the entire room were affected by his power, brightening and brightening. I'll give you one more chance to choose and reorganize your language. Qin Ming smiled and sat up straight. What if I don't say yes? The man in the suit's face gradually turned cold, and behind him, a huge black shadow loomed. A terrifying aura filled the air. causing Brother Blade and the others to be frightened and uneasy. They hastily backed away to the wall position. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man trembled. Shut up. Brother Blade let out a cold cry and looked ahead with a cold face. He knew that a battle of the sentinels was about to break out. He was very worried inside at the moment, fearing that Qin Ming would lose. If Qin Ming lost, he would be out of luck. Qin Ming, still blandly terrifying, stretched out his right hand, signaling the man in the suit to continue. That's quite confident. I hope that in a while, you'll still be able to keep that bland look. As the words fell, the man in the suit looked like he was dancing like a god and kept whispering incantations under his breath. A few breaths later, a fierce wind arose out of nowhere around them, blowing the room's furniture into chaos. Come forth, my guardian spirit. In the next moment, a black shadow clad in armor emerged, as tall as 10 feet, with bare hands, emitting a gust of black mist. He slowly opened his eyes and emitted a faint white light, descending into the world like a hellish evil spirit. At this moment, the figure of the man in the suit was shrouded in black shadow and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, but on my first day, I knew the secrets of the guardian spirit, and was recognized by the soul spirit to become the imperial spirit in your words. These days, I've been enduring humiliation and waiting for the right time. Boy, what are you going to fight me with? The man in the suit looked at Qin Ming with a cold gaze and realized that Qin Ming was still sitting steadily and was vaguely uneasy inside. What's its name? Kai Cheng. Come on, show me your guardian spirit. The man in the suit sneered. Kai Cheng? A nobody, not as famous as the one who plays basketball. Qin Ming lowered his head, his eyes violently erupted with scarlet bloodlight, and his voice appeared to change, becoming low, hoarse, cold, and bloody. This Kai Cheng, who was only the lowest grade F-class first-rank soul, was too weak. You seek death. Kai Cheng, kill him. The man in the suit felt insulted and drank coldly. When the black shadow did not move, suddenly, Qin Ming's figure disappeared, leaving behind a residual red light. Appearing again, Qin Ming had already arrived in front of the man in the suit, scarlet blood light emanating from his body as blood mist rolled around. He cupped the neck of the man in the suit with one hand, and in his dismayed and fearful gaze, Qin Ming's left hand erupted with horrifying bloodlight, exploding violently as he fiercely slammed his fist onto the black shadow. Bang! The terrifying power directly penetrated through the wall, like a cannonball penetrating all the walls on the bottom floor, making a violent noise. With one blow, Qin Ming hard slammed Kai Cheng back into the body of the man in the suit and subdued the man in the suit. Looking at his unbelievable gaze, Qin Ming was like the 9 specters of murder. The scarlet blood mist around him wrapped him up, causing him to feel the endless aura of death. Don't you know that there is also a great disparity between imperial spiritists? I don't even need to summon a guardian spirit to easily take you down. Bang! Qin Ming slammed, directly setting the body of the man in the suit into the wall and fainting. Clapping his hands, Qin Ming slowly turned around, the blood light in his pupils not yet dispersed, and looked at the several people who were frozen in place. Dagger, take care of it. Pick off the man in the suit's hamstring and leg tendons. Lock him up. Not dead. I'll keep it useful. Qin Ming's voice brought Blade back to his senses and hurriedly instructed Long Di to deal with the man in the suit. His gaze toward Qin Ming grew more and more fearful and awe-inspiring. A few others were even worse. The student and the middle-aged man were directly paralyzed with fear and became incontinent. Xiaojiu's delicate face turned pale, trembling as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Qin Ming's eyes. Change rooms and take care of other things. Qin Ming patted the dust on his body and said indifferently. Several people then came to an intact room. Qin Ming was still sitting on the first couch. Xiaojiu, Long Air, and Blade stood behind him. The student changed clothes with the middle-aged man, trembling with palpitations, not daring to look at Qin Ming. Their worldview, completely turned upside down, shattered to pieces. At the same time, they vaguely guessed something about the recent spate of 4 supernatural events, and they, likewise, have superhuman abilities without realizing it. As you should have guessed, since you've chosen to submit, you'll be good and obedient, and you'll get money, beautiful women, and everything. If you don't listen, the man in the suit is your downfall. There are strong and weak sentinels. You are no different from ordinary people in my eyes. Understand? Qin Ming lit up a cigarette and spoke faintly. Got it. The middle-aged man and the student gulped and said hurriedly. Well, in the future, you guys move in here and try to communicate with the soul spirit in the ancient artifacts by yourselves and drop blood to recognize the owner. Succeed, and you will enjoy glory and wealth in the future. Fail, and the man in the suit will be your downfall. And don't say anything you shouldn't. This world, it's not as simple as you think. After the two were brought down, Brother Blade came to Qin Ming and opened his mouth. Master Qin, what about that? He Kong? Chapter 13, The Beginning of Revenge. Qin Ming was lying on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, thick smoke puffing out of his mouth. Bring it up, he's a good leader for me. Ha, Looking at Qin Ming's cold smile, Brother Knife and Xiao Jiao involuntarily shivered, and inwardly felt sad about what would happen to He Kong next. Not long after, He Kong was brought to the room with a confused look on his face. He was the first to see Brother Blade. His face was shocked, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Brother Blade, I just want to waste a little brat's leg. Why did I even alarm you? Who is Brother Knife? He's the big brother of the little brother of the big 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 brother of the little brother he knows. This kind of person, a big shot who stomped his foot in Dakian City and the whole city would have to shake a little, where a little man like him could see it." At the same time, he inwardly slightly happy. If you can get on the knife brother this thigh, the future is a flying Hua Teng Da, but also on the damn what class ah. Brother Knife coldly glanced at the fawning He Kong, only feeling that this kind of flattery attitude was sickening. He, Brother Knife, would never be this kind of person. Open your doggy eyes and see who's in front of you. Brother Knife chortled coldly, shrugging his body's powerful flesh, his face hideously scarred, making He Kong horribly uneasy. It was only at this moment that he realized that directly in front of him, a youthful figure was swallowing clouds and leaning against a black leather sofa. The pair of pale, ghostly eyes were as cold and piercing as a cold cave. "Are you, Qin Ming?" He Kong froze, uncertain. At this moment, Qin Ming was the same as he once was, although his appearance remained the same. Both his temperament and figure had changed dramatically. Adding the fact that Qin Ming had actually appeared at Brother Blade, a handful of the Tianhong group, added to his disbelief. "He Kong, long time no see." Qin Ming slowly opened his mouth and faintly said, "It's really you. How is it possible? When did you get involved with the knife brother? You are just a little yakuza. Where do you get the qualification to be here?" He Kang's pupils dilated, and out of his mouth came words of contempt for the former Qin Ming, completely looking down on him. In his eyes, a young man like Qin Ming, who had nothing to offer but good looks, should be squeezed hard, so that he could work more and receive the credit himself. Exhaustion is none of his business anyway. Dare to speak out against Master Qin. Looking for death. Blade's face changed drastically. He opened his mouth in a violent rage, and directly smashed his foot fiercely on He Kang's knee. Click! He Kang's miserable voice crying out echoed in the room. His knee was directly broken by Knife's kick, and blood was pouring out, rolling around on the ground wailing miserably. Qin Ming sat up, his gaze calmly watching the scene as he opened his mouth to command, "Dagger, pull over." At this moment, the ancient short blade of the man in the suit appeared in Qin Ming's hand, and he placed it in his hand to examine it carefully. When Blade saw this, his gaze went to Long Air. Long Air understood, and with his strong and powerful palm, he grabbed He Kang's neck and carried it to the front of Qin Ming's coffee table. Thumping hard on the coffee table, he was left to struggle and wail to no avail. He Kang's twisted face looked towards the possessed Qin Ming, his body trembling in fear. "Qin Ming, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I shouldn't have bullied you. I shouldn't have been snarky to you. I deserve to die. Please, let me go." He Kong felt the killing intent that materialized from Qin Ming, those ghostly eyes that did not have a single fluctuation of emotion. He Kong absolutely believed that Qin Ming would kill him, for sure. An icy smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth as a scene from his previous life flashed through his mind. Why was his life so miserable? Fatherless and friendless, an ostracized and bullied existence since he was a child. Even if you get into a university with your own strength and get a good job, it is still hard to escape the bullying and insults of others. At this moment, Qin Ming's inner killing intent was boundless. His palm slowly pulled the struggling He Kong's arm over and pressed it to the coffee table with a thud. "Remember when you asked me to make you coffee when you first started? And just because it didn't taste right, you slammed piping hot coffee right into the palm of my hand?" Qin Ming's face was expressionless as he whispered softly. He Kong looked at his palms being pressed by Qin Ming on the coffee table. His mouth kept begging. His heart was full of fear and anxiety, and he was even directly scared to pee his pants. "Don't be afraid. Take your time. You won't die so painfully." Qin Ming spoke calmly, pressing his palm with his left hand and taking out the man in the suit's ancient blade with his right hand. When the sharp ancient blade touched He Kang's skin, it instantly cracked open a bloody gash. He Kong was in pain, fear, and moving frantically. Seeing this, Blade pressed his head, turning his gaze to stare at his arm, and Qin Ming smiled, and just like that, he slowly cut open his skin, picking off the tendons of his hands, chipping away his flesh and sinews, piece by piece, leaving just the bloody bones. 10 minutes later, the entire coffee table was a mess of mutilated flesh and blood stained the ground. He Kong had originally been stunned by the pain, and then Qin Ming had used his soul power to maintain his consciousness from fainting. Xiao Jiao had long been unable to bear the bloody scene and ran to the bathroom to vomit. Even the murderous Blade, at this moment, his brows were deeply furrowed, and he became more and more scornful and fearful of Qin Ming. "Qin Ming is a madman. through and through. Qin Ming didn't care what a few people thought and withdrew his soul power. And the pale-faced He Kong instantly fainted. Wiping the ancient blade with a paper towel, he leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette and calmly said after exhaling a heavy mouthful of thick fog, "He can't die. Get the best doctor to cure him. While you're healing, follow my technique and pick off the rest of his arms and legs. When he recovers from treatment, throw him out on the street and leave him to fend for himself. By the way, his family should be worried about him. Send them on their way early so they don't hurt themselves." Blade inexplicably shivered and looked at Long Erdeo. "Is that clear? You take care of it." Long Air nodded and dragged the unconscious He Kong away like a dead dog. Looking at Qin Ming's calm face, Blade was unconsciously afraid. Killing a man is nothing but a headache. While Qin Ming chooses the most brutal way to make He Kang's life worse than death. Dagger. Belonging. Brother Blade hurriedly changed into a fawning smile and respectfully said, "The search for antiquities continues. Don't stop. Besides, have you ever heard of this person Huang?" Qin Ming suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Blade froze, thinking seriously, and within a short time, he revealed a joyful look and hurriedly looked at Qin Ming. "Master Qin, is Huang a doctor?" "Oh, you know, where is he?" According to the memories of his previous life, 5 years after the Guardian Spirit era, the artificial sentinel appeared, and it was finally revealed that everything was the work of Huang, who was codenamed Ghost Hand, and the Guardian Spirit he awakened was the legendary divine Dr. Hua Tuo, who was extremely terrifying. With that kind of means that transcended cognition, coupled with the power of the soul, his medical skills reached a peak, and he could even repair damaged souls, create miraculous things such as soul sustenance, strengthen the power of the Guardian Spirit, or make the Guardian Spirit's power climb several times in a short period of time, and so on. According to Qin Ming's memories from his previous life, Ghost Hand Huayuan only rose to fame and became known to the world 5 years after the Guardian Spirit era. He, on the other hand, serves a terrifying organization called the Jinling Pavilion. Chapter 14, Gongsun Shao. Headquarters, Jinlinga, a terrifying organization that has existed for an unknown number of years since ancient times. In the whole of China, it is comparable even to the headquarters. In the Spirit Pavilion of Jinling, there existed many powerful imperial spiritists, including powerful imperial spiritists similar to Qin Ming's special physique that could control multiple guardian spirits. The owner of the Jinling Pavilion was even a powerful and mysterious unknown existence, and it was rumored that he possessed a guardian spirit that was a SSS-class Emperor level 12th order soul spirit. That represented the frightfulness of that person, and even at a level like Li Xian's, it wasn't enough to look at. Huayuan, on the other hand, is said to have awakened his guardian spirit shortly after the global mutation, and was taken in by the Jinlinga, for whom he has been serving. Alongside Ghost Hand is a divine doctor named Bian Lian, a woman who awakens the ancient divine doctor Bian Magpie, and the organization she works for is the headquarters. It was rumored that Bian Lian had long ago awakened her guardian spirit and had been working for the headquarters. So for Bian Lian, although Qin Ming's heart was moved, there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't think that he could call out the headquarters with just the power he had today. Headquarters has been unfathomably powerful since before the era of the Guardian Spirit. Even a mysterious and powerful organization like the Jinling Pavilion tried their best not to clash with the headquarters. At this moment, Brother Blade said with a face full of joy, "I know, Huayuan is working as an attending doctor in a private hospital under my Tianhong Group's name. In fact, according to his qualifications and ability, he could have become the director long ago, but that guy is arrogant. It's lucky to be able to become an attending doctor." Qin Ming nodded. He didn't care about Huayuan's situation. He only needed this person. Send someone to keep an eye on him, and I'll meet him in person in a few days. With a command, he got up and left by Jing, and Blade and the others sent him away respectfully, which was a relief inside. Too terrifying, not very old, but extremely ruthless in his methods. Long sighed softly, his heart palpitating. It is precisely for this reason that Master Qin is worthy of our followers. The world has changed as the chaotic world descends. Blade sighed a sigh. He understood that today's era was no longer the era of carrying pistols and machetes, but the era of the imperial spiritist. Afterwards, he looked at the ruined 6th floor and let out a bitter smile, so he could only hurriedly send people to renovate and perfect it. Qin Ming was walking alone on the way back, and when he came to a corner, Qin Ming stopped. Pedestrians dwindled around the area and soon it was empty. The atmosphere around them was terribly quiet. At this moment at noon, it should be a lively and prosperous time, and will not be empty. Qin Ming turned around and looked at the street behind him. His eyes flashed a ray of sarcasm as he faintly said, "Come out, sneaky one." Not long after, Qin Ming corner, before and after the strange fog filled, followed by the sound of footsteps from the fog. Qin Ming stuck his hands in his pockets and waited quietly. A moment later, 2 figures dressed in black power suits appeared one after the other. blocking Qin Ming in the center position. Qin Ming, age, 28, fatherless, motherless, undergraduate graduate, ordinary employee, am I right? The figure in front of him revealed his true face, a middle-aged man with a country face. His voice was low and powerful, his gaze as stern as a blade. Staring at Qin Ming, he said, "Not bad, put some effort into it, something wrong?" Qin Ming smiled wanly and spoke casually. "You were an ordinary employee, but now you have suddenly become the honored guest of Brother Knife, a hand of Tianhong Group in Dakian City." Without explaining the explanation, just now, a transcendent battle broke out at the bottom of the 100 scenery. No explanation for the explanation? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, looking at Qin Ming's calm and composed demeanor. He was inexplicably uneasy inside. The young man behind Qin Ming then spoke coldly. "Qin Shao, why bother with him? This kind of ordinary person, suddenly become a royal spiritist, have extraordinary power, then reckless generation, is a dangerous person. Arrest and press back to the headquarters. Let him know that there are people, outside the sky, so that he can listen to us properly." Qin Ming glanced at the young man in the back and turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. According to the memory of his previous life, this middle-aged man was named Gongsun Shao, who was the person in charge of the imperial spiritists dispatched by the headquarters to Dakian City, and was responsible for dealing with the uncontrollable civilian imperial spiritists. The strength was not bad, but he unfortunately fell in the Soul Demon Rebellion 5 years later. As for this young man, Qin Ming had no impression, just a nobody. Gongsun Shao turned a deaf ear, his gaze tightly fixed on Qin Ming without the slightest bit of slack. In the past few days, he had disposed of 8 incidents of imperial spiritists, and knew that these existences that suddenly gained great power were not simple to deal with. Qin Ming looked at the silent Gongsun Shao and took the initiative to speak. "I actually have some questions. I wonder if Qin Shao can clear them up." Gongsun Shao sniffed, his brows deeply furrowed as he said tentatively, "You don't seem surprised that we are who we are. What do you know?" He waved his hand to signal the man in the year after Qin Ming not to act rashly and looked at Qin Ming and said, "Knowing some, how about an exchange of information? Talk." The more calm Qin Ming was, the more cautious Gongsun Shao was instead. "You seem to have awakened the guardian spirit in advance because of the divine Dr. Bienlian? Or is it because the headquarters has long since mastered the method of awakening the guardian spirit, and even anticipated the global mutation?" The moment Qin Ming's words came out, Gongsun Shao and the young man behind Qin Ming's face changed dramatically in shock. Qin Ming knew too much and was simply not an ordinary person who had just awakened his guardian spirit. Gongsun Shao carefully checked the information about Qin Ming in his memory and realized that there had been nothing different about him. It was only at the beginning of the 10 days before the mutation descended that Qin Ming appeared to be tremendously abnormal. It was precisely for this reason that Gongsun Zhao's attention was drawn. "Who told you about all this? Cooperate with me or don't blame me." Gongsun Shao took a deep breath. His breath surged, and a huge shadow loomed behind him. "That's just it. There's no point. Go away. I don't want to start a fight with HQ." Disappointment flashed across Qin Ming's face. This Gongsun Shao didn't intend to inform anything at all, wasting his mood. As for killing the sentinel at the headquarters, it wasn't that he didn't dare, but the time had not yet come. He didn't want to be pushed into the limelight at this time and face a steady stream of chases from headquarters. "It's not up to you." Suddenly, the young behind Qin Ming fiercely struck out, and a 4-foot giant shadow surfaced, an E-grade 4th order soul spirit, holding a spear and killing towards Qin Ming. Seeing this, Gongsun Zhao's face changed dramatically, but he did not say anything to stop it. He also wanted to see what the young man in front of him capitalized on his composure. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, a helpless look flashing across his face. The huge figure rushed to kill, and the spear in his hand swept with a gale, and in the blink of an eye, the sand flew away and dust rose up in all directions. Qin Ming violently turned around, his eyes emitting a faint blood light, his body slightly crouched down, and in Gongsun Zhao's uncomprehending gaze, his feet erupted with terrifying power, and the asphalt ground exploded with a thud, appearing as a 1-meter large pit. Qin Ming's right hand surged with bloodlight, his body was wrapped in the color of blood, and his speed was so fast that he left behind a trail of residual shadows, instantly brushing past the huge figure as he killed towards the young imperial spiritist. The greatest weakness of a sentinel is always his very being. No matter how powerful he was, he would never surpass his guardian spirit, and this was the result Qin Ming had gotten since the era of guardian spirits. That young man's face changed slightly, and his mind controlled the guardian spirit to block in front of him at instantaneous speed. Chapter 15, Old Classmates. When Qin Ming saw this, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing disdain. With his current strength, even without using Li Xin, he could still fight against an ordinary imperial spiritist. Fist light descended and slammed into the young man's guardian spirit, who was too late to defend. The tremendous force directly lifted him dozens of meters and smashed a private house. Immediately afterward, in the young man's fearful gaze, Qin Ming appeared in front of him, his blood-shrouded arm choking his neck and lifting him up high. Looking at the guardian spirit that was once again charging, Qin Ming spoke icily. "Come any closer and kill your master." At these words, the guardian spirit revealed a hesitant expression, not daring to continue to approach. At this moment, Gongsun Xiao completely froze, his eyes full of unbelief and shock. Qin Ming was so powerful that it turned his worldview upside down. To easily subdue Lu Feng without using a guardian spirit, how is that possible? Even I can't do that, Gongsun Xiao muttered, his cold hairs exploding around him as he felt the great oppressive force from Qin Ming. "Gongsun Xiao, I have no intention of making an enemy of the headquarters. You don't want to answer my question? Fine, but don't mess with me, otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek." Qin Ming snorted coldly, his right hand carried Lu Feng and slammed him. The ground raised huge dust and he directly fainted unconscious, and his guardian spirit, as he lost consciousness, disappeared in place. Gongsun Xiao looked at Qin Ming, whose eyes returned to normal and disappeared in a breath. For a long time, has such a powerful imperial spiritist already appeared? Qin Ming, what a terrifying young man. Gongsun Xiao's breath calmed down around him and did not intend to continue pursuing. After all, Qin Ming hadn't even utilized his guardian spirit, and he likely couldn't do anything to help him even if he went after him. If it wasn't for the fear of the reputation of the headquarters, Lu Feng would most likely have trouble even leaving his life behind. He came to Lu Feng and picked him up, sighing once again. If we let the headquarters send a powerful imperial spiritist to suppress Qin Ming, it's not worth the loss. Qin Ming obviously has no malicious intent towards the headquarters, so it looks like we have to do it in a different way. Gongsun Xiao shook his head and his figure disappeared into the alleyway. A short while later, the fog cleared, leaving behind a field of ruins that once again caused an uproar. The internet went crazy with speculation of another paranormal event, but soon the video photos disappeared from the internet. The hot searches quickly disappeared, and things returned to calm. Qin Ming returned to the Thousand Forest Hotel, and when he arrived at the entrance, he noticed several sneaky figures walking back and forth. Upon seeing Qin Ming walking head-on, several people instantly surrounded him with flattering smiles on their faces. Young Master Qin is back? It's really you? Qin Ming, you've really made a fortune. How also do not contact a few buddies get rich and forget a few good brothers? Too not righteous, this is not like you Yeah, we're your college roommates, the whole major, only you're the most generous, let you do any favors won't refuse, use you anything you won't be angry. Qin Ming frowned slightly as he looked at the 5 people who had surrounded him plus a young man in a security uniform. They were all Qin Ming's college roommates and classmates. Looking at their flattering faces, a wisp of coldness flashed imperceptibly in Qin Ming's eyes. He did all the dirty work in the dormitory, all his own stuff, as if it were communal, and they never greeted each other. Qin Ming had once resisted and was greeted with a bunch of snide remarks about his pettiness. They even blamed themselves for a lot of the discipline violations in the dormitory. As a result, Qin Ming suffered a number of college disciplinary actions and almost failed to graduate. He had applied to his counselor for a change of dormitory, and they then joined forces to slander and rumor-monger Qin Ming. The root of all this is simply because he is an orphan, no backer, no one to stand up for him, no money, no power, alone. Qin Ming glanced at the man in the security uniform and instantly understood why these so-called classmates knew about his recent situation. What's up? Tell me. Qin Ming revealed a faint smile and said calmly, it's nothing, I heard that you are in this hotel. A month just to live in the hotel spent 300,000. You see you are rich, is not to take care of a few brothers. I do not ask much, give me 30,000 turnover, how about it? The dormitory boss worded his hand, grinning and rightfully so. Qin Ming, truth be told, my dad found out about cancer. If he doesn't get treatment, he won't be able to make it. Help me. I just need $200,000. Qin Ming, my family is broke. My younger siblings still have to go to school. Lend me $500,000 and I will definitely pay you back later. Qin Ming, so what? You see I'm not young anymore. I'm ready to buy a house. I'm short of $250,000. You lend me, I'll definitely pay you back. And me. Qin Ming quietly watched the 6 people's shameless performance and did not interject to interrupt. The passerby next to me just couldn't listen and snorted. You guys have gone too far. It's his talent that this little brother has money. What's the difference between this behavior of yours and forceful robbery? Get the hell out of here. None of your business. Push it again and I'll kill you. The dormitory boss glared viciously at the passerby, then changed his fawning face and continued to say nice things. Yes, Qin Ming, if you don't help us, what are we going to do? What are our families going to do? The dormitory boss sighed, a very different face from the one he had once bullied Qin Ming with. Qin Ming glanced at the 6 people who made him gag and retch, and waved his hand to indicate that not too far away. Brother Knife instructed a few of his minions who were serving Qin Ming at this place. They had long been unable to hold back, and if Qin Ming hadn't promised, they would have dismantled the 6 long ago. Seeing Qin Ming waving his hand in a gesture, they hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully and neatly, shouting, "Master Qin." When the 6 people saw this, their faces changed slightly, shocked at Qin Ming's possession of minions, but at the same time, they were also afraid that Qin Ming would let these juniors take revenge for what they had once done to bully him. "Qin Ming, if it's inconvenient for you to have your hands full, just forget it. We have to go beforehand. We'll treat you to dinner another day." The dormitory boss let out a fawning laugh and took several steps back in some fear. Qin Ming smiled and patted the dormitory boss's wrinkled clothes with a harmless face and said, "What are you talking about? After so many years of college graduation, you guys still remember me? Of course I'm touched. You guys are in trouble. How could I not care?" Hearing Qin Ming's words, the 6 of them looked overjoyed and were grateful and excited. Qin Ming looked at the several people and commanded with a calm face, "Bring these 6 old classmates of mine to Beijing. Let Brother Blade treat them well. Don't neglect them, and fulfill whatever requests they have. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Master Qin." Several junior brothers could be reused by Brother Blade. Their eyesight was naturally extremely good. They could feel Qin Ming's icy gaze and attitude. "Brother Knife." "Knife? Qin Ming? The Brother Knife you're talking about wouldn't be Brother Knife of the Sky Rainbow Group, would it?" Suddenly, the dormitory boss's pupils contracted sharply, inquiring incredulously. The other few people instantly changed their faces drastically when they heard this. That was one of the biggest names in Dakian City. All of them were the target idols they were striving for. "It's him, don't worry. I'm on good terms with Brother Blade as you call him. I won't treat you and your family badly. Don't worry about it." Qin Ming smiled and patted a few people on the shoulder and said, Chapter 16 Consultations. Several people's eyes were filled with intense shock and disbelief, unable to believe that Qin Ming would recognize the legendary big-shot Brother Blade. Although Qin Ming seemed to be rich nowadays, they wouldn't believe it to death if they said he knew Brother Blade. "What? You don't even believe your old classmates? Go on." Qin Ming hooked his finger, signaling a few of his taller minions to take the 6 away. "So what, Qin Ming? Why don't you just forget about it? I have something to do today." At this moment, the dormitory boss sensed that something was wrong and fawned and excused himself to leave. A few others were no cuties either. The same excuses for not wanting to go. Qin Ming was too off. Both his aura and his eyes were unnerving. Qin Ming moved his eyes, and a few of his juniors understood and forcefully pushed and shoved them into the car. Several people hurriedly resisted, trying to break free from the several big men. The dormitory boss and the classmate who was the security guard even violently broke free from their restraints and quickly fled. They were certain at this moment that this Qin Ming was not right, giving off a feeling like being in an abyss. It was too frightening. Qin Ming sneered. His speed suddenly became extremely fast, picking up one person with one hand and forcibly throwing them into the car. A few others were similarly thrown into the car by a few minions. When they still wanted to resist, several juniors directly pulled out their pistols and glared viciously at them. "All of you be quiet and don't look for death." Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, several people no longer dared to resist, huddled in the car in fear. The commotion here naturally caused many people to gather around, accusing several people of being triads and disrupting the social order. Some people even just called the police. Qin Ming looked at it lightly, not caring. After signaling his little brother to bring them to Beijing, he returned to the Thousand Forest Hotel on his own. The eyes of those waiters, lobby managers, and residents looking at Qin Ming were no longer envious, ambiguous, but fearful. In this age of civilized society, kidnapping people in broad daylight is proper triad behavior. Qin Ming looked at their angry eyes and turned around with a cold smile to get on the elevator and leave. In a few days, they will find that the age of civilization will be a thing of the past and chaos will descend. By then, no one will care even if they kill someone, not to mention kidnapping them in broad daylight. Meanwhile, the Dakian City Public Security Bureau building, Gongsun Shao, as the captain of the Dakian City Imperial Spiritist Order Squad, had a supreme status and was directly under the headquarters, possessing great authority. Since the Guardian Spirit era had descended too suddenly, they didn't have their own Sentinel division and could only temporarily reside in the Dakian City Public Security Bureau building. At this moment, the 6 members of their group were discussing about Qin Ming in the conference room. Lu Feng suffered a heavy blow and fell into a deep sleep, unable to wake up for a short period of time. Gongsun Shao looked at the remaining 5, pondered for a moment, and stated his opinion. "Qin Ming, this young man acts calmly and decisively, knows far more than we can imagine, and his strength is unfathomable, not to be underestimated. I intend to focus on appeasement. All of you, say what you think." It's hard to have an accurate judgment since we haven't met this Qin Ming face to face. but I trust Captain Gongsuan's judgment and I agree. I agree. Agreed. Agreed. I disagree. Suddenly, the man at the very end of the table angrily slapped the table and said in a cold voice, Lu Hong, you can't get caught up in personal grudges. In the case of your brother Lu Feng, it's him who disobeyed orders and struck out, which led to Qin Ming's revolt. It's not his fault. Gongsun Shao had no choice but to explain once again that they hadn't faced Qin Ming head-on and simply didn't know how terrifying his methods were. In a head-on clash, he felt that he had no certainty of suppressing Qin Ming at all, which would only lead to massive deaths and injuries. Qin Shao, we naturally trust your ability to judge, but Qin Ming's strike against the HQ Imperial Spiritist was already a violation of the rules and should be subjected to judgment. Lu Hong said coldly, Lu Feng was his only brother. He must not let him suffer harm for nothing. Gongsun Zhao's so-called appeasement is the main thing. That is, the headquarters threw out an olive branch and called Qin Ming into the headquarters to become a headquarters Imperial Spiritist. If he was really allowed to join the headquarters, he would lose his chance for revenge. Gongsun Shao glanced at these youngsters and inwardly sighed lightly. Distressed. He had become a sentinel before the mutation and was older, more mature and stable. But these young people, not long ago, were only candidate royal spiritists. The headquarters possessed mysterious means to sense the existence of souls, and they possessed ancient objects with existent souls, which had been taken in and cultivated by the headquarters long ago. But the sudden possession of great power, coupled with youthfulness, is difficult to manage. He's very strong. Just how strong, I don't know, so we can't act rashly. Do you understand? Gongsun Shao patiently explained. How strong can it be? Can he be stronger than you, Captain? And behind us is the headquarters, the land of the 9 states. There is no place that is not the king's land. Even the Jinling Pavilion doesn't dare to be reckless. What is a little Qin Ming? Lu Hong said coldly. His character was stubborn and insisted on suppressing Qin Ming. Gongsun Shao frowned. This Lu Hang's temperament was too bad. He was against Lu Hang entering his team in the first place. But nay, he was helpless because of the shortage of manpower at the headquarters. Lu Hong, you have to keep the big picture in mind. If you are unreasonable and disobey orders again, I will report to headquarters and have you go back and retrain at headquarters. Gongsun Shao said coldly, threatening a sentence. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to continue refuting Gongsun Shao. Right at this moment, the door to the council hall was pushed open and a figure appeared. Captain Gongsun, something's wrong. The Qin Ming you told us to keep an eye on is causing trouble outside the Thousand Forest Hotel, openly letting the dark forces kidnap ordinary people. The visitor was the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, responsible for cooperating with Gongsun Shao to supervise the Imperial Spiritists, or those who had the potential to become Imperial Spiritists. They all already knew about the global mutation, so naturally they didn't dare to question it. See, that guy is a ticking time bomb that should have been suppressed in time. Lu Hong inwardly rejoiced, and on the surface, he said with righteous indignation, tapping the table. The other few people looked at each other, and for lack of a better note, their gazes all looked at Gongsun Shao. Gongsun Shao frowned, thought for a moment, looked at the criminal police chief and said, try to control the influence of this matter. Control the video pictures on the internet about this matter. Witnesses, and I'll personally talk to Qin Ming. Gongsun Shao got up, still unwilling to take a shot at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's methods were fresh in his mind and heart. Before figuring out his bottom line, Gongsun Shao didn't dare to strike recklessly. Several of you, cooperate with Captain Huang to deal with this matter. Lu Hong, you're not allowed to fool around, or else you'll be severely punished. I'll tell you guys, Qin Ming is an extremely dangerous sentinel spiritist. His strength is unfathomable. When dealing with Lu Feng, he didn't use his guardian spirit and subdued it in a few seconds with his bare hands. If you don't want to find death, all of you behave yourselves. Gongsun Shao coldly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a tone that could not be disobeyed. He then quickly left the conference room. It was only after Gongsun Shao left that a few people snapped out of their shock. What did the captain say? Qin Ming subdued Lu Feng with his bare hands? It's not just that. He was defeating an Imperial Spiritist on the same level as us in a few seconds under the eyes of Team Shao. Lu Hong gulped, his inner aftermath endless. He was still planning to secretly bring a few people to settle the score with Qin Ming after the meeting was over. The split second he heard the news, his cold hair exploded and he was glad that this crime captain had come at the right time. Chapter 17, Trial, Communication. After completing the 9 Underworld Seas body refining and the daily homework to learn from Li Xin, Qin Ming took a painful shower and leaned back on the couch to relax and watch the current news. The incident about him using triad tactics to kidnap people was hot one moment and then suddenly disappeared the next. The other hot searches are almost always about the transcendental events of the Sentinel event, but it was quickly blocked. But then a new transcendental event took over the hot seat. Week after week, when Qin Ming saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Control? How do you control? This is just the beginning. The real chaos is coming. There are now just shy of 1,000 transcendental outbreaks up and down the country every day. And that's just the ones that get noticed. In half a month, transcendental events will be the norm. Everywhere. At that time, it was the real hell on earth, with mutilated corpses everywhere and blood staining the mountains and rivers. Xin, how much of your strength can I utilize today? Qin Ming opened his mouth to inquire. Back to my lord. 30%. Qin Ming was slightly stunned. He felt that nowadays, he could easily destroy a high-rise building after summoning Xin. However, in Xin's mouth, this was only 30% of the power. Still too weak. Qin Ming shook his head and muttered helplessly to himself. He knew about the Jade Seal of Transmission, and there were other powerful spirits that guarded the first emperor sleeping on that black mountain in the Scarlet World. His body today was not qualified to awaken a second soul, let alone that legendary emperor of 1,000 years. Just then, the hotel phone rang. Hello Mr. Qin, there's a man named Gongsun Shao who wants to see you. Please let him up. Qin Ming paused for a moment, having long guessed that Gongsun Shao would come to him. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Qin Ming gazed at the door of the room and waited quietly. Now that the Guardian Spirit era hadn't yet arrived at its most chaotic period, the headquarters naturally wouldn't let him, an extremely dangerous imperial spiritist, go on a rampage. But when the real chaotic world comes, for good people like Qin Ming who don't kill indiscriminately, but there are really not many of them. Not long after, the door to the room rang, and at Qin Ming's signal, the waiter opened the door for Gongsun Shao. Bang! After the door of the room closed, Gongsun Shao raised his head and locked eyes with Qin Ming, and after a moment he came to sit on the sofa beside Qin Ming. Qin Ming, let's get right to the point. Join HQ and become a HQ Imperial Spiritist. I can guarantee that you will not be blamed for your assault and injury to the HQ Imperial Spiritist, as well as your kidnapping of ordinary people in broad daylight. Otherwise, you know how powerful HQ is, and you should understand that it's impossible for you to fight against HQ with the power of one person. Qin Ming looked at Gongsun Zhao's solemn and serious face and shook his head with a light smile, drawing a huazi from the tabletop and handing it to Gongsun Shao. He shook his head in refusal. Qin Ming didn't care and lit a cigarette for himself, taking a deep breath before speaking softly. Captain Gongsun, do you know about my past? Gongsun Shao was slightly stunned. This was a bullseye to his words. Nevertheless, he patiently answered Qin Ming's insignificant little question. Of course we looked into your past. Qin Ming let out a light laugh as the color of complex memories flashed in his eyes. A moment later it was back to normal again. Rambling. Since you have investigated my past, you should also know why I am like this and what happened to me. How do you think it's possible for a person like me, with this kind of character, to join the headquarters and shelter the living for you after obtaining transcendent power? Has the Cthulhu ever been kind to me and asked me to guard them? Ridiculous. Qin Ming's face grew colder and colder as he said indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Gongsun Shao was silent. He couldn't refute it and knew that Qin Ming had suffered too much in the first half of his life. Such a person. You talk to him about morality and kindness. It is simply heavenly and extremely ridiculous. This is not the time for you to be left to your own devices. There's no way HQ will allow the sentinels to stray. It's too dangerous and uncontrollable. If you insist on doing so, the headquarters can only choose to suppress you forcefully or even put you to death. The reason why Gongsun Shao had never made a move against Qin Ming was that apart from his unfathomable strength, there was also his birth, the first half of his life experience. At those words, a wisp of sarcasm flashed across Qin Ming's face. He experiences the hardships of life and the human condition before the age of the guardian spirits. After the opening of the guardian spirit era, what you experience is the ugliness of human nature. Viciousness, betrayal, pursuit. Life is like grass, upheaval, life and death struggle. These people, how have they ever understood what they are going through? Captain Gongsun, I feel pretty good talking to you today. You're a good person. I'll give you a warning. The real chaos has just begun. Qin Ming spoke indifferently, avoiding Gongsun Zhao's invitation. Gongsun Shao heard Qin Ming's meaning and his face was grave. He was struggling within himself, struggling whether or not to ask for assistance from the headquarters and send powerful imperial spiritists to come and suppress Qin Ming. Captain Gongsun, why are you thinking of suppressing me? The spirit suppressing pavilion likewise doesn't belong to the headquarters, yet the headquarters acquiesces to its existence. Could it be that I, Qin Ming, am not powerful enough? Qin Ming extinguished the cigarette in his hand, poured a glass of red wine in his hand, and calmly said. Gongsun Zhao's face changed again, revealing an unbelievable appearance. You even know about the Jinling Pavilion. Who exactly are you? And from which power do you get your bottom line from when you're so calm? Qin Ming shook his head and got up, red wine glass in hand, to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling city. Not far away, A transcendental event erupted once again with the awakening of an imperial spiritist. Gongsun Xiao heard the commotion and became more and more uneasy inside. The transcendent events were becoming more and more frequent, and it was already almost impossible to suppress them. Captain Gongsun, depart. Qin Ming, will at least not act recklessly and go against the headquarters, so why do you need to be so bitter and force me across the headquarters? Qin Ming looked at the outside scenery and said indifferently. According to his plan, this was not the time to turn the tables on HQ. Gongsun Xiao heard what he said and knew that what Qin Ming said was reasonable, but he couldn't let Qin Ming, a dangerous man, go unnoticed, and he was equally disturbed, so spoke up. Qin Ming, let me see if your strength, as you said, qualifies you to be treated solemnly by the headquarters. Qin Ming turned around, with a faint smile on his face. His pair of ghostly eyes looked at Gongsun Xiao, pondered for a moment, and nodded his head, saying, yes, let's change places. It's not convenient here. Okay, follow me. Gongsun Xiao got up and called Lu Hong and the others to deal with the transcendental incident that had just occurred. The duo then went to the downstairs of the Thousand Woods Hotel. Qin Ming glanced at the returning minions and waved his hand to signal them to come over. Give me the car keys and you guys wait here. Afterward, the two of them drove out of Dakian City to the outskirts of the city, in a wild mountain forest. Qin Ming stopped the car and came to the grass 1 kilometer away from the car, put his hands in his pockets and looked at Gongsun Xiao who was 10 meters away from him, waiting in a tight line, and said, Captain Gongsun, come on, let me see how powerful you are now. Chapter 18, Shocking Gongsun Xiao. Gongsun Xiao looked at the calm and bland Qin Ming opposite him, took a deep breath, whispered a sentence under his breath, and his aura around him climbed crazily. In just a few breaths of time, Gongsun Xiao's body was enveloped in black mist, and around him, sand flew and gusts of wind swept across the land. Trees rustled and pieces of green leaves fell. The hot sunlight was blocked at the moment, and a huge shadow of nearly 5 feet emerged, quickly transforming into a solid body that landed on the ground with a rumble, causing the ground to crack and the rocks to shake. The guardian spirit, not in the mold of an ancient general, but more like a scholarly man of letters, revealed his true face and held a show sword. A Class D Imperial Spiritist was even more powerful and terrifying than Lu Feng. Gongsun Xiao looked up at Qin Ming, his voice becoming hoarse at the moment as he said in a low voice, Qin Ming, let me see just how powerful your guardian spirit is. Being able to fight against an ordinary Imperial Spiritist with your bare hands. Qin Ming raised his head and surveyed Gongsun Xiao's guardian spirit for a moment, and let out a light laugh, sticking his hands in his pockets, forcing his way to the top. Li Xin, come out for some air. As the words fell, the scorching sun dissipated and the blood light rushed to the sky, shaking the mountains and rivers. Accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking, a 9-foot blood-colored armored figure descended with scarlet flames. The gigantic figure, draped with the aura of 9 ghosts, like a hellish god of death, looked down on Gongsun Xiao's guardian spirit. That terrifying pressure directly caused Gongsun Xiao's figure to go limp on the ground, and the guardian spirit behind him similarly revealed a look of humanized fear. Qin Ming's eyes transformed into scarlet blood pupils as he indifferently looked at Gongsun Xiao and contemptuously said, Captain Gongsun, how's it going? Do we need to make a move? Gongsun Xiao returned to his senses and revealed a bitter smile, shaking his head and hastily withdrawing his guardian spirit so as not to be startled. S-Class Zuni 9th rank guardian spirit, how is it possible? Qin Ming, quickly put your guardian spirit away. My legs are weak. Qin Ming snapped his fingers. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and Li Xian's figure disappeared. At this moment, Gongsun Xiao gasped for air, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. After a while, he regained some strength and got up with a mortified look on his face. He looked complexly at the bland-looking Qin Ming, inwardly sighing softly, somewhat regretting that he was unable to include Qin Ming in his headquarters. At the same time, he also understood that Qin Ming would rise without a doubt, and become the top powerhouse in China. A powerful existence that could truly shake the earth with a single stomp of the foot. With the 9th-ranked guardian spirit, coupled with that terrifying pressure, he didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying Qin Ming's true strength was. At the very least, in the headquarters, it was a terrifying existence that could be ranked at the front end. With this kind of imperial spiritist, the rules of the headquarters were not much use to him at all. He was silent for a moment, but opened his mouth to persuade. Qin Ming, I still hope that you can join the headquarters. With your natural strength, you will be able to better utilize the strength of the guardian spirit with the help of the headquarters. Qin Ming shook his head and refused. Captain Gongsun, I'm only revealing my bottom card to make the headquarters leave me alone, and at the same time to show my sincerity and that I don't mean any harm to the headquarters. I hope that you and I are the only ones who know what happened today. You should know what I mean. Qin Ming understands Gongsun Xiao as a person, a real good person, not entangled in selfishness, a good person who was bent on serving the people. Otherwise, with his strength, there was no way he could have died in the Soul Demon chaos. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Gongsun Xiao would not expose Qin Ming's bottom card, because once that happens, the headquarters will do whatever it takes to either subdue Qin Ming or obliterate him. If that were to happen, it would be a devastating disaster. If Qin Ming chose the battlefield in a city, at least one city, millions of people would be buried with him. I know, and I'd like you to agree to one condition. Gongsun Xiao was silent for a long time and opened his mouth. Talk, don't kill indiscriminately and wreak havoc on the living, or I will suppress you at all costs even if it costs me my life. Gongsun Xiao said with a serious face. Qin Ming nodded his head as a promise. At present, stabilizing Gongsun Xiao is the most important. When the pattern stabilizes and his plan succeeds, occupying a side of the city and being independent as the king, who can do anything about him in this world? Okay, I promise I won't lay a finger on ordinary innocents. Afterwards, Qin Ming drove Gongsun Xiao to the Municipal Public Security Bureau building and returned to the Thousand Forest Hotel. Qin Ming did not take Gongsun Xiao's warning to heart. It won't take long for him to realize that the national peace and civilized society he wants to maintain is just delusional. That's when Knife called. Master Qin, what about those 6 guys? Lock it up. You'll need it later. Qin Ming admonished and continued. Get ready. I'll help you unify the underground forces of Dichen City in 10 days. On the other end of the phone, Blade froze, then rejoiced and said excitedly, Master Qin, is there nothing wrong with being so quick? Don't worry, I have my own plans. Hanging up the phone, he sat down and sat down. His consciousness entered the jade seal of transmission, the scarlet heaven and earth, and followedly Xin to continue to learn the art of killing. Gongsun Xiao returned to the office floor that belonged exclusively to the Imperial Spiritists in a state of disorientation. Lu Heng's few people happened to be resolving the transcendent incident that had just occurred and collided head-on. Looking at Gongsun Xiao's appearance, the only female in the Spirit Sentinel squad, Chao Coco inquired with a puzzled face. Captain, didn't you go looking for Qin Ming? What happened? How did it turn out? A few others, likewise, looked at Gongsun Xiao with curiosity, waiting for him to explain. Gongsun Xiao glanced at a few people, shook his head, and was silent for a moment, barking out a sentence. No one is allowed to trouble Qin Ming in the future, especially you, Lu Hong. If you don't want to die, stay away from him. When these words came out, several people were shocked and looked at each other with even more doubts. Captain, what the hell is going on? Is that Qin Ming really terrifying? If he's extremely dangerous and even you can't fight against him, I think the best solution would be to call for help from the headquarters. Hu Wake, the more sensible and mature of the squad, spoke up. Gongsun Xiao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. He didn't want to cause a horrible war. Dealing with Qin Ming would require a price too great for ordinary people to bear. I have my own plans for this matter, so stay out of it, and don't blame me for anyone who disobeys orders. Gongsun Xiao solemnly warned and turned to leave, leaving behind a few people who were filled with confusion. What the hell does the captain mean? I've never seen him look like this before. Hu Wake frowned and said with a confused look at the few people. I don't know. A few others similarly shook their heads, not understanding what exactly Gongsun Xiao was afraid of. Even if Qin Ming was more powerful, in their hearts, he was still far inferior to the headquarters. Only Lu Hong remained silent, his face cloudy, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, Qin Ming's cell phone rang, and when he looked at it, it was Blade again. What is it? Master Qin, something's wrong, look outside. Qin Ming frowned and got up violently, coming to the floor-to-ceiling window. He then revealed a shocked look of some disbelief. Overnight, the entire Dacian city seemed to be in the middle of World War III, with smoke filling the air and buildings collapsing, banging along with monstrous dust, and pieces of ruins appearing. Chapter 19, The Coming of Chaos. In no time, ordinary people could be seen wailing miserably as they were crushed under the rubble of the collapsed building. A guardian spirit emitting a powerful soul aura appeared, looting and killing with impunity. What was once a bustling city now looks like an inferno of fire. Qin Ming's gaze looked not far away. Gongsun Xiao was leading a few Imperial Spiritists to suppress these guys who had just become Imperial Spiritists. However, there were too many Imperial Spiritists, thousands of them. Although they were all F-rank, E-rank Imperial Spiritists were simply difficult to suppress. Qin Ming muttered to himself with a slight frown on his brows. Could it be because of me that the full recovery has been brought forward? A truly chaotic world, much faster than the previous world. Master Qin, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. It's not good. There are Imperial Spiritists approaching Beijing, preparing to take over Beijing. Our ordinary thermal weapons can't stop them. Just then, Blade's anxious voice came. Qin Ming spoke calmly. They are still mortal. Find a way to stall them. I'll be right there. Qin Ming hung up the phone. As he intended to occupy Dacian City as his base, There was no way he was going to let these guys run amok and completely destroy Dakian City. According to the memories of his previous life, countless cities in China had been reduced to ruins overnight, reaching a point where they were difficult to repair, and were completely abandoned, becoming no man's land. After the pattern was stabilized, there were no more than 1 out of 10 cities left in the whole of China. And at this moment, outside the Thousand Forest Hotel, there were huge figures everywhere, emitting an appalling aura. White-robed scholars, fierce generals, hideous hulks full of bandits, even dainty embroiderers, and even centerfold men, wearing backpacking pants and crashing into buildings with iron mountain leans. Most of them are ordinary people at the bottom of the hierarchy, who get powerful and unleash their negative feelings towards the world and society with impunity, and grab wealth. In the face of police threats, they turned a blind eye, even resisted and killed. This kind of civilians who have been oppressed for a long time and suddenly get an outburst are even more cruel and don't care if you are an innocent or not. They just want to plunder what they want in the most direct way. At this moment, the Thousand Forest Hotel was also under a terrorist attack, and several guardian spirit figures were approaching. There are extremists who specialize in picking out the rich and killing them. Qin Ming paused for a moment, his eyes violently erupted with bloodlight, banging the floor-to-ceiling window, smashing the glass and leaping down from the 15th floor. Bang! The huge impact directly lifted up several feet of dust, and the ground cracked into a deep pit. Qin Ming patted the dust on his clothes and came to the ground. The commotion in this place attracted the attention of some sentinels, and after realizing that they were of the same kind, they usually did not make a move, only choosing to strike out at ordinary people to fulfill their own desires. Qin Ming arrived at the entrance of the hotel and found that Blade's Big G had long since become a mass of scrap metal. As for the few minions, they were crushed alive in the scrap metal and crushed to pieces. Suddenly, an F-class royal spiritist saw Qin Ming's figure and prepared to slap him to death like a tiger pouncing on him. Such imperial spirits are psychopaths, and exist with great vengeance against society. Qin Ming glanced at him, and with lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, he appeared directly in front of the imperial spiritist's main body, turning his palm into a fist and penetrating his heart chakra. Pust! Qin Ming withdrew his palm, wiped the blood on his torso, and quickly headed toward Beijing with speed beyond that of a mortal. Blade was useful to him, and Hundred View was now regarded by him as his own territory, and he would not allow others to get their hands on it. Qin Ming had just left, and that guardian spirit figure instantly dissipated, completely soul-crushing. The guardian spirit lives and dies with the host, and when the host dies, the guardian spirit dissipates. Not long after, Qin Ming arrived outside the 100 Scenes and saw 3 imperial spiritists, controlling their guardian spirits, eyeing the 100 Scenes. In the past, Beijing was heaven on earth and the land of the rich for them, and now they finally have the capital to enter and even occupy the place. Guys, let's take Beijing and we'll have whatever we want from now on. Ha ha ha, makes sense. Kill these guys? Old me used to get beaten up by them because I got drunk and groped a pussy's ass and paid 100,000. Mad. This is that what's-his-name Blade's turf, isn't it? Tell him to hurry up and get out and lick the soles of his shoes on his knees for me or I'll tear down 100 View. The 3 sentinels yelled and threatened nice minions who were confronting him outside with hot weapons. In the lobby, Brother Blade had an anxious, hateful face as he looked at these juniors. Each and every one of you. Which one of you has less money and beauty on weekdays? At the critical time none of you have become an imperial spiritist. Waste. Brother Blade had his hands behind his back, walking back and forth in front of a group of juniors with a grave expression. 2 sentinel candidates do exist in 100 View, but both are still communicating with their souls and have not succeeded. The 3 imperial spiritists outside were even yelling for him to go out and lick his shoes on his knees. When had he, Blade, ever suffered such an insult? No, I can't listen to this anymore. Give me the gun. First fight them. Knife snatched the longed pistol and cursed as he charged out. Seeing this, Xiaojiu hurriedly blocked in front of Brother Blade to seriously persuade him. Brother Blade, don't be impulsive. With Master Qin's speed, he'll soon be able to come over. We're powerless in the face of an imperial spiritist. Brother Blade, Sister Xiaojiu has a point. Bear with it. The 2 Long Day and Long Air also couldn't help but persuade. Just then, Qin Ming stuck his hands in his pockets and slowly approached Beijing. Seeing this, the 3 imperial spiritists frowned and drank coldly. Kid, what time is it? You even want to do pleasure seeking? Don't have any eyesight. Get lost. The imperial spiritist in the center turned around, and the figures behind him like mountain bandits stared coldly at Qin Ming. With just an order from his master, this guardian spirit would slash the little mole in front of him. Qin Ming looked at it faintly, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. Forget it, some trash. There's no use in taking in. As he spoke, his eyes flickered with scarlet bloodlight, and a wisp of flame overflowed from his body, which was exceptionally creepy. A spirit sentinel? Not bad, kid. How about joining us in getting bigger and stronger together? Seeing Qin Ming's soul aura erupt around him, the man in the center arrogantly spoke. The two men beside him were people he had pulled together along the way, ready to do something together. He, on the other hand, was an E-class Imperial Spiritist with a second-order soul spirit, which meant that he surpassed ordinary Imperial Spiritists and was strong. Qin Ming sneered, his hands in his pockets slowly reaching out as he looked at the trio and sneered. Just you? Some waste that doesn't accomplish much is all. People like you, even if you become an Imperial Spiritist, you're still waste. The first Imperial Spiritists to be eliminated by this era will definitely be you. What did you say? Looking for death. The man was furious and signaled his guardian spirit to hack Qin Ming to death. The 3-meter-long greatsword, chopping down from high in the sky, emitted a brilliant light and a terrifying power that caused gusts of distortion to appear in space. Qin Ming raised his head fiercely, his right hand was wrapped in blazing flames, and he fiercely punched his fist against the fury, clashing together. In the crowd's unbelievable gazes, the flaming fist light and the giant sword clashed together. Click! Accompanied by the sound of a weapon shattering, this guardian spirit's weapon was directly shattered by Qin Ming and snapped into two. Chapter 20, The Spirit Pavilion Imperial Spiritist. In the next moment, Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost, instantly approaching the man. Seeing this, his guardian spirit instantly blocked in front of him. However, Qin Ming's power was simply not something he could resist. Qin Ming let out a furious cry. His body's scarlet flames surged, and his eyes were covered in blood mist, making him look particularly evil and bizarre. In the man's horrified gaze, Qin Ming flew his guardian spirit away with a single blow, and with a pinch of his throat, he lifted him up high. This all happened too fast, so fast that the other two Imperial Spiritists were still in a daze, not agreeing to come over for a while. I said that people like you are still trash even if you become an Imperial Spiritist. The man made a noise, struggling frantically to no avail. His guardian spirit was even more afraid to approach when it saw its master being captured. The other two quickly pulled away, trembling as they watched the scene, not daring to strike at Qin Ming at all. The commotion in this place had long since attracted the attention of Blade and the others. The moment he came out, he saw the sight of Qin Ming radiating scarlet flames around his body and subduing the Imperial Spiritist with one hand. Master Qin, you're finally here. Why don't you quickly meet Master Qin? Brother Blade gave Qin Ming a complimentary smile, and then coldly looked at the many fearful minions and angrily rebuked them. Greetings, Master Qin. Qin Ming's eyes glanced icily at Blade and the others, and that glance caused them to feel as scornful as if they were facing an abyss. I am willing to submit. The man struggled. He was about to hold on, about to suffocate. The strong desire to survive made him drop his dignity and beg for mercy. Late. Qin Ming faintly spat out two words with a click. The man's neck was directly broken by Qin Ming, and his guardian spirit, with it, dissipated. The flaw of the Sentinel was too obvious, and that was that the main body was too weak and could easily be caught. In his previous life, there was someone who summoned an extremely terrifying guardian spirit, but unfortunately, he was actually assassinated. How ridiculous! And the end was extremely tragic. Seeing this, the other two Imperial Spiritists turned their heads and let the guardian spirit lead them to escape. Today, let the world know that there are some people that cannot be messed with. Qin Ming's body was bent, his paws glaring at the ground, and his blazing flames were unfolding with a bang. Rumble! The terrifying strength of his physical body directly lifted the ground slabs off the ground, while his body was quick and lightning fast, instantly brushing past the two guardian spirits. At that moment, the two huge figures froze in place, looking incredulously at the lifeless host in their arms. Pust! With the sound of a soul exploding, the two sentinels lost their breath, their guardian spirits returning to eternal silence with the death of their hosts. The commotion here attracted the attention of quite a few Imperial Spiritists, and looking at the figure of Qin Ming, who was instantly seconding the Imperial Spiritists, they were like seeing a demon as they hurriedly fled from this place and went to other places to plunder. Qin Ming got up, and as his eyes opened and closed, the bloodlight blaze receded and returned to normal. He glanced around faintly. These Imperial Spiritists didn't dare to come any closer. The deterrent was just right. Arriving at the entrance of the Thousand Forest Hotel, all of Blade's minions were fearful, lowering their heads and not daring to look directly at Qin Ming's figure. Master Qin, please. Blade was relatively calm. He had, after all, seen Qin Ming's guardian spirit, and it wasn't worth mentioning compared to what he was doing now. A line of minions returned to Parkview like a tidal wave, and the doors were closed. Arriving at the top floor room, Qin Ming sat on the center leather sofa, with Blade on his left, and Long Di and Long Air as well as Xiao Jiu on his right. Seeing Qin Ming pull out a cigarette, Blade hurriedly went forward to light it. If he didn't have the thigh of Qin Ming on his list, he wouldn't have been able to keep his by Jing at all. How's the damage? Qin Ming exhaled a mouthful of smoke and faintly inquired. Brother Blade sniffed, his face a bit gloomy. sighed lightly and shook his head. The losses were heavy, and all the other properties were destroyed. Except for Parkview. Qin Ming's brows furrowed slightly as a cold color flashed in his eyes. The chaos came early, which caught him a little off guard and disrupted his plans. Where's Hua Yuan? How is he? I don't know. The hospital where Hua Yuan is also suffered a terrorist attack. When Qin Ming heard this, he fiercely got up, exuding a horrifying aura of moroseness and terror around him, scaring a few people who fell to their knees and trembled. Drive me immediately. Nothing can happen to Hua Yuan. He is vital to my future plans. Yes, Master Qin. Blade hurriedly got up and led Qin Ming to the underground garage. With a rumble, the SUV lurched out of the underground garage and quickly rushed toward the hospital. Along the way, Qin Ming released Li Xian's aura recklessly, and that pressure from the powerful souls caused some of the Imperial spirits who were preparing to block the car to be terrified and hastily retreat. 10 minutes later, the SUV pulled up in front of the hospital. Qin Ming got out of the car and looked up. The entire hospital, the general building collapsed and became ruins. And there were even Imperial spiritists madly destroying the hospital, arrogantly venting the injustice they had once suffered in the hospital. There were even Imperial spirits controlling guardian spirits, grabbing hospital nurses and doctors, torturing them so hard that they tore people in half, blood and flesh flying all over the place. Get out! Qin Ming let out a monstrous roar. The terrifying sound wave overturned the ruins in front of him, and even more guardian spirits grabbed their hosts and fled under the shock of this terrifying sound. Qin Ming stepped into the ruins of the hospital, searching for Hua Yuan's figure. Half an hour later, all of the Imperial spiritists in the entire hospital fled, including those doctors and nurses who survived. All of them fled, leaving the building empty. Master Qin, that Hua Yuan won't be dead, right? Blade said cautiously as he gathered his courage. Impossible. Hua Yuan won't die so easily. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes and suddenly looked towards the back passage of the hospital. There, two figures sneaking around with holding Hua Yuan hostage were quickly escaping. Found you. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose in an evil smile. With a slight movement of his feet, his terrifying physical strength erupted as he leapt up, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters, landing in front of the duo with a rumble, blocking their way. Where would you two like to take Dr. Hua? Qin Ming's voice came from the dust, a pair of radiant blood eyes, emitting a faint blood light in the dust. The sound of light footsteps, step by step out, appeared in front of the grim-faced duo. Who are you that you dare to block our way? And do you know which organization we serve? The left side got the burly man to put down the unconscious Hua Yuan, stepped forward and said coldly, Jinling Pavilion? I know. Say it again. Put down Hua Yuan and leave your bodies intact. Qin Ming calmly said, approaching the three figures step by step. The visitor is not good. You go first. I'll meet this guy for a while. The burly man sniffed and smiled coldly, waving his hand to signal another man to take Hua Yuan away. He looked towards Qin Ming, whispered a sentence under his breath, and pinched his hand manually. In the next moment, a huge Dharma body emerged, 5 feet tall, a D-class Imperial spiritist. The figure, holding a spear and clad in Tang Dynasty armor, with a soul spirit glow around him, was clearly a Tang Dynasty general. Chapter 21 Rescuing Hua Yuan. The Jinling Pavilion comes to town. Kid, let me take a look at your guardian spirit and try to see how much weight you have. Knowing that we are from the Spirit Suppressor Pavilion, and you still dare to block us. Qin Ming glanced at the man who was leading Hua Yuan away, not bothering to entangle himself with this person. He directly erupted with lightning speed and prepared to cross over this person. His purpose was Hua Yuan. Killing the person in front of him would not do him any good. The burly man looked at Qin Ming's terrifying speed and laughed coldly as his guardian spirit leapt up and swung his huge spear, directly opening an indiscriminate attack. At that moment, the entire building's architecture collapsed with a crash. Flying sand and stones, hundreds of stone scraps were swept away by this force and smashed into Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes and dashed back to his original position once again. TSK, don't even dare to use your guardian spirit? What? Afraid I'll discover your identity? The burly man sneered and said contemptuously. His eyes playfully surveyed Qin Ming's face, and he really didn't have much of an impression. Qin Ming sighed softly, rubbing his temples with some headache, and said helplessly, I'm not willing to push myself into the limelight so quickly. Why are you guys always pushing me? Headquarters is. Junlinga is. What do you mean? The burly man looked at the fiery flames burning around Qin Ming's body and was vaguely uneasy inside. His guardian spirit leapt up and landed behind him, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming to avoid him from using his underhanded tricks. What do you mean? I mean kill you. I don't need to waste any time. The next moment, in the unbelievable gaze of the strong man, a 9-foot giant shadow came out from the ground's blood-colored aperture and landed on top of the earth with a rumble. Li Xian appeared in the world, holding a giant K, like a god of death. his gaze indifferent as he looked down on the strong man's guardian spirit. That terrifying aura, like waves, came one after another, spanning the void and shaking the only remaining tall buildings to fall down with a crash. How can? Before the strong man's words fell, Li Xian directly swung the giant K, and the terrifying sword chi erupted with substantial scarlet light, flashing across the sky. At that moment, along with the guardian spirit in front of him and the stout man's body, they directly turned into two halves and died in peace. The aftermath of the sword chi penetrated deep into the earth, lifting up tens of meters of deep pits. The man who had escaped with Huang was directly shaken by this aftermath and flew away, crashing into the ruins unconscious. Qin Ming snapped his fingers and Li Xian disappeared. He leapt up once more and landed beside Huang, picking him up with one hand and taking a step to another Jinling Pavilion Imperial Spiritist. Keep it useful. Qin Ming carried him like a chicken by the neck toward Blade, who was guarding the far end of the room. Blade's mouth was wide open at this moment, still not recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Let's go. Someone from the Spirit Suppressor Pavilion will soon descend here. It's not safe anymore. Qin Ming was temporarily unwilling to clash head-on with the Jinling Pavilion and the headquarters. Yes, Master Qin. Afterwards, Qin Ming threw the two of them in the back seat, accompanied by the car rumbling as it quickly left. As expected, half an hour after Qin Ming and the others left, three figures appeared directly out of thin air, surrounded by a substantial soul spirit aura, especially the man in the middle, with a cold face, robust body, clad in black robes, out of place with this era's dress, and his breath, even more so, with the 8th Order A-grade generals don't have a soul breath. Extremely terrifying. With his hands behind his back and his eyes emitting a faint starlight, he landed next to the stout man's corpse, dead. It seems that someone knew Huang's identity and went ahead and killed him. The man's low voice came out, and his gaze looked at the huge deep pit not far away, frowning as he looked at the fiery sword chi that had yet to dissipate. It's not simple, it's strong. Could it be HQ striking? The enchanting woman on the side spoke softly, her gaze indifferent as she surveyed her surroundings and guessed. Impossible. The headquarters can't vacate. It seems that this Dakian city has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Interesting. The man got up, glanced faintly at the dead strong man, and spat out two words icily. Waste. Let's go. The chaotic world has descended. It's not yet the time for the Jinling Pavilion to make a move. The powerful Imperial Spiritist who took away Huang will always surface on his own. There's no rush. As the words fell, the three figures turned into streams of light and quickly disappeared from this place. Qin Ming and the others quickly returned to Beijing and came to the top floor room. Qin Ming looked down on the city from the high floor. It had been destroyed for the most part and was miserable. There were even some Imperial Spiritists that began to strike each other to kill each other, erupting into extremely terrifying transcendent battles. The Battle of the Sentinels was extremely terrifying, with buildings collapsing and streets destroyed at every turn. But fortunately, these were just ordinary sentinels with limited destructive capabilities. Although Dakian City was destroyed, some special places remained intact. These places are all the territories of certain powerful families, which are guarded by spiritual masters and will not be affected at all. The ones who really suffered devastation were the common people, and the rich ones who didn't have a sentinel as a backer. Qin Ming turned around and looked at Huang, who had been thrown to the ground, and commanded, "Wake him up." Qin Ming sat on the sofa and spoke faintly. Long De walked out, pinched the position of the middle of the man of the residence Huang. Not long after, he had movement, gradually woke up. Huang looked around with confused eyes and touched the back of his head, only to feel raw pain. He remembers an Imperial Spiritist killing his way into the hospital and seeing an extremely scary scene before he was knocked unconscious. Knife? Knife? Huang looked at Brother Knife's respectful appearance, a little uncertain to test the inquiry. It was at this moment that he realized that in the position directly in front of him, a youth with a bland face and a ghostly cold aura was calmly surveying him. Huang got up and looked at Qin Ming suspiciously, frowning as he inquired, "And this is?" "Master Qin," Blade interjected, cautioning. Huang heard the words, surprised. The Knife Brother identity status in Dakian City is extremely prominent, even called a young man for the Qin Master. Qin Ming looked at Huang, his voice ancient and waveless as he faintly said, "Huang, you should know what's happening in the outside world. The global mutation, the Guardian Spirit era is coming, and the years to come will belong to the Imperial Spiritists. To tell you the truth, you have a Guardian Spirit, you just haven't awakened it yet. I can help you awaken it." Shock flashed across Huang's face as monstrous waves rippled within him. However, there was no doubt about the authenticity of the global mutation in Qin Ming's mouth. After all, he had witnessed those supernatural beings destroying the hospital. Huang was a smart man. Weighing the situation for a moment, he looked at Qin Ming and inquired, "Master Qin, you won't help me for free. I'm sure my guardian spirit is useful to you." Qin Ming revealed an appreciative smile and nodded. Yes, truth be told, I saved you for the purpose of having you serve me. Huang froze and tentatively inquired. What if I don't say yes? It's simple. I saved you. You owe me your life. Don't want to submit. Die. As he spoke, Qin Ming stretched out his right hand, and a purgatory flame blossomed violently. The scarlet light that shone on his face was particularly creepy and terrifying. Seeing this, Huang swallowed his saliva, his heart palpitating at this extraordinary means of Qin Ming. Chapter 22, Conquering Huang. Can I ask why it's me? Huang was silent for a moment, but still opened his mouth to ask about his inner doubts. There were so many spirit royalists appearing in the outside world. Qin Ming must have had a reason for choosing him. You have too many questions. Huang, I'll give you two choices, either die or submit. Qin Ming lightly clenched his palm and the flames disappeared as he coldly looked at Huang and said, he believed that there were few people in the world who would rather die than obey. The general trend is not a choice for Huang. Huang looked at Qin Ming's ice-cold face, then looked at Blade and the others with cold gazes, knowing that he wasn't joking. You do have a backbone yourself, but you don't want to die in a blur. What can you give me for submitting to you? Huang already had a choice within his heart, and in the face of the threat of death, he naturally wouldn't be stubborn to the end. You are a doctor, so I will show you a different field of medicine, the medicine of the transcendental world. Qin Ming said softly, slowly leaning back on the sofa. He wouldn't give too many promises, it was already a great gift to ensure they didn't die. It would be too greedy to covet more. Huang knew that Qin Ming had only drawn an illusory future, but feeling Qin Ming's ice-cold watching gaze, he sighed lightly inwardly. He then looked at Qin Ming and nodded. Yes, I am willing to follow Master Qin. Very well, those who recognize the time are wise. Huang, you won't regret today's choice. Qin Ming revealed a faint wisp of a smile and nodded. Master Qin, I wonder what my guardian spirit is. The moment Huang was willing to submit to Qin Ming, the depression within his heart stretched and he no longer dwelled on it. Instead, he quickly accepts this fact, looks to the future, and wonders who his guardian spirit is. Who were your ancestors? Qin Ming looked at Huang and opened his mouth to inquire. Huang pondered for a moment, revealing a proud demeanor and said frankly, Chinese divine doctor, Hua Tuo. Qin Ming looked at Huang with an inexplicable smile and did not say anything. Seeing this, Huang gradually realized what Qin Ming meant and said in shock, does Master Qin mean that my guardian spirit is my ancestor, Hua Tuo? Exactly. Huang, do you have an ancestral token from you Hua Tuo? Huang's pupils shrunk slightly as he sniffed and touched his shapely backpack. Yes, the Green Bag Sutra, the life's work of my ancestor Hua Tuo. I also rely on it to have the medical skills I have today, but the Green Bag Sutra is too arcane and complex, and what I have learned is less than 1/12 of a millionth of what my ancestors learned, so I am ashamed of my ancestors. Huang revealed a look of shame and sighed. His ancestor, who was a renowned miracle doctor in China, unfortunately died at the hands of Cao Cao. What a pity. Very well, I will assist you in awakening your guardian spirit, so that you can enjoy the landscape of the transcendent world of healing. Qin Ming got up and came to Huang, signaling him to pull out the green bag scripture. Huang hesitated for a moment, opened his backpack, and pulled out an ancient book from the crevice and handed it to Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at the ancient object, which still exuded the aura of age at the moment. His palm moved slightly, and the powerful force from the scarlet heaven and earth of the jade seal of transmission merged into the green sacred sutra, strongly awakening the sleeping Hua Tuo's soul. At that moment, the entire room emitted an eerie glow, and the temperature plummeted, creepy to the extreme. In the midst of Huang's incredulous gaze, he felt an inexplicable affinity and his blood boiled. An illusory figure, faintly visible, floated in front of him. The figure wasn't really tall, only about 10 feet in size, and didn't have much threatening power, but his role is far beyond what a powerful guardian spirit can replace. This kind belonged to special souls, and according to the setting, it could be an honored level soul, but its combat power was extremely weak. Hua Tuo's figure gradually materialized and snapped open his turquoise eyes to look at Huang. Between glances, Hua Tuo confirmed Huang's identity and quickly merged into him like a tidal wave. The terrifying impact directly caused Huang to faint and fall to the ground unconscious. Take care of him and let me know when he wakes up, Qin Ming commanded and turned to leave the room. Long hurriedly and carefully carried Huang to the sofa, quietly guarding his side. They all knew that Huang was extremely important to Qin Ming and didn't dare to make any mistakes. Not moving an inch, leaving the room, Qin Ming looked at Blade and said, take me to the student and the middle-aged man's room. Master Qin, follow me. Blade hurriedly led the way in front and headed for the 5th floor. Not long after, a few people came to a room where the student and the middle-aged man were hacking and playing games, at ease, as if the chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with them. Seeing Qin Ming's arrival, The two hurriedly put down their cell phones and the chicken legs in their mouths and stood up respectfully. What? Haven't you awakened your guardian spirit yet? Qin Ming said with a frown. The student and the middle-aged man looked at each other in dismay, hurriedly swallowing the chicken in their mouths and explaining tremblingly. Master Qin, we don't know what's going on. I've been holding it all day and sleeping. It just doesn't move. As he spoke, he carefully looked at Qin Ming, terrified inside. Qin Ming looked at the middle-aged man and took away the bronze tripod from the table in front of him, his arm emitting a faint ethereal light, sensing the soul sleeping in the bronze tripod. Suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply in puzzlement as he muttered to himself. Disappeared? What happened? I don't know, the middle-aged man said in fear, hastily kneeling down, his body trembling and restless. Could it be that the awakening failed? Having existed for too many years, the power left in the soul is not enough to support the transformation into a guardian spirit. Muttering to himself, Qin Ming threw the bronze tripod onto the desktop and then sensed the student's jade pendant, again with the same result. Pausing for a moment, Qin Ming's face did not change in the slightest and turned around to leave the room, leaving behind the shivering duo. Master Qin, what to do with these two? Blade inquired cautiously. It's useless. Pull them down, lock them up and use them as experiments. Qin Ming said expressionlessly, not caring whether the two were dead or alive. Go to the place where Lin Sinyu is being held. I want to see what has become of this former girlfriend of mine. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, and the hatred in his eyes hadn't gone away. Lin Sinyu's betrayal had killed him in his previous life, and death by 1,000 cuts was not enough to vent his hatred. Soon, a few people came to a darkly lit room and pushed it open as a foul odor came from it. Qin Ming covered his nose and signaled Blade to turn on the lights. The moment the lights turned on, Qin Ming froze. All that could be seen was an unclothed figure, huddled in a corner, shivering. A head of dirty hair, clumped together, blocked her face. The body looks dirty. The ground is full of dirty leakage, disgusting to the extreme. Inside there are also rats, worms, snakes and ants, constantly wriggling, making one's scalp numb. Master Qin, following your orders to keep her alive yet? Qin Ming revealed a satisfied smile and patted Blade's shoulder and said, well done. Lin Xin, you realized that a few people had appeared and remained unresponsive. Her mind had long since collapsed and she had become a complete lunatic. Chapter 23 Long-Term Plans. Leaving the room, Qin Ming took a deep breath and only felt refreshed. Send out the men and take advantage of the chaos to capture commoners and lock them up. I have a use for them. Qin Ming commanded a sentence. When Brother Blade heard this, although he didn't understand what Qin Ming's purpose was in arresting these ordinary people, he didn't dare to question anything and nodded his head in response. Just then, Qin Ming's cell phone rang. It's Gongsun Xiao calling. Qin Ming was not surprised. Gongsun Xiao was the head of the Imperial Spiritist Squad responsible for guarding Deqian City at the headquarters. Getting his phone number was not strange. Captain Gongsun, something wrong? Qin Ming spoke calmly. He probably guessed Gongsun Xiao's purpose for finding him this time. Qin Ming, help the headquarters suppress the Imperial Spiritist scourge. I can promise that the headquarters owes you a favor if you don't mess around. It definitely won't look for trouble from you in the future. Gongsun Xiao's anxious voice rang out. Captain Gongsun, can't you see the situation? When a new era descends, it's all about baptizing the past with blood and turning over a new chapter. You can't control it, and you can't control it either. Why waste any more energy? When the sky collapses, there is a tall man to hold it up. This is a stage that must be passed through when times change, and after the chaos has passed, it will naturally enter a new pattern. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Blade understood and hurriedly lit a huazi for Qin Ming. Between swallowing clouds and fog, Qin Ming and Gongsun Xiao talked. The chaos in Deqian City can't be suppressed at all, with thousands of Imperial Spiritists. Unless Qin Ming went all out and killed them all, it would be impossible to quell this Imperial Spiritist rebellion. But Qin Ming would definitely not do so. If he did, he would become a thorn in the side of all the major ancient lineages, hidden forces, and even the Jinling Pavilion and headquarters of the top Imperial Spiritist forces in Huaxia. I know, but there are things that someone has to do even if they don't make sense, and it's my duty, and I can't turn a blind eye. Gongsun Xiao on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time and responded with a light sigh. He is a smart man and naturally understands the simple and straightforward truth, but his sense of duty would not allow him to remain a spectator. Qin Ming stopped and took a deep breath of thick smoke, exhaling it before responding calmly. I can agree to step in on one condition. You say? Gongsun Xiao frowned, vaguely feeling that Qin Ming's appetite was not small. I want Deqian City. As soon as these words came out, Brother Blade and Xiao Jiu froze in place, looking incredulously at the bland-faced Qin Ming. Although Brother Knife is known as the half of the underground forces in Deqian City, he doesn't dare to fool around in the face of the official personnel, let alone asking for the whole Deqian City. He understands Qin Ming's meaning. which is equivalent to the ancient practice of ceding land as a king and becoming a party of vassals. Gongsun Shao on the opposite side similarly froze. His eyes flashed with unbelief, even suspecting that he had heard wrong. He gritted his teeth and said, "Word for word, I didn't hear you. Say it again. I want Dakian City." "You heard right. From now on, Dakian City belongs to me, Qin Ming, and no one is allowed to interfere. Understand?" Qin Ming, you're delusional. Wanting to revive the history of the plague of vassals? Absolutely impossible. Your appetite is too big. I'm afraid you can't swallow it. Gongsun Shao spoke coldly, his attitude changing drastically. Qin Ming's behavior was nothing short of treasonous and destructive to the pattern of China, and if he was allowed to open this can of worms, other imperial spiritist forces would likewise follow suit. This was something that the headquarters would never allow, and even the Jinling Pavilion wouldn't dare to call itself a cutthroat nowadays. Is that so? Then you wait for the complete destruction of Dakian City. With millions of people, I don't know how many will survive. Qin Ming's tone remained calm, not surprised by Gongsun Zhao's refusal. Even if Dakian City is destroyed, it still belongs to the headquarters and will never be let to you. Qin Ming, if you don't want to become a 1,000-year-old sinner, then put that thought to rest. Gongsun Shao angrily hung up the phone and changed his image, whispering angrily at Qin Ming for being a traitor to the country. Qin Ming looked at the hung-up phone and smiled, not surprised. Even he could guess Gongsun Zhao's furious appearance. He shook his head and whispered to himself, when the age of guardian spirits descended, the world had long been divided, so how could there be any talk of unification? What's more, I'm going to get his approval to unify not only Huaxia, but the entire planet. Qin Ming does not need others to understand himself, his path, to walk by himself. Why care about the views of others? Without this ambition, it would have been impossible for him to be recognized by the Jade Seal of Transmission. Master Qin. Blade wanted to say something and looked at Qin Ming. What? You think I'm acting treasonously too? Blade didn't speak, but dared not. I don't blame you, but I don't want there to be a next time. And if you question my decisions again, you won't have to follow me. Qin Ming walked forward alone, leaving behind an ice-cold sentence. Blade involuntarily shivered and slapped himself on the head, cursing angrily. Mud, what are you thinking? If it wasn't for Master Qin, you would have died a long time ago. Blade hastily put away his worthless patriotism and jogged to keep up. Twilight descended. The imperial spiritist scourge still continued, killing and slaying. The sound of buildings collapsing resounded, and the entire Dakian city was as if it was in a sea of purgatory and fire under the night. Qin Ming's few people stood on the roof of the building, quietly watching the scene. Qin Ming released a wisp of Li Xian's aura around him, causing these imperial spiritists to not dare to make a move against Bai Jing, and they all stayed away in fear. Master Qin, how long will this scourge last? Blade's face was complicated. Although he killed people like crazy, he didn't want his home to become a ruin. Maybe a month, maybe 6 months, not sure. Qin Ming shook his head and said, because of his rebirth, under the influence of the butterfly effect, the information he knew in his previous life was no longer accurate. 6 months? Blade gulped in fear. In just one day, 1/3 of the entire Dakian city was reduced to rubble. Half a year later, he didn't dare to imagine what the whole of China, or even the world, would become. Have the supplies you were told to prepare been prepared in advance? Qin Ming suddenly inquired. Don't worry, Master Qin, there's enough food for 1,000 people to eat and drink for 10 years without worrying, as well as 50 pickup trucks, 50 off-road vehicles, and a large amount of ordnance supplies. Qin Ming nodded, satisfied with Blade's performance. In addition, send people to move the hospital's various equipment and facilities, medical resources, and I'll leave a wisp of my aura on the automobile, so that these imperial spiritists won't dare to mess around. Qin Ming looked at the battles erupting all around and calmly said, Understood, Master Qin. Blade sighed softly and hurried off on his errand. There were nearly 100 more of his minions in the 100 views, the other juniors in the outside world, those who died, those who disappeared, and some who became sentinels, were even less likely to follow his orders. In a short time, 20 cars and 60 minions were assembled in the underground garage. Qin Ming came to the front of the crowd and violently erupted monstrous 9 specters flames around his body, leaving behind Li Xian's aura on the car with these juniors as a disguise. He looked at the horrified crowd and spoke calmly. Come back alive, and I promise you can all have this destructive, transcendent power. At these words, the crowd was ecstatic and clamored. Go, and remember, come back alive. Add a command. A car rumbled out of the underground garage and scattered in all directions. Chapter 24, January in a time of chaos. Master Qin, can you really allow us ordinary people to have guardian spirits and become spirit royalists as well? The Blade brothers were pleasantly surprised and hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. Of course. What? You don't believe me? Feeling Qin Ming's icy gaze, Brother Knife hurriedly shook his head in the negative and said with a fawning smile, I wouldn't dare. Of course I trust Master Qin. Well, let's go and see what the status of our most precious treasure, Hua Yuan, is. Qin Ming's confidence naturally stemmed from Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan, the words of his previous life, after awakening the guardian spirit, quickly researched the method of grafting souls, and even created a legion of imperial spiritists. This legion of sentinels is naturally different from the individual sentinels. The means of the Soul Sentinel Legion were extremely cruel, requiring the erasure of the soul's consciousness, and then transforming the new host into an obedient puppet, equivalent to a dead soldier, an army of souls that had no fear of death, and was extremely terrifying. In his previous life, the spirit-suppressing pavilion had used this method to sweep away everything. Coming to Hua Yuan's room, at this moment, he had already woken up, his face ecstatic, indulging in the awakening of the guardian spirit, and becoming more permeable to the healing arts in joy. Seeing Qin Ming and the others arrive, Hua Yuan hurriedly got up and looked at Qin Ming respectfully. Master Qin. Aha. Qin Ming came to the sofa and gestured for several people to all sit down without being formal. He looked at Hua Yuan and said, Hua Yuan, you awakened the guardian spirit. You should be clear about the mysteries about this world. I won't say any more nonsense. Work for me and I can make sure you get what you want and stay safe in this chaotic world. Don't worry, Master Qin. I know what I should do. Hua Yuan, don't say anything else, but I definitely won't go back on my word. Hua Yuan patted his chest and said with righteous assurance. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. He didn't need these people to be absolutely loyal, but if they dared to betray themselves, the only way out was death. Very well, Hua Yuan. I need you to utilize your medical skills and eat your way through harnessing the guardian spirits. Not only that, I want you to learn to take someone else's guardian spirit and graft it onto a normal person. In addition, I need an army of absolutely loyal guardian spirits. Understand? Qin Ming's words reached the ears of several people, and they were all shocked. This idea is simply out of this world and unheard of. After Hua Yuan was shocked, he began to internally analyze the feasibility in combination with his guardian. In the end, he got a result that terrified him, and that was Qin Ming's vision, which was completely feasible. Guardian spirits were indeed extremely powerful and terrifying, and ordinary people were simply unable to fight against them. However, there was an Achilles heel for the Sentinel, and that was the Sentinel proper. Although they possessed transcendent powers, ordinary Sentinels ultimately remained mortal flesh, much less able to escape the fate of 100 years of reincarnation. Only some special imperial spirits possess guardian spirits that are so powerful that they destroy the heavens and the earth. And these guardian spirits are so powerful that they break the mortal shackles and derive transcendent holy objects that can change the host's physical body to make up for this fatal flaw. This was the case with Qin Ming, who possessed the 9 underworld seas and could quench his body daily. Nowadays, his physical body had long since transcendentally transformed. Master Qin, the method you described is indeed possible. Great. If it works, I will change history and go down in history. Hua Yuan was so excited that his face flushed red as he said. Qin Ming smiled, his eyes so deep that one couldn't see what he was really thinking. He patted Hua Yuan on the shoulder and reminded again. Not only that, you can also research things to enhance the power of the guardian spirit, or even something else. Hua Yuan, don't fail me, and don't fail Hua Tuo's prestigious name. Hua Yuan nodded fiercely, then said with some distress. Master Qin, but all of these need to be experimented on. They need high-precision medical instruments, imperial spiritists, and even. He stole a glance at Qin Ming's face, and seeing that his expression remained unchanged, he continued, or even a large number of ordinary people. This kind of behavior, which is treacherous, can easily be criticized by the world and carry 1,000 curses. Don't worry, I can take care of all this for you. Just do your research in peace. After a moment's pause, Qin Ming looked at Blade and said, from now on, the 5th floor will be strictly guarded, and no one will be allowed to enter without my command. Pick off the hamstrings and feet of the sentinel and the man in the suit that were captured today. Sedate them for a long period of time, keep them in a semi-comatose state, and send them to Dr. Hua, and all my old classmates. Don't waste them. Blade sniffed, nodded, and said seriously, don't worry, Master Qin, with me, little dagger. It's foolproof. Don't worry, the instruments will be delivered to you tomorrow at the most. Qin Ming looked to Hua Yuan for assurance. Thanks, Master Qin. He. Satisfied, Hua Yuan rubbed his hands together a little impatiently to begin his experiment. The next day, of the 20 automobiles that had gone out, 3 were lost, and 17 returned without incident, bringing large quantities of supplies. The highly sophisticated medical instruments that Hua Yuan needed were likewise brought back. Hua Yuan's experiments, too, opened in an organized manner after the arrival of the medical equipment. 10 days later, the entire city was completely paralyzed. 90% of the streets were destroyed, supplies began to appear scarce, and more horrific burning and looting began. Not only did the imperial spiritists compete with each other for resources and territory, but there were also ordinary people who killed each other for a bite to eat and for a peaceful place. There are even imperial spiritists who treat ordinary people as slaves and take them under their wings to enjoy imperial service. Traffic was paralyzed, signals were greatly disrupted, and countless ordinary people fled to the countryside or other cities. However, when they arrived at the other cities, they saw even greater despair. A month later, the chaos gradually subsided, and the ruins were filled with ordinary people wandering around, pale and emaciated, looking for food in the ruins. Some of the more intact buildings were occupied by sentinels. Of course, in addition to 100 View, there were some special places that did not suffer from the waves. For example, the Yuan family manor, the police headquarters where the imperial spiritists were sheltered, and the lineage that had awakened multiple imperial spiritists, and so on. They all had their own long-term plans, not comparable to these ordinary imperial spiritists who had suddenly gained extraordinary powers and had been waiting for the right time, and as a result, large numbers of ordinary people flocked to these places for sheltered help. For the families, these ordinary people were just a liability, and they were directly suppressed with hot weapons, so that they did not dare to come close. The police headquarters took in a large number of refugees, but it was a drop in the bucket, not enough to change the mess. Outside of 100 View, a sandbag stood, and minions with long guns or even AKs patrolled day and night to avoid these ordinary people from breaking into 100 View. Even on the roofs of buildings, there are snipers watching day and night, coupled with the fact that Qin Ming released his soul aura if at all, deterring those ordinary royal souls. They did not dare to approach. Today, hundreds of refugees once again flocked outside the 100 Views, all blocking the outside of the 100 Views, praying to enter and be sheltered. Qin Ming sat in the magnificent room on the ground floor, quietly surveying the scene through the window. In this month's time, he had personally captured nearly 100 imperial spiritists and handed them over to Huang for experimentation, and had made considerable progress. Unfortunately, experimenting was too consuming for test subjects, especially those ordinary people who could not withstand this powerful guardian spirit power, and many died. Chapter 25, Drunken Men. Master Qin, do we need to drive them away? Brother Blade appeared behind Qin Ming and respectfully inquired. When they captured ordinary people for experiments, they chose to act in secret and did not act openly, otherwise it would be easy to attract the attention of others. No need. Saw a few acquaintances and went down for a walk. Qin Ming looked at two of the scruffy women and was surprised that they had survived until now. The duo is none other than Lin Xianyu's best friend, one of the real culprits who pushed for his death in the first place. Yes, Master Qin. The group then made their way to a bite of the lobby. Qin Ming waved his hand, and these hot weapon-wielding minions consciously made a path. Seeing all these menacing, hot weapons-wielding men respectfully make way, these refugees knew there was a big shot coming out. The moment Qin Ming appeared, they hurriedly knelt down and prayed for Qin Ming to give them a way out. With a humble look, "My lord, please, let us enter. I'm willing to work as an ox, no wages, just give me a bite to eat. Yes, my lord, I am doubly fit and can do much work. Please, take me, my lord, I can warm the bed and do anything." There were even young women, showing dirty skin, pleading. Qin Ming's gaze was calm as it landed on the astonished Lu Fangfang and Wang Yu. "You are Qin Ming?" Wang Yu was more and more certain that this youth with a deep temperament in front of her was none other than Qin Ming, and then she was inwardly ecstatic and excited, saying, Lu Fangfang even revealed a proud look, pushing away the little brother who was blocking them, and looked at Qin Ming and said, "Qin Ming, it's us, Xianyu's best friend. You remember, is Xianu in there? How come you're so powerful that you've become the master of this place? Great, quickly let us enter. This month has suffocated me, dirty, and stayed with these inferior people every day. So bad luck." Lu Fangfang's pathetic appearance disappeared, replaced by condescension, and the eyes that looked toward getting along with a companion all looked extraordinarily disgusted. "Yeah, they stink. Ha!" Wang Yu echoed a sentence, squeezing forward and approaching Qin Ming. Seeing this, these little brothers did not dare to stop them, fearing that the two women were really Qin Ming's friends. Qin Ming's eyes faintly and invisibly flashed a wisp of coldness as he looked to the side and said to Longdi, "Take them to Heart Rain and reunite the sisters." "Yes, Master Qin." Longdi stepped out and looked at the two women and said expressionlessly, "Please, both of you." He knew what happened to Lin Xinyu, so he naturally understood what Qin Ming meant. Seeing this, the two of them, Lu Fangfang, inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, at one time, they hadn't made a lot of cynical remarks in front of Qin Ming. It's even worse behind the scenes. The two women hurriedly followed Longdi into Beijing, Seeing this, the others flocked forward to enter Bai Jing, seeking refuge, but looking at the cold muzzles of these juniors, they didn't dare to go too far. At this very moment, an older woman holding her grandson squeezed over hard and pointed at Qin Ming. "Young man, you still have room here. Let my grandchildren and grandchildren enter, or I'll lie here at your door and not go away, eating, drinking, and spreading out. Look how cute my little grandson is. Just let us in. If you don't let us in, you are heartless and immoral, and you will be blamed by the world. Be a man, be kind-hearted, or you'll get what's coming to you." The older woman chattered on and on, with a tendency to stick around if she wasn't allowed to enter. He was silent as he looked at the crowd that had accused Qin Ming of being cold-blooded, listening to them as they stood on the moral high ground to kidnap him. He then waved his hand, signaling the minions to get out of the way. "Gentlemen, you have a point. We are all Yin Huang's children. How can we see death and save it? Those who are willing to come in, come in." Blade looked at Qin Ming's icy gaze and instantly comprehended. The others sniffed and rushed into 100 View in a hive. "Get out of my way. Can't you see that this young and talented lord has given us permission to enter? Oh, I'll remember you. You're the one with the meanest expression. Ha, geez, meet the good guys. Wow, it's gorgeous. TSK, 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 there's good food here, and good wine. God, this couch is so comfy. It's been a while since I've had a good night's rest and sleep." After these people got Qin Ming's promise to enter Bai Jing, they didn't see any outsiders at all, treating Bai Jing as if it was their own home, even eating and taking, fearing that they would be robbed. In a matter of minutes, the clean and tidy Parkview lobby became dirty and disheveled. Blade came to Qin Ming's side, bowed, and waited for Qin Ming's command. "After they've eaten and drunk, bring them all to the 5th floor and lock them up. They're all good stuff. Ah, can't starve to death. Understand?" "Understood, Master Qin." Blade nodded and instructed his little brother to keep an eye on these people to avoid them wandering off. Just as Qin Ming was about to return to Bai Jing, he was suddenly startled by a lazy groan. Turning around and looking for the source of the sound, he saw a man with long, disheveled hair lying beneath the stone lion outside the 100 Scenes at some point, carrying a gourd-shaped wine pot in his hand. Brother Blade noticed Qin Ming's strange appearance, and likewise noticed the slightly unkempt figure, frowning as he looked to the side of his little brother and inquired, "When did he get here?" Blade, we didn't find him." As soon as these words came out, Blade was immediately on alert, unconsciously taking half a step back. Qin Ming's gaze was fixed on the scruffy man who was shaking the jug and trying to pour wine in the empty jug without making a move. The soul aura on this person's body was terrifying, and the entire person appeared to be lazy and casual, but it was like a sharp sword that hid its sharpness, and it could erupt into a terrifying attack at any time. "Brother, do you have any wine?" The man got up, revealing a debauchedly handsome face that looked muddled, as if he hadn't yet woken up from his drink. He stumbled toward climbing the steps and approaching Qin Ming and the others. At that moment, many of the juniors' bodies were tense and nervous. Even the guns in their hands were trembling, and could go off at any time in general. Qin Ming waved his hand to signal these juniors to put away their weapons, sizing up the man with interest, and when he was a meter away from him, he smiled and opened his mouth. "There is, lots of it, more than you can drink, or even if there's no more wine here, I can grab it from somewhere else for you." Very good, I'm very satisfied. You provide me with a lifetime of wine. I'll hold down the place for you, how about it?" The man revealed a satisfied smile and came to Qin Ming's side, patting his shoulder and said, "That appearance, as if the next moment will spit Qin Ming all over the general." Scared the knife brother. A few people pull away also not pull also not. Qin Ming waved his hand to signal them to stand down and personally assisted the man into the lobby and placed him on the sofa. Looking to Blade, he commanded, "Do not hurry to bring the good wine." Brother Blade was unsure, but he still ordered his junior to bring out all the good wines that were treasured within 100 View. "I don't want foreign wine. That stuff, it's like horse piss. It's awful." The man sat up and leaned on the sofa with the same interest in looking at Qin Ming lazily said, Chapter 26, Green Lotus Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. "You're a bit interesting. I've been to several other forces, except for the headquarters of the Imperial Spiritist who had a better attitude. The others all treated me as if I were a dirty thing generally expelled. And you have some interesting, unique attitudes in the few paradises left in this chaotic world." Qin Ming sat down obediently and looked at the man in front of him who appeared to be muddled, but his eyes actually contained a horrifyingly refined light. Perhaps it was because of the same level of guardian spirit. Qin Ming discovered this person's extraordinary nature at a glance. "I wonder what to call it." Qin Ming smiled faintly and waved his hand to indicate those juniors who wanted to go forward when they saw the man disrespecting him. The man looked towards the coffee table full of fine wine, and got up violently, his eyes shining brightly, a terrifying aura unconsciously overflowing out. Apart from Qin Ming, none of the people around him could withstand this horrifying pressure. and all of them unconsciously retreated a few steps, showing a look of fear. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze sizing up the man with interest. Just a moment ago, that flash of soul aura was like an endless sea of swords, full of endless supreme sword intent, like a great river in the nine heavens, continuous, majestic and unrestrained. Li Changye. As he spoke, Li Changye filled his wine jug and took a satisfyingly large gulp, shaking the jug to signal Qin Ming to drink from it. Qin Ming smiled, not minding Li Changye's casual attitude. The reason others were not qualified and did not dare to be so reckless in front of him was because they did not have the capital to be reckless, but Li Changye had, and for such a strong person, Qin Ming would give himself enough respect. And at this moment, the moment Qin Ming heard the name Li Changye, he already knew his true identity. What? You're not curious about who I am, or rather, who my guardian spirit is? Li Changye stretched out his waist and lazily lay on the sofa, taking large gulps of booze, not caring in the slightest about who exactly was the master of 100 scenes. Qin Ming got up, his face gradually solemn, wandering slowly, said in a respectful and serious tone, "In the vault of the divine state, the sea of literature is vast, and among the 10,000 bright literary and military stars, there is one person, whose embroidered mouth is half of the flourishing Tang dynasty, and whose golden mouth is 1,000 famous sentences. 10 steps to kill a person. Thousands of miles do not leave a line. How domineering and wild words. The green mountains surrounded by closed seclusion. The road stepped on the Tsanlong into the faint. The wind and moon chanting a madman. The article today and in the past the total crisis. Li Bai. The poetry immortal. But I prefer another title. Li Tai Bai. The green lotus sword immortal." Qin Ming's gaze looked towards Li Changye, and the moment his words fell, the surrounding crowd were all shocked in place, sucking in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with unbelief. Li Changye got up and looked at Qin Ming's age-inappropriate behavior, somewhat unable to see through him. Intuition told him that the young man in front of him was dangerous, extremely dangerous. "Wonderful, Li Changye, nice to meet you." Li Changye's face was serious, and with an ancient salute, he arched his hand and said. Qin Ming smiled and responded with the same gentlemanly courtesy, introducing himself. "Qin Ming, Qin of Great Qin." When these words came out, the others were uncertain, not knowing what Qin Ming meant. On the other hand, Li Changye's pupils shrunk slightly, his gaze fixed dead center on Qin Ming as he didn't dare to speculate on Qin Ming's words, because the moral is horrible. "Qin Ming, you're a nice person. I don't really care how you are in the eyes of others, at least in my opinion. You're a person worth befriending. But most importantly, you have wine. Enough, ha 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 ha." Li Changye let out a wild laugh, and with his wine jug in hand, he drank with a bold and unrestrained back, really making people see that the ancient poetry immortal, as if he had come back to the world. Sword immortal Li Tai Bai, one of the world's top imperial spiritists. I didn't expect it to appear so soon, but fortunately, becoming a member of my command makes up for the lack of Hyakiai's battle power besides me. Li Changye's arrival caused Qin Ming to relax quite a bit. Just now, although Li Changye had not summoned his own guardian spirit, that wisp of aura reached the terrifying level of an exalted. His subsequent plan was to completely occupy the entire Dakian city, and some of the murderers who had gotten him killed would need to pay the price. "Yuan family," Qin Ming muttered to himself as his eyes erupted with an appalling fury. The Blade brothers were appalled and their hearts palpitated. Not long after, Qin Ming regained his composure and looked at Brother Blade to explain. "In the future, for Li Changye's requests, respond to them as they come. There is no need to be defensive. He is a trustworthy person." Most people who inherited a guardian spirit had a similar personality to his guardian spirit, otherwise it would be difficult to be recognized by the ancient spirit. "Understood, Master Qin," Blade said with a nod. "Well, continue to secretly arrest ordinary people. This kind of thing, it's better to keep a low profile as appropriate, so as not to become a target. Line up all the imperial spiritists within a 10-mile radius. It's time for the plan to begin." Qin Ming stood at the gate, on the steps, looking at the city that had been reduced to rubble, and faintly commanded, recovering from the rags, the rules and order that belonged to him. Qin Ming would open up a new life from the wreckage of a worn-out civilization. "I see, Master Qin. Do we need to continue collecting about food and the resources needed for life? Today's 100 King storage is already enough for the entire 100 King to live for 10 years. Qin Ming shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. The establishment of a new civilization doesn't take 10 years. In a year at the most, the world of civilization that belongs to me will rise from the ground, and Dakian City is just a springboard. Dagger, do your job well. Superhuman abilities, you'll have them soon enough." Upon hearing this, Blade's face was ecstatic. These days, he was envious of the abilities of these sentinel spiritists outside who were going around wreaking havoc, but it was a pity that he had no chance to awaken the guardian spirit. "Thank you, Master Qin." Blade thanked him excitedly. Don't worry, you're all my right-hand men. Follow me and witness the coming of my world, my time. Qin Ming opened his hands and felt the aura of this era of mutation, his face stretching and revealing a greedy look. Seeing this appearance of Qin Ming, Knife Brothers several people more and more afraid, to Qin Ming's all body marrow. The next day, Qin Ming came to the 5th floor and found Huang to ask about experimenting into the city. When he came to the lab, he saw an ordinary man being carried out, apparently dead. In the reinforced glass cover in front, a soul in armor had its limbs penetrated by chains covered with special runes, roaring madly and revealing a wailing look of pain from time to time. Seeing Qin Ming's arrival, Huang, who was wearing a protective suit, revealed his pale face and greeted him. Master Qin, you're here, how did it go? Qin Ming came in front of the reinforced glass, a ray of blazing flame flashed in his eyes, and that terrifying aura made the furious spirits instantly quiet and fearful. Soon, Master Qin, give me another month and the method of grafting souls will be successful. But, has been working on quite a few interesting contraptions along the way these days, Huang said excitedly, unable to wait to share his achievements in the transcendent realm. Oh, tell me. Qin Ming came to be interested and looked at Huang to inquire. Master Qin, do you see the golden runes on this chain? This is a good thing I developed with the blood of a spirit sentinel, fused with the soul essence combined with the green bag scripture, and when applied to an object, it can contain the power of the guardian spirit for a short period of time. Qin Ming looked at the chain and nodded with satisfaction. If it's applied to bullets, can't it also cause damage to imperial spiritists? That's for sure, Huang said with conviction. Chapter 27, Restoration of the Network, Entry of the Headquarters into the World. Not bad, some fun. Qin Ming was satisfied and signaled Huang to continue. Huang nodded and continued. I'll name this thing Binding Spirit. Hey, how about that? Huang hemmed and hawed, clearly satisfied with the research in the transcendent realm. Nice. Qin Ming nodded, and his palm gently landed on the reinforced glass cover. Under Huang's shocked gaze, Qin Ming's palm erupted with lurid fire, instantly melting the reinforced glass cover. The spirit looked at Qin Ming in horror, feeling Qin Ming's terrifying aura, and couldn't help but shiver, humanized fear showing in its eyes. Qin Ming turned a blind eye, his palm gently touched the spirit binding iron chain, and in an instant, a faint golden light flashed, and the soul spirit power emanated, invading Qin Ming's meridians like microbes in an attempt to block the soul spirit power. However, Qin Ming's body was too powerful nowadays, not weaker than an ordinary imperial spiritist in the slightest. The moment the spirit binding power invaded, it was engulfed by a scarlet flame. It's not bad, it's somewhat useful for ordinary imperial spiritists, but against powerful imperial spiritists, Huang, you still need to work harder. That's that. Huang shook inwardly, refreshing his perception of Qin Ming's power once again. Any more? Qin Ming withdrew his palm, his gaze faintly looking towards Huang. Huang pondered for a moment, picked up a porcelain vase from the tabletop and handed it to Qin Ming, saying, Master Qin, this thing I named the Devouring Yuan Dan. After swallowing it, it can enhance the power of the soul twice as much for a short period of time, but at a cost. Glancing at Qin Ming, he continued, the first time you take it, pay for 5 years of life. The second time, double it, 10 years of life. For the third time, if it was an ordinary imperial spiritist, it might have directly exploded and died. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, opened the bottle cap with interest, sniffed it, and nodded. Not bad, but it can continue to be improved. Huang was stunned and scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Don't worry, Master Qin, this is just the initial version created to study soul grafting. When I solve the soul grafting problem, I'll optimize the Yuan devouring pill so that it has fewer side effects. Qin Ming shook his head absently, playing with the porcelain vase, and said softly, Huang, you misunderstand my meaning. I mean it can be more powerful in efficacy, directly increasing the combat power of the imperial spiritist by several times. As for the side effects, that doesn't matter. Even if it is swallowed once, the side effects will explode the body. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? Qin Ming put down the porcelain bottle in his hand and patted Huang's shoulder with a faint smile that was puzzling to understand and said. At that moment, Huang only felt cold and numb. Looking at Qin Ming's indifferent and ghostly gaze, he understood that Qin Ming didn't care about the life and death of the imperial spiritist at all. What he wanted was to maximize his benefits. Ming, got it. Huang swallowed and responded respectfully. Well, you're smart and my right-hand man. The future is unlimited. I think you know what to do. Some things, some words, no need for me to say too clearly. Qin Ming knocked around a bit, his eyes looking to the corner of the lab. There's a ventilation duct there that leads to a deep underground pit dedicated to burying dead experiments. Understood, Master Qin. Don't worry, Huang said hurriedly, afraid that when he finished, he would be thrown down the ventilation duct by Qin Ming. Well, any more useful research? The purpose of Qin Ming's trip was originally to understand the progress of Huang's research. Now it seemed that Huang hadn't wasted some of the effort he'd put into taking him under his wing. Master Qin, I've also researched an electromagnetic induction field here. Using a magnetic field, it can make it impossible for the Imperial Spiritist to summon the Guardian Spirit for a short period of time, cutting off the induction between the host and the Guardian Spirit. The efficacy of this thing is much the same as that of the Binding Spirit. The difference is that this electromagnetic field is more powerful in its efficacy, but it's a bit troublesome to use. You need to not know the electromagnetic stakes in advance. Introduce the sentinel into the field, turn on the magnetic field, and then you can capture the sentinel. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the 1-meter-tall metal electromagnetic stake that Huang had carried out from the storage locker and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. With it, it will indeed be much more convenient to capture Imperial Spiritists in the future. Huang, you've done a good job, Qin Ming said with a smile, and then instructed a few words, telling him that if he had any needs, he could just directly notify Brother Blade, and they would all be satisfied as much as possible, whether it's money, beauty, or material things. Afterward, Qin Ming left the lab and returned to his room on the 6th floor. At that moment, Xiaojiao knocked on the door and came in. What is it? Qin Ming's body was currently being tempered by the 9 underworld seas, enduring monstrous pain, but on the surface it looks no different than usual. Now Qin Ming had long been used to this kind of pain, and even enjoyed it. Master Qin, the headquarters has restored the network. At these words, Qin Ming waved his hand to signal Xiaojiao to place the computer in his hand on the coffee table. Xiaojiao nodded and came to Qin Ming's body, opening his computer and logging on to microdynamics. At this moment, the entire hot list was full of news videos about the transcendental world. Qin Ming pulled up the hot list, full of humans who had survived and were surfing the web on their cell phones, talking frantically about it and even looking for information. The top trending searches on the Hot 100 list: global humanity plummets by 1/3. Why there are transcendents. Why the transcendentals were made sentinels. What exactly is a sentinel? The official Chinese Imperial Spiritist organization came out of nowhere and began to suppress the civilian Imperial Spiritists. Civilian sentinels are called upon to automatically register their submission with the sentinel divisions of the major cities, and any transgressions committed will not be blamed. On the 15th of August, a blood moon descends and a global mutation opens. Civil sentinels destroy cities. Qin Ming silently focused on the crazily bouncing hot search with a terrifyingly calm face. Suddenly, an official notice from the headquarters hit the list. For a limited period of 10 days, all folk sentinels must go to the sentinel branches in the major cities to register and be integrated into the system, or they will be killed. It's kind of interesting that history has really found changes under the butterfly effect. Qin Ming lit a huazi and whispered inwardly as he gulped down the clouds. It was all pretty much the same scene that happened in his previous life, just ahead of time. From the beginning, this sudden descent into chaos hit the headquarters hard, but it would soon react and establish a new order. But they thought too simply. Ordinary Imperial Spiritists were naturally easy to suppress, and even some official notices warning them would scare them into automatically submitting. However, some powerful Imperial Spiritists would choose to hibernate, secretly strengthen themselves, gather Imperial Spiritists, and form powerful forces. Before long, when the new pattern was completely solidified, even the headquarters could do nothing but acquiesce to the birth of these powerful forces. Master Qin, what should we do? Xiaojiao opened his mouth and inquired. There's no rush. There's still 10 days left, enough time for me to completely unify Great Xian City. At that time, even if the headquarters descends, there's nothing they can do to me. What's more, I, Qin Ming, am not a soft persimmon. If the headquarters wants to pinch me, it has to see how much it is willing to pay. Qin Ming said softly, still calm and collected. The whole of China is too big for the headquarters to take care of. Chapter 28, Submission? The phone call. Qin Ming's eyes focused on the hot list, inwardly calculating where to start. According to his memories from his previous life, the largest sentinel force in Daqian City was the Yuan family, followed by the sentinel squad led by Gongsun Shao. There are also a dozen other large and small lineages. Daqian City was only a small city, and there were no ancient forces, or lineages hibernating. This was good news for Qin Ming. At the moment, he was not willing to go head-to-head with these forces that possessed powerful Imperial Spiritists. Just then, Qin Ming's cell phone call rang. When he opened it, it was Gongsun Shao who called. Captain Gongsun, is something wrong? Qin Ming's icy voice came out. Gongsun Shao is now haggard. Qi deficiency, obviously for the Daqian City labor and hurt a lot. Qin Ming, have you seen the notice from headquarters? Saw it. return to the headquarters. I guarantee that you will be able to become the head of at least one city's Imperial Spiritist. And if you need it, I can recommend you to become the head of the Imperial Spiritist of Dakian City. How about it? Gongsun Zhao's tired voice came, his tone with a hint of supplication. His heart of the world's people, selfless, do not want the world's people to suffer again. In the depths of the fire, Qin Ming was silent for a moment, pretending to think, then said, I can't believe your verbal promises. The dragons and snakes in the headquarters are mixed up. The ones who really control everything are those ancient families. You're not qualified to represent them. Gongsun Zhao was slightly stunned, and sensing that Qin Ming's verbalization had loosened up, his face was slightly happy, and he hurriedly said, Qin Ming, believe me, I have a deep connection with one of the senior members of the headquarters. If you promise to return to the headquarters and serve them, I guarantee that the head of the Imperial Spiritists in Daqian City will definitely be you. How about it? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flashed slightly. He had not heard that Gongsun Zhao still had this relationship in his previous life, and now he was indeed a bit curious. Oh, tell me about it and see if you can convince me. Qin Ming adhered to the principle of understanding one more point of the opponent and tried. Gongsun Zhao was silent. He was not willing to use his power to suppress others. But now, in order to convince Qin Ming, he had to expose his backstage. His last name is Li, Li of the Tang dynasty. When these words came out, a shocked look appeared on Qin Ming's face, muttering under his breath, I see, it's him, this is one of the headquarters talkers. Good, I can promise you, but I need to eradicate some disobedient guys in Dakian City first for future management. Captain Gongsun, you will help me, right? Qin Ming's expression regained its calmness and said indifferently. Gongsun Zhao on the opposite side of the table heard this and frowned deeply, not knowing whether Qin Ming was sincerely willing to submit or whether he was just going along with the situation and pretending to do so. However, in the end, Gongsun Zhao still planned to take a gamble and trust Qin Ming. Good, I can promise you to help you suppress these disobedient Imperial Spiritists, but I need a 10-day period. After all, this is a promise from the headquarters. Once the 10 days are over, I'll help you unify Great Qian City. Also, you need to come to my place and register your own information for me to report to headquarters. When Qin Ming heard this, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing an icy smile. No, all the same, I need to see the sincerity of HQ, and I'll promise you that if you get the HQ appointment order for me first, you can't be. I don't even know who your guardian spirit really is. How can I report it to headquarters? Gongsun Zhao's tone suddenly raised, determined not to agree. Qin Ming didn't care. He was originally doing this to stabilize Gongsun Zhao. Captain Gongsun, I'll give you time to think about it. Weigh it yourself. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then forget it. Toodaloo. Qin Ming hung up the phone straight away. His eyes looked towards Xiao Jiao and commanded, command down. Except for those who are basically defending Beijing. Everyone else, go to Huang and claim the binding spirit and electromagnetic pile, and capture the Imperial Spiritists on a wide scale. Most of these sentinels who wandered around the city ravaging the city were ordinary sentinels. Truly powerful Imperial Spiritists, from the moment of their awakening, chose to hide their clumsiness and conceal themselves, and would not be so foolish. Therefore, Qin Ming's target was only ordinary Imperial Spiritists, and facing them, along with Huayuan's finished research product, there wasn't much danger as long as he was careful enough. Nine nodded and put the computer away and left the room. Qin Ming got up, extinguished his cigarette and came to the window, overlooking the city that had been reduced to ruins, his ghostly eyes flickering with cold flames. It's time to start. Meanwhile, Gongsun Zhao, who had been hung up on, became furious and slapped hard on the desktop. This Qin Ming is too arrogant. After a few moments, he regained his composure and revealed a look of distress. Qin Ming's guardian spirit was too powerful, so powerful that it refreshed his knowledge. This kind of terrifying Imperial Spiritist would be too costly to suppress. Even if he knew that Qin Ming might be deceiving him, he had to choose to believe it. Gongsun Zhao then dialed a string of mysterious numbers. My lord, something? A voice full of authority came from the other end of the line. My lord, an extremely powerful Imperial Spiritist has appeared in Dakian City, and the condition for his submission to the headquarters is to become the head of the Imperial Spiritists in Dakian City and take control of Dakian City. The man across from him was silent for a moment and spoke. Gongsun Zhao, you have always acted steadily. I believe in your choice. Organize and transmit his information to the headquarters. Naturally someone will verify it. If there is nothing wrong, I will agree. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Zhao inwardly lamented that he had indeed come. The headquarters was an official organization, and before admitting each Imperial Spiritist, all of his information would be verified clearly. and he would only pass if there were no problems. Not to mention the fact that the procedure would be even more complicated for such a position as the head of the city's imperial spiritists, a position of great power. What's wrong? Problem? The man on the opposite side sensed Gongsun Zhao's hesitation and opened his mouth. His condition was that he would agree to join headquarters only if they appointed him down. Gongsun Zhao finally spoke up against the pressure. As expected, an angry voice came. Nonsense, Gongsun Zhao. This is the appointment of the head of the city. How can it be so childish? My lord, I also know that this is not in line with the rules, but his guardian spirit is too powerful. It's probably an S-class exalted soul spirit. At these words, there was a brief silence on the other side of the phone. Once a soul had a title, whether it was at the general level or the honored one, there existed infinite possibilities and unlimited growth potential. Below the general level, the soul class was fixed and had no growth attributes. Of course, there were also some extremely special souls that could metamorphose and grow from the lowest level. The transcendent realm was too esoteric, and it was simply difficult to draw an accurate conclusion about it. I will open a high-level meeting to confer with the counselors and consider it carefully. After hanging up the phone, Gongsun Zhao inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief. At least there was hope for a peaceful resolution. I hope Qin Ming is not deceiving me. Otherwise, alas, Gongsun Zhao sighed softly, sorrowful to the extreme, and between his hair strands, there were already white hairs being born. Chapter 29, The Yi Family. At this moment, many of the minions were fully armed, and they left Beijing with the binding spirit and electromagnetic pillar fields, and began to capture ordinary sentinels. Qin Ming watched them leave, his face indifferent. Blade appeared from behind Qin Ming with a somewhat complicated expression. Ordinary people capturing a sentinel is already a 9-death situation, and these juniors, I don't know how many of them will come back alive. Little dagger. You have to remember that those who achieve great things do not take small things into consideration. The establishment of new eras all require a baptism of blood, and if they manage to survive by chance, they will gain transcendent power and possess the qualifications to witness the establishment of the era that belongs to me. Qin Ming turned around, patted Blade's shoulder expressionlessly, and continued, "You're my first beloved, destined to go down in history. Don't let me down." Understood, Master Qin. Brother Blade nodded and hurriedly said respectfully. Qin Ming's entire aura became more and more ethereal to the naked eye, and his personality was cold-blooded. This made Blade more and more in awe, scorn, and fear. It was as if he saw a blood-colored killing star rising above the ruins of the future chaos. Little dagger, call up 20 of your inner circle and leave with me in the SUV. It's time to settle these mole crickets that are hindering me from unifying Great Qian City. Blade sniffed and nodded, but then said with some concern, Master Qin, there won't be any chaos without you sitting in on Beijing, will there? As he spoke, he intentionally glanced at the half-awake, half-drunk Li Changye not far away. The corners of Li Changye's mouth rose slightly as he lay on the sofa and snored, not caring about Brother Blade's words. Qin Ming glanced at Li Changye and shook his head, saying, doubtful people are not to be used. Don't worry, go ahead and get ready, we'll leave in half an hour. Yes, Master Qin. Brother Blade respectfully left, and in the spacious room, only Qin Ming and Li Changye remained. Brother Li, after I leave, 100 scenery will trouble you to watch over it. Qin Ming got up and came to Li Changye and said, don't worry, even if an S-ranked exalted imperial spiritist appears, I can keep 100 scenery unharmed. Li Changye waved his hand carelessly, changed his position, and continued to huff and puff. Qin Ming smiled and turned to leave. Strong people, always maverick and unconventional. He didn't care about Li Changye's attitude, only his strength. If you are strong enough, you can gain his respect. Half an hour later, underground parking lot, accompanied by the roar of automobiles. A modified version of a large steel behemoth pickup truck at the forefront opened the way, followed by the remaining 9 black SUVs, leaving Beijing. Along the way, there are all the collapsed ruins and broken walls, as if going through a world war. Vaguely, some ordinary people could still be seen hiding in the collapsed buildings, struggling to survive. With the appearance of this magnificent caravan, it startled many ordinary refugees to come out from the ruins and watch in amazement. Some even ran out and asked for help from the convoy. Qin Ming naturally ignored it. Many of the roads ahead were blocked by collapsed buildings, and the first car tasked with opening the road, armed with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, did so with direct violence and deafening fire. This vast array of people attracted many people to take photos and upload them to the internet. They have difficulty in securing food and clothing, but they can't do without their cell phones, and they don't do without their gossip. Soon, about this fleet's perverse behavior, logged on the hot seat. Master Qin, we're on the hot search, Blade said as he handed Qin Ming his cell phone. Qin Ming glanced lightly at the title. Shocked, unknown forces with powerful weapons forced their way into the hardest hit areas. It's okay, don't worry about it, you'll be squeezed down in a while. As expected, the next moment, new hot searches hit the list, squeezing the video about this hot search down. What is the name of the closest power that has not suffered the waves of the Sentinels? Qin Ming sat in the back seat, closing his eyes and faintly inquiring. Blade, who was in charge of driving, looked at Xiao Jiao, who was on the co-pilot, and signaled her to report to Qin Ming. Master Qin, according to my little brother's probing these days, the map shows that the closest is the Yi family of Daqian City, a local enterprise that has been passed down for 100 years, with family assets of more than $1 billion, which can't be counted as the top family of Daqian City. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming opened his eyes that were flickering with a ghostly light. According to his memories from his previous life, his college class president Yi Lingqing was the daughter of the Yi family. During the time when the Imperial Spiritists were destroying the city in a big way, the Yi family had luckily awakened several Imperial Spiritists, so they hadn't been affected. However, 3 years later, the Yi family was still swallowed by the Yuan family. Yi Lingqing was even abused by the Yuan family's youngest master, Yuan Quan, and finally couldn't bear the humiliation and hanged herself. The reason why Qin Ming in his previous life survived the early days of the chaotic world was actually thanks to Yi Lingqing. It was her impartiality that took in many of her university classmates, including Qin Ming, who survived the initial chaos under the shelter of the Yi family. Well, let's go to Yes then. Qin Ming closed his eyes. His face was terrifyingly calm, and he didn't know what he was thinking inside. Meanwhile, the Yi family manor, in the gorgeous and extravagant villa, Qin Ming's former university classmates, gathered in a spacious room. In this chaotic world, pedestrians are having a party at the moment, so joyful. There were 18 people in total, including Wang Hu, singing, drinking, feasting and partying like it's the ultimate treat from the end of days. Yi Lingqing sat on the corner sofa, her clear and delicate face not really looking good. Not long after, a middle-aged man in the shape of a butler appeared behind her and said with a frown, "Miss, these classmates of yours are a bit anticlimactic, treating my Yi family like their own and being unscrupulous. The other day, they even broke into the master's study room and disturbed him." Yi Lingqing sighed softly inwardly when she heard this, and she also knew that it was inappropriate. Initially, she had taken in these classmates only because she couldn't bear to see them get caught in the chaos and lose their innocent lives. Who would have thought that they had gone from being cautious at the beginning to being unscrupulous now, acting recklessly in the Yi family? She had secretly warned these guys, but instead of listening, they morally kidnapped them, saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and that the Yi family had the responsibility to shelter them. Later, the Yi family couldn't stand it and was ready to forcefully expel them. Who would have thought that a few of them would have awakened their guardian spirits and become spirit sentinels? In this regard, Yi Lingqing was also helpless and did not dare to completely tear her face off, fearing that these guys would directly fish out of water and destroy the short-lived peace of her Yi family. However, the crowd led by Wang, who became more and more excessive, directly turning against the guests and repeatedly touching the Yi family's bottom line. To the Yi family servants, they come when called, even using her Yi family's first line as a servant. What does daddy mean? Yi Lingqing spoke softly, and the light of her watery eyes flashed with a cold color. She was kind-hearted, but by no means a coward. She would never be soft on these ungrateful people. The headquarters is now entering the world and issuing announcements. They won't be able to be arrogant for long. His lordship intends to send someone to the Imperial Spiritist branch in Daqian City to ask for help from the official Imperial Spiritists to expel them from the city, and I intend to personally travel to the Imperial Spiritist branch to show my sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingqing nodded without much comment. Chapter 30, Humanity's Dangerousness. Good. Yi Lingqing didn't say anything more. If he wasn't afraid of Wang Hu, Zhou Shen, and Su Lian, who had become royal spiritists, his Yi family would have expelled these wolfish things long ago. He really thinks that the Yi family can stand for 100 years in Daqian City and is a good persimmon to pinch. The butler saw that Yi Lingqing did not object and quietly left. Not long after, Wang Hu carried a bottle of red wine in his hand and drunkenly came to sit beside Yi Lingqing. If anything, deliberately approaching Yi Lingqing, breathing in the body fragrance emitted from her body. Yi Lingqing frowned her beautiful eyebrows and pulled away. Wang Hu, you're drunk. Squad leader, why don't you come along? Party together. It's the end of the day. Just in time. Wang Hu didn't care about Yi Lingqing's action, still moving his buttocks close to Yi Lingqing, his palm resting on Yi Lingqing's fragrant shoulder. Yi Lingqing's face was grim as he violently got up and changed his position. Wang Hu, please respect yourself. Gu. Look everyone, the good-natured class president is angry. Squad leader, you're not upset that we're at your house, are you? Alas, it must be. After all, there are so many of us. Food and drink expenses are quite large. Yi Dabanjian heartache it. He. I didn't expect that Yi Dabanjian's family is so big and powerful, but he can't tolerate ordinary people like us. Indeed, Capitalists are all the same kind of people. Various accusations reached Yi Lingqing's ears, causing her face to look increasingly ugly. There are even people who make videos and upload them on the internet to distort the facts and deliberately bring up the tempo. Right at this moment, Su Lian, the famous green tea from her university days, slowly came to Yi Lingqing's side and whispered with her ear, "Eldest Miss Yi, do you really think that we don't know about your Yi family's intention to ask for help from the Imperial Spiritist branch? Haven't you noticed that Zhou Xin has disappeared? TSK, University goddess figure, with a rich family and a stunningly beautiful appearance. People are envious of you, but it's a pity that, in this chaotic world, we ordinary people can also have the opportunity to step on your heads." Su Lian's undisguised ridicule instantly caused Yi Lingqing to explode in rage. Her delicate face flushed red, her eyes reddened, and her crystalline teardrops fell as she pointed at them, too angry to speak. You guys. Finally, Yi Lingqing slammed the door and left. Unconcealed arrogant laughter came from within the room, causing Yi Lingqing to tremble with anger even more. "Miss." Just then, one of the bodyguards walked away with a grim look on his face, a murderous look on his face. "What's wrong?" Yi Lingqing was vaguely uneasy inside and opened his mouth to inquire. "You steward, died." His old man drove just shortly after leaving the Yi family, was crushed by a crumbling building in the ruins. "I suspect that these dogs under the dead hand." "What?" Yi Lingqing was unsteady and directly collapsed on the ground, tears falling from her eyes. She could be said to have been brought up by the old housekeeper, and her feelings for him were more like family than family. At this moment, the anger and guilt within her had reached the extreme. "I'm the one who got Uncle Yu killed, and if I hadn't had my motherly heart overflowing in the first place, it wouldn't have led to the situation we're in now." Yi Lingqing was inwardly grieving, blaming herself and whispering, "And I felt sorry for her." The bodyguard hurriedly picked up Yi Lingqing and looked towards that room and said coldly, "Miss, it's not your fault. It's us who underestimated the ugliness of human nature. These people deserve to die in a chaotic world. They're the ones who killed the old housekeeper." Yi Lingqing wiped her tears and got up with strong support. "Let's go. I want to see father. I'll make them pay." And at this moment, Wang Hu and the others continued to rebel, not caring what the Yi family thought at all. They possessed 3 Imperial Spiritists, while the Yi family had only awakened 3 Imperial Spiritists. The Yi family couldn't do anything about them at all, and the group led by Wang Hu had long since begun planning to occupy the Yi family, or at worst, negotiate with the Yi family for an equal share of the Yi family. "Brother Wang, it's settled. That old thing can't be dead anymore." Just at this moment, Zhou Xin came from the door, sat on the side of Wang Hu, lit up a cigarette, and said smugly. Su Lian lay on top of Wang Hu with a flirtatious look and whispered, It's time to teach the Yi family a lesson, lest they be arrogant all day long and really think they're still the masters here." Wang Hu grabbed Su Lian's delicate body and stroked it recklessly, causing her to gasp audibly. "This is not enough. In a few more days, we will show down with the Yi family. If we don't let out half of the Yi family's industry, then the fish will die. We are barefoot. We are still afraid that he will not wear shoes. Ha ha ha." A few people recklessly plotted half of the Yi family's family business, looking forward to the future. At this moment, Yi family head Yi entered the study. He grimaced and looked at the 3 sentinels in front of him. "What do you think about this? 3 of you? Master, these guys are too much. Sooner or later they will fall out. It's better for us to strike first. The big deal is that the fish will die. We are not afraid." "Yeah, some ungrateful wolf cubs, all of them deserve to die. Killing steward you, them. No, we can't act impulsively. Once we have a falling out, my Yi family will be ruined. I don't know how many innocent people of the Yi family will lose their lives in the hands of those 3 dogs. I think we should contact the Dakian City Sentinel Division Sentinel as soon as possible to let them handle it." Upon hearing this, Yi Jin lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressing his inner rage. He was not alone, and needed to be responsible for the Yi family's upper and lower hundreds, and could not act impulsively. "Well, just follow Lao Si's words and ask the official Sentinel organization for help." Right at this moment, Yi Lingqing pushed the door in, her eyes red, and the moment she saw Yi Jin, she couldn't help it once again, her tears breaking the bank. "Father, I'm the one who killed Uncle Yu. It's all my fault. Woo woo woo. Xinger, it's not your fault. There's nothing wrong with you being kind-hearted. What's wrong is that we underestimate the complexity of human nature." Yi Jin heartily hugged Yi Lingqing and softly comforted him. The 3 Yi clan Imperial Spiritists likewise concurred. "Lingqing, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Yeah, they're definitely going to pay." At the same time, 10 black cars accompanied by a roaring sound stopped outside the Yi family manor. In these troubled times, it's downright strange to hear a car roar. The sound instantly caught the attention of several people, who hurried to the window and attached themselves to look. Only a neatly arranged giant pickup truck and 9 black SUVs stopped outside the Yi family manor. The giant pickup truck at the very front was also equipped with all kinds of heavy weapons. Extremely scary. This is. Yi Jin's face changed slightly, and his heart was vaguely uneasy. How could an automobile cross the ruins and come here at this period of time? Strange. Could it be someone from the Sentinel Division? Someone speculated. I don't know. All be careful. Go down and see what kind of god has come to my Yi family. Yi Jin instructed Yi Lingqing to stay in the study and not to leave. He then came downstairs with 3 sentinels, and dozens of bodyguards armed with pistols. Wang Hu and the others were similarly startled and surveyed the caravan upstairs with a curious look on their faces. Chapter 31, Will you bow down for me? Yi came into the gate, signaling his bodyguards to stand by, pistols loaded and aimed at the convoy. Instead, he stepped forward and cleared his throat to speak. I don't know which one of you has come to my Yi family. Why don't you come out and meet me? As the words fell, none of the other cars moved, except for the second car, where Knives shook his hideous flab and stepped down from the driver's seat. Close behind was the co-pilot, Xiao Ju, dressed in professional attire. He glanced at Yi Jin and had some impression of him. After all, the Yi family was considered a somewhat famous family. Brother Blade? How come it's you? You came to my Yi family for something? Yi Jin's face changed slightly, and the moment he saw Brother Blade, his heart grew more and more uneasy. This is a master who kills without blinking an eye, and in Dakian City, except for the Yuan family who can suppress him, his power is considered the greatest. Even now that the chaotic world had descended, he was still afraid of Brother Sword's mighty name. Brother Knife did not pay attention to Yi Jin, but respectfully came to the back seat, opened the car door and bent over. Master Qin, it's here. Yi Jin was shocked and curious as to who the existence that could make Brother Blade respectable was. Yi Lingqing and Wang Hu, among others, stared at the backseat position of the SUV with the same curiosity. With the moment a man dressed in black casual clothes with a cold face and a head of broken bangs appeared. Yi Lingqing and the others instantly froze and could not help but exclaim in shock. Qin Ming, it's actually you? This guy actually didn't die. Interesting, got rich and intentionally avoided Lao Zi. Didn't expect to send himself to the door today, Wang Hu said coldly, with a teasing look on his face. Yi Jin froze as he listened to the shocked cries from upstairs, and then remembered that Yi Lingqing had once mentioned that there was a boy who was often bullied and humiliated in the same class at the university, and his name was Qin Ming. He looked up and down at the calm-faced Qin Ming, and then glanced at Blade, who was behind him, respectfully, and couldn't connect the person in front of him with the Qin Ming that Yi Lingqing was talking about. What was even more terrifying was the faint ethereal coldness that unintentionally emanated from Qin Ming's body, which was too creepy. Even he, an old man, could not help but shiver and palpitate at this moment. Qin Ming, you're Lingqing's classmate? Yi Jin tentatively opened his mouth and inquired, not relaxing the slightest bit inside. The timing of the appearance of this line of people was too bizarre, and in an era where imperial spiritists were rampaging through the scourge, traveling through the ruins unharmed was not an ordinary person by any stretch of the imagination. At this moment, a group of black-suited minions with heavy weapons were neatly lined up behind Qin Ming, respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. That neatly arranged appearance was like an iron-blooded army. Qin Ming's eyes lightly glanced at Yi Lingqing and Wang Hu and the others, then he looked at Yi Jin and calmly said, Yes, for the sake of Yi Lingqing, I'll give your Yi family a chance to choose and submit to me. When these words came out, not only Yi Lingqing, Wang Hu and the others froze, even Yi Jin could not help but frown. Subsequently, he was furious inside. Wang Hu, these little brats plotting against his Yi family. This Qin Ming too, too much, when his Yi family is a soft persimmon? Qin Ming, right? I don't care what your relationship with Lingqing is, or who you really are, but if you think that you can act recklessly just because you got lucky and became a royal spiritist, then you're wrong. There are also royal spiritists in my Yi family. Yi Jin gritted his teeth and opened his mouth coldly, like a furious lion with a gloomy face. Behind him, 3 soul sentinels stepped forward, emitting a faint soul spirit aura around them, intimidating Qin Ming and the others. When Brother Blade and the others saw this, a wisp of disdain flashed in their eyes. They wouldn't have believed Qin Ming's power if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. However, it was by no means an ordinary soul sage that could be defeated. Qin Ming waved his hand to signal Blade and the others to wait in place as he took a step forward, his palm landing on top of the iron door. In the next moment, his eyes flashed a ray of scarlet, and he directly and violently ripped off the iron door and threw it into the distance. Looking for death. Kill him. Yi Jin coldly opened his mouth. Qin Ming's move at the drop of a hat was too much to put his Yi family in his eyes. Coupled with the death of Steward Yu, the Yi Jin of today was full of anger. The 3 imperial spiritists sniffed and instantly erupted their soul spirit power as a huge figure emerged out of thin air and landed on the ground with a rumble. Qin Ming's eyes calmly looked at the 3 spirit sentinel figures. The lowest rank F-rank sentinel? At this moment, Wang Hu and the others couldn't help but speak out and sneer. This Qin Ming it, Ha 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 ha, when the university was a goon. And now, Wang Hu's mockery was loud and deliberately reached the ears of the crowd. Blade and the others' faces sank as they looked at each other and tacitly backed away. With Qin Ming's vindictive nature, he felt that these guys who didn't know how to die would meet an end worse than death. Qin Ming hung his head low, scarlet light shrouded his eyes, and a strand of horrifying Nine Spectres flame exploded from the corner of his eyes with a bang. That terrifying aura caused the three Imperial Spiritists to be terrified inside, their bodies retreating uncontrollably. If you do not do so after honoring me, then don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. As the words fell, Qin Ming violently raised his head, his entire person looking demonic to the extreme, his palms wrapped in scarlet flames. Stop him! Yi Jin opened his mouth in alarm. The three Yi clan sentinels sniffed and controlled three huge radiant figures to kill Qin Ming. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, revealing disdain. The figure moved slightly, leaving behind scarlet residual shadows, instantly crossing over the three guardian spirits like a ghost, appearing before the sentinel's main body. Not good. How is that possible? Something's not right. He's not an ordinary sentinel. Pust. Qin Ming had grown too fast and too quickly. Comparing to before, today's him was even more terrifying. Facing an ordinary Imperial Spiritist and killing him with a single strike. With a flash of scarlet residual shadow, Qin Ming appeared in front of Yi Jin, and under the close proximity, Yi Jin's body trembled crazily as he felt the aura as if he were a god of death. He looked incredulously at the three Yi family spirit royalists, only to see that a hole burning with scarlet flames had appeared in all of their chests. Their guardian spirits, too, wailed into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth in their monstrous unwillingness. Qin Ming lifted his right hand, which was stained red with blood, and said expressionlessly, I told you I'd give you a chance, why don't you believe me? Seeing this, the Yi family's many bodyguards instantly opened fire on Qin Ming. The moment the bullets approached, a hazy figure flashed around Qin Ming, instantly melting all the bullets as if they had never appeared. Seeing this, Blade waved his hand, and minions with heavy weapons swarmed over the scene, instantly controlling it. Faced with the unequal suppression of hot weapons and the godlike Qin Ming, they instantly gave up their resistance in fear. I ask you once more, will you bow down for me? Submit. The instant that icy voice came, Yi Jin's legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees, muttering, my Yi family is willing to submit. Chapter 32 Live Killing. Qin Ming smiled faintly and patted Yi Jin's shoulder, his eyes looking at the anxious Yi Lingqing, then at the unbelieving Wang Hu and the others, and said carelessly, he who recognizes the time is a wise man. Here in my Qin Ming, there are no traitors, only dead people. You should understand that. Brushing past him, It's Ming slowly stepped forward and looked at Wang Hu and the others and said, Wang Hu, I'm here. Weren't you looking for me? Wang Hu sniffed and gulped, where he dared to answer. Instantly hiding back in his room, he looked at Su Lian Zhoushan and the two of them, his face grim, and said eagerly, this Qin Ming doesn't know what kind of luck he's had. He's even awakened a powerful guardian spirit. Without having to summon a guardian spirit, he'll be able to kill the Yi family's imperial spiritists in seconds. We're definitely no match for him. We used to bully him a lot in the past. He will definitely take revenge. Hurry up. Su Lian and Zhoushan nodded and directly summoned their respective guardian spirits, breaking through the walls and preparing to escape. The others saw this and spoke hastily. Wang Hu, what will we do if you guys leave? We're just ordinary people. We can't escape at all. Yeah. Wang Hu, take us away. When we bullied Qin Ming, I seem to have participated in it. Get lost. Some trash. What does it matter to us if you die or live? Wang Hu didn't bother to pay attention to a few people, directly controlling the guardian spirit to hold his body. He leaped down from the high building and fled into the distance. Su Lian Zhoushan and the two of them did the same. Three radiant figures more than 10 feet tall, accompanied by rumbling sounds, splashing up huge dust, fleeing into the distance. And at this moment, Qin Ming snapped his fingers. In a blink of an eye, a behemoth, wrapped in a heaven-destroying purgatory aura, descended into the world. Catch it back. As you wish, my lord. Li Xian responded with a sentence, taking a step across the Yi family manor and instantly disappearing in place. And where he left, the ground directly cracked open several meters of huge pits, hot magma, causing the ground to emit zippy sounds. The Yi family's crowd had long since been stunned and dumbfounded, with an inner fear that could not be described in words. These days, they had seen many imperial spiritists, but they had never seen such a behemoth, and with that honored aura, ordinary imperial spiritists were not qualified to compare. Yi Lingqing looked at Qin Ming, who dominated the lives and deaths of all of them, with a complicated gaze, and for a moment, 10,000 complicated emotions were set off within her heart. Is this the same cowardly youth he once was? Yi Lingqing muttered. Qin Ming's gaze looked towards the room where Wang Hu had left, and his figure flickered as he leapt up and landed on the 4th floor. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at the fearful and uneasy crowd, then surveyed the surly and extravagant scene around him, and laughed lightly. It's been a long time, my old classmate. Qin Ming, you are awesome, so great, simply my male god. Yeah, I used to think you were super handsome. Qin Ming, I've actually liked you for a long time. I was just too embarrassed to say it before. Qin Ming, we are willing to follow you. Qin Ming quietly watched the scene without saying a word, enjoying the fear from them. Right at this moment, Yi Lingqing pushed the door in, and for the first time after many years, she positively sized up Qin Ming up close. Qin Ming, long time no see. Yi Lingqing barely managed to squeeze out a smile, and inwardly, she was equally fearful and uneasy about the present-day Qin Ming, especially since he had just killed 3 of her own family's imperial spiritists. It made her even more at a loss as to how to face Qin Ming. Qin Ming sniffed and turned to look at this university goddess figure, whose face was still as beautiful as it had once been, and was the white moonlight of many people, including Qin Ming, who had once fantasized about it. It was hard to escape the mirth of adolescence, but now, Qin Ming's heart is as cold as a pond, and he won't be moved by anyone. It's been a long time, Yabanban. Qin Ming smiled and responded, then continued to speak. You don't mind if I borrow your room, do you? Yi Lingqing was slightly stunned, although she did not understand what Qin Ming meant by borrowing the room. But just now, she had seen her father, the head of the Yi family, express his submission with her own eyes, so how could she be qualified to refuse? Could be, Yi Lingqing said with a soft nod. Right at this moment, Blade and his group came upstairs, and he looked at Qin Ming and whispered, Master Qin, those guys have been captured and returned, bound with spirit-binding iron chains. What should we do with them? Take it back and waste it. Yes. Blade looked at Long De, signaling him to keep Wang Hu's trio in check. Yi Jin similarly came to the room, wondering what Qin Ming was planning to do. Qin Ming slowly came to the sofa and sat down, hooked his finger, and Blade attached himself. Pistol. Blade froze slightly, then handed Qin Ming a pistol. Seeing this, the others became more and more fearful, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, asking Qin Ming to let them go for the sake of their former classmate friendship. There were even people who were directly paralyzed with fear on the ground, and there were also people who were directly incontinent, stinking to high heaven. Right at this moment, Zhang Hao walked out with a cold face, holding his cell phone in his hand and aiming it at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I'm broadcasting live on the entire network. If you dare to kill us, you will definitely be punished by the law. The official organization of the Imperial Spiritists, the headquarters, has issued a notice to sort out the civil Imperial Spiritists. If you dare to act recklessly, the headquarters will not let you go, and the thousands of netizens on the internet will likewise not let you go. That's right, everyone look, it's this person. His name is Qin Ming. He's an orphan, mentally twisted and perverted. Becoming an Imperial Spiritist even kills innocents indiscriminately. All memorize his ugly face. Someone stepped out, and seeing that Qin Ming didn't say anything, he came to his heart and said loudly. Within moments, a large number of melon-eating netizens entered the live broadcast room, curious about what exactly Qin Ming was asking for. Qin Ming only felt extraordinarily naive towards their threats. He suddenly raised his pistol and aimed a shot at Zhang Hao, hitting the center of his eyebrow. In an instant, the entire room was silent. Only Zhang Hao, who had collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing crazily, his vitality fading rapidly with a strong unwillingness in his gaze. A few moments later, the entire room was in chaos, and the crowd, who had just been clamoring, huddled in the corner, shivering. The live feed transmitted the scene online, instantly creating a furor. Live streaming a murder, for the first time since the chaos, is extremely bad. There were those who accused Qin Ming of his behavior, those who fought for justice, and even those who were psychopaths and straight up cool. For their part, the Yi family members couldn't believe that Qin Ming dared to go against the world's wishes and kill people live in broad daylight. Carrying a pistol in his right hand, Qin Ming picked up the cell phone that was broadcasting live and set it on the coffee table, aiming it at the crowd. He then looked to the crowd and said, I'll allow one of you to leave alive for half an hour, and when that time is up, if I find more than one of you alive, all of you will die. Qin Ming's words fell without a trace of emotion, signaling his little brother to place all the pistols on the coffee table. 10 pistols, neatly arranged. All right, game on, the clock starts. As the words fell, Qin Ming turned around and left, regardless of the crowd's fear. Seeing this, Blade and the others hurriedly left right behind. Yi Jin and the others froze in place for a long time. Chapter 33 Yuan Family, Emissary of the Spirit Pavilion. As a reminder, if anyone else from your Yi family is still in this room in 10 seconds, there's no need to come out. In an instant, the Yi family's crowd fled this room with a crash. Even Yi Jin could not help but shiver and hurriedly pulled Yi Lingqing away. He was absolutely convinced that if he went against Qin Ming's words, they would die here. For sure. Under Yi Jin's guidance, Qin Ming and the others came to another room and waited quietly. From the beginning to the end, the Yi family members did not dare to open their mouths and say a word. Qin Ming is too scary. He kills people at the drop of a hat and won't reason with you at all. As for moral abduction, if Qin Ming was afraid of moral abduction, he wouldn't have allowed the live broadcast to open and live stream the killings. Master Qin, will this work against us? Blade said with some concern. Qin Ming held a cigarette in his hand, swallowing clouds and faintly said, no matter, I have my own plans. At the same time, the live broadcast of the murder incident instantly occupied the first place on the hot search list, and countless netizens flocked to it. There were even many great powers watching this scene. This act, a silent provocation against the laws of the old civilized order, was a declaration of war against the civilization of the age before the guardian spirits. Therefore, countless great powers were curious as to what the attitude of the headquarters was. The squad of imperial spiritists led by Gongsun Xiao was likewise paying attention to this live broadcast, their faces all gloomy and watery, lawless and arrogant, provoking order at headquarters. After a long time, Gongsun Xiao gritted his teeth and coldly spat out a few words. Captain, what should we do? Surround Qin Ming? Huang opened his mouth and inquired. Gongsun Xiao was silent and let out a light sigh of helplessness. In this era, they could no longer do anything in the face of a large number of chaotic imperial spirits, not to mention a terrifying existence like Qin Ming, a top spirit royalist with an exalted guardian spirit. Just then, Gongsun Xiao's phone rang. Gongsun Xiao, what's going on in Daqian City? Live streaming a murder? Do you know how bad the nature of this matter is? This is a blatant provocation of the legal order. An icy voice came from the other end of the phone. Accountability Gongsun Xiao. My lord, he is the Qin Ming I mentioned, a suspected S-class sentinel. Do you think we can do anything about him with this sentinel squad configuration? Gongsun Xiao calmly stated that he very much hoped that the headquarters could solve the trouble of Qin Ming for him. However, it was obvious that HQ was now too distracted to use an S-ranked imperial spiritist to fight against Qin Ming. It would be too costly. Unless Qin Ming committed treason or directly provoked the headquarters, only then could the headquarters go all out to suppress Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming was just testing the bottom line of the headquarters step by step, which made them helpless. Upon hearing this, the big man from the opposite side was silent for a moment before he finally opened his mouth. Try to minimize the impact of this matter. The headquarters is already rapidly suppressing the matter of the imperial spiritist riots around the world, and especially established law enforcement team will soon descend. You stabilize Qin Ming first, tell him that the headquarters agreed to his request, and that subsequent appointments will come down and take some time. Sensing the headquarters kicking the can down the road, Gongsun Xiao was not surprised. It wasn't that the headquarters didn't want to suppress Qin Ming, but there were far too many imperial spiritist scourges erupting across the country to manage. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Gongsun Xiao immediately called Qin Ming. Qin Ming, what's wrong with you? You promised me that you wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately and cause trouble indiscriminately. Are you reneging on your promise? Gongsun Xiao questioned Qin Ming. Words came. Qin Ming heard the words, face showed a faint smile, responded, Captain Gongsun, I'm not killing innocents indiscriminately, it's that they intend to plot against me. I'm resisting. Righteous resistance. Don't you slander indiscriminately, or I'll sue you for defamation. Qin Ming, you. Gongsun Xiao was furious. Qin Ming was too abominable as he spoke nonsense with his eyes open and reversed black and white. However, he understood that completely tearing his face off with Qin Ming would not do him any good, and would not do Daqian City any good. Alright, Qin Ming, I'll take that as self-defense. Immediately shut down the live broadcast and leave after settling the grudge. HQ has already agreed to your appointment, and you don't want to lose the chance to become the head of Daqian City, do you? Gongsun Xiao tried his best to suppress his inner anger and stabilize Qin Ming, saying, okay, I got it. Hang up before anything else. Hanging up the phone, Qin Ming looked at the time, almost half an hour, and across the room, gunshots were fired and chaos had broken out as these men were killing each other. Through the live broadcast method, several people could clearly see that the old classmates who were partying together an hour ago were now killing each other with extremely brutal means. Some failed to grab a pistol and simply snapped the necks of others with their mouths. In the face of the goddess they had once carefully cared for and knelt to lick, they were even the first to kill. This is the time when the ugliness of human nature is revealed to the fullest extent. Meanwhile, the Yuan family manor. This place was like a vacation resort in general, with a gorgeous pavilion standing, rockery and flowing water everywhere. Extremely extravagant and luxurious. In a certain council hall, the senior management of the Yuan family gathered. Similarly, following the live broadcast of the killing, the head of the Yuan family, a powerful imperial spiritist who had awakened a D-rank guardian spirit, was like a silent tiger as he quietly surveyed this cruel scene. He then waved his hand and signaled his men to shut down the broadcast. No longer interested. Gentlemen, what do you think of this? Yuan Ba, the head of the Yuan family, swept his gaze full of majesty over the crowd and said indifferently, "It's just a clown, using this way to gain attention. It's not something to be feared. To openly provoke the rules and order of the headquarters at a time when the headquarters has issued a notice is self-defeating. I don't think we should waste our time on such a small person. We should quickly plot how to reasonably occupy Dakian City. It makes sense. In the entire Great Qian City, my Yuan family is dominant, and even if the headquarters imperial spiritists have the intention to stop it, they will be unable to do so." Yuan Ba quietly listened to the discussion of the Yuan family members and did not interrupt. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ba gently tapped the table, and in an instant, the crowd immediately quieted down and a needle could be heard. Yuan Ba was originally the head of the Yuan family, and now that he was the strongest spirit sentinel of the Yuan family, his majesty was like a tiger, and the crowd did not dare to provoke him. "Gentlemen, the emergence of imperial spiritists can be traced back to many years ago. My Yuan family's roots are not deep, and in this chaotic world, it would be difficult to rely solely on the dozen or so imperial spiritists that the Yuan family has today to dominate a party." Yuan Ba voiced his concerns. At this moment, Yuan Ba's eyes looked towards Yuan Ao, the son of Yuan Ba's family, who was on his left-hand side. What do you think?" Yuan Ao's gloomy gaze swept over the crowd. He also had the fluke of awakening a royal spiritist, and was a grade E guardian spirit, also not to be underestimated. Two choices. The first is to defect to the headquarters. With your strength, father, and the majesty of my Yuan family, it shouldn't be difficult to retain my Yuan family's original power, but it's hard to become the head of Daqian City. The second, Jinling Pavilion. The Jinling Pavilion emissary is now in my Yuan family. Defecting to the Jinling Pavilion, they promised to give the Great Qian City to my Yuan family to take charge. Chapter 34, It's a shame you're dead again. When these words came out, the top management of the Yuan family looked at each other and whispered in an uproar. They preferred to take control of Dakian City on their own rather than defecting to any of the forces. But today's situation seems to make this idea very unrealistic. "Alright, I've already made up my mind. No need to discuss it." Just then, Yuan Ba opened his mouth, interrupting the crowd's discussion, then continued, "The headquarters is too complicated. Those ancient families in the imperial capital will not allow the Yuan family to take control of Dakian City at all. According to their overbearing character, even if they won't make a move against my Yuan family in a short period of time, when the situation in Huaxia is stabilized, they will surely try to find ways to break up my Yuan family, and destroy the sole existence that is a threat to the controllers of Dakian City. Therefore, defecting to the headquarters is unrealistic, and it will also likely cause my Yuan family's centuries-old foundation to be destroyed. I intend to defect to the Jinling Pavilion, and with the strength of the Jinling Pavilion, it can barely compete with the headquarters." No one objected to Yuan Ba's words, because it's the best option. Just then, the door to the conference room opened, and a robust man in a black robe walked slowly. His body was surrounded by a materialized soul-spirit glow, emitting an extremely powerful pressure that caused the hearts of the many senior members of the Yuan family to palpitate. Behind him, there followed a man and a woman. The man wore a black power suit and had a sinister face, giving the impression of a stern ghost. Female enchanting, the corners of the mouth always with if not smile, raise their hands and feet, as if they can move people's souls. Introducing, Lord Emissary of the Jinling Pavilion, 8th Order Class A Generalist Imperial Spiritist. Yuan Ba rose, showing a respectful expression, and gave up his seat at the head of the table. The man was like an ancient general, his eyes glowing with a faint ghostly light as he walked past the crowd, causing them to shiver with fear. He came to the first seat and slowly sat down, with the two men behind him standing on either side. Jinling Pavilion, Wang Xiao, nice to meet you. Wang Xiao opened his mouth indifferently, and wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to meet it, and all of them had heart palpitations. Since Master Yuan is willing to defect to my Jinling Pavilion, naturally, you are welcome. Don't worry, my Jinling Pavilion's promise is absolutely valid. Subsequently, Wang Xiao made a promise and at the same time hammered the Yuan family members to prevent them from not knowing the heights of heaven. He, on the other hand, was personally sitting on the Yuan family, preparing to help the Yuan family unify Great Qian City and drive Gongsun Xiao and the other HQ spirit royalists away from this place. Meanwhile, once half an hour's time arrived, Qin Ming got up and walked towards his room. The people behind him, following carefully, did not dare to exceed half a step. The door to the room was riddled with holes at the moment, a dozen bullet holes. Pushing open the door to the room, a strong, sickening odor of blood hit the room. As far as the eye could see, the ground was scarlet, and blood stained the floor. the sofa, the coffee table, the walls, and the marble table. The corpses fell all over the place, and some of them died extremely gruesome deaths, staring at each other with wide eyes, unable to rest in peace. In the corner position, a man holding a pistol seemed to cry and laugh. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his spirit was somewhat deranged as he growled at Qin Ming. I did it. I survived. Ha 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 ha. Great. He got up madly, trying to get through the crowd and escape the hellish room. Qin Ming looked at him fatally and kicked him back, hooking a finger. Knives hastily presented a pistol. With a bang, the cell phone that was broadcasting live instantly exploded, sending up smoke. He then pointed a pistol at the man with no expression on his face. At this moment, the man pretending to be crazy instantly came to his senses, glaring angrily at Qin Ming and growling. Qin Ming, what do you mean? I've succeeded. I've killed them. Oh, is that so? Good. I'm satisfied. I promise to spare your life. Countdown 3, 3, 2, 1. Look, I caught you again. What a shame. Qin Ming smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders, saying helplessly. At this moment, even Brother Blade looked at Qin Ming's back incredulously, and a chill ran down his spine. From the beginning to the end, Qin Ming had never thought of letting go of these old classmates he had once had, the ones who had bullied him. You! Bang! Qin Ming retrieved his pistol and threw it to Blade, turning away with an expressionless face. He didn't bother to listen to this person's nonsense. He killed people himself and never left any loose ends. Let him go? Delusional. He is a person who is vindictive. The only way to offend his own people is to die. This scene fell in the eyes of the Yi family, instantly creeping out their bones, looking at Qin Ming's figure with fear and uneasiness. Is this still Qin Ming? The pale-faced Yi Lingqing looked at the departing Qin Ming with a complicated gaze and muttered incredulously. As for Yi Jin, he was equally fearful. He had never seen such a murderous and decisive person. Lord of Chaos, such a person is best suited for this era. Yi Jin sighed softly and dismissed the idea of asking for help from the Soul Sentinel's headquarters. He didn't dare to gamble. Once he failed, with Qin Ming's character, he would never let a single blade of grass or tree of his Yi family survive. That bloody scene was too much for even him to bear, and he trembled inwardly. Coming downstairs, Qin Ming looked at Yi Jin with an expressionless face and warned, Yi family master, you should know what you should do. Don't let me down, or else your Yi family will be miserable with 100 people up and down. Afterward, Qin Ming got into his car without looking back and continued to purge the remaining family forces into Qian City. Watching the convoy leave, the Yi family members inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air as if they were drowning. Remember, everyone will rot everything that happened today in their stomachs, and will not be allowed to divulge a single bit of it, or else my entire Yi family will be doomed. Yi Jin looked at the crowd and coldly warned. He then looked at Yi Lingqing, inwardly thankful that Yi Lingqing was kind by nature and had made a karmic connection with Qin Ming. Otherwise, it would be hard for his Yi family to escape today. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Jin tentatively asked Yi Lingqing, Lingqing, what do you think of Qin Ming as a person? Yi Lingqing froze. Her first reaction was fear. Fear. Yi Jin could see what she was thinking and hastily corrected. I mean, the feeling between a man and a woman. Yi Lingqing reacted, swished her face red and lowered her head. Father, what feelings can I have for him? In the beginning, I just saw him pitiful and couldn't bear to see other people teaming up to bully him. That's why I often protected him. After so many years of not seeing each other, it's even more unlikely that there's any special male/female feelings. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin was a bit disappointed, but he was not too willing to curry favor with Qin Ming with his daughter's lifelong matters. After all, with Qin Ming's terror, women were at his fingertips for him. Forget it, my Yi family can only take one step at a time. Yi Jin was very bitter and said, in the face of this chaotic world, what could his Yi family do? Completely no resistance qualification. Yi Lingqing hung her head low, not knowing what she was thinking, and was silent. Chapter 35, The Last Enemy. The Yuan family. In the following week, Qin Ming led a convoy that swept through all the remaining forces in the entire Dakian city. All of the imperial spiritists they ran into along the way were not spared. Either take them alive or kill them. For a time, the entire Dakian city was on edge and everyone was in danger. Wherever the caravan passes, the living retreat, and the internet refers to the caravan as a death caravan. What Qin Ming did was intentionally captured on video and uploaded to the internet by someone with a good intention. It's just a shame that the same thing is happening all over the country, and gradually it's no longer shocking news. The 10th day, which is the deadline for the headquarters circular. If other folk Sentinelese no longer fail to register with the Sentinelese chapters in the major cities and submit, will be classified as dangerous and encountered by headquarters. And on this day, Qin Ming's convoy arrived outside the Yuan family villa. Looking at this luxurious place that covered dozens of square kilometers, Qin Ming's heart was moved. it's a good place for a new base. Parkview is still too small. The Yuan family villa's fence was towering. A 10-foot-high fence with thorns and wires connected to high-voltage electricity. The defense was tightly guarded, and it was simply not something that ordinary people could enter. Then there was the towering dark pavilion with a single cold gun pointed at the wall at all times. Should there be any windfall? When Qin Ming's convoy arrived here, it had already been discovered by the Yuan family's escorting bodyguards. In the most luxurious villa in the center, the Yuan family executives overlooked a car outside the fence. These jumping clowns, how dare they come to my Yuan family? Ridiculous. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous indeed. Wanting to unify the great Qian city with one's own strength, this kid is out of his mind. Alas, don't say that. People always have to have a dream. Without a dream, what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? Mocking disdainful voices echoed in the room, and they even ordered the bodyguards not to act rashly, wanting to see what these mole crickets wanted to do and have some fun. However, Yuan Ao frowned and looked at Yuan Ba and said vigilantly, "Father, don't you feel that something isn't quite right? It's reasonable to say that an ordinary imperial spiritist who dares to recklessly sweep through the forces of Diqian City and even kill innocents indiscriminately, with Gongsun Zhao's character, how could he turn a blind eye to it?" Yuan Ba nodded in agreement. "I am afraid that it is not an ordinary imperial spiritist. Otherwise Gongsun Zhao would not have chosen to watch from the sidelines. Still cannot understand. What in the end is his bottom line? Do you really think that my Yuan family is standing without a bit of backbone?" However, Yuan Ba did not worry too much, but behind him stood the Jinling Pavilion. The Jinling Pavilion emissary, a 9th rank a great imperial spiritist, and he would not be afraid no matter what cards the visitor had. "Men, go and try what this guy can do." Yuan Ba gave a command, and in a short while, 2 F-ranked imperial spiritists came to the courtyard and headed towards the door. At this time, Wang Zhao's trio was in another room, watching the scene with interest. "My lord, it's clear, the leader is called Qin Ming, with an ordinary background, but he is indeed an imperial spiritist, and colluded with this person named Brother Blade before the mutation began. Strange, he is likely to awaken the guardian spirit ahead of time spirit and become a sentinel." The shadowy man on the side looked at the information on the tablet in his hand and reported. Wang Zhao sat in front of the window, his gaze calmly surveying the convoy. Early awakening is not impossible, but if it really is an early awakening, his guardian spirit may not be simple. Let these guys try his level. If it is worth cultivating, the income of the Jinling Pavilion is not impossible. At this moment, the car door opened and Qin Ming got out of the car, his gaze indifferently looking towards the 2 F-class royal spiritists behind the large iron gate, as well as the attic that hid dozens of snipers on both sides. Yuan family. Qin Ming's indifferent eyes gradually became complicated, flashing a wisp of reminiscence. In his previous life, the Yuan family did succeed in taking control of Daqian City, and for a while there was a great deal of splendor. Similarly, the Yuan family was the biggest murderer who killed him. Lin Xin colluded with Yuan Ao, the youngest master of the Yuan family, and forced him to jump off the abyss of 10,000 feet. Almost all of his enemies from his previous life had fallen into his hands, dead or imprisoned. And this Yuan family is the last enemy. End this grudge, and all the things that happened in the past life, and call it a day. Qin Ming whispered a sentence, his eyes gradually becoming domineering and cold and merciless. There seems to be a powerful spirit sentinel in the Yuan family. The Jinling Pavilion? Qin Ming suddenly revealed a look of surprise, and it wasn't hard for him to guess the identity of the strong man hiding in the Yuan family. The Yuan family in the previous life had originally defected to the Jinlinga to have the scenery, causing the headquarters to not dare to make a strong move to suppress the Yuan family. "Who are you, trespassing into my Yuan family, looking for death?" The Yuan clan's imperial spiritist took a step forward, and behind him, his soul breath surged, and horrifying spectral light intertwined out, transforming into a 2-battle Dharma body that landed behind him with a bang. The powerful force kicked up gusts of dust, causing the ground to shake. The other imperial spiritist didn't say a word and directly summoned the guardian spirit, a general-like man holding a long spear with a rolling aura of fierceness and radiant light. Qin Ming revealed an icy cold smile, and in the gazes of the crowd, he stretched out his right hand, and a wisp of scarlet flames, like a fiery snake, wrapped around his arm and came out. The black and white pupils, which instantly turned into blood color, were as creepy as the evil ghosts of hell. "Summon your guardian spirit, or you can't stop it," the Yuan clan's royal spirit said coldly, extremely disdainful of Qin Ming. "Yes?" Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes flashed a ray of sarcasm. His figure instantly disappeared, and his terrifying strength merged into his fist, smashed hard on top of the 3-meter-high iron door. Rumble, accompanied by a loud clanging sound. The entire thousands of kilograms of iron door flew backwards, smashing into the 2 imperial spiritists. The guardian spirit behind him swung his lance, and a sweep directly lifted the iron door off the ground. It directly controlled the guardian spirit and struck out at Qin Ming. The 5 or 6 meter long spear, flashing with a rich soul aura, descended from the sky and smashed towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his head, invoking the 9 specters' flame to wrap his right foot in a roundhouse kick that directly clashed with the lance. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying power from Qin Ming's physical body, like a high-speed train, lifted the lance-wielding guardian spirit dozens of meters and smashed it against the wigwam. The other guardian spirits saw this and followed suit. That huge fist, tens of times bigger than Qin Ming's head, smashed in. More than power. I like it. Qin Ming smiled coldly and threw a pair of punches. Bang! That terrifying power directly tore apart the guardian spirit's arm. In the two people's horrified and unbelievable gazes, Qin Ming's silhouette left behind scarlet residual shadows, and with one hand and one head, he grabbed them and smashed them fiercely on the ground. Pust! In an instant, brain marrow and blood, white flowers sprinkled all over the ground, dead beyond repair. When the host dies, their guardian spirit can only dissipate into the world, even if it is unwilling to do so. Qin Ming got up and somewhat disgustedly wiped the blood from his fist, his gaze looking towards the room where the Yuan family's group of executives were. Chapter 36, Deterring the Yuan Family. What? Still watching the show? Qin Ming said carelessly with an icy smile on his face. Against these minions, he didn't even bother to use his guardian spirit. One is not willing to use the bull knife, and the other is to exercise their ability to kill. Strong, never greenhouse flowers, but from the killing. At this moment, it wasn't just Yuan Ba and the others who were shocked and couldn't believe that someone was fighting against the guardian spirit by virtue of their physical strength. Even Wang Xiao, the emissary of the spirit-suppressing pavilion, had his pupils shrink slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Somewhat interesting, although I can also manage to deal with these F-rank imperial spirits without utilizing my guardian spirit. It's difficult to do so as easily as he did. My lord, could it be that he has awakened a guardian spirit at the same level as you? The shadowy man at his side inquired suspiciously. He thought Qin Ming's gaze, from his initial contempt, gradually gripped. Not necessarily. It's possible that his guardian spirit is rather special and confuse itself with the host. If that's the case, defeating an F-ranked imperial spiritist isn't surprising. But what? The flirtatious woman inquired curiously, licking her red lips as she came to be interested in Qin Ming. After all, she was a big fan of the funny little fresh meat and watching them get on their knees in bed for her. It would be terrifying if his guardian spirit wasn't able to fuse with itself. It's like cultivating immortality. It's his own power. Legend has it that there are some emperor-level guardian spirits that are capable of deriving spirit objects, and the reason why our own power isn't bad is precisely because of the Pavilion Master Lord's guardian spirit's derivation of spirit object springs awe. Afterward, Wang Xiao shook his head again, vetoing the idea. Impossible. An emperor-level guardian spirit, which was awakened a long time ago, is not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth at all. If he possessed an emperor-level guardian spirit, wouldn't he be so mediocre? Wang Xiao spoke softly. However, he did come to be interested at the moment, his eyes closely sizing up Qin Ming, curious to see how he would respond next in the face of the Yuan family's attacking force. At this moment, the hearts of all the Yuan family members were palpitating, especially Yuan Ba, whose eyes were fierce, and whose aura was cold and horrifying. Feeling the provocative gaze from Qin Ming, he was even angrier inside. When had he himself, the head of the Yuan family, with hundreds of billions of assets, once been scorned by such a small person, informed the bodyguard to kill him? As the words fell, killing machines surged in the mountain villa. Without warning, the sniper with the silencer fired. Bullets came in all directions, and every single one of them was aimed at Qin Ming's fatal spot. Trick! Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes faded as flames erupted around his body, transforming into a blazing boundary. In that instant, all the buildings within 3 meters of the surrounding area, all melted away, simply unable to withstand this high temperature that surpassed cognition. Bullets close to the 3-meter range were similarly melted and turned into iron and fell to the ground. Qin Ming approached the Yuan family's main building step by step like an evil ghost coming out of purgatory. The ground was paved with marble floor tiles, surrounded by green grass, wigwams and flowing water, which directly melted the moment Qin Ming walked by. Yuan family master, don't use this kind of small trick to embarrass yourself. Make a move yourself, otherwise I'm afraid your Yuan family's hundreds of years of foundation will be ruined. As he spoke, Qin Ming arrogantly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes, which were shrouded in fiery flames grave, were heart-stopping and extremely terrifying. Make it happen. All the imperial spiritists of the Yuan family, come with me and show these jumping clowns what it means to be a bottom feeder. Yuan Ba opened his mouth coldly, leading the way, breaking the window from the 7th floor, his body surrounded by the ghostly light of souls. Rumble! The moment he fell, a terrifying sound resounded, and in the midst of the sky of dust, Yuan Ba landed safely on the ground, and behind him, a huge guardian spirit true body that was 5 battles tall emerged. The figure was surrounded by a ghostly light, exuding a sinister aura around it, and carried a pair of huge hammers on its back. The terrifying power directly lifted the ground into a huge crater. Immediately afterward, a guardian spirit appeared one after another, and in front of the guardian spirit, there was an imperial spiritist standing. The entire 13 imperial spiritists, under the mutual resonance of their powerful breaths, set off a terrifying hurricane, destroying the trees in the manor, the wigwam and the flowing water like a devastating destruction. Yuan Ao also appeared at Yuan Ba's side, and his guardian spirit was not simple, it was an E-class guardian spirit. This lineup was even more terrifying than the Deqian City Imperial Spiritist branch squad. At this time, Blade and the others had long been authorized by Qin Ming to drive their cars and hide in the distance to avoid being affected. Qin Ming's figure appeared very small in the center of this pair of huge guardian spirits. Qin Ming, do you really think that my Yuan family is like those forces in the outside world, allowing you to cover the sky with just your hands? Ridiculous. Yuan Ao spoke coldly, his tone extremely disdainful. Qin Ming sniffed and his gaze fell on Yuan Ao, whose appearance was no different from his previous life. Arrogant and contemptuous as always. Yuan Ao, it's time to end the grudge between you and me. Suddenly, Qin Ming spoke softly. Yuan Ao sniffed and frowned slightly, puzzled. A grudge between me and you? What? Did I your wife or kill your whole family? But it doesn't matter, because a little person like you isn't worth hanging on to. Yuan Ao's eyebrows stretched, no longer recalling memories about Qin Ming, and said with a cold smile. However, Yuan Ba felt the monstrous hatred from Qin Ming, although he was puzzled as to what his good oldest son had done to Qin Ming to hurt him. But today the scene, none of it matters. Kill Qin Ming and all the grudges will disappear. Kill him. Yuan Ba spoke coldly, and in an instant, 13 guardian spirits appeared at the same time, wrapping up a terrifying attack and killing towards Qin Ming's position. In the next moment, a bloodlight flashed by, and the temperature in the air instantly soared, making it scorchingly difficult to endure. Immediately after that, the 13 guardian spirit figures simultaneously flew backwards and smashed into the ruins. The villa, the earth shook unsteadily, and flames enveloped the earth, instantly sweeping through a 1,000-meter radius. A behemoth, rising out of the ground, like an ancient god, emitting endless blood-devouring gas, wrapped in a heaven-destroying atmosphere, standing behind Qin Ming. The moment Li Xian appeared, the Yuan family villa looked as small as a toy at this moment. Dang! The giant K landed on the ground, the flames swept around and steamed up, and the terrifying power directly caused the void to distort. The splattered stones shot off in all directions. At that moment, between heaven and earth, apart from the sound of flames burning, it was as if it had fallen into dead silence. Everyone, unbelievably, looked at the behemoth that exuded the aura of an honored one. The 13 guardian spirits, all of them could not stop trembling with terror. This was an aura crushing from a high-level guardian spirit, and they simply could not muster the heart to resist. Yuan Ba and the others directly sat paralyzed on the ground, staring up at Li Xian's figure with wide eyes, simply unable to believe their eyes. Wang Xiao got up violently and looked at Li Xian incredulously. His body could not stop falling back a few steps. 9th ranked exalted, S-ranked guardian spirit, how is that possible? Chapter 37 Exterminating the Yuan family. Negotiation. The two people beside Wang Xiao are even worse, no longer calm and composed. All they want to do at the moment is escape. Exalted soul spirit. Even my Jinling pavilion doesn't have several exalted soul spirits, so how could it appear in a person of little renown? The shadowy man muttered and spoke, his pupils filled with terror, fear. In the entire Jinling pavilion, there were only the 4 great reverends, the 2 great saints, plus the Jinling pavilion's master, that emperor. And the aura that Li Xian emitted was even more terrifying and powerful than any of the 4 great venerable existences of the Jinling pavilion. Damn! The person who snatched Hua Yuan is him. Deqian City is finished. The honored one occupies a side of the city. The headquarters simply can't intervene. Otherwise it will be a battle that destroys the sky and the earth. The whole city. Millions of living beings. No one can survive. Wang Xiao muttered and opened his mouth, scornful of the exalted imperial spiritist. A guardian spirit with a title could no longer divide its strength by a specific realm, and whether it was powerful or not lay more in the imperial spiritist himself. As for Qin Ming's main body strength, it was obviously not that simple. At this moment, Qin Ming's eyes looked indifferently at the Yuan family's crowd and opened his mouth icily. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. For the Yuan family, Qin Ming didn't even have the heart to suppress it for experimentation at the moment. In today's era, the last thing that was lacking was spirit sentinels, so why would he need to waste his time on them? As you wish, my lord. Li Xian lightly responded with a sentence. Pulling out the huge K set into the ground with a bang, A sword, a little friend, terrifying power, directly overthrowing the low-grade guardian spirit. Everything. Escape. Yuan Ba opened his mouth in horror, not caring about his image, and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Qin Ming's palm moved slightly and dozens of stones fell into his hands, shooting through the air. It instantly shattered their knees, causing them to fall to the ground and wail in pain. As for those guardian spirits, they finally chose to swarm Li Xin, preparing to beat him up in a group. When Li Xin saw this, a wisp of disdain flashed in his eyes. A nameless person is not worthy of leaving a name. Li Xin faintly spat out a few words, and in the instant they swarmed up. The giant K swept across, and the terrifying sword chi penetrated through their soul-spirit bodies, instantly destroying all the guardian spirits. Afterward, he slowly came to the front of a villa, his eyes shrouded in fiery flames, grave, quietly looking at Wang Xiao. Wang Zhao's body stiffened, revealing an ugly smile, and for a moment, it was neither a good idea to flee, nor a good idea not to flee. The aura of the guardian spirit in you seems good. Summon it to fight me. Li Xin opened his mouth. He had never really fought a battle since he recovered, and the ones he bumped into were all ants that didn't deserve his seriousness. The aura on Wang Zhao's body aroused his interest. Wang Xiao revealed a wisp of a bitter smile. He knew that his guardian spirit was definitely no match for an exalted level guardian spirit, not to mention the fact that Qin Ming's original body was already so powerful. His guardian spirit would only be more terrifying than a normal exalted guardian spirit. Qin Ming lightly glanced at the three of them. Li Xin and Wang Xiao turned around and came to Yuan Ao's body and stomped on his chest, the terrifying force directly causing his breathing to stop and blood to spurt out of his mouth. Yuan Ao, I said that today. Between you and me, the grudge is over. Yuan Ao wailed with a hint of confusion. He simply couldn't remember when he had provoked Qin Ming. Adverse son, so it's you who provoked this lord. You damn well deserve to die. If I had known this day, I should have held back and shot you on the wall in the first place. Yuan Ba cursed angrily, and he turned a blind eye to some of Yuan Ao's previous outlandish behavior. After all, as an ancient family, he was already above ordinary people, so would he care? However, now, when Yuan Ao had invited a great enemy for his Yuan family and brought about its destruction, Yuan Ba regretted that he should not have allowed Yuan Ao to act arbitrarily. Yuan Ao was still in a daze. He was certain that he had never messed with Qin Ming, and he had no impression of his appearance at all. Great Lord, I Yuan Ao never messed with you. Right, if you are willing to let me go, I am willing to. Poof. Qin Ming pinched off Yuan Ao's neck and directly tore his head off hard, throwing Yuan Ao's dead head into the distance. He looked at the other terrified Yuan clan imperial spiritists, who were all frantically begging for forgiveness at the moment, even breaking away from the Yuan clan and submitting to Qin Ming. Some sentinel who scraps his guardian spirit is a waste to live. Qin Ming's hands erupted with horrifying flames, directly engulfing them and burning them alive. When it was Yuan Ba's turn, he looked at Qin Ming with a sincere face and said with a serious expression, "This lord, it's Yuan Ao's evil son who has provoked you. Today, I, Yuan Ba, cut my robe and sever the father-son relationship with him. From now on, I'm me and he's him." Qin Ming couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile as he watched the scene. The head of the Yuan family, the unattainable, towering figure he could not hope to reach in his previous life, was nothing more than a clown who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Qin Ming turned around and walked slowly towards the villa where the three Wangshao people were. When Yuan Ba saw this, he was ecstatic inside, thinking that he had survived. In the next moment, a fiery flame landed on top of his body, and miserable wails echoed through the manor. Qin Ming's body sunk slightly, his legs erupted with terrifying strength, and he leaped up with a rumble like a cannonball, jumping up to the 7th floor. Bang! The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window exploded, and immediately afterward, Qin Ming's figure landed on the ground and came in front of the three Wangshao people. Watching this scene, the three of them gulped, backing away and interfere and pulling back some distance. The aura around Qin Ming was too appalling, leading them to feel chills. The Spirit Suppression Pavilion? Qin Ming came to the sofa and sat down with an expressionless face. Beyond the shattered window, a figure of a grave shrouded in blazing flames stood with a monstrous intimidating power. Yes, Jinling Pavilion Emissary, Wang Xiao, meet Lord. Wang Xiao calmed his inner fear and opened his mouth to respectfully reply. Looking at Qin Ming's young appearance, Wang Xiao suspected in his eyes that those guys in the Jinling Pavilion who were responsible for the intelligence network had been lazy and had not even investigated such a terrifying existence. However, at this moment, although Wang Xiao was afraid of Qin Ming, he was not worried about his life and death. Behind him was the Jinling Pavilion, and as an emissary of the Jinling Pavilion, he represented it. If Qin Ming dared to kill him, he would be completely turning his back on the Jinling Pavilion. It's not a smart choice. You, Jinling Pavilion, have come to Daqian City, Are you preparing to subdue the Yuan family and take Dakian City as your own? Qin Ming opened his mouth carelessly and inquired. When these words came out, the three people's faces changed slightly. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, Qin Ming mused. He knew that he could not completely fall out with the headquarters, Junling Pavilion for the time being, at least, until he had awakened the other guardian spirits and had the qualifications to fight against the spirit-suppressing pavilion and the headquarters. He couldn't. Otherwise, the two top forces, once they surrounded him with all their might, all of his plans would come to naught. In this chaotic world, people are not ruthless, cannot stand firm, but ruthless over the top, will only become a target, would show and the forest wind will destroy. The Junling Pavilion and I can be partners or enemies. Wang Xiao, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao was certain that he would be able to leave alive today, so he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded his head with a serious face. What Your Excellency said is reasonable. You have no grievances or enmity with my Junling Pavilion. There is no need to form an indelible bond. Chapter 38 Li Xian vs. Wang Yanjiang. Qin Ming revealed a satisfied smile and continued. Very well, Daqian City. I'll take it. I hope the Junling Pavilion won't interfere. Otherwise, with my strength, there are many choices. You understand. One more ally is better than one more enemy. Wang Xiao frowned, knowing that Daqian City was considered uncontrollable, but losing control of a city in exchange for the goodwill of a powerful exalted imperial spiritist was definitely worth it. Good. I promise Your Excellency on behalf of the Junling Pavilion. But, Your Excellency can also consider joining my Junling Pavilion. With Your Excellency's strength, in my Junling Pavilion can definitely become the fifth exalted one. Glory, wealth, power, women. Enjoy endless. Wang Xiao tentatively invited Qin Ming to join the spirit-suppressing pavilion. If he succeeded, he would receive great credit, much greater than the credit of occupying a city. Qin Ming shook his head expressionlessly. Joining the spirit-suppressing pavilion, how could that be possible? He possessed the jade seal of transmission and was destined to become the strongest person in heaven and earth, so how would he be willing to reside under others? Seeing Qin Ming's refusal, Wang Xiao wasn't surprised, but only a little sad. There is no need to mention the matter of joining the Junling Pavilion, but, making friends with the Junling Pavilion is fine with me. That's natural. Wang Xiao nodded. Being able to obtain an ally of a powerful exalted imperial spiritist, this trip was at least not without rewards. Subsequently, like old foxes, the two of them tested each other, but there was no real effect. Wang Xiao and the three of them looked at Qin Ming and offered their farewells. Leaving Daqian City, Wang Xiao must return to the Devil's capital as soon as possible and report this matter to the Junling Pavilion as it is. At those words, Qin Ming got up and did not intend to continue to make things difficult for Wang Xiao and the others. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Li Xian's figure moved slightly, and his icy voice came out. My lord, I would like to meet his guardian spirit for a moment. Li Xian had been bored for too long, so he was naturally unwilling to let go of a guardian spirit that could barely catch his eye. When these words came out, Qin Ming froze and could not refuse. At the same time, he was curious about how powerful Wang Xiao's guardian spirit was, and it would be good to use him as a base to test out the Junling Pavilion. Wang Xiao was stunned, followed by a slight change in his face, which was somewhat ugly. What do you mean? Wang Xiao opened his mouth coldly, a little unpleasant inside. Don't worry, Wang Xiao, my guardian spirit has been silent for too long. You should be pretty good. How about playing with him? Don't worry, I guarantee that he won't lay his hands on me. Qin Ming revealed a faint smile and said softly. Seeing this, Wang Zhao's face grew more and more gloomy as he understood that if they didn't satisfy Qin Ming's guardian spirit's heart today, they wouldn't be able to leave. At this moment, the shadowy man stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Qin Ming, don't go too far. Although you're powerful, you're only alone, provoking the Junling Pavilion. You're not qualified enough. When these words came out, Wang Zhao's face changed drastically. This Qin Ming's acting style was a madman. This would only provoke him. As expected, the next moment Qin Ming's figure strangely disappeared into the sofa. The three people's pupils shrunk slightly, alerting their surroundings. Bang! Qin Ming appeared like a ghost, so fast that it was impossible to see him. In a second's time, the shadowy man suffered dozens of attacks, spitting blood from his mouth and smashing hard on top of the wall. Qin Ming once again took a step forward, a hand ruthlessly chying the neck of the shadowy man, coldly said, I hate it when people threaten me, including the Junling Pavilion. Who are you to threaten me? The shadowy man looked at Qin Ming's ice-cold bloodshot eyes, and at this moment, his scalp exploded and his body trembled. The gaze that was like the eyes of hell caused his consciousness to gradually blur, and he knew that Qin Ming definitely dared to kill him. Qin Ming, stop. I promise you a battle with your guardian spirit. Wang Zhao's face was in a big hurry as he anxiously opened his mouth, fearing that Qin Ming would really kill his subordinates on impulse. After all, with Qin Ming's strength, Killing a C-ranked Imperial Spiritist was as good as killing it, and the Jinling Pavilion would not flip out with him over a C-ranked Imperial Spiritist. Qin Ming turned a deaf ear, his cold and indifferent gaze still staring at the shadowy man in death. Just as he was about to suffocate, Qin Ming suddenly sent his palm. The shadowy man fell to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes red. Just 1 second away, he would really die completely. The fear of death caused him to fear Qin Ming's scruples deep into his bones and marrow. Just kidding, Wang Xiao. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm planning to cooperate with your Jinling Pavilion. How could I kill innocent people indiscriminately? Qin Ming shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently with a faint smile. The enchanting woman hurriedly jogged to help the shady man up, her gaze not daring to meet Qin Ming's eyes from start to finish. Wang Zhao's gaze towards Qin Ming changed once again. This is a temperamental man, a madman. Please, by the way, let's go to the city ruins, so as not to destroy the Yuan family villa. It's a nice place. It's a bit of a shame to destroy it. It's an outrage. Qin Ming put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to the window, signaling Wang Xiao to make a move. Wang Xiao was silent, then looked at the enchanting woman and instructed her to take care of the shadowy man, and walked in the direction of Qin Ming. The two looked at Wang Zhao's back with worry and unease in their eyes. Qin Ming was too terrifying, too powerful, and Wang Xiao was no match at all. Coming to Qin Ming's side, Wang Xiao paused for a moment, then looked up at the huge armored blood shadow, took a deep breath, and whispered a sentence under his breath. In a flash, an ancient general figure rose from the ground and descended into the world with a rumble. The figure, dressed in Tang Dynasty armor, held a long, cold lance, surrounded by a radiant, ghostly light. The A-rank guardian spirit, with around 8 battles of Dharma, looked somewhat small in front of Li Xian. Li Xian's eyes that emitted flames came to have a hint of interest the moment he saw Wang Zhao's guardian spirit appear. The Battle of the Ruins. As he spoke, Li Xian's figure rose into the air with a rumble, smashing into the ruins of the city several miles away like a meteorite. The terrifying power lifted up 100 feet of dust, the earth shook, and huge cracks scattered out in all directions, stretching for thousands of meters. Seeing this, Wang Zhao's guardian spirit followed closely to the ruins. He introduced himself with the bare-cold lighted lance in his right hand. Da Liang, Wan Yanzhen. When Qin Ming heard this, he revealed a surprised look. He had naturally heard of this ancient general, a famous general in the post-Liang era. He is also a minor figure in history. Great Qin, Li Xian. Li Xian gave him enough respect to speak faintly. Boom! Li Xian pulled out the giant K set in the ground. His feet stomped hard, instantly destroying an unknown number of ruined buildings, and a sword in the air. Seeing this, Wan Yanzhan's face changed dramatically and he waved his spear to fend off 2 behemoths. In the ruins of the city frantically fighting, dust swept up, covering a few miles in a circle. People cannot see the specific combat situation. That fiery flame intertwined with ethereal light, flickering from time to time in the rolling dust, bright and blazing. And at this moment, Wang Xiao completely froze, not just because he sensed that his guardian spirit was lopsided and powerless, more so because of that name. He turned incredulously to Qin Ming and inquired, "He's a famous Qin general, Li Xian? Something's not right. Your surname is Qin. How did you awaken the Li Xian guardian spirit?" Qin Ming smiled and whispered, "The soul world, how arcane, and how you and I can comprehend it." Right. Looking at Qin Ming's bland and calm demeanor, Wang Xiao became more and more chilled inside. Chapter 39 Appointment of the Head. Yes? Wang Xiao was no longer paying too much attention to the battlefield at the moment. Li Xian was simply teasing Wan Yanzhang, and there was no doubt about the outcome. He was inwardly puzzled as to why Qin Ming had awakened Li Xian, the famous general of the Great Qin. According to the Town Spirit Pavilion Information Network, regarding the many famous generals of the Great Qin Empire, none of them had awakened. It's inner self-talk. Is this Li Xian his only guardian spirit? Or is his guardian spirit more than just Li Xian? If this is true, Wang Xiao poured out a breath of cool air and did not dare to continue speculating too much. Qin Ming lightly glanced at Wang Xiao, who was speculating with his head down, and did not care. The more the Jinling Pavilion couldn't see through his undercard, the more scrupulous they would become. As long as he was given enough time, Qin Ming would be invincible and fearless of any power. At this moment, the battle in the ruins of the city stopped. Li Xian lifted off Wan Yanzhang with a sword, no longer continuing to fight. His eyes faintly looked at Wan Yanzhang and indifferently said, "Not bad, but not strong enough to be interesting." As the words fell, Li Xian's huge figure disappeared, leaving a gloomy Wan Yanzhang helpless. Wang Xiao inwardly sighed lightly and signaled Wan Yanzhang to come back. He then turned to look at Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, can we go now? Be my guest." Qin Ming said calmly without looking back. The Spirit Sentinel Pavilion's Imperial Spiritists left as early as possible so that he could completely unify Great Qian City, so that these guys wouldn't get in the way here. Soon, Wang Zhao's trio left the Yuan family villa. Brother Blade and his group quickly came to the mountain villa and arrived at Qin Ming's room after Qin Ming signaled them to do so. Master Qin. Blade had seen that battle between Li Xian and Wan Yanjiang with his own eyes, and was getting more and more excited about becoming a true imperial spiritist. Well, imprison all the original Yuan family members, and those who resist will be executed on the spot. In addition, as soon as possible, we will pick up all the equipment personnel in 100 View, and from now on, this will be our home base. Brother Blade was elated. This Yuan family villa, he had coveted it for a long time. Only in the past, facing the Yuan family, where was he qualified to covet? Yes, Master Qin, go on, settle it as soon as possible. I'll have Li Chang'e escort and cooperate with you. Qin Ming turned to the sofa and sat down, saying with an expressionless face, after Knives and the others left. It wasn't long before gunshots rang out. Apparently someone was resisting. Qin Ming didn't care about this, but only sank his face and pondered on his next plan. On the following day, all of 100 View's personnel and materials were carried to the mountain villa, and hundreds of black off-road and pickup trucks, vastly traveling through the ruined city, aroused a lot of imperial spiritists to covet. But seeing this battle, those with a bit of brain understood that the existence behind this caravan was something they couldn't afford to mess with, because it came from the existence behind Brother Blade, that terrifying existence that had massacred the imperial spiritist forces in Diqian City in just 10 days. Of course, there were some ungrateful ones who tried to sneakily intercept a car, all of which were killed by Li Chang'e's sword. Spend the day getting everything settled. Hua Yuan's laboratory. Qin Ming directly waved his hand and granted a villa, which caused Hua Yuan to be excited, promising that within a week, the experiment of soul grafting onto ordinary people would see its first results. The room that belonged exclusively to Qin Ming was the top floor of the most luxurious villa in the center, all belonging to his office area. At this time, Qin Ming's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was Gongsun Xiao who was calling. Captain Gongsun, something wrong? Qin Ming inquired carelessly. Gongsun Xiao was scornful and resentful of Qin Ming at the moment. It was because Qin Ming had never honored his promise to kill innocents indiscriminately and sweep away all the imperial spiritist forces in Diqian City. Not only that, but it was also open and aboveboard, occupying the Yuan family's former mountain villa. As for Yuan's family, he didn't need to use his brain to know that the odds were stacked against him. However, due to its powerful strength, Gongsun Xiao could only retreat again and again. Qin Ming, now that you're the dominant player in the entire Daqian City, are you satisfied? Gongsun Xiao gritted his teeth and cut his teeth. Voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Ming let out a light laugh. He was satisfied? He wanted more than that. Ah, what are you trying to say? Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Xiao calmed his anger and questioned in a cold voice. The recent disappearance of a large number of sentinels, was it your doing? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and by no means acknowledged the denial. Captain Gongsun, you've wronged me. What am I doing these days? Aren't you clear about it? Where is the energy to deal with those little minions? Listening to Qin Ming's casual tone, Gongsun Xiao sneered. There were people who had filmed Blade's men using technological means to capture the imperial spiritists, and Qin Ming even denied it. Not only are you untrustworthy, you're pretty thick-skinned too. Yeah, thanks for the compliment. Qin Ming was too lazy to refute anything, and Gongsun Xiao couldn't do anything about it anyway. Gongsun Xiao was silent, not because he was speechless, but because he was angry inside and needed time to calm down. After a long time, Gongsun Xiao regained his composure and spoke. Qin Ming, regarding your identity as the head of Daqian City, an emissary from the headquarters will personally descend with the appointment in a month's time. Just a reminder, becoming the head of Daqian City, you are not alone. Headquarters will set up 2 watchdog ambassadors. One will be me and the other will be an emissary sent by headquarters. And whatever happens in the future, the 3 of them will need to decide. Understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inwardly sneered. What kind of is this to be in charge of? To put it nicely, he is a bare-knuckle commander. To put it bluntly, he is looking at his strength, guarding Daqian City for the headquarter. Only the name, not too much power. Yes, headquarters has a heart, Qin Ming said indifferently without expression. He simply did not intend to listen to the orders of the headquarters, and would not care about the headquarters of the small tricks, stopgap measures. Sensing the coldness in Qin Ming's tone, Gongsun Xiao hurriedly explained. Qin Ming, this is not to check and balance you, but to better manage Daqian City. The distribution of imperial spiritists in every city is like this, so don't think too much about it. In addition, let me remind you, the identity of the emissary sent by the headquarters is not simple. It's an existence personally named by a high-ranking member of the headquarters, and the backer behind him is terrifying. So don't fool around. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Qin Ming indifferently responded with a sentence. He was naturally aware of the means of the headquarters. In his previous life, The headquarters used this method to control the city and control the sentinels. And these so-called messengers, in fact, most of them were the children of ancient families, backed by the power of Zunshur, or Saint Imperial Spiritist families. Extremely terrifying. This kind of existence was naturally not a problem to deter ordinary Imperial Spiritists, but there was no difference between having it or not having it for Qin Ming. Gongsun Xiao heard this and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, while at the same time, he was somewhat surprised as to how Qin Ming could be so obedient given his nature. No longer thinking much, he only thought that Qin Ming was jealous of the strength of the headquarters and continued. Qin Ming, regarding the Sentinel Division, my idea is to set it up in the Public Security Authority's building to make it easier to interface with the police. What do you think? Whatever, just let me know if there's anything. Don't you know quite well where I am? That's it, contact me again if anything happens. Qin Ming didn't wait for Gongsun Xiao to respond before hanging up the phone. Chapter 40, Knocking Huang. Brother Blade's little thought. Blade inquired suspiciously as he listened to everything. Master Qin, do you really want to be in charge of this whatever? From what I know about these top families, they won't let you really control the city, and I'm afraid that the so-called person in charge is just an empty name, in order for you to work for them for free. Qin Ming nodded and said with an expressionless face, I naturally know that. Some selfish guys are just that, whether it's before the Guardian Spirit era or now. They only want to keep power firmly in their own hands. Then why are you? I have my own measure. Little dagger. Send people to guard the mountain villa tightly. Don't let even a single mosquito fly in. Qin Ming got up and went back to his bedroom with a word of advice. Daily practice. He naturally does not forget. In less than 2 short months, Qin Ming had already been able to withstand 50% of Li Xian's power, allowing him to utilize half of his strength. But this was far from enough. The gap between Qin Ming and those powerful forces of the Imperial Spiritists was time. They had long since awakened their guardian spirits, and some existences, it was feared, were already true land deities, powerful beyond imagination. Therefore, Qin Ming's expedient measure was to stall for time. Now that the Dakian city pattern has initially stabilized, it's time for me to start building my own legion of Imperial Spiritists. In the room, Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, and after whispering a sentence, his consciousness entered the scarlet heaven and earth and the jade seal of transmission, continuing to learn the method of fighting and killing. Meanwhile, his body, from 1 hour of daily quenching, had increased to 3 hours. A week later, Huang arrived with an ecstatic look on his face. Master Qin, it worked. Ha ha ha, I did it. Huang danced around, describing the process and results of his success. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was equally delighted, his face greatly pleased. The success of the experiment meant that the time for the birth of his legion of sentinels was not far off. After a long time, Huang drank the red wine in front of him and said again, however, this technology is still not too mature. The failure rate is extremely high. Once it fails, there is a 90% chance that the object grafted with the soul spirit will die. And even if it manages to survive, it's ruined. Failure rate is how much? Qin Ming inquired. 50%, half and half. Huang skimmed his lips, obviously still not too satisfied with the results and seeking perfection. Hearing this, Qin Ming was more satisfied. As long as he could succeed, he could certainly achieve a high chance of success in the future. If this were true, those powerful Imperial spirits who were unwilling to submit could simply graft their souls and extract their guardian spirits. However, Qin Ming preferred to create a legion of puppet sentinels that had no fear of death, and only this kind of sentinels that had no sense of autonomy were the most reassuring. Not bad. Perfect this technology as soon as possible. You can let some of your juniors start accepting grafting soul spirits and try to make them become soul sentinels. After all, it's a bit more reassuring to use your own people. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and continued to inquire. What is the progress of the research on the puppet sentinel? As he spoke, Qin Ming handed Huang a cigarette and lit one in his own hand. Huang respectfully received the cigarette and did not rush to light it, but toyed with it, a hesitant look on his face. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyebrows moved slightly as he smiled and inquired, what's wrong? What's the trouble? No, just what? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes as his gaze grew cold. Huang inexplicably shivered and said hurriedly, Master Qin, this research is actually simpler than grafting souls. It doesn't have to take into account the Imperial Spiritist's own consciousness or even physical soul damage. But if you want to build a puppet sentinel, you must extract the sentinel and his guardian spirit's consciousness and erase it, or rather, change the consciousness and change its mind from complex to single, simply by setting an obedience command directive. This approach is too. Huang didn't continue. He looked at Qin Ming carefully, afraid of incurring his displeasure. Qin Ming said with a cold smile, his breath gradually freezing as his tone was devoid of any ripples. Huang, you have to understand, times have changed. What humanitarianism? Hurtfulness doesn't exist. The only truth is to live. Put away your meaningless sympathy. I need a useful, obedient sentinel. Do you understand? I hope this is the first and last time. Feeling Qin Ming's emotionless voice, Huayuan trembled coldly, and cold sweat broke out between his eyebrows. He had underestimated Qin Ming's indifference. His cold blood. Understood, Master Qin, Huayuan said respectfully. Well, go down there, and if you have any difficulties, get Dagger to take care of them for you. Also, within a month, I need the puppet sentinel army to show up, so don't fail me again. Huayuan. Yes, Master Qin. Huayuan left with endless fear and uneasiness, and the moment he left Qin Ming's room, as if waking up from a dream, he realized that his entire body had long been drenched in sweat. Outside the door, Brother Knife looked at Huayuan's wretched appearance, smiled and patted Huayuan's shoulder and said, Dr. Hua, we can survive in this chaotic world. All rely on Master Qin's shelter. In the future, it's better to have less of your own ideas. What Master Qin commands you to do, just do it to the best of your ability. Otherwise, it might not be someone else who dies, but you. Huayuan let out a bitter smile and sighed as he shook his head. I see. Let's go. We have to hurry. Master Qin has given me an ultimatum. Walking out 2 steps, Huayuan turned to look at Blade and said, Blade, I need 10 ordinary people to officially graft souls, preferably my own people, but with a half chance of death, so you're on your own. Send them to me. Blade nodded at that and waved his hand, saying, got it. I'll have Long Dabong bring it over later. As the words fell, Brother Knife revealed a fawning smile and knocked on Qin Ming's room door. Come in. Hearing Qin Ming's voice coming from him, Brother Blade respectfully stepped forward. Master Qin, sit down. Okay. After sitting down, Qin Ming crossed his legs, closed his eyes and inquired carelessly, how is the capture of the Sentinel progressing? Reporting back to Master Qin, since having the finished product of Huayuan's research, a total of 228 Imperial Spiritists have been arrested. However, the loss of the minions was also quite severe, losing nearly 20 people, and I plan to replenish my manpower in the near future. Knife replied. At those words, Qin Ming nodded. Well, you see to it that the Heartfelt Juniors are arranged in important places, and the new additions, let them do some inconsequential work, and if they are heartfelt enough, then they will be truly incorporated into the mountain. I understand. Don't worry, Master Qin. In this regard, I have experience. The former Blade was a black boss, so naturally he was familiar with the process. Hesitating for a moment, Blade rubbed his palms together and inquired cautiously, Master Qin, since the chaotic world, it's quite hard for the brothers to hold back. You see. Qin Ming opened his eyes and looked at Blade with a lewd look on his face, let out a light laugh and waved his hand. In today's chaotic world, there are frozen bones in the road. Is it not simple to want a woman? The easternmost villa is for you. Watch and deal with it yourself. Just don't make a mess for me. He. Thanks for the reward, Master Qin. Blade hemmed and hawed, a lustful look in his eyes. Chapter 41, Arrival of the Envoys, Dismissal. Qin Ming didn't care what Blade and the others thought. Sexual desire was inherently human. Gone are the days when the world once stood tall and punched dog-licking men in the face. Women, in a world of chaos, are the cheapest thing that exists. Let them use their bodies. In exchange for their own survival, they will naturally be willing. It's a trade that seems unfair, but is actually fair. 3 days later, Gongsun Xiao called. Qin Ming, a messenger from headquarters has come to ask you to come to the Public Security Authority's building to accept your appointment. Qin Ming's face was calm as he said without any hesitation, I'm the one in charge, and by all rights it should be your top man who comes to meet me at the lodge. As the words fell, without waiting for Gongsun Xiao to react, Qin Ming directly hung up the phone and no longer paid attention to it. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Imperial Spiritist Division, Gongsun Xiao's face changed slightly as he looked up at the young man in the first seat position. The man looked like a fop, leaning back in his chair with an arrogant attitude. Behind him stood an expressionless, middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit. Gongsun Xiao, where is everyone? When will you come to see me? The man's name was Wu He, and he was the son of one of the top ancient families in China. Reporting back to Xiao Wu, Qin Ming asked us to head to the mountain villa where he is to meet him. Gongsun Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to tell the truth. He understood that a worldly dude, against a murderous madman, between the two, a fight was bound to start. Gongsun Xiao only hoped, at this moment, that the two could get along peacefully, or else they would be in big trouble. Wu He heard, narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous color. He sneered, gently tapping the desktop and said, what a great official authority. This great Qian city was in my pocket, but it was snatched by this unknown country bumpkin. This young master has already backed down a step. I didn't expect him to give an inch. Very good, very good. Wu Yi's tone grew colder and colder, and he violently got up, coldly looking at Lu Feng and the others, gritting his teeth. What? Do you still want this young master to ask you to lead the way? Today, I'd like to see what this halfway killed Cheng Baijin is capable of, so that this young master can meet him in person. Several people sniffed and scrambled ahead to lead the way, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. This is the top ancient family son, and his aunt, but also the headquarters of one of the members of parliament. The power of the great, a word can decide their life and death. Naturally do not dare to offend. Wu Yi got up and left the place with an icy breath around him. Elder Wu, let's go together and see what this Qin Ming is capable of. If it's just a fake tiger, I'll make his life worse than death. The middle-aged man behind him didn't say a word, nodded his head expressionlessly, and followed closely behind Wu Yi. Only after Lu Feng and the others carefully left with Wu Yi did Hu Wei inquired suspiciously. Captain Gongsun, how is it that he's the one who came to my Dakian city to become a supervisory envoy? This little ancestor doesn't have a great reputation, and I've heard that he didn't become an imperial spiritist, so how does he hold the position of inspector general? Gongsun Shao sighed softly at his words and shook his head helplessly. Speak less to avoid incurring unearned disaster. But, Gongsun Shao hesitated for a moment and cautiously looked around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping before saying softly, I've heard that most of the children of each family have become city heads, and only a few of the children who have not become imperial spiritists and are highly favored have become inspector ambassadors. However, Wu Yi was actually able to become the head of Dakian City because of his aunt, but because of Qin Ming's special characteristics, the headquarters finally decided to appoint the position of head of Dakian City to Qin Ming to stabilize him. That's why this Wu Yi came to Dakian City, originally with a full of anger. Upon hearing this, Hu Wei suddenly realized, no wonder this Wu Yi came with a gloomy face, as if Hu owed him money. Let's go. Let's hope that these two ancestors will look at the big picture and won't tear their faces apart. Gongsun Shao patted Hu Wei's shoulder and said with a headache. Not long after, the two SUVs left this place with a rumble and headed towards Qin Ming Mountain Resort. At this moment, Qin Ming did not take the so-called messenger to heart, and with the mountains high and the emperor far away, he did not have much to worry about. What's more, the undercard he possessed was by no means something these forces could understand. Just as Brother Blade and the others were reporting on the recent situation in Dakian City, a loud sound of an iron door being smashed down rang out. Immediately afterward, gunfire erupted. Qin Ming was slightly stunned, and had only just gotten up when the wailing spread. When several people came to the window, they saw the middle-aged man behind Wu Yi exuding a powerful soul aura around his body, and with his bare hands and empty fists, he took care of all the snipers in the dark part of the mountain villa through the air, not leaving a single one of them behind. Damn it, who is this guy? Dare to kill our people in the mountain villa. Blade was furious and was about to notify his other juniors to surround him when Qin Ming waved his hand expressionlessly and said, if you don't want all these minions of yours to die, let them all stand down. Qin Ming's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. Then he looked at the young man behind him and the unsightly Gongsun Shao and the others, and instantly understood the identity of the visitor. Dismounting? Qin Ming sneered coldly and just stared at the middle-aged man through the air. Qin Ming knew that this guy was not simple. Head Qin, this young man is here, and he doesn't come out to meet and greet? Wu Yi took a step forward. Although he was an ordinary person, he was not afraid of the imperial spiritist in the slightest. Instead, the imperial spiritist was scared of him. Li Changye, who was lying on the sofa by the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Qin Ming, do you need me to make a move? There's no rush. You're one of my hidden backstops. You'll be of great use in the future. Qin Ming said casually, keeping his gaze fixed on Wu Yi. Suddenly, Qin Ming's right hand erupted with terrifying flames and landed on the window glass. The terrifying heat instantly melted the glass. Qin Ming just took one step and his body free fell from the 7th floor. As he landed in mid-air, he was surrounded by blazing flames and used the power of the void to make an ethereal movement and landed meters away from Wu Yi and the others. The moment he landed on the ground, Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling the many minions holding hot weapons to stand down. He was alone, with his hands in his pockets, looking expressionlessly at Gongsun Shao who had a difficult face. Captain Gongsun, what do you mean? I'm not even in charge here yet, so you can be reckless and take shots at my people? Gongsun Shao let out a bitter smile and was about to apologize when Wu Yi opened his mouth to interrupt. You're Qin Ming, right? I'm an emissary sent by the headquarters. Wu Yi, some ordinary people, just kill them, there's no use in keeping them. As he spoke, Wu Yi idly surveyed Qin Ming's mountain villa, nodding his head from time to time, as if the mountain villa had become something in his palm. This place is not bad. In the future, the Imperial Spiritist branch will be set up here. Qin Ming's eyebrows moved slightly as his gaze sized up Wu Yi. Surname Wu. From headquarters, general population. When the three were connected, it was not difficult for Qin Ming to guess the man's origin. According to the memories of his previous life, one of the top ancient families in China, the Wu family. This family's existence in the Guardian Spirit era is the reason why it still stands. It is because the Wu of the Wu family is the same surname as the Wu of the first empress of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 42, Turning the Other Cheek, Avenging a Grudge on the Spot. What? Is the messenger taking my Qin Ming's territory as his own? Qin Ming was not in a hurry, waving his hand to hold back the blazing flames around him, and said faintly. Wu Yi's face was arrogant and his gaze was lofty, as high as a god, as he looked toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming, the headquarters investigated your past, your first half of life. A mess is a small mouse that can live in the sewer. I didn't realize that after the global mutation, I was lucky enough to become a sentinel, and I heard that your guardian spirit isn't simple, or else you wouldn't have robbed me of my position as the person in charge. If you put it in the past, people like you, I am tired of dirtying my eyes by taking one more look. No, said it wrong, people like you are not qualified to run into me at all, ha ha. Wu He recklessly humiliated Qin Ming, completely failing to notice the fearful and uneasy faces of Gongsun Shao and the others behind him. These worldly dilettantes didn't know how terrifying Qin Ming was. Even Lu Feng, who had been seriously injured by Qin Ming's blow, did not dare to develop even a hint of retaliation. In just 2 months' time, unifying the entire Dacian city, I don't know how many imperial spiritists have disappeared strangely, and the Yuan family, the first family in Dacian city, was even wiped out overnight. This kind of person who is decisive and ruthless in his mind, does things without thinking about the consequences? Where would he care who you are? Qin Ming smiled lightly at his words and did not mind, because what Wu Yi said is all true. People like Wu He, whether before the chaotic world or in the future, will live a life of ease and durability for the rest of their lives, but only if you don't mess with him. Qin Ming, go on. The smile on Qin Ming's face remained unchanged as he calmly said. As soon as these words came out, that middle-aged man's brows furrowed deeply, sensing the inexplicable terror of this young man in front of him. His circumference was taut, his whole body on alert, ready to strike at any time to ensure Wu Yi's safety. Wu Yi's contemptuous smile stagnated as he looked at Qin Ming's unconcerned demeanor. Instantly feeling that his humiliation meant nothing, he waved his hand. Forget it, it doesn't mean much. In the end your kind is just lucky. Times make heroes. This is your appointment. And also, in the future, I, Wu He, will be the supervisory envoy. And as a reminder, even though you are the person in charge, you have no right to interfere with me doing anything, so don't ask for trouble. If it weren't for the consideration of my aunt's face, ha! With a cold smile, Wu He directly threw a paper appointment on the ground, not caring whether Qin Ming would be upset or not. At that moment, Gongsun Shao and Blade and the others all had drastic changes in their faces. They were clear about Qin Ming's character. Vindictive and ruthless, coupled with his strength, he acted without fear. At some point, Li Changya had already come to an inconspicuous corner of the window, surveying the scene with interest, curious as to how Qin Ming would respond. Qin Ming narrowed his ghostly cold eyes, his hands slowly reaching out from his pants pockets as distortions of fear appeared around him. Wu He, on the other hand, wore an arrogant smile. He was looking forward to Qin Ming striking out at him, and if that was the case, I'm afraid that he would have to give up his position as the person in charge. Right at this moment, Gongsun Shao hurriedly trotted out, picked up a paper appointment on the ground, and with a kind smile, came in front of Qin Ming. Head Qin, don't be impulsive. The Marshal Inspector General might just have slipped his hand. He then approached Qin Ming and reminded him in a low voice. Wu He is from the imperial capital Wu family, and his aunt is a high-level counselor at headquarters. Qin Ming looked at Gongsun Shao with a faint gaze and suddenly laughed out loud, reaching out to take the appointment. Surveying it for a moment and slowly folding it into his pants pocket, he raised his head, looked at the somewhat disappointed Wu He, and said in a light tone, Inspector Wu, do you think that I, Qin Ming, am really coveting the position of the person in charge, or even that I'm too scared of the headquarters to make a move against you? Or do you think he can stop me? With these words, Gongsun Shao completely froze. He informed Qin Ming of Wu Yi's background in the hope that he would have scruples and would step back. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming did not give the slightest bit of face, and straightaway opened his mouth in a cold voice. At that moment, Wu Yi's face was similarly gloomy, and his gaze toward Qin Ming was filled with killing intent. TSK, 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 the Wu family? Without your Wu family backing you up, people like you wouldn't survive a day in this era. Qin Ming continued to sneer. You're looking for death. Wu Yi gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. His tone was icy cold, and he was about to snap. Terrifying flames violently erupted around Qin Ming's body, and the steaming flames rumbled out from his body, rushing across in all directions. Its figure was like a ghost, instantly killing towards Wu He. He, Qin Ming, never took revenge as a gentleman. Not 10 years later, but rather, he settled any hatred on the spot. This sudden change caused Gongsun Xiao to fear, and without time to think, he hurriedly dashed away. Seeing this, Wu Lao's face likewise changed drastically. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him, who made him feel the slightest bit of threatening intent, would suddenly rise up and strike. His eyes were scalded by morose white lightning, his body transformed into thunder, and his figure was so fast that he couldn't see the shadow. Bang! In a split second, Martial Elder blocked in front of Wu He and clashed with Qin Ming. The power of the flames and thunder clashing against each other formed a 2-meter boundary around the two people, constantly destroying the void. With that terrifying power, an ordinary imperial spiritist would die upon touching it. Qin Ming, you dare to strike at me, Elder Wu, kill him. Wu He was furious. When had he ever been so humiliated and provoked by someone, even striking out at him? In the whole of China, the number of people who dared to do so was no more than a handful. Wu Xiao, hurry up, he's not right. At this moment, Elder Wu was getting more and more uneasy. He was a powerful being who had become an imperial spiritist for nearly 10 years. No matter whether it was his body or his control over the power of the guardian spirit, he had reached the peak. However, at this moment, Qin Ming was on par with him just by virtue of his physical strength, which was too terrifying. It was as if you had been cultivating immortality for 10,000 years and were no match for a mole cricket that had been cultivating for a dozen years, which was unimaginable. At those words, Wu Yi's face changed drastically as he looked incredulously at the old Wu figure. He knew how powerful Martial Elder was, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent by his aunt to guard him. Wu Xiao, hurry up. Gongsun Xiao didn't dare to let anything happen to Wu He, so he could only hurriedly pull him away. Although Wu He is a dude, he is not a cutie. Hurriedly followed Gongsun Xiao and his group away. At this moment, Qin Ming violently raised his blood-colored eyes, and a wisp of blood-colored flames erupted from his pupils. Martial Elder's pupils contracted sharply as he murmured incredulously, "Impossible. Even if you have an exalted guardian spirit, you've only been an imperial spiritist for 2 months. It's impossible for you to have perfect control over the power of the guardian spirit, much less have such a powerful body." The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, flashing with disdain. Times have changed, little old man. Qin Ming's body violently vibrated, shocking back Wu Lao's body by several meters and hardening the steel fence. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, his gaze faintly glanced at the direction that Wu He and the others had fled. Without the slightest bit of haste, "Come out and play, Li Xin." Rumble. In a blink of an eye, the wind and clouds changed, the clear sky above his head instantly disappeared, and rolling blood mist emerged and rolled over his head. In the void, countless blood-colored flames appeared out of nowhere, burning the void. A behemoth, blood-armored figure came out from the blazing flames, descending into the world like a killing god from the 9 hells. Chapter 43 The Great War, Headquarters Meeting. Martial Elder's eyes widened as he looked at the 9-foot blood-colored figure with a huge ancient sword mortared in front of him, and the blood-colored cloak behind him hunting in the void as the guardian spirit. How is it possible that your exalted guardian spirit is so powerful? It was too late to think about it. As Martial Elder roared, and thunder rolled behind him, a morose white figure in Tang Dynasty armor rumbled, holding a spear and descending into the world. The two faced each other across the air. The difference was that Li Xian's eyes were filled with contemptuous disdain, while the guardian spirit on the opposite side of the room revealed a look of scorn. Qin Ming's blood-colored eyes looked indifferently at the Martial Elder guardian spirit and gently hooked his fingers, saying carelessly, "Li Xian, play with him, as you wish, my lord." A low, icy voice came out from Li Xian's mouth as he slowly raised his blood-colored eyes, a wisp of horrifying fiery flames lingering around them. Boom! Li Xian pulled out the huge K inserted into the ground with one hand and stood horizontally on his side, slamming into the ground with a bang and kicking up rolling dust. On top of the giant K, drops of magma liquid wrapped in powerful force fell, constantly corroding the ground. At this moment, Elder Wu's guardian spirit unconsciously took a step back, but did not flee out of fear. He is loyal to his host and will not back down, even if he dies in battle. But at this moment, Martial Elder's guardian spirit revealed a look of gravity and spoke, "Master, he's very strong. I'm not a match. I won't be able to hold back for long." Elder Wu's face grew more and more somber as he sniffed. There was no specific information from the headquarters regarding Qin Ming's strength, only a general description of unlimited potential. At this moment, Wu Lao only wanted to angrily scold the headquarters of those windbags. Bull ******* infinite potential. Its strength has long arrived in this world's top royal spiritist level. That terrifying pressure was even more terrifying than any exalted level imperial spiritist he had run into. No matter what, buying time for young Master Woha to escape. This is my mission. I must not back down. Martial Elder took a deep breath to calm his inner trepidation. He opened his mouth again and said in a cold voice with a grave expression on his face, "Qin Ming, stop. With your strength, the headquarters won't be blamed for what you did to the supervision envoy. I guarantee that the subsequent martial family won't seek trouble from you, but if you're bent on having your way, you can't afford the consequences. The person behind young Master Wu is a member of the headquarters, the top imperial spiritist in China, and his strength is not something you can defeat. Together with the headquarters, you can't stop it at all. Don't take your own life." Qin Ming looked at Elder Wu with an expressionless face, his right hand swinging slightly. Li Xian would understand and violently erupted with terrifying speed, holding the giant K in his right hand and pinching the martial elder guardian spirit in his left hand, instantly smashing into the ruins of the city miles away. "You people of these lineages, it's really hard to deal with. If you hold your tongue, you'll be bullied without limits. If you make a move, you'll say that I can't afford to mess with the backer behind me. What do you think I should do to satisfy Ergo? Bind my own hands? Wait for the judgment of the world family? Wait for your martial family's judgment?" Qin Ming said with a helpless look on his face and spread his hands. Seeing that martial elder still wanted to speak out to compel him, Qin Ming's face turned cold in vain and he drank coldly. "What? You want to fool me with the worldly family promise thing again? You self-respecting emperors who dominate the lives and deaths of ordinary people won't care about our lives and deaths at all. And the so-called promises are all because you're at a disadvantage and are briefly backing down. If I let Wu He leave alive, what will ensue will be unlimited assassinations. Since that's the case, why don't I strike fear into you worldly families and let you know that I, Qin Ming, am not to be messed with." As the words fell, Qin Ming violently erupted with terrifying speed, instantly approaching martial elder and killing each other. Thunder and flames intertwined like a great battle between immortal cultivators, and terrifying power shot out in all directions crazily, destroying the surroundings. Qin Ming frowned, and in order to prevent the destruction of the mountain villa, he stiffly toppled Wu Lao thousands of meters to the ruins of the city. Two people physical strength are extremely terrifying. Every collision can make the surrounding buildings collapse, steel and concrete splash. There were even innocent ordinary people and ordinary imperial spiritists who were affected, and were crushed into a bloody mist by the aftermath of the collision before they could react. Qin Ming frowned as he punched away the figure of martial elder whose body was shrouded in dense thunder. He always felt like he was fighting with less feeling without a weapon at his disposal. Bang! 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 Martial elder's body smashed through several ruined rooms and collapsed in the ruins of the building. In the next moment, he roared, his eyes thundering for several feet as he leapt out from the ruins. At the corner of his mouth, a strand of blood flowed, obviously suffering from considerable internal injuries. Looking at Qin Ming's unharmed, fiery flame-clad figure, he couldn't help but be emboldened. It's too terrifying. If he really started tempering his body strength only after the mutation, then his future. Martial elder didn't dare to think deeply because Qin Ming was like a meteor, his feet stepping on the ruins to kill again. The intertwining of flames and thunder, the clash of scarlet and blood and white, turned the surroundings into a place of extermination. In the distance, even more survivors took video and uploaded it to the internet. In an instant, the video rushed onto the hot search and got the attention of countless big powers. In the headquarters, a group of high-ranking counselors gathered. "Speaker, what is the reason for urgently summoning us here?" In the dimly lit conference room, a figure residing in the darkness with creepy eyes were all the true underpinnings of the headquarters, the topmost imperial spiritists in China. "Watch a video." The speaker of headquarters waved his hand, and the secretary beside him complied, turning on the forward video. At this moment, the battle between Qin Ming and martial elder was exposed to the eyes of everyone. Within a few moments, the video cut off, and the speaker's gaze went to a female figure to his right. "Counselor Wu Mu, what do you think? This person seems to be your Wu clan's general-grade imperial spiritist." Wu Mu's grim face was unreadable. Just those eyes, like from the abyss of hell, rolling thunder and lightning intertwined in them, its head of black hair and long clothes, windless, under the powerful pressure. The space unexpectedly had a tendency to shatter and cracks appeared. "I remember him, the newly appointed head of Daqian City, Qin Ming. This person's guardian spirit is ominous, and his exact strength is unknown. But Wu He's first time in office, he struck out at Wu Lao. Wu He is even more unknown in life and death. Such an arrogant and domineering generation, not to be left, should be killed." Wu Mu's ice-cold voice echoed in the conference room. If not for the distance between them, she would personally strike and suppress Qin Ming. "You crazy, you can't move without killing, when China is owned by your Wu family? I don't agree. This Qin Ming, even if he's crazy, it's impossible for him to take action against the supervisory envoy for no reason. I think we should send a new supervisory envoy, investigate clearly and then make a decision." Suddenly, a voice filled with majesty came out, denying Wu Mu's proposal. "I think Counselor Wu Mu has a point. No matter what the reason is, To strike at the supervisory envoys is to hit the headquarters in the face. These former sewer rats, who were lucky enough to become royal souls, don't know the sky and the earth, and the headquarters should take action to give the world a warning. Another voice came out, agreeing with Wu Mu's proposal. Chapter 44, Suppressing Martial Elder, Blocking Martial Crane. I think that we should currently stop Qin Ming from pursuing the supervisory envoy, and then inquire about the reason for this. If we indiscriminately execute the person in charge, it will chill the hearts of these folk imperial spiritists. It was proposed by a member, without prejudice to anyone, to present his views. Seeing Wu Mu still want to open his mouth, the speaker of the headquarters knocked on the table, and the other people's gazes all looked at the speaker, seemingly extremely afraid of him, not daring to continue to open their mouths to argue. Just as Counselor Yang said, immediately dispatch the people in charge of the surrounding area to rush to Dakian City to stop this battle. Wu Mu sniffed, not daring to refute the speaker's order, and coldly put down a harsh sentence, his figure disappearing into the dim conference room. If something happens to Wuha, the entire Dakian City will be buried with him. The others had indifferent eyes and were not surprised and curious. Although Wu Mu is a woman's body, she acts in a domineering manner and does not lose to men. The meeting ended, and soon after, several newly appointed heads around Dakian City were instructed to head to Dakian City to stop the battle. At this moment, the battle between Qin Ming and Martial Elder was still continuing. It's just that it's a crushing battle. Qin Ming became more and more excited, and for the first time, the fight was so painful. He took one step, his feet erupted with terrifying power, directly toppling a crumbling skyscraper, and his arms closed, turning the monstrous scarlet flames into a 40-meter-long sword that chopped down vertically. That terrifying power caused the void to shake, and the surrounding ruins were instantly melted by the high temperature, turning into a magma land. Martial Elder looked at this horrifying strike incredulously and did his best to turn the lightning around his body into a shield of light curtain to resist Qin Ming's attack. Click! The blazing flames were endless, dazzling the void and transforming into a world of several feet of blazing flames that gushed out and went straight into the high sky. Martial Elder's body was so exhausted that he was unable to withstand it, and by this terrifying force, he was lifted hundreds of meters, and ruthlessly smashed into the ruins. Qin Ming's figure was suspended in midair, surrounded by blazing flames. His eyes were creepy with bloody light as he indifferently looked at this scene, coldly spit out 4 words, "Out of your depth." At the same time, Li Xin, like a hellish demon god, wielded a nearly 10-foot-long giant K, cutting through the void, collapsing a 100-meter-tall building, and lifting the Elder Wulan Guardian Spirit directly into the air. He followed closely behind, spanning a distance of hundreds of feet in a single step, and stomped the Martial Elder Guardian Spirit under his paws. The Martial Elder Guardian Spirit's eyes widened in anger, never having been so greatly humiliated, and still wanting to resist. Li Xin coldly grunted and once again stepped on the empty foot, stomping him into a deep pit, losing his power to resist. A generalized person who dares to provoke my lord is unbeatable. Li Xin's low hoarse voice came out with a strong sense of disdain. As Qin Ming watched this scene, his figure moved slightly, cutting through the void and smashing on top of Martial Elder's mutilated body with a rumbling sound, choking his neck and carrying him in midair. Watching him with an expressionless face, "Qin Ming, you can't kill me. Behind me is the Wu family. It's Counselor Wu Mu who possesses a saint-level guardian spirit. Don't make any mistakes. A saint-level imperial spiritist, TSK, so intimidating." Qin Ming sneered, and behind him, for as fiery flames violently erupted, poofing through his limbs and meridians, sealing his soul power. At that moment, his guardian spirit disappeared into place and rejoined the Wu Lao body. What are you doing? Kill or die as you wish. Why did you waste my meridians? Wu Lao roared and hissed with his eyes wide open. His meridians were broken, which directly affected the strength of his body, making him a wasted man. Qin Ming let out a light laugh, dragging Wu Lao's body like a dead dog. Several jumps back to the mountain villa, leaving him to Brother Blade and the others. Keep an eye on him. A general-level guardian spirit can't be found. Brother Blade sniffed and revealed a look of ecstasy. If Hua Yuan's technology, then wouldn't this general-level guardian spirit be able to be grafted onto him? Qin Ming turned around and looked with an icy gaze at Wu Gongsun Xiao and the others who had fled tens of miles away. Li Xin, chase, as you wish, my lord. Li Xin crouched down, and Qin Ming made a jump and landed on top of his shoulder armor. His legs and feet powered up, erupting with terrifying strength, shooting out violently like a meteorite, one step of 1,000 meters, rapidly approaching Gongsun Xiao and the other people's vehicles. Wherever it passed, the ground ruins instantly melted, and countless innocents were scorched and even turned into dry corpses under the flash of this high temperature. Oh my god, run! What kind of monster is this? It's terrifying. How can this be a guardian spirit? *********, I'm also a royal spiritist. I can't withstand this flash of heat at all. Run away. Countless people who saw the sad fiery flame-shrouded blood-armored figure speeding towards them scattered in all directions, fearing to suffer an undeserved disaster. At this time, thinking that he had escaped, Wu He's face was still ugly, and he was about to return to his foppish nature, scolding Gongsun Xiao and the others for not escorting him well. The ground-shaking sound rang out, followed by the earth shaking as if an earthquake had struck. The sound of skyscrapers crashing down one after another was extremely appalling. They turned around violently, and saw Li Xian approaching at a rapid speed, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters with a single jump, and smashing into the front of the vehicle with a bang. In an instant, the ground was smashed out of a huge crater of several hundred meters, and the surrounding ground cracked open into huge fissures, with flying rocks shooting out in all directions and dust rolling in. Gongsun Xiao hurriedly braked and looked at the monstrous dust with fear and anxiety. One could only see a fiery flame-shrouded grave radiant figure, slowly rising, its head shrouded by the flames of a blood-colored helmet, revealing itself from the dusty fog. A tiny figure stood above the shoulders of that huge figure. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Xiao let out a bitter smile, knowing that he could no longer escape. Wu He was even worse, trembling all over. The moment Qin Ming appeared, he understood that martial elder was finished. With a jump, Qin Ming's figure landed in the air in front of the car, his gaze looking indifferently at Gongsun Xiao's several people. Why? You want me to invite you out myself? Qin Ming, you can't kill him? Otherwise, your relationship with the headquarters will be so far gone that it will be difficult to reconcile. Gongsun Xiao knew that there was no way back and had to personally get off the bus and open his mouth to persuade. Lu Feng, Hu Wei and other ordinary royal spiritists were even worse. They didn't even dare to get out of the car, looking at Qin Ming's figure in fear. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled coldly and spoke disdainfully. What? The Wu family can represent Huaxia and the headquarters? Or is the headquarters the Wu family a dominant one? According to the memory of his previous life, the HQ MPs would have had their own agenda and were not on the same page. With these words, Gongsun Xiao was completely speechless, not knowing how to persuade him. He was also extremely angry at Wu He inwardly. Who wouldn't you mess with but Qin Ming? Qin Ming approached the car step by step, and his palm, which was shrouded in a fiery grave, slowly landed on the car window. In an instant, the windows of the car were melted by the terrifying heat, revealing a pale-faced Wu He. Qin Ming, I was wrong. I should not be high and mighty, but between you and me, there is no immortal hatred. Why do you have to bring great disaster to yourself for the sake of impulse? Looking at this extremely unpleasant appearance of Wu He, Qin Ming pinched his neck and directly pulled him out from the passenger side of the car, saying with no expression on his face, when you and I have a conflict of interest, it is already destined for me and you to be immortal. Your worldly family acts in an overbearing manner, and will not care if I, a small person, lives or dies. Right, you're not wrong. You're just scared of dying because you're scared. Chapter 45 The Three Heads. At this moment, Wu He only felt that the power from Qin Ming's palm was becoming more and more terrifying, causing him to feel a strong sense of suffocation. His limbs struggled frantically in the air, and his pupils blanched. Right at this moment, on the roof of the surrounding ruined buildings, three figures appeared, placing Qin Ming only in the center position. One by one, their faces were indifferent, silent, and their gazes were cold as they looked towards Qin Ming's position. Qin Ming's palm slightly loosened, giving Wu He a moment's respite, but the horrible strength that was like steel still made it difficult for him to break away. Its icy bloodshot eyes looked around the three. The man on the roof of the ruined building on the left was dressed in black regular clothes, with an elongated figure, a cold face, and a long, deep breath. The man in front, dressed like a pig-killing uncle, is more casual. The man on the right, with his stocky body and white shirt could not hide the explosive muscles at all. What? Reinforcements sent by the Wu family? I thought Counselor Wu Mu would personally descend. Qin Ming smiled skinlessly and said indifferently. Behind him, Li Xian was like a god or devil, his blood-colored cloak hunting, his eyes shrouded in flames filled with rolling killing intent, just waiting for Qin Ming to give the order. He would behead these people, all of them. Head of Daqian City, Qin Ming, right? I'm the head of Dayun City next door. Zhang Yan, head of Oikawa City. Li Quan, head of Daqing City. Zhou Mian. Qin Ming, the Wu family is not something you can mess with. Put down young Wu and hand over elder Wu. The headquarters will send a new inspector envoy to come and investigate the original cause, and won't allow you to be wronged and aggrieved. In the center position, Li Quan spoke calmly, signaling Qin Ming to let go of the martial crane. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. He naturally understood that all of these people in charge had received orders from the headquarters to come and stop him from obliterating Marshal Crane, and the basic requirement to become the head of a new era city was an A-rank 8th Order Imperial Spiritist. That is, a general rank Imperial Spiritist with a title. They were extremely powerful, controlling a city, and their words were the decree of the law, similar to the city's handlers before the age of guardian spirits, countless sentinels, the best of the best hand-picked by the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming lightly laughed and shook his head. If he wanted to truly stand firm in this era, then he needed to be free from the control of the ancient world family, or even the shackles of the headquarters. Therefore, I desperately need a battle to show my strength, to shock the four directions, and to make an example of me. This Wu he can only recognize his own bad luck and bump into the gun. 3 general-grade Imperial Spiritists. TSK, 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 the strength should be good. I also want to try out the strength of the other cities in charge, just how much strength they have. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's faces changed drastically at the same time, extremely unsightly and grave. Wouldn't they be able to sense that the behemoth behind Qin Ming was a true exalted-level Imperial Spiritist, much more terrifying than them? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were not confident in taking down Qin Ming. Qin Ming, don't mistake yourself, we're just the vanguard. If the strongest of the headquarters descends, you should understand that you're by no means an opponent. This behemoth of a headquarters is simply not something that can be shaken and provoked at your level or mine. Li Quan was not willing to start a big battle with Qin Ming and patiently persuaded him. Qin Ming's gaze was icy cold as he looked toward Wu He, who was still cursing and began to threaten Qin Ming, and in his unbelievable gaze, Qin Ming's arm, a wisp of lurid flames, such as small snakes, fell down his arm, and fell on his body. In an instant, Wu He's entire body was engulfed in flames and let out a miserable wail. In a few breaths of time, Wu He stopped struggling and turned into a ball of black charcoal in full view of everyone. Qin Ming absently clapped his palms, put his hands in his pockets, looked faintly at the 3 people, and said softly, "There, that settles it." At this moment, the 3 people's faces changed drastically. Their hearts shook, and they looked at Qin Ming's figure incredulously. How could they not think of how Qin Ming dared? How he dared to kill Senator Wu Mu's favorite nephew. Such behavior was a naked provocation, choosing to turn the tables with the headquarters, with the Wu family. Even, because of Wu He's death, the 3 of them would be punished by the headquarters and be warned by the Wu family. Even the forces that were paying attention to this farce and were secretly broadcasted were shocked beyond words at this moment. In the Jinling Pavilion, an exalted one froze as he watched the live broadcast of Qin Ming's act of killing Marshal Crane, turning his head incredulously and looking towards the Jinling Pavilion emissary Wang Xiao. "This is the Qin Ming you said was willing to cooperate with my Jinling Pavilion? This is a ing time bomb, isn't it? It might topple my Jinling Pavilion one day." Wang Xiao gave a somewhat awkward smile. He also did not expect Qin Ming to be so bold as to dare to kill Wu Mu's nephew in broad daylight. "Venerable Lord, I also didn't expect this Qin Ming to be so ruthless." Wang Xiao sighed softly, somewhat fearful. At the same time, he was also glad that his attitude at first was quite alright, not belittling Qin Ming because of the backing of the Jinling Pavilion. But, this little guy is in big trouble. Wu Mu, that wife mother, is not a good person, always acting overbearing. I don't know if this Qin Ming is really ignorant, or has other cards. The Jinling Pavilion Venerable said softly, continuing to pay attention to this good show. At the same time, all the divine forces or powerful Imperial Spiritists were paying attention to this matter. In an unknown small mountain village on one side, a domineering figure with a cold face saw the scene and suddenly burst out laughing, seemingly satisfied with Qin Ming's behavior. "Great Qin Li Xin, great Qin, old friend, Qin Ming, interesting fellow, if you can survive this calamity, this era, there will be a place for you." Snap! Suddenly, a slap on the domineering man's head. A tall and sexy figure came and carried the man's ear and laughed lightly. "Good you Xiang Tian, let you go to the street to buy a fish. You give my mother here to secretly watch the live broadcast. Are this era? Live broadcast, what good to see. Wealth, rice, oil and salt is the most important." The man named Xiang Tian hurriedly revealed a fawning smile and begged for forgiveness. Without the slightest hint of his domineering demeanor, the woman proudly grunted and kicked Xiang Tian out of the room, turned around and sat down, her face calmly watching the live broadcast. Not only here, but also many remote areas have not been affected by this unprecedented sentinel disaster, and although there are changes in their lives, they have not been affected much. More than that, it was because there was a terror sentinel hidden there, suppressing everything from the start of the mutation. They are all waiting for the right time to enter the world and start a chaotic struggle. At this moment, Li Quan, Zhou Mian, and Zhang Yan looked at each other across the air and helplessly stepped forward, their soul breath surging around them. Guardian Spirit, Li Changgung, Guardian Spirit, Zhang Shichuo, Guardian Spirit, Chowder Wei. Without further ado, the 3 summoned the Guardian in unison. Accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder, 3 behemoths landed on the roof of the building with a rumble, all holding sharp blades, emitting a horrifying soul aura. their gazes glaring icily at Li Xin. "My lord, I'm going." Li Xin didn't need Qin Ming's command. He fiercely pulled out the giant K that was stuck in the ground and stepped out, blocking in front of Qin Ming. Chapter 46, Making an Example of Someone. Go, and show the world the supreme elegance of the famous generals of Great Qin. Qin Ming's figure leapt back and landed on the roof of Gongsun Zhao's car with a bang, scaring several people with a shiver of fear. Gongsun Zhao cried and mourned. He knew it was over. No matter how Qin Ming ended up, the 6 of them were definitely finished. Even if the headquarters would not chastise them, the accountability of the Wu family would be enough to knock them into the abyss, making it difficult for them to turn around. At this moment, it could be said that all the forces around the globe, powerful imperial spiritists, were all paying attention to this battle. Li Xin walked out step by step with a giant K in his hand, and wherever he passed, flames grew and everything melted away. Arriving not far away, Li Xin snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes gazing at the 3 general-level guardian spirits that pounced above the tall building. Kill! At this moment, Li Xin was like a return to the era of the Great Qin Empire, revitalizing the power of a famous general. The sound of killing echoed between heaven and earth. Around it, endless oceans of fiery flames gushed out, instantly transforming a 1,000-meter radius into the world of 9 ghosts. His huge body, transformed into one with the 9 specter flames, his arms holding swords, his speed was beyond mortal comprehension as he fought with the 3 great ancient general spirits. The terrifying power impacted the void, appearing as distortions and flames shot out in all directions, scorching the already tattered city. The clanging of cold weapons colliding was like thunder, resounding through the ruins of the city and echoing between heaven and earth. Qin Ming watched the scene quietly with an expressionless face, as if he was an emperor sitting in a military camp, not worried in the slightest. He had long ago signaled Li Xin to hide his strength and have a good time with these guys. Otherwise, with his body nowadays, he had long been able to support 80% of Li Xin's strength, and the district general level guardian spirit was but a one-trick pony. At this time, Li Quan's 3 faces were grave. They watched their guardian spirits being vaguely suppressed by Li Xin's appearance, inwardly becoming more and more uneasy. "Both of you, it's only a matter of time before our guardian spirits fall. Capture the thief first. Capture Qin Ming. His guardian spirits are useless even if they are powerful." What Headley said makes sense. "Make your move. Let's try and see how much weight this head Qin who dared to defy the ancient family in the headquarters has." As the words fell, Li Quan and the 3 of them quickly leaped down with the help of the collapsed building and approached Qin Ming. Around the 3 of them, the soul spirit aura became denser and denser, flashing with a horrifying ghostly light as they killed towards Qin Ming. When Li Xin saw this, a wisp of disdain flashed across his blood-colored eyes, as he watched the 3 general-level guardian spirits deliberately blocking the middle between him and Qin Ming. Li Xin coldly opened his mouth and spat out a few words. That thick humiliation caused the 3 great general-level guardian spirits to rage. They were no longer great generals who had left their names in ancient history, possessing their own self-respect. How could they allow others to be so humiliated? At that moment, the killing became even more brutal. Li Xin responded calmly and fought 1 against 3 effortlessly. Looking at the rapidly approaching, lightning-like trio, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, his black and white pupils instantly turned into the color of blood, and the blazing flames erupted around his body. It leapt up and smashed into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. In the next moment, the 3 figures approached Qin Ming, all going all out without the slightest bit of carelessness. "Ordinary general-level imperial spiritists are too weak," Qin Ming said softly. In the 3 people's horrified and unbelievable gaze, Qin Ming's body around the blazing flames like a fog rolled out. The horrifying breath swept across the 4 directions, and hardened their rapidly approaching figures to force them back dozens of meters. Immediately afterward, Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing behind Li's entire body. At that moment, Li Quan's scalp went numb and he was covered in cold sweat. He was wrong, completely misjudging Qin Ming's true strength. Zhou Mian and Zhang Yan's faces changed drastically as they stared blankly at Li Quan, and the figure shrouded in scarlet flames behind him. Qin Ming attached himself and spoke softly. "You are too weak. Worse than that whatsoever, Wu Lao." Bang! A huge force came from his waist, and for a moment his head went blank, his consciousness was muddled, and he was smashed in the ruins of 1,000 meters away. Qin Ming's figure moved slightly once again, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows as he killed towards Zhou Mian. Zhou Mian was caught off guard and blocked with both arms. Bang! Under one punch, Zhou Mian's arms were turned into pitch black, and his entire body was smashed into the earth, landing on all fours and losing his resistance. Qin Ming turned around and looked at Zhang Yan, who was standing in place, neither talking nor fighting, and laughed lightly. "What? Are we going to continue?" Zhang Yan's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he inquired in a slightly puzzled manner. "You won't kill us?" At this moment, Li Xin had long since pressed the 3 general-level guardian spirits without the ability to fight back. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face and said, "Why should I kill you guys? You're from the headquarters. I'm the head of the headquarters. We're all co-workers. You're the ones who invaded my Dakian city. I had no choice but to fight back, didn't I?" Zhang Yan mouth corner twitching. He is really do not know Qin Ming in the end what moth attention. With his nature of not hesitating to kill Wu He, would he really not dare to kill them? Alright, the game is over. Take your guardian spirits and get out of my Dakian city. Remember, this is the first and the last time. If you dare to set foot in Dakian city without my permission again, you will be killed without pardon. Qin Ming turned around violently, his blood-colored pupils looking in a certain direction. There was an imperial spiritist who was furtively broadcasting the battle here live. At this moment, all those who had been following this battle were silent. They understood that Qin Ming's rise had become unstoppable. His words just now were speaking to them, making an example of them. At the headquarters, the speaker, who had been following the battle, saw this and sighed with a light smile. "It's a funny little guy." The man at his side frowned and said, "Lord Speaker, he killed Senator Wumu's nephew. I'm afraid this storm won't end so easily." Headquarters. The speaker raised his hand to interrupt the man and smiled. He was smart enough to knock on the door without touching the bottom line at headquarters. If the headquarters has to find trouble with him and send powerful imperial spiritists to surround and kill him, with his strength exposed in the eyes of the world today, I think there are great powers willing to accept him, even the Jinling Pavilion. This little fellow, indeed, presents me with quite a dilemma. It's hard to choose. The speaker rubbed his temples and said with a slight sense of helplessness. At that, the man at his side inquired in disbelief. "Lord Speaker, what's so difficult to choose? The Wu family is one of the top ancient families in China, with saint-level imperial spiritists in attendance. And this man, it's just the exalted imperial spiritist. Although it's strong, it's not so strong that it's difficult for you to choose, is it?" The speaker smiled lightly at his words, a pair of pupils deep and wise, making people unable to see through his inner thoughts. He's not that simple, and he's not stupid. Go down. I need to think about how HQ treats Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, the man couldn't say anything more and respectfully left. Chapter 47, It's over. Conquer the Gongsun 6. At this moment, the speaker of the headquarters was the only one left in the magnificent and extravagant room. He quietly leaned back on the sofa, his eyes surveying the intimidating and imposing Qin Ming figure with interest, murmuring softly, "Did Qin Li Xin, do you have only one guardian spirit, or are you also a special physique with multiple guardian spirits? If this is true, that is the Qin Empire. At this time, Dakian City." Qin Ming casually pointed his finger, destroying the live instruments and turning the sneaky imperial spiritist into a ball of black charcoal. "Come back, Li Xin. As you wish, my lord." Li Xian's devil-like figure slowly disappeared into place, leaving behind 3 dying guardian spirits. He watched as Zhang Yan picked up the heavily injured duo and came to him. Qin Ming's face was expressionless as he spoke icily. "Get lost." Zhang Yan was silent, and finally sighed softly with a respectful bow of gratitude. "Many thanks to Head Qin for not killing me." Then, with one hand, he picked up the 2 of them and quickly left the place, disappearing from Qin Ming's field of vision. Qin Ming watched expressionlessly as the heads of the 3 major cities left and did not leave them all behind. If this is the case, then it is an enemy of the headquarters, completely tearing off the face, and there will be no end to it. Kill Wu He, just offend the Wu family, with the Wu family Wu He's life, to declare to the world, Daqian City is his Qin Ming's territory. Unusual people, no qualification to die. Of course, this ends in inviting a horrible enemy. Qin Ming has no choice but to let the world know his ruthless methods, in order to stand firm in the chaotic world, in order to keep some of the cow ghosts and snakes outside of Dakian City. It was all in his plan. Turning around, Qin Ming wore a faint smile as he arrived in front of the 6 Gongsun Xiao people. The 6 of them took a step back at the same time, thinking that Qin Ming was preparing to settle scores and kill them in the fall. Just as they were trembling with nervousness, Qin Ming's palm suddenly landed on Lu Feng's shoulder, with whom he had once had a gap friction, patting the dust on his shoulder for him. At that moment, it almost scared the piss out of Lu Feng, his face pale and bloodless. "Don't be nervous, there might be a bit of a misunderstanding between you and I, Qin Ming, am not some pervert who kills innocents indiscriminately, and this is still Captain Gongsun's warning to me," Qin Ming said with a smile. Gongsun Xiao smiled awkwardly, and inwardly slandered. "Your old man even dared to offend the Wu family. What else wouldn't he do? Captain Gongsun, I think that if Woha died in Dakian City, even if it wasn't at the hands of a few of you, I'm afraid you guys are to blame. Let's see, with that overbearing character of Wu Mu, what kind of punishment will you guys receive? Lightly, the guardian spirit will be abolished and become an ordinary person. And heavily, Qin Ming did not continue and stared at Gongsun Xiao with an inexplicable smile. He knew that Gongsun Xiao was a smart man and knew what he meant beyond his words. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xiao let out a bitter smile. He probably guessed Qin Ming's intentions and sighed lightly. Head Qin, just say what you have to say. Several other people, all eyes nervous looking at Qin Ming. After all, their life and death, all in Qin Ming a thought. You sure are a smart guy. I appreciate that. Continue to assist me in the management of Diqian City, the Wu family accountability. I'll block for you, how about it? Wandering slowly, he said in a casual tone. At this moment, several people fell into silence. The meaning of Qin Ming is very simple: betray the headquarters, defect to him Qin Ming, and from now on, he is the only one who looks up to him. Feeling the ethereal coldness that Qin Ming unintentionally exuded, it was as if the god of death was roaming around them, ready to harvest their lives at any time. Lu Feng and a few others gazed at Gongsun Xiao, although they were desperate to save their lives and wanted to agree. But Gongsun Xiao is after all their backbone. They unconsciously wait for Gongsun Xiao to choose. Gongsun Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired doubtfully. Qin Ming, with your strength, it's not difficult to recruit a powerful imperial spiritist than me. So why me? It's simple. Your character. I trust it. Is that reason enough? Qin Ming replied back with a sentence that stunned Gongsun Xiao. At the same time, he was somewhat touched inwardly, not expecting Qin Ming to be so trusting of himself. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ming in his previous life had already known everything about Gongsun Xiao, and was a man of great righteousness and loyalty. Seeing that Gongsun Xiao was still hesitating, Qin Ming was in no hurry and continued. Gongsun Xiao, you're a smart person. You should understand that when facing the Wu family, even if you can survive with your backing, can the five of them survive? In the eyes of the behemoth that is the Wu family, they are like ants that can be easily crushed to death. Secondly, I have not betrayed the headquarters, nor have I made an enemy of the headquarters, or else I would not have spared the three main heads. My current enemy is only the Wu family, and the Wu family doesn't represent headquarters. Do you understand? I think the backers behind you would like you to stay and continue as this watchdog, don't you think? Gongsun Xiao raised his head violently and looked at Qin Ming with an increasingly scornful and fearful gaze. Qin Ming's analysis and control of the situation was so perfect that it chilled him. It was as if from the moment he had known Qin Ming, every step of his own, every step of Qin Ming's, had been in his anticipation. Such an existence that combined wisdom and strength was destined to become a lord of the party and a top figure in this era. Qin Ming, who the hell are you? Gongsun Xiao had to ask his inner doubts once again. The coming of the Guardian Spirit era, the Sentinel riots, all of these sudden changes were a bit difficult for even the headquarters to cope with. But Qin Ming, an ordinary person in the district, had gone this far in just 2 months. It was too unbelievable and shocking. This terrifying degree was as horrifying as a bottom-feeding laborer who transformed into a city's municipal party secretary in 2 months' time. You'll find out. Gongsun Xiao, give me a precise answer. I have little patience. The smile on Qin Ming's face remained unchanged, but the temperature of the air around them plummeted, and the materialized killing intent made them chilled with fear. Okay, I promise. In the end, Gongsun promised that no matter the situation today or the future development, defecting to Qin Ming was the best choice. The ones who truly breathed a sigh of relief at these words were the 5 Lu Fengs. Class D Imperial Spiritist, Gongsun Xiao. Meet the person in charge. Class D Imperial Spiritist, Jiajiu Su. Meet the person in charge. Class E Imperial Spiritist, Hu Wake. Meet the person in charge. Class E Imperial Spiritist, Lu Feng. Lu Hong. Meet the person in charge. Class E Imperial Spiritist, Yi Ren. Meet the person in charge. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth rose, satisfied with the attitude of Gongsun Xiao and the others. For a few people, he actually didn't care. What he cared about was that today's Dakian city was in a state of disarray and needed someone to take charge of surveying it. He didn't have that much time for this himself. As for Blade and the others, they were currently unable to become sentinels for the time being, and were somewhat of a chicken. Li Chanya was indeed powerful and one of his bottom cards nowadays, but Li Chanya's role shouldn't be used for such trivial matters. 48. Decision-making at headquarters. Back at the manor, Qin Ming asked Xiaojiu to arrange rooms for the 6. Afterward, he personally talked with Gongsun Xiao for a while and reached an agreement that he would be in charge of managing the SOSO Dakian city and restoring the basic city routine. All the resources of Dakian city are at his disposal, whether it's manpower, supplies, or something else. Qin Ming's request is simple. Within a year's time, he wants to see Dakian city refreshed. At least the basic order that belonged to him, Qin Ming, had to be realized. Gongsun Xiao didn't shrug it off, just said that he would try his best to fix it. Meanwhile, the conference room of the headquarters building, the figures of a group of counselors emerged and landed on either side of the conference table. And at this moment, the gazes of many counselors all fell on Wu Mu. Wu Mu had a gloomy face, and his eyes erupted from time to time with the power of morose thunder, which was extremely terrifying. She was suppressing her anger and waiting for HQ to decide how powerful the ancient family was. It did not dare to rebel against the decision of the headquarters. If you act privately, you will be judged to be treasonous. And in the face of the unfathomable strength of the headquarters, even Womu had to look at the big picture and didn't dare to mess around. Although the Jinling Pavilion is superficially comparable to the headquarters, but that is all folk rumors. Only the internal top management knows that the headquarters' strength is unfathomable. On the surface, the Speaker of the House was an extremely terrifying Emperor-level imperial spiritist. I'm afraid that apart from the Speaker of the House, even members of Parliament such as Womu are not sure exactly how terrifying the headquarters is. At this time, a golden light flashed from the position of the first seat, and the figure of the Speaker emerged out of thin air and landed on top of the first seat. His breath was ghostly and unfathomable, and his pair of eyes that flickered with golden light were as capable of devouring the hearts of people, and the several councillors did not dare to look at them. The moment he appeared, all the councillors rose neatly and bowed respectfully. See the Speaker. The Speaker gave a faint hum and waved his hand for the crowd to sit down. He gazed at Wu Mu and opened the door. Wu Mu, this matter involves your Wu family. What do you think? When Wu Mu heard this, he raised his gloomy face and spoke coldly with endless killing intent. Kill these little rats, provoking the majesty of the headquarters, provoking the rules of order in Huaxia. They all deserve to die, as well as that Jinling Pavilion. They really think that if they have an emperor-level imperial spiritist, they can be compared to the headquarters. They don't know their own strength. I think it's time for the headquarters to use some iron-blooded tactics to declare to the world who is the master of China. The Speaker smiled faintly at his words and did not answer anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to Councillor Yang and inquired, Councilman Yang, what do you think? Councillor Yang straightened his body, ignoring Wu Mu's threatening gaze, analyzed seriously for a moment, and opened his mouth. I don't think we should act so arbitrarily. For one thing, it's unknown just how strong Qin Ming is. Through the live broadcast footage, we can easily see that Qin Ming's guardian spirit against the three great general-level guardian spirits is no different from crushing. Qin Ming himself is equally powerful and abnormal, and it would be too costly to surround and kill Qin Ming. Secondly, besides the Jinling Pavilion, there are other forces eyeing and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this time, it's not advisable to make an extra effort and purge the headquarters of their enemies. I think those guys would be happy for the headquarters to make a move against Qin Ming, and would be happy to have Qin Ming fall back on them. Thirdly, Qin Ming did not kill the three city heads of the headquarters. He did not touch the bottom line of the headquarters. As for the killing of the Wu family's Wu He, that dude's reputation in the imperial capital is well known. Which is right or wrong is up for debate. Fourth, Qin Ming acted relaxed, as far as he let go of Gongsun Shao, let go of the three city heads' behavior. He is not a generation of courage and tactlessness. This kind of person, how will expose the bottom card? I think a Zune-level guardian spirit. I'm afraid that is not all of his bottom card. As Councillor Yang's words fell, Wu Mu stormed out and slapped the table, furious at Councillor Yang. Yang Sui, what do you mean? Are you saying that my nephew Wu He deserves to die? He's at least a headquarters inspector. What are your intentions with this statement? When Yang Sui saw this, he smiled faintly, not fearing Wu Mu in the slightest, and remained calm and collected. Other people are afraid of the Wu family. When has he, the Yang family, ever been afraid? It was yet to be seen which one was stronger or weaker, as they were both saint-level imperial spiritists. That's enough. Sit down. The Speaker spoke faintly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The unintentional overflowing majesty of the Emperor's soul caused Wu Mu's face to change slightly, and he didn't dare to retort with a cold snort. Wu Mu, remember, the headquarters is the headquarters of China, not the headquarters of your Wu family. Feeling the Speaker's cold and terrifying gaze, Wu Mu's heart palpitated inwardly and did not dare to continue to speak. The cause of Wu He's death. I will send a new inspector envoy to Deqian City to investigate and give the Wu family an explanation. As for the grudge between your Wu family and Qin Ming, you can settle it privately if you want to. Don't put it out in the open. And all of you, each with your own agenda, be quiet during this period. As the words fell, the Speaker's figure disappeared, leaving behind a silent and speechless crowd. Back in the room, the Speaker waved his hand, signaling the man not far away to come over. Lord Speaker, have Di Jiang travel to Deqian City and investigate what happened. Remember, instruct him not to clash with Qin Ming. As you wish. After the man left, Gongsun Shao called and told the original story and explained that now they continue to stay in Deqian City. Well, you've done well in this matter. Stay in Deqian City and help Qin Ming rebuild the city. Do your share of duties. No need to specifically spy on Qin Ming, otherwise you'll be a personal threat. As you wish, Mr. Speaker. Hanging up the phone, the Speaker's face was bland as he speculated on what exactly Qin Ming wanted to do. On the coffee table in front of him was information about Qin Ming, everything from birth to now. Is Wu Yi's provocation a coincidence that Qin Ming had to resist, or is everything in his plan? He once offered to take control of Daqian City. It seems that this little fellow had planned this long ago. It's not simple. The speaker smiled faintly. He was also curious as to how amazing the future would be for this Qin Ming, who had spent the first half of his life in misery and misery. As for the question of disposal, he never thought about it. In this chaotic world, if the heart is not ruthless, how can it stand? He didn't think that Qin Ming had done wrong. On the contrary, he appreciated what Qin Ming had done. Di Jiang, on the other hand, was just going through the motions, in order to give the Wu family an explanation. Some guys who rely on their old age are still thinking about themselves in this day and age, disregarding the big picture, and trying to find ways to meddle in the headquarters forces and the control of the city. Thinking of this, the speaker's face gradually faded. He had long wanted to clean up these headquarters parasites, but had never had the right opportunity. Now Qin Ming's appearance, instead, showed him a suitable opportunity, a sharp sword that would not go forward. Don't let me down, little one. Meanwhile, the Wu family conference room. Wu Mu sat in the first seat with a gloomy face, and the other senior figures of the Wu family didn't dare to breathe and carefully sat below. After a long time, Wu Mu opened his mouth icily. Send someone to keep an eye on Daqian City, keep an eye on Qin Ming's every move, and inform me as soon as he leaves Daqian City. Chapter 49, Knocking Down Di Jiang, the long-awaited meeting. 3 days later, Daqian City, Qin Ming Villa. Master Qin, the new inspector ambassador from headquarters is here. Gongsun Shao came to Qin Ming's room to report. Qin Ming stopped meditating, lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his profound eyes. That flash of bloodlight caused Gongsun Shao to involuntarily shiver in fear. For some reason, he felt that Qin Ming was several times more powerful than when they initially met. He inwardly wondered how the strength of a sentinel could grow so fast. Oh, tell us about the visitor's information. Qin Ming got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking an unfamiliar middle-aged figure that was entering the lodge. Gongsun Shao organized his language for a moment and told him truthfully. The visitor's name is Di Jiang, an A-class imperial spiritist, one divine detective of the headquarters. He's not very strong, but he's a special guardian spirit, and is said to possess the ability to go back in time and detect whether or not a person's heart is lying. Oh, Di Renjie? Interesting. Wu Mu, Di Jiang. He wouldn't be related to the Wu family, would he? Qin Ming inquired with slight curiosity. Gongsun Shao shook his head in negation. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that Di River is directly under the Lord Speaker. Well, let him in, Qin Ming said calmly with an expressionless face. Not long after, in the conference hall, Qin Ming was sitting at the first place with a large amount of hot energy food in front of him. Roast venison, steak, suckling pig, red wine and more. As he became more physically powerful, the more energy he needed, the more his muscles demanded meat. On the left and right, there were Li Chanye, Brother Blade, Long De Long Air, Xiao Jiao, and others. They just sat quietly, and even though Qin Ming told them to eat together, none of them dared except Li Chanye. Crunch! The gate opened and Di Jiang entered the conference hall led by Gongsun Shao. The sight in front of him caused him to faintly stare, only to see that in the position directly in front of him, Qin Ming was feasting on a cup of red wine in no time. Master Qin, Inspector Di is here. Qin Ming raised his head and met his eyes. At that instant, Di Jiang's eyes overflowed with a faint gray mist, as if they could devour people's hearts. When Qin Ming saw this, his eyes instantly turned into the color of blood, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flashed by. In a blink of an eye, Di Jiang's forehead was in a cold sweat as his body took several uncontrollable steps backward, half kneeling on the ground. His whole body was trembling with fear. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, and only then did he escape from the suffocating sensation. Gasping for air, the crowd was surprised by this sudden change of heart, but none of them dared to ask too many questions. After a long time, Di Jiang regained some of his strength before getting up, with lingering fear in his eyes. Looking at Qin Ming's appearance, he continued to feast without regard for his image. Inside Di Jiang at this moment, there was nothing else but fear. Just a moment ago, he tried to peer inside Qin Ming. In the next moment, he witnessed the true purgatory landscape, the 9 underworld sea that lifted up 10,000 feet of horrifying waves, coming at him as if it was going to devour him. There was even a terrifying figure, suspended between heaven and earth, watching him with indifference. That horrifying sight almost caused his mind to collapse, too terrifying to recall. At this moment, Di Jiang was certain that the young man in front of him was by no means as simple as that live-streaming image that easily suppressed 3 great general-level imperial spiritists. Supervisory Envoy Di Jiang, pay respects to Head Qin. Di Jiang respectfully bowed, not daring to think too much about anything else. Well, sit down. Qin Ming rambled and opened his mouth without lifting his head, continuing to enjoy the food on the table. The few people watching Blade couldn't help but gulp. Di Jiang at this moment no longer from the headquarters of the lofty mentality, just a like purgatory eyes, let him know that the person in front of him, then the so-called Wu family terror countless times. He has a special guardian spirit and his intuition is the most accurate. The sense of trepidation and uncertainty in facing Qin Ming was comparable to facing the speaker. The moment this thought was born, Di Jiang almost thought that something had gone wrong with his guardian spirit, but the facts told him that it was no illusion. Sitting down anxiously, Di Jiang hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to speak. Head Qin, I'm sure you know the purpose of my trip. I wonder if I can trouble you to spare some time. Qin Ming burped, and Xiao Jiao hurriedly handed over paper towels. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Qin Ming dropped the paper towel and glanced at Blade and said, Little Dagger, Gongsun Xiao and a few others know what happened. Just ask them. Remember, cooperate with Inspector D, and do not be negligent. Qin Ming got up and left, and from the beginning to the end, Di Jiang didn't dare to open his mouth to interrupt or even call Qin Ming off, and could only let him arrange everything. Walking to Di Jiang's side, Qin Ming suddenly stopped and gently patted his shoulder and said, Inspector D, these men of mine will fully cooperate with you. Whatever you need, just ask. No need to be polite with me. By the way, it's better to say what needs to be said, but what shouldn't be said, it's better to rot in your heart. The moment Qin Ming's palm left Di Jiang's shoulder, his entire body slumped in his chair and almost collapsed. The moment Qin Ming touched him, he felt that his tendons and veins were instantly taken control of, and the guardian spirit senses with him instantly lost contact. This is so horrible, it's unbelievable. Qin Ming came to the doorway out and unapologetically waved his hand to call the knife brother. Dagger, it's not easy for Inspector D to make a trip here. Eat, drink and take care of me. In addition, prepare $50 million and give it to Inspector D as hard-earned money. After the chaos, the currency in circulation is still money. Of course, this is for ordinary people, or ordinary sentinels. An existence like Qin Ming's, where money meant nothing, had as much as it wanted. Only after Qin Ming left did Di Jiang come back to his senses, looking at Gongsun Xiao with a wisp of a bitter smile. He hadn't realized that he'd nearly died of fright on his first mission after the chaos. Gongsun Xiao also shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly and came to Di Jiang's side, patting his shoulder and sighing lightly. Brother D, take all the favors that Master Qin has given you. I believe you're a smart man. Di Jiang nodded slightly and did not refuse. If he refused, it would mean tearing his face off with Qin Ming. Although with the headquarters as a backer, nothing would happen to him. But whether it was Qin Ming's awesomeness or the speaker's attitude, he understood that the headquarters wouldn't be able to take on Qin Ming's opponents. His trip, in fact, was nothing more than going through the motions for the Wu family to see and for the world to see. At this moment, Di Jiang finally noticed the man who was the only one who dared to drink and eat meat in front of Qin Ming, without a care in the world. He surveyed it for a moment, not daring to continue prying into its heart. However, Li Chanya's, if anything, emanating a stern aura made him realize that this was another terrifying spirit sentinel. Qin Ming, just how many means are you hiding? Di Jiang sighed inwardly and got up to leave the conference room under the leadership of Brother Blade. Returning to his room, Qin Ming suddenly felt a little dizzy in his mind, and his vision gradually blurred. He did not panic. His face showed a faint color of joy, quickly locked the door of the room, came to the bed, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Is it you who wants to see me? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. As the words fell, Qin Ming's consciousness entered chaos and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 50, the beginning of the king's recruitment and control. Opening his eyes again, Qin Ming's figure once again appeared in the scarlet heaven and earth. However, this time, he was in a different location, and instead, he came to the top of that black Taiyu. The surroundings were so chaotic and blood-colored that it was impossible to see the surroundings. The dead ground, the cold air, the quiet creepy world. Qin Ming frowned, not understanding why the beginning emperor had not seen him when he had received his consciousness into the scarlet heaven and earth. Qin Ming carefully walked forward, the blood-colored fog rolling around him, so thick that Qin Ming could almost palm it away. After a few minutes, Qin Ming suddenly stopped his body, only to see that not far ahead, a great figure stood in the blood-colored fog, his back facing him, unable to see his face. That figure, a head of thick black hair draped over the shoulders, just to see a glance, will feel endless overbearing imperial aura? People unconsciously give birth to the intention of submission and kneeling. Qin Ming's heart was beating crazily at the moment. Even if he had lived a new life, he couldn't stop trembling with excitement when he saw the back of this 1,000-year-old emperor at the moment. Is it you? Why am I the one you have chosen? What are your orders for recruiting me? You. Qin Ming had too many questions, but he was interrupted by the figure waving his hand. Just as Qin Ming was puzzled, The magnificent figure suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes and was replaced by an ancient sword. An ancient sword representing power, honor, and supremacy. On top of the sword body, it was draped with the aura of a black dragon, and the cold light was creepy and extremely terrifying. Qin Ming froze and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. For the first time, he felt that how could a sword be so terrifying and overbearing, as if it was the lord of all swords, commanding the world's famous swords. At this moment, Qin Ming seemed to understand something and muttered lowly under his breath, "SkyQuest." In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his body and he snapped open his ghostly eyes. Qin Ming slowly got up and went to the window overlooking the city. Silent. After a long time, he whispered softly to himself, "Is it your sword that is lost? I need to find it for you." Heaven's question. The sword of the first emperor. According to the memories of his previous life, he had never heard of information about the Heaven's Question sword. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Qin Ming rubbed his temples and said bitterly, whoever obtained the Heaven's Question sword would not be able to make a big deal out of it and leak the news. It can only be charted slowly. Qin Ming whispered a sentence, his eyes light as a ghostly pool as he gazed at the world. A month later, Di Jiang had long since left Daqian City with the results of his investigation and returned to the imperial capital. As for Qin Ming, he almost closed his door for a month, practicing hard to deal with his future powerful enemies. After all, Li Changye was only an external force, and he, Qin Ming, would ultimately only believe in himself. Whether it was Li Changye, Blade, or Gongsun Shao, they were all just means for him to gain a foothold. If there was ever a day when it was a crisis of his own life and he had to give them up, Qin Ming would decisively retreat. On this day, Qin Ming was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door and slowly opened his blood-colored eyes, revealing a faint color of joy. Finally a step up. Qin Ming whispered a sentence, collected his breath, retreated his blood-colored pupils, and spoke faintly. Enter. Huang came to Qin Ming's room and spoke with a happy face. Master Qin, it's done. Looking at Huang's pale and haggard face, Qin Ming knew that he was considered to have vomited his heart and soul and studied with all his heart and soul. Oh, very well then, let's get started. First create an army of 100 puppet sentinels. The experiments needed should be enough, right? Qin Ming revealed a faint smile and spoke. Huang nodded slightly and sat down at Qin Ming's gesture, drinking the ice water in front of him in one go and gasping for a moment. It's enough. These days, they capture nearly hundreds of imperial spiritists. There's also about the soul grafting experiment, which has been continuously perfected through a month, and the success rate has also reached 80%. Qin Ming crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa in deep thought. After a moment, he looked to Ryudai in the doorway. Get Dagger over here. Yes, Master Qin. Not long after, Brother Blade came trotting in and looked at Qin Ming and respectfully saluted and greeted him. Dagger. The experiment of grafting soul spirits has a success rate of 80%, and it will be difficult to continue to improve in a short period of time. What are your thoughts? Blade was slightly stunned. He naturally understood what Qin Ming meant. However, he spoke decisively and said with conviction, Master Qin, I believe in Huang. Let me replace that martial elder's guardian spirit. I've coveted his guardian spirit for a long time. There will be a mortality rate. Think about it. Qin Ming gave a word of caution. Master Qin, if it wasn't for you, little Dagger, I would have died in the chaos. It would have been a life I picked up. I'm not afraid to die, Blade said with a smile. Although he didn't want to die, he wasn't afraid of death either. Otherwise it wouldn't have fought before the age of guardian spirits. Qin Ming sniffed and said no more as he gazed at Huang and said, let's begin. How long will it take to graft the souls of the puppet army and the knife? Huang pondered for a moment and held out 5 fingers. Well, go ahead and get it done as soon as you can. Soon after, Blade left with Huang. 5 days later, in the cold, wide basement, Qin Ming looked at the 100 expressionless puppet imperial spiritists in front of him, without the slightest human emotion, and nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Huang beside him and inquired, how do you drive them, Master Qin? This is a puppet imperial spiritist built with a combination of high-tech distinguishing technology, recording your voice. In the future they will only listen to your orders. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and looked behind him at Blade, who didn't say a word and exuded an icy aura around him. A few days ago, he had successfully grafted onto the martial elder guardian, becoming a true guardian spirit, but Blade needs time to get used to the guardian spirit and bond with it. Dagger, you do it. The crowd was stunned and looked at Qin Ming in disbelief. This kind of killing weapon is definitely the most stable to be controlled in one's own hands. The fact that Qin Ming had chosen to let Blade take control of the puppet sentinel was indeed astonishing to the crowd. Master Qin, this is not appropriate. Although Blade's heart was moved, he understood that he was not qualified to control such a terrifying killing weapon. It was already a great gift for him to become a sentinel, or a powerful general-level sentinel. How could he still dare to covet the puppet sentinel control? Qin Ming looked at Blade with a calm face, patted his shoulder and said softly, "Little dagger, I believe that you will not betray me. So, what is wrong with you taking control for me? Could it be that you have a heart of betrayal?" At these words, the Knife brother's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground trembling and said, "Master Qin, I, Little Dagger, am loyal to you and have no intention of betraying you." Qin Ming stared expressionlessly at Blade's figure for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing and personally helped him up, symbolically patting the dust on his body. "I believe in you, so I'm handing over control of the puppet sentinel to you." Blade looked flattered and nodded his head fiercely and said, "In the future, if Master Qin tells me to go down to the Sea of Fire, I will never go up to the Mountain of Swords. Ha 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 ha, very good, let's begin." Qin Ming laughed, a creepy laugh. The surrounding several people are anxious, only to smile and concur. Chapter 51, The Unwilling Submissive in the Urban Village. The process of controlling a puppet imperialist was simple, not much different from entering a fingerprint. It was completed in just a few minutes. One of the reasons why Qin Ming was relieved to hand over the puppet sentinel to Blade was that he was indeed loyal enough. The second, Qin Ming has never been afraid of the district puppet imperialist, no matter how many ants there were. In the end, they were merely ants and were no threat to Qin Ming. When Brother Knife opened his eyes again, a ray of lurid soul aura flickered, and the lights of the entire basement room flickered crazily, blowing a ghostly cold breeze out of thin air. Everyone else except Qin Ming involuntarily shivered. Blade hurriedly collected his soul spirit power, becoming a sentinel for the first time, plus the fact that this guardian spirit was not an ordinary guardian spirit, it was a grade A 8th order guardian spirit. He was able to achieve a level of control that was already superior to the norm. Perfect control takes time. Thank you, Master Qin. Brother Blade's face showed a pious expression as he arched his hand in obeisance, his inner loyalty towards Qin Ming arriving at an unprecedented level. Several other people, Long De, Long Air, Xiao Jiao, Hua Yuan and other existences, were all convinced by Qin Ming's aura. Qin Ming's face was bland and he nodded slightly, patting Brother Blade's shoulder and said, "You are loyal to me, so naturally you will not be treated poorly." After leaving the basement, Brother Knife distributed the puppet imperialists in the dark places of the mountain villa and arranged dozens of secret sentries. Which wins will be clear. Inside Qin Ming's room, Hua Yuan reported about the shortcomings of the puppet sentinel. "Master Qin, these puppet imperial spiritists, because of the large amount of life essence and soul essence consumed, their lifespan is far lower than other normal imperial spiritists. I'm afraid I only have 10 years to live." Qin Ming was not surprised when he heard this. The pros and cons were mixed. He could naturally understand that. There's no harm in it. In today's world, the last thing that's lacking is spirit sentinels. In addition, distribute the Yuan devouring pills to each puppet imperial spiritist, as well as the spirit items that you have researched, targeting imperial spiritists. Qin Ming calmly commanded a sentence. Understood. Long ready. Hua Yuan naturally understood Qin Ming's character and wouldn't care at all about the deaths of ordinary people or ordinary imperial spiritists. Afterward, Qin Ming's gaze looked towards Gongsun Xiao. "Gongsun Xiao, tell us how things are going on your side?" Gongsun Xiao was in charge of reorganizing the civilian imperial spiritists in Dakian City, rebuilding Dakian City, and restoring basic urban order. Gongsun was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to reply. Most of the imperial spiritists in Dakian City have been registered, and their information has been compiled into the newly established imperial spiritist system in Dakian City. But there is a small group of imperial spiritists who have set themselves up as kings and are unwilling to return to the fold, even stirring up public opinion against our enlistment. Qin Ming's face remained unchanged as he leaned back on the sofa and fell into a brief moment of contemplation before inquiring, "How many unwilling sentinels are there?" "A rough count of nearly 1,000. Registered and programmed into the sentinel system is roughly 10,000. "Well, is there more?" Qin Ming continued. "The construction of temporary shelters for ordinary residents of Dakian City will take about half a year to complete, and I'm afraid it will take a year to restore basic urban order. As for restoring Dakian City to what it once was, it's hard to do without decades," Gongsun Xiao said with a sad face. "The regression of civilization due to the global anomaly is so great that it is simply difficult to restore the former glory in a short period of time. Not to mention that in today's day and age, it's too easy to destroy a city's civilization." Qin Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. "Good. Just step up your own time to supervise, and as for those who are recalcitrant, I will deal with them myself." As he spoke, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with a ray of lurid spectral light. It just so happened that he needed to expand the legion of puppet sentinels, and since they didn't know how to do it, then don't blame Qin Ming for being impolite. As for the so-called public pressure, it didn't exist at all for Qin Ming. When one's own strength is strong enough, one does not care what the world thinks. By the way, Master Qin, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Recently there are quite a few strange Imperial Spiritists coming in Dakian City. Sneaky, I'm afraid they're coming from a bad place. Do we need to solve them? Qin Ming waved his hand, naturally knowing that these guys were spies from other forces, even the headquarters, and the Wu family. However, he didn't take it to heart. Just some clowns. No, I have my own plans. The meeting ended, and Qin Ming sat alone on the sofa, contemplating his future plans. Just then, Xiaojiu walked and came in front of Qin Ming. Master Qin, this is information about the unwillingness to submit to the Imperial Spiritists. Please take a look. As he spoke, Xiaojiu handed over the computer, pulling up information about the leaders of those unwilling to submit to the Imperial Spirit. Qin Ming browsed through the information with a bland expression on his face, and suddenly, his eyes stagnated slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Fan Xinshin? Surprisingly awakening a guardian spirit and becoming a B-class Imperial Spiritist. Interesting, is it so emboldened that it is unwilling to submit? Whispering a sentence, Qin Ming looked towards Xiaojiu and opened his mouth. Where are they hiding today? Xiaojiu replied without thinking. Rock Cloud District Urban Village. Because of the poverty of this place, on the contrary, did not suffer too much from the waves of the event of the unrest of the Imperial Spiritist. Well preserved, together with the fact that the Imperial Spiritist led by Fan Xinshin was strong enough to deter the other Imperial Spiritists. The entire village in the city is now integrated and tightly defended. Qin Ming let out a light laugh. Recalling Fan Xinshin's disappointing departure at first, he had not thought that she would actually awaken the guardian spirit. There is some meaning to it. Notify Little Dagger to get ready. It doesn't need too many people. I will personally go to meet the so-called these guys for a while. Understood, Master Qin. Not long after, Blade got the order and drove alone to the entrance of the lodge to wait for Qin Ming. Qin Ming came straight to the door to get into the car and said indifferently, "Go." Yes, Master Qin. Meanwhile, Iwakumo District, Urban Village. In the densely packed old-fashioned buildings, there were all Imperial Spiritists hiding in ambush, monitoring every path that must be taken to enter the village. If there are any winds and grasses, they can promptly report to the head of the village in the town. Have you heard? Daqian City has changed the sky. That what the head of the headquarters, even provoked the majesty of the headquarters, safe and sound. Too bizarre. Yes, I also watched that battle. It was horrible. Now the Imperial Spiritists led by that person in charge seem to be echoing the return of the folk Imperial Spiritists to the fold. Will we be attacked by that person in charge if we stick to this place? Afraid of the bird? There are several commanders sitting in the town. Even if that person in charge arrives, he can only know what to do. At this moment, in the room, two Imperial Spiritists who were responsible for guarding the road that led to the village and the city were talking carefully. Makes sense. We've assembled nearly 1,000 Imperial Spiritists here, trying to eat us. Delusional. One of them snorted coldly, his face showing disdain. Alas, even though you have a point, it's really disheartening that we become Imperial Spiritists and we're still hiding in this shabby city village. What can you do if you are not willing? Is it possible to defect to that person in charge? Outside today, it's in ruins. It's not as good as here. Hey, yeah, that makes sense. Chapter 52, Descending to the City Village. The web appears. Just as the two of them were talking pleasantly, a blood-colored figure flickered past the surveillance ahead of them without being noticed. Do you feel as if the temperature around you is getting hotter? One of them suddenly frowned, taking off his jacket in confusion. That's for sure. There's no air conditioning in this Thai room. Sinning not right. Now it's winter. How can it get hotter and hotter? The two of them stiffened, looking at the blazing flames floating out of thin air in the room, and turned around incredulously to look at the figure behind them that was like an evil ghost in purgatory. When did you? Poof. The duo didn't even have time to press the alarm. Two fire snakes rose up into the air and instantly penetrated his heart, severing his vitality and killing him. Qin Ming came in front of the duo with no expression on his face, casually dropping two balls of blazing flames, his gaze calmly looking at the surveillance screen, which happened to be directed at the path of necessity. After solving the hidden sentries, not much later, Blade entered the city village in his exclusive Big G. Qin Ming's figure flickered slightly as he came straight to the front of the car and entered it. Go! It's Master Qin. Knife drove his automobile and just waltzed into the town center. Soon, this magnificent automobile, which was one of the few in Dakian City, attracted the attention of quite a few Imperial Spiritists. However, since they hadn't received any alerts, they couldn't make a move to stop them, and only assumed that they were the honored guests of the several commanders who were sitting in this place. Brother, don't you think there's something familiar about this automobile? Suddenly, someone opened their mouth to look at the man beside them and muttered. The man sniffed and frowned in serious contemplation. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and he said in shock, I think I've seen it on TV. It's the exclusive car of Brother Blade, who used to be the only person in Dakian City who had his hands all over the world. Do we need to notify a few commanders? You don't want to die? Since there's no alarm and you can still waltz into the urban village, it must be a few commanders negotiating with Brother Knife, who is said to have defected to the head of Dakian City. Makes sense. Hey, you're still smart. You and I are as talented as Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Half an hour later, the car came to an old building not far away. Blade turned off the engine and looked sideways at Qin Ming in the passenger seat. Master Qin, according to the intelligence, the 3 leaders of the Imperial Spiritists who are unwilling to submit to the village and the city are here. At this moment, a ghost-like gaze from the surrounding densely packed old buildings peered at the out-of-place automobile. Well, wait here, I'll meet them myself. Qin Ming spoke softly, and the moment he got out of the car, there was a lot of talk around him. All of them had seen Qin Ming's terrifying tactics in the network video, using his own strength to suppress the 3 general-level royal spiritists. How terrifying. He's here after all. At this moment, in the old building at the very front, 3 figures stared deathly at Qin Ming's figure and said with a heavy voice, Fan Xinxin, now no longer once delicate appearance, dressed in a strong suit, eyes flashed cold and complex color, staring at Qin Ming. She would never forget the humiliation of that day, and it was hard to forget the pleasurable encounter. She was an ordinary person, but she was born with a good skin, and she had always thought that she loved herself and wanted to rely on herself and fight her way out. Unfortunately, the reality was cruel, and her only reliance was that naturally good skin. In the end, she decides to commit herself to a rich boy she can accept and give him her first time in exchange for a better future. Whoever thought that he would just happen to run into Qin Ming, the cold-blooded one? Just as she was fuming, the man at her side spoke up and interrupted her. Commander Fan, what should we do? This guy isn't simple. With the 3 of us, there's no way we can block him. Fan Xinxin shook her head. She didn't know how to face Qin Ming either. After all, in the face of strong strength, all conspiracies and tricks seem ridiculous. Don't worry, you too. It's just an exalted imperial spiritist. I have my own methods. Suddenly, in the darkness behind him, the 3rd city village commander, Yan Ling, walked up, his face calm as he spoke indifferently. He came straight behind Fan Xinxin and his palm landed on Fan Xinxin's delicate body. Fan Xinxin frowned slightly and dodged to pull away. She had always disliked this person, giving off a sense of evil and hauntedness, and liked to make a move on her. However, due to the fact that his strength was the same as a B-class imperial spiritist, she could only tolerate it over and over again. Commander Yen, what do you mean? Could it be that you still have a backhanded way to deal with the Zun-ranked imperial spiritist? At this moment, Lin Jun's face was slightly happy. He knew what Yan Ling had in mind for Fan Xinxin, but weighing the benefits, he didn't mind or even turned a blind eye. Yan Ling was rejected by Fan Xinxin and didn't care, sitting on the sofa and smiling. I wonder if the 2 of you have heard of the ropes. At these words, both of them revealed a confused look and shook their heads. In today's Huaxia, the openly known imperial spiritists, except for the headquarters and the Jinling Pavilion, all the other forces are well hidden, and there's no such thing as a luo net that I've heard of. Fan Xinxin spoke up. Yan Ling smiled, not surprised, and led the way. No, I think you've heard of it, you're just afraid to think about it much. What do you mean? Lin Jun inquired in surprise. According to the information of the Sentinel forces that have stormed out today, there are very few and indeed no information on the Rouge, a reminder of the Great Qin Empire. When these words came out, Lin Jun and Fan Xinxin froze at the same time, and when they looked at each other, unbelievable colors flashed in their eyes. Impossible. How could the luo net of the Great Qin Empire continue into this era? Yan Ling, what are you babbling about? Lin Jun shook his head, feeling that this Yan Ling was crazy and talking nonsense. You won't understand. The soul world, how terrifying it is, and the luo net. Although it's not the same luo net inherited from the Great Qin Empire, there is a great affinity between the two. Today's luo net forces, spread all over China. Although it's not considered very strong, the information it controls is definitely the most terrifying force besides the Jinling Pavilion and the headquarters. Yan Ling said calmly, you're from Milan? Suddenly, Fan Xinxin opened her mouth and spoke the truth in one word. Yan Ling was surprised and looked at Fan Xinxin with a more and more appreciative gaze. His heart secretly vowed to take this woman down. Yes, you too. Now that the person in charge of Dakian City has arrived at the city center village, relying on your strength, it's impossible to block that person. The only way to save the city center village is to defect to Luo Net. The owner of the Luo Net is a saint-level royal spiritist, and is of a special physique, possessing 6 exalted guardian spirits, which, when united, can rival saint-level guardian spirits, and he has a lot of strong people under his command. The best is assassination and control of information. Join Luo Net, become a part of the Luo Net. I guarantee that the person in charge of this big Qian city Cannot move a penny of this place. At these words, Lin Jun fell into silence. Both he and Fan Xinxin are local to Daqian City. Yan Ling, on the other hand, came here suddenly in January, his identity unknown. Now that he thought about it, he must have been an emissary sent by the Luo network in order to subdue them as a force to be used by the Luo network. Chapter 53. I'd been looking for this for a long time. After a long silence, Lin Jun looked at Fan Xinxin and said, Commander Fan, I think what Commander Yan said is reasonable. The headquarters is wrongly rooted and complicated. It's not suitable for us to defect. The Spirit Suppressor Pavilion is difficult to defect to as we press on with no contact information. This Rolodex seems like a good choice. Fan Xinxin remained silent. Her emotions towards Qin Ming were too complicated to talk about liking, but her inner obsession was such that it was hard to put it down. She wanted to prove to Qin Ming that she was not a woman who could only rely on stripping, but that she possessed great strength. But today's Qin Ming was simply not something she could resist. Both of you, he is already here. How to choose? Please be quick. Yan Ling looked like he was winning, not worried that the two would refuse. Lin Jun showed an excited look and looked eager to agree. But in the end, he looked to Fan Xinxin to see what she thought. Fan Xinxin hesitated for a moment and opened her mouth to inquire. Commander Yan, how can you guarantee that the Luo net can stand against Qin Ming, in the entire Luo net, other than your Luo net leader? I'm afraid that no one can stand up to Qin Ming, right? This is Daqian City, Qin Ming's territory. Nowadays, there are nearly 10,000 ordinary imperial spiritists who have submitted under his command. How can he resist? Yan Ling said with a light laugh and contemptuous eyes. Those nearly 10,000 imperial spiritists are nothing more than a general trend that has to be defected. Qin Ming can't command them at all. As for dealing with Qin Ming, Luo net has long been prepared. At these words, Fan Xinxin snapped up and said with a slight change in her face, What do you mean? Although she held a grudge against Qin Ming, she didn't want him to die like this. You don't have to care. All I need from Rohan is an attitude from you. Right at this moment, the temperature around them rose steeply, making them hot and uncomfortable. The gate in front, made of mixed gold, suddenly turned creepy red. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of several people who were waiting for the door was directly melted, and the iron flowed all over the ground. A figure slowly stepped across the boiling iron water into the room, and above its right hand, there was a flame pulsating. That was quite a conversation. Why don't you continue? With a faint smile, Qin Ming came to the side of the sofa and sat down as if no one else was there. His gaze went to Fan Xinxin, who for some reason did not dare to meet his eyes and was silent. Lin Jun, on the other hand, stepped back in fear, his gaze filled with fearful unease. The mere fact that Qin Ming was unintentionally emitting the aura of a soul spirit caused him to feel despair. On the contrary, it was Yan Ling, who had been sitting steadily on top of the sofa, unafraid to meet his eyes. Qin Ming looked at Yan Ling and came to have some interest. He was curious as to what the bottom line of these people was. Head Qin, right? First time I've met you. Rouge Yen order. Qin Ming's face remained calm and composed, as if anything that happened was under his control. As for the Luo network, that is the power that he has been thinking about for a long time. However, he directly ignored Yan Ling's words as his gaze once again fell on Fan Xinxin. Fan Xin, my promise to you still counts. This is your last chance. Come here. Qin Ming's low and icy voice came, and those domineering words made Fan Xinxin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and even ghostly walked towards behind Qin Ming. Even though she had thought of thousands of scenarios in which she would face Qin Ming, when she really felt his domineering attitude, all her imaginations were turned into illusions. Lin Jun and Yan Ling's faces changed slightly when they saw this. They hadn't thought that Fan Xinxin knew Qin Ming, and it seemed that the relationship wasn't simple. Fan Xinxin, what are you doing? Come back. Yan Ling coldly grunted in displeasure. What is this? The goddess of his dreams was being called upon, and it was an insult to him. Yan Ling's cold drink woke Fan Xinxin up. She stubbornly looked at Qin Ming, wanting to throw down some kind of harsh words, which eventually turned into a sentence. Can't you talk properly? Qin Ming's face returned to indifference and his smile ceased. If you want to live, do as you're told. Qin Ming's words, as domineering as ever. He looked at Yan Ling and said expressionlessly, I don't care what your cards are and what you rely on. In my Daqian City, no forces other than me are allowed to exist. Submit, or die. In a split second, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lin Jun and Yan Ling were both a bit confused. Qin Ming's attitude was too domineering, not allowing others to question or negotiate at all. Commander Yan, I agree to join Luo Net. Although Lin Jun was scornful of Qin Ming, he was dissatisfied with Qin Ming's condescending attitude. He didn't want him to become a powerful imperial spiritist with great difficulty and still live a lowly life. Those who know what's good for them. Lin Jun, you won't regret your choice. Afterwards, Yanling looked towards Fan Xinxin, who slowly moved behind Qin Ming and instantly mutinied. Black lines sprouting from his forehead as he gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Fan Xinxin, how dare you be so positionless? I am disappointed in you to the core." He naturally hoped that Fan Xinxin would return to Luonet, so that he would have more chances to get a kiss. Nowadays, things don't go their way. Fan Xinxin sniffed and didn't raise her head, standing motionless behind Qin Ming. From the day of the global mutation, she became a sentinel with great strength. During these times, she tried her best to investigate Qin Ming's past clearly, and paid meticulous attention to everything about him. The deeper she got to know Qin Ming, the more fearful, terrified, and uneasy she became. From a silent and unknown person, he suddenly undergoes a great change and arranges everything in advance before the global change. She suspected that Qin Ming had awakened the guardian spirit long ago, and facing the imperial capital martial family, he was actually not afraid at all. With this association, she felt that Qin Ming was either crazy or had prepared for everything, and it seemed that everything in the future was under his control. Regardless of the considerations intended, Fan Xinxin would not choose to be Qin Ming's enemy. Qin Ming lightly glanced at Fan Xinxin, then withdrew his gaze and calmly looked at Yanling. "It seems that you are not going to return to submission. In that case, there is no need to live." Qin Ming got up, and above his body, wisps of lurid blazing flames came out, and the entire person looked extremely bright and dazzling, like a small blazing sun. A head of bangs and broken hair, all surrounded by scarlet flames, but strangely will not burn his body. The pair of originally profound black and white pupils instantly turned into blood color, and a wisp of horrifying flames overflowed out, extremely creepy and terrifying. In that instant, Yanling and Ling Jun's faces changed drastically as they took several steps back, their bodies sticking to the wall. It's impossible to visualize this feeling of oppressive fear from purgatory from the internet images. Only when you actually face Qin Ming will you know what fear is. "Qin Ming, you dare to make a move against me? Do you know who the backer behind me is?" Luonet, an extremely terrifying assassin organization headquartered under the Jinling Pavilion. Yanling shouted loudly and angrily, his soul aura swirling around him as he attempted to counteract his inner fear. "Luonet, I've been looking for a long time. I didn't expect it to jump out by itself. Interesting." Qin Ming's voice became low and hoarse, full of heart-stopping power, and he snorted. Chapter 54, Master of the Ropes, Tangled. When these words came out, not only did Fan Xinxin and Ling Jun freeze, even the Luonet Yen order was stunned at the moment, not understanding Qin Ming's meaning. Qin Ming smiled faintly, slowly stepping closer to the two of them, and every time he stepped out, the solid floor was left with fiery burning footprints that did not dissipate for a long time. The surrounding furniture, as Qin Ming's figure brushed past, melted out of thin air. The scene was extremely appalling. "What do you mean?" Yanling gulped, growing more and more terrified inside. Qin Ming smiled faintly, but without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "Luonet, after all, is subordinate to my power. How can it be independent as a king?" "You say right." When these words came out, all three Yanling people froze completely, not knowing who he was talking to. At that moment, the temperature of the entire room appeared to change extremely fast, high and low, and the terrifying soul power clashed, and in a flash, all the porcelain furniture exploded, with fragments shooting out in all directions. The entire old building was shaking, as if it could not withstand some kind of powerful force, and was about to be torn apart. The ghostly mist appeared out of nowhere, filling the surrounding area in a blanket. Immediately after that, the sound of light footsteps came from the ghostly mist. The sound was not loud, but it made people tremble physically and mentally. Even a B-class imperial spiritist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at this moment, not knowing what was happening. Only Yanling, whose eyes flashed with ecstasy, knew that his backer had come. In the next moment, a figure walked from the ghostly mist. He was like the black god of death. Wherever he passed, darkness descended, and the life of all things was swallowed up by the darkness. That figure, with a sinister face, with if anything a color of playfulness on his face, his movements, even more so, made it impossible to feel the man's masculine breath. "Qin Ming, I'm curious, what exactly is your relationship with Great Qin? Tell me." The voice, flat, cold, slightly shrill, was timid and frightening to smell. Qin Ming's face was expressionless as he met his gaze, calm and collected. The other three had long ago quickly fled this place, avoiding being torn apart by this fiery flame and ghostly mist. The entire dozens of meters high old building, from top to bottom, instantly turned into two halves the moment the duo's breath erupted, with dust rising in all directions and the sound of falling buildings resounding. Whether they were spirit sentinels or ordinary mortals, they all fled like crazy. That terrifying power, as the two of them confronted each other, formed a tornado intertwined with blazing flames and ethereal mist. sweeping across 1,000 meters in a radius. Qin Ming stood on top of the rickety building, surrounded by blazing flames, his eyes gradually overbearing, haughty, and scornful. Luo Net, since I have returned, return to your mission, return to Great Qin and submit to me, or die. Qin Ming was as domineering as ever, without any room for negotiation. Hearing Qin Ming's arrogant and domineering words, the man's pupils shrunk slightly. It was as if he saw that figure, reappearing in the world in general. His heart turned out to be inexplicably fearful, and his bloodline inexplicably wanted to submit and kneel down. Is it him? No, your guardian spirit is not that one. Otherwise who in this world can do anything to you? The man denied it, slowly extending his right hand and clenching it violently. The next moment, behind him suspended 6 hazy figures, all body to more than 9 feet, resonating with each other's breath, as if the dark night killing god descended. Extremely terrible. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes. The owner of the Luo Net was indeed not simple. Come on, let me play with you and see what your rampant undercard is, the man coldly shouted, and among the 6 hazy figures behind him, the rightmost one moved slightly, slowly stepping into the air as his body gradually solidified. The figure, dressed in a special power suit, carried twin blades on his back, and his eyes were filled with ghostly light. Sprites, play with him, the man spoke softly, surprisingly not bothering to use his full strength, but merely one of the Zuni-level guardian spirits. The sprite came to a stop not far from Qin Ming, and with a slight movement of his palms, the twin blades on his back spun out and landed in his hands. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, revealing disdain. One of the 6 sword slaves in the district would not be a match for Li Xin. Li Xin, don't let me down. As you wish, my lord. Low horse, full of majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth, the sky flames gushing, converging into a huge flaming fireball. Li Xion's figure stepped out from the blazing flames one step at a time, his eyes coldly looking towards the sprite. Little people, how dare you provoke my lord? Looking for death. In the next moment, Li Xian wielded the giant K and moved along with the roaring flames, entangling himself with the sprite. The terrifying impact caused the void to distort, countless buildings to directly collapse, and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the sinister man didn't care about the battle between the 2 gigantic guardian spirits, but instead, his eyes were staring at Qin Ming with a deadpan expression. What's his name? Li Xin? Qin Ming smiled faintly and said carelessly, didn't you already guess a thing or two? Why ask knowingly? At those words, the sinister man's body trembled slightly, not knowing whether it was due to fear or excitement. At this moment, Li Xian was so rigid and fierce that even if the sprite's body was weird, it couldn't hurt Li Xian in the slightest. Li Xian directly wielded the giant K and formed a fiery field, making it impossible for the sprites to approach the slightest bit. However, he also needed to be on guard against Li Xian's attacks at all times. With that terrifying power, he was lifted thousands of meters and shattered an unknown number of buildings when they clashed once. In just a few minutes, the entire urban village was almost destroyed. That was why the battles of exalted-level Imperial Spiritists were too terrifying to be comparable to ordinary Imperial Spiritists. Destroying a city was easy for an exalted Imperial Spiritist. Looking at the sprites that were suppressed by Li Xian, the sinister man did not care and did not summon other guardian spirits to surround Li Xian. His gaze was dead set on Qin, and without realizing it, he felt as if a great figure was emerging behind Qin Ming. At that moment, he broke out in a cold sweat, becoming more and more convinced that Qin Ming did not have only one guardian spirit, but rather, just like him, he possessed extremely terrifying multiple guardian spirits. It's time for you to come back, the net of the Luo belongs to him, so why are you resisting? Do you need the one himself to show up and talk to you? Qin Ming said coldly, as he was trying to receive the beginning emperor. Unfortunately, the beginning emperor ignored him, leaving him slightly helpless. The sinister man sniffed and raised his head furiously, inwardly certain that Qin Ming's guardian spirit was not just Li Xian. He was the current master of the Luo Net, so he naturally guessed that Qin Ming was unable to summon the one nowadays. But so what? There was no doubt about Qin Ming's rise, and even if he went all out, he wouldn't be able to take down Qin Ming, because the sinister man is not sure how many famous great Qin generals Qin Ming has awakened. One Li Xian alone had the sprites pinned down. The sinister man was certain that if he were to take down Li Xian, he would need at least 3 exalted guardian spirits, if not more. But if Qin Ming awakens the second great Qin famous general, then the result can be different. His heart was hesitant, torn. The power he had created with great difficulty, was he really going to give it away? From the first day, the moment he saw Li Xin through the internet, he had never been at peace, because he knew that the moment Li Xian appeared in the world, that 1,000 years emperor was not long away from descending. 55. Returns, meetings, rumble. Suddenly, monstrous collision sounds resounded once again. and the sprite was directly lifted off by Li Xian's sword, once again stepping into the air and stomping into the earth, lifting up a huge pit of thousands of meters. The terrifying power was like an earthquake, and cracks spread throughout the entire urban village. Those innocent mortals, ordinary imperial spiritists, were dead and wounded. The three of them, Fan Xinxin, who had fled to the edge, were even more dumbfounded and unbelievably looked at the scene of Li Xian, who was like a god of war, stepping on the body of the sprite. It's too terrifying. The same Zun-level imperial spiritist, but the difference is so great. Lin Jun blurted out, still feeling dreamy about the scene. Yan Ling did the same. He couldn't believe this scene. What made him even more puzzled was why the master of the Luonet would choose to confront Qin Ming across the air, without going all out. Otherwise, under the 6 sword slaves joining forces, who would be able to stop them under a saint-level imperial spiritist? Just then, a scene that made the three of them panic appeared. Only the sinister man hesitated for a long time, then suddenly raised his head, sighed, and bent his body to perform an ancient salute of the great Qin, and said in a single bow, "Luo net Zhao Jie," willing to submit. At these words, Li Xian stopped his movements, raised his flaming right foot, and looked indifferently in Qin Ming's direction. The sprite calmly got up, and did not feel any displeasure at being defeated by this person in front of him, as if he deserved it. When Qin Ming saw this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Zhao Jie, good name. You won't regret today's choice. That one will eventually come to life, and the unfinished hegemony of the great Qin era will be continued from you and me." Zhao Jie looked at Qin Ming's face filled with ambition, and it was as if he understood why that person had chosen Qin Ming. "I hope so." Zhao Jie's face was complicated. He knew that sooner or later there would be this day, but he just hadn't thought it would come so soon. It was as if it was predestined. He was naturally not a soul spirit awakened in the age of guardian spirits, but had become a powerful imperial spiritist long ago, establishing the Rohypnol organization. In this world, all of the forces that have reached the top of the stage, behind them, there are all similar to him, the existence of early awakening of the guardian spirit. At this moment, Qin Ming waved his arm, and Li Xian's huge figure thumped away, and the city village that had been scorched by the flames was likewise withdrawn like a tidal wave between his thoughts. "Come on, it's time to go back." With regards to taking in Zhao Jie, Qin Ming was naturally delighted inwardly, but was not surprised. This is originally the power of Great Qin, and it is only right that it should return to Great Qin. "As you wish." Zhao Jie didn't say anything more. He sighed a little. His thoughts were complicated, but he never regretted it, simply because, behind Qin Ming, stood that legendary emperor of the 1,000 years, the existence that had changed the trajectory of China for thousands of years, that peerless being who had once compared the feats of the gods with the body of a mortal. Within a short time, the two of them got into a car driven by Blade to the outskirts of the urban village. At this time, Fan Xinxin's trio was waiting respectfully outside of it. Yan Ling no longer had the arrogant appearance when they first met. There is only endless fear, scorn, seeing Zhao Jie, who was following behind Qin Ming in a respectful manner. Although Yan Ling inwardly wondered why the master of the hallowed Luonet would choose to submit to this fledgling young man, but he had no further choice but to bow with a pious look on his face as a sign of submission. Fan Xinxin's face was a bit complicated, and her heart sighed softly. Sure enough, all the variables in this world seem to be under his control, as if nothing can shock him into miscalculation. Only Lin Jun. His body trembled slightly, but he had betrayed the city center village and temporarily turned his back on Luonet. "Head Qin, I am willing to represent the city center village and submit to you." Lin Jun was very afraid of death, and hurriedly fawned and said respectfully. Qin Ming approached with no expression on his face, just quietly sizing him up. Suddenly, Qin Ming's icy voice came, causing him to be physically and mentally terrified. "I don't like the word betrayal, even if you're not betraying me." Lin Jun's face swished pale and bloodless as he hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Head Qin, I just want to live. Luonet power so terrible." Qin Ming didn't bother to listen to his explanation and lightly glanced at Zhao Jie behind him. "Scrap him, keep him useful." As the words fell, without waiting for Lin Jun to react, for channels of spectral mist erupted from Zhao Jie's body, poofing everything through his limbs. Miserable wails echoed in this place as Zhao Jie revealed a disgusted look and directly slapped him unconscious. "Let's go. Yan Ling, you stay and stabilize these city village imperial spiritists. Someone will dock with you later." As the words fell, Qin Ming glanced at Fan Xinxin, signaling him to follow. Afterwards, Zhao Jie carried the fainting Lin Jun with one hand and got into the car with Qin Ming and Fan Xinxin to leave this place. Only after they left did Yan Ling dare to get up, cold sweat pouring out between his forehead, his limbs stiff and numb. "It's too terrifying. A rank B imperial spiritist, abolished when he says so." Even the master of the Luonet chose to submit to him. Who exactly is he that he could be so terrifying? Muttering a sentence, Yan Ling didn't dare to slack off and hurried back to the village in the city, settling the surviving imperial spiritists and waiting for Qin Ming's command. Soon, the group returned to the middle of the mountain villa. Qin Ming instructed Blade to throw Lin Jun to Huang to graft the soul. As for the grafting object, naturally, it was one of the Long de Long air. In the conference hall, Qin Ming leaned on top of the first seat and looked at several people with a bland expression. Zhao Jia, Qin, Master Qin. Zhao Jia was a bit uncomfortable, but he still opened his mouth to answer. As soon as possible, move the main camp of Luonet to Dakian City. I want the entire Dakian City to be iron barrels. Not a drop of water can leak out. In addition, Qin Ming hooked his finger, signaling Zhao Jia to come closer. Zhao Jia got up and possessed himself to approach Qin Ming, looking for the heavenly question. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Jia's pupils shrunk slightly and his heart inexplicably trembled. I don't know if it's because of excitement or fear. A moment later, he said archly, as you wish. Returning to his original position, Zhao Jia had been distracted, recalling Qin Ming's words, looking for heaven's question. That would mean that the one has finally come out, and this is his sword. Afterward, Qin Ming's gaze went to Brother Blade. Seal and suppress all the imperial spiritists in the city village and send them to the laboratory to expand the legion of puppet imperial spiritists. When these words came out, Fan Xinxin on the side frowned her pretty eyebrows. After all, she was only a woman, and had also been the commander of these imperial spiritists, and couldn't bear it in her heart. Qin Ming looked at her and said indifferently, remember, they once clung to you only because you were strong enough to give them safety. When the day comes when their strength exceeds yours, or when you are in danger of life or death, they will choose to abandon you. Human nature is always the ugliest of all, and this is even more true of these bottom-tier imperial spiritists. Don't use your meaningless compassion to pity them. At these words, Fan Xinxin sighed softly and stopped speaking. She was smart enough to understand this just as well. It was just her nature after all. Chapter 56, Public Opinion Storm. Terrorist Forces Surfacing. Afterward, Qin Ming gazed at the crowd and said in a calm tone, Gentlemen, I hope that we can work together to achieve a hegemony that has never been reached in the ancient and modern future. When the crowd heard this, they all rose and bowed respectfully. I wish to be at the head of Master Qin. Even Li Changye got up at this moment, showing a serious look on his face. Most of the reason he was willing to follow Qin Ming was because the domineering, ambitious nature of Qin Ming convinced him. Chaos descends on the world, and the people are devastated. If we want to solve all this, the only way is to break up this chaotic world completely and establish a new order. The meeting ended and everything seemed to return to calm and organized. Not only Dakian City, but also other cities and even the whole of China were like this, falling into a brief calm. At first, people threw up their arms and cheered, thinking that the chaotic times had passed, that headquarters had suppressed everything, and that now all that was needed was to re-establish order, and they would be as peaceful as they had once been. This peaceful time lasted for 3 months. Winter and spring, everything is revitalized. Turquoise vitality shrouded the earth, seems to signify the recovery. Dakian City is now even more restored to basic order, guaranteeing the basic life of ordinary people in the city. Those Sentinelese who are programmed into the Sentinelese system are slowly getting used to life today. You don't need to do too much work on weekdays, but you will receive a salary, and you will be assigned a residence, so that you can realize lying flat in advance. However, they did not realize that the number of ordinary imperial spiritists in Dakian City was slowly decreasing. In 3 months' time, the number of imperial spiritists had dropped from nearly 10,000 to around 8,000. The missing sentinel, naturally, became part of the puppet army. The number of Qin Ming's legions of puppet sentinels rapidly expanded to nearly 4,000 in number. 4,000 transcendent mortals. This number was extremely terrifying, and if they all exploded, it would be a devastating event. On this day, Qin Ming woke up from his cultivation. Now he was no longer studying under Li Xin. In Li Xin's words, Qin Ming had already left the master. What was needed now was to absorb the power of the 9 underworld seas to the extent of bearing all the guardian spirits. Fading his bloodshot eyes, Qin Ming lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The moment he got up, his body made a crackling creepy sound. How powerful he was. Qin Ming himself didn't have a specific reference, let alone others. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Master Qin, enter. Qin Ming's voice grew more and more indifferent and calm. Blade's strength had taken a qualitative leap now that he had completely harnessed the A-rank guardian spirit. The moment he arrived in front of Qin Ming and looked at him, he only felt that his body was uncontrollably afraid, and even his guardian spirit was in fear. Brother Blade sucked in a breath of cool air. Qin Ming hadn't really put up a fight for too long, and now just a look made him timid. What is it? Qin Ming sat on the sofa, habitually lit a cigarette, and said indifferently, Blade suppressed his inner fear of Qin Ming and said as he looked towards the door, "Jiao, come in." Xiao Jiogong came dressed in a competent professional outfit, and came to Qin Ming's body at Blade's gesture, placing the computer in front of him. "Master Qin, a lot of unfavorable news about our great Qian city has appeared on the internet recently." Qin Ming looked at the various inquisitions against the head of Daqian city that were sliding on the screen, raised his eyebrows slightly, and laughed lightly. "What is said seems to make sense and is not made up. A large number of imperial spirits disappeared, strong and overbearing, disobeyed the headquarters, made themselves king and killed innocents indiscriminately." It was a post, edited by the blogger named Surabaya. The contents of the article are all about accusing Qin Ming of being in charge but unkind, and doing what kind of things that make people angry, almost to the point of holding the word tyrant over his head. However, the article, while exaggerated, is mostly true. Hearing Qin Ming's flirtation, Xiao Jiao revealed a hint of helplessness and could only explain once again, "Master Qin, this article has caused a huge uproar on the internet, with many water armies leading the rhythm, causing the ordinary people of Daqian City and those royal spiritists who had settled down to leave Daqian City and defect to other cities. This person has evil intentions and wants to hollow out Daqian City and make it an empty place. If that's true, our Daqian City is an empty name. Not only that, he even drove public opinion to pressure headquarters to remove you from your position as head. It's even inciting the other city heads, and some of the imperial spiritist forces, to take action against my Daqian City." At these words, Qin Ming snorted in disdain. How ridiculous it is in this day and age to try to destroy a man by public opinion. "Master Qin, this should not be done carelessly. After all, pushing you to the opposite side of the world will be extremely unfavorable to you." Qin Ming sniffed and nodded slightly. Although he didn't care, he didn't want to be a target either. "Did you find out which forces were pushing it?" Qin Ming exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke from his mouth and said faintly, "Whoever dared to target him, Qin Ming, must die." Jiao pondered for a moment and gave a few ranges. "There's no way to find out about the network IP, but we've probably deliberated a bit, and the biggest possibility is the Wu family, followed by those ancient families in the imperial capital, and the Jinling Pavilion is also a possibility." Qin Ming rubbed his temples and snapped his fingers and said, "Have Zhao Jie come see me." Not long after, a cloud of ghostly mist flashed by, and Zhao Jie floated out of thin air and came in front of Qin Ming. "Master Qin, can't your Robonet even figure out the source of a single blogger in the district?" Qin Ming said carelessly, but those black and white pupils flashed with a lurid ghostly light. Zhao Jie's body trembled. For some reason, he felt that Qin Ming seemed too much stronger than 3 months ago. "Master Qin, my Luonet's secret sons all over the world. Want to find out the source of a blogger IP in the district is very simple, but I am afraid that the power behind him is not simple." "Oh, go on." Qin Ming became interested and sat up straight, signaling a few people to sit down and talk. With Zhao Jie's tone, this public opinion conspiracy didn't seem to be the Wu family's doing. Zhao Jie sat down, organized his words, and said respectfully, "The IP address is well concealed, but I have all sorts of top talents in my Luo network. It's not hard to crack the district address." The source of the address, from the city of Dapai. Qin Ming frowned, recalling the memories of Dapui City from his own memories in his previous life. In the end, however, he shook his head, not impressed. It was really because in his previous life he had lived too much of a wimpy life, living in upheaval. Where did he have the heart to care about this? "Go on." Qin Ming faintly spat out 2 words. Zhao Jie nodded and continued. "Dapei City is very uncomplicated. The guardian spirit era has descended, and the outbreak of the imperial spiritist scourge doesn't seem to have affected Dapei City, and the entire city, such as the devil's capital and the imperial capital, hasn't suffered too much damage. Even as it was before the guardian spirit era, it was calm, peaceful, and became a place to which countless people aspired." "So, what you mean is that there exists a similar Jinling Pavilion in Dapei City, the headquarters of such a power of the imperial spiritist that only has its hands in the sky, controlling everything, so the order has not been destroyed." Qin Ming narrowed his ghostly cold eyes and opened his mouth. "Master Qin is wise." "Exactly," Zhao Jie responded. Chapter 57, Target, Taipei City. Qin Ming's fingers gently tapped on the desktop, making a crisp ringing sound that echoed in the wide room. Qin Ming was unfamiliar with the city of Dapei, or even the forces of the imperial spiritists that were hidden beneath the surface. In his previous life, as he remembered, the only hegemonic forces that suppressed the world were the headquarters and the Jinling Pavilion. Perhaps those same forces had surfaced, only before he was not in a position to know. "Master Qin, I sent someone to check out the family behind Dapui City, and their surname is Lu." As soon as these words came out, Qin Ming violently straightened his body, and his aura around him was regal and extremely terrifying. "Lu, could it be him?" A moment later, Qin Ming once again resumed his bland demeanor with a creepy smile at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, several people involuntarily moved back, only feeling that the Qin Ming at this moment was extremely terrifying. If it's really the one I'm guessing, that's interesting. Back then, when that person was alive, these small people, jumping clowns do not dare to have too much action. That person fell. The world is in chaos. One by one jumped out of the darkness, so that the great Qin Empire has been falling apart since then. That one once suppressed the 100 schools of thought and intimidated the forces of the world with his own power. This is an era where it's time to touch it head on and see if these small and petty people are really qualified to swallow the real great Qin. When these words came out, the Blade brothers showed a confused look on their faces, not really understanding the deep meaning hidden in Qin Ming's words. Only Zhao Jie revealed a look of embarrassment and only felt a little fidgety. He was a special physique, and he had inherited more than just the 6 sword slaves. The one in the depths of his soul was vaguely showing signs of awakening at the moment, conveying a sense of fear and anxiety. Qin Ming shot Zhao Jie a glance with interest and didn't say anything more. Ancient history, he naturally knew it well. Back then, Zhao Gao's loyalty and treachery were hard to distinguish. His loyalty, from the beginning to the end, was to the Emperor of the Ages, but in the end, he still chose to betray Great Qin. Therefore, from beginning to end, Zhao Gao was loyal to only one person and feared one person. This was why Qin Ming had taken Zhao Jie under his wing, because that one came back. Zhao Gao, whom Great Qin couldn't suppress, that one could. With him around, give Zhao Gao 100 more guts and he wouldn't dare to betray. Since these guys can't hold back and all want to test my depths, let's play with them. What do you think, Zhao Jie? Qin Ming's voice was icy cold, more and more full of majesty and domineering flavor. Zhao Jie, who was suddenly named, shuddered violently and hurriedly arched his hand in agreement. At Master Qin's command, in terms of public opinion, instruct Luonet to suppress and counterattack as soon as possible, so that this dirty water, sprinkled with all the forces, cannot let my great Qian city family suffered. This puddle of water, the murkier it is, the more favorable it will be for my Dakian city. Zhao Jie nodded and answered, as you wish. Afterward, Qin Ming's gaze looked towards Brother Blade, Xiao Jiao and the two of them. Dakian city should have mixed in quite a few spies over these times. Catch them out and kill them, leaving no one behind. In addition to that, those faltering imperial spiritists, those who compel people, waste and utilize them, and give them to Huayuan to refine into puppet imperial spiritists. As for the ordinary people, whoever dares to leave Dakian city, kill without amnesty. By the way, we can't use my Dakian city's name to settle these ordinary people, since they want to play. Let's give them this name. Blade got up and said respectfully, yes, Master Qin. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and commanded again, where is Gongsun Shao? Have him come see me. Not long after, Gongsun Shao came trotting in, looking at a few people's gazes with some doubt. Gongsun Shao, contact the headquarters and tell the one behind you that someone has evil intentions and wants to use my hand to break the short-lived calm situation today, so let him look after himself, and if he can't solve it, I'll be reduced to someone else's sharp sword, so that the real chaos will come. When these words came out, Gongsun Zhao's pupils contracted dramatically, not daring to delay, preparing to turn around and leave, reporting back to headquarters. Afterward, under the awe-inspiring gazes of several people, Qin Ming slowly got up and faintly glanced at Zhao Jie, who hurriedly got up and bowed slightly. Any news on that one? Zhao Jie shook his head. There is no trace of it. In contrast, Qin Ming was not disappointed, nor was he surprised. The heavenly question sword is the first emperor's sword, so how could it be so easy to find? It's time to get out and see this new era. Zhao Jie, arrange everything. Target, Depay City. Meet those guys. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie revealed a hesitant look and hurriedly said, Master Qin, it's not right. The hidden behind-the-scenes existence in Dapui City is likely to be an emperor-level imperial spiritist. No harm done. It's not like I'm going to fight. You're right. Qin Ming smiled and didn't care. He had his own plans within him and would not act recklessly. Just then, Li Changye came through the door covered in alcohol, the wine pot in his hand never leaving his hand. He came to the couch and casually laid down, burping as he said, Qin Ming, I've been dawdling at your place for quite a while. How about accompanying you for a walk? Nowadays, Li Changye was even more terrifying than the first time he saw him, like an immortal sword that was ready to unsheath at any time and cut through mountains and rivers. The powerful breath around him, even vaguely stepped through the boundaries of the venerable, and had the tendency to step into the saint. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes as if he could see through Li Changye's thoughts and nodded with a smile. If you would like to travel with me, naturally. However, with Li Changye sitting in Dakian City, Qin Ming was still a bit uneasy. After all, relying on Blade and the puppet sentinel was still not safe. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Ming said as he looked to the side at the stupidly motivated Blade, Little dagger. If a powerful imperial spiritist makes a strong raid on Dakian City, directly choose to abandon this place and leave with Huang. Remember, the meaning of your existence is not to die generously, but to serve me, and no one has the qualification to kill you if I don't allow it. When these words came out, Blade and the others shook inwardly and were inexplicably moved. Qin Ming didn't care about their inner thoughts. Huang was quite useful to Qin Ming nowadays and could not afford to lose. If Blade and the others had been more cautious, they naturally wouldn't have suffered a sneak attack from a powerful imperial spiritist. After all, nowadays, the entire Dakian city is dotted with their undercover spies, and the puppet imperial spiritists are distributed in every corner of the city. Understood, Master Qin, go at ease. Aha! Qin Ming softly hummed and walked outside with an expressionless face. Around the corner, Fan Xinxin figure appeared and seemed to have been waiting here. I want to go too. Hesitating for a moment, Fan Xinxin tangled her mouth. Qin Ming shook his head and said irrefutably, there's a chance to take you out, and this time it's not appropriate. Afterwards, the three of them left this place, leaving behind a somewhat mournful Fan Xinxin. Xiaojiao saw the situation. As the same woman, she could naturally understand Fan Xinxin's entanglement. Master Qin is a man of great deeds. It's impossible for him to be held back by his children's personal feelings. It's already your good fortune to be able to accompany him. You should understand that Master Qin doesn't like people who refute him. He doesn't need a small wildcat, but a tame house cat. Upon hearing this, Fan Xinxin nodded her head, no longer thinking much about it, and dutifully doing her share of the work. Chapter 58, The Hidden Dangers of Dapui City. There was a cross-country Grand Prix waiting outside the door, and the driver was directly driven down by Zhao Jia. He personally sat in the driver's seat and drove for Qin Ming. As for Li Chanye, that guy 10 pounds of blood and 8 pounds of alcohol. Proper drunk driving. The so-called driving does not drink. Drinking does not drive. The road 10 million. Safety first. Driving is not standardized. Loved ones 2 tears. Go. Qin Ming sat in the back row, closed his eyes, and said indifferently, yes, Master Qin. Zhao Jie answered and looked at the passenger side of Li Chanye, who was gulping down a large mouthful of wine and spat slightly helplessly. Brother Long Night, can't you hold back? Hiccup. What do you know? It's called fun. A hobby. What's life without alcohol? Drive your car. Li Chanye muttered and leaned back in his seat and huffed. With a roar, the car flew out of view. At the same time, the Luo network began to operate on the internet, guiding public opinion, and all sorts of nonsense statements have appeared. No matter which power, including the headquarters and the Jinling Pavilion, they were all wrapped up in public opinion and covered in dirty water. Even Qin Ming pulled out each and every one of those forces he remembered from his previous life to block the gun. Since then, the affairs of Dakian City have been instantly covered by these explosive news, making them seem worthless in comparison. At this moment, the entire network was in chaos, and the forces that were mentioned by all parties were looking at the rumors flying all over the place with a dumbfounded look on their faces, unable to react for a while. The talent at the top of the Rolodex is horrible, creating countless vestigial numbers directly in code to drive public opinion. At this moment, in the Jinling Pavilion, an exalted level imperial spiritist grimaced and looked towards the other imperial spiritists in the conference hall. All tell me what's going on. A public opinion storm targeting Dakian City. Why would my Jinling Pavilion be involved? At this moment, Wang Xiao was also among them, and he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Could this be a counterattack by Dakian City, deliberately muddying this puddle of clear water as a way to get out? I agree with Wang Xiao that this is the only explanation, but who exactly is targeting Dakian City, or rather Qin Ming? Could it be that crazy old woman from the Wu family? There are many different opinions and discussions. The head honcho had a bit of a headache and helplessly waved his hand, saying, forget it, it's too late to talk about this. Hurry up and put out a notice explaining clearly to avoid public opinion from rippling through the interests of the Jinling Pavilion. The various forces were equally headache-ridden, and they were somewhat caught off guard by this indiscriminate attack by Dakian City. It's really because Dakian City doesn't talk about martial virtues and doesn't bother to target opinion leaders, directly pulling them all down. Headquarters. The speaker quietly listened to Gongsun Xiao conveying Qin Ming's words, and after a moment, a calm and composed-like smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Funny, this little guy is quite the prick. The speaker helplessly rubbed his forehead. Qin Ming, no matter how to say it, is also the head of his headquarters, and being defamed is not considered a defamation, and being outraged by the facts is really detrimental to the majesty of the headquarters. Tell Qin Ming that the headquarters won't sit idly by and do nothing about this matter, and tell him to stay well in Dakian City and don't mess around. Hanging up the phone, the speaker pondered for a moment and summoned his secretary. Lord Speaker, go find out who actually wrote that article about targeting Dakian City, and also, monitor the Wu family's movements. As you wish. When the secretary left, The speaker opened the internet and saw the overwhelming storm of public opinion. Frozen, he realized that HQ hadn't been vilified much either, and the heat was on. As much as possible to find trouble for me, messing with who is not good, messing with this heavenly and earthly fearless lord. The speaker laughed back in anger, not knowing whether he was angry with Qin Ming or the person behind the curtain. After a long time, he leaned back on the couch and sighed softly, complexly to himself. The short-lived calm has been shattered once again. And those hiding under the surface can't wait to surface and start sharing the benefits? The speaker understands that although the headquarters is powerful, it is a fool's errand to try to suppress the world today, not to mention the behemoth that was the spirit-suppressing pavilion. Those hidden emperor-level imperial spiritists were also watching intently. 3 days later, the group arrived not far outside the city of Dupay. Along the way, many villages and towns have suffered horrific disasters and are now even more unrecovered. The strength of the headquarters cannot take care of these small places. For these ordinary people, it's like going back to the war years, and it's extremely scary. However, all these have nothing to do with Qin Ming. He wants the world to be the same, and to fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of the first emperor. Arriving not far outside the city of Dapui, Luo Jie parked the car in an inconspicuous place and summoned a few Luonet's secret sons to watch over it. Although the Luonet could not compare to an emperor-level power like the Jinling Pavilion, it seemed to be everywhere, and no matter where it was, there were Luonet's hidden sons. Zhao Jie came behind Qin Ming and spoke with a respectful bow. Master Qin, there's something special about Dapui City these days. A new order has been established, and to enter Dapui City, you need a pass issued by the Lu family themselves. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded slightly and did not ask more questions. The district pass was just a pass, and he knew that it would not be difficult to defeat Zhao Jie, the master of the Luonet. Let's go. Let's see what's so special about this Great Pei City. Qin Ming walked slowly towards the Great Pei City, with Li Changye, Zhao Jie and the two of them following closely behind. In a short time, they passed through the road necessary to enter the city of Taipei, and easily, under false identities, blended into the city of Taipei. When you come downtown, the environment is as bustling and modern as it was before the chaos. Pedestrians coming and going, bustling with traffic, so lively. Everywhere you look, there are sentinels, ordinary people. It's a happy place, and there is no differentiation. Even, some imperial spiritists were still doing their jobs as takeout runners and waiters, as if the global mutation had not brought the slightest change to their lives. Quite interesting, to be able to manage these imperial spiritists in such a well-organized manner without the slightest complaint. That Lu family is not simple. Li Changye sighed. Zhao Jie sniffed and shook his head in denial. No, the Lu family is wrong. This is just a way for him to drink hemlock to quench his thirst. Sooner or later there will be a big mess. Becoming an imperial spiritist and possessing transcendent abilities should have been one step above ordinary people, and should not have been treated equally. Otherwise the world would have been in chaos. Today's calm is because they fear the Lu family. Rioting is just a matter of time. Short of a moment, Zhao Jie saw through it. Just like you had been running and toiling for life for half your life, and it was not easy for you to have a chance to change your life against the heavens, but you were hardened and suppressed. How could you not have grievances in your heart? And even resentment towards this world was 100 times more intense than it was before you became a sentinel. It's inherently unfair that you look at the capitalist who used to crush you and is just a weak ant you could slap to death, but have to continue to put up with it. Indeed, beneath the calm waters, there have long been dark currents. The Lu family's original intention was to want to maintain peace, but unfortunately, they chose the wrong way. Or, they understood the hidden dangers of doing so, but didn't bother to take into account the thoughts of ordinary imperialists. As the three of them wandered slowly through the streets, Qin Ming opened his mouth in a low voice, speaking in a single word the essence of the situation in Dapei City today. The Lu family was not ignorant, but disdainful. Bottom humans, in their view, deserve to live in the sewers forever and never qualify for the big stage. Chapter 59, The Lu Family Status Quo. Let this chaos descend on Dapei City. Oh, some hypocrites are even more disgusting than true villains. Li Changye reacted with a low, angry voice. For these high and mighty capitalists, maintaining the original situation is the best option. Unfortunately, the emotions they don't bother to take into account will eventually lead to a major disaster. The vision is nothing more than that. It was so before, and it is so now. The Lu surname. It is really a lineage. Hypocrisy. Zhao Jie smiled evilly, revealing his creepy face. Normal. When you have absolute strength, it's easy to be confused by power and desire. The change of dynasties through the ages. Most of them are like this. Even if they were once super intelligent, they can't escape the corrosion of rotten luxury, wine and meat in pools and forests. Qin Ming's gaze surveyed the surroundings, seemingly peaceful mortals and imperial spiritists. But in fact, every imperial spiritist's eyes were filled with a strong unwillingness. Master Qin, The residence has long been arranged. Is the first to stay, or rest for the night first? There's no rush. There's plenty of time. Qin Ming nodded with a calm face and said. Zhao Jie nodded slightly and suddenly waved his hand in the distance. In the next moment, a mediocre passerby came trotting in and nodded at Zhao Jie. My lord, lead the way. As you wish. The man led the way ahead, leading several people to the residence that Luonet had arranged in Dapai City. Seeing this, Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and said carelessly, Zhao Jie, your Luonet is truly pervasive and can be found everywhere. Master Qin is flattered. Luonet is now a sharp sword in your hands. He will do whatever you tell him to do. Zhao Jie's attitude was extremely humble, and did not have the slightest bit of the majesty that the master of the Luonet should have. The man in front of them seemed to be deaf to the conversation between the two, turning a deaf ear to it. Each and every undercover agent of the Luonet is well trained, and never oversteps the bounds of what should not be asked or heard. Li Changye's gaze looked deeply at Zhao Jie, and he understood that the reason why Zhao Jie's attitude was so humble was because Qin Ming's guardian spirit was terrifying enough, and Qin Ming's strength was strong enough. Without Qin Ming's suppression, the others Zhao Jie wouldn't have even given them a second glance. Not long ago, a few people came to the city's busiest place not far from the small house with its own yard. Nice setting, Qin Ming casually complimented. Zhao Jie smiled and replied, this is a residence specially prepared in advance for you. Qin Ming said no more. However, he was a few points deeper into the power of the Luo network. He can easily get a pass to enter the city of Dapai, which is difficult for others to enter. And a few days, the purchase of an independent foreign building, obviously the net of the Dark Sun, has long been inserted into the Lu family high level. When he came to the courtyard, the servants inside were all imperial spiritists, and the wigwam and flowing water, green flowers and grasses made for a pleasant scenery. As he brought a few people to this place, the man leading the way arched his hand at Zhao Jie and then quickly left, returning to his role in the Great Pei City and continuing to play it. A few moments later, there came a stunningly beautiful woman with a tall and sexy figure, dressed in a cheongsam. My lord, Master Qin, Lord Long Night, please. The woman had long known the identities of several people and personally led the way. Zhao Jie explained softly, her name is Spirit Flame, the head of Luo Net's branch in Dapui City, a B-class sentinel. She is the one who arranges all our affairs in Dapshi City. It's good to know what's good for people, not with the world's discrimination that women can't make it. Qin Ming faintly complimented a sentence, causing the flame spirit in front to blush slightly and hurriedly turn around to perform an ancient woman salute. Thanks for the compliment, Master Qin. Qin Ming's face remained unchanged, only nodding in silence. 10 minutes later, several people arrived in an ornate room. Qin Ming sat at the first place, while Li Changye, Zhao Jie, and Spirit Flame sat on the two sides. Master Qin, regarding the affairs of the Great Pei City, Spirit Flame knows the most about it, so if you have any doubts, you can ask her. Qin Ming's eyes looked towards this woman with a stunning face and a snake-like aura. He knew that the woman who could stand out from the Luo network and become the head of the Luo network branch in such an important place as Dapui City must not have simple means. Tell me about the Lu family. Spirit Flame lowered his head to organize his words for a moment and raised his head to say seriously, nowadays, the Lu family situation is rather complicated. Among the top level of the direct line, there are very few people who have awakened guardian spirits. Instead, it is some of the collateral lines, and the subordinates, who have awakened more powerful guardian spirits. But the Lu family's contemporary family head is extremely overbearing and simply won't allow anyone else to threaten the Lu family's direct lineage's status, so he frantically suppresses them. It leads to the same situation for the entire imperial spiritist situation in Dapai City, which appears to be peaceful, but is actually precarious. Qin Ming leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and opened his mouth to inquire. The Lu family head is scary, isn't he? Spirit Flame pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Very few people have seen the Lu family head's true colors, but his words are holy orders. No one in the entire Dapai City, or even the Lu family, dares to oppose them. And, go on. Qin Ming probably guessed what was going on and did not continue to press for information about the Lu family head. We know very little about the Lu family's core secrets. It's hard for the spies of the Luo network who have infiltrated the Lu family to meddle in matters between the real top brass. The distribution of the Lu family's situation is similar to that of an ancient royal family, and only the true direct lineage is aware of the specifics. But what? Qin Ming opened his ghostly eyes and calmly inquired. Spirit Flame and Qin Ming glanced at each other, their faces changing slightly as they hastily picked their gazes away. Qin Ming's eyes were too terrifying, making her feel a huge oppressive force. However, a new force has recently appeared in the Lu clan, an imperial spiritist headed by a sideline of the Lu clan. That one seems to have awakened an extremely terrifying guardian spirit, or a special physique with multiple guardian spirits. As a result, Those collateral lineages that were originally dissatisfied with the Lu family's family head have all turned against this person. At those words, Qin Ming snorted and shook his head in disdain. Something has gone terribly wrong in itself, and you're still striking out at my Dacian city. Ridiculous. As his words fell, Qin Ming looked to the side at Zhao Jie. What do you think? What should we do? Zhao Jie was slightly stunned and hastily said as he returned to his senses. The city of Dipei only needs an opportunity, a leader, to lead these ordinary sentinels to rise up and easily break the peace of Dipei, but want to deal with the Lu family, or even destroy the Lu family, is very difficult. Even the Jinling Pavilion, the headquarters, are not sure to destroy the Lu family. In this era, the only thing that truly determines victory or defeat is the strongest person, and the Lu family, most likely, possesses an emperor-level imperial spiritist, so even if we destroy the Lu family, we won't be able to shake his foundation. If there are outsiders plotting against the Lu family's internal conflicts are nothing at all, and under the general situation, they will most likely choose to be united against the outside world. Qin Ming sniffed and nodded in agreement. Yes, destroying the Lu family can only rely on absolute strength, not some machinations. Afterward, Qin Ming got up and went to the window, his gaze indifferently surveying the city that had not suffered from the waves of the imperial spiritist scourge. It's hard to deal with emperor-level forces, but is my Dacian city a place to be slaughtered? Let the Lu family pay some interest first, and let this chaotic world descend on Dipei City. Looking at Qin Ming's back, several people rose and bowed in response. As you wish. Chapter 60, Lu, Zhuge, the last straw. After the meeting, under Spirit Flame's arrangement, the people came to the dining hall to settle their appetites. The food was adequate, all high-calorie energy food, even some animals from the penal code. Qin Ming was satisfied and feasted on the food, not caring about the surprised gazes of the Spirit Flame few. When a person is strong enough, they don't care about the eyes of the world. The Lu family, the real power holders of Dapui City. Here, except for the Lu family, no one's words matter. The Lu family industries are spread throughout the city, and at this moment, in one of the gorgeous rooms in one of the gorgeous mountain villas of the Lu family, a figure reclined in a soft chair with his eyes closed. Young master, according to your orders, keep an eye on the movements of Dacian City, and as expected, the person in charge of Dacian City has indeed come. In front, the middle-aged man respectfully reported back. At those words, the young man who looked like he was 24 or 25 slowly opened his eyes and looked faintly at the man. Just come, and for the rest, don't interfere. Let that head Qin have free rein. The youth was named Lu Qingshan, and he was that side disciple of the Lu family, the one who had awakened the existence of an extremely terrifying guardian spirit. Yes, young master. After the middle-aged man left, the room and the dark cabinet once again out of a figure. The face is clear, the eyes but extremely bizarre, such as gossip yin and yang, pregnant with them. Brother Zhuge, why are you so certain that that person will come to Dapui City? Lu Qingshan's attitude towards the man was extremely easygoing, without the slightest hint of the indifference he felt when facing other people. Zhuge Jin smiled, revealing a look of a great situation and responded, because Qin Ming's guardian spirit is the great Qin Li Xin, related to the great Qin, must be for the Lu surname, inherently more interested in it, and according to his vindictive character, will certainly come to the city of Dapei, stirring up the stall seemingly clear, but in fact, the dark currents of the pool of water. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan nodded slightly. For Zhuge Jin, he naturally trusted 100%. Seeing Lu Qingshan reveal a complicated look, Zhuge Jin came to sit on the sofa and said calmly as he picked up his wine glass, Qingshan, it's time to change your indecisive character. Today's Lu clan is not your Lu clan. With that one suppressing you, you will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Only with the help of someone else's person can we break this deadlock. Lu Qingshan let out a light sigh, his face somewhat complicated. He was also unwilling to let outsiders meddle in the affairs of his Lu family, but that overbearing family head was so pedantic in his approach to employing people that he had no choice but to do it. He, Lu Qingshan, was of a special physique, possessing multiple guardian spirits, and his comprehensive strength had fully arrived at a saint-level royal spiritist. In the imperial capital, that was a supreme figure at the level of a counselor. However, he was unable to be reused in the Lu family, and was even warned by the Lu family head many times, and was even humiliated by those wasteful first families. I see. I'd better thank Brother Zhuge for his help, otherwise I wouldn't have had this good plan to break the situation. Zhuge Jin shook his head and sipped a mouthful of red wine, his eyes shifting between yin and yang, extremely terrifying. You and I already have an uneasy relationship. Why should we be so courteous? The predecessor's unfinished hegemony. You and I will join forces once again in this era, and see if we can renew our predecessor's chapters. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan no longer dwelled on it, got up and picked up his wine cup. clinking it with Zhuge Jin. Good, with brother Zhuge's help, the great cause can be accomplished, and I hope that head Qin has some ability to truly break the mold. At these words, Zhuge Jin said with a slightly grave expression on his face, I hope it merely breaks the game, not topples it. Lu Qingshan was surprised and puzzled. What does brother Zhuge mean? He's only a Zun-level imperial spiritist, although he's strong, but to topple the behemoth that is the Lu family, he's afraid that he doesn't have yet qualifications. Zhuge Jin pondered for a moment and said with complexity, no, that one isn't simple. He acts seemingly recklessly, but in reality, he has a deep heart. I've investigated his past, and it's frighteningly simple. De Qin, after all, is De Qin is that any era? Cannot be ignored empire. What does brother Zhuge mean? Is that he, like me, is of a special physique and possesses multiple guardian spirits? Lu Qingshan put down his wine glass and said with a frown, if that's true, that's terrible. I'm not sure. Special physiques are 1 in a million amongst the sentinels, just a handful, so I'm not sure, but can find an opportunity to have someone else test this head of Dakian City for us and force him to use his bottom card. If he only possesses a single exalted guardian spirit, then it's not much of a threat. If it possesses other guardian spirits, that are certainly also at the level of an honored one, things will be complicated. Zhuge Jin informed his inner plans and concerns. Lu Qingshan sniffed and revealed a disdainful look as he shook his head. Exalted guardian spirits, likewise, have strengths and weaknesses. A powerful exalted guardian spirit can rival 3 or 4 exalted guardian spirits of the same rank. There's no need to worry too much. The two then continued to talk a bit and plan for the future. The following day, the morning sun broke through the white haze and spilled over the earth. Early spring mornings are always a little more cool. However, with Qin Ming's body today, he had long been fearless of natural changes. Qin Ming hadn't made a serious move for too long, and he himself wasn't sure how powerful his own body was. After completing his early morning cultivation, Qin Ming videoed with Brother Blade and the others, listening to their reports on the daily changes in Dakian City. The meeting ended with a knock on the door. Enter. Qin Ming closed the computer, his face as calm as ever. Spirit Flame walked in a long red dress, stepping on high heels and twisting her delicate body. Arriving in front of Qin Ming, she bowed, revealing a flash of snow-white spring light. Master Qin, breakfast is ready. In addition, there is still the matter of how to cause chaos in the city of Depay that needs to be reported to you in detail. Qin Ming slightly nodded and got up, and the moment he brushed past him, a touch of light body fragrance drifted into Qin Ming's nostrils. Qin Ming stopped and gave a word of caution. Wear more so you don't catch a cold. Afterward, Qin Ming left the room with large strides, leaving behind a somewhat dazed Spirit Flame. A moment later, Spirit Flame returned to her senses, muttering and whispering with red lips. And what an uncomprehending lord, dressed up for nothing. Shaking his head, Spirit Flame left close behind. Arriving at the restaurant, Qin Ming quickly settled the food, wiped the corners of his mouth, lit a cigarette, poured red wine in front of him, and looked at several people. Tell me, what's on your mind? Li Chanye is naturally lazy and unreliable. Zhao Jia pondered for a moment and spoke. Master Qin, to cause a riot among the imperial spiritists of Depay City, we need to create some big events to make them empathize with the Lu family's disregard for the lives of the bottom-level imperial spiritists, as well as the fact that even if they become an imperial spiritist, they are no better than some dude who relies on his family. Qin Ming's eyes rippled faintly as he nodded in agreement. Public opinion, public anger, is always the worst. As the saying goes, if water can carry a boat, it can also capsize it. For the same reason, when grievances and dissatisfaction have accumulated to a certain level, only the last straw is needed to make this mountain of grievances collapse. Fine, you watch yourself. Within a month, I want to see the city of Depay completely reduced to rubble, just like my city of Deqian. As you wish. Zhao Jia revealed a sinister smile, already intending to use the lives of ordinary imperial spiritists to set off this turmoil. Chapter 61, See the Last Brightness of Taipei City. Afterwards, Zhao Jia got up and his sinister smile transformed into a flattering smile. He looked at Qin Ming and arched his hand and said, Master Qin, since you've come to Depay City, you should also feel the local customs. After all, it's an ancient city. It's really something. What's more, the Great Pei City is about to be reduced to ruins. And wouldn't it be a pity if you don't take a look at this last sparkle? Qin Ming raised his head and looked at Zhao Jia in a slavish manner, nodding his head with a faint smile. You really are similar to Zhao Gao. No wonder you can get his approval. But, I hope you don't take the wrong path again. When these words came out, Zhao Jia fell to his knees with a thud and hurriedly said, Don't dare. Qin Ming slowly came to Zhao Jia's body, helped him up, patted his clothes for him, and said carelessly, Are you afraid to, or don't you want to? Seeing Zhao Jia crying and about to kneel down again, Qin Ming laughed and patted Zhao Jia's shoulder. Just kidding, no need to be nervous, just arrange it. Doubtful, I trust you. With these words, Zhao Jia inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but became more and more fearful and scornful of Qin Ming's temperamental character. Spirit Flame, you're familiar with the city of Depay. Keep Master Qin company, and if the hospitality isn't good enough, you'll be the only one to be held accountable. Zhao Jia turned around and said to Spirit Flame with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Spirit Flame's face showed joy and hurriedly said gently, naturally not, my lord, just put 180% of your mind at ease. Qin Ming glanced at the duo, naturally understanding their small minds, but not caring. Male love and female love is human nature. Qin Ming does not need to be a saint and restrain his sexual desire. Go, gotta go. Spirit Flame let out a light laugh and hurriedly led the way ahead. Li Changye skimmed his lips at the back. He also wanted to go out for a stroll, but by the looks of things, he didn't even want to bring him along. Zhao Jia glanced at the disgruntled Li Changye and hurriedly ordered someone to bring the best daughter's red and hand it over. Long night, brother. This altar of daughter red, but there are decades of years. Very rare. I do not know. Ha 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 ha. Why should brother Zhao be so polite? Since this is the case, then I will accept it with a smile. Li Changye's face instantly transformed, smiling as he hugged his daughter red and left. After he left, Zhao Jia's expression with a smile instantly returned to sinister and indifferent. Snap! Zhao Jia snapped his fingers, and the next moment, two figures walked in the darkness. Begin, and at the cost of your life, baptize this new era, and bring this city of Depay into complete chaos. As you wish, my lord. The visitor couldn't see his face, only a pair of ghostly flickering eyes that were extremely creepy. As the words fell, the two black shadows slowly disappeared, and along with them, the temperature of the room rose back up. Zhao Jia carried his hands behind his back and came to the window with a calm expression, looking at the departing backs of Qin Ming and Spirit Flame. Great Qin thinks that person really woke up. I don't know when he came to the world at that moment. This world, how shocked it should be. Suddenly, he shivered inexplicably and muttered under his breath, Li Xian has awakened. It's not likely that even that god of slayers will wake up, right? Thinking about this, Zhao Jia inexplicably shivered. There weren't many existences in Great Qin that could cause him fear and dread, but there were a few. At this moment, led by Spirit Flame, the two of them came to the ancient street and wandered around. Rumor has it that this was once just a small county named Pei County, which was gradually expanded to become the present-day Great Pei City. Although in the whole of China, Dapei City was not well known, it was one of the ancient cities that could not be ignored, especially in the age of guardian spirits. There were very few cities that survived the chaos intact. Master Qin, see what you like. I'll have someone pack it. Spirit Flame if anything stayed close to Qin Ming and said softly and tenderly. Qin Ming's gaze was casual as he surveyed his surroundings, not caring about Spirit Flame's backwards behavior. Strong people, after all, always attract the opposite sex. No, just take a casual walk. Qin Ming looked at the two sides of the ancient street. Some of the vendors selling snacks and yelling were surprisingly all imperial spiritists. It does seem out of place in this day and age. Once upon a time, these vendors did their best to make a living, and now, the sharpness in their gazes, if any, were inexplicably chilling. Just like if you, a cultivator of immortality, had to serve ordinary people in order to make a living, anyone would be dissatisfied. Continuing on, a group of people surrounded the front. Qin Ming and his duo walked up, only to realize that it was an imperial spiritist vendor who had been violently beaten by his dog's legs because the oil from his fried food had accidentally splashed a rich gentleman. That rich gentleman said with an arrogant smile and a disdainful face, so what if you become an imperial spiritist? You're still a waste. What kind of eyes do you have? Dare to make a move against me? As long as you dare to make a move, the Lu clan imperial spiritists who are nearby to maintain order will appear, suppress him, and imprison him. Bah, dog thing, still dare to glare at me, give me to beat him to death. You dare to resist. When you are locked up, I will kill your whole family. I hate your kind of royal spiritist the most. You are obviously a waste of money, but also awakened guardian spirit. The old man is so rich, but it is an ordinary person. Give me to beat hard. The beaten imperial spiritist looked coldly at the rich gentleman from the beginning to the end, not daring to resist. He has a family, a wife and children, and he can't afford to gamble in the face of the Lu family that established order, so he can only be bullied. This kind of life, he had long been accustomed to, even if there were thousands of unwillingness in his heart. What could he do? Spirit Flame narrowed those flirtatious and enchanting eyes and said coldly, an order built with discrimination will sooner or later collapse. Qin Ming shook his head. His face remained calm. He had no sympathy for the man's ordeal, for in his previous life, he had lived 1,000 times more pitifully than this man. The one who establishes the order will never be affected. They are so high up that even if the order collapses, he can establish a new one. This age is sick, and it needs someone who will destroy everything and establish a unified order, Qin Ming said softly, walking slowly towards the front. Spirit Flame looked at Qin Ming's back and was inexplicably chilled. His ambition was never to district a city. Spirit Flame hid a smile, thinking that Qin Ming was a leader worth following. In the late afternoon, after settling for lunch at an upscale restaurant, the duo went shopping at the most extravagant mall in Dapai City. Along the way, the smile on Spirit Flame's delicate face never disappeared. As a woman, shopping was her nature. Qin Ming did not refuse this. Shopping was never the purpose of his trip. His purpose is to understand the real face of the present-day Dapai City. The result was just as he had presumed. Underneath the calm waves, there was a dark tide, a precarious edifice that could collapse at any time. Just then, Spirit Flame looked up a dress with a glazed skirt. Her eyebrows arched and her smile like a flower. Master Qin, how about this dress? Spirit Flame's tall and sexy identity, paired with azure-colored glazed long skirt. The beauty was unbelievable, as if the ancient pouring woman came to modern times. Passing pedestrians have stopped to look at, revealing the color of adoration. Some people even took out their cell phones to secretly take pictures. Qin Ming sniffed and nodded his head slightly, calmly complimenting him. It's nice. It suits you. Buy it if you like it. Chapter 63, Conflict. Giving. How much and pack it up for me? Spirit Flame said as she faced a fake shy smile and looked at the waiter. The man froze and warned carefully. Miss, this glazed dress is a high-grade item. It is worth a lot. It needs $180,000. Are you sure? Spirit Flame lightly glanced at the waiter and nodded slightly. As the head of the Luo Net branch in Dapui City, he had a monthly salary of over $1 million. Would he not be able to afford a mere glazed dress? Great. I'll wrap it up for you. The waiter was overjoyed. It was hard to sell one in a day for those like them who made high-end luxury goods. I did not expect a rich woman to come. She was naturally happy. After all, the commission is not low. Just then, a petite voice came. Mr. Quan, I want this dress too. Buy it for me. Anything you want, it's yours. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see a rough man in the shape of a human dog, wrapping a woman in a cool dress, snow-white skin, and a face like green tea walking. In front of the duo, there were even bodyguards to open the way, domineeringly pushing bystanders out of the way to make a path. Lu family full-blooded dude. Lu Quan, go. That woman seems to be one of the 4 contemporary flower girls. Meng Qi, oh my god. What's so surprising? The Lu family is god in Dapai City. Saying nothing, these opera singers, seemingly in existence we can watch from afar. But in the eyes of these people, it's just bed playthings. Quickly shut up. Be careful to be heard by Lu Quan. Can't eat it all. I heard that the other day, a person accidentally stepped on his foot, was alive on the street to death. No one cared. At this time, Lu Quan realized that Spirit Flame's appearance and temperament was far from the little star on his side, unconsciously revealing a piggy look. Quan Shao. Meng Qi found Lu Quan's colorful appearance inwardly slightly anxious. She was not easy to use. Her body as the price. Climbed to a high branch. How can let other people snatch it? Lu Quan patted Meng Qi's resilient buttocks and said with a smile, there's no rush. Afterward, with his big greasy belly, he came to Spirit Flame's body and unashamedly looked up and down at Spirit Flame's delicate body. Spirit Flame narrowed his eyes, flashing a ray of cold color. If it hadn't been bad timing, she would have let the man know that whoring would have a price to pay. Beauty. Introduce myself. I am Lu Quan, a direct descendant of the Lu family. I don't know what to call the beauty. If you make this young man happy, all your consumption today, this young man will pay for it. Lu Quan said colorfully, licking the corners of his mouth and almost drooling. Meng Qi's face was grim, and he inwardly cursed Lu Quan angrily. But still, he hurriedly managed his expression and pulled Lu Quan's arm, trying to rub his arm with that half-exposed puffy chest and said, Quan Shao, this glazed dress is something that people have been eyeing for a long time. You can't be like this. From the beginning to the end, Spirit Flame watched the duo perform expressionlessly. Lu Quan was very receptive to Meng Qi's tactic and smiled with a reassuring word of promise. Looking at Spirit Flame again, he said, how's the consideration? Just to remind you, in Dapai City, my Lu family is god. Upset this young man and you'll be in big trouble. As he spoke, a man with a gloomy face appeared behind him, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, a B-class royal spiritist. Obscure. Spirit Flame clear cold opening. Glazed skirt also don't want. Turn to a word Qin Ming side. Directly holding his arm, deliberately will be delicate body close to Qin Ming. Master Qin, let's go. We've disturbed your pleasure. Go back and be punished by Master Chino. Those ambiguous words caused Lu Quan's face to instantly sink. feeling that the green tea on his side instantly became unscented. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, and in Lu Quan's murderous gaze, he reached out and landed on Spirit Flame's slender waist, and slowly walked away. The crowd exclaimed in shock, all of them unconsciously stepping back to avoid being affected by Lu Quan's anger. Lu Quan grimaced as the Imperial Spiritist behind him stepped forward and inquired in a low voice. Young Quan, do I need to bring someone back to the lodge for you? Go ahead. Dare to ignore my Lu family so much. I guess there must be some bottom. I want to see that woman. Naked. Lying on my bed tonight. And that man. Arrest him for me. I want him to watch me ravage his woman and listen to her pleasant moans. Understood. The sentinel nodded and quickly followed, disappearing into the area. Meng Shi had a cautious look on her face at the moment, not daring to continue pretending for fear that Lu Quan would be affected by her anger. After all, the grass on the grave of the person who had so disrespected him in Depay City was taller than her. Leaving the mall, Spirit Flame hurriedly let go of Qin Ming's arm and apologized as if she was walking on thin ice. Master Qin, sorry for disturbing your pleasure. Qin Ming's eyes remained unchanged and said indifferently, no harm done. Is Lu Quan of the Lu family? I just took this opportunity to have some fun with the Lu family. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth, not caring about the person following behind him. Soon, the two of them left the bustling city and came to a more remote suburb, surrounded by old houses. It was more like a refugee area. The two of them stopped in their tracks as ahead of them, that Imperial Spiritist behind Lu Quan showed up to block the way. You seem to have discovered my trail long ago and deliberately lured me to a remote place? The man narrowed his eyes, his soul aura lingering around him with a creepy cold light. Qin Ming's face was calm as he pulled the spirit flame that was blocking his body away, moved his muscles, and took a step forward. Actually, I would like to try to see what point my fleshly body has reached nowadays. Spirit Flame froze, not understanding Qin Ming's meaning, but she didn't dare to go against it. The man across from him frowned, his insides vaguely disturbed, but thinking that this is the city of Depay, the territory of the Lu family. Here, even the headquarters and the Jinling Pavilion couldn't turn over any waves. Your flesh? Nonsense. Offending the Lu family and you still want to leave? I don't care who your backer is. Hand over the woman behind you and I'll let you die a painful death. The man let out a cold cry and took a step out. Behind him, light blue light rushed up to the sky, intertwining and converging, transforming into a behemoth. Ordinary B-class sentinel, 7 feet tall. That figure, dressed in a cold light blue armor, holding a sharp blade, landed on the ground instantly, like an earthquake shaking the mountains. Extremely terrifying. Qin Ming raised his head, his face gradually becoming indifferent, for the barbaric and unreasonable attitude of these families. Qin Ming had long been accustomed to it. After all, would a god who thinks he is high and mighty reason with mortals? But unfortunately, he, Qin Ming, was not an extraordinary person. Stand back. Qin Ming's body bent slightly, and his voice instantly became low, hoarse, and creepy, like an evil ghost in purgatory. Seeing this, Spirit Flame hurriedly dodged back to avoid being affected. She was also curious as to how terrifying Qin Ming's strength was and wanted to witness it with her own eyes. The next moment, in the two people's fearful gaze, the ground issued a nuisance flames burning sound. Scarlet flames, from Qin Ming's body, spread along the ground scattered, devouring the earth. He raised his head violently, a pair of black and white pupils, turned into scarlet color. A wisp of blazing flame, from the corner of his eyes overflowed, appearing particularly demonic. Around his body, as if clad in a layer of 9 ghostly flames armor, the whole person bloodlight, blazing bright. Special guardian spirit? Can it become one with the host? The man's face changed dramatically as he felt the great oppressive force. He was unable to distinguish the level of Qin Ming's guardian spirit and only assumed that the guardian spirit Qin Ming possessed was a special soul spirit. At this moment, Qin Ming's figure stood in the fiery armor, his eyes domineering and indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Slowly, he spat out a few words. Grant you a chance to strike. If I do, you will have no chance. Chapter 64. At these words, the man's face changed drastically. Unsightly. It's just a special guardian spirit. What do I have to fear? Kill him. The next moment, the huge figure behind him, a step across tens of meters, holding a sharp blade, standing in the air to split, terrifying sword intent, swept around a radius of 1,000 meters. Those dilapidated buildings, at this moment instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. Sword intent spread across the void, and the ground, the walls, and everywhere were terrorizing light blue sword marks. However, at this moment, Spirit Flame's delicate face revealed a confused expression. She knew that Qin Ming possessed a guardian spirit, or an extremely terrifying exalted level guardian spirit. What exactly is he trying to do? Using the strength of his physical body to harden the B-rank guardian spirit? How is this possible? It's simply impossible for such a powerful physical body to exist. Qin Ming's bizarre behavior subverted Spirit Flame's perception. She was both worried and looking forward to witnessing a miracle. The moment that huge sharp blade came down from the sky and approached Qin Ming violently erupted with terrifying power. Fiery flames intertwined and converged in his fist, going against the sky. Bang! At that moment, Qin Ming used the power of his physical body to shake the full force of the B-class Guardian Spirit strike. Terrifying power, glowing with blazing light, one after another, traversing the void, causing the void to distort. The burning flames engulfed the Guardian Spirit's light blue sword intent, creating a brief stalemate. When the man saw this, his face changed dramatically, feeling that Qin Ming's state was extremely bizarre. Strange, why don't we feel the aura of summoning a Guardian Spirit on him? The man whispered to himself. Suddenly, Qin Ming violently raised his hand, and his eyes were creepy with bloodlight, attacking his Guardian Spirit's eyes like pillars of blood. At that moment, the man's Guardian Spirit had to quickly retract its sharp blade to ward off the blood pillar attack. Seeing this, the corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose as he held his right hand in the air, and the flames intertwined, transforming into an appalling flaming longsword. Its leg steps erupted with terrifying power, and as its feet stepped on the ground, scarlet flames instantly swept across 100 meters in a circle, transforming into the 9-specter flame field. Again, Qin Ming let out a low shout as his figure stepped into the air and leapt up, instantly rising a dozen feet. In the man's Guardian Spirit's unbelievable gaze, the original 3-foot flaming longsword in Qin Ming's hand, instantly 40 meters, rumbled and chopped down. Bang! The power was so terrifying that it instantly caused the light blue Guardian Spirit figure to half kneel on the ground, struggling to support itself with its sharp blade. He raised his huge head, and the incredulity in his eyes gradually turned into fear, trepidation. My lord, run! He didn't use his Guardian Spirit. This is merely the power of his physical body. The moment the Guardian Spirit's terrified roar emanated, the Lu family's B-class Imperial Spiritist completely froze in place. Returning to his senses, he fled without the slightest hesitation and without looking back. To use the power of one's physical body to harden against a B-class Guardian Spirit, this is not a human being at all, the man whispered under his breath, and with great speed, he leapt up and over the several-meter-high fence, fleeing towards the city. Qin Ming's body moved slightly, dodging and landing in front of the Guardian Spirit, patting his clothes in a slightly bored manner as the blazing flames around his body faded away. That would be pointless. No more fun. Boring. Qin Ming raised his head, looked at the light blue Guardian Spirit that revealed a nervous expression, and suddenly snapped his fingers. Li Xin, play with him, is not right. It is not convenient to take him back. Kill it. The next moment, 100 meters in circumference, the flames melted into magma. A huge thing came out from the ground, wearing blood-colored flaming armor, clad in blood-colored flaming cloak, holding a huge queer looking down at the light blue Guardian Spirit. Griffin. Li Xin opened his mouth in a domineering manner, his tone extremely disdainful. He was a top-notch existence amongst the exalted Guardian Spirits, and he was naturally contemptuous when dealing with a mere B-ranked Guardian Spirit. That light blue figure raised its head in the air, looking up at Li Xin's sturdy body, unable to resist at all. Spirit Flame in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Today, she had truly felt the horror from Qin Ming firsthand. Qin Ming's figure moved slightly, instantly disappearing from this place with lightning speed. As for this B-rank Guardian Spirit, it was lifted off by Li Xin's horizontal sword and nailed alive to the ground in endless fear. The fleeing Lu family man suddenly had a limp body and sprayed blood from his mouth. He turned around in fear and saw the blood-colored figure standing above the earth. In one move, my Guardian Spirit died. How is that possible? What's impossible? The ignorant are fearless, and the weak. It is always difficult to understand too many things that are beyond your perception. At some point, Qin Ming figure appeared in front of the man. He slowly squatted down and said with a leathery smile, "How about talking to me about the Lu family? To be more accurate, it's the first family, the top level. How about it?" At those words, the man chose to remain silent. Even if he was stupid, he knew that this person was rushing towards the Lu family, towards the Great Pei City. Don't waste your energy. I won't tell even if you kill me. The man shook his head and closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, Li Xin, who had destroyed the light blue Guardian Spirit with a single strike, had already disappeared, and Spirit Flame rushed over and whispered, "Master Qin, someone is coming." Qin Ming's face returned to indifference as he got up and calmly glanced at the man who was waiting to die with his eyes closed. Loyal men without fear of death. I quite appreciate that. The man hastily opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. In the next moment, Qin Ming slapped his head through the air, and the headless corpse collapsed helplessly. "So, I'll make you whole and go." Qin Ming put his hands in his pockets and walked away slowly. Spirit Flame returned to his senses and hurriedly jogged to keep up. the duo's silhouettes quickly disappeared into the densely packed and dilapidated neighborhood. A few minutes later, several figures arrived quickly. Their faces were grim as they looked around at the devastated landscape, not saying a word. Soon, several people found the man's headless body, dead. A B-class Imperial Spiritist, from the outbreak of combat, to death, no more than 3 minutes. Well, it's likely to be a general-level Imperial Spiritist, or even a Zune-level Imperial Spiritist. It seems that some people with evil intentions are preparing to take advantage of my Great Pay City. This man is Lu Quan's guard. Find him and inquire clearly. Humph. I wouldn't approve of giving these dude wastes such a high status and having Imperial Spiritists serve as guards for them. And now the trouble has come. So what if you're not satisfied? That's the decision of the family head. In the Lu family, he is a god, and no one can interfere with his decisions. A few people discussed a few things and then took the headless body away. Back at the mountain villa, Zhao Jie's few people heard about this and hurried to Qin Ming's room. Master Qin, if you strike out at the Lu family's Imperial Spiritist, you're likely to leak our trail. Qin Ming sniffed, his face calm and indifferent, looking at the dark red wine in his hand, looking at several people through the wine glass, and said softly, do you guys think that article is really the work of the Lu family head? In order to push my Dakian city into the limelight, or to target me? Zhao Jie's few people were a bit puzzled by Qin Ming's answer, but they still patiently answered, Master Qin, isn't it? Whether it's the source of the IP address or the motive, only the Lu family is a possibility. Zhao Jie replied. Chapter 65, The Game. The game begins. Qin Ming sipped a mouthful of red wine, his eyes looking towards Spirit Flame, always with a smile if anything on his face, making people unable to see through his inner thoughts. Spirit Flame, you're the head of the Luo net branch. You're more familiar with the Lu family. What do you think? Spirit Flame frowned her good-looking eyebrows and unconsciously crossed her legs, exposing a large portion of her white, moist skin without realizing it. Does Master Qin mean that someone wants to use you to stir up Dape City and stir up this mess of the Lu family? But who has the guts to impersonate the Lu family? Spirit Flame again denied it once more. Puzzled, Qin Ming put down his wineglass and waved his hand. Zhao Jie instantly comprehended it and hurriedly handed over the cigarettes and lit them for Qin Ming. Who said it was impersonating the Lu family? Why can't it be someone from the Lu family? Now that the Lu family's situation is already precarious, that Lu family head is not a fool. He won't be unable to see that even if he has 1,000 strands of relationship with Great Qin, he won't, at this time, provoke my Dakian city and ask for trouble. Not to mention that I am, nominally, the head of the city at the headquarters, and for them to make a move against me would be to make a move against the headquarters. So the Lu family head wouldn't be so stupid. Qin Ming leaned back on the sofa and voiced his speculation. When these words came out, several people looked at each other with some shock and disbelief. Spirit Flame, tell us about the information about that sidekick of the Lu family, but who awakened a powerful guardian spirit. Spirit Flame nodded and said hastily, there is not much information I know about this man. This person's name is Lu Qingshan, age 25. Awakening guardian spirit is ominous, but the Lu family's internal split is mostly due to his appearance, so his guardian spirit won't be too weak. Rumor has it that he is a saint-level Imperial Spiritist. Speaking here, Spirit Flame suddenly realized. Onion Jade hand covered the shocked red lips small mouth, exclaimed, Master Qin means that it is he, who is ready to use your hand to break the Lu family deadlock, completely tearing his face and becoming independent as a king? Qin Ming nodded and said lightly with a light smile, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This one's ambition is not small, and he's also a lord who once claimed the title of emperor. It's not simple. Qin Ming probably guessed the identity of this person. After all, there were only a few of the Lu clan's collateral lineages that could give birth to such a terrifying Imperial Spiritist. So Master Qin, you actually had an early plan when you took a shot at that Lu clan's first line of guards, the Imperial Spiritists? Zhao Jie opened his mouth in shock, growing more and more in awe of Qin Ming. He's so deep it's scary. The more chaotic this chess game is, the more interesting it is, isn't it? I, Qin Ming, will not be reduced to a sharp sword for others, to cut through the thorns for them. Ridiculous, since they want to play. Let's play with them. Afterward, Qin Ming shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, anyway, it's in the city of Dapai. Stabbing the sky has nothing to do with me. As for wanting to leave me, delusional. Even if the Lu family head really possesses an emperor-level guardian spirit, or even a special physique, but using all of the guardian spirit power at once, wouldn't be able to do it at the moment. Master Qin has a point. Zhao Jie hurriedly complimented and flattered, saying, he could barely use the full power of the 6 sword slaves, but if he exploded under the extreme, he would not be able to withstand it himself. So whether the guardian spirit is powerful or not is greatly related to the imperialist himself. This was also why Li Xian requested Qin Ming to quench his body daily with the help of the 9 underworld seas. in order to barely Xian's full power with the most perfect body. Qin Ming was different from the other imperial spiritists, and behind him, it seemed that it had always been that 1,000-year-old emperor who was the dominant one. Well, it's time to start getting ready to get out of here before trouble comes. Qin Ming got up and stretched, his hands in his pockets, his eyes dark and faint, said, Zhao Jie, Spirit Flame, and Li Changye rose at the same time and nodded. Master Qin is right. With the Lu family's ability, they will be able to find this place soon. Well, the ghetto looks good to me. Let's go there. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhao Jie frowned slightly and said cautiously, Master Qin, it's not right. With your status, how can you live in such a filthy place? Qin Ming glanced at Zhao Jie and shook his head with a smile. I've even stayed in a sewer, let alone a district slum. Don't think of me as too noble. Pack up and go. Spirit Flame, get set up as soon as possible. We're leaving in 10 minutes. Spirit Flame bowed and then hurriedly trotted away, arranging to leave the mountain villa. 10 minutes later, 3 black SUVs appeared outside the manor and quickly departed, leaving behind the empty lodge. Qin Ming looked through the window glass at the outside world, a bustling city that was out of place from the time of the guardian spirits. The eyes moved upwards to the surveillance along the route. An array of red flashed. All the surveillance was instantly paralyzed. Meanwhile, the Lu family headquarters. The Lu family imperial spiritist who had been scouting returned to the headquarters and reported to the acting family head, above the first position. Your Holiness, Lu Ban is dead. The middle-aged man on top of the first seat sniffed, his eyes slightly cold, and a terrifying Zun-Shur aura filled the hall, causing the crowd to be frightened and uneasy. Did you find out what happened? Was it done? The man shook his head and replied, the area near where the fight broke out is a slum area with no surveillance, so I'm afraid only young Master Lu Quan knows a thing or two about it. Lu Quan? Send him over. As you wish. Not long after, the half-drunk Lu Quan was brought from the woman's bed to the Lu family headquarters, and came in front of the acting family head with a disgruntled look on his face. Father, I'm busy. What do you want with me? Lu Quan was none other than the only son of acting family head Luin, and because of this, he could have a B-ranked imperial spiritist as an escort. Bang! Luin violently slammed the table and looked at Lu Quan with a hateful face, coldly saying, Yuzaka is dead. What's going on? Lu Quan froze, back to God after the wine instantly sober most of the time. He also understands the seriousness of the matter. Do not dare to hide. Hastily will be clashing with Qin Ming, and then set Lu Ban to go to the two to capture the matter of the return. Only, in the incident he described, Lu Quan became the victim. Luin didn't care if his playboy son was right or wrong. What he cared about at the moment was who exactly Qin Ming was, that he dared to kill his Lu family's royal spiritist. Notify down. Immediately call up the mall surveillance. Find out the person's identity residence. Within a day. If you can't figure it out, there will be consequences. At these words, the crowd underneath hurriedly left to track down Qin Ming's identity. You get out too. It's not decent to do nothing all day. Luin looked at this waste of a son of his and cursed angrily, scaring him so much that he rolled and crawled away. Luin sat down again, his face somber. Who in the world dares to make a move against my Lu family? Now that the family head is in seclusion, we can't have a big mess while I'm managing the family. Thinking back to that family head of the Lu family, Luin couldn't help but be chilled. That one was too scary. So scary that he was afraid when he thought back to it. It's a pity that the family head places too much importance on bloodlines. Otherwise my Lu family wouldn't have experienced a break in the number of strong people, leading to today's precarious situation in the city of Dapai. Luin helplessly rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. Chapter 66, Dakian City, a new civilization dedicated to love and equality. On the following day, Qin Ming's group of 4 came to the slum area and easily stayed in a private house under the powerful penetration of Luonet. The environment is average, but it is clean and tidy. However, Qin Ming didn't really care about the issue of shelter. The upheaval of suffering he had experienced in his previous life was not comparable to the slums of the district. And at this moment, the Lu family, as Luin listened to his subordinate's report, his face became more and more ugly. Qin Ming, the head of Dakian City, how dare he come to my Depay city to cause trouble? Bang! Luin violently slammed the table in anger. The head of the district city, even if he was a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist, was not qualified to provoke his Lu family. Venerable Lord, this person's style of acting has always been criticized by the world. A ruthless and merciless lord who doesn't even put the imperial capital martial family in his eyes. At this moment, someone spoke up. Naturally I know that, but why would he? Suddenly, Luin's furious look frozen. He recalled a few days ago when the internet set off a furor of that article. Instant reaction. The furious mood gradually calm. Sullen face again sat down. So that's what I'm saying. I said, my Depay city and his Daqian city have no grudges. How could they strike at my Depay city for no reason? Check. Give me a strict investigation into who wrote that article about questioning Dakian City. In addition, immediately notify the Dark Guards to head to the mountain villa where Qin Ming is located and bring him back. And if you dare to resist, strike directly, life or death, as you wish. The subordinates underneath flashed away. The Dark Guards, an organization of imperial spiritists cultivated by the Lu family, which not only possessed Lu family imperial spiritists, but also other powerful imperial spiritists with foreign surnames. The leader of the Dark Guards was even a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist with strong strength. Luing gently tapped on the desktop, looking at the so-called high-level direct lineage of the Lu family within the hall of the Lu family. A disdainful color flashed in his eyes. They are all losers who rely on their status and seniority, relying on their old age. Even if they awaken the guardian spirit, they are just ordinary guardian spirits, which are useless for this era. However, the Lu family had placed too much importance on bloodlines, and he was helpless. Alas, that sidekick Lu Qingshan is properly the second strongest person in the Lu family? It's a pity. Luing sighed lightly inwardly, looking at these Lu family executives who only enjoyed life, ate and drank, and chased after monetary benefits. Luing snorted coldly and didn't say anything more as he turned around and left. Lu Qingshan Villa. Zhuge Jin's face was a bit gloomy as he looked at Lu Qingshan. Brother Qingshan, there's trouble. That Qin Ming didn't play by the book. He even directly struck out at the Lu family's first line of guards. It's a direct showdown. Lu Qingshan was silent and shook his head a moment later, instead comforting his sentence. There's no harm in it. Intrigue is ultimately just a side issue. This era is different from any other in ancient times. The key to victory or defeat is the imperial spiritist, a sufficiently powerful imperial spiritist. Since that one has come, the bureau can be opened, and the end will be the same, but it's just exposing me in advance. So there's no harm in it. Lu Qingshan shook his head, not caring. Well, you have a point. This era, after all, doesn't need schemers, but strong men who are fearless of everything and lift their hands to boom. Zhuge Jin sighed softly with some regret. His Zhuge family, famous for strategizing, in this era, instead seemed a bit chickenish. Brother Zhuge doesn't need to be discouraged. Your presence is still essential, and you will need to rely on Brother Zhuge more in the future. Lu Qingshan smiled and raised his glass to clink. Zhuge Jin stopped sighing and nodded. It is my great fortune to have met Brother Qingshan. Lu family secret guards came to the manor where Qin Ming was previously, naturally pounced on the empty, and returned unhappily. A week later, riots grew in Depay City, and some bottom-feeding workers, unable to stand the ruthless oppression of their capitalist bosses, directly rose up and summoned guardian spirits, directly destroying a high-rise building. By the time the Lu family's order maintenance imperial spiritists arrived, hundreds of people had already been killed or injured, and the loss of assets was severe. Half a month later, this riot could no longer be suppressed, and in a single day, fires broke out, a high-rise building collapsed, dust flew, and blood rushed to the sky. In the city, everyone is in the wind and the grass is on the ground, especially those so-called capitalists, big bosses, directly recruiting imperial spiritist bodyguards at high salaries to protect their lives. But there is too much turmoil, and the day public anger erupts is the day the dynasty is changed. Even if the Lu family was powerful, suppressing and exterminating hundreds of imperial spiritists as a warning to others would be useless. Every time it was suppressed, a new riot would break out the next day, as if someone had done it on purpose. What caused the Lu family to be most furious was that the Lu family even had a royal spiritist openly broadcasting live on the entire network, angrily denouncing the Lu family's inhumane management style, claiming to have quit the Lu family, and to rebel against this unfair treatment by working together with ordinary royal spiritists. And this became the last straw for the complete fall of order in the city of Depay. Even your Lu family's own people feel that it's unfair, and you're giving us ordinary imperial spiritists a big pie. The more these ordinary sentinels thought about it, the more angry they became, and they went around destroying, as they did in Dakian City at the time, or even the whole country in general, burning, looting and pillaging everywhere. The source of all this is, naturally, the handiwork of the Roworks. The strength of the lawn is overly not the most frightening, but the ability to infiltrate is, well, frightening. From the Lu family down to ordinary people, there are people from the Luo network. The Luo network is well trained and has no fear of death. And the butterfly effect has led to the complete fall of the city of Depay. In just a month's time, a well-ordered city was reduced to rubble. Except for the heavily guarded places of the Lu family, almost all other places were affected. The Lu family was furious, but they were helpless. The number of ordinary imperial spiritists was too high to suppress. In just a month's time, the number of imperial spiritists who had died at the hands of the Lu family had reached a terrifying 4 digits. However, it was still unable to suppress and deter these imperial spiritists. It was as if someone was guiding this from nowhere. The ghetto, instead, has not suffered too much because of its poverty. Those sentinels, who looked at the prosperous areas, the slums, couldn't get into their eyes. Of course, there were also psychologically twisted people who made their moves in the slums, all of which were easily resolved by Luonet to avoid spreading to Qin Ming's residence. At this moment, Qin Ming looked at the Dapei city that was reduced to ruins on the network video with interest, revealing a satisfied expression. So, in this world, we must talk about fairness. Why should my Dakian city be destroyed and you, Dapei city, be able to get away with it? Qin Ming's eyes flickered with a ghostly light as he said faintly. Then he looked at Zhao Jie and commanded, "Notify Gongsun Shao. Let him issue a notice in the name of the headquarters that my Dakian city is willing to accept these homeless imperial spiritists. That in my Dakian city, everyone is equal in status, and that my Dakian city is motivated to create a new civilized city of great love and equality." When these words came out, Zhao Jie, Spirit Flame, and Li Chanye all looked a bit strange. In the whole of China, except for Dakian city, everywhere is considered safe. After all, in Dakian city, these ordinary imperial spiritists were Qin Ming's captive test subjects, or even puppet imperial spiritist candidates. Understood. Don't worry Master Qin, I'll do it now. Zhao Jie didn't dare to disobey and nodded to leave the room and contact Gongsun Shao. Chapter 67, Dapui destroyed, headquarters wants to ask for guilt. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the remarks flying all over the internet. Many survived the chaos and entered a brief period of calm. It was natural to gloat as he watched the fall of the city of Dapei. Some even commented that what's coming is coming, sooner or later. All the big forces and hidden forces were a bit stunned. Although they knew about the hidden danger of Dapui city, they didn't expect it to happen so fast. The moment the notice from Dakian city was sent out, these forces vaguely guessed what was going on and secretly cursed Qin Ming for being an improper son. But there are also discerning people guessed that Dakian city. This is in retaliation for the previous period of time to ask Dakian city's article. In the headquarters, the speaker of the headquarters was looking at the notice of Dakian city in the Dapei city that had been reduced to ruins, and his head was aching. This little guy is really not a peaceful master. Wherever he goes, he wreaks havoc. When did he leave Dakian city? Are you all not sure? The speaker looked at the man at his side with some displeasure. The man said with a fawning smile, equally helpless, "The hidden spies planted by the headquarters in Dakian city all disappeared overnight, and I'm afraid that the hidden spies of other forces, the spies, are the same. I don't know why. Dakian city seems to suddenly control all the power information in general. Extremely bizarre. I suspect." The speaker froze and looked to the man inquiringly. "Doubt anything, don't swallow your words, just say what you have to say. I suspect that this Qin Ming has cooperated with the Luo network. Otherwise it is impossible for him to cleanse all the treacherous secret sons overnight." At that, the speaker was silent. Liang Jiao let out a long sigh. Qin Ming was an uncontrollable factor, growing up too fast. By the time HQ found out, it was beyond control, and only softer means were available to reach an invisible agreement. Forget it, let him be. Anyway, the hidden dangers of Dapui city are too great. It's only a matter of time before they explode. I hope that the Wu family, and the Lu family don't mess with him again. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. The speaker shook his head, not intending to meddle in these power struggles. What the headquarters needed was to maintain the peace and stability of China and to deal with the invasion of foreign imperial spiritists. For infighting, it's really a distraction. The speaker's eyes looked at the Dakian city notice on the internet and cried and laughed. In the silence, the speaker's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop, and the atmosphere in the quiet room was particularly creepy. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Lord Speaker, Counselor Yang seeks an audience. Get him over here." A short while later, Rep. Young came into the speaker's room and waved his hand to signal the speaker's secretary to stand down. The secretary hesitantly looked to the speaker and waited for a nod before leaving. "Councilman Young, what needs to be secretive?" The speaker had an easygoing manner and said lightly. Rep. Young sat across from the speaker and opened the door. "The disadvantages of the lineages are beginning to emerge, and these lineages, by all means, are placing their own imperial spiritists in the major cities, or even becoming the head of one side of the city. After they left the imperial capital, they really acted like the ancient times, treating themselves as a party of lords, and acted arbitrarily in all the major cities, disturbing the people's grievances, which is really too much to list." The speaker nodded. It wasn't a surprise. With the changing times, the biggest problem was that the ambitious all wanted a piece of the pie and didn't care what the common man thought. "What do you have in mind?" the speaker inquired. It was not that he did not want to send capable and responsible people to be in charge of major cities. Rather, the ancient family infiltrated the headquarters too large, and it was simply difficult to solve it in a short period of time. And one hair affects the whole body. These ancient families, each and every one of them is not a good thing. Selfish and self-interested. Recruit the persons in charge of the major cities to the capital. List the offenses, ask for the crimes, and if the situation is serious, remove them from their posts, and if the offenses are common, just knock on the door. Upon hearing this, the speaker revealed a wry smile and looked at Counselor Yang and shook his head, saying, "You're thinking too simply, not to mention that these ancient families won't agree. For example, how would you deal with cities such as Dapui City and Magic City? Those so-called city heads are nothing more than puppets. Whoever you replace them with will be the same. Not only that, for example, the head of Dakian City, Qin Ming, how are you going to incriminate him? That guy's sins are listed on the internet, and if you implement a plan to incriminate city heads, he'll be the first one." At these words, the faint smile on Counselor Yang's face remained unchanged as he continued. "This is simple. We can let these principals enter the capital in batches and target the problem of infiltration of the headquarters by the lineage. The main purpose of this time is to solve the problem of the lineage, not someone like Qin Ming who doesn't belong to any power and doesn't obey the rules." And, looking at Rap Young's impish smile, the speaker gestured for him to continue. "Moreover, the Wu family has a grudge with Qin Ming. It can be said to be an unresolved one. Qin Ming is too mysterious and overbearing, acting ruthlessly and decisively. You can use the Wu family's hands to try his depths, and you can also knock him around in the meantime, letting him know that the headquarters is ultimately in power in Huaxia." The speaker looked at Counselor Yang's confident smile and, with an inner thought, said with a wave of his hand, "Good, then as Counselor Yang said, this matter will be under your full responsibility. As you wish, Mr. Speaker." After Counselor Yang left, the speaker's face regained its calmness. In fact, he was also curious as to what undercard Qin Ming was hiding, and how deep this mess of Qin Ming's water was. In the end, Lu family, Qin Ming, I don't know what sparks you'll rub together again. The Zhenling Pavilion, surprisingly, has settled down a lot these days. Ming Taizu, Yuan Shengwu Emperor, West Juba Wang, these guys but has awakened, but hidden under the water, one by one, are not good people. Ah, the speaker muttered and whispered, his head aching. 3 days later, the city of Dipei was completely plunged into unprecedented chaos. Even if the Lu family suppressed it with all their might, it was to no avail, and they could only watch the destruction of this intact city. Lu Yin was helpless and showed a look of despair. During the time he was in charge of the Lu family, he was responsible for the destruction of the city of Dipei. Alas, the family head is still in seclusion, and when he emerges, I'm afraid that I, the acting family head, will be unable to absolve myself of the blame. Lu Yin muttered, having given up struggling and allowing the city of Dipei to be destroyed. Venerable Lord, the matter regarding the questioning of the Great Qian city has been clearly investigated. Just then, a secret guard came and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's eyes flashed slightly as he received the report handed over by the secret guards. Everything is clearly recorded on it. Bang! In a rage, Lu Yin slapped the pearly wood table to smithereens with one palm. Furious, eaten and betrayed white-eyed wolf. It's actually you, Guju Lu Qingshan. How dare you betray the Lu family? After a long time, Lu Yin once again sat down powerlessly. This kind of result, he had predicted it long ago. After all, Lu Qingshan was a hallowed saint-level spirit royalist. How would he be willing to condescend to others and be an insignificant side disciple in the Lu family? There's something wrong with the family rules after all. Chapter 68, The Split Lu Family. Lu Tianjuan's appearance. Follow me to Yunshu Mountain Villa and meet this collateral disciple. After a long time, Lu Yin regained his composure and spoke coldly. His gaze went to the Dark Guards and he commanded again. Have the Dark Guard commander gather all the elite Dark Guards and follow me to Yunshu Mountain Villa. As the words fell, the shadowy guard's figure faded into the darkness. Lu Yin got up and left the council hall of the Lu family headquarters. Not long after, a lengthened version of the car quickly left the Lu family and drove in the direction of Yunshu Mountain Resort. Along the way, Lu Yin recklessly released his Zunshur aura to deter those imperial spiritists who were making trouble around. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside of Yunshu Mountain Resort. Lu Yin got out of the car, his eyes glancing around faintly. All the secret guards are already in position, just waiting for Lu Yin's order to destroy this mountain villa. Lu Yin carried his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. Break right through the gate. In the next moment, a secret guard appeared before the gate, shouting harshly, and a bang behind him summoned a 5-foot behemoth that hardened and smashed the iron gate. The shadowy guard then moved out of the way. Lu Yin stepped in with a calm face and looked around with a slight frown. Something's not right. With all this commotion, how come there's no one? Where are the servants? Search. Lu Yin reacted quickly and was vaguely uneasy inside. As his order fell, a shadowy figure of guards surged into Yunshu Mountain Villa, searching for Lu Qingshan. Not long after, a secret guard came to Lu Yin's side and reported in a low voice. Venerable Lord. Disappeared. Lu Qingshan is not here. Lu Yin's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. As expected. As he guessed, Lu Qingshan knew that the Lu family would sooner or later check on his head and escaped in advance. A moment later, he spoke coldly. The matter of arresting Lu Qingshan is only known to the Dark Guards. Commander Fan, don't you have an explanation? As the words fell, a cloud of black mist surged and a shadowy, flickering figure appeared in front of Lu Yin. The Dark Guards are expanding too much. It's likely that they will be infiltrated by Lu Qingshan's people, or even turned against them, and you should understand that many people have a lot of opinions about the unjust rules set by the family head. At these words, Lu Yin's face became more and more unsightly as he snapped his head up and commanded, immediately investigate the Lu family branch collateral. Lu Qingshan played this hand. It can't be just for his own escape. He must have seen the Lu family this piece of cake, and want to share and eat it. Good. Fan Jin nodded. Soon, the group returned to the Lu family headquarters once again, and as soon as they returned, a secret guard came to report back. Venerable Lord, 60% of the Lu family's collateral lineages have disappeared, and even some of the direct lineages, the higher-ups, and the secret guards are nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Lu Yin sat paralyzed in his chair, his gaze slightly hollow. His worst fears had come true. After a long time, Lu Yin came back to his senses and became furious. His terrifying Zunshi aura instantly rose up to the sky, lifting the roof of the entire hall off the ground, and the crowd around him even retreated uncontrollably by a few meters. Only Fan Jin, the commander of the Dark Guards, stood still, unmoved. Fan Jin, how did you Dark Guards oversee this? How could you let hundreds of people disappear into thin air? Lu Yin coldly looked at Fan Jin and chided. Agent Lu, it's useless for you to blame me. The duty of my Dark Guards is not to supervise the Lu clan members in the first place, and so many people disappeared out of thin air. It must have been premeditated and used sole means that we don't know. Fan Jin's face remained unchanged and said lightly, check for me. With so many people, they won't get far. Lu Yin's face grew colder and colder as he gritted his teeth and said. Fan Jin nodded, and suddenly his heart fluttered as he inquired again, not informing the family head? With such a big incident happening, I'm afraid that it's difficult for you, as the acting family head, to trivialize the matter. Lu Yin coldly glanced at Fan Jin and coldly snorted. I don't need you to remind me. I'll inform myself. Subsequently, Lu Yin walked quickly towards the depths of the Lu family headquarters, and the closer he got to the depths of the Lu family, Lu Yin's speed gradually slowed down, and his face became more and more pale and bloodless. He came to the deepest courtyard, which was out of place in the bustling city outside. Lu Yin's forehead was in a cold sweat as he took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. Lu Yin pushed open the courtyard door, and in a split second, the space around him turned into a light blue, dense to the extreme mist, and you could feel the wetness when you reached out. As far as the eye can see, there is a light blue world, as if it is a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. Lu Yin took a step into the small courtyard, and the ground was flooded with ripples, like the surface of the water, and the ripples dispersed in all directions in the form of a circle of light. Lu Yin, seeking an audience with the family head, Lu Yin swallowed and bowed, carefully opening his mouth. Its voice echoed across the empty blue world, traveling far and wide. Not getting a response, Lu Yin did not dare to make a move, still maintaining the bowing posture, his forehead cold sweat falling down the light blue water, resounding with a ticking creepy sound. Not long after, a voice filled with majesty and slightly hoarse came from the light blue fog at the very front. Enter. The moment the words fell, the fog dispersed in front of the blanket, and a passageway appeared. Lu Yin's body lowered in amplitude once more, rising and then accelerating his pace down the pale blue passage. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin stopped, not daring to raise his head to look at the forefront, a high platform cast in water lilies. There was a figure wearing a light blue taiji suit, sitting on top of a high platform. The man's figure wasn't exactly stout, normal size. The hair was like a cover over the ears, blocking the eyes. The face looked relatively ordinary, but it was full of majesty and one did not dare to look directly at it. Around 40 years old in appearance. However, the head of the Lu family had long since passed the age of old age and was already in his 80s. At the moment, however, he looked extremely young and vibrant, without the slightest hint of dying breath. What is it? The voice of Lu Tianjun, the head of the Lu family, echoed between the pale blue heaven and earth. The city of Dapai has fallen and Lu Qingshan has betrayed it. Subsequently, Lu Yin informed the fine details one by one, and the moment the words fell, Lu Yin fell to his knees, trembling with fear. After a long time, the voice filled with majesty came again. I already know. Go out and get ready. Find the trail of Lu Qingshan and Qing Ming. You can do nothing. I will personally go out and meet them. Lu Tianjuan's voice remained flat, as if nothing could shock him. At those words, Lu Yin inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and bowed again. As you wish. then carefully left. After Lu Yin left, Lu Tianjun slowly opened those light blue rippling eyes, and in a flash, the fog around him flowed, tumbled, and rioted. Lu Qingshan, Qin Ming, the karma of the past years, finally continued to today. Let me see just how much weight the chosen spokesperson of the once ancient emperor of the 1,000 years has. Lu Tianjun got up and took a step out from the water lotus high platform. In a flash, the dense water mist around them converged and turned into a water lotus ladder. Its figure appeared to be very slow, but in reality, it turned 1,000 meters in an instant and was extremely terrifying. However, in a matter of moments, Lu Tianjuan's figure disappeared from view. Chapter 69, Conversation, Joining Forces, Slum Area, Qin Ming and others' residence. At this moment, Qin Ming, who was meditating and practicing cultivation, violently opened his bloodshot eyes. A ray of lurid red aura flashed past, and all the electrical appliances shone red and flashed madly. In a matter of moments, Qin Ming collected his breath and returned to normal once again. He got up and went into the parlor. At this moment, Zhao Jie, Li Changye, and Spirit Flame were already waiting here early. Seeing Qin Ming appear, the three of them hurriedly bowed. Master Qin. Well, how was it? Qin Ming came to the center sofa, sat himself down and inquired. Zhao Jie stepped forward and said with an arch. Lu Qingshan appeared in a suburb 10 miles outside of Dapui City. He was the only one. No Lu family collateral was found. The Lu family is fully wanted Lu Qingshan, and Master Qin Yu. Qin Ming smiled and didn't care, his pair of ghostly eyes slowly flowing as if pondering something. Seeing this, the three Zhao Jie people didn't dare to disturb Qin Ming and could only wait in silence. A minute later, Qin Ming suddenly got up, seemingly sensing something, his gaze looking in the direction of the Lu family headquarters, the corners of his mouth revealing a puzzling smile. It has begun. Since the recovery, it seems that there has never been an extreme battle. This time, there is some anticipation. As he spoke, Qin Ming's black and white pupils gradually turned into scarlet blood color, and his invisible breath surged around him, extremely terrifying. The three Zhao Jie people respectfully bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at Qin Ming at this moment. Zhao Jie was a bit puzzled inside. Could it be that Qin Ming was doing all of this just for the sake of a battle? Zhao Jie, Li Changye, follow me and go see the elegance of the top imperial spiritists in this world. Indifferently commanding a sentence, Qin Ming stepped forward and prepared to leave. Spirit Flame froze and hurriedly inquired, Master Qin, what about me? Qin Ming stopped his steps and looked at Zhao Jie and said, you're a member of the Luo network. Just listen to Zhao Jie's arrangements. Spirit Flame's starry eyes turned slightly and looked at Zhao Jie, revealing a hint of pleading. Zhao Jie naturally understood what she meant, and it was just what she wanted. Commanding, I'll rearrange the new branch head in Dapui City. Just go back to Dakian City and stand by. As you wish. Spirit Flame arched her eyebrows and said with a light smile, watching the three of them leave. 10 miles outside of Dapui City, Fengming Mountain. This area is characterized by mountain ranges, meandering and green hills. On top of a boulder, Lu Qingshan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as if waiting for something. Not long after, a black off-road vehicle sped from the dirt avenue, from far to near, and soon appeared under the huge stone where Lu Qingshan was sitting. The vehicle stopped, and Qin Ming, Zhao Jie, and Li Changye got out of the vehicle, tilting their heads to look at the figure. The moment they got off the bus, Lu Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the several people. He rose slowly, the wind gusting around him, blowing the broken hair between his eyebrows. Lu Qingshan smiled and looked at Qin Ming's three people with a bland expression. You were waiting for us? Qin Ming, who was standing in the center position, stepped forward and looked at this second strongest member of the Lu family with a calm expression. Yes, I'm sure with your abilities you can find my location. Afterward, Lu Qingshan frowned at Li Changye and Zhao Jie, revealing a confused look. He did not know that on Qin Ming's side, there were two other spirit sentinels, not to mention how strong or weak they were. What? Waiting for me here for a fight? Qin Ming, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, was in no hurry and said lightly. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, no, it's for cooperation. Cooperation? What do you mean? Lu Qing pondered for a moment and sighed softly. That family head of mine, he's an overbearing figure, unwilling to have those of the collateral lineage overpower the first lineage, so he suppresses the collateral lineage, even to the imperial spiritists of the Great Pei City, preferring not to use them, rather than letting them overstep their authority. You should understand that I am the second strongest member of the Lu family, yet I belong to the sideline, and the suffocation that I have suffered is not something that I can endure. Lu Qingshan stood on top of the boulder with his hands behind his back, his face gradually cold, and said indifferently. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe all of Lu Qingshan's words, half-truths and half-falsehoods. So, called cooperation? Qin Ming opened his mouth to inquire. Lu Qingshan opened the door and said directly, "It's very simple. I need to have a closure with the family head. If there isn't a painful closure, he will surely hunt me down and kill me constantly, and hunt down and kill the Lu family's collateral line that has defected to me, and even the direct line. But, he is very strong. Exactly how strong, I am not sure. In order to prevent it, please ask the head of Qin to help me." Qin Ming narrowed those ghostly cold eyes, and the two people on his side were silent and speechless, with Qin Ming as their leader. "A bit interesting, so you vilified my Daqin city just to lure me here. Cooperation? Why do you think I, Qin Ming, would cooperate with you without matters of interest?" Lu Qingshan was silent, and after a moment, as if he had made a great decision, his face was serious, and he said solemnly, "If you help me get rid of the family head's pursuit, and break this grudge, I am willing to follow you. How about it? TSK, 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 a saint-level imperial spiritist is even willing to submit to me. Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingshan, you're really an interesting persona." Qin Ming laughed softly and shook his head, and in the end, he actually nodded his head in agreement amidst the stunned gazes of several people. "Okay, I promise, Master Qin." Qin Ming waved his hand to interrupt Zhao Jie's dissuasive words, leaning his body against the SUV, quietly sizing up Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan returned to his senses, revealing a look of ecstasy, nodded and said archly, "Then please head Qin, but the two beside you are. It doesn't matter. It's not enough for me to promise to join forces with you to deal with the Lu family head." Qin Ming lit a cigarette, his eyes like stars in green meditation running. "People cannot guess what is in his heart. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Then please ask head Qin to wait here with me for the arrival of Lu Tianjun, the head of the Lu family." Lu Qingshan lowered his head, his eyes flashed a wisp of doubt, but he didn't think much about it. According to the investigation, Qin Ming did not have any powerful imperial spiritists around him. They were all small caramels, which he did not take to heart. Just like that, a few people waited in silence in this weird atmosphere. Half an hour later, the warm sun in the sky suddenly disappeared and the air around them suddenly became extremely humid. Pale blue fog surged and dispersed through space. Several people were startled and looked at the far horizon at the same time, only to see a figure in a light blue taiji suit there, with his hands behind his back, instantly coming. Wherever it passes, it is shrouded in fog, and under its feet, it is a water lotus step by step. Extremely bizarre and mysterious. Qin Ming put away his faint smile and his face grew serious. He had never underestimated imperial spiritists in the world, especially emperor-level imperial spiritists. Even if they were unable to exert themselves to the fullest extent and explode the true power belonging to an emperor-level guardian spirit, the emperor-level had long since become true land deities, and the means they possessed were all through the heavens and through the earth. Or perhaps, there were no truly simple people who possessed a title-level imperial spiritist. He is Lu Tianjun, the head of the Lu family? It really has an extraordinary aura. Zhao Jie's eyes were surging with ghostly mist, and his battle intent was majestic. Li Changye carefully put away the wine pot and straightened his body, and the light of his eyes under the broken hair of his eyebrows seemed to have a vast river of sword intent surging. Chapter 70, The Name That Terrifies the World. In a matter of moments, Lu Tianjuan's figure crossed a distance of thousands of meters and appeared 100 meters away from Qin Ming and the others. His face was expressionless, his eyes showing a light blue glow as he silently watched Qin Ming's figure. This glance, some of the meaning of the ancient look back, as if between the two, in a long time ago, has a deep connection. Great Qin, Qin Ming, better known than seen, Lu family, Lu Tianjun. Lu Tianjun slowly opened his mouth, his voice calm with a hint of hoarseness. "I didn't think that a small person like me would be able to enter the ears of the famous Lu family head. I'm honored." Qin Ming had an icy smile on his face. For some reason, he was born with an extreme dislike and even disgust for this Lu Tianjun. Right at this moment, Lu Tianjun suddenly opened his mouth, his gaze looking towards Lu Qingshan. "Qingshan, begin, help me to resolve Qin Ming, and in the future, you, Lu Qingshan, as well as your supporters, may detach yourself from my city of Depui, and my promise will be valid forever." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Jie and Li Changye completely froze, their eyes flashing with thick dismay and incomprehension. Only Qin Ming, who had a wisp of shock, but seemed to be expecting it, still looked blandly at Lu Qingshan, whose figure leapt up and stepped through 1,000 meters of emptiness, cutting off the back of Qin Ming's trio. "You don't seem surprised?" Lu Qingshan raised an eyebrow, his heart vaguely disturbed. Qin Ming was too calm and bland. Lu Tianjun similarly frowned. He would have liked to see Qin Ming shocked, fearful and angry. However, Qin Ming's performance was really unexpected. Qin Ming extinguished his cigarette and said with an indifferent shrug, "Because I've never trusted anyone before. After all, you all come from the same lineage. All of you are members of the Lu family, so how you fight internally, you won't let outsiders intervene." Of course, it's also possible that you sincerely wish to cooperate with me. But so what? I, Qin Ming, was born between heaven and earth, so how have I ever relied on others? As he spoke, Qin Ming's lurid aura surged around him, and along with a creepy voice ringing out, the ground turned into scarlet flames, instantly enveloping a 100-meter radius. Its figure, like a flame emperor, had strands of fire snakes weaving and circling around it. Li Changye and Zhao Jie had long since pulled away 1,000 meters to avoid being affected the moment Qin Ming exploded his soul power. It's worthy of being the imperial spiritist chosen by a famous general of the Great Qin. But so what? With a mere Zun-level guardian spirit, do you really think you can stop two of my Lu family's contemporary powerhouses? Lu Tianjun coldly opened his mouth, still calm and collected, the light blue fog around his body forming a confrontation with the blazing flame field. At this moment, Lu Qingshan also no longer too much nonsense, eyes open and close, its body purple thunder surging, soul breath gradually revived, cut off Qin Ming's back way. Qin Ming glanced at Zhao Jie and Li Changye, signaling that they were not in a hurry, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile without a trace of emotion as he calmly inquired, Lu Tianjun, since you are so confident that you can take me down, why don't you tell us why you are targeting me? Simply because my guardian spirit belongs to the Great Qin era? Lu Tianjun did not hide it at all and nodded his head. Yes, whether you merely have the famous Great Qin General Li Xian as your guardian spirit, or anyone else from the Great Qin era, you are not allowed to survive in the world. Are you in fear? Qin Ming snapped his head up, his scarlet eyes carrying a teasing color. As soon as these words came out, Lu Tianjuan's face changed slightly, and although he didn't want to admit it, it was indeed true. Yes, since a long time ago, I've been tracking down the imperial spiritist about Great Qin, but unfortunately, there has been no news. It wasn't until the guardian spirit time descended, and the video of your one-man battle against 3A-ranked imperial spiritists was uploaded that day, that I realized that the original Li Xian had been revived. Li Xian is one of that person's powerful generals. Since he chose you, it is likely that that person also chose you. I am afraid of Lu family's grudge with Great Qin, even if it is years, it will be difficult to erase, Lu Tianjun calmly stated, but in his eyes, he still carried the scorn and fear of the 1,000 ancient emperors. It was because he could hardly imagine how terrifying and horrifying the power that he, as the first emperor who unified the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and the ancestral dragon who suppressed the 9 states of China, had gained after his death. So you plotted with Lu Qingshan in advance to lure me here? Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, yes, fear not 10,000, fear not one thing, it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. All generations of founding emperors have not felt the horror of that one, but my ancestor felt it, and I likewise empathize with it, and he is not allowed to wake up, or else, who dares to lift his head in front of his body, to be a human being? Lu Tianjun, more and more agitated, behind the light blue fog, has long been transformed into a rushing ocean, miles in a circle, into a light blue world. Good review. Qin Ming probably guessed the twists and turns. Lu Qingshan's every move is under Lu Tianjuan's surveillance. Even when he used Qin Ming to break the game, Lu Tianjun had not interfered to meddle. What he wants is only the death of Qin Ming, the extinction of all possibilities for the resurrection of the first emperor, and nothing else is important to Lu Tianjun, including the Lu family. As long as he, Lu Tianjun, is still around, the Lu family will be around, and the top ancient family in China will be around. For this reason, he gave up half of the Lu family's foundation in exchange for Lu Qingshan's help to reach a contract. Lu Qingshan's face gradually became serious as he looked at the blazing radiant figure. He didn't know why Lu Tianjun was so jealous of Qin Ming, but it didn't stop him from going all out to suppress Qin Ming, regardless of which era. The mention of your name can make the world tremble with fear, and I, Qin Ming, as your spokesperson and executor in walking the world, will naturally not let you down. Qin Ming lowered his head and let out a self-speak like a stern ghost from his mouth, and in an instant, the majestic fiery flames shot straight up into the sky, ravaging the heavens and the earth like a vacuum. Zhao Jie, Li Changye, accompany Lu Qingshan to have some fun and let me meet this Lu family head for a while. When these words came out, Zhao Jie's face showed concern. That was a legendary emperor-level guardian spirit possessor. Today's Qin Ming had awakened his guardian spirit for too short a time. My command is his command. Who dares not obey? Qin Ming raised his head violently, his figure instantly stepping into 100 feet in the air, his body surrounded by a strip of thick scarlet flames. Extremely terrifying. The moment those domineering words came out, Zhao Jie's pupils contracted dramatically and his body almost fell to his knees. Let's go. Settle Lu Qingshan as soon as possible. Master Qin can't have any accidents. Zhao would never hesitate again. Stepping out from the distance, rolling ghostly mist gushing out around his body, 6 hazy figures behind him, looming, the air of a venerable person permeating between heaven and earth. Li Changye nodded and took a welcome step, his figure following the wind. In the next moment, endless appalling sword intent erupted in the void, and the sword intent converged, transforming into a side of heavenly river. Since that rolling river of sword intent in the sky, a sword immortal with long hair draped over her shoulders and dressed in white robes appeared across the sky, holding a green lotus and stepping on the void. In an instant, the mountains and forests snapped, and the rocks rolled, leaving countless horrifying sword marks. Lu Qingshan completely froze, looking incredulously at the 6 venerable figures behind Zhao Jie, as well as the sword immortal figure behind Li Changye. Not to mention that Zhao Jie's breath was still preserved. There was still the last guardian spirit yet to appear. The sword immortal figure behind Li Changye alone had already arrived at the preliminary saint level. Qin Ming was a bit surprised. He had not thought that this Li Changye's guardian spirit was a special soul spirit, possessing growth characteristics, drinking too much wine and stepping through the Zunshi shackles. Chapter 71, Guardian Spirits Descending One After Another. How the do you block that? Lu Qingshan cursed angrily, not caring about his image, and growled at the equally shocked Lu Tianjun. Family Master, finish off Qin Ming as soon as possible. He's merely an exalted imperial spiritist and won't be able to withstand you for long. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the pact and running. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan's eyes flashed with purple thunder, and with a stern cry, he directly summoned the guardian spirit. 5 tiger generals, return to your positions. The roar echoed between heaven and earth. In the next moment, 5 behemoths, joined together, descended into the world. 5 tiger general, Huang Zhong. 5 tiger general, Guan Yu. 5 tiger general, Zhang Fei. 5 tiger general, Zhao Yun. 5 tiger general, Ma Chao. See the Lord. In a blink of an eye, 5 top Zuni level guardian spirits descended, close to 10 feet of horrifying figures, each erupting with different strengths in a formidable manner. In contrast, the 6 sword slaves were a bit slimmer, but all of them were Zunjiang level guardian spirits, and with the addition of Li Taibai, who had just entered the saint level, they were by no means a match for the 5 tigers and generals. No need to fight to the death. Stall them. Lu Qingshan understands that he is by no means an opponent, but stalling for time is more than enough. As you wish, Lord. 5 huge behemoths, their breath shaking mountains and rivers. With every move, the void distorted and black cracks appeared. There's no need to hold back. Fight to the death. Deadly battle. Li Changye and Zhao definitely looked at each other and both chose the most extreme way. They weren't sure how long Qin Ming could block Lu Tianjun, so they could only choose the most extreme way to defeat Lu Qingshan as soon as possible. Li Taibai took a step out and met Zhao Yun and Guan Yu face to face, killing each other. The 6 sword slaves, on the other hand, took on Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, and Zhang Fei without holding back. In an instant, the mountains and rivers were shattered. 100 feet of mountains collapsed, the ground shook, and the ground even appeared as an abyss-like gully. The figures, all of them flickering with brilliant immortal light, were like giants of light, frantically clashing against each other. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and watched Lu Tianjuan's figure expressionlessly. I didn't expect you to still have a backhand. It's really not simple. Now, even if you don't have a relationship with that person, it's impossible for me to keep you. Lu Tianjun was not only jealous of the first emperor at the moment, he was equally jealous of Qin Ming's power. 2 saint-level spirit royalists, used by him, would be scorned by any power when placed in their midst. Our turn. In Qin Ming's blood-colored eyes, a vast and limitless 9 underworld sea set off monstrous waves. The rolling flames around his body became more and more terrifying along with the outbreak of his majestic battle intent, directly crossing over the 10 miles of suburbia and illuminating the Great Pei City. Those ordinary imperial spiritists all stopped plundering and raised their heads in fear, looking towards the distant sky that had turned into light blue and scarlet, unsure of what was going on. You're right. By resolving you, the 2 powerful sentinels under your command will have nowhere to go, so perhaps defecting to me would be a good choice. As the words fell, Lu Tianjun stopped talking nonsense, his hair glowing radiantly as he let out a stern cry. Han Xin, Pong Yu, Ing Bu, don't show yourself. In the next moment, the ocean behind him set off monstrous waves, and 3 water dragon pillars rose up into the sky, as if they were going straight into the 9 heavens. Rolling torrents of water spilled into the heavens and earth, transforming into 3 behemoths. The guardian spirit, dressed in ancient armor and with a body that emitted dazzling light, slowly appeared. Han Xin held a white dragon lance and stepped on a 9-petaled water lotus, imposing and murderous. Peng Yu held a long sword. His head was covered with a Xian helmet, and his water ripple cloak danced and hunted in the void. Ingbu had a pheasant plume helmet on his head, basilisk armor, and short blades in both hands. The 3 guardian spirits, all of which had stepped into the preliminary saint level under Lu Tianjuan's decades of emperor-level soul nurturing, had bodies that exceeded 10 feet and were suspended in the waters of heaven and earth. And in Lu Tianjuan's body, there was still an extremely terrifying emperor-level guardian spirit sleeping. Venerable? Never been in my eyes. If you weren't related to Great Qin, how would a mere ant enter my eyes? At this moment, Lu Tianjun was like a founding emperor of an era, domineering and with contemptuous eyes. Li Changye and Zhao Jia both showed scorn and fear. At this moment, they personally felt the oppressive power of this world. The topmost imperial spiritist, with just 3 guardian spirits, one could almost sweep the world. As expected of him, the 3 great saint levels. Qin Ming, you've lost. Lu Qingshan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, while at the same time becoming more and more fearful of this Lu family head. As Lu Tianjuan's 3 saint-level guardian spirits descended that moment, Qin Ming's gaze instead grew calmer and more aloof. Its voice came slowly like a bell. Li Xin, don't let anyone see the depreciation. Come out and have some fun. As you wish, my lord. The monstrous flames set off a tornado, transforming into a thick wall of flames. Immediately afterward, a figure with an even more terrifying and massive breath than the initial one, holding a giant K, stepped out. The moment Li Xin descended, fiery flames steamed and tumbled as his right hand shook the void and a blood-colored cloak unfolded with a rumble. At this moment, everyone froze, including Zhao Jia and Li Changye. Saint level, is actually a saint level. How is it possible that your guardian spirit is at the Zun level? How is it possible to metamorphose and step into the preliminary saint level? Even if Lu Tianjuan's heart was like water, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Li Xin is not Li Bai, a special soul, but an ordinary Zun-level guardian spirit, and there is only one explanation for being able to metamorphose. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, revealing a faint smile, and his hoarse, low voice came out again. Not enough? Then, continue. Zhang Han, Wang Ben, come out. 3 against 3, this is called fair. The moment the words fell, heaven and earth became silent. The jade seal of transmission, the black mountain and the blood-colored world that went straight into the blood sky, suddenly emitted a violent vibration. The vast and limitless 9 underworld seas set off horrifying waves that struck against the sky, accompanied by the endless blood-colored thunder raging underneath. The 2 black dragons guarding the black mountains let out a shocking roar, instantly awakening and rushing into the blood-colored cloudy sky, weaving in and out of the rolling blood mist. In the midst of several meters of thick, densely packed blood-colored thunder, the 2 black dragons transformed into 2 behemoths. The blood-colored fog dispersed, and Zhang Han was the first to appear, dressed in dark golden armor. His long dark brown hair was bound with a golden band, and the blazing flames around his body were like snakes, flowing all the time. Both hands held long swords, both attached to the power of the 9 specters, and the cold light flickered. Wang Ben, on the other hand, bare hands and empty fists, above both fists, black flames gushing, such as the 9 ghosts of extreme evil. Ordinary royal spirit practitioners do not even have the qualifications to touch. His body was covered in black fiery armor. His head was wearing a fiery helmet similar to Li Xian's, and his pupils were all replaced by pitch-black fiery flames. The moment Qin Ming summoned them, 2 behemoths tore through the scarlet flames and landed behind Qin Ming, standing side by side with Li Xian. 3 preliminary saint-level guardian spirits, descending into the world at the same time. At this moment, even Qin Ming had some difficulty bearing it, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. He had been tempering his body day and night, but in the end, there was still some gap between him and these old monsters who had lived for a few more decades. After all, he had only awakened the guardian spirit for about a year, while Lu Tianjun, on the other hand, had awakened for more than 60 years, and the time gap was simply too great. Chapter 72, The Meeting of Han and Qin, a Divine Miracle. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had stopped functioning. Everyone stopped their movements and looked up at those 3 figures that could barely reach 10 feet. Lu Tianjun and Lu Qingshan both had drastic changes in color and could no longer be calm. Even if Lu Tianjun also possessed the 3 saint-level guardian spirits, he was chilled, frightened, and uneasy at this moment. He was a nearly 80-year-old man who had awakened the guardian spirit for dozens of years, and under the nourishment of the emperor-level guardian spirits derivatives, he could barely summon all of the guardian spirits. And Qin Ming, a fledgling kid, a kid who had awakened his guardian spirit since the early days of the guardian spirit era, had even made it this far, so how could he not be afraid? Inside his heart, he has already determined a fact that he dares not imagine. That is, Qin Ming's real guardian spirit is the first emperor, that 1000 ancient emperor. And he didn't know just how many guardian spirits Qin Ming still had that hadn't been awakened. If he is given enough time, how much will he grow? Invincible in the world or invincible in the world, and truly fight against the world with his own strength. How can it be? How can it be? It's really him. Lu Tianjun unconsciously took several steps backward. He was not afraid of the Qin Ming of this moment, but but the Qin Ming of the future. Or rather, he was afraid of that black and gold dragon robe figure. It wasn't just him who was afraid, but also the founding emperor who was sleeping deep within his consciousness. His body does not exist. His name is eternal, and his power is infinite. You must have barely summoned the 3 great saint-grade guardian spirits. Your body, it simply can't support it. It must be like this. Lu Tianjun hissed and growled. Qin Ming sniffed and waved his arm as a fiery throne formed, and he sat down with his arm propped up on his head, nodding his head in a slightly approving manner. You've got a point. I'm really pushing it, but it's still enough to play with, you old man. Go, revitalize Great Qin, revitalize the might of the first emperor, and don't let me down. Qin Ming spoke faintly. Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Ben took a step out at the same time, their mouths emitting sounds that did not resemble human speech. As you wish, my lord. In the next moment, 3 behemoths rose up into the air and killed the 3 saint-level guardian spirits of Lu Tianjun. He's only at the end of his strength. Hold off his guardian spirit while I go kill Qin Ming. Lu Tianjun spoke coldly. He already knew that relying on the guardian spirit would make it difficult for him to gain an advantage. And Lu Qingshan's guardian spirit was currently being pressured by Li Changye and Zhao Jie's guardian spirit, dangerously close. At this moment, the 6 preliminary saint-level guardian spirits leapt up and fell into the rolling, boundless mountain range, opening up a terrifying fight. Every move, shocking the heavens and earth, cracking mountains and breaking rivers. In a flash, the sun and the moon lost their colors, and heaven and earth were in turmoil, even 10 miles away from the city of Depay. At this moment, like being affected by an earthquake, shaking and uncertain, fear and anxiety swept through everyone's mind. All of them did not dare to get close to that distant battlefield. Lu Tianjuan's figure moved slightly, his gaze coldly looking towards Qin Ming, who was leaning on top of the flame throne. Then, a stream of water flowed from the void and fell into its hands. The water faded, and a 3-foot-long sword of the Imperial Dao slowly emerged. This sword is different from the ancient history records, because it has received the Emperor's Qi, the soul's Qi to be fed, has been extremely revitalized. A pale blue dragon shadow circled on the sword, emitting a radiant starburst. The sword awnings were 10 feet long, streaming light, brilliant and dazzling, shrouded in the aura of an emperor. Seeing this, Qin Ming's face gradually became serious as he slowly got up and waved his hand to dissipate the flaming throne behind him. The red sky sword, the sword of Han Gaozu. Qin Ming faintly spat out a few words, inexplicably envious inside. Why is it that when someone else awakens an emperor-level soul, they give away an emperor's sword? You still have to search for it yourself. Qin Ming, you have only awakened your guardian spirit for a year, and even though you are gifted and your guardian spirit is powerful, you have overlooked an important issue. Lu Tianjun stepped into the air, and with each step, the void evolved rippling waterways. Oh, tell me. Qin Ming let out a light laugh in response. His right hand gripped lightly in the air, and the scarlet flames that surrounded his arm intertwined, evolving a scarlet longsword with a blazing light. The fatal shortcoming of a sentinel is that the flesh is mortal, and no matter how powerful the guardian spirit is, sometimes it cannot shelter the host itself in time. So, how can you, who have only been revived for just 1 year, compare to my 60 years as an imperial spiritist? As the words fell, Lu Tianjun took a step out, his silhouette rapidly flashing, instantly traveling thousands of meters and appearing in front of Qin Ming. Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes flashed with a wisp of disdain. How could he not know this? In the blink of an eye as it approached, Qin Ming swung his sword in a horizontal slash, clashing with the red sky sword. In a blink of an eye, heaven and earth instantly transformed into blood color and light blue, divided into 2 sides, and the bright light formed 2 light curtains in an instant. At this moment, Lu Tianjuan's pupils contracted dramatically as he couldn't believe that Qin Ming had easily blocked the red sky sword. How could it be? Nothing is impossible. Qin Ming's arms powered up and shook violently, and the 2 of them each retreated hundreds of meters backward in the void. The half-squatting body, without the slightest hesitation, borrowed the power of the void, stepping up the ripples in the void, like 2 light blue meteors and scarlet meteors, clashing again. In a matter of moments, the 2 of them clashed against each other in the void for dozens of rounds, and the resounding sound echoed between heaven and earth. Their battle was not as aesthetically violent as the guardian spirits, but it was a battle of hosts, a battle of mortals. Arriving at the point of stepping into the air and fighting is comparable to the cultivators in novels. Zhao Jie, Li Changye, and Lu Qingshan were all shocked as they looked at the killing battle in the high sky and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lu Tianjuan's strength was expected by them. It was not considered rare for an imperial-level imperial spiritist, and an old monster who had lived for 80 years, to possess such strength. They were shocked that Qin Ming, a brat who had awakened his guardian spirit for a year's time, could be compared to the topmost royal spiritist in this world. How shocking. Is it just because of that person? Is he really so terrifying? Lu Qingshan muttered and opened his mouth. his face filled with incredulity. Zhao Jie quickly returned to his senses, recalling the existence of the one who had taken on the body of a mortal and performed the deeds of a god. Yet he didn't find it rare. No one in the past, no one in the future, pioneering the Chinese precedent, set the Chinese 9 states, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of luck in one of the first emperor, and will not be other emperors can be compared. Long live my emperor. Zhao never opened his mouth consciously, like he was talking, or like some ancient person who had been silent for thousands of years. At this moment, Lu Tianjun stopped his movements. His face was gloomy and ugly, and he already knew that he could not help Qin Ming today, but all the same, Qin Ming couldn't help him. It wasn't that Qin Ming wasn't strong enough, it was that the time he had grown up was too short and too short. The gurus who awakened their guardian spirits among their peers were all silent and unknown. Who but Qin Ming can do such a thing, as the one who is generally the miracle maker? Qin Ming, take my last blow. If you are unharmed, I can let you go. Lu Tianjun raised his head, his eyes glowing with divine light, the pale blue ghostly light shining brightly. Qin Ming had a bland attitude, not bothering to refute anything, just calmly waiting. Lu Tianjun took a deep breath and held the Red Emperor sword in both arms. With the long sword in the air, all the water currents within a radius of 1,000 meters around his body, like water dragon pillars, rushed up to the sky, wrapping around the sword light that broke through the clouds and up, transforming into an overwhelming strike. The terrifying power of that moment triggered the rolling of heavenly thunder, and the senile thunder flashed crazily, with thick and appalling heavenly thunder sounds echoing between the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Qin Ming was no longer careless, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, the scarlet flames around him became more and more intense. The jade seal of transmission was triggered, and in the scarlet heaven and earth, the 9 underworld seas tumbled, and a giant wave rose upstream, breaking through the 9 heavens and clouds of the scarlet heaven and earth and transforming into a scarlet domain with the help of Qin Ming's body. Rumble! Thousands of meters of sword chi, dropping down into the sky, clashed with the blood-colored field. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall into a moment of dead silence. Silence. In the next moment, the terrifying power completely erupted. The horrifying sword chi crossed over the blood-colored field, cracking the ground into 100 feet of gully. A huge mountain, under this sword chi, was directly turned into ruins. Chapter 73 Extortion. Fear brought by Qin Ming. At this moment, the world between heaven and earth was completely transformed into a world of light blue fog and blood-colored fog, blurring one's vision. After a long time, the fog dispersed, and all the other guardian spirits had stopped fighting, their gazes gazing intently at the battlefield. Only 2 figures with pale faces were still suspended in midair. However, a wisp of blood spilled out from the corner of both their mouths, and they were both defeated. Seeing this, Lu Tianjuan's face was disheveled, helpless and unwilling inside. After all, it's still too late. Lu Tianjun let out a light sigh and shook his head helplessly as the Red Sky Emperor sword disappeared from his hand. Qin Ming's face was calm as he reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Lu Tianjun was very strong, and nowadays, he was still a bit reluctant against these emperor-level imperial spiritists, and Lu Tianjun still has the bottom card, that sleeping Han Gaozu. However, if he were to forcefully summon Han Gaozu to descend, I'm afraid that in his current physical state, he would only be able to summon him once in GA. Only a cowardly person would do that. Qin Ming spoke faintly, his tone contemptuous. Lu Tianjun sniffed and did not get angry, shook his head and said, "The world doesn't know the awesomeness of the one because they weren't born in that era. That's just it. It's over. There's no point in continuing." As Lu Tianjuan's words fell, his 3 saint-level guardian spirits disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan similarly withdrew his guardian spirit. However, his face was serious and he didn't feel that Qin Ming would stop there. "What? It's over when you say it's over? How can it be that good?" Qin Ming spoke faintly, his bloodshot eyes surging with fiery flames as if he wanted to fight again. The moment these words came out, the originally relaxed battlefield was once again tightened. Lu Tianjun narrowed his ghostly cold eyes and said coldly, "Qin Ming, it was wrong of me to strike out at you, but you destroyed my great Pei city, my Lu family's foundation that has been passed down for 1,000 years. Isn't that enough? Today, you and I have settled our grudges. Why do you need to be so bitter and continue the stalemate? It will only result in both losing and cheaper for others." Qin Ming smiled faintly at his words and stepped into the air, his bloodshot eyes flowing. "No, I think Family Master Lu is mistaken. It was your Lu family that provoked me, which led to the current situation. If it doesn't satisfy me." As he spoke, Qin Ming's gaze looked in the direction of Dapei City, revealing a look of pity. "Then I'm afraid that this Dapei City will really be turned into a site of purgatory." Qin Ming violently crushed the steaming flames in his hand and said coldly, his threatening intent self-evident. The distant Lu Qingshan took 3 steps and instantly came to Lu Tianjuan's side. gazing at Qin Ming with anger in his gaze. Not long after, Zhao Jia and Li Changyi figures similarly landed behind Qin Ming. Qin Ming, my Dapei city has just gone through destruction, while your Deqian city was rebuilt at no small cost. If you dare to destroy my Dapei city, I can also make your Deqian city turn back into ruins, so feel free to give it a try. Lu Tianjun gritted his teeth and said coldly, his light blue eyes suppressing monstrous anger. He, Lu Tianjun, even facing the headquarters, has never suffered from this kind of harboring anger. However, Qin Ming indifferently patted his clothes and said with a shrug, whatever, do you need me to show you the way? I'm afraid you'll get lost. Dakian City belongs to the headquarters. If you destroy Dakian City, you are slapping the headquarters in the face. Furthermore, do you think that with my strength today, if I want to change a city that was rebuilt after the chaos, the headquarters will refuse? Lu Tianjun felt that he had met a scoundrel, but he couldn't beat him, and it was useless to reason with him. It was impossible for him to rule a different city as Qin Ming did, not to mention the fact that his Lu family has been scorned by the headquarters, and the city of Dapei is the place where the Lu family's ancestors survived, so it can't be easily moved away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianjun tried his best to calm his rage and spoke through gritted teeth. What do you really want? It's nothing. I'm rebuilding Dakian City. I've run out of money. The Lu family is rich and powerful, so I'll borrow some. Qin Ming said calmly. With these words, Li Changye and Zhao Jia only felt a little embarrassed. After all, Qin Ming had just destroyed someone's city. How much? Say a number. Take the money and go. From now on, you and I have no more grudges. How about it? Lu Tianjun has no choice. Money is something outside the body. Anyway, now that the city of Dapei is destroyed, the money of the whole city can be plundered at will. The big deal is to send people to secretly destroy a few families and take their money for themselves. Painful. $1 trillion. Zhao Jia, Li Changye, Lu Tianjun, Lu Qingshan. The awkward atmosphere stagnated for a long time. Lu Qingshan hurriedly pulled back the furious Lu Tianjun, stepped forward, revealed a helpless smile, and carefully deliberated. Head Qin, name a real number. Forget it. How about $500 billion as the price of my bid this time? Lu Tianjun can no longer suppress the anger within, even if his Lu family power, assets countless, but with the advent of chaos, other city industries are greatly affected. Great loss. Lu Qingshan was helpless and whispered a word in Lu Tianjuan's ear, which calmed him down. Afterward, he looked at Qin Ming with a serious expression on his face and said, Mr. Qin, this time, my Lu family is wrong. I'm willing to compensate Dakian City with $50 billion, and from now on, you and my Lu family will have no more grudges. How about it? If you agree, within 3 days, the $50 billion will definitely arrive at the account of Dakian City. Qin Ming laughed, his eyes staring at Lu Qingshan, looking at him uncomfortably, more and more fearful and uneasy. He could not help but lower his head. Good. Contact Gongsun Xiao in Dakian City. He'll be in charge of these matters. Remember your promise. Currently, he can't help the Lu family. Since this is the case, why not extort a sum of money first and rebuild Great Qian City? When Dakian City is perfected, his footsteps of invading other cities can be opened more steadily. Don't dare. Lu Qingshan helplessly arched his hand and laughed. If he had known that Qin Ming's strength was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to provoke it, and now he regretted it inwardly. Qin Ming's face regained its calmness as he glanced deeply at the two of them, leaving behind a meaningful smile as he leapt down and landed on the ground, walking slowly towards the front. The Zhao Jie duo followed closely behind. Master Qin, the cars have been arranged on the avenue ahead. Zhao definitely grew more and more respectful and awe-inspiring towards Qin Ming, and said softly. Qin Ming did not say much as his speed exploded and he instantly disappeared. Zhao Jia and Li Changye exchanged glances and disappeared into Lu Tianjuan's duo's field of vision right after them. At this moment, the figures of the two of them landed on the ground, and their expressions were both extremely grave. I didn't expect him to have grown to such an extent that there's nothing that can be done to take him if he doesn't utilize an emperor-level guardian spirit. Lu Tianjun was silent for a long time, sighed softly, light blue eyes, thousands of complex. Lu Qingshan quietly looked towards the distant mountains. He likewise possessed a bottom card, but so what? A peak saint-level guardian spirit could likewise not help Qin Ming. He was even less sure that Qin Ming could summon the one to descend into the world. Family head, we must not continue to be enemies with him. Qin Ming has grown too fast and has long since exceeded your and my perceptions, and even just how strong he is still unknown to us all, Lu Qingshan said with a light sigh. However, Lu Tianjuan's face still didn't look too good as he said softly, it's not that I want to be his enemy, but that person's ambition is too great. If he comes out, the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses, the 9 states of China, will all be under his command. he is indeed as strong as he is, but I don't know if he can be stronger than the world's imperial spiritists, and stronger than the founding emperors of the past generations. Lu Tianjuan's face gradually regained its calmness as he coldly opened his mouth. Chapter 74, Returning to Dakian, Releasing Military Power in Cups and Wine. Lu Qingshan frowned and looked at this family head of his, inwardly not knowing how to judge his choice. There's no hurry in this matter. Those old guys are hiding deep one after another. Afterwards, Lu Tianjun shook his head, his gaze looking towards Lu Qingshan and inquired, Aoyoma, still decided to leave? Lu Qingshan was silent, nodding calmly after a moment. One mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Instead of making you suspicious all day, why don't each of you be king? That's just it. You go. I hope that when the Lu family is in trouble, you can still remember this bloodline love. Lu Tianjun inwardly entangled for a long time, killing intent breeding and again suppressed, and finally chose to let Lu Qingshan leave. It was not that he had the greater good in mind, but Lu Qingshan was very strong, and if he wanted to leave him behind, the price he would pay would be unimaginable. In this turbulent moment, Lu Tianjun weighed the pros and cons, or decided to let Lu Qingshan leave, but also for the Lu family to leave a back road. Lu Qingshan naturally watched Lu Tianjuan's tangled hesitation, and he likewise waited with his whole body taut. He was relieved when he felt Lu Tianjuan's thick killing intent fade away like a tidal wave. Will do. If there is a need, the family head can just contact me. Farewell. Lu Qingshan no longer lingered too much, fearing the capriciousness of Lu Tianjun. His figure was like thunder, spanning thousands of meters in a flash, disappearing into the mountain wilderness. Lu Tianjun quietly watched Lu Qingshan's departing figure for a moment before revealing an icy smile. That's pretty vigilant. Then, he remembered Qin Ming's extortion, and his face instantly sank, gritting his teeth and spitting out every word. Qin Ming, did Qin. Very good. You're still too young. Sooner or later, you'll be made to pay. At this moment, on the highway leading to Dakian City, an off-road vehicle was traveling fast. Master Qin, this Lu Tianjun is a lord. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid he won't stop. Zhao Jie opened his mouth to remind him. Qin Ming, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, closed his eyes and was recovering his body with the help of the 9 underworld seas. In the hard encounter with Lu Tianjun, he was still slightly injured. After all, the time he had awakened his guardian spirit was still too short. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming didn't even raise his eyelids, calm and collected, and said blandly, Don't worry, this Lu Tianjun must die, but not now. If the push comes to shove and the dog jumps over the wall, and he uses his emperor-level guardian spirit to fish to death, then it will be troublesome. Zhao Jie, what do you think is the gap between me and an emperor-level imperial spiritist? Qin Ming's sudden inquiry caused 1,000 ass-kissing thoughts to instantly flash through Zhao Jie's heart. He then hurriedly shook his head, inwardly praying for Zhao Gao's consciousness to stop affecting him. I can kiss my own ass. Zhao Jie muttered inwardly and hurriedly revealed a fawning smile as he carefully said, Master Qin, where are you worse than them? They are all just stubborn old things who don't know the time and don't understand Master Qin's. Shut up and talk properly. Qin Ming frowned slightly and spoke coldly. This Zhao Jie and Zhao Gao are really the same nature. Zhao Jie shivered and hurriedly said seriously, the gap between you and them, Master Qin, is just a matter of time. Give you enough time, the world, who is not your enemy. Qin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction. Zhao Jie was a smart man, just a little fond of slipping up. Of course, Zhao Jie was only treating him with such an attitude. Otherwise, the master of the hall's Luo Net, in addition to a handful of forces in the world, who does not hear the fear? Yes, I need time, so I chose to talk peace with the Lu family for now. There's no rush, take your time. Qin Ming stopped talking and focused on recovering his injuries. Zhao Jie and Li Chanya looked at each other and both remained quiet. At the same time, they all understood that what Qin Ming had said was the truth. He grew up so fast that it seemed like a miracle. A few days later, Qin Ming's group returned to Dakian City. In the mountain villa, Qin Ming recovered from his injuries and sat on the sofa, quietly listening to Gongsun Xiao and the others report about what had happened in Dakian City during these times. Half an hour later, Qin Ming put down the red wine glass in his hand, and a pair of increasingly cold, deep eyes looked at Gongsun Xiao. Has the $50 billion from Dapai City arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xiao immediately revealed a smile and hurriedly nodded his head. Master Qin, it's arrived. That's good. With this $50 billion, the recovery of Dakian City will be much faster. After a moment's pause, Gongsun Xiao spoke again. Master Qin, there is another matter that needs to be reported to you. Say, headquarters notified all the cities in charge of Huaxia, said to get what the person in charge of the training program, divided into batches into the capital. You are the second batch, time in a week. You see. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. A training program? He sneered. It wasn't hard to guess what the headquarters wanted to make a mess of again. In batches? Tell me what's going on, Qin Ming said absently. He was also curious as to what exactly the headquarters wanted to do at this critical time when the major cities were rebuilding. Qin Ming is a bit helpless now. His memories of his previous life seem to have changed tremendously. The trajectory of history has changed, and many things are difficult to rejoin. Therefore, Qin Ming chose to give up his past life memory experience and how useful it was anyway. According to Luo Net's intelligence, the first batch of subsidy leaders were almost all from the major ancient lineages, and after they traveled to the imperial capital, only half of them left, while the others seem to have returned to their original lineages. So this training program is really more like a cup of tea. Master Qin, I think it's best not to enter the capital. Anyway, it's not once or twice you've disobeyed orders from headquarters. Safety is most important. On the side, Blade suddenly spoke up, hastily brushing a presence. Master Qin, Dagger has a point. It's clearly a hangmen banquet, most likely aimed at those in charge of doing disobedience like you. Zhao Jie echoed a sentence. Seeing that the others were still trying to stop them, Qin Ming raised his hand to interrupt them. Thinking for a moment, Qin Ming raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Enter the capital. Master Qin, I have my own plans." Once these words came out, the crowd didn't dare to continue opposing. No one was qualified to interfere in what Qin Ming had decided. Zhao Jie was silent for a moment and got up. Master Qin, I must stay by your side. In Kyoto, I am not a small force. I am useful. Spirit Flame hastily agreed. Master Qin, I'm also a member of the Luo network. Ahem, Master Qin, Li Chanye, would also like to go for a walk in that imperial capital. Li Chanye drank a large mouthful of spirits and opened his mouth to say without haste. He found that traveling after Qin Ming was dangerous but exciting enough. Master Qin, I also want to go. Subsequently, Brother Blade, Fan Xinshin and the two of them similarly chimed in. Even Gongsun Shao revealed a look of yearning, wanting to follow to the imperial capital. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead and shook his head, speaking softly. This time, it's not for you to enjoy the prosperity of the imperial capital, but a hangmen banquet. Even if the headquarters won't target me, those ancient world families will definitely not let me go, especially the Wu family. This time, Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame will travel with me, while the others will hold on to Deqian City, and whoever steps into Deqian City without my orders will be killed without pardon. When these words came out, some people were happy and some people were sad, but they didn't dare to have any opinions. Chapter 75 Journey to the Capital. Storms along the way. As you wish. The crowd opened their mouths to respond. Fan Xinshin glanced at Qin Ming, but she didn't have the courage to say anything more and sat quietly on the sofa, not moving a muscle. Spirit Flame, on the other hand, had a delighted look on his face. Qin Ming glanced at Spirit Flame and warned, "This trip should not be careless, and I brought you on the trip because you are more careful, and you have also been the head of the Luo Net branch, so you can arrange some trivial things properly." Understood, Master Qin. Spirit Flame hurriedly gathered his smile and replied with a serious face. Qin Ming snapped his fingers, and Zhao Jie on the side immediately comprehended and took out a high-grade cigarette and handed it over, lighting it for him. Brother Blade glanced at Zhao Jie with some displeasure. How did this guy steal his own ass-kissing position? And inwardly he was extremely contemptuous of him. Exhaling a mouthful of thick smoke, Qin Ming looked towards Hua Yuan, who was sitting in the corner, and opened his mouth. Hua Yuan, have you made any progress in your experiments? Hua Yuan came back to his senses, thinking that it was finally his turn, and hurriedly blurted out his prepared remarks. Master Qin, during this period of time, in addition to perfecting the soul grafting technique and refining puppet imperial spiritists, I've researched a formation suitable for use by small teams of imperial spiritists, which can increase their power by 3 to 4 times. In addition to this, I've also developed a spiritual liquid that can enhance the strength of an imperial spiritist's body, but it's only useful for lower-ranked imperial spiritists. Qin Ming sniffed with some disappointment and inquired again, aren't there any finished research products for high-ranking imperial spiritists? At those words, Hua Yuan revealed a helpless smile and said bitterly, Master Qin, you also understand that a high-ranked imperial spiritist with a title is already extremely powerful, and ordinary things will hardly have an effect on them, but give me some more time and I should be able to work it out, now that I have some idea. Qin Ming nodded his head and did not blame Hua Yuan. It was already extraordinary for him to have made it this far. Then he looked to Blade and inquired, Little Dagger, how many legions of puppet sentinels are under your control? Brother Blade heard Qin Ming mention his name and shook violently, saying hurriedly, Master Qin, the legions of puppet sentinels have been expanded to as many as 6,000, and are spread out in all corners of Dakian City, tightly defended. Temporarily stop capturing imperial spiritists to refine puppets. If this continues, this great Qian city of mine will truly become an empty city. Qin Ming did not want his Daqin city to end up with only some old, weak, sick and disabled ordinary people and puppets. Do things to leave a thread, otherwise it would be easy for people to use this as an article. Although he was fearless, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. That's it for today. Adjourned. After the meeting, Qin Ming finished his dinner and returned to his room to lie in the bathtub and enjoy the automatic massage of the high-grade bathtub. Pursuing power doesn't stop Qin Ming from enjoying life. And at this moment, in the room's corridor, two figures met head-on, staring at each other somewhat awkwardly. Spirit Flame was wearing a bright red halter dress. Her jade shoulders were approved with a black silk scarf, and her two slender white thighs were exposed in the air. Jade feet in cute plush slippers, showing off red painted toes with red nails. Across from Spirit Flame was Fan Xinxin, who was wearing a silk nightgown with a slight protrusion of her chest and draped hair. Egu, little sister, can't tell. Spirit Flame leaned his back against the wall with a measuring gaze, scanning up and down, flirting. In an instant, Fan Xinxin's pretty face instantly turned red and muttered in a small voice, "I've been his woman for a long time." That's something. Spirit Flame froze slightly, not realizing that there was still this relationship between the two. Twisting her sexy petite body, Spirit Flame reached out and lifted Fan Xinxin's reddish little face, which she instantly slapped away and retreated a few steps back. "You this little girl also give sister a chance," chanting. Alas, sister life is bitter It is not easy to stumble upon a handsome and powerful man. Cannot miss Sister have been held back for 30 years. Fan Xinxin really couldn't stand Spirit Flame's naked words, and with her head lowered, she whispered a yes and trotted away. Seeing this, Spirit Flame's pair of flirtatious eyes moved, smiled and shook her head, deliberately pulling down the fragrant shoulder halter, revealing half of her puffy breasts, and knocked on the door of Qin Ming's room. "Master Qin, asleep?" Qin Ming, who had just stepped out of the bathroom and was wearing a bathrobe, slightly froze and opened the door to his room. A light fragrance came, and Spirit Flame twisted her petite body and walked with her long, half-curled, long hair draped over her head. Qin Ming turned to the sofa with an expressionless face, and when Spirit Flame saw this, she hurriedly closed the door of the room and came to Qin Ming's side, pouring wine for him. "What? So eager to deliver?" Qin Ming did not raise his eyelids, feeling the warm and soft jade-like fragrant body on his side, and said indifferently. The flirtatious smile on Spirit Flame's face remained unchanged. Her red lips attached to her ear and whispered, "This era is the era of the strong, and it's only natural for women to love the strong, to fall in love with the strong, and to yearn for the mercy of the strong." Spirit Flame did not hide her desires and purpose in the slightest. She just wanted to rely on Qin Ming and survive in this chaotic world. Qin Ming's eyes were slightly raised, and his pair of ghostly eyes faintly surveyed the rosy-cheeked, softly panting Spirit Flame. Suddenly laughing softly, he lazily picked up and headed for the bedroom. He, Qin Ming, was not a saint and would not reject lust, but he would not be blinded by it either. In today's time, it was not surprising that there were numerous women who wanted to automatically send themselves to his Qin Ming's bed, but he was not a comer, but only those who were qualified could receive Qin Ming's mercy. The next day, Qin Ming got up and walked his naked body towards the bathroom. Spirit Flame opened her flirtatious eyes right after her, the quilt covering her spring light, her face showing a color of extreme satisfaction. "That's pretty powerful." 2 days later, a black SUV left from the lodge. In the car, Zhao Jie took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat, while Qin Ming and Spirit Flame sat in the back seat. "Master Qin, it will take at most a day to reach the imperial capital. But, on the way to the imperial capital, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns." Qin Ming faintly glanced at his side, restoring the proper appearance of Spirit Flame, and opened his mouth to inquire. "Oh, tell me, Spirit Flame, inform Master Qin of the information from the Luonet's investigation." Zhao Jie commanded a sentence. Spirit Flame saw that the opportunity to perform had come, and hurriedly revealed a smile and said in a warm voice, "According to a report from the hidden sons of the Luonet, since the first batch of city heads entered the capital and suffered an inquisition and trial, and many were stripped of their positions as heads, some of the world families have come up with the idea of targeting the second batch of city heads, specializing in hijacking and killing them to prevent them from entering the capital alive, in order to vacate the positions of the city heads, so the world families can take advantage of this opportunity to take control of the cities. As a reminder, the second batch of people in charge of the city's entry into the capital do not belong to the lineage. They are all powerful imperial spiritists awakened from the folklore and have no background." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was not surprised that the headquarters was unwilling to leave the control of the city in the hands of the lineage. It's normal for the family to make this move. For these ancient families that thought they were in control of China, they would never allow their position, their interests, to be shared by some folk imperialists. Interesting, it seems that this trip is really a dragon's den. I just don't know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Qin Ming closed his eyes and said indifferently, Chapter 76. They're just ants. Soon, the group arrived at the absolute underworld cliff. The terrain here is treacherous, with towering 100-foot cliffs on both sides and steep mountain walls that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Master Qin, we've arrived. This is the absolute underworld cliff, and the place where the assassins sent by the imperial family were ambushed. They think they are acting tightly, but they don't realize that my Luo net is pervasive, and there are people from my Luo net in every major power. Zhao Jie said slightly smugly, as if there was nothing in this world. There is nothing that he Luo net does not know in general. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, and the light of his eyes transformed into a light blood color. The windows fell down and Qin Ming looked around. Traces of battle had indeed occurred. Even if they were well concealed, they could still be seen to be different. It looks like some effort was put into it. These guys, they really have nothing to lose. Qin Ming gently shook his head, extremely disdainful of their behavior. The truly strong. All of them use destructive means to break down all obstacles and sweep through the world. As the vehicles came to the center section, the atmosphere grew tense and the temperature of the air around them plummeted. A snowflake falling in the early summer season is extremely spooky. In just a few minutes, the main road was frozen and the ground was turned into a white blanket. Coming, Qin Ming spoke faintly. The car was already frozen to the ground, unable to move. In the roiling snowflakes, one in front of the other, two figures blocked the way forward and backward, landing in mid-air. Their gazes icy cold as they looked at the SUV in the center. Behind them all, there was a behemoth that descended as the snowflakes drifted in the sky and landed on the ground. Get off! Either submit or die. Ice-cold words, echoing in the valley. The aftermath of the sound lingered for a long time. However, as their voices emerged, there was still no movement in the car. The duo glanced at each other and frowned. For some reason, at this moment, they vaguely felt uneasy because the presence in the car was too calm. They, on the other hand, were hallowed Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritists, and even the most bottom-ranked Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritist was no match for an ordinary city head. The heads of the cities are usually general-level Imperial Spiritists, with only a few at the Zuni level. Of course, there are also some sons of families. Even if the Guardian Spirit is extremely ordinary, under the shelter of a powerful Imperial Spiritist around them, they can also become the head of the city. But nowadays, the ones they robbed and killed were all civilian Imperialists, with no background in charge. And according to the news, the strongest of these city heads is only that arrogant and domineering head of Dakian City. At the level of Zunshur, what are they afraid of? Master Qin, they are the twin assassins that suddenly appeared after the Guardian Spirit era. Their strengths are all at the Zuni level. Do you need me to take care of them? Zhao Jie's eyes were surging with ghostly mist, and his soul breath gradually revived around him, killing intent majestic and cold. The assassin business was supposed to be his low S, and these two guys were unruly and robbed him of his low S business. Damn it! Qin Ming slowly opened a pair of blood eyes, moved his body, and the moment he opened his mouth, a thick blood mist gushed out, and with his eyes, the threads of scarlet flames hung upside down, extremely demonic. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jie gathered his breath and understood Qin Ming's thoughts. He would personally strike and obliterate these ungrateful ants. Just as the twin assassins looked at the black SUV with a puzzled look on their faces, they were about to directly order the Guardian Spirit to stomp the SUV flat. A scarlet blood aura flickered, and in the next moment, in the eyes of the two of them in shock, a ball of fiery flames erupted from high in the air, instantly unfolding and expanding hundreds of meters. Play God and kill him. The two of them opened their mouths at the same time, their eyes flowing with snowflakes, and the behemoth behind them stepped out with a single step, chopping away with a long cold blade in hand. In that instant, the cold light was 100 meters, and the craggy withered vines were instantly swept away and turned into smithereens. Under that terrifying blade chi, the entire valley emitted an evil dragon-like roar and hiss, and a terrifying hurricane swept through, sending sand and rocks flying backwards into the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Jie avoided the buggy from being destroyed, and his entire body erupted into a thick ghostly mist, 6 huge figures enveloping the buggy. The two felt Zhao Jie's aura and their faces changed drastically as they looked down incredulously. How is it possible that the 6th Tao exalted Guardian Spirit? Bang bang! Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The Guardian Spirit that they rushed to kill instantly flew backwards, smashed thousands of meters away, surrounded by cold aura, instantly dissipated. 2 behemoth, fiery figures emerged out of thin air. Li Xian was holding a huge K, and his fiery eyes carried a strong contemptuous disdain. A mere mole cricket dares to offend my lord. It doesn't know its own strength. Li Xian, make it quick. Zhang Han opened his mouth immediately after, his tone equally indifferent and cold. What? He's Qin Ming, the head of Daqian City. He even possesses 2 guardian spirits. How is that possible? Holy level. Flee. The duo couldn't think twice before summoning the guardian spirit back to hastily lead them away from the place. This all overturned their cognition, originally thinking that even against that head of Diqian City, they would have the power to fight. Unexpectedly, this was beyond their expectations. Qin Ming was not an ordinary Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritist at all. Sacred-level Imperial Spiritist. Damn it, he's a special physique. One of them cursed and leapt up to land on the shoulder of his guardian spirit, ordering him to flee with a wild run. The flames dispersed, revealing Qin Ming's figure suspended high in the sky. His eyes calmly looked at the Imperial Spiritists who fled in both directions, and he spoke in an icy tone. 10 seconds. As you wish, my lord. Li Xian and Zhang Han looked at each other and bowed respectfully. Subsequently, the two's bodies erupted with terrifying power, instantly shaking the ground and leaping up. In just a matter of moments, Li Xian's figure crossed a distance of thousands of meters, vacating the space, and the giant K in his hand blazed into the sky, transforming into 1,000 meters of light and shadow, chopping down the sky. No, pust. Under the sword, Li Xian's figure fell to the ground and dissipated between heaven and earth without looking back. In the next moment, the terrifying scarlet sword aura penetrated through the void, directly cutting away the peak of a huge mountain, lifting up 1,000 feet of gully and splashing countless huge rocks. And that Imperial Spiritist and his guardian spirit were both killed by this horrifying sword that ran through their bodies. The other side is equally fast. Zhang Han does not belong to the violent aesthetics guardian spirit like Li Xian. His body is flexible, like a ghost. The moment he rose into the air, his figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, the twin blades in his hands sliced through the sentinel's body, as well as his guardian spirit. With just one strike, the hallowed exalted guardian spirit, an exalted Imperial Spiritist, fell into the world. They were only at the preliminary exalted level. How could they be comparable to the saint level? The gap was too great. Not at the same level. After resolving the twin-born Imperial Spiritist, Zhang Han's figure similarly disappeared. Qin Ming scanned the scene with an expressionless face, not bothering to inquire which ancient family was in control behind them. To him, any plotting and scheming could be pushed across the board with power, so why should he care? Its figure moved slightly, instantly returning to the vehicle. The roads that were sealed with ice also melted under Qin Ming's scorching. Go! Qin Ming said without a care in the world, as if he had crushed 2 ants to death. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame, on the other hand, grew more and more fearful and jealous of Qin Ming. That was a Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritist that ranked high in the world, but he was killed in seconds. His death was too suffocating. Chapter 77, Entry into the Capital. Headquarters Training Base. The car started up again and arrived outside Kyoto the following day. As the three of them arrived outside of Kyoto, both the environment and the atmosphere changed monstrously. Even outside the imperial capital, people come and go, lively and extraordinary, not like the era after the chaos, more like the chaos before, the flourishing Chinese microcosm. Here, not to mention ordinary imperial spiritists, even the ancient family would have to put their tails up and be human beings not daring to act recklessly. The headquarters, even if it was infiltrated by the major ancient family, was not under the control of the ancient family, because, in this era, the decision of everything lies with the topmost powerhouses. As for the headquarters, a single speaker could suppress all the ancient world families. It was because that speaker of the house, being an emperor-level imperial spiritist, possessed an emperor-level guardian spirit. In the headquarters, in addition to the major counselors, there are even more mysterious senators. How strong those senators are, no one knows except the speaker. Because of this, the 9 states of China, even if chaotic, will not be destroyed. Those ambitious powerhouses, forces, also did not dare to act recklessly and touch the bottom line of the headquarters. A huge change in the way you must go to enter the imperial capital. Ever since the age of the guardian spirit came to pass, the headquarters has heavily guarded all the necessary paths, with powerful spirit guards and heavy weaponry. Even an exalted level imperial spiritist wouldn't dare to trespass the imperial capital barrier. All those entering the imperial city area need to verify their identity and have access to the imperial city. At this moment, the SUV of Qin Ming's trio slowed down, and at the signal of the imperial spiritist soldiers in military uniforms in front of them, Zhao Jie got out of the vehicle and went forward. Who is the visitor? Please identify yourself. That imperial spiritist spoke with a serious face. Qin Ming, head of Daqian City, has been ordered to enter the capital, Zhao Jie said, handing Qin Ming's appointment to the man. As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the surrounding people, whether they were pedestrians or soldiers, all landed on Zhao Jie, revealing a look of surprise. That lawless guy from Diqian City dared to come to the imperial capital. He's really bold, and he's not afraid that the Wu family will find him in trouble. More than the Wu family, that guy's crimes are too numerous to mention. Coming to the headquarters is not throwing himself into the net. TSK, In Daqian City, no one can do anything about him. But this is the imperial capital. A dragon you have to dish out. A slate goes down and easily smashes a title-level imperial spiritist's flourishing and prosperous place. The soldier verified this, came to the window of the SUV, saluted and said, "Head Qin, please also roll down the window." As his words fell, the black car window slowly fell down, revealing Qin Ming's calm and indifferent appearance. The soldier surveyed it carefully for a few moments and returned his appointment. "Excuse me, please." He then waved his hand, signaling that he could be released. Zhao Jie returned to the car and entered the imperial capital with a kick of the gas. When the vehicle disappeared from view, a few soldiers then revealed a teasing look. "Oh, it's really coming. Good guts." Qin Ming still really thinks that the imperial capital is his Daqian city, isn't it? This time the headquarters deprived the person in charge of the position program. This person is bound to be at the top of the list. Who says it isn't? Not to mention the fact that the HQ MPs have quite a problem with him. But his charges, which are being displayed on the internet, are outrageous. However, this is indeed a ruthless person. It's best not to mess with him, or else with his extreme personality, he might bite one to death. The vehicle was driving through the imperial capital. The modern and technological buildings were dazzling, and there were sentinels everywhere, and not just any sentinels. The imperial spiritists here were different from the city of Dapei. They didn't have the slightest bit of resentment, or rather, even if they had resentment, they wouldn't be able to riot. When the forces that dominated the city were terrifying enough, they didn't even dare to have a riotous heart, and as always, lived ordinary lives. It was rumored that after the Guardian Spirit era descended, there were indeed some ungrateful imperial spiritists who were ready to take advantage of the chaos and mess around, and in less than a minute, he was taken away by a mysterious organization, and until now, no one has ever seen him again. It's a nice place. Qin Ming looked at the bustling scene through the car window and quipped, "That's natural, after all. It's the most powerful force in Huaxia guarding the place. Even that Lu Tianjun, who came here, wouldn't dare to mess around. All have to abide by the rules of the headquarters." Zhao Jie echoed a sentence and said. Qin Ming sniffed and nodded slightly. He had sensed many terrifying auras at the headquarters, and there were no less than 3 existences that were even more terrifying than Lu Tianjun. "Master Qin, are we going directly to the training base arranged by the headquarters, or are we going to find ourselves a hotel to stay in first?" At this moment, Zhao Jie opened his mouth to inquire. "Go straight to the headquarters training base." Qin Ming responded indifferently. His eyes kept surveying the surroundings through the car window. Along the way, he had already spotted a number of sneaky people taking sneak peeks. Is it the Wu family? Or some other family? Qin Ming whispered a sentence and did not take it to heart. Suddenly, Spirit Flame leaned over and placed the computer screen in front of Qin Ming's eyes. "Master Qin, your whereabouts are directly on the hot search. It seems like quite a few people are paying attention to you," Spirit Flame said with a flirtatious remark. Faint ripples appeared in Qin Ming's eyes as he looked at the hot search titled Tyrant Head Qin Ming's entry into the capital, and the corner of his mouth revealed a wisp of a cold smile, moving quite fast. "These worldly families, they are really pervasive. Master Qin, do we need to take down the hot search?" Spirit Flame opened his mouth to inquire. With the power of the lawn, squashing the hot search was a breeze. However, Qin Ming just slowly shook his head and closed the computer indifferently and said, "How the world discusses and judges me has nothing to do with me. It's just some rats who make small moves behind the scenes. Don't have to care." Humph, these dirty fellows, who once also presumptuously commented on that person's merits, and now are even slandering and rumoring about Master Qin, are unpardonable and deserve to die. Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and said coldly. Qin Ming was a bit amused and raised his eyebrows, speaking softly. "It doesn't seem to me to be a slanderous rumor. I did do what they rumored." At this statement, the atmosphere in the car was slightly awkward. Soon, the 3 drove to the headquarters training base. Here, a manor that was 100 times more massive than Qin Ming's mountain villa in Daqian City was situated. The training base estate, more grandiose and massive. The steel wall, all connected to electromagnetic induction. Even a mosquito has not walked in through the front door, will instantly be 10,000 volts of high-voltage electricity into dust. In the entire manor, there were no surveillance dead ends, and the imperial spiritists that patrolled 24 hours a day. The defense is extremely tight. The whole of China, I'm afraid no one dares to openly trespassing this place. Parking the car in the parking lot, the trio headed for the entrance. Along the way, one could also run into some unfamiliar sentinels. Arriving at the doorway, Qin Ming directly identified himself. The man in charge of registration flashed a bizarre color in his eyes when he saw Qin Ming's identity information. "Can we go in now?" Qin Ming disliked his eyes. If not for the fact that he was in the imperial capital and needed to restrain himself, this kind of weak as a cricket imperial spiritist wouldn't even have the qualifications to make him look at him more than once. Naturally you can. But, Head Qin, I'm sorry, you are not allowed to bring your family servants in. Please understand. The man got up and smiled, although he was afraid of Qin Ming's strength. But here, no one dared to mess around, or else he was provoking the rules of the headquarters and making things difficult for himself. Chapter 78, Deterrence. Senator Yang's appearance. At those words, Qin Ming's eyes turned slightly cold as he turned around and glanced at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie's luonet was omniscient, so he must have known whether this was the rules of the headquarters or this person's special rules targeting him. Qin Ming. If it was the rules of the headquarters, he, Qin Ming, would naturally abide by them. If it is the rules of people with ulterior motives, he, Qin Ming, never let himself feel suffocated. Zhao Jie's face gradually turned gloomy. He knew that once he informed Qin Ming of the answer, a conflict would most likely break out. But he likewise didn't dare to deceive Qin Ming, so he shook his head and said, Headquarters training rules. After verifying that the identity is correct, the person in charge is allowed to bring 2 people into the base, which just so happens to correspond to the quota of 2 watchdog ambassadors. At these words, Qin Ming slowly turned around with a smile on his face that others couldn't see through, gradually approaching the man in charge of registration, his voice icy cold, and said, I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. The thick fury that came to his face caused the man's face to instantly turn pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble as he took several steps backwards. He swallowed his saliva. His pupils were filled with uneasiness. Just now, Qin Ming's eyes were like the 9 specters, too terrifying. Seeing the conflict here, the Imperial Spiritists not far away all gathered around with curious faces to see who was so bold as to dare to cause trouble here. Even, Qin Ming saw a few old acquaintances, that is, the heads of 3 neighboring Dacian cities such as Dayun City. However, Qin Ming didn't have the heart to greet them. When the 3 of them saw Qin Ming's figure, they all revealed a look of dismay, their hearts palpitating. This Qi Ui really is restless wherever he goes. Who says it isn't? I heard that he had nothing to do with the destruction of the city of Depai not long ago. Who did you hear that from? Oh, Little King from Entertainment Weekly. The man's body trembled, and when he was about to be unable to hold on, a slender white palm suddenly landed on his shoulder. The man was slightly stunned, and when he realized the face of the man behind him, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said respectfully, Chief, stand down. Qin Ming raised his head to look at the section chief in the man's mouth. His skin looked good, a natural high-flying man with a slightly arrogant temperament. You have a similar face to Wu He, the Wu family? Qin Ming's face remained unchanged as he said in a slightly flirtatious tone, the head of the headquarters training base's defense section, Wu Xiao, also known as Wu He, my no-good brother's real brother, as you call him. Wu Xiao's eyes were cold and pregnant with thick killing intent. His Wu family was an ancient family, and had never suffered such humiliation over the centuries, regardless of the era. However, this mole in front of him had actually killed his Wu family's direct descendant, or Wu Mu's favorite descendant. A great crime. The Wu family is interesting. What? Want to kill me? Qin Ming took a step forward, the smile on his face unchanged, and that provocative look caused Wu Zhao's soul aura to surge around his body, and he almost couldn't help but directly strike. Head Qin, please also observe the rules of the headquarters. In the end, Wu Xiao did not mess around. Although he, the Wu family, was powerful, he wasn't qualified enough to ignore the headquarters and openly strike out at the head of the city. Since you don't dare to make a move, then get out of the way and don't be an eyesore here. I've already given enough face by abiding by the rules of the headquarters, so don't give your face away and take your own life. Suddenly, Qin Ming let out an explosive cry, and his terrifying aura violently erupted, and the surrounding onlookers of the Imperial Spirit all changed color and involuntarily took several steps back. Wu Zhao's district, a great Imperial Spiritist, who was closer, was even worse, taking several steps backward. His face was ugly to the extreme, gloomy and about to drip water. You dare to make a move at the training base of the Imperial Capital headquarters? Qin Ming, don't think that the Imperial Capital is your nook and cranny karate land. Dare to. Qin Ming violently made his move, his eyes turning into the color of blood, and a ray of blood on flickered, creating ripples from the void and spreading to an endless distance. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying force and hurriedly blocked it with their arms, and when they regained their vision and looked at Qin Ming, they saw him holding Wu Zhao's neck with one hand and lifting it in midair, rendering him unable to move, and even the guardian spirit couldn't be utilized. Qin Ming's blood light flickered around his body, a horrible killing intent enveloped Wu Xiao. At this moment, he was afraid. A dude like him, even if he had stumbled upon such a thing. Head Qin, stop it. Killing the head of the defense section at the headquarters training base is considered treason. Zhang Yan, the head of Great Cloud City, hurriedly opened his mouth and persuaded. That day, Qin Ming let them live. The 3 of them were still quite grateful to Qin Ming in their hearts. In addition, they all belonged to the Civil Spirit Sentinel and had no backing. so they did not want to see him being executed by the headquarters. Li Quan, the head of Oikawa City, likewise spoke. Qin Ming, don't be impulsive. At this moment, the royal spiritists from the defense section of the headquarters training base arrived one after another, each of them standing by, ready to go, their breaths icy cold as they looked towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming turned a deaf ear, his gaze icy cold as he looked towards the pale, non-stop struggling Wu Xiao. Wu family? I don't even put that old demonic woman of your Wu family in my eyes. A mere mole cricket dares to jump in front of me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Qin Ming's voice without the slightest fluctuation of emotion reached Wu Xiao, causing him to regret it. He had planned to use his identity as the head of the defense section to make Qin Ming look bad, and at a subsequent time, he would then use the power of the Wu family to deal with Qin Ming, who knew that Qin Ming was too lawless and dared to make a move even in the headquarters training base. Qin Ming, put down the section chief, or else it will be considered a sentence to the state. The deputy chief of the security section appeared. He didn't belong to the Wu family, but was a true powerhouse from the headquarters, a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist. The reason why the district's Class A imperial spiritist was allowed to become the section chief was because of Womu's status. He didn't care who was right or wrong. However, it was Qin Ming's fault for striking out without authorization at the headquarters training base. Qin Ming lightly glanced at the deputy section chief and paid no attention as the power on his palm grew. The atmosphere was plunged into a deadlock for a while, and a terrifying weapon, a new type of weapon targeting imperial spiritists, were all aimed at Qin Ming. There was even a flurry of phone calls dialed, and a succession of sentinels from the nearby headquarters arrived. In just a few minutes, the entrance was surrounded. A royal spiritist's aura erupted in the surroundings, and the battle was too terrifying. But Qin Ming has not even put in his eyes. The emperor level does not come out. Nowadays who can stop? Qin Ming's gaze was still cold as he looked at Wu Xiao, who was about to suffocate. He wasn't that stupid to execute the head of the headquarters defense section in broad daylight. This behavior just makes some unnecessary trivial troubles happen again. After all, the Wu clan was the Wu clan and the headquarters was the headquarters, not to be confused. As expected, the next moment, a calm and low voice came. Stand down. The moment this voice appeared, all the imperial spiritists hurriedly made way. Qin Ming looked in search of the sound, only to see a middle-aged male figure walking towards him, with a calm face and extraordinary temperament. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly bowed and saluted. Congressman Young, Head Qin, this matter is a result of Wu Zhao's unauthorized actions and intentionally making things difficult for you. It has nothing to do with the attitude of the headquarters. Stop. Counselor Yang opened his mouth lightly. He was the chief person in charge of this questioning program. Naturally, he was at the headquarters training base. At those words, Qin Ming's ice-cold face suddenly revealed a faint smile, casually flinging his hand, throwing Wu Xiao out, looking towards the saint-level imperial spiritist, the top existence. Counselor Yang? I'm sorry, I was forced to do this. The Wu family had some minor misunderstandings about me, and I struck out to protect myself, so please understand. Qin Ming spread his hands with a helpless face, like a victim. When the crowd saw this, they were all a bit speechless. The speed of this change of face is comparable to a national-level actor. Chapter 79, Discussion. Abandonment. When Wu Xiao on the ground heard this, his breath didn't come back up and he directly fainted with anger. Counselor Yang looked Qin Ming up and down with interest. The man who had been circulating on the internet. The lawless one. Well, I understand. There are quite a few little rats in HQ that are always tarnishing the reputation of HQ. That's the end of the matter, and it won't happen again. So go through the registration process. As for both of them, saying that, Counselor Yang's gaze lingered on the expressionless and silent Zhao Jie for a long time. For some reason, he felt that this person was not simple. Since the rules of the headquarters allow the head to bring two people in, if there is nothing wrong with their identity, then they will travel together. Stay out of trouble. With a warning, Councilman Young turned to leave. The crowd was stunned. Just this? Blatantly take a shot at the head of the defense section. Just a warning. Is there any justice? Is there any law of the land? In particular, among the many imperial spiritists on the scene, there were also imperial spiritists from the Wu clan, and even other imperial spiritists from the lineages that were friendly with the Wu clan. All of them were indignant. However, they did not dare to go against the words of the legislators and say anything more. Members of parliament at headquarters. Qin Ming let out a light laugh and shook his head as he led Zhao Jie and the two of them through the check-in procedures. Guided by the staff, he came to the suite dedicated to Qin Ming. This suite is fully equipped with 3 bedrooms, a living room and all infrastructures. The staff member said cautiously after bringing Qin Ming's trio to the room. Head Qin, regarding the training, starting tomorrow, someone will come to inform you. Got it. After the staff left, Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes set off faint ripples, sensing the entire suite and determining that there wasn't any surveillance before sitting down at ease. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame sat on either side. Master Qin, you're not going to be targeted if you're so high profile, are you? Zhao Jie said with some concern. Qin Ming let out a light laugh and shook his head indifferently and said, I've been on the hot seat since I entered the capital. Some people wouldn't have wanted me to keep a low profile. Just follow their hearts. Just take this opportunity to see what the attitude of headquarters is. At those words, Zhao Jie nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, in an ornate room on the top floor of the training base, the speaker of the headquarters, with his hands behind his back, had been quietly focusing on what was happening at the entrance. Knock knock. Enter. Soon. Rep. Young respectfully came behind the speaker. Counselor Yang, how does it feel to personally face this Qin Ming this time? Upon hearing this, Counselor Yang shook his head with a bitter smile and said in a slightly helpless tone, a tricky guy, disobedient and ruthless. The speaker's mouth turned up at the corners as he came to sit down in front of the sofa, and after a moment of silence, he said, what do you think of his strength? At these words, Counselor Yang froze, carefully savoring Qin Ming's flash of soul aura. Strong, unfathomable. I feel that Qin Ming faces me without the slightest awe and fear. His attitude is bland, as if he does indeed put me in his eyes. Counselor Young's brow furrowed quietly as he spoke. In the information they had received, Qin Ming could be merely a Zunshur-level imperial spiritist, and even if he was more powerful, he would not be able to turn the heavens. But when he really faced Qin Ming, inexplicable uneasiness and trepidation appeared within him. The speaker smiled and handed his cell phone to Councilman Young. Check it out. An interesting video. Counselor Yang was slightly stunned and curiously opened the video. Gradually, his face became more and more gloomy, and finally a hint of fear appeared. How is it possible? Special physique. The 3 holy level guardian spirits. Counselor Yang sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes filled with incredulity. This video was transmitted by a mysterious person. When I first saw it, I reacted the same way as you. This little guy is hiding too deeply. Surprisingly, he can fight with Lu Tianjun without losing, the speaker said in a calm tone. Counselor Yang frowned, still unwilling to believe the video footage, and shook his head. No, Lu Tianjun is an emperor-level imperial spiritist. His true strength has yet to be utilized. The speaker laughed softly, interrupting Counselor Young's speculation. Yang Fan, don't you understand? Yang Fan froze, understanding something. He looked up, and saw the speaker's face gradually become grave, serious, and even with a hint of awe. It's not that Lu Tianjun is unwilling to use his cards and use his full strength, but Qin Ming is too terrifying and mysterious, and the guardian spirits he possesses are all famous generals under that person. The moment the speaker's complicated voice came, Yang Fan, even if he was stupid, reacted quickly and got up violently, his breath exploding uncontrollably, causing the lights of the entire room to flicker wildly. What? It's that guy? How is it possible? If this is really the case, according to the research results of the headquarters over the years, the power or otherwise of the guardian spirit is related to the qi, especially the national fortune. That person is the first emperor of 1,000 years, known as the first emperor, the first to have the complete national fortune of existence. Yang Fan muttered, his eyes full of unbelief. The speaker waved his hand to gesture for Counselor Yang to sit down, his face equally complex as he sighed. So, the headquarters must not make an enemy of Qin Ming. Do you understand? Even if Qin Ming commits how many faults, the headquarters must stand behind him. Yang Fan did not object this time. Initially the speaker's attitude towards Qin Ming was ambiguous, and even its bias in favor of Qin Ming. Yang Fan was extremely puzzled by this, and now, he sort of understood why. I see, if that one wakes up, in the whole of China, who can rival him? Yang Fan let out a long sigh, his gaze unconsciously revealing a look of awe. It was not Qin Ming he was in awe of, but the first emperor. Ancient history distorts his achievements and vilifies him as a tyrant, but all of them, the top people of China, knew that no one was qualified to judge the merits of that person. Sweeping away the 6 states and unifying the sea, creating the imperial system and strengthening centralized rule, abolishing the feudal system and replacing it with the county system, writing in the same language, driving on the same track, traveling on the same wheel, and unifying the script, currency, and so on. He laid the foundation for the reunification of the 9 states of China and the Xia dynasty. Since then, all the emperors and kings have been merely following his path. The fact that such an ancient emperor was also vilified as a tyrant was due to the fact that later emperors were afraid of him and wanted to erode his supremacy in the hearts of the world. Yes, but precisely because of that, the power of that one is too terrifyingly powerful. And with Qin Ming's strength today, the terror is unable to receive that one into the present. The speaker guessed. And the Wu family? Yang Fan frowned. With Wu Mu's character, it was impossible to make peace with Qin Ming. The speaker raised a deep brow, his eyes flashing a ray of ice. There are some people who are powerful but are corrupting Huaxia, so if it's time to discard them, let's do so. As soon as these words came out, a wisp of dismay flashed faintly in Yang's eyes. A peak Saint-level Imperial Spiritist family was abandoned at the drop of a hat? Yang Fan pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired, Mr. Speaker, is this your attitude, or the attitude of the senators? The speaker's eyes calmly glanced at Yang Fan. It doesn't matter. What matters is the real chaos, which has just begun. Chapter 80 Savior? The course begins with a conflict. At these words, Yang Fan became more and more puzzled, not understanding what the speaker meant. In his opinion, the situation today was under control for the time being, and with the establishment of a new order in the future, the world would only become more and more prosperous, even surpassing any other era. The speaker didn't say much, just shook his head, his eyes slightly complicated. The Guardian Spirit era. It's not as simple as you think. All the patriarchs and I worked together and had a peek at a strand of heaven. This world needs a true savior, and the savior, not a holy mother of goodness. Yang Fan. Your Yang family also belongs to one of the ancient families, but you are different from them, loyal to China. I believe you will not choose the wrong path. Yang Fan was slightly stunned and was somewhat touched inwardly. At the same time, he was aware of the headquarters' attitude towards Qin Ming. Understood. Please don't worry, Lord Speaker. I know what to do. Well, that's good. The matter of the training base, you'll be in charge of it. Keep an eye on the several great families, especially the Wu family, and don't provoke Qin Ming again. As the words fell, the speaker's figure, disappearing out of thin air, was extremely terrifying. To be able to do the legendary space shuttle level, one could imagine just how terrifying the speaker's strength was. Only after the speaker disappeared did Yang Fan breathe a sigh of relief, his body relaxing quite a bit as he leaned back on the sofa and pondered. Although he was a top saint-level Imperial Spiritist, facing an Emperor-level Imperial Spiritist such as the Speaker of the House, the difference could be described as a world of difference. Qin Ming, hope this guy can be peaceful. Yang Fan somewhat regretted recruiting Qin Ming into the imperial capital at the moment. His original intention was to allow Qin Ming to disrupt the game of chess that was the lineage and also test out its cards. Now, after seeing that video footage, Yang Fan no longer had that kind of mindset. With the Emperor out of the picture, no one could check Qin Ming. Early the next morning, Qin Ming woke up from his cultivation, and the moment he opened his eyes, a ray of red aura flashed by, and a terrifying power directly interfered with the flow of the void. A moment later, Qin Ming slowly collected his breath. Not long after, Zhao Jia and his duo knocked on the door of Qin Ming's room, informing him that it was time for breakfast. After having breakfast, the staff responsible for leading Qin Ming to the training appeared. Qin Ming looked at the Zhao Jia duo and admonished them. Thou shalt not stir up trouble. The Zhao Jia duo glanced at each other and muttered inwardly, You're not doing well if you don't cause any trouble. Afterwards, Qin Ming followed the staff to leave the residence and walk towards another small independent courtyard. Head Qin, regarding the training program courses, there is a total of 1 month, a 20-day theory course, and a 10-day practical training course. On the last day, the headquarters will conduct an assessment of the major heads, and if they don't meet the standards, they will probably lose their qualifications as heads, stay at the headquarters, and re-serve. So, please also take it seriously. The man carefully introduced about the training. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as he understood the headquarters setup. Under the pretext of failing the assessment, some of those in charge who are not fit to continue managing the city have been removed from their posts, especially the children of the world's families, using this as a reason to directly block the mouth of the world's families. Headquarters was generous enough not to pursue them for the crimes they had committed in the major cities. Head Qin, do you have any questions? If not, please enter the classroom. The theory course will begin soon. The man lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at Qin Ming. What he had done was now well known. And a lord who had made a move at the headquarters training base and had merely been verbally warned. Who would dare to mess with him? No, Qin Ming said indifferently, not looking back as he entered a room in front that resembled a college classroom. At the entrance, there were also 2 B-class Imperial Spiritists guarding it extremely tightly. Coming to the classroom, looking around, there were about 30 people, all sitting down according to their corresponding identity cards. Qin Ming looked at it and came to his seat by himself. The moment the other principals saw Qin Ming enter the classroom, they all sneaked glances, extremely curious about him. After all, there really weren't many people who were an Imperial Spiritist without a background who dared to provoke the ancient family. To the left and right of Qin Ming were Zhang Yan, the head of Dayun City, and Zhou Mian, the head of Daqing City, and Li Quan, the head of Dechuan City. It's not hard to surmise that this is an arranged location based on the city's geography. The lineup of 30 principals, a mix of men, women, and children, seems a bit strange. When Zhang Yan, Li Quan and Zhou Mian saw Qin Ming's appearance, they all greeted him in a friendly manner. After all, the four of them are considered to be one of the few people who know each other. Qin Ming smiled back and then looked at the doorway. At this moment, a sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the ground rang out. Not long after, a mature imperial-type teacher with big waves on her head, dressed in a lady's professional outfit with black-rimmed glasses, looking in her 30s, walked up. She looked around the room and surveyed it for a moment before her eyes finally rested on Qin Ming. Heads, here, you are my students, and from now on, I will call you classmates. My name is Shangguan Yi. You can call me Mr. Shangguan. I'm in charge of your theory class. I am a commoner, not an imperial spiritist. Are you curious as to what makes a commoner? A commoner. Give lessons to you powerful imperial spiritists? Shangguan Yi, arm leaning on the lecture table, slightly lethargic opening said. There was a look of confidence in his eyes, not the slightest bit of the timidity of an ordinary person facing an imperial spiritist. The classroom erupted in an uproar and chatter at this statement. There were even some who let out disdainful and contemptuous laughter. Just then, a rough mining voice came. Ms. Shangguan, I'm also curious. What makes you give us lessons? Women like you, TSK are fit to stay in bed, not on the podium. This statement, the laughter. Some watching not afraid of the matter is not afraid of the big coaxing. Open the yellow accent praise Shangguan Yi body is good. Qin Ming was quiet and didn't have any emotional changes. He didn't think that a woman who could serve as the city's head lecturer would be an ordinary person. Shangguan Yi's professional smile remained unchanged on her face as she quietly watched the scene. Not feeling strange, these sentinels, once spread across a wide range of occupational levels, ranging from high-level white-collar workers down to vendors and even hooligans with nothing better to do. They were initially chosen to head the city, which was a desperate move. Headquarters is understaffed in order to suppress riots throughout the country. Now that the headquarters had slowed down and recruited many more excellent imperialists, it was only natural that they would choose to replace some of the good and the bad. It's like when you make a pig killer mayor. To be all unreasonable. Only when the crowd's laughter subsided did Shangguan Yi calmly open his mouth. This Qian student has a point. You're in charge of Grand Bank City, right? Having a person in charge like you should be a sorrow for Grand Bank City. These unabashedly mocking words came out, and the atmosphere was frozen for a moment. Qian Feng's eyes turned cold. His soul aura was hidden around him, and throughout the classroom, the lights flickered. What did you say? Icy cold words came. Shangguan Yi smiled faintly, stretching out his slender white palm and said playfully, I know you, the small-time hoodlum who made a living by petty thievery before the age of guardian spirits, who has been in prison many times and is unrepentant. The guardian spirit era descended. You were lucky enough to become a Class A imperial spiritist, massacred the entire police station, and even took over the most luxurious hotel in Grand Bank City. After that, what you did, TSK, it was simply even more heinous than Qin's classmates. Qin Ming was slightly stunned. How could he still involve himself? However, he wasn't angry. Instead he surveyed this so-called commoner with interest. Chapter 81, The Ruthlessness of the Headquarters, making an example of the chickens and monkeys. At this moment, Qianfeng stood up violently, his gaze icy cold as he looked at Shangguan Yi. In Oishi City, he is the king, and who dares to disobey him when he makes a decision on the life and death of another person? Now, to be humiliated by an ordinary woman, how could he bear it? Little, you're looking for death. I don't know how many high and mighty, self-righteous women like you I've eaten. Do you want to die too? At these words, the crowd completely froze. All unbelievable look at this rough man. Did not expect his tastes to be so perverted. Even Qin Ming felt that this guy was really perverted excessively, more perverted than him. Shangguan Yi was pleased and his finger fell on the button, then said calmly, disrupting the classroom and humiliating the teacher, Qianfeng, you're out. Ha 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 ha, what the are you? You say elimination. Qianfeng was furious, the light around his body flickered, and he was about to summon the guardian spirit to give Shangguan Yi a bit of color. The classroom monitor suddenly spun and fired a red ray that went right through him. In an instant, Qianfeng was directly controlled in place, unable to move. The soul aura around his body also faded quickly like a tidal wave. Within a short time, the gate opened and the uniformed imperial spiritists took out specific barbs and ran them directly through their limbs, dragging them away like a stern ghost hooking a soul. No matter how much he wailed and roared, he could not move at all. The ground even left streaks of scarlet blood. Shortly afterward, another person came in, quickly cleaned up and left. The process was done in a single breath, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Those in charge who followed the uproar finally came back to their senses at this moment, trembling like kindergarten students, too well-behaved to move. The only people in charge were the very few who were surveying the unassuming mobile monitor. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze. It wasn't hard for him to guess that this thing was the same as the one developed by Huang. It's just that the headquarters is full of talent and has top-of-the-line equipment, not something he can compare to. Well, the bad student who disturbed classroom discipline has been taken away, so let's move on. Shang Wanyi once again revealed a harmless smile and said softly. At this moment, no one felt that Shang Wanyi was an ordinary person anymore, more like a beautiful devil, a Class A imperial spiritist, just like this, was wasted, and there was even no need to guess what would happen to him, as he knew that life was worse than death. Okay, now for the questions. There is a penalty for wrong answers. Looking at Shang Wanyi, that beautiful smile, at this moment none of the people feel pleasing to the eye, they are nervous to the extreme, but also reveal panic and anxiety. Mr. Shangwan, this will die even if you answer the wrong question. Is it too much? Is this training or killing? Finally, someone couldn't help it and inquired in a sobbing manner. Shangwani lightly skimmed the speaker and pointed to the pamphlet in front of the crowd, reminding them, everyone, have you never been to school? When a new student starts school, the school can always issue a handbook of rules and regulations. Oh, about punishments and rewards, as well as assessment rules, classroom rules, all in the handbook. At this statement, the crowd turned to the manual and read it carefully. Only Qin Ming looked at it faintly, wrapping his arms around himself and lazily ignoring it. Shangwani had been paying special attention to Qin Ming all along and noticed that Qin Ming was different and inquired with a faint smile. Did Qin do his homework in advance? No. Qin Ming spared no words and responded calmly. Then you have to be more careful. Oh, Xian student was unfamiliar with the rules and regulations. That's why he suffered punishment and was eliminated early. The smile on Shang Wanyi's face remained unchanged as he continued. When the others heard this, they all looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's face flashed a disdainful color. These little tricks, bluffing these people in charge is okay. For him, Qin Ming, to be able to come to class in a disciplined manner is already giving face to the headquarters. Rules are for the weak, and the privilege of the strong is that they don't need to follow them. Don't you think so, Mr. Shangwan? The moment Qin Ming's words came out, the crowd completely froze, all of them sweating for Qin Ming. Shangwani was likewise a bit stunned, and after a moment of silence, she spread a smile and nodded in agreement. What Qin said makes sense. So, good luck. Thanks a lot, Shangwani. The smile on his face froze. The first time Shangwani ran into such an arrogant person with such an attitude. However, when he thought that Qin Ming did not even put the Wu family in his eyes, his heart was relieved. Alright, everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. What happened to Mr. Xianfeng is an isolated case. The punishment from the headquarters isn't that serious. At most, the usual performance points will be deducted. The final assessment score is a combination of theory score, practical combat score, and weekday performance score. Now ask questions, and those who volunteer to answer will receive extra weekday performance points. The crowd sniffed as if they were back in a college classroom. What was the biggest reason why student Xianfeng was instantly subdued just now? The questioning started, the crowd started talking, all wanting to get weekday performance points. I know, because the weapons at headquarters are scary enough to be powerful. Shangwani looked at this person and said, flattery doesn't work. Sit down. The crowd then rose to answer, but they were all denied by Shangwani. Finally, Shangwani looked at Qin Ming, the only one who was calm and unperturbed. She had a bit of a headache, and was truly unwilling to have such a dangerous element in her class, and Yang Fan had specifically instructed her not to provoke Qin Ming. This made it even more helpless, and inwardly, he was shocked that Qin Ming's influence was so great that it had caused the hallowed counselor to pay personal attention. Mr. Qin Ming, don't you have any feelings? Eventually, Shangwani took the initiative to ask the question. If he had summoned his guardian spirit in time, it would have been easy to fight against this weapon, but he lost the chance to summon his guardian spirit, and the reason for that is that his main body is too weak and can be easily targeted, which is also the fatal weakness of most sentinels. The moment Qin Ming's words came out, everyone came to a sudden realization. Even Shangwani showed appreciation for Qin Ming. Not bad, and this is the first lesson I'll teach you all. How powerful the guardian spirit is, that's not your power. Therefore, tempering your bodies and allowing yourselves to step into the transcendent realm is also a mandatory lesson for all of you in the future. Student Qin Ming seems to know quite a bit about this. Qin Ming's eyes calmly glanced at Shangwani and paid no more attention. Shangwani froze slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a wisp of anger before she continued to explain the lesson. The contents of the subsequent lessons were all about ways to enhance the strength of the physical body, but to Qin Ming, it tasted like chewing wax and was useless. Just then, Li Quan raised his hand to speak. Teacher Shangwan, according to what you said, quenching the body, strengthening the strength of the physical body, and enhancing one's own strength, but in the face of an assassination, or a mysterious weapon like the headquarters, in the way you did it, it would be difficult for the limit of the enhancement to reach the extent of being fearless of these things. wouldn't it? Not to mention fighting off guardian spirits? Once this statement was made, most people spoke out in agreement, questioning Shang Wanyi's feasibility of upgrading his physical body. Chapter 82, The Secret of Mecha. Don't seek death. Shang Wanyi quietly watched the crowd's rebuttal and did not explain. Only after the murmurs gradually subsided did Shang Wanyi look at Qin Ming and inquired in a slightly provocative tone. Student Qin, what do you think should be done to solve this predicament? Why did the headquarters propose training to quench the body and enhance the strength of the physical body? Qin Ming's gaze was as calm as ever, and his tone came out in waves. It's simple. 4-1. Imperial Spiritist derivatives. But I don't think ordinary Imperial Spiritists are eligible for such a slot. It's 2. The gazes of the crowd stared tightly at Qin Ming with urgent anticipation. Even Shang Wanyi was a little shocked, not believing that Qin Ming could guess the final plan of the headquarters. Qin Ming laughed lightly and continued. Secondly, that is, the headquarters has developed a mech tailored for the Sentinel, which can resist great external attacks, even if it's only for a few seconds. It's enough time for the Sentinel to summon a guardian spirit and shelter themselves, right? When these words came out, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, somewhat unable to believe that such high-tech technology has already been born. However, when they looked at Shang Wanyi and realized that she was equally shocked, they were at a loss for words. It was only after a long time that Shang Wanyi came back to her senses. Her pupils were wide and her red lips were slightly open. She even suspected that Counselor Yang had leaked the headquarters' secrets. How do you know that? Did Councilman Young tell you? Shang Wanyi frowned slightly, still unable to believe that this was the answer Qin Ming had speculated. If this was true, Qin Ming's intelligence was truly demonic and unimaginable. Qin Ming smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders. Indifferent, if you say so. Qin Ming had naturally seen the mechs built by the headquarters to make up for the shortcomings of the Imperial Spiritists in his previous life. That kind of mecha was extremely terrifying, combining offense and defense, but its biggest role was to protect the Sentinel's body and buy time for it to summon the Guardian Spirit. Of course, the most top-notch mechs, with strength comparable to that of a titled Imperial Spiritist, were extremely terrifying. Even relying on a mech and flying through the air is not a falsehood. Only the HQ mechs were present, 5 years after the Guardian Spirit era, when the Soul Demons descended. In order to fight against the Soul Demon, the headquarters had to expose some of its underpinnings. When these words came out, Shang Wanyi's face was stunned and uncertain, and for a while he was unable to determine whether it was Qin Ming who had speculated on it, or whether it was Counselor Yang who had informed him of it. Then, without dwelling on it any longer, she looked sternly at the crowd and said, Gentlemen, what Qin said is right. The headquarters already has the ability to tailor mechs for Imperial Spiritists, but whether you can qualify or not depends on your performance, and the grade of the mechs. It also depends on your contribution. So cheer up. If your body strength is not up to the requirement of wearing the mechs, you won't be able to drive the mechs even if you get the qualification of tailoring the mechs. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other with a look of longing. That was a mecha that could make up for the flaws of an ordinary Imperial Spiritist. Who wouldn't be tempted? Of course, Qin Ming is an exception. In front of the absolute strength, all the fancy, all a joke. The subsequent lessons were all about explaining ways to enhance the strength of the body, even involving ancient breathing techniques, utilizing the revived heaven and earth aura to quench the body. Qin Ming was a little surprised that there really was an ancient practiced breathing method. The effect should be similar to the 9 underworld seas quenching the body, only the effects are worlds apart. Qin Ming inwardly muttered to himself, although the harvest was not large, it was not considered not in vain. Soon, the 4-hour session was over, and instead of needing to continue in the afternoon, they went back to digest the content of today's lesson. Qin Ming got up and turned to leave on his own. When he came to the corridor, a figure blocked Qin Ming's figure, and it was none other than Shang Wanyi. She looked Qin Ming up and down with interest, a faint smile on her lips. Qin Ming frowned slightly, not really interested in this woman, and left straight away. Shang Wanyi froze in place, his eyes full of unbelief. She, Shang Wanyi, regardless of her status and position, or her appearance, was the top of the heap in the imperial capital, and even the ancient family would not dare to mess with her at will. Now, to be ignored by a tiny person in charge made his lofty heart extremely angry. Qin Ming, stop. Qin Ming turned around expressionlessly, his gaze gradually turning cold. What is it? Looking at Qin Ming's icy gaze, Shang Wanyi involuntarily shivered. That gaze seemed to tell her that Qin Ming would not take pity on her, and if she dared to mess with it, she would really kill her. You tell me, how did you know the secret of the HQ mech? Shang Wanyi's eyebrows were spreading, and she looked superior, as if she was really questioning her student. Qin Ming narrowed his ghostly cold eyes and approached Shang Wanyi step by step until there was no way for him to retreat, and when he leaned against the wall, Qin Ming stopped. The two were very close, so close that even Shang Wanyi's rapid breathing was clear. Shang Wanyi, Stay away from me and don't question me with your condescending attitude or suffer the consequences. Those tricks of the headquarters are meaningless to me. I have already given enough face to the headquarters by attending classes here. And you, don't give face and make a fool of yourself." As the words fell, Qin Ming turned around and left. If it were not for the consideration of the headquarters, anyone who dared to talk to him like that would have died long ago. Only after Qin Ming's figure disappeared did Shangguani react, her pretty face reddening with impotent fury. Very well, Qin Ming, you wait for me." With a proud grunt, Shangguani angrily left. Even if they were 1,000 meters apart, Qin Ming was able to hear Shangguani's words clearly. "I hope you're not looking for death." Qin Ming inwardly whispered a sentence. Women have no privileges with him, they are nothing more than red-powdered skeletons. Shangguani left the small courtyard and went straight to the top floor of the main building. Yang Fan's office. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded. Yang Fan let out a bitter smile. He had guessed that Shangguani would come to question him. He naturally had a good view of everything that was happening in the classroom through the surveillance. Originally, the matter of the person in charge of the district attending classes was not worth his constant attention, but with Qin Ming around, he had to be on his guard. That guy was a lawless master, and Shangguani was naturally not of ordinary status and had a high character. He was worried that the two of them would clash. Who had thought that it would be as he wished? Yang Fan was equally shocked when Qin Ming guessed the secret of the headquarters mech. Shangguani might still suspect himself of leaking secrets. So who does he suspect? The speaker? Isn't that a joke? Enter. Afterwards, Shangguani pushed the door in anger, sat directly on the sofa, poured a glass of red wine and drank it all in one go. Bang! Shangguani's chest stumbled and shook from anger. Yang Fan hurriedly avoided his gaze and inquired as if he didn't know. "Niece Shangguan, who made you angry?" Shangguani looked up at Yang Fan and coldly inquired. "Counselor Yang, was it you who leaked the secret of the mecha, allowing that guy Qin Ming to put on a good show?" With those words that defied image, even Yang Fan could not help but be stunned and hurriedly explained. "Not me. That guy is really scary. To have deduced the secret that the headquarters is preparing to utilize mechs to make up for the shortcomings of the Imperial Spiritists. Either he really is wise as a demon, or there are people of his at headquarters." Chapter 83, Dark Tide, Abyssal Imperial Capital. Suddenly, Yang Fan froze slightly, recalling Qin Ming's information, as well as the information of his man. Regarding Zhao Jie's identity, it had always been a mystery, and under the fine taste, he vaguely had a clue. "What do you mean? It really wasn't you who leaked it?" Shangguani frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said in confusion. "It's not me. This is a secret of the headquarters. How could I possibly divulge it ahead of time? Even if it's no longer a secret after a short while, I wouldn't dare to mess around without the speaker's order." Yang Fan got up, came to the sofa from the desk, poured a glass of red wine for Shangguani and said. Shangguani lifted the red wine and drank it once again, then got up. "I see. Excuse me, Councilman Young." Looking at Shangguani's departing figure, Yang Fan had some headaches and helplessness. "I hope the two will not start any more conflicts, otherwise it will be troublesome. One is fearless of everything, one is bullying." Alas, behind Shangguani stood a patriarchal figure that even he, Yang Fan, did not dare to offend. But Qin Ming is not afraid. No matter who is behind you, provoke him, treat them equally. Luo Net? All the forces in Diqian City who had planted their secret sons all disappeared overnight, including that sudden indiscriminate slander. It seems that this Zhao Jie is precisely the master of the Luo Net. But that's right, rouge is originally that person's power. Yang Fan also poured himself a glass of red wine, feeling a headache. "I hope these two little ancestors won't cause me any more trouble, especially Shangguani. Qin Ming is so involved that it's not something that can be decided by a single genin in the district." Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the Marshall family's residential court, a mountain villa covering thousands of acres of land. To be able to have such a vast area as a family headquarters in the imperial capital, a place where every inch of land is gold, the power of the family is terrifying and can be imagined. At this moment in the conference hall of the Wu family's main building, dozens of Wu family executives were gathered together. There was no shortage of A-class sentinels here, and there were even several exalted level sentinels. On top of the first seat, an old crone with a face in her 40s, who had actually long passed 100 years old, sat on it. It is dressed in a gorgeous women's Chinese mountain dress and has a majestic face. The crowd at the bottom, all of them were respectful, sitting upright, not daring to breathe. That brat has come to the imperial capital, to the point of striking out at my Wu family's direct line once again in broad daylight. Do you all have any thoughts on this? Wu Mu slowly opened his mouth, his tone cold, carrying a strong killing intent towards Qin Ming. She was the head of the Wu family, a member of the headquarters council, and a top saint-level imperial spiritist. Whether it is before the Guardian Spirit era or after the Guardian Spirit era, they are all the top figures in China. the ones who really operate the capital. Even what she said was called the system, the law, and extremely scary. Family master. I think we can call Shangguan to talk about it and have her secretly operate to make Qin Ming lose his position as the head of Dechen City and stay in the imperial capital. Once that happens, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. At this moment, someone on the side opened his mouth and proposed. Wu Mu gazed at this person and shook his head after a moment of silence. Shangguan Yi's background is terrifying. With her nature, it is impossible to listen to my Wu family's commands, but this method is indeed possible. The instructor of the practical training course is a person who has some affinity with my Wu family, but that's not enough. I'm going to make this little brat pay a price 1,000 times more terrible than death. Wu Mu once again coldly opened his mouth, his hatred for Qin Ming going deep into the marrow of his bones. Family master, Qin Ming's roots are in Daqian City, so perhaps we can send assassins to strike at Daqian City, arrest all of his close friends around him, and threaten him to bind his hands. Well, synchronize it as you want. I'm going to make this brat pay. Wu Mu spoke in an icy tone and opened his mouth, itching to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Wu Mu lowered his head, his eyes flickered with a ghostly light. The headquarters was unfair. His Wu family naturally could not really let people bully him. If the headquarters is unkind, then don't blame my Wu family for being unrighteous. At the same time, all of the major ancient families were making moves. Some were dissatisfied with their own cities being stripped of their head positions, and were secretly contacting the heads of the folk imperial spiritists, preparing to secretly take them under their wings. Some were trying to find ways to place their own imperial spiritists in other important positions. Each one of them has evil intentions, most of which are only for the benefit of the family, and they are eyeing the Tiger Headquarters training base, building for the residence of the head of the organization. After Qin Ming returned to the suite, Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame walked up with curious faces. Master Qin, what have you all learned today? Spirit Flame inquired with a curious look on her pretty face. Qin Ming sat on the sofa. Zhao Jie was very eye-catching and hurriedly came and poured a glass of red wine for Qin Ming, lit a cigarette and sat on one side, equally curious. Qin Ming face calm and composed will be red wine a drink, deep inhalation of a mouthful of cigarettes, spit out thick smoke, and then today's course in what happened, briefly and concisely informed. A subsequent edition. Nothing substantial, it's all just common knowledge for A-rank sentinels. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie hesitated for a moment and worded a reminder. Master Qin, according to the headquarters assessment regulations, if you don't study seriously, it will be difficult for you to pass the theory assessment. Adding to the fact that you and Shangguan seem to be somewhat at odds with each other, there are also some ancient lineages that are likely to cross the line. Which? Qin Ming's eyes lightly glanced at Zhao Jie and said casually, it doesn't matter. Daqian City is mine, and the appointment of the headquarters is nothing to me. It was I, Qin Ming, who gave face to the headquarters and took the appointment, not the headquarters' gift to me. Those domineering words made the two of them faintly stare, yet they felt that in their unreasonableness, they were very reasonable. Don't worry, there are plenty of smart people at headquarters. The decision is not in the hands of the ancient family. As for that Shangguan, look at her petulant and arrogant attitude. I am afraid that her identity is not simple. Check it out. Spirit Flame hurriedly brushed his presence and opened his mouth. Master Qin, I've found out clearly. Shangguan is very famous in the imperial capital. Before the Guardian Spirit era, she has been teaching at the topmost Qingbei University in China, and behind her is one of the real power holders in Huaxia, a patriarchal level figure. A patriarch? No wonder it's so reckless. Qin Ming whispered a sentence. The patriarchs, the real decision makers of Huaxia, the number is unknown, but all of them are emperor-level imperial spiritists. The speaker of the headquarters, on the other hand, has another status, that of one of the patriarchs. That's just it. Although Shangguan is spoiled, she shouldn't be a stupid person. If she really doesn't have much eyesight, then let her know that an emperor-level imperial spiritist is not her backer either. Speaking, Qin Ming black and white pupils flashed a wisp of blood. Qin Ming acted carefully, step by step, but the premise is never commissioned. Master Qin has a point. A mere mortal is nothing more than a mere mortal. How can he be qualified to provoke you? He doesn't know what he's doing. Zhao Jie seemed to have been influenced by Zhao Gao and tried his best to uphold Qin Ming's majesty, not allowing others to desecrate it. Shangguan is just a small episode. The real purpose of coming to the imperial capital this time is to test the attitude of the headquarters, and also to see who is the enemy and who is the friend of these so-called ancient families. Qin Ming sat up and said in a calm tone, Chapter 84, The Mystery Organization. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Head Qin, lunch is here. Qin Ming glanced at the time, 12 noon. It was indeed time to eat. Although with his body today, even if he didn't eat or drink for a month, he wouldn't be affected. But replenishing energy was to allow the body to better absorb the power of the 9 underworld seas. Spirit Flame took the initiative to get up and open the door to the room. A man dressed as a waiter was seen pushing a cart. Coming to the table, the man set out a variety of high-calorie foods one by one. Qin Ming got up, his eyes looking towards the man who had been keeping his head down and respectfully arranging the food, and asked carelessly, "I don't think you were the one who delivered the food yesterday." "What? Do you guys randomly pick people to deliver food at headquarters?" Qin Ming sat at the first place and gestured for Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame to sit down. The man sniffed, his face unchanged, and replied without any hesitation, "Head Qin, the headquarter delivery staff is of course fixed, but yesterday Xiao Zhou took a temporary leave of absence due to a family matter, so I've been replaced with me to deliver food for you." After the arrangement was completed, the man looked at Qin Ming and inquired with a professional smile, "Is there anything else you need, please?" Qin Ming shook his head, "No need. Yes, please enjoy." Qin Ming was like this, feasting in front of the man, completely lacking the image of a strong man. The Spirit Flame duo usually started eating only with Qin Ming's permission, so there was no rush. The man saw Qin Ming move his food before he turned away. After the door to the room closed, Zhao Jie looked at Qin Ming in a somewhat strange manner. "Master Qin, are you thinking that this person is out of place and has problems? Of course, someone poisoned the food." Zhao Jie, Spiritual Flame. Looking at Qin Ming's feasting appearance, the two of them wanted to say something, and it seemed too late to dissuade them. "Master Qin, then you." In the end, Zhao Jie opened his mouth and gave a word of caution. Qin Ming calmly raised his head, lightly glanced at Zhao Jie, and buried his head again to continue. "It tastes good. It's a waste if you don't eat it. This should be a chronic poison that can corrode the body, and ordinary imperial spiritists can't even perceive it, and at the most, when it's January, the poisoned person will die completely. Don't worry, it's just some seasoning for me." As the words fell, the table was left with two wide-eyed faces staring at Qin Ming as he feasted. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming contentedly put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, and drank the tabletop red wine in one go, then lit up a cigarette and raced through the living gods. "The two of you will eat some snacks and make do, and then we'll interrogate the man at night about who sent him here." At that, the duo didn't mind. One meal without food won't hurt them. Meanwhile, somewhere unknown, in a mysterious room, the place was gloomy and dimly lit, with only one round table. On the round table, shrouded in darkness, several black-robed figures gathered around the place. A low hoarse voice came from the first seat position. "How are things in Mordor? The Jinling Pavilion is very cautious and has caused that one to be wary, making it difficult to achieve infiltration. What about the Empire? Several families led by the Wu family are being infiltrated, and if there are no accidents, the Wu family can be used by the organization. In addition, there are organizational shadows in every department of the headquarters." "Well, not bad. As soon as possible to solve Qin Ming and other variables. Behind it is the Great Qin. I do not want to see that person to descend, otherwise all the planning will be reduced to nothing." "Understood." As twilight fell, the delivery man came to Qin Ming's room as if it was noon. The moment he confidently stepped in, Zhao Jie's figure was like a ghost, instantly blocking the doorway. Spirit Flame, on the other hand, nonchalantly flicked his 1-meter-long leg and hardened his legs. This sudden change caused the man to fall to the ground and wail before he could react. Spirit Flame stepped on her high heels, her body glowing with faint flames, like a flame queen coming to the man's side, carrying his neck with one hand and throwing it directly to Qin Ming, who was leaning on the sofa. Qin Ming, what are you doing? You dare to make a move against the headquarters staff. Do you know what the consequences are?" Spirit Flame's face was slightly cold, and he slapped the man over fiercely, and in an instant, the man spat blood from his mouth and his teeth flew across the room. "Noisy." Spirit Flame's voice opened icily, completely unlike his usual appearance. "Answer whatever Master Qin asks you. Speak more nonsense and you'll be worse off than dead." Spirit Flame took enchanting steps and twisted her delicate body with an icy smile on her face. The man's head was covered in cold sweat at the moment, and he realized that he had been exposed. But when he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he had revealed himself. He looked up again, his face pale but without the slightest hint of fear, and said coldly, "Qin Ming, how did you find me?" "I consider myself careful." Qin Ming grunted with laughter, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and whispered in a possessed voice, "You're in no position to question me. Tell me the answer I want and I'll hand you over to headquarters and maybe there's a chance of survival. Otherwise, I'll let you feel what it means to beg for your life and not be able to die." At these words, a strand of scorn flashed in the man's eyes, but he still sneered with a great deal of backbone. "Qin Ming, you've been targeted by the organization. This time you were allowed to get away with it, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Kill me. I won't say anything." Poof! The Spirit Flame directly tore the man's arm hard, and blood flew across the room. The extreme pain of that broken arm caused the man to roll all over the ground and wail in agony. Immediately after, Spirit Flame, like a demon, suspended a flame on top of the slender jade finger, directly through in his broken arm, emitting a nuisance roasted meat as a sound, to stop his bleeding, to avoid excessive blood loss and death. Goo, keep talking tough. Spirit Flame covered her mouth and laughed lightly, like a snake charmer. Qin Ming couldn't help but take one more look at Spirit Flame, who usually acted gently and considerately, and at this moment, he also counted on understanding why she, being a woman, was able to become the head of a division on the side of the Luonet. This kind of vicious means is more than a man has ever had. Kill me. I won't tell. Or my family, loved ones and friends, all die. The man grimaced and hissed in a low voice. It's really a responsible man. Admirable. Forget it, I guess I can't ask anything in his mouth. Qin Ming looked at the man's gaze and knew what he meant, oozing a strong intent to die. Such people would rather die than give in. Getting up and coming to the window, Qin Ming's eyes faintly looked towards the twilight, neon-bright imperial capital, took a deep breath and said softly, Spirit Flame, I'll give you 10 minutes, just keep your breath. If he doesn't talk, leave it to the headquarters to dispose of. Qin Ming was not willing to waste his time on this kind of minion. Even if he knew some information, it was probably not much. Might as well see how Congressman Young is doing and maybe get some words in. Spirit Flame smiled lightly and said flirtatiously, Understood, Master Qin. Subsequently, Spirit Flame dragged the man into the restroom for a short torture in order not to disturb Qin Ming, and with the power of his soul, he isolated the outside world to avoid the miserable wailing sound from affecting Qin Ming. Chapter 85, The Evil Emperor Organization. At this moment, Zhao Jie came behind Qin Ming with a slightly gloomy face. Master Qin, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. Why? Do you know which power he came from? Qin Ming's face remained calm and unperturbed. Zhao Jie was silent for a moment and continued. He just mentioned the word organization, so I guessed that he was afraid that he came from a mysterious organization. This organization calls itself the Evil Emperor Organization, and it comes and goes without a trace. No one knows who its main members are or where its base is. This is an organization that has existed for an extremely long time and is ancient and low profile, and because of its low profile, very few people know its name. As a result, the world lists the Jinling Pavilion as the most powerful force under the headquarters, but according to Luo Net's intelligence, the Evil Emperor Organization is even more terrifying than the Jinling Pavilion, so powerful that it is even comparable to the headquarters in the true sense of the word. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming revealed a serious look and said in surprise, You mean there are multiple Emperor-level Imperial Spiritists in the Evil Emperor Organization? Zhao Jie nodded and said, Exactly. This organization is mysterious and powerful, and no prey targeted by it escapes. Once upon a time, this organization assassinated a saint-level Imperial Spiritist with ease. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, a trace of interest flashing in his eyes. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. Coming to the sofa, Qin Ming looked at Zhao Jie. Go on. They claim that no one can escape from the prey that they have set their sights on, and even they have their own distribution of forces in foreign countries, which is extremely frightening, Master Qin. If they set their sights on you, I'm afraid, Zhao Jie said with a worried look on his face. At those words, Qin Ming moved indifferently at the tips of his eyebrows, and a mysterious light of unknown significance filled his eyes. It's a bit interesting. In that case, let's see just how terrifying this so-called Evil Emperor Organization is. Qin Ming was not afraid. His guardian spirit was the first emperor of Qin. Would he lose his elegance and overwhelming splendor? Seeing this, Zhao Jie seemed to be affected by Qin Ming's aura and did not continue to worry about anything. 10 minutes later, Spirit Flame's pretty face was gloomy as she walked out, the towel in her hand wiping her white jade hands. Qin Ming glanced at Spirit Flame and naturally understood what the outcome would be. Master Qin, sorry to disappoint you. Spirit Flame sighed softly, revealing a guilty look. No harm done. It seems that this Evil Emperor Organization, which is not simple, can make this person not dare to open his mouth to divulge the slightest secret even if he has to endure the torture of purgatory. Yes, otherwise there would be no lack of information about the Evil Emperor Organization in this world. Zhao Jie laughed bitterly and echoed a sentence, patting Spirit Flame on the shoulder and signaling that she didn't need to dwell on it. Spirit Flame forced a smile, still uneven inside. For the first time, she felt that her tactics were useless. Make the call and notify Congressman Young to pick up. Qin Ming commanded a sentence. Zhao Jie hurriedly passed through the suite phone, transferring the service platform directly to Yang Fan's office phone. Not long after, Yang Fan personally brought someone outside of Qin Ming's suite. With a grave expression on his face, he looked to several of his attendants and after instructing them to wait in place, he personally entered the Qin Ming suite. Congressman Young, hello again. Qin Ming crossed his legs and sat on the sofa and greeted him with a smile. Counselor Yang looked around and did not detect the figure of the spy that Qin Ming had spoken of. His nostrils twitched slightly, instantly smelling a strong smell of blood, and his eyes looked in the direction of the restroom to understand everything. Qin Ming, what's going on? How did you determine that this person is a spy? Yang Fan opened the door and asked. He was a little worried that Qin Ming was communicating a personal vendetta and messing around. He drugged my meal, so naturally I could sense it. At those words, Yang Fan's face changed dramatically, his face slightly gloomy. How dare you mess around in the headquarters training base? This is provoking the rules and order of the headquarters, trampling on the majesty of the headquarters. You should have interrogated this man already. Any useful information? Yang Fan sat on the sofa on one side, his face a bit ugly. As the person in charge of the headquarters training base here, he is not responsible for such negligence, especially since it was about Qin Ming. He couldn't afford to be careless. He should belong to the Evil Emperor organization. Other than that, nothing. Counselor Yang, talk about the Evil Emperor organization. When these words came out, Yang Fan's pupils sank violently and his face changed dramatically. Returning to his senses, he looked at Qin Ming and inquired seriously. Qin Ming, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really that organization? There is no need for me to deceive you. Counselor Yang, this time the Evil Emperor organization infiltrated this place. It was your mistake. As compensation, informing me of the information about the Evil Emperor organization that the headquarters knows is not too much to ask, is it? Qin Ming sat up straight, his black and white pupils clouded with a layer of icy breath, and said in a non-negotiable tone. Counselor Yang's brows were deeply furrowed and his head was lowered, obviously knowing that this matter was very involved. Finally, he looked to Qin Ming and promised, I'll take this person away. I don't know how you know the name of the Evil Emperor organization, but there isn't much information about the Evil Emperor organization at the headquarters, and it's all top secret, so I don't have the right to tell you. I need to ask the Speaker of the House to give me a day's time, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. How about that? Qin Ming looked at Counselor Yang's sincere attitude, so he couldn't make things too difficult. Okay, I believe you. Upon hearing this, Counselor Yang inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Qin Ming would be unreasonable. Thanks a lot. I'll take my people away first, and I'll personally arrange for your meals in the future, so there won't be any more accidents like this. With that said, Yang Fan walked towards the restroom, entering the split second of seeing the man's miserable condition. Even Yang Fan could not help but shiver. The whole thing, except for the fact that it was still gasping for air, could not be seen as a person at all. He was going to take the man away himself, but after one look at the man, there was just no way to do it. Looking at Yang Fan coming out empty-handed, Qin Ming was a bit surprised. What? Don't want it? Yang Fan's gaze towards Qin Ming was a bit strange. He was really strange that Qin Ming was a pervert, a madman, before he would torture someone into an inhuman, ghostly appearance. Spirit Flame interjected with some embarrassment. It's probably because Congressman Young felt there was nothing he could do. Qin Ming's sword brows slightly raised as he glanced at Spirit Flame and instantly understood. Yang Fan didn't say much and ordered his attendants to pack the man away. Before leaving, it was obvious that the two attendants were pale and had a tendency to vomit at all times. Qin Ming, farewell. Saying hello, Yang Fan left the room without looking back, really somewhat unable to stand the smell of blood in the room. Qin Ming narrowed his ghostly eyes and surveyed Spirit Flame with an inexplicable meaning. Spirit Flame fawned and smiled, being made uncomfortable by the look. Good job, but, clean the room up, and next time something like this is going to be far more appropriate. Qin Ming faintly commanded a sentence without any offense. In this era of deceit and weakness, either you die or I die. Who cares how your means are? Surviving is the truth. After seeing Qin Ming leave the room, Spirit Flame revealed a pitiful look at Zhao Jie. Your Honor, it's disgusting. Clean it up yourself. Zhao Jie felt that this subordinate of his was too perverted, and winced as he hurried back to his room, leaving the indignant Spirit Flame to clean up the room alone. Chapter 86, The Speaker's Headache. After a night of cultivation, along with the dawn rising, Qin Ming slowly opened his bloodshot eyes, which appeared particularly bright and dazzling in the slightly dim room. The bloodshot eyes faded as they opened and closed, restoring the black and white ghostly eyes. Qin Ming glanced at his body, and his palm gently squeezed the void. In a blink of an eye, the void appeared to be distorted as if it possessed a form, emitting nuisance sounds. The changes in my body today are simply getting stronger and stronger by the day. However, looking towards the 9 underworld seas that remained unchanged in the blood-colored heaven and earth, still vast and infinite, Qin Ming could hardly imagine how frighteningly terrifying it would be if he were to refine all the power of the 9 underworld seas. Soon, Zhao Jie and his duo came and knocked on the door, reminding Qin Ming that it was time for breakfast. The person who came to deliver the meal today was replaced by a spirit sentinel, and it was obvious that Yang Fan kept yesterday's matter in mind. Meanwhile, the man delivering the food handed Qin Ming a dossier. Head Qin, This contains all the information about the evil emperor organization. Please take a look. After the man left, Qin Ming opened the file bag, and faint ripples appeared on his deep pupils, making people unable to see through his inner thoughts. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame were curious, but they didn't dare to overstep the rules. A few moments later, Qin Ming tossed the file to the duo. From the archives, Qin Ming learned that the so-called Evil Emperor organization was actually a powerful force formed by a number of emperor-level imperial spiritists joining forces. But the specific mastermind personnel, the headquarters is not clear, and even its base, how the branch, are not clear. But one thing is clear, the Evil Emperor organization is not a good person. The practice is self-interested, harmful things. The impact on China is not small. Many of the turbulent events that had occurred in China had the Evil Emperor organization behind them. The most outrageous thing is that the Evil Emperor organization has colluded with foreign imperialist forces. These guys, for the sake of profit, really old ancestors are forgotten. Shameful, abominable, should be killed. Zhao Jie angrily slapped the file on top of the desktop, extremely shameless about the nature of the Evil Emperor organization. Though he was not a good man, or even the dreaded master of the ropes, he did not care about life. But treason, he, Zhao Jie, would never do. This is a disgrace to our forefathers and a betrayal of the Huang bloodline. Qin Ming's eyes were faint, a ghostly light flickering as his fingers gently tapped the desktop. The Evil Emperor organization. Infighting is fine. Those who commit treason deserve to be killed. His Qin Ming's guardian spirit, which is the hallowed ancestral dragon, will not allow the existence of traitors, in the sense that he Qin Ming will never allow the existence of the Evil Emperor organization to corrupt the 9 states of China. It seems that even if the Evil Emperor organization department doesn't come after me and them, we're still in an undying situation. Qin Ming said softly, his tone icy cold. Even, he could vaguely sense the dissatisfaction that was transmitted from the sleeping figure at the top of the Black Mountain. During his lifetime, Emperor Huang had set his mind on expelling foreign invaders, unifying China and making the world a commonwealth, so he would not allow the existence of these rats in the darkness. Zhao Jie, immediately send orders to Luonet to search for information about the Evil Emperor organization with all their might. Since the Evil Emperor organization wants to play, I'll play with them. Qin Ming's brows flashed with indifference and disgust. For the Evil Emperor organization, he, Qin Ming, had both personal and national grudges. Zhao Jie nodded and said respectfully, don't worry Master Qin, even if we can't find the Evil Emperor organization base, it won't be difficult to find some branch forces. However, Master Qin, you need to be doubly careful. These guys can infiltrate the headquarters. It's likely that some of the ancient families, and even the headquarters layer are all under control. Although I don't know why the Evil Emperor organization is staring at you, but you can't be careless. Qin Ming said indifferently as he used his breakfast. Aha! After finishing breakfast, Qin Ming headed to the small courtyard classroom to continue his daily lessons. Though to him, the lessons didn't make sense. But now that we're here, let's get it together. Today's classroom, as always, is still those in charge. Still the Shangguan. Today she changed a dress, light blue long skirt, light powder dress up, stunning many people, is countless people's dream lover model. But yesterday Shangguan that iron blood means, make the people have palpitations, also dare not covet or even look at more than 2 eyes. Shangguan came to the podium and after glancing at Qin Ming who had a lazy attitude, he inwardly grunted with pride and continued with today's lesson. In the beginning, Shangguan asked questions about the results of yesterday's study, and then taught theoretical knowledge about how the Imperial Spirit practitioner can better summon the Guardian Spirit, cultivate a tacit understanding with the Guardian Spirit, and the karmic connection between the host and the Guardian Spirit, and so on. Qin Ming just listened quietly. He realized that this Shangguan was indeed rich in knowledge reserves and was not a person with an empty appearance. Of course, most of what Shangguan explained was irrelevant and did not involve secrets. At least for Qin Ming, there was some sense of tastelessness and abandonment. I don't know what Shangguan went through yesterday. Today she didn't pay special attention to Qin Ming, and the two of them got along quite well with each other. Meanwhile, Yang Fan's office. At the moment he stood respectfully in front of his desk while the speaker of the headquarters sat above his office seat. After listening to Yang Fan's report, the speaker had a bit of a headache and rubbed his forehead helplessly. How could the Evil Emperor organization be fixated on this little guy Qin Ming? Trouble. Yang Fan was equally grave. After all, the Evil Emperor organization claimed that prey targeted by it would have no chance of survival in 10 deaths. Lord Speaker, could it be that certain lineages, colluding with the Evil Emperor organization, are spending large sums of money to get the Evil Emperor organization to take action? Yang Fan opened his mouth and put forward his thoughts. The speaker shook his head in the negative. Impossible. The Evil Emperor organization is not an assassin organization and will not be used by the world family. But, It is possible for the evil emperor organization to infiltrate the lineages. Keep an eye on those lineages, and once there is a breeze, report to me immediately. Yang Fan nodded, and suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and he lightly exclaimed, Lord Speaker, that video about Qin Ming fighting Lu Tianjun, could it be the handiwork of the evil emperor organization? Deliberately leaking Qin Ming's strength and provoking the relationship between the headquarters and Qin Ming, so that the headquarters would be wary of Qin Ming, or even scornful of him, and take action against him? Upon hearing this, the speaker once again laughed softly and shook his head. His eyes were dark, as if he was in control of everything, and he said confidently, No way. The source of that video, I probably know whose handiwork it is. That guy is both good and evil, but in no way is he colluding with the traitors. Don't worry. But, the evil emperor organization probably guessed who Qin Ming's guardian spirit was, otherwise it would be impossible to take action against him. In the imperial capital, the energy of the evil emperor organization is not that big. Qin Ming is still safe. If he leaves the imperial capital, I am afraid that it will be another fight. The speaker sighed softly. He is really unwilling to concurrently serve as the speaker of this bull headquarters. In charge of the headquarters, a lot of trivial matters. But if he does not take this position, there will be no suitable candidate, and it will be the end of the world for the whole of China. As the decision maker, he had to tough it out. Forget it, that little fellow Qin Ming is hiding quite deeply. Even an emperor-level imperial spiritist, I'm afraid they can't do anything about him. There's no need to worry too much about him. After all, that one won't just stand by and watch something happen to his spokesman, at most let him suffer some pain. The speaker muttered and his figure slowly dissipated into Yang Fan's office. Chapter 87, The Four Young Men of Imperial City. A week later, the headquarters training had a one-day-only vacation. On this day, all the heads of this batch who had participated in the training were allowed to leave the headquarters training base and go to the prosperous downtown area of the imperial capital to relax and rest. Master Qin, the headquarters training base is too boring. Today you're on vacation. Why don't you go out for a walk? I haven't taken a good stroll around the most prosperous and flourishing imperial capital of China yet. Spirit Flame stayed in the suite all day and was suffocating, looking at Qin Ming and praying. Just then, Zhao Jie walked over, his face slightly strange. Qin Ming pushed away Spirit Flame, who was lying on his body and pampering him, and looked at Zhao Jie to inquire. What is it? Zhao Jie cleared his throat and had an extremely strange expression on his face, wanting to laugh but feeling ridiculous. Master Qin, Luo Net has received an assassin business. Oh, Qin Ming sat up straight, his eyes flowing, thinking for a moment, and laughed lightly. You have such a weird expression on your face. Let me guess who the mission target is. Me? Exactly. Once this statement came out, Spirit Flame was the first to hold back. Unaffected belly laugh, silver bell laughter echoed in the room. It is indeed ludicrous to have Rohypnol assassinate its master. Master Qin, guess again who's behind this? Zhao Jie glared at Spirit Flame and once again looked at Qin Ming and said with a flattering smile. Qin Ming leaned on the sofa and said with a light laugh. The Wu family? Yes. Qin Ming's eyes flashed a ray of coldness. This Wu family was really on the road of death, going further and further away. He went so far as to hire an assassin to assassinate him. Qin Ming, taking his own life. Spirit Flame, notify Gongsun Shao of Deqian City to stand by and watch out for sneak attacks from the Wu family. If the Wu family dares to make a move on Deqian City, kill without mercy without leaving a single person behind. Icy cold words came. Spirit Flame no longer smiled playfully and casually, nodding his head and dialing the phone to notify Deqian City. Master Qin, how will the matter of the Wu family be handled? Zhao Jie looked at Qin Ming and inquired. Take the mission, drag it out for now, play along with them, and liquidate them all together after the training in the imperial capital is over. Keep the evidence, so as not to fall into the mouth of others. After all, my great Qin city, but civilized, reasonable place, will not kill innocents indiscriminately. Qin Ming's pupils flickered with a creepy light, and his tone was calm as he faintly commanded a sentence. Then he got up and looked at the well-dressed Spirit Flame and said, Go on, take a walk, whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Spirit Flame was pleasantly surprised. After all, shopping is every woman's nature. All right, Master Qin. Spirit Flame smiled a charming, dimpled smile as she pulled Qin Ming's arm and headed out of the room. Seeing this, Zhao Jie reminded with some concern. Master Qin, why don't I accompany you guys? After all, the imperial capital is a mixed bag of dragons and snakes, and quite a few people are staring at you. It's not safe. Spirit Flame glared at Zhao Jie. Isn't this being a light bulb? Zhao Jie spread his hands and didn't care about Spirit Flame's following attitude. He was also looking out for Qin Ming. Qin Ming's footsteps didn't stop and he continued to walk outside as the voice came. There's no harm. With the headquarters around, they can't make any waves. But, I rather hope that these jumpers will surface. so that I don't need to clean them up one by one. Troublesome. Looking at the duo's distant backs, Zhao Jia revealed a faint smile. Can't see through it. Outside the training base, Spirit Flame had already arranged a red sports car. Master Qin, I bought this with my salary and did not use Dakian city funds. Feeling Qin Ming's gaze, Spirit Flame hurriedly explained. Qin Ming shook his head and said indifferently as he sat in the passenger seat. There is no harm. This world for me, the least lack is money. You need, directly find Gongsun Xiaono. At those words, Spirit Flame's beautiful eyes flashed with ecstasy and tenderness as she came to the driver's seat and smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Master Qin. Soon, the duo arrived at the most prosperous area of the imperial capital, the Tianfu Jing Cultural Street. This place is a convergence of the most prosperous shopping centers in China. Randomly bump into a person, the value is likely to be hundreds of millions of dollars. In this land of inches and inches, the surly luxury is embodied to the fullest. It is full of technology, modernization, and almost all-intelligent era. The duo exited the parking lot, and everywhere they looked there were sentinels in military uniforms. The most eye-catching, naturally, is the flamboyant, naked large areas of white skin of the stunningly beautiful women. Beside them, most of the rich children, dignitaries. Spirit Flame's appearance naturally caused a sensation, and her appearance was no less than the top flower girls in China today. Together with its unique temperament and exquisite dress, many married women, all cast lustful gazes. It's really a time when power and money come first. Qin Ming's face was calm. This life that he didn't dare to ask for in his previous life didn't have any attraction for him nowadays. Strength was the only thing he was pursuing nowadays. Power, money, luxury and enjoyment are nothing but the gifts that come with strength. Master Qin, let's go eat first and then go shopping. Whatever. Qin Ming responded with a faint sentence. Not long ago, the two came to a high-end restaurant. Per capita consumption of tens of thousands of the kind. After sitting down, Spirit Flame ordered a large table full of food that cost over $500,000. Extremely extravagant. This was slightly extravagant for Spirit Flame. After all, this was nearly half a month's salary for her. And even for her, it was a bit heartbreaking. For Qin Ming, it was just a matter of what he would do with his fingers for a while. Not to mention the fact that the entire Luo network is now under its umbrella. With over $1 trillion in assets, even in Dakian City, there are hundreds of billions of dollars in liquidity. Together with the headquarters subsidy and so on, Qin Ming is not poor at all. At this moment, quite a few dignitaries were casting different gazes at Spirit Flame, as if saying, if you come with me, you can be assured that you will have no worries about your food and clothing in the future. However, all of them were ignored by Spirit Flame. How could some mole crickets be qualified to be compared to Qin Ming? Right at this moment, a figure walked towards the table of Qin Ming's duo. Behind him, he was closely followed by a powerful imperial spiritist. The youth came to the dining table, his gaze directly ignoring Qin Ming and looking towards Spirit Flame, revealing a gentle and confident smile. Miss, may I please spend the night with you? Spirit Flame didn't raise his head and spoke in a clear and cold manner. Roll, youth. He wasn't annoyed. The more individual a woman was, the more excited he was to conquer. Introduce yourself. One of the 4 young men of the imperial capital, Zhao Kui of the Zhao family. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd set off an uproar and gasped in shock. One of the ancient families, the Zhao family Zhao Kui. Surprisingly, it's him. The 4 young men of the imperial capital are all dilettantes, not to be messed with, and no prey they see can escape their palms. It's over and done with. Such a beautiful woman is about to be destroyed. Spirit Flame beautiful eyes slightly move, lifting up the delicate face in a flash. Even if it is a countless number of women Zhao Kui, at this moment also completely froze. Subsequently, his inner lust grew even more, vowing that he must get Spirit Flame on the bed and see her panting appearance. You're Zhao Kui? Do you know Wu Ha? At these words, Zhao Kui frowned, a bit puzzled, but still opened his mouth. One of the 4 young men of the imperial capital, Wu He, and I are good buddies. Who in the imperial capital knows that? Upon hearing this, Spirit Flame lost her voice and laughed softly. That look, a smile that made Zhao Kui completely fall. He swore that he had arranged countless flowers and had never seen a woman so stunning to his heart. Chapter 88, the crowd that has been reduced to silence. Spirit Flame did not pay any attention to Zhao Kui's aggressive gaze. Instead, he looked at Qin Ming and laughed lightly. Master Qin, this guy is one of the 4 young men of the imperial capital. Oh, he's on the same level as Wu He. Qin Ming lowered his head, not bothering with Spirit Flame, and feasted on the food without any image. This appearance, in the eyes of the others, looked like Qin Ming was afraid of the 4 young men of the imperial capital and didn't dare to speak out in defense of the woman. Cowardly to the extreme. Spirit Flame came to be interested and looked at Zhao Kui with a flirtatious teasing gaze and said, Young Master Zhao, do you know where Wu He is now? When these words came out, Zhao Kuo's face changed slightly. Isn't this a pot calling the kettle black? Who didn't know that Wu He was unlucky enough to be killed by a tiny city head? At the same time, he was glad that he hadn't gone to Dakian City to be appointed, but rather to mingle and enjoy life at home. What do you mean? Marshal Crane was unlucky enough to be killed by a mole. It's well known. Are you humiliating this young man by mentioning this? Zhao Kuo's face sank slightly. Today, he would definitely take more vigor pills to make this woman pay the price and make her wail extremely hard. Griffin? Ridiculous. Since he's a mole, why didn't the Wu family kill him? It's still not dare? The four young men of the imperial capital. It's just a joke. Spirit Flame's undisguised ridicule caused Zhao Kuo to burst into a rage. He, Zhao Kuo, the great young man of the Zhao family, one of the four young men of the imperial capital, had never suffered such an insult. Woman, very well, you have succeeded in arousing my ire. In the imperial capital, do you think this cowardly boyfriend of yours can protect you? Take them away and send them to the Zhao family hotel. I'm going to teach this foul-mouthed woman a good lesson. At those words, the middle-aged man behind him moved slightly and took a step forward. His body exuded an A-class royal spiritist aura, which was extremely terrifying, and was by no means a match for the strength of Spirit Flame and the like. Just then, Qin Ming drank the rest of the red wine in one go, slowly raised his head, and said indifferently, "Finished eating, let's go." "Yes, Master Qin." Seeing the scene of the duo ignoring themselves, Zhao Kuo became furious and shouted angrily, "Take her, male kill." When the middle-aged man heard this, he was about to make a move when he saw Qin Ming's eyes explode with a blood aura, and with just one glance, he was struck by lightning and his body stiffened in place, not daring to move. Those bloodshot eyes, like the pupils of the 9 specters, shocked their souls. "What are you doing? Taking down?" Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Kuo, his face indifferent as he choked his neck. "The four young men of the imperial capital? What? You, the four young men of the imperial capital, are all so fond of self-destruction?" That cold and creepy voice entered Zhao Kuo's ears, and he only felt that it was hard to breathe at the moment and his mind was about to suffocate. He couldn't understand why his own guards, the titular Class A imperial spiritist, hadn't made a move and instead ignored the scene. "Who the hell are you, to strike against the Zhao family? Do you know how serious the consequences are?" The middle-aged man returned to his senses and spoke coldly, not daring to make a move. He was a bit chagrined at the moment. How he dared not move because of a single look from this person. Qin Ming sniffed and grinned, and in the middle-aged man's unbelieving gaze, he grabbed the desktop knife and fork and directly stabbed into Zhao Kuo's abdomen. In an instant, blood was spilled across the room, and all the restaurant's guests exclaimed in shock and fled in all directions. Within a short time, some patrolling imperial spiritists were startled and rushed up to the restaurant, surrounding Qin Ming and Spirit Flame. "Damn, what are you doing?" Poof! Before this person could say anything, Qin Ming once again thrust a knife and fork into Zhao Kuo's abdomen. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it's pathetic, like a dying worm." Qin Ming shook his head and sighed softly, his face showing regret. The middle-aged man was terrified and didn't dare to continue threatening. He realized that this young man was a madman, a pervert, and not at all reasonable. At this moment, the leader of the patrol squad that had gathered around quickly came to the front, and after he inquired about Qin Ming's information, he was given a name that he was most unwilling to face. Inwardly lamenting, he really did not understand how Zhao Kuo could be so unlucky and just happen to provoke a lawless guy. Ahem, meathead Qin. With these words, even if the middle-aged man and Zhao Kuo were stupid, they knew Qin Ming's identity. He is the one in charge of the lawlessness that killed the Wu family's Wu He and is safe and sound. His crimes, which are too numerous to mention, are listed on the internet, but have not been sanctioned by headquarters. His name was ranked as the person who should not be messed with the most in the imperial capital's dude circle. However, Zhao Kuo was one of the four young men of the imperial capital. Where did he have the leisure to memorize Qin Ming's face in his heart? In his heart, he only had beauty. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he took several steps back, immediately dialing the Zhao family's phone. He knew that Qin Ming's strength was that of an exalted imperial spiritist. It was not something that he could resist, and the Zhao family must step in. As for Zhao Kuo, he had long since fainted due to the loss of blood and the pain in his body. Qin Ming's gaze calmly looked at the patrol squad leader and spoke in an ancient tone. "Something?" The patrol leader let out a bitter smile. "Can it be fine? You are carrying a fourth young man of the imperial capital in your hand. Head Qin, don't put us in a difficult position. The original cause of the conflict between you will be investigated and handled by the headquarters. But for now, please also put Zhao Kuo down. Can you?" The patrol squad leader said with an almost pleading tone. As for making a move, facing Qin Ming, the god of murder, he didn't dare. He had long ago asked his subordinates to notify Young Fan so that he could personally come out to settle the matter. Qin Ming smiled faintly and slowly released his palms in front of the nervous and uneasy gazes of the crowd. In an instant, Zhao Kuo's limp body fell to the ground, dying. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly picked up Zhao Kuo and protected him at his side, fearing that Qin Ming would strike again. Qin Ming wiped his palms with a napkin and casually threw it on the dining table, sticking his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, "The face of the headquarters, naturally, must be given. After all, I and the Zhao family do not have a life and death grudge. Come on, Spirit Flame, as you wish, Master Qin." As he watched the two of them leave, the middle-aged man was angry inside, yet he did not stop Qin Ming. Seeing this, the patrol squad leader had no choice but to speak again. "Head Qin, you are the party involved in this matter. Can I trouble you to come with us and explain it clearly?" At those words, Qin Ming didn't even turn his head back and just swaggered away, calmly saying, "Have Congressman Young come to me." As the words fell, Qin Ming and his duo's figures disappeared, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. The middle-aged man looked at the dying Zhao Kuo in his arms, angry at the moment, and looked at the patrol squad leader and roared, "How did you do your job? To let him leave? A dangerous man like him should be arrested and killed." The patrol squad leader's face instantly sank as he sniffed and sneered. "When Head Qin was here just now, you didn't even dare to let out a single fart. What are you barking at me now? If there's a problem, go complain to headquarters. Don't point your finger at me." The patrol squad leader had long looked at these arrogant and domineering lineages with displeasure, and now that there was even news that the headquarters had begun to purge the lineages, he was even more fearless. With a cold snort, the patrol squad leader led the soldiers to leave under the middle-aged man's angry gaze. Chapter 89 Young Fanfools, Speaker takes the blame. After leaving the restaurant, Spirit Flame carefully followed behind Qin Ming, like a little daughter-in-law who had done something wrong, peeping at Qin Ming's back from time to time. After hesitating for a long time, Spirit Flame increased his speed and came to Qin Ming's side, carefully saying, "Master Qin, you won't be angry. I didn't mean to. Being born with a good skin, I always unintentionally invite trouble." Qin Ming's face was unchanged, terrifyingly calm, and his pair of ghostly eyes flickered with ghostly light from time to time. Hearing Spirit Flame's words, Qin Ming said with a faint look, "It has nothing to do with you. It's just the Zhao family in the district. I didn't put it in my heart. These lineages are hidden in the darkness. The imperial capital's water pool is too calm. It does need some wind and waves to stir up the calm surface." At those words, Spirit Flame was slightly stunned, not quite understanding what Qin Ming meant. "As you say, you were born with a good skin and are prone to attract trouble. Isn't that the very first wisp of wind and waves?" The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose in a creepy smile. Spirit Flame couldn't help but shiver and said with an unbelievable face, "Master Qin, do you mean that all of this was in your anticipation? Or that the purpose of your visit to the city was to cause turmoil in the imperial capital? So Zhao Kuo's appearance wasn't really an accident, but a possibility in your plan? Smart and brainy enough." Qin Ming let out a light laugh and complimented. At those words, Spirit Flame didn't have the slightest joy of being praised, only infinite fear and awe. Planning accidents into one's plans. Such terrifying machinations made Spirit Flame terrified. She couldn't even tell if every meaningless thing Qin Ming did was a pawn in his plan. "Let's go. Don't think about it anymore. What follows is the real shopping. Take a break and enjoy some of the prosperous scenery of the imperial capital." Qin Ming's voice awakened Spirit Flame. She came back to her senses and hurriedly took Qin Ming's arm, no longer dwelling on it. The Spirit Flame understood that as long as he clung tightly to Qin Ming's thigh and didn't have any dissenting thoughts, he wouldn't be in too much danger in this era. Zhao family court, in a gorgeous mountain villa. At this moment, in an opulent room, dozens of people surrounded this place. On top of the soft couch, Zhao Kuo was lying on it, unconscious, surrounded by densely packed high-tech medical equipment. There are 4 or 5 domestic top doctors are diagnosing. A few moments later, the attending physician rose and came to a man who looked to have a face full of majesty, sighing softly and shaking his head. The injuries that the young master suffered, by all rights, would not result in fainting and not waking up, but strangely enough, it just won't wake up, and there's nothing I can do about it, but only maintain the young master's vitality and not die. When these words came out, Zhao Yi, the Zhao family head, was as furious as a lion, and his terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and all the people around him all changed their faces dramatically and their hearts palpitated. "Qin Ming, it's Qin Ming again, a mere mole cricket at the bottom, provoking the imperial capital ancient family again and again. Lawlessness and disregard for the law. Yang Fan, you are the person in charge of the training at this headquarters. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I, the Zhao family, will personally ask for a statement from Qin Ming." Zhao Yi looked towards Yang Fan, who was not far away with a gloomy face and a helpless look on his face. He was really having a headache, and the investigative report from the patrol squad leader showed that it was indeed Zhao Kuo who coveted Qin Ming's woman in the first place. But Qin Ming's hand was too ruthless. He obviously could have exposed his identity and deterred Zhao Kuo, but he chose a most extreme way. Yang Fan really didn't understand whether Qin Ming had a brainwart, or whether he had premeditated and did it on purpose. Of course, he preferred the latter. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Fan cleared his throat and first sympathized with Zhao Kuo and expressed his understanding of Zhao Yi's feelings. Subsequently, polite, enthusiastic, and playing Tai Chi, Counselor Zhao, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter, and when the investigation is clear, if it's Qin Ming's fault, I will definitely send him to the Imperial Spiritist Court so that he can be sanctioned by the headquarters. Looking at Yang Fan's sworn look, Zhao Yi really wanted to slap him to death. His gaze was icy cold and he was furious as he gritted his teeth and said word for word, "This good grandson of mine is already lying here. The truth is right in front of us. If you don't arrest Qin Ming and bring him to justice, what else are you investigating?" Yang Fan sighed lightly and said in a difficult manner, "Counselor Zhao, it's not that I'm unwilling to do so. You also know that Qin Ming is not an ordinary city head. His strength is strong. How can he be dealt with easily? Secondly, do you know why the Wu family didn't dare to make a move against Qin Ming in the end?" At those words, Zhao Yi froze and blurted out, "Wasn't it the Lord Speaker who disallowed it?" Yang Fan glanced around and brought Zhao Yi to the corner and whispered, "Confused you? Although Qin Ming is powerful, he's only a Zuni-level Imperial Spiritist. For the sake of a Qin Ming, is it necessary for Lord Speaker to make Counselor Womu harbor a grudge against the headquarters?" As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yi froze slightly, and a ray of light flashed through his angry eyes, feeling as if he was about to hear some unimaginable secret. "Counselor Yang has a point. Why is this? Lord Speaker even offended Wu Mu for a mere city head?" Zhao Yi softly inquired, and this was what had been puzzling him inside all along. Yang Fan secretly surveyed the surrounding area, a fear of others' eavesdropping appearance, and let Zhao Yi, "This secret heaven knows, you know I know after," he whispered. "Rumor has it that Qin Ming is the illegitimate son of the Lord Speaker." Zhao Yi, his complexion was frozen, unbelievably looking at the serious-looking Yang Fan, his mouth open for a moment, unable to speak. Who doesn't know that the speaker is childless and has been alone? Now this sudden gossip baffled him. Don't believe me? Think about it yourself. Why would a towering figure like Lord Speaker pay special attention to Qin Ming? What makes Qin Ming fearless of the ancient family when he's just a Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritist? So this matter is not that I don't want to do it for you. I also see that Qin Ming is unpleasant, but with the Lord Speaker pressuring me, there is nothing I can do about it. I'm in a difficult situation too," Yang Fan said bitterly, with a look of genuinely looking out for Zhao Yi. When Zhao Yi saw this, a trace of guilt unexpectedly arose within his heart, and his gaze toward Yang Fan eased quite a bit. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yi arched his hand and said in a gentle tone, "Thanks for telling me, Counselor Yang. But, how did you know about this secret?" Zhao Yi didn't believe all of it and asked with a questioning gaze. Yang Fan attached his ear and whispered, "Lord Speaker asked me to take special care of Qin Ming, so naturally I'll inform the reason why. So Counselor Zhao, don't give me a hard time. This matter is not easy to handle." Yang Fan patted Zhao Yi's shoulder and sighed as he shook his head and left. Looking at Yang Fan's back, Zhao Yi's eyes were cloudy and uncertain, not knowing what he was pondering. The moment he left the room, Yang Fan instantly changed his face and resumed his color of lightness and calmness. Will the Zhao family collude with the evil Emperor organization? Muttering to himself, Yang Fan quickly left. He needed to confer with the speaker. After all, the results of the recent thorough investigation of the ancient world family were indeed unexpected. Chapter 90 Theory Test, Telling the Truth. After Yang Fan left, Zhao Yi glanced at Zhao Kuo, who was lying unconscious on the bed, paused for a moment and turned to leave. Back in his office, Zhao Yi summoned his inner circle. "Master of the house, go and inform that person that my Zhao family is willing to cooperate and deal with Qin Ming, and when the time comes, my Zhao family will go all out. But I hope that the evil Emperor organization won't forget its promise. Otherwise, don't blame my Zhao family for the fish death net." At these words, Zhao Yi's beloved's eyes sank slightly, and he didn't say much as he saluted and disappeared into the office. Zhao Yi sat alone in his office with a somber expression. The headquarters has already begun to weaken the rights of the ancient world families, suppressing them at every turn. It seems that this imperial capital cannot stay. Zhao Yi shook his head, although he was unwilling to give up the empire's hundreds of years of foundation. But if the headquarters liquidated everything, the sort of things that his Zhao family had done were enough to knock the Zhao family into the abyss of doom. Bang! The more Zhao Yi thought about it, the more angry he became, violently slamming the table, gritting his teeth and muttering icily to himself. The weak is strong. The ancient family is above ordinary people. What is wrong with having privileges? This is the rule passed down from ancient times. The royal power and wealth. This is controlled in the hands of a very small number of people. The headquarters want to collect the rights in their hands. Ridiculous. Zhao Yi's eyes were ice cold, and he had already made up his mind inwardly. In the evening, the sun sets over the twilight gold cloud mountain. The two of them returned to the headquarters training base. Xin Ming got off the car and walked straight towards the base. As for Spirit Flame, she had bought so many things in big bags that she couldn't carry them all. Xin Ming looked at the patrolling soldiers and commanded, "Go carry her things for her." A few soldiers sniffed and froze before seeing Xin Ming's face. They hurriedly answered and walked outside. When he returned to the suite, Zhao Jie came up to him and said with a bit of a headache as he looked at Xin Ming, "Master Qin, how come you chose to offend one of the ancient families? The Zhao family, whose head Zhaoyi is the same as Wu Mu, the same as the headquarters counselor. There's some trouble." Xin Ming leaned on the sofa, lit a cigarette and said absently, "It's easy to hide from the open spears, but hard to guard against the dark arrows. They're all just guys with their own agendas. Since that's the case, why don't we disturb this puddle of water in the imperial capital and remove some of the scum ahead of time?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie sat to the side, more and more unable to understand what Xin Ming was thinking inside and what his purpose was. At this moment, Spirit Flame greeted the soldiers and carried in the large bags of things she had purchased. Greeting the duo, Spirit Flame went to her room like an ordinary woman, enjoying the aftermath of shopping. Zhao Jie glanced at Spirit Flame with helpless eyes, then continued, "Master Qin, why are you so sure that the headquarters will be on your side?" Xin Ming's eyebrows moved slightly, light flickering in the depths of his eyes as he said softly, "From the beginning, the attitude of the headquarters was obvious, otherwise they wouldn't have tolerated my nonsense over and over again. The way Yang Fan treats me equally represents the attitude of the headquarters, and I'm sure that speaker of the headquarters has long been watching my every move." Zhao Jie was slightly shocked. "You trust the headquarters so much, Master Qin?" The faint smile on Xin Ming's face remained unchanged, still calm and collected. "Of course, after all, that one is the one who can truly bow and die for the sake of China. In the memory of his previous life, the speaker of the headquarters, for the sake of China, against foreign invaders, against the soul demon, are not leaving any stone unturned, a true selfless person, and his guardian spirit is the emperor who started the great Tang dynasty and holds the title of Tian Khan. The strength of its strength, Lu Tianjuan's generation is completely incomparable, extremely terrifying, precisely because the great Tang dynasty was in full bloom and its national fortune was extremely terrifying. The guardian spirit that Tian Qihan had transformed into was the topmost existence amongst the emperor-level guardian spirits, at least in Qin Ming's memories of his previous life. There were very few people in the whole of China who could match it. Seeing Zhao Jie still wanting to say something, Xin Ming knew that he was worried that he would be deceived by others, leading to a situation of no return. "Zhao Jie, don't worry, everything is as I expected. There's no need to worry. I think it won't be long before that headquarters speaker meets with me." Xin Ming's confidence caused Zhao Jie to choke on his words and stop speaking. He naturally trusted Xin Ming, or else he wouldn't have defected to his command. But because of this, as Xin Ming's subordinate, he needs to always remind Xin Ming to avoid one wrong step and one wrong step. After all, in this day and age, they don't have trial and error capital. "Understood, Master Qin, just make up your mind. If there's a need to use Luo-nets, just command. Luo-net continue to monitor all forces in the world can become my ears, and continue to expand Luo-net forces, not only in China. Foreign countries also need to be involved. There's no need to worry about funding, so feel free to ask Gongsun Xiao if you need anything, and I'll fix it." Sensing Qin Ming's trust, Zhao Jie leaked out a pleased smile and bowed. "Thank you for your trust, Master Qin." Time was like water, and soon 20 days passed. The theory course at headquarters came to an end, and a few unlucky people were eliminated halfway through, and as for what happened to them, well, no one knows. In the last class, the SGI handed out the test papers and assessed the remaining principles for the last time. The content of the examination was all about the summoning of the imperial spiritist, the tempering of the body, and the knowledge of managing the city. In this regard, Xin Ming did not put on the heart, some useless process just. Soon, the test ended, and Xin Ming wrote a name and handed in a blank paper. "Shangguan Yi, this, are collected in the bottom of the eyes." To Xin Ming showed a sneer. Xin Ming back to indifferent cold color. "This Shangguan Yi if insist on seeking death, he Xin Ming will not be merciful." The test ended, and the people left the examination room with different faces. At this moment, Li Quan and the three of them walked up and came to Xin Ming's side, revealing slightly fawning and pleasing smiles. "Head Qin, I see that you seem to have handed in a blank paper. Aren't you afraid that if you fail the test, the headquarters will recall your position as head?" Xin Ming glanced at the three of them, and after a few moments of internal contemplation, he had an idea. Showing a faint smile, he didn't reject people and opened his mouth to solve the confusion. Three of you. Do you really think that this headquarters training is really about improving the strength and management skills of the people in charge and taking better charge of the city? When these words came out, the three of them were slightly stunned, revealing a look of incomprehension. Zhang Yan opened his mouth and inquired, Head Qin, what do you mean? Let me inquire of you. What is the rank of the head of the city in this age relative to before the age of guardian spirits? Li Quan sniffed and blurted out, City clerk, city hand. Qin Ming let out a light laugh and shook his head, slowly stepping forward and continuing to walk, saying indifferently, You also understand the importance of this position, so what makes you think that the headquarters would give such a position to an ordinary imperial spiritist to be in charge of? You guys are lucky to have become A-class sentinels, and at the beginning of the chaotic world, the headquarters didn't have enough manpower, so they could only let you temporarily suppress the chaos and manage the city for the headquarters. Now that the turbulent situation in China has stabilized for the time being, how could such an important position continue to be placed in your hands? Even for those in charge who have an ancient family as a backer, most of those who don't act are stripped of their positions, let alone you. So, the list of new city heads has been internalized for a long time, and the training test is just an excuse. Understand? As soon as these words came out, the three of them came to a realization, and there was resignation in their eyes. Chapter 91 The Price of Making the Wrong Choice. The three have done their best to rebuild the city and restore order to it during their tenure as head. Unexpectedly, would be the result. But, you don't have to worry too much. The headquarters will not recycle all the head quota. Perhaps you, among the new list of city heads. Qin Ming's words turned to comfort. In response, the three could only smile helplessly and bitterly, and did not dwell on it too much. According to the announcement from the headquarters, even if they lost the position of city head, they could still enter the headquarters and become a small leader in the system, which was not bad. After all, this was a treatment that was unthinkable before the age of guardian spirits. Head Qin, then aren't you worried about yourself? With what you've done in Daqian City? Li Quan didn't continue. Among this group of people in charge, they felt that Qin Ming should be the first one to be unseated by the headquarters, or even asked for a crime. Who would have thought that Qin Ming had been safe and sound all these times? Qin Ming laughed lightly and said indifferently, The decision of the headquarters is none of my business, so why bother too much? The three felt that Qin Ming was resigned to his fate and was at the mercy of headquarters. And what Qin Ming means is that he doesn't care about the choice of the headquarters. Daqian City is his. Then no one can take it away. Came to the elevator entrance of the residence building. For people residence, not on the same floor. Qin Ming turned around, his eyes flickering with an impenetrable ethereal light, and said indifferently, Three of you, you actually have a choice. The three froze. What choice could they have and what headquarters had decided? Zhang Yan took the initiative to open his mouth and inquired, Head Qin, what do you mean? Just say it straight. It's simple. I can fight for you to get some head position, to keep your city head position. The condition is, that is the future only my head. How? The moment these words came out, the three of them completely froze, looking at Qin Ming with a look of incredulity. Head Qin, you have a backer at the headquarters? But even the head of an ancient family, who assumed the position of counselor at the headquarters, could not escape from his own son being deprived of the qualifications of the head. Could you not still know the Lord Speaker? Li Quan questioned. It doesn't matter. You just have to say yes or no and give me an answer. The smile on Qin Ming's face remained unchanged as he said softly. The three of them looked at each other with complex emotions in their eyes. Confusion, bewilderment, and also shock. Head Qin, your appetite is too big. You want to occupy the four major cities alone. The headquarters won't agree. Zhou Mian shook his head in negation. They are not stupid people. From Qin Ming's confident words and its offended members of parliament but unharmed, probably guessed that Qin Ming really has some relationship with the speaker, is not deceiving them. But they also guessed that Qin Ming had a big appetite and was no longer satisfied with controlling a city. Qin Ming's pair of ghostly eyes shimmered and flowed, staring at the trio for a moment before he let out a light laugh, shook his head, and looked towards the open elevator door. Just kidding, no need to take it seriously. Then he strides away and boards the elevator. Until the elevator left, none of the three had returned to their senses and stood in silence. What do you think? 2. Finally, Li Quan was the first to open his mouth and questioned inwardly. As he asked the question, a choice had already been made within him. In this era, the person in charge of a party's city, that is a party of vassals, the power is so great that it is fearful. But if you lose the position of the person in charge, I am afraid that it is far less than the person in charge of the dashing and comfortable. Zhou Mian pondered for a moment and spoke. However, Zhang Yan's face showed a tangle of colors, and under the duo's burning gazes, he said in a complicated manner, This person, Qin Ming, has a heart too deep and powerful to see through. I see endless desire in his eyes. He simply won't be satisfied with controlling one city, or even 4. If my guess is correct, Even if the headquarters sends other principals to manage the 3 cities of Dayun, Daichuan, and Daqing, sooner or later it will fall into Qin Ming's hands. At these words, the two of them changed their faces dramatically. Li Quan was in a worse state of mind, and after hesitating and tangling, he opened his mouth. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, perhaps we can report this matter to Counselor Yang, in which case we will be credited with a great merit and even keep the position of the person in charge. Once the words came out, Zhou Mian let out a low gulp and hurriedly pulled Li Quan aside, cautiously surveying the surrounding area and said in a low voice, "Are you looking for death? What kind of person is Qin Ming?" "A person who has no fear of the ancient family and most likely has the speaker as his backer. He has a deep heart, and if he dares to speak out directly, he has no fear of us denouncing him. If you leak the information, not to mention that Qin Ming is safe and sound, we will definitely be held in its grudge, and with its vindictive character, we will definitely die. Li Quan, dispel your unrealistic ideas and don't involve us." Hearing Zhou Mian's analysis, Li Quan woke up as if from a dream, his whole body sweating coldly directly, his face pale and fearful, losing the position of head. They could also be rich and secure for a lifetime by relying on their status as a sentinel. But if you mess with Qin Ming, you will surely die. "I see." Li Quan lowered his head, not daring to have any other thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Yan opened his mouth. "About the Qin Ming deal?" All as if we had never heard of it. "The struggles of these great men are not for us to engage in." The 3 of them then carefully made their way up the elevator and back to their rooms. However, what they didn't know was that a sneaky figure not far away similarly disappeared after they left. In the room, Zhao Jia received a call. After hanging up, he came to Qin Ming and told the 3 of them the truth about the conversation. Qin Ming leaned back on the sofa, his face expressionless and contemplative. "Master Qin, since these 3 people are unwilling to be used for us, herein lies the horror of the net of the Luo, wherever it may be, almost everywhere." Hearing Zhao Jia's words, Qin Ming sat up straight and waved his hand to interrupt Zhao Jia. "There's no rush. The headquarters plan this time is targeting the ancient family with those in charge of inaction. These 3 are reserved and will most likely retain their positions as in charge. Since they are unwilling to be used for me, it's quite good to become a member of the puppets." Qin Ming's voice was calmly creepy. Li Quan's trio chose the wrong answer, so they would have to trouble Hua Yuan a bit. Meanwhile, Yang Fan's office. Shang Wanyi pointed at Yang Fan and angrily asked for punishment. "Counselor Yang, what do you mean? This Qin Ming handed in a blank paper and you let him pass the theory test? You're harboring him." Yang Fan revealed a helpless color. He was really unwilling to deal with this kind of bullying woman, especially the woman who had some skills and great backing. The old saying that only small people and women are difficult to raise. At this moment, Yang Fan has a deep understanding. "Shang Wanyi, this is the choice of the headquarters. Not that I'm harboring it. I don't have that much power yet to arbitrarily decide on the position of city head." At these words, Shang Wanyi's delicate face was slightly stunned, and her eyebrows slightly knitted as she said, "You mean that the elimination quota has long been set in advance? Then what's the point of this examination? Going through the motions?" Yang Fan got up, smiled and nodded, and did not hide it anymore. "You're right. It's just going through the motions and removing some of the people in charge who are not doing anything." Chapter 92, Coming Attack. Long night strikes. Shang Wanyi's face was gloomy. She felt like she had been tricked and fooled. It's amazing how one prepares and teaches ahead of time with care, all to go through the motions. Alright then, I can let it go. But Qin Ming must lose his qualification as the person in charge. This is my final bottom line. Shang Wanyi was only targeting Qin Ming at the moment, and was extremely displeased with him. She couldn't stand to see Qin Ming looking like he was not afraid of the sky or the earth. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, dismissing anyone but Qin Ming. "Shang Wanyi, stop fooling around. This is a headquarters decision. It's not something you or I can change at will." Yang Fan still decisively refused. "Which is more important?" he naturally distinguished. "Oh, very well, then I'll have someone who can manage it come to you." With a dainty cry, Shang Wanyi angrily slammed the door and left. And at this moment, Yang Fan's face was no longer gentle and became extremely cold and indifferent. When had he ever received such an accusation from a headquarters counselor? A top saint-level imperial spiritist? Humph. The ancient saying that women are mistaken is indeed true. Shang Wanyi, if you want to poke a hole in yourself, then bear the consequences yourself. Yang Fan snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to this matter. The various forces in the imperial capital were surging in the dark, all using Qin Ming as a trigger to start their own schemes. Twilight is falling, the moon and stars are thinning, and the wind is coming from the south, brushing across Dakian. Today's Dakian city, with Qin Ming's mountain villa as the center, within a 10-mile radius, had regained some of its former prosperity. Under the moonlight, neon signs were bright and tall buildings towered. Dakian City is now divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city, on the other hand, is a reconstructed and prosperous downtown area, where those with a certain status can have a place at great cost, especially the former families, such as the Yi Lingqingyi family, moved their families to the inner city. Of course, the price is great, that is, 90% of the family assets into the hands of Qin Ming. Entering the inner city not only represented status and position, but more than that, one could receive the shelter of the imperial spiritists under Qin Ming's command. The outer city, on the other hand, was extremely humble with some temporary dwellings built on top of the ruins of what had once been. Transportation and basic amenities are extremely inconvenient. Even water, food, is not guaranteed. The outer city today is also known as the ghetto. At the demarcation line between the inner and outer cities, a steel fence was built, connected to high voltage, and the imperial spirits guarded it day and night, spreading out secret sentries. Residents of the outer city are not allowed to enter the inner city without formalities, or they will be killed without pardon. Many people have deep opinions about this and have taken to the internet to crusade against Qin Ming and rage against his inaction. But every time a ripple was made, it was quickly suppressed, and the sender of the text was quickly sought out and disappeared into the world. In the outermost part of Dakian City, there are also countless puppets of the Imperial Spirit Sentinel, always keeping an eye on the outside world, and once there is any movement, Brother Blade will be able to know about it. On this night, 3 figures stepped out from the darkness and arrived outside of Dakian City. The eyes of the man at the head of the group flickered with a cold, ghostly light in the dark night. It's just dealing with a city that doesn't have a person in charge, but it requires the 3 great Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritists like us to go out and be too cautious. Venerable Nian, I'm troubling you. After all, it's for the purpose of destroying Qin Ming's base and letting him know that in this world, a mere venerable can't be allowed to be arrogant. The man on the side arched his hand and said softly, yes, this time, we have to thank the evil Emperor's organization for making a move. And this is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The 2 people on the side of the Nian Zunja were also Zunja-level Imperial Spiritists. However, in front of the lanky man in the center, it looked inferior. It was not just that the man was more powerful, it was more because of his identity. From the Evil Emperor Organization, that most mysterious and powerful Evil Emperor Organization in China. Niangon nodded slightly. Although he was extremely disdainful of this, he naturally did not dare to disobey the organization's orders. This time, the Evil Emperor Organization had issued a mission requesting to assist the Wu family and overthrow Qin Ming's base, the main camp. When Nian Gang saw that the payoff was as high as $100 million, and that he was dealing with a city that had no one in charge to guard it, he was naturally happy to do so. The other 2, all of them are Wu family honored. In the Wu family, in addition to Wu Mu, the status of the highest royal spiritist too, the 2 of them were looking in the direction of Daqian City's inner city at the moment, and their gazes were both icy cold to the extreme. Invoking his Wu family and killing his Wu family's direct descendants is an unforgivable offense. Let's go. According to the news, the strongest Imperial Spiritist remaining in this Dakian City today is only a B-class Imperial Spiritist. Killing a chicken with a bull's knife is a waste, Nian Gang said indifferently, then leapt down, his figure like a ghost, quickly approaching the outer city of Daqian City. The 2 Wu clan Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritists exchanged glances and followed closely behind, disappearing into the darkness of the night. However, the moment the 3 figures stepped into the outer city, the puppet Imperialists hidden in the shadows were startled, and the news reached Brother Blade's ears. In the mountain villa, Brother Blade, who was leisurely playing mahjong, received a call and got up violently. His face changed slightly. On one side, Long de Long Air. Xiao Jiao saw this and looked at Brother Blade in confusion. Blade, what happened? Xiao Jiao opened his mouth and inquired. There are 3 uninvited guests, very strong. It seems the target is the mountain villa. Blade mused for a moment and rang the alarm. Not long after, Gongsun Xiao, Fan Xunxin, Li Changye and the others all appeared in the room. What happened? Gongsun Xiao opened his mouth to inquire. Blade said as his eyes looked out. The attack that Master Qin said was coming. I'm afraid it's targeting the mountain villa, wanting to break Master Qin's back and destroy his base. Li Changye sipped a mouthful of spirits and leaned back on the sofa inquiring carelessly. Can't the puppet Imperial Spiritist stop it? No matter how strong the visitor is, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to face thousands of puppet Imperial Spiritists. Blade shook his head in the negative. It can't be stopped. According to the news coming from the outer city and the surveillance footage along the way, there are 3 of them coming, and they are most likely titled Imperial Spiritists. As he spoke, Blade's eyes looked towards Li Changye. Here Li Changye was the strongest. Without him blocking the incoming attackers, they were afraid that they could only choose to move and abandon this place. Okay, it's time to move. To determine their traveling route must pass through. I'll go to the outer city to stop them. The construction of this inner city took a lot of effort. If it's ruined, Master Qin should be heartbroken. Li Chanya put away the wine pot and after burping, he stretched his waist and said carelessly, I'll go with you, if I can't hold them off. At the critical time, I can order the 7,000 puppet sentinels to swarm up and hold them off. Knives offered. Li Chanya sniffed and let out a light laugh, his face showing a sprightly and debauched look as he shook his head and said, there's no need to. Against a city without a person in charge sitting in the town, at most they will use a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist, and under the saint rank, I have no fear, so why worry? As he spoke, Li Chanya's face grew cold, and wearing a voice transmission earpiece, he slowly walked in the direction of the window. The moment he got close to the window, white blank sword intent emerged out of thin air around him, forming an absolute sword domain. The glass in front of them, like a bubble, instantly turned into nothingness. Let's go. Keep the visitor informed of the location. As the words fell, Li Chanya took a step in the air and his figure disappeared into the dark night, riding the wind. Vaguely, there was also the sound of sword chi cutting through the void. Chapter 93, The Sword Immortal Descends. Forbidden to travel ahead. Please stay. Several people were a bit worried as they watched the scene of Li Chanya leaving in style. After all, they weren't sure of Li Chanya's exact strength and were worried about his safety. Brother Blade, be ready at all times. Once Li Chanya is defeated, immediately take Huayuan and evacuate. The entire mountain villa will be completely destroyed, leaving nothing useful for the enemy. Gongsun Shao instructed a sentence, then opened the surveillance screen, keeping an eye on the three figures' forward route. Don't worry, I'm in control of all the legions of puppet sentinels. Nothing will happen. Blade responded with a sentence, then looked at Xiaoju and barked. Inform Master Qin immediately that there are spirit royalists coming. Xiaoju nodded and immediately turned around to dial Qin Ming's number. Qin Ming, who had just finished his dinner, had his cell phone ring suddenly, and when he saw that it was Xiaoju's call, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Master Qin, the Imperial Spiritists are attacking. Qin Ming was silent for a moment and barked a sentence. The visitor won't be stronger than a Zun-level Imperial Spiritist. Li Chanya should be able to block it. If it's not possible, retreat immediately and abandon Dakian City. Understood. The phone hung up. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame's faces were a bit gloomy. They both heard the meaning of the phone call and guessed the general idea. Master Qin, there's no harm. It should be the Wu clan that has stepped in. Besides Wu Mu, no one can fight against Li Chanya. Don't worry. Qin Ming did not worry too much. As for the Luo net, other than Zhao Jie, the others in the Luo net weren't very good at fighting and didn't have any overly powerful Imperial Spiritists. Meanwhile, in the midst of the crowd's nervous attention, Li Chanya's figure leapt out and arrived on top of a towering ruin in the outer city. In the darkness of the night in front of them, the ground was strewn with starlight, and those were the places where the residents of the slums of the outer city lived. Under the hazy moonlight, three figures, flickering with a faint ghostly light, quickly approached the boundaries of the inner city. Suddenly, the leader, Nian Gang, stopped and waved his hand to signal the other two Zun-ranked Imperial Spiritists to stop. The gazes of the three of them coincidentally looked at the top of a huge ruin in front of them. There, a figure stood with one hand negative, his eyes flashing with starlight as he calmly watched them. Sure enough, this Dakian City isn't simple. They already discovered our traces when we stepped into the boundaries of Dakian City. Nian Gang said lightly, without any fear on his face. He spoke confidently and instructed the two. You will head to Qin Ming Mountain Villa and slaughter all those who are related to it, leaving no one behind. As for this person, let me meet the hidden expert of Daqian City to see if he is qualified to stop me. The two looked at each other and nodded in silent agreement. Good, leave this to the Nian Zuni. As the words fell, the two of them scattered on both sides, their figures as fast as lightning, ready to bypass Li Chanya's figure and kill in the direction of the inner city. Li Chanya's gaze was calm and bland. The breeze blew the broken hair that had not been taken care of for a long time, covering his eyes and ears. When the two of them were about to leave from their left and right sides, Li Chanya's eyes violently erupted with terrifying sword intent that turned into a substantial white haze that erupted from his pupils. Both hands formed sword fingers. Using his hands as swords, he swung and chopped out. In an instant, the dark night was illuminated by white blanketed sword intent, and the sword chi, like a long river, violently erupted, transforming boundaries from the left and right sides, instantly leaving a huge gully in the path of the duo's advance. No traffic ahead. Three of you, please stay. As the words fell, a fierce wind swept around Li Chanya, kicking up enormous dust and making monstrous noises throughout the nighttime twilight. At this moment, Nian Gang, the two venerable masters of the Wu clan, both looked progressively grave as they raised their heads to look at the figure that was transformed by the sword intent high in the air. Only Li Chanya was seen with one hand behind his back, stepping out from the ruins of the tall building with one step, and the gusty wind transformed into a cloud ladder, landing steadily on it. The moment he stepped out again, the vast sword intent behind him converged, making a resounding sound in the void, like the sound of a great river surging. Sword intent like a tidal wave instantly rushed up to the sky, radiant sword light, illuminating the darkness. In a flash, the 10-mile radius was as bright as a white night. All the residents of Dakian City, whether they were spirit sentinels or ordinary mortals, raised their heads and looked up at the sky, shocked. Gongsun Xiao, Blade and the others, all came to the window, shocked and looking at the figure shrouded in white blank swordlight with an unbelievable face. They hadn't seen Li Changye truly strike before, and at this moment, they realized what a human sword immortal was. That vast and majestic sword intent, even at a distance of more than 10 miles apart, he felt the almost touch of the sword intent cutting through. That's the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, Li Tai-bai. Gongsun Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock, finally realizing why Li Changye had such a special status in the mountain villa. All he does all day is dashing, drinking, and mucking about, but he is allowed to buy Qin Ming. At this moment, Mang Mang's sword intent rose up to the sky, steaming the sword, and with a bang, it broke through the clouds of the 9 heavens and hung down upside down. The sword-ons that fell into the sky converged to transform into a sword immortal figure. That figure, with a thick head of black hair, danced wildly in the void, flickering with brilliant ethereal light. A white dress, spreading in the void, hunting. In his right hand, a 3-foot green sword flowed out amidst the intertwining of radiant white light. A 10-foot figure, suspended high in the sky, like a sword fairy in the world, unrestrained and wild. At this moment, the 3 Nyangon people stood in 3 directions. Their eyes were all grave to the extreme, no longer the contempt and disdain that they had when they came. This breath, is the only sword immortal Li Tai-bai? Who has this kind of vast and majestic sword intent? I didn't expect that the host selected by the hallowed Li Tai-bai would be willing to curl up in a small city. Nian Gang spoke coldly, his tone thick with incomprehension. He couldn't figure out why a saint-level imperial spiritist was willing to become Qin Ming's subordinate and guard Dichen City for him. After all, with Li Changye's strength, no matter what power he went to, he was a high-level leader. Strike together, he's only at the preliminary saint level. We, the 3 great venerables, are not unbeatable. Nian Gang took a step forward and roared angrily, not choosing to flee. Subsequently, the soul aura around his body violently erupted, filling the surroundings like a fog. Behind him, a figure of a general in Qing dynasty armor descended into the world in a brilliant interweaving of ethereal light, setting off monstrous dust. Although the 2 venerable masters of the Wu family had palpitations, they understood what Nian Gang meant. Their mission today was to deal with the great Qian city, so they could not return without success. What's more, this was the best opportunity. Otherwise, once Qin Ming returned and joined forces with Li Changye, even if a saint-level imperial spiritist descended, he couldn't do anything about Dakian City. The 2 looked at each other across the air and summoned their own guardian spirits one after the other. 2 preliminary exalted guardian spirits, accompanied by thunder, rolled out and landed on the earth, causing it to shake. The duo's guardian spirits, which could be up to 9 feet, were preliminary Zuni guardian spirits. The guardian spirit of the Nian Gang, on the other hand, was extremely powerful, close to 10 Zhang, and was at the top of the exalted level. The 3 exalted guardian spirits all summoned their own blades that emanated a strong soul spirit aura. Their gazes were grave as they looked towards the sword immortal figure high in the sky with rolling killing intent. Chapter 94 Famous in One Battle. Li Changye's eyes were currently flickering with blank sword intent as he faintly looked toward the 3 guardian spirits below. Today, let the world see the supreme elegance of you, the sword immortal. Li Tai-bai sniffed and nodded slightly. Its huge figure moved slightly, riding the wind and landing on the ground in an instant. Li Changye's silhouette, on the other hand, landed on top of a tall building, his gaze fixed on the 3 great spirit royalists, wary of their outbursts against his own main body. Li Tai-bai looked around, and the sword intent around him grew more and more intense and terrifying. In the next moment, the sword intent erupted like an ocean, rushing up to the sky and transforming into infinite attacks that scattered in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of sword chi clashing with cold weapons was unending, echoing between heaven and earth. Not in time, the sword chi cut through the ruins, leaving behind a long-lasting white haze of sword intent. The 3 great Zune-level guardian spirits were glancing at each other, once again joining hands to kill. One in black, emitting a brilliant light. Between every move, the void distorted and caused huge ripples. Seeing this, Li Tai-bai, above his sprightly and wild face, carried a wild and arrogant color, not caring in the slightest. When they approached to a distance of several meters, Li Tai-bai held his sword in both hands and thrust it into the ground through the air. In an instant, the earth exploded and light shot out in all directions, spreading out over 1,000 meters. A brilliant sword aura violently erupted and intertwined with each other, forming a huge green lotus sword domain that slowly unfolded on the ground. In the green lotus sword domain, endless sword intent rose up to the sky. The sharpness was so great that even in the void, channels of black cracks appeared. The three great Zune-ranked guardian spirits' faces changed drastically, and their bodies extremely erupted with soul spirit power around them to fight against the Green Lotus sword domain. Li Taibai looked at it lightly, his face indifferent. Momentum rises, sword destroys, ice-cold voice, echoed between heaven and earth. At that moment, the wild winds flicked its long hair and white clothes, dancing wildly in the void. The Green Lotus moved slightly, its power absolutely augmented, and the great river sword intent above its head came out from the 9 heavenly clouds and swooped down, suppressing towards the 3 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits. In that split second, the 3 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits' bodies sank, half kneeling on the ground, bitterly using their blades to pestle the ground without any resistance. Seeing this, the 3 Nian Gang's faces changed dramatically. Unsightly, they finally understood that the gap between the saint level and the exalted level was too great, and it was simply impossible to win with numbers. What's more, Li Taibai was still known for his unparalleled offense, which was even more terrifying. Take a shot at its main body. As long as we guardian spirits hold Li Taibai back, he is by no means a match for you and me. As he spoke, Nian Gang exuded horrifying killing intent around his body, and his silhouette, with the help of the ruins, quickly killed towards Li Chanye's main body. Seeing this, the Wu family duo did not say much, and silently killed from both sides toward the ruins of the tall building. Li Chanye's gaze calmly looked at the 3 figures that were jumping in the blackness and rapidly approaching. His mouth whispered a sentence, and his arms intertwined with sword intent, transforming into 2 brilliant long swords. His guardian spirit was a special soul spirit, and itself was fed with Li Taibai's strength and became stronger and stronger. This was the special feature of special souls, where their own guardian spirits became stronger, making their own bodies stronger with them. When the 3 of them stepped onto the tall building in a flash, Li Chanye held both swords and first killed the weaker Wu clan's double Zune. Their battles were not as terrifying as the guardian spirits, but they were like immortal cultivators, arriving at the transcendent realm, and every time they clashed, light erupted and blossomed in the darkness of the night. While the 3 were in a stalemate, Nian Gang's main body killed, holding a large sword and slashing down. Caught off guard, Li Chanye could only use his longsword to fight back. Bang! The terrifying force directly lifted Li Chanye's main body several meters, skidding to the edge of the building's roof and managing to stop his body. Behind it was a height of tens of meters. Li Chanye got up again and expressionlessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of contempt and disdain. Go on. At this moment, the weakness of the imperial spiritist was revealed, even if Li Chanye was already strong enough. However, facing an extremely powerful existence like Nian Gang, who had used special means to enhance the strength of his body, he was still somewhat exhausted. Sensing that the host was under threat, Li Taibai's eyes erupted into a terrifying beam of light, pulling out the Green Lotus sword from the earth and slashing across the sky. The terrifying power directly lifted the 3 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits 1,000 meters and smashed them into the distance. Subsequently, its figure made a jump and instantly arrived behind Li Chanye, indifferently looking at the 3 people who were once again killing. The terrifying breath pressure was like gravity of 10,000 pounds, and with a rumbling sound, the 3 of them were physically suppressed, lying on the ground and unable to move. Damn it, his guardian spirit is too strong to block, Nian Gang hissed with a disgruntled heart. With that, the 3 guardian spirits once again arrived and formed a confrontation with Li Taibai. However, at this moment, the 3 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits' eyes were all flickering with a strong sense of scorn. Kill them with all your might, don't worry about me, I can hold my own. Li Chanye's figure straightened up and said indifferently. Li Taibai glanced at Li Chanye and nodded slightly. Holding a green lotus in his right hand, he stepped out into the air, and with every step he took, his breath flourished. In the blink of an eye when he stepped out 10 steps, behind him, a heavenly river vision evolved. A heavenly river evolved with endless sword intent, illuminating the heavens and earth. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. A Taoist voice that sounded like it came from 1,000 years ago echoed between heaven and earth, accompanied by the moment Li Taibai slowly lifted the green lotus. The vast river of swords behind him, intertwined, evolving a 1,000-meter sword dragon, inducing the heavenly thunder to roll, weaving in and out of the clouds. At this moment, the 3 guardian spirits' faces changed drastically, and without the slightest hesitation, they quickly fled with their hosts. The overwhelming strike that triggered the heaven and earth visions. They didn't have any certainty of resisting it and could only choose to retreat. However, Li Taibai would not give them a chance to escape. His figure moved slightly, his arms raised his sword, invoking the cloudy sky sword dragon, and with a stern cry, he chopped out through the air. At that moment, all eyes looked in awe at the sword dragon hissing legends high in the sky, killing the 3 behemoths in the distance. Rumble, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Li Taibai's overwhelming strike. the sword dragon passed through the clouds and cut through the dark night, carrying endless, majestic great river sword intent that kept tearing the huge bodies of the three great exalted guardian spirits. Seeing this, Li Taibai did not stop. He once again took a step, his figure riding the wind, stepping to a height of 1,000 feet, the green lotus facing the sky, invoking the power of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, killing once again. Miserable hissing, the sound of heavenly thunder, echoing between heaven and earth, the entire Diqian city. Everyone could hear that monstrous sound. After a long time, the sound faded. In the darkness of the night, only a huge figure remained, emitting endless sword light, suspended between heaven and earth. At this moment, the whole internet is boiling, and the world is shocked. Xinglian sword immortal, Li Taibai, became famous in one battle and quickly caught fire all over the internet. On this night, the whole world knew that Li Taibai, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, fought the three great guardian spirits, killed all the enemies, and protected Dakian. Those who were eyeing Dakian City chose to remain silent at this moment. They hadn't expected that Qin Ming had actually kept this hand, hiding such a terrifying undercard that he had never used. Chapter 95, The Clouds of Change from All Sides. This guy is really strong. Blade sighed softly, his eyes still filled with unbelief. He hadn't expected that Li Chanye, who usually didn't have much of a presence, was actually a saint-level royal spiritist. Gongsun Xiao and the others were equally shocked, and their inner attitudes towards Li Chanye, which they had once ignored, now turned into awe. After all, a saint-level imperial spiritist was a top-notch existence in today's world. Even if it was placed in the imperial capital, it was a counselor-level existence, so it could not be underestimated. When the Wu family's Wu Mu saw this video footage, he became furious, his gloomy face almost about to drip water. She slammed the table, and the several meters long conference table was reduced to smithereens. The others saw this and were silenced, not daring to speak out. With this blunder, his Wu family had not only lost face, but also lost two Zun-ranked imperial spiritists, which were the backbone of his Wu family. Now, in the imperial capital, the Wu family had become the bottom ancient family overnight. Even the Zhao family couldn't compare. Qin Ming, very good, very good. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and have saint-level imperial spiritists under your command. Wu Mu got up as if he was a furious tiger, and the kingly pressure filled the room, causing the crowd to become more and more uneasy and fearful. At this moment, a senior member of the martial family carefully proposed, "Family Master, rumor has it that Qin Ming is the illegitimate son of the Lord Speaker of the House. Coupled with his strength and the saint-level royal spiritist under his command, I'm afraid that we can't be enemies anymore. So why don't we just stop here, or else my Wu family will." Before its words fell, Wu Mu violently turned around, his eyes thunder and lightning breathing. The sound of muffled thunder resounded out of the air. In an instant, the person who spoke suffered a heavy blow. His body flew backward several meters, and he directly fell unconscious. The crowd became more and more terrified at the sight. Wu Mu's character is too domineering and does not allow others to question any of his decisions. I don't care what rumors you've heard in the outside world, but in the Wu family, as long as I, Wu Mu, am still alive, there's no room for you to refute that Qin Ming and my Wu family have long since been on the same level, and will not rest until they die. Whoever dares to continue to speak out to persuade will end up like him. As Wu Mu's words fell, the others lowered their heads and no longer dared to question. Wu Mu's gaze fell on the fallen unconscious man and he coldly commanded, "Nullify his tendons and veins, and send him to the dungeon, where he won't have to come out for the rest of his life." Within minutes, two guards appeared and dragged the man away like a dead dog. The martial family had their hands behind their backs and turned their backs to the crowd, their eyes pregnant with anger. "Qin Ming, I can't touch you in the imperial capital, but you have to go back to Diqian City. The day you return is the day you die." Meanwhile, headquarters, office of the speaker, he sat in the first place, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan, not saying a word. Feeling the speaker's gaze filled with majesty, Yang Fan only felt his scalp tingle and said with a fawning smile, "Mr. Speaker, just say what you have to say. No need to be so bent out of shape." At those words, the speaker withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "You made up the story about Qin Ming being my illegitimate son?" Yang Fan was inwardly shocked. How could it be spread so quickly? Inwardly cursing Zhao Yi, his mouth did not have a door, so it was hastily explained. "Lord Speaker, you also know that this Qin Ming is a hot potato, troublemaker, in the imperial capital for its covetousness, countless people. I'm also in order to get rid of it once and for all, lest those guys are not long-sighted, and once again provoke that guy off." The speaker looked at Yang Fan lightly and did not count too much, but only with an inexplicable smile, reminded, "I can understand if you use my name to get rid of some unnecessary trouble for Qin Ming. Of course, I don't mind, you can just clarify it afterward. But, Qin Ming is the spokesman of that one." "Ah, you speak like this, but you indirectly blaspheme that one. Be careful yourself. When these words came out, Yang Fan's face changed slightly and he laughed bitterly. He's just being nice. Subsequently, Yang Fan no longer dwelled on this. His face seriously talked about the attack on Dakian City. Lord Speaker, you've seen the matter of the Imperial Spiritist battle that took place in Dakian City last night, haven't you? The speaker said with a slight nod and a moment of contemplation. Look, two of them are Wu family Zune-level Imperial Spiritist. The other one, identity is unknown, should come from the Evil Emperor organization. Yang Fan let out a light sigh, his face slightly complicated. Since the speaker could tell where that mysterious Imperial Spiritist came from, it confirmed the collusion between the Wu family and the Evil Emperor organization. How to dispose of the Wu family? Or rather, what to do with Wu Mu? Wu Mu is one of the headquarters counselors, and with Yang Fan's authority, he is naturally not qualified to dispose of it. What's more, Wu Mu was powerful and possessed a top saint-level guardian spirit, which was difficult to suppress without the emperor being out. The speaker waved his hand and said calmly, "There's no rush. Let the Wu family jump out on their own. Not only the Wu family, but the other ancient world families. Before too long, we'll probably jump out one after another as well." Looking at the speaker's confident look, Yang Fan guessed, "What do you mean, Mr. Speaker, Qin Ming?" The speaker laughed softly, not nodding or shaking his head, responding lightly, "This time, quite a few big fish will fall into the net, and it's time to meet this legendary head of Dakian City." At these words, Yang Fan showed his astonishment, and after a moment's pause, he continued, "Lord Speaker, do you need me to make arrangements? There's no rush. When the training is over, I'll see Qin Ming again." "As you wish." Yang Fan nodded, and when he was just about to leave, he suddenly remembered the video about Qin Ming's fight with Lu Tianjun and inquired in doubt, "Mr. Speaker, I remember that Qin Ming brought Li Changye and Zhao Jie with him when he traveled to Dapei City. If that's true, why did the fight with the Lu family erupt without those two appearing?" The video deliberately hid the identity information of Li Changye and Zhao Jie, the speaker said with an inexplicable smile on his face and a light chuckle. "So, this is the brilliance of the person who deliberately leaked the video. He only needs the headquarters to pay attention to Qin Ming and know how terrifying he is, thus not choosing to deal with him, but it hides Qin Ming's undercard, so that the headquarters does not accurately measure the true strength of the forces under Qin Ming's control. And the fact that that video has not appeared on top of the internet means that the person behind that is not willing to expose Qin Ming's strength. That guy finally chose Qin Ming's camp. 1,000 years of scheming saint. With his help, Qin Ming's rise, it is only a matter of time. So no matter which way to weigh, the headquarters must be on the same side as Qin Ming." The moment these words came out, Yang Fan's pupils contracted dramatically. Such an evaluation indeed caused Yang Fan's heart to set off monstrous ripples, and he also vaguely guessed the identity of that 1,000 years of scheming sage, and the scruples within his heart went deep into his bones. At this moment, the forces of all parties were surging in the dark, especially the Evil Emperor organization, which was in an unknown land. When they learned that the organization had lost its hand, several mastermind members of the Evil Emperor organization were furious. Surprisingly, it failed. Good Qin Ming, hiding quite deeply. It's not surprising to have a saint-level royal spiritist under his command. Failure is expected. Qin Ming himself, I'm afraid that he's not a Zune-level royal spiritist as known to the outside world. It's very likely that he's awakened other guardian spirits. Otherwise it's impossible for him to take a saint-level royal spiritist under his command. Contact those clans. Qin Ming must be wiped out as soon as possible to stop him from returning to Dakian City. It's time to use a saint-level imperial spiritist. If it fails again, I'm afraid it will require us to personally make a move. If that's the case, the headquarters and us, it's considered to be a complete tearing down of the skin and a showdown. My Evil Emperor organization was not dealing with the headquarters. Tearing the face apart is only a matter of time, but the time has not yet come. Some emperor-level imperial spiritists, still hidden in the darkness, eyeing the tiger. My Evil Emperor organization cannot be the first to become a target. Chapter 96, The Unsuspecting Instructor. Headquarters Training Base. Qin Ming finished his breakfast and went to the small training yard. After the theoretical assessment, the next step is the practical training and the subsequent assessment. Above the wide square, 15 figures had already converged at this moment. The original 30 principals. After going through the theoretical test and the weekday elimination system, only half of them remained. Li Quan's trio really had not been eliminated as Qin Ming had guessed. The three of them looked at Qin Ming's arriving figure and unconsciously picked their gazes away, not daring to meet their eyes, even vaguely moving away from Qin Ming. When the other principals saw Qin Ming arrive, the originally noisy square was instantly quiet. They each formed small groups, but no one dared to approach Qin Ming, not only because of its power, but also because of his successive offenses against the Wu family. the Zhao family, as well as last night's attack on Deqian City and the appearance of a saint-level royal spiritist. Either way, it's not something they can get involved in, and to avoid being implicated, they choose to stay away. Qin Ming noticed the difference and didn't care. Some of the people who follow the trend and are timid are just people who are destined to be eliminated by this era, so why should he care? Afterward, Qin Ming made his way to the gazebo and sat down. Not long after, a figure once again walked outside the courtyard. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a flat head and a national face look. When he walked, his aura was like a dragon or a tiger, and the majesty that came out of his face caused the crowd that was once again clamoring to quiet down once again. He came to the very front, his gaze coldly scanning the crowd, and when he saw Qin Ming's figure, he unconsciously paused for a moment longer. Then he withdrew his gaze and spoke icily. Heads, I am your practical training instructor for this practical training. Zuolian, a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist. When these words came out, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and were somewhat emboldened. An exalted imperial spiritist was a powerful and incomparable existence no matter where it was placed, and Zuolian's reputation was even more thunderous in the world of soul sensors. One of the 4 vice-captains in charge of the order and safety of the imperial capital. Its character, moreover, was known for being ruthless and tyrannical, and because of this, its prestige was even more terrifying than the other 3 vice-captains. Zuolian swept his indifferent eyes over the crowd, satisfied with their attitude. When it landed on Qin Ming, his pupils shrunk slightly, flashing a color of dissatisfaction. However, due to Qin Ming's strength and prestige, Zuolian did not say anything more. Everyone, this practical training is divided into 3 main stages. Stage 1, summon guardian spirit. Can summon a guardian spirit anytime, anywhere, instantly without being affected by any outside force. The second stage, actual combat. I think that although all of you have been lucky enough to become a royal spiritist, you have rarely experienced real royal spiritist killing. Practice makes perfect. The only way to enhance a royal spiritist's combat power is to actually fight. The third stage, quenching the body to the degree of harnessing the mech. As the words fell, the square fell silent. Zuolian looked at the crowd with light eyes and spoke again. Alright, now summon the guardian spirit based on what you have learned in your theory courses. Just a reminder, if you don't train seriously, your usual points will be gone, and it will be hard to pass the final test. As the words fell, under Zuolian's guidance, a behemoth emerged out of thin air and descended on this place with a rumble. As far as the eye could see, a huge guardian was of different sizes, emitting a thick soul spirit aura that was extremely terrifying. Between the resonance of the breath, the space directly appeared to be distorted. And here, there was an anomaly. Sitting in the gazebo, not paying attention to Zuolian's teachings, to Qin Ming, these teachings were nothing more than child's playground contraptions. Even Zuolian, who was claimed to be an extremely powerful existence in the Zun level, was only a match for him. Zuolian's brows furrowed slightly as he turned to look at Qin Ming, who had a bland face. Then, taking a step closer, he came to Qin Ming's body and said in a cold voice, Qin Ming, now that I'm the instructor, you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Don't think that just because you're a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist, you can ignore your instructor and be arrogant. At those words, Qin Ming got up and confronted Zuolian face to face. Smiling softly, he said faintly, the weak are not worthy of teaching the strong. Left instructor, you teach your, I do my. We do not bother each other. Quite good. At these words, the crowd practicing summoning guardian spirits stopped their movements and looked at the tit-for-tat duo. Zuolian's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a ray of cold and vicious color. Around him, the ghostly cold soul aura materialized, wreaking havoc in the void. It's better to be known than to meet. Head Qin's arrogance and dominance really lives up to its name. In that case, then let me, Zuolian, try to see what arrogant qualifications you, Qin Ming, have. As he spoke, Zuolian's right hand moved slightly, his breath became more and more terrifying, and his Zunshur level soul breath filled the surroundings, emitting a clanging sound. Seeing this, the crowd put away their guardian spirits and pulled away to avoid being affected. Seeing this, Qin Ming sneered and shrugged indifferently, was about to leave. Fighting an ant like this? Are you kidding? It's just a waste of energy. Qin Ming's neglectful attitude made Zuolian more and more furious, and the moment Qin Ming brushed past him, Zuolian opened his mouth in a low voice and said coldly, Qin Ming, whether you do it or not, your position as the person in charge will definitely not be kept. Even if you really have a relationship with the Lord Speaker, it will be useless. When Qin Ming heard this, he slowly stopped his steps, his calm gaze vaguely surging with blood color as he inquired icily, what do you mean? Don't you understand? With your strength, it's actually perfectly fine to just attend the theory course. The practical training course should have been omitted outright, just going through the motions. But you have offended the person who should not be offended. I am sorry to tell you that the person you have offended backing Is the existence of the Speaker of the House without fear? So take care of it. As he spoke, Zhuo Lian's palm landed on Qin Ming's shoulder, and his tone flirted and teased. Hearing Zhuo Lian's words, Qin Ming instantly knew who the person in his mouth was. Shang Guanyi, a woman who holds the favor of a woman. Simply because Qin Ming acted in a new and different way and did not conform to his heart, he deliberately made things difficult for him. Although Qin Ming was surprised why he passed his theory course with flying colors, he thought that it must have nothing to do with Yang Fan. And now, Shang Guanyi has made things difficult for himself, again and again. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to being stripped of my position as head of the city. Qin Ming turned his head violently, his black and white pupils chemical scarlet blood color, and looked at Zhuo Lian and coldly said, "But bring your doggy paws and don't dirty my shoulders." He, Qin Ming, became strong in order to make the world go along with his wishes, and whoever made his heart unhappy deserved to die and should be killed. Zhuo Lian's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes were too creepy, causing him to lose his concentration and face for a moment. Qin Ming once again gave a faint look and turned to leave. Zhuo Lian, who came back to his senses, felt the other people's different gazes. The anger in his heart instantly could not be suppressed. His body violently erupted soul breath. His figure was like the wind, and he attacked Qin Ming, looking for death. Qin Ming coldly spat out 2 words as the blood flames in his eyes steamed out. Wisps of creepy flames, following its arm, like a fire snake, converged on top of its fist. The moment Zhuo Lian got close, Qin Ming turned around violently and blasted out with a fist. The power that wrapped around the 9 underworld seas instantly caused the void to ripple tremendously like water. Terrifying power, directly crashing above Zhuo Lian's chest. In the midst of its unbelievable and terrified gaze, terrifying power erupted. Its body directly flew backwards for 1,000 meters, smashing over a foreign building. Rumble. As the aftermath of the power swept away, the foreign building directly collapsed and was reduced to rubble. Even the pavilion where Qin Ming was not long ago, the ground bricks and so on were all destroyed, pulling out a long gully. Out of your depth, Qin Ming said coldly as the blood flames around his body faded and returned to normal. Chapter 97, House Arrest? The Speaker's coming. At this moment, all the people present were all chilled with fear, and they all looked incredulously at Qin Ming's figure as if nothing had happened, slowly walking away. The moment Qin Ming walked past them, the crowd didn't dare to breathe in fear. It wasn't until Qin Ming left that the crowd reacted and darted in the direction of Zhuo Lian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is ing power emanating from the flesh? This is cultivating immortality, isn't it? It's too terrifying. Qin Ming's body has long since stepped into the transcendent realm. Instructors won't be karma. It should not be. At least it is a Zune-level imperial spiritist. It should be able to survive a punch from Qin Ming. The crowd looked at each other with bitter smiles. It was too unbelievable for a hallowed exalted one to be blasted alive or dead with a single punch. Not long after, the crowd pulled the unconscious Zhuo Lian out of the rubble. At this moment, Zhuo Lian's appearance was miserable to the extreme. His limbs were twisted and crushed, his face was covered in blood, and he couldn't see his original appearance at all. A deep fist mark on his chest emanated scarlet fire. The crowd reached out to touch it and were instantly burned. When Li Quan's few people saw this, their faces became more and more pale and unsightly. Just how terrifying is Qin Ming's power? Just the imprint left by his fist makes it impossible for me to touch it. Zhang Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head, and he didn't dare to carry Zhuo Lian's broken body out of the ruins for fear of accidentally killing him. If it was us, we wouldn't be able to block a single punch. No wonder the headquarters created mechs. Without mech defense, we wouldn't even have a chance to summon a guardian spirit. When the people heard this, they all made up their minds that they must pass the examination and make enough contributions to exchange for a set of mechs for self-defense. However, what they didn't know was that ordinary mechs were no different from trash in front of Qin Ming, and the reason why Zhuo Lian survived is because Qin Ming did not use his full strength, which is considered to give face to the headquarters and face to Yang Fan, and there is room for détente. At this moment, soldiers maintaining order and wearing military uniforms came and looked at this scene with ugly faces. Not long after, the ambulance arrived, and with the power of the soul, the remnants of Zhuo Lian's body was carefully lifted into the ambulance and taken away. Yang Fan was similarly startled and quickly rushed here, and after learning the causes and consequences from the crowd, Yang Fan had a growing headache. Qin Ming, little ancestor, can't you make it through practical training in peace? Right at this moment, Shang Guanyi's figure appeared, her delicate face looking coldly at Yang Fan. Counselor Yang, Qin Ming dared to make a move against the instructor at the training base. You won't still harbor him and let him continue to be the head of this city, right? At the same time Shang Guanyi appeared. The Zhao family's vast silhouette appeared. The crowd exclaimed in shock, and the person who led the way was none other than Counselor Zhao Yi Zhao. Counselor Yang, as a counselor, I, Zhao Yi, cannot allow you to continue harboring Qin Ming. Immediately remove his qualifications as the person in charge, and put him in a large prison to wait for trial by the Imperial Spiritist Court. As soon as his words fell, the Wu family came from outside the courtyard as if they had conferred with him in advance. Wu Mu looked at Yang Fan with an icy gaze and said in a cold voice, striking out at instructors, lawlessness, and disregarding the rules of the headquarters. No matter which of these offenses, it's impossible for this Qin Ming to continue to be the head of Daqian City. Facing the accountability of the two counselors, coupled with the leering look of Shang Wanyi, Yang Fan had a headache and was in a dilemma. Its inner rage cursed. Do you guys really think that I'm willing to harbor this lawless guy? Qin Ming is in control of Daqian City not because of an appointment from headquarters, but because he is powerful enough. Of course, it was impossible for Yang Fan to tell these words frankly. He looked at the pressing gazes of the people in charge, soldiers, lineages, Shang Wanyi and other existences around him, and finally said helplessly, I'll make my own decision on this matter, and I'll confer with the Speaker of the House on how to deal with the matter of Qin Ming. After a moment's pause and looking at the unchanged gaze of the crowd, he could only say stiffly, command down. The floor where Qin Ming is located, fully sealed. Before this matter has been properly resolved, he may not leave the floor by half a step. At those words, the crowd's gazes eased. Wu Mu and Zhaoyi both know that being able to briefly house arrest Qin Ming is already a huge step back made by Yang Fan, and it is not good for them to press forward. However, Shang Wanyi completely disregarded regardless and spoke in a cold voice. Senator Young, what kind of punishment is this? Just house arrest? If you act like this, how can you convince the public? When these words came out, Yang Fan's face was gloomy and unsightly, and in his icy gaze, a wisp of appalling soul breath flowed as he said in a cold voice, Shang Wanyi, don't forget, you're just an honorary teacher employed by the headquarters. You're not qualified to intervene in headquarters matters. If you don't agree with my decision, feel free to ask the patriarch behind you to come out to find me. Humph! With a cold snort, Yang Fan turned around and left with his subordinates, completely ignoring Shang Wanyi whose face was suffocatingly red. This Yang Fan is too much, harboring Qin Ming without a bottom line just because he has the backing of the speaker. Yes, if everyone is like that, how can the headquarters establish its authority? Wu Mu and Zhaoyi sang in unison, meaning something. He then took his own imperial spiritist and turned to leave. Shang Wanyi's jade hand was clenched tightly, feeling the inexplicable gazes of the others, only feeling full of mockery. She snapped her head up and chortled, what are you looking at? Get lost. Then, angrily, he left. The others looked at each other in dismay, not daring to say anything more, and then scattered in all directions. The floor that Qin Ming was on happened to be the topmost floor. At this moment, dozens of sentinel soldiers guarded the entrances and exits tightly, and expelled the original person in charge of the floor for a new residence. In the suite, Spirit Flame had long since realized the difference and hurriedly came to Qin Ming's body, saying anxiously, Master Qin, the entire floor is blocked off. What should we do? Qin Ming savored the fine wine, his eyes light like ripples, and said in a calm tone, there is no harm. The headquarters is just for show. Before long, I think Yang Fan will come. Before its words fell, the entire room was suddenly terrifyingly quiet, and immediately afterward, a terrifying emperor's pressure filled the suite. Spirit Flame and Zhao Jie's faces changed drastically, and they violently got up, their soul auras poised around them, ready to summon the guardian spirit and strike with all their might. Both of them were pale, their bodies inexplicably trembling from fear. That kind of fear, an indescribable, innate suppression, were it not for the fact that they were absolutely loyal and dead to Qin Ming. At the moment all wanted to kneel down and surrender, losing the courage to resist. Qin Ming's eyebrows moved slightly, and the light blood color of his eyes flowed. He drained his glass of red wine and slowly set it down before rising and looking behind him. A golden fog filled the room, obscuring the windows and even enveloping the entire room. Immediately afterward, a light footstep came from the golden fog, echoing in the dead silence of the room. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth rose, and he knew that the guy he was waiting for had come. You don't seem surprised? A flat, muffled, yet majestic voice, as if perennially elevated, came from above. Qin Ming looked toward the rolling and surging golden fog in front of him and said with a light smile, Lord Speaker is here. Zhao Jie, Spirit Flame, why don't you quickly see Lord Speaker? As his words fell, the speaker's figure stepped out in the golden fog. Its face wore a calm smile, giving it an unassailable, yet kindly feeling. Chapter 98, Talks. He's the one I trust. When Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame saw this, they inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief, cold sweat remaining on their foreheads. Just the breath alone caused them to feel fear and despair. The two could hardly imagine how terrifying the speaker's true strength was. As a fellow emperor-level imperial spiritist, Lu Tianjun was completely incapable of comparing himself to him. Greetings, Lord Speaker. For the powerful, the two naturally did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly put away their surrounding soul aura and respectfully bowed. The Lord Speaker waved his hand casually, and the two rose with uncontrolled body tremors. His gaze always fell on top of Qin Ming's straight body, the golden eyes and that pair of bloody eyes, facing each other across the sky. Have a seat. Although Qin Ming had guessed that the speaker would meet him, he had not expected it to be so soon and on such an occasion, which was unexpected. The speaker's figure moved slightly, as if it was an instantaneous movement, and instantly appeared on the sofa. Qin Ming's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this. A few more points of importance were added to its heart regarding the power of the speaker of the headquarters. Qin Ming could sense that the speaker was not at all extremely fast, leading to the illusion of instantaneous movement. Instead, it truly ignores space and can do short space jumps. The horror of its strength. At least Qin Ming has seen the royal spiritist, the only one grade of existence. Even Lu Tianjun is not qualified to be compared with it. After the speaker sat down, a pair of eyes that had golden silk mist flashing through them from time to time surveyed Qin Ming with interest. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame, on the other hand, stood by anxiously, not daring to utter a single breath. The speaker of the headquarters is one of the top existences in China, both in terms of power and strength, coupled with its aura that was unconsciously infiltrated by the emperor's soul. It was even more like the presence of an ancient emperor himself, so how could they not be afraid? Lord Speaker's great visit should not just be for the matter of me striking out at Zuolian, right? A mere trifle is not worth making such a big deal out of and descending in person. Qin Ming was different from the two of them. He acted very bland and calm, no different from the past. With his guardian spirit, he was destined to be no lesser, even the most honorable figure in the world. The speaker let out a light laugh, glanced at Zhao Jie, and said indifferently, "The creator of Rohan? It's a pleasure to meet you." When these words came out, Zhao Jie was flattered and hurriedly fawned and said he didn't dare. "Then please make some wine and food. Qin Ming and I will have a good drink." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly left the room, ordering the soldiers to bring in good wine and delicacies. The speaker's behavior, which surprised Qin Ming a bit, was completely out of line. "You guessed right. The district Zuolian is not worth my attention. But since Zuolian has appeared, do you know who he represents?" The speaker looked at Qin Ming and said calmly. Qin Ming did not know which camp Zuolian belonged to, but based on the information he had leaked, Qin Ming was able to make a rough guess. The genin behind Shangguanyi? Right answer. Exactly. The corruption of the headquarters, the district ancient family cannot do. There are patriarchs, betrayed the headquarters, betrayed the faith, betrayed the Chinese. Do you understand? The speaker's careless words struck the room like a bolt from the blue. Spirit Flame reached out to cover her red lips, her delicate face dramatically changing. Such secrets were simply not accessible at her level. At this moment, her heart palpitated, truly afraid that this speaker who always wore a kind smile would suddenly slap her to death. Qin Ming was equally shocked. He knew that there were problems with the ancient world family, but he hadn't thought that the corruption at the headquarters was so horrifying that there were emperor-level patriarchs who had problems. "Why are you telling me this?" Qin Ming opened his mouth, his face gradually becoming grave and serious. Qin Ming, Qin Ming, you are really pretending to be confused. The attitude of the headquarters towards you. Indulgence, don't you understand? The headquarters needs people with firm faith in Huaxia to guard my Huaxia's 9 states and the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Not some imperial-level imperial spiritists with uncertain faith. The stronger they are, the greater the drawbacks for Huaxia. The speaker put away his smile. A cold color flashed in his eyes. He could condone infighting, but betraying Huaxia was an unpardonable crime. Qin Ming narrowed his ghostly eyes, the corners of his mouth rising as he leaned back on the sofa and said, "Why me? It's him, not you. Understand?" The speaker's gaze was fixed on Qin Ming and he said with a different meaning. Spirit Flame was clouded by the duo's conversation. Qin Ming, on the other hand, instantly understood what the speaker meant. The speaker believed in Qin Ming's guardian spirit, not him, Qin Ming. This also indirectly proved that the speaker already knew who Qin Ming's true guardian spirit was. Qin Ming was silent, and not long after, Zhao Jie pushed a food cart into the room, and after respectfully setting it up, he came to the two of them and bowed. "You two, let's eat and talk." "Good." The speaker smiled and rose to the table. Qin Ming rose without expression and followed close behind, just in time to sit opposite the speaker across the room. Spirit Flame and Zhao Jie, on the other hand, had one side to serve the two. After the two of them raised their glasses and shared a drink, Qin Ming opened the door and said, "Say, what do you need from me?" From the beginning to the end, Qin Ming also did not have the idea of antagonizing the headquarters, which represents China, and the speaker of the headquarters, who is loyal to China. The first emperor died and was transformed into a dragon spirit to guard the 9 states of China. He, Qin Ming, is even less likely to commit treason, regardless of the consideration. Qin Ming would choose to work with the headquarters, the real headquarters, rather than those parasites that were living in the headquarters. It's simple, help headquarters and weed out some of the parasites. This big tree at headquarters has been corroded by them for too long, and if it's not cleaned up, it's likely to come crashing down. Qin Ming kept his head down and took a big bite, his mind bouncing and weighing. After a long time, Qin Ming suddenly put down his dishes, and Spirit Flame immediately handed over a tissue, lifting his desktop wineglass and drinking it in one go. Qin Ming gazed at the speaker and said softly, "I can't be asked to work for HQ for nothing, can I?" The speaker smiled helplessly and shook his head. "You're a man whose character is really hard to describe. Let's put it this way, by cooperating with HQ's plan, not only can you get HQ to protect your safety, afterward, you can replace the world family and become one of HQ's counselors, and the city you control will not be subject to anyone's orders from HQ except for me. In addition, headquarters will customize a mech for you." Qin Ming was slightly stunned, skimming the previous conditions directly and wondering, "Mecha? You should understand that ordinary mechs are of little use to me, except for pretending." The speaker was an emperor-level imperial spiritist, and his body had long since been upgraded to an extremely terrifying level by the derivatives of the emperor-level guardian spirit. Qin Ming believed that the speaker understood what he meant. The speaker wiped the corners of his mouth, shook his glass of red wine, and, after a moment's silence, opened his mouth to inquire, "What level of guardian spirit can you fight against with your body today?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming pondered seriously for a moment, not quite sure himself. Its body, tempered day and night by the 9 underworld sea, was improving by leaps and bounds every single day. Qin Ming then gave an approximate figure of the former. "Grade B, I think." Looking at Qin Ming's slightly ashamed expression, the speaker opened his mouth for a moment not knowing what to say. Chapter 99, Expulsion? The Cleansing Program. A moment later, the speaker rubbed his temples helplessly. Qin Ming's body was far more powerful than he had expected. The magnitude of the cost required to produce a mecha that surpassed a B-class guardian spirit was a headache even for him. After a moment of hesitation, the speaker opened his mouth and sighed. "I'm sorry, Qin Ming, the strength of your main body is unexpected. With the technology of the headquarters, at most, you can tailor-make a B-class mecha, which is like chicken ribs to you." Qin Ming's eyes flashed with a ray of disappointment as he heard this. He had thought that the headquarters could have some ultimate secret weapon to build title-level mechs. Seeing this, the speaker also shrugged helplessly and continued, "With your current insta-strength, even the strongest sniper weapon in the world would have trouble injuring you. But, headquarters can promise to stand behind you forever and trust you unconditionally. How about that?" Qin Ming skimmed his lips and laughed lightly. "It's trusting him, I guess, but it doesn't make much difference if he's both me and I'm both him. Alright, I have long seen the sincerity of the headquarters. Otherwise it would be impossible for me to choose to enter the capital and even participate in this messy training program of the headquarters." Seeing Qin Ming speak in such a manner, the speaker of the house was also much lighter inside, resting his arms on the dining table and nodding slightly. "Good, in that case, you don't need to care about anything else, just wait, and the day you leave the imperial capital will be the day when the headquarters will strike. Those guys won't allow you to leave peacefully. During this period of time, commission you to stay here first." "No problem, I, Qin Ming, have always been a man of honor and discipline. Don't worry." Since then, the two have made a pact. Afterward, as the speaker rose and prepared to leave, Qin Ming suddenly opened his mouth and inquired, "How many emperor-level imperial spiritists are there at the headquarters?" The chief of the ceremony stopped and smiled, ambiguously. "When the time comes, you will know, Qin Ming. There is no shortage of ambitious people in this world. They are all the chosen spokespersons of former emperors and will not be willing to be ordinary. There's a long road ahead, and I'm looking forward to your future." As the words fell, a large golden fog flashed by, and the speaker's figure disappeared into thin air. The moment it left, Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame's taut nerves finally relaxed for a few moments as they sat paralyzed in their chairs. "It's too terrifying. The strength of this headquarters speaker is unfathomable. I feel that when facing him, I don't even have the courage to make a move myself," Zhao Jie said with a bitter smile. Spirit Flame nodded his head in agreement, and his delicate face, which was already white, was now bloodless. "Speaker of the headquarters, the one with unrivaled power will not be a simple person, but he means you no harm, so don't worry," Qin Ming said indifferently, his eyes flickering with ghostly light, not knowing what he was pondering. The two nodded. They naturally understood, or else they were in trouble. "Master Qin, what are we going to do then?" Zhao Jie opened his mouth to inquire. "Wait, when the time comes, everything will naturally fall into place." Qin Ming drank the red wine in front of him and turned to leave. Headquarters speaker's office. Yang Fan had been waiting here respectfully. While it was being bored, a golden light flashed on the desk chair in front of it. As he watched the speaker appear, Yang Fan hurriedly got up and respectfully bowed. Lord Speaker, you're back. Well, it's been a long time. The speaker looked at Yang Fan, the smile on his face unchanged, and said softly, there is no need to worry. I have already met with Qin Ming and discussed it properly. Just go ahead and do it. He won't mess around anymore. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief. He was caught in the middle, and was in a dilemma left and right. Now with the speaker's assurances, this is quite a relief. Pausing for a moment, Yang Fan inquired curiously, Mr. Speaker, you have personally met Qin Ming. What do you think of him? Yang Fan was curious as to what this number one person in the headquarters had to say about Qin Ming. The speaker's brow tightened slightly, and after a few moments of serious thought, he said, deep-minded, seemingly reckless and brainless, but actually step by step. As for the strength, Qin Ming hides very deeply. I think that comparing the strength of Lu Tianjuan's battle revealed, he is likely to become much stronger again. At this point in his speech, the speaker's voice was tinged with a slight sigh. A look of dismay flashed across Yang Fan's face. He hadn't thought that the speaker would have such a high opinion of Qin Ming. Yang Fan frowned and said doubtfully, Lord Speaker, Qin Ming's strength enhancement is too perverted. The headquarters has investigated his past. From the global mutation a few days ago, Qin Ming's life has been flat, even a love brain. Even if he awakened his guardian spirit before the global mutation and the blood moon incident, he shouldn't be this powerful. We are powerful because we awaken our guardian spirits dozens or even hundreds of years in advance with the help of the spiritual ancient land. And Qin Ming, in just over a year's time, he has surpassed 99% of the spirit royalists and leapt to become a top spirit royalist. It's too unbelievable. Speaking of this, Yang Fan could not help but show envy in his eyes. The Lord Speaker sighed as he sniffed with the same somewhat complicated expression. This is the terrifying aspect of that person. The founding of the country's qi, the qi of the 5,000 years of China's history, started by it. How can it not be terrifying? Qin Ming should possess an emperor-level guardian spirit-derived spirit item that can quickly boost his body strength, and he himself confessed that he can be fearless of a B-level guardian spirit simply by relying on himself. When these words came out, Yang Fan was shocked. His heart set off monstrous waves, and his pupils widened. Returning to his senses, he said in a slightly teasing tone, that guy Zuolian is really lucky. If it wasn't for Qin Ming giving face to the headquarters, with that punch, there would be no dregs left of him. Zuolian's guardian spirit was indeed powerful, but its body strength was just a step into the transcendental realm, and it simply couldn't withstand Qin Ming's full force. It's just a matter of getting ready. The headquarters cleansing program is about to begin. Real change is coming. Real chaos is about to begin. The speaker rose and came to the window with his hands behind his back, his eyes flowing like stars, faintly overlooking the imperial capital. Understood. Yang Fan got up and bowed respectfully, then left the speaker's office and started to prepare everything. 3 days later, an official notice was issued from the headquarters, announcing the world. Qin Ming violated the rules of the headquarters by striking out at the instructor to the point of serious injury and unconsciousness, a blatant provocation of the law, a crime that cannot be pardoned. Deprived of the position of head, temporarily taken into custody, and expelled from the capital after 10 days. The world was shocked and shaken by this announcement. Even the ancient world family felt that it was a bit unbelievable that the top Zun-ranked imperial spiritist of the hall was dismissed when he said he was dismissed. Of course, there were quite a few people who were skeptical, thinking that the headquarters was just doing it for show. Otherwise, why would they choose to expel Qin Ming instead of permanently suppressing him? Some people even wrote articles on the internet, analyzing the notice from the headquarters, and came to their own conclusion that the headquarters expelled Qin Ming. In fact, to let him return to Daqian City, to permanently cede Daqian City to him, so that he could become a party of vassals. All sorts of rumors and speculations have created a furor on the internet. Chapter 100 All Parties Move. Shangguani. The moment Daqian City saw the notice from the headquarters, they immediately dialed the phone to confirm with Qin Ming, and only when Qin Ming personally told them that there was nothing wrong did they put their hearts at ease. Master Qin, the headquarters won't take the opportunity to take back control of Daqian City, right? Spirit Flame said with a slightly worried look towards the calm and collected Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced at the two of them and said calmly, Spirit Flame, you have to remember that I'm in control of Daqian City not because of an appointment from the headquarters, but because I'm strong enough that what's mine, no one can get their hands on, including the headquarters. But the speaker is not stupid. He won't, Qin Dudu said, which reassured the duo quite a bit. With the announcement from the headquarters, the evil emperor organization, the imperial capital, and even some hidden emperor-level forces, and emperor-level imperial spiritists, all made moves. Unknown base of the evil emperor organization. Order the 12 exalted protectors and the 3 great evil saint elders to set off immediately to the Linqiu mountain range and stand by to snipe Qin Ming. The black-robed figure on top of the round table's first seat coldly spoke. An Empyrean at the bottom opened his mouth. Is it too cautious? Such a battle. Even the Lu family of Dapui City can't withstand it. Dealing with ordinary Emperor-level forces is more than enough in an era where Emperor souls are hard to come by. Dealing with a mere Qin Ming, even if he hides his strength and possesses the battle power of a saint-level Imperial Spiritist, it's still too much to handle. However, the figure above the first seat shook his head and said in a cold voice, one must not be careless. As long as Qin Ming dies, that one will not be able to appear in the world. And even if the Emperor Soul era descends, there is nothing he can do about it, and he can only go up and smoke along with the spokesperson he chooses. Qin Ming is the biggest variable. Once Qin Ming dies, the biggest stumbling block for us will disappear. When the Emperor Soul era descends and we can perfectly utilize the Emperor-level Guardian Spirit, who can stop us in the whole of Huaxia? Once this was said, the other evil Emperor Organization minds stopped talking and raised their hands in agreement. Not only the evil Emperor Organization, in the mixed imperial capital, besides the ancient family Zhao family and the Wu family, there were other powerful existences that were also eyeing and waiting for Qin Ming to be expelled 10 days later. The Linqiu mountain range, on the other hand, was the path that Qin Ming must take to return to Daqian City, and everyone knew about it. If you want to rob and kill Qin Ming, that is the only choice and the best place. At this moment, below Qin Ming's floor, Shangguani came to this place and was about to come to Qin Ming's floor when the Imperial Spiritist soldiers in charge of sealing off the floor blocked his way. Teacher Shangguan, this place has been blocked off and no one is allowed to enter without Counselor Yang's warrant. Shangguani sniffed and raised her condescending head, her eyes looking coldly at the speaker. How dare you stop me? You let Yang Fan come here and see if he has the guts to stop me from going in. Get lost. Shangguan chirped, and a few soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Shangguan Yi's background backing was not a secret in the imperial capital. It was well known. Seeing this, Shangguan Yi let out a cold snort and walked straight towards the elevator, preparing to step into the elevator and go to the floor where Qin Ming was. A few soldiers were still trying to stop them, but Shangguan Yi directly took out a simple and ancient token, on which were clearly written 3 big words in traditional style, Patriarch's Order. The moment they saw this token, several people hurriedly took several steps back and respectfully bowed, not daring to come any closer. Waste. Shangguan Yi spoke coldly and entered the elevator by himself, heading upstairs. Seeing this, the man at the head of the group hurriedly ordered, immediately notify Counselor Yang that Shangguan Yi is forcibly breaking into the blockaded land, and we dare not stop him. Captain. Soon, Shangguan Yi came to the floor where Qin Ming was located, tidied up her extravagantly gorgeous dress, and walked towards Qin Ming's suite with a high and cold look in her eyes. Now, Qin Ming is in distress and trapped. Shangguan Yi, naturally, to come to see its state of despondency, will be their own humiliation suffered, several times to return. Knock knock. When the door of the room rang, Qin Ming and the 3 of them were a bit surprised. At this hour, who else could be looking for them? There seems to be no one else but Yang Fan. Qin Ming glanced at Spirit Flame, who was massaging him, and thought that it was not bad, soothing his muscles and bones. Its gaze slowly moved and landed on Zhao Jie, who was playing jerk-off on the side. They are under temporary house arrest, which is a bit boring, so they can only pass the time in this way. Zhao Jie felt Qin Ming's rather oppressive gaze and said without looking back, Spirit Flame, go open the door. I'm on a killing spree. I can't pit my teammates. Spirit Flame's soft and sticky voice came out. I'm massaging for Master Chino. Zhao Jie had no choice but to silently mutter an apology and hang up for the time being, rising with a hint of displeasure at the visitor on his face. He opened the door to his room. When he saw that imperial face, Zhao Jie frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out what this Shangguan Yi was doing here at this time. On second thought, it seemed as if there was nothing else to do but to fall on his sword and ridicule Qin Ming. Something? Zhao Jie, who was also no ordinary person with an honorable status, said coldly. Shangguan Yi glanced at Zhao Jie and did not care about his icy tone and gaze as he forcefully barged in. As Qin Ming's teacher, he actually committed such a felony, so I, a teacher, am duty-bound to come here to see him and ease his mind for him. Shangguan Yi twisted her petite body, her face with if anything, mockery as she looked towards Qin Ming. Upon discovering that a woman whose appearance was not inferior to hers was massaging Qin Ming, her face instantly sank. I didn't realize that student Qin was still quite good at enjoying himself at this time of the year. Spirit Flame didn't raise his head, not bothering to pay attention to Shangguan Yi. Qin Ming leaned on the sofa, his gaze shifted downward to look at Shangguan Yi, his face expressionless as he coldly spat out a few words. Shangguan Yi, are you here to seek death? Once these words came out, Shangguan Yi completely froze. She did not expect Qin Ming to speak so arrogantly, and at this time even unrepentant. Qin Ming, don't you realize that you're about to be expelled? As she spoke, Shangguan Yi sat down as if no one else was there, raised her slender jade legs, and condescendingly said, "Qin Ming, if you beg me, I can let you stay in the imperial capital and continue to stay at the headquarters. How about that?" Shang Guanyi had a teasing smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted to see Qin Ming praying to her. Its usual way of dealing with people seems to be with people, but in his bones, he is actually horribly arrogant. She has her own patriarchal backing, and is a horizontal existence in the whole of China. No matter whether it is the ancient family or the existence of high positions such as Senator Yang, which does not give her a few points of face. However, Qin Ming did precisely that. Neither her. Qin Ming sniffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud, shaking his head helplessly. He couldn't figure out why there were such arrogant and domineering women in the world. If he was truly an ordinary city head, he might have already been in his hands, his status in tatters, reduced to a lost dog, while Shang Guanyi's eyebrows were slightly knitted, not understanding what Qin Ming was laughing at. Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost, instantly disappearing into the sofa. When he reappeared, one hand precisely grabbed Shang Guanyi's white neck and lifted it high, his eyes turning blood-colored and devoid of emotion. "Say that again?" As he spoke, the strength of Qin Ming's palm became more and more terrifying, directly causing Shang Guanyi to have difficulty breathing. Her white face instantly filled with blood, and she frantically struggled in the air. Chapter 101, The Coming Hijacking. Shang Guanyi only felt a raw pain in his head at the moment, and it was difficult to breathe. And he didn't even have time to feel Qin Ming's eyes that were like the 9 ghosts of purgatory. In her head at the moment, besides being unwilling, she was endlessly angry. How dare he, Qin Ming, how dare he make a move against her Shang Guanyi? What? Not speak? Then you will never have to speak. The terrifying power directly caused a clicking sound to appear on Shang Guanyi's neck, just as Shang Guanyi was enveloped by the monstrous fear of death. Yang Fan arrived in a hurry and hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade him. "Qin Ming, put down Shang Guanyi." At those words, Qin Ming's strength loosened a bit, his bloodshot eyes still emotionless. Yang Fan shook his head slightly invisibly at Qin Ming, signaling that it was not the right time for him. The color of blood faded as Qin Ming's eyes opened and closed. With a slight forceful fling of his arm, Shang Guanyi's entire body was directly thrown out of the room and smashed on top of the corridor, spraying out large mouthfuls of blood and passing out. Qin Ming stretched out his hand, and Spirit Flame immediately understood and wiped his palm with a handkerchief. "Dirty." Qin Ming turned around as if nothing had happened and sat down again. Seeing this, Spirit Flame hurriedly came behind Qin Ming and continued to massage him. Yang Fan was silent and did not say much as he turned away with the soldiers. Afterwards, Yang Fan looked at the unconscious Shang Guanyi for a moment, shook his head helplessly, and looked at the soldiers at his side. "Send it to the hospital." "As you wish." When all the soldiers retreated, Yang Fan stared at Qin Ming's suite for a long time and sighed. Worldly families, patriarchs, really some restless people. As the words fell, Yang Fan turned around and left. Room. Qin Ming quietly leaned on the sofa as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Zhao Jia inquired with slight curiosity. "Master Qin, why are you taking action against Shang Guanyi at this critical moment? After all, there exists a patriarch behind her, and if we piss him off, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to leave the imperial capital." Qin Ming's eyes lightly glanced at Zhao Jia as he explained. Shang Guanyi didn't know how to die and sent himself to the door, so he just added fuel to the fire and made that patriarch make up his mind to take a shot at me. But I haven't taken things to the extreme. I'm just giving Shang Guanyi a deep lesson. He's not going to completely flip out in the imperial capital. These old men, one and all, are too cunning to be ruled by their emotions themselves. Hearing this, Zhao Jia nodded, his awe for Qin Ming having long been deep in his bones. It was as if everything that happened was under his control and there were no surprises. After the Shang Guanyi incident, the entire imperial capital once again fell into the calm before the storm, and some of those who had wanted to throw stones at Qin Ming's encounter were obediently shutting up, not wanting to suffer from unwarranted disasters. Soon, 10 days passed. Early this morning, Yang Fan personally came to meet Qin Ming in his suite. He sat across from Qin Ming, his face unprecedentedly serious as he opened his mouth. "Qin Ming, this time, according to the headquarters projections, the high probability of the hijacking will take place in the Linqiu mountain range, and whether it's the imperial capital ancient family, or the evil emperor organization, or even other hidden forces, it's likely that they will wait for your appearance in the Linqiu mountain range." Qin Ming's face was as calm and bland as ever, as if the person who was about to be robbed and killed this time was not him. Understood. Qin Ming habitually lit up a cigarette, swallowing clouds and spitting out smoke, covering the light of the eyes, so that people cannot see through its true inner thoughts. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a little worried inside and still reminded, "Qin Ming, you must not be careless this time. Even if the headquarters steps in and liquidates the ancient family, or even that patriarch who betrayed Huaxia, it will be difficult to guarantee that you will be safe and sound." Do you understand? The most terrifying enemy today is not from the imperial capital, but the evil emperor organization. They want to occupy China, and your guardian spirit is an impediment that can't be bypassed. So before the emperor's soul era, they're bound to think of all the ways they can to put you to death. Although it's difficult for emperor-level guardian spirits to descend into the world today, it's not impossible to spend a large price. Qin Ming took a deep breath and exhaled thick smoke from his mouth again, sitting up and extinguishing the cigarette after. Qin Ming's eyes looked faintly at young Fan and said calmly, "Counselor Young, I don't joke about my own safety, so there's no need to worry. Even if an emperor descends, I will be safe and sound." Looking at Qin Ming's confident and calm appearance, Yang Fan inwardly sighed lightly. Qin Ming was still too young, and at such an age, becoming the top spirit sentinel of China and controlling the lives and deaths of millions of living beings would inevitably be inflated. "Okay, is there anything you need to account for?" Yang Fan said no more. He could only try to ensure that the support from the headquarters would preserve his safety. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze looking towards the spirit flame behind him. She was only a B-ranked imperial spiritist, and her strength was too weak to be involved in a battle of saint-ranked imperial spiritists, and she would die a 9 deaths. "Then please ask the headquarters to take care of the spirit flame for me and send it back to Dakian City afterwards." As soon as these words came out, Spirit Flame immediately shook his head and refused, stubbornly saying, "Master Qin, I'm not afraid to die." Qin Ming said with a light smile, "What? You think I'm going to die?" Spirit Flame's face was shocked, and he panicked without even stumbling to explain. "Master Qin, you know that's not what I meant. It's just that knowing that you're about to go through a robbery, how can I retreat in peace, even if I die?" Spirit Flame has no fear. Qin Ming shook his head, his face serious and his tone irrefutable. "There's no need to die for nothing, even if you have to die. It's not at this time, Spirit Flame. You can die, but you can't die insignificantly and meaninglessly. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Spirit Flame's gaze looked towards Zhao Jie, and when she saw him shaking his head, Spirit Flame stopped speaking and stood behind Qin Ming with a beak. She naturally understood Qin Ming's meaning, and she herself was not unreasonable, so she would not disobey Qin Ming's orders. Yang Fan got up at this moment and said as he gazed at Spirit Flame, "You will stay here, and 3 days later, I will personally send someone to send you back to Great Qian City." Afterward, his gaze once again looked at Qin Ming and commanded, "Get ready, we'll leave in an hour. I'll send a car to take you away, and the Imperial Spiritists from the headquarters will secretly follow and fend off the ancient family. At the same time, the headquarters will completely liquidate the ancient family with regards to the evidence currently under their control. Whether it's the early evacuees or the ancient family that intends to make a move against you, all of them will need to pay the price and end the era that belongs to them." Qin Ming nodded and inquired again, "The patriarch? The speaker will take care of it personally. You don't have to worry." As the words fell, Yang Fan departed, leaving behind the 3 Qin Ming people. Zhao Jie and Spirit Flame came to Qin Ming's side, their gazes looking towards him, waiting for period instructions. "Master Qin, do we need to notify Li Chang'e to take over?" For the sake of being foolproof, Zhao Jie opened his mouth and proposed. He didn't trust the headquarters that much, and was unwilling to put Qin Ming's life and death in its hands. Zhao Jie is loyal to Qin Ming, his guardian spirit, to the first emperor. No matter what the reason was, Zhao Jie would never allow Qin Ming to have an accident. Qin Ming closed his eyes and leaned on top of the sofa. At this moment, in the bloody heaven and earth in its consciousness, the 9 underworld sea rolls over. The monstrous battle intent is conceived, and some guys can't wait to show up for the battle. No need. I trust the speaker of the headquarters, but I will also never put my life and death in the hands of the headquarters. Chapter 102, The World's Attention. The Battle of the Era will begin. At those words, Zhao would never say anything more. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming slowly got up and looked around. He didn't have anything to clean up. The trivialities of life were managed by Spirit Flame. "Go." Qin Ming spoke softly, his tone frighteningly calm, without the slightest appearance of an impending robbery. Zhao Jie sniffed and followed behind him, heading towards the door. Spirit Flame stayed where he was and opened his mouth to say something, but he had no way to speak. He could only silently watch the departing backs of the 2 of them, inwardly praying that they would be safe and sound and return to Dakian City safely. When Qin Ming and the 2 were sent out of the headquarters training base by a group of Imperial Soul soldiers, whether it was those who had completed the examination of the city in charge, or other headquarters Imperial Soul soldiers, the ancient family were all watching from a short distance away, and Muyang its departure. Their inner thoughts, each different. Qin Ming is probably not going to be able to return to Dakian City after this trip. Losing the shelter of the headquarters, and the ancient family he offended. Would they let him leave unharmed? Never. It's not just the ancient family. I heard that this guy even struck out at Shangguan Yi, causing her to fall into a coma with serious injuries. throughout the imperial capital. Who doesn't know who Shangguanyi's backer is? Lawlessness, thinking that he possesses a bit of strength and acts without fear. But he forgets that this world is the world of the headquarters, the world of the ancient families, and a mere mortal is just a bit more lucky. It's a pity. I thought he would be a rising star. But who would have thought that it would be nothing more than a shooting star? The crowd held on to their food and talked about it. Some of the worldly family imperial spiritists among them even had icy cold gazes, wishing for Qin Ming to die immediately. Even the gazes of Li Quan and the three of them as they looked at Qin Ming were tinged with a bit of pity. Qin Ming was expressionless, hands in his pockets, walking calmly amidst the clamor of gazes, came to the headquarters outside the training base. Flashlights. A large number of entertainment gossip reporters have taken pictures, want to grab the headlines. There were even people who broke through the Sentinel soldiers' block and came to Qin Ming's body, asking bluntly, "Qin Ming, may I ask if you regret offending the ancient family and the headquarters?" Qin Ming lightly glanced at this person and without a word, he continued to move forward and entered the black commercial vehicle arranged by the headquarters. Zhao Jia followed closely behind and quickly entered the commercial vehicle. The outside world is noisy and surrounded. Responsible for driving the driver suddenly turned his head, looks 30 or 40 years old, looks ancient, if decorated. Fear is an ancient general look. He smiled and opened his mouth in a tone that wasn't condescending. "Head Qin, go." When Qin Ming saw this, his eyes moved slightly as he sensed an extremely dense and powerful soul aura from this person. "Not introducing yourself?" Qin Ming leaned back on the soft chair, crossed his legs, placed his hands on his thighs, and said indifferently. The man pondered for a moment and responded bashfully. "Shui Yunshan, your chauffeur. Of course, I have other identities at headquarters, the imperial capital's chief in charge of maintaining order, which can also be referred to as captain." When these words came out, Zhao Jia was a bit surprised. To have a person of such status as a driver, the speaker had indeed taken the trouble. This is not simple. Is the headquarters of the speaker of the heart of the close confidant, known as the first person under the parliamentarians. The strength is extremely terrible. It is not headed by any MP and is directly under the speaker. And in the imperial capital, the gods and dragons are not seen, and the maintenance of order on weekdays is usually the responsibility of the 4 vice-captains. He, on the other hand, was guarding the imperial capital, and was deservedly one of the top imperial spiritists. "Labor, depart." Qin Ming wasn't too surprised and said softly after closing his gaze. Seeing this, Shui Yunshan withdrew his gaze and spoke cheerfully. "Departure, there's fun to be had." Afterward, the commercial vehicle drove away from the headquarters training base and quickly headed outside of the imperial capital. As the car left, several figures hidden in the darkness disappeared. All the forces surged, sending out messages and waiting in anticipation. And the news of Qin Ming's departure, his whereabouts, was no secret. There was even a drone following the whole thing, followed by various entertainment weekly cars. Not too far behind, 1,000 meters away, everyone knew that the ancient family would not allow Qin Ming to leave peacefully, and that this would be the first true battle of the top spirit sentinels after the global mutation. It's a headline, an absolute hit, and for the entertainment weekly, they won't let go of the chance to be famous even if their lives are in danger. There was even someone who had the whole thing on live, broadcasting Qin Ming's trip away from the capital. The number of netizens watching the live broadcast instantly skyrocketed. Just 10 minutes, it will break the network since the birth of the live broadcast growth of the heat. In less than an hour, the number of people who watched the live broadcast arrived at 10 million, which was extremely terrifying. In the speaker's office, above the projector, the same live feed was playing, and in the office, in addition to the speaker, Yang Fan, there were several middle-aged men with muddy breaths, like ancient generals, sitting upright, their gazes fixed on the live screen. Any movement from that one? Suddenly, the speaker spoke calmly, his gaze still falling on the picture. Yang Fan sniffed and turned to look at the speaker in response. It has stayed in its other court and has not made any move. The Imperial Spirit Guards have secretly surrounded the other court and are on constant alert. At that, the speaker nodded slightly as his gaze continued to fall on the screen. Seeing this, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Zhao Yi, Wu Mu, and Counselor Zhu Zhuliang have all left the Imperial capital. Aha! The speaker calmly hummed, still calm and collected, watching the live feed with interest. Mr. Speaker, do we need to cut off the live feed? There's no need. Qin Ming's rise to power needs to be paved with a battle that will shock the world. He's destined to be noticed by the stars, and it's about time that the world sees how terrifying he is. What's more, I think Qin Ming will not be willing to hide himself. In fact, I am also curious about today's Qin Ming. In the end, how strong, whether it can stand up to the name of the first emperor, the might of 1,000 ancient emperors. The Lord Speaker responded lightly, with none of the urgency of a tense situation. At this moment, Qin Ming's trip is already in the spotlight of the world, and even foreign invaders are also paying attention. This impending battle is too significant for the new age to miss. Lu Tianjun of Depai City, Lu Qingshan who went to other cities, and the reclusive Xiang Tian, and other existences are all paying attention. 3 hours later, Shui Yunshan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Qin Ming, the forest mountain range is ahead, and it's also the best place for them to strike. At these words, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. In this matter, a wisp of blood color was conceived in its pupil, like the fire of the 9 sepulchres, from small to large, gradually blazing and bright. Its face, seemingly without any change, but gives a sense of evil impetuous, body breath, hidden emperor's power, diffuse in the business car. Qin Ming's pair of bloodshot eyes, looking through the black window at the endless cloudy mountain range, the corners of his mouth rose, his voice low and domineering. It has begun. Generals, may you be ready to follow me in my quest for a new era and to recreate the supreme elegance of Great Qin. As his words fell, in the 9 underworld sea, monstrous and horrifying waves rolled over, and rolling blood mist rushed against the sky. In the misty world, the sea of the underworld that seemed like magma, like a dragon sucking in water, broke through the void and went straight into the clouds of the 9 heavens, and in the blink of an eye when it hung down upside down, the 3 behemoths, the aura was even greater than before, the body size was even more terrifying. Scarlet flames surrounded his body like a totem snake, and his eyes were replaced by 9 ghosts. Like an immortal divine general, he was suspended between heaven and earth, waiting for Qin Ming's call to conquer the world. Chapter 103, The War Begins. At this moment, Qin Ming, such as the ancient emperor reappeared, every move, all with a faint superior power, calm and indifferent, as if the world's many changes, all under its control. The aura that overflowed out caused Zhao Jie to be chilled and in awe. Even Shui Yunshan, who did not belong to Qin Ming's command, had a slight change of color at this moment, his pupils shrinking slightly. He felt an extremely terrifying threatening aura on Qin Ming. This discovery caused monstrous waves to ripple within his heart. It was rumored in the world that Qin Ming was a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist. At this moment, Shui Yunshan only wanted to sigh. Qin Ming's hiding is really deep. Soon, the business car came to the Forest Hill mountain range. Looking down on this place from a high altitude, the rolling green mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist. The vehicle slowed down the moment it arrived at the site, because in the front, rolling fog rolling, dense very strange, straight into the clouds, such as the wall of heaven and earth, like a wall across the place, blocking the car's way forward. In the rolling fog, there was a hidden white thunderclap, emitting a blinding blazing light, like a thunder god descending into the world, terrifying and creepy. 10 miles behind, dozens of automobiles stopped, not daring to continue approaching for fear of being caught in the aftermath of the upcoming battle. With the high technology of this era, even if they are 10 miles apart, they can be broadcast live via satellite, drones, and project ultra-high-definition images on top of the network. The atmosphere was plunged into an unprecedented dead silence for a while, with nothing else but the sound of thunder rolling. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the ground, making a whistling sound among the mountains. In the back of the business car where Qin Ming is, Wu Mu and his line of ancient family people no longer cover themselves. A leap up, from the earth far away, quickly approaching, intercepted in the back of Qin Ming. At this moment, under the front and back attack, Qin Ming had no way to escape. Junior Qin Ming, you killed my Wu clan's direct lineage, and now, you've been abandoned by the headquarters and are in dire straits. Wu Mu opened his mouth icily, the breath around his body was like a gale, and there was a hidden clanging thunder sound, which was extremely terrifying. Zhao Yi and Zhu Liang are on both sides, both of them are indifferent and silent. Zhu Liang did not have any grudges with Qin Ming, but he was on the same side as the Wu family and the Zhao family, so he had no choice. The direct descendants of the 3 ancient families had long since secretly withdrawn several days ago. Those who appeared here today were all elite and strong members of the 3 ancient lineages. The Wu family originally possessed 4 great venerable masters, but unfortunately 2 were killed by Li Changya, leaving only 2 venerable masters. The other 2 families had each brought 3 exalted level imperial spiritists to this place. Heavens, the Marshall family, Shu family, and Zhao family heads have all appeared. Strange, this Shu family doesn't seem to have any grudges with Qin Ming. What's so strange? Qin Ming provoking the ancient family is slapping the Zhu family's face. Normal my ass. Look at that weird fog ahead, there's obviously help. What? You mean the ancient world family colluded with? The live pop-ups were speculating about what forces were involved in this hijacking of Qin Ming. When Wu Mu saw that Qin Ming didn't make any movements, he became more and more furious inside, and raised his voice to the sky with a stern cry, and the heaven and earth soul aura transformed into a substantial aura, shaking the heaven and earth. Accompanied by the rolling thunder of the sky, an extremely terrifying figure came out from the thunder of the sky, dressed in imperial robes, hovering behind him. That figure, with a solemn and dignified face, the imperial crown swayed and the dragon robe danced wildly in the void. The Zetian female emperor should have been a powerful existence like an emperor-level guardian spirit, but she had stolen the founding chi of Tian Qian, and even though she had transformed into a spirit, she was unable to step through the shackles and become a true female emperor. However, even so, she was still an absolute top existence amongst saint-level guardian spirits, and with the emperor out of the way, she had no fear of any existence since. The female emperor's figure hovered high in the sky, her blazing soul aura flowing around her, emitting a radiant light, between saint and emperor, extremely terrifying. The figure that was close to 11 feet was the most gigantic existence known to exist in the current world. Zhao Yi also no longer hesitates, tilting the sky and letting out a sharp cry. The wind rises again. The wind in sand walks away from the stone. Behind him, Zhao Kuangyin, the great ancestor of Song, resurrected from his silence and descended into the world. Its body was equally terrifying. Although inferior to the Zetian Empress, it was also a top saint-level guardian. Similarly, although he was an emperor, his dynasty's chi was not enough to allow him to step through the shackles and become a true emperor-level guardian spirit. Zhu Liang didn't have too many frills. His arm moved slightly, the void flowed, and a saint-level guardian spirit, likewise, descended into the world. Zhu Wen, who was merely the founding emperor of later Liang, possessed a similarly weak national fortune, not enough to become a true emperor-level guardian spirit. However, the three saint-level guardian spirits were all close to emperor-level existences and were extremely terrifying. Now, they had joined forces simply to kill Qin Ming and deliver a pitch to the evil emperor organization. At this moment, the world shook and everyone was stunned. It was followed by wild cheers. The three main counselors of the headquarters, the three saint-level imperial spirits, summoned their own guardian spirits and descended into the world, openly laying their hands on Qin Ming. In the business car, Zhao Jie and Shui Yuntian were gloomy. I can hold one person. Shui Yunshan weighed the situation and opened the door. Zhao Jie took a deep breath, his eyes turning into a ghostly mist, his breath gradually reviving and flourishing. With all my strength, I can also fight against one person when I receive Ancestor Zhao. The duo's gazes looked towards Qin Ming as their enemies were not only the three saint-level royal spiritists, but also the 8 Zun-level royal spiritists that followed them. At this moment, the 8 Zun-ranked imperial spirit masters all summoned their own guardian spirits, all of which were great generals who had left a strong mark in ancient history. Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes were pale and he didn't say a word. He just waited quietly. The silence was terrifying. Immediately afterward, in the midst of the strange fog, a behemoth that emitted a radiant ghostly light, accompanied by the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, slowly stepped out. 12 exalted guardian spirits and 3 saint-level guardian spirits, like the gods of heaven and earth, stood on one side each, surrounding Qin Ming's trio. Under this terrifying pressure, the commercial vehicle directly exploded and turned into a huge flame, accompanied by the flames and smoke rolling underneath. Zhao Jie and Shui Yunshan stepped out into the air one after another. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Jie's soul aura erupted around him, and in the rolling ghostly mist behind him, the 6 sword slaves appeared. Not only that, behind the 6 sword slaves, an even larger and more terrifying figure dressed in the black robes of a eunuch, with 6 scarlet threads suspended in his hands, linked the 6 sword slaves, slowly rising up in the void. At the head of the Luo net, Zhao Gao appeared. Zhao Jie's face was pale and bloodless. The strong summoning of the saint-level guardian spirit Zhao Gao was too exhausting for his body to bear. However, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of a peak saint grade level imperial spiritist. Master of the Luo net, Zhao Jie, I didn't expect you to finally choose to return to Great Qin. In this matter, after the evil emperor organization's huge guardian spirit, 15 figures slowly walked out. The person at the head of the center said lightly, seemingly not surprised by Zhao Jie's choice. Zhao Jie looked at this person with a cold face and opened his mouth with a sneer. Under the sky, there is no one who is not a king. There is no one who is not the king's subject. The world is ultimately the world of Great Qin, ultimately the world of Huaxia. You and other traitors, betraying Huaxia, colluding with foreign invaders, should be killed. Upon hearing this, the man smiled coldly and indifferently and said indifferently, showing off your tongue. In the age of the strong, why should you care who your allies are? Today, Qin Ming will die. At this moment, the man looked slightly puzzled at the rolling fire-shrouded business car, wondering why Qin Ming was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 104, Crisis? At the same time, the 3 Wumu gazes coldly looked towards Shui Yunshan's figure. The Speaker of the House has indeed made a move after all. What? Just you, Shui Yunshan? How does that stop us? Shui Yunshan's gaze disdainfully glanced at the 3 major counselors as his figure slightly moved, white light rushing to the sky around him. Immediately afterward, the void shook, sending up huge ripples. A white-robed and armored figure, holding a halberd, rumbled and smashed on top of the earth. The famous general of the great Tang dynasty, Shui Rongui. That terrifying aura. Even if it was inferior to the three great counselor guardian spirits, it wasn't too far off, and it was yet to be seen which was stronger or weaker. Along with a behemoth, the world's top guardian spirit descending into the world, the internet had long since set off a monstrous uproar. No matter who it was, they were all staring at this scene, afraid of missing the slightest bit. In the satellite overlook image, 20 exalted guardian spirits and 6 saint-level guardian spirits. Each guardian spirit was surrounded by brilliant immortal light, blazing brightly, holding ancient sharp blades like gods descending into the world. This was the first time the world had intuitively felt the terrifying dread of a top imperial spiritist, transcending nature and transcending the realm of the extraordinary. It is as if a fabled mythical age has come to pass. In the remote ancient small village and town, Xiang Tian is sitting on a small bench. His body's domineering breath is dazzling, his eyes' domineering aura is overflowing, and that ancient monstrous battle intent is emerging out of thin air. Qin Ming, this game, how do you break it? Xiang Tian opened his mouth indifferently. He also wanted to participate in the battle, but unfortunately, the time had not yet come. Snap! Suddenly, the dainty woman on his side gave him a slap, and with just a look, Xiang Tian hurriedly retracted his surrounding battle intent, fawning and not daring to continue talking. Headquarters, office of the speaker. Yang Fan suddenly received a phone call, and his face instantly clouded over. Unsightly. The speaker and the others noticed something strange and looked at Yang Fan. Lord Speaker, something has happened. The imperial spiritists who went to support Qin Ming were blocked by mysterious forces, and according to their information, these guys surrounded but didn't make a move, merely holding back. At that, the speaker frowned slightly, puzzled. The imperial spiritists sent out by the headquarters are at worst Zun-ranked imperial spiritists. With such a camp, which power can stop them? Yang Fan shook his head inside. No, it's not a single force, but multiple forces, and there's even no shortage of emperor-level forces making moves. It seems that none of them want to see Qin Ming alive. At those words, the speaker's face sank slightly. He had thought that these guys would choose to watch from the wall, but he had not thought that they would directly make a move to block the headquarters. Continue dispatching imperial spiritists to the Linqiu mountain range to support Qin Ming. Nothing can happen to him. The speaker was furious inside. Too many forces in Huaxia, jealous of Qin Ming. Or perhaps, since the first emperor, too many emperors have had a bone-deep fear of the first emperor. Directly disregarding the big picture, he chose to join forces against the headquarters to gain an opportunity for the ancient world family and the evil emperor organization to execute Qin Ming. Yang Fan's face remained gloomy as he shook his head and sighed helplessly. Outside of the imperial capital, many mysterious imperial spiritists are converging and eyeing the city. In addition to that Genin has made a move and is already preparing to leave the other court, requiring you, Lord Speaker, to make a personal move. The speaker sniffed and rose violently. His eyes erupted with golden light, and imperial might filled the room, and the crowd shivered, all of them chilled with fear. Very well, I'll personally go out and meet these guys for a while. You and the others set out immediately to expel that one from the imperial capital, telling him that if he doesn't leave of his own accord, then he will never have to leave. The speaker was also helpless inside. He didn't dare to gamble with the lives of millions of living beings in the imperial capital. Otherwise, once that person was pushed, he would jump over the wall in a hurry and forcefully summon an emperor-level guardian spirit to descend, and the entire imperial capital would be devastated and completely destroyed. As you wish. The people in the room didn't dare to be slow, and they all got up and arched their hands. They were all top saint-level imperial spiritists, yet their mission was merely to watch that patriarch leave the imperial capital. One could only imagine how terrifying and frightening a true emperor-level imperial spiritist was. As the words fell, the speaker's figure directly disappeared into the office and killed his way outside the imperial capital. He wanted to let these curmudgeons know that they couldn't afford the price of besieging the imperial capital. At this time, the Forest Hill mountain range, the situation was precarious, and the 3 saint-level royal spiritists of the evil emperor's organization were all of the treacherous and loyal ones from ancient history, the likes of Dongjua. Just as they were eyeing each other, they were facing each other. That exploded into a sea of fire business car. The flames seemed to burn forever. Not only general, issued nuisance sound. This bizarre scene finally caught everyone's attention. At this moment, the eyes of the world converged on the flames. When the flames thinned a little, people were surprised to find that in the blazing flames, a figure, still sitting in it, standing still. Qin Ming, why pretend to be a god? Wu Mu once again opened his mouth icily, directly invoking the saint-level guardian spirit behind him and slapping down with a palm. Seeing this, Shui Yunshan and Zhao Jie immediately drove their own guardian spirits to block Wu Mu. At that exact moment, Zhu Liang, Zhao Yi made a move at the same time, driving their own guardian spirits and stopping the two guardian spirits with a bang. The power of the clash instantly shook the ground, the wind and sand shook the rocks, and the aftermath was transformed into a gale that swept across a 10-mile radius. Those onlookers on the periphery, all showing fear, hastily backed up several miles again, occupying a suitable place of vision with the help of high technology to watch the battle. Amidst the crowd's urgent gazes, Empress Zetian's palm, which emitted radiant light, directly slapped at the black figure in the flames. Right at this moment of life and death crisis, Qin Ming completed his communication with the first emperor and violently opened his blood-colored eyes. In an instant, the flames skyrocketed, transforming into scarlet blood flames that shot up into the sky. However, a mere blood flame was naturally unable to stop the Tang Zetian Empress, Li Xin, Zhang Han, Wang Ben. It was like a voice from purgatory. Although it was very light, it clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Emperor of the latter days, do not hurt my lord. Explosive heckling rushed up to the sky, and scarlet blood flames instantly broke through heaven and earth, spreading hundreds of feet into the air. Three behemoths, stepping out from the blood flame, joined hands, holding ancient weapons, and lifted the Zetian Empress figure tens of meters with a direct strike. At that moment, everyone froze except those in the know. The three saint-grade guardian spirits stood above the earth, with fiery flames flying around them, like gods of war. The three guardian spirits, standing in three directions, happened to surround Qin Ming in the center position. How is it possible that has gotten stronger again? Lu Qingshan, Lu Tianjun, who watched the battle through the live broadcast, murmured as their eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. All the other ignorant people thought that even if Qin Ming possessed the strength to reach the saint level, they had never expected that it would be the three saint-level guardian spirits, and that breath, not a preliminary saint-level guardian spirit. The vastness and majesty of the breath was chillingly fearful. In the crowd's shocked gazes, a blood-colored figure, stepping out from the blazing flames, came to the front step by step. At this moment, Qin Ming's body was wrapped in black flames and scarlet, his eyes were creepy with bloodlight, and his entire body became not at all like a human being, but an emperor of purgatory. Chapter 105, he merely makes a slight move, and all the living beings are afraid. This is Qin Ming? This is the ING devil, isn't it? Hidden so deeply, no wonder there is no fear of the ancient family. With this kind of strength, there is rarely an enemy in the world, but it's a pity, the enemy he's facing is too terrifying and powerful. Even if he has the three great saint-level guardian spirits, I think it's still hard to resist. The crowd was buzzing with pop-up chatter, all curious to see where the battle would go next. Wu Mu, on the other hand, was filled with killing intent. No matter how powerful Qin Ming was, she could not let him leave alive, and the more powerful Qin Ming was, the more scrupulous the crowd was, and it was even more unlikely that they would tolerate Qin Ming leaving alive. Worthy of being that once chosen spokesperson, you are very strong. It's a pity that even if the speaker of the headquarters comes in person today, he won't be able to save you. One of the three evil emperor organization's three evil saint elders, Dong Hong, spoke coldly. At those words, Qin Ming raised his head, his scarlet eyes flashing a wisp of disdain as he sneered. The speaker of headquarters himself? Just you? Ha! Qin Ming was extremely disdainful of this. Even if the emperor's soul era had not yet descended and the headquarters speaker was unable to utilize an emperor-level guardian spirit, its power was not something that could be defeated by a mere sacred-level imperial spiritist. Sensing the contempt and disdain from Qin Ming, Dong Hong's face changed slightly. It was followed by a return to indifference once again. Showing off your tongue. Unfortunately, today, no one will be able to save you. Don't care about the others. Surround Qin Ming with all your might. As the words fell, Dong Hong directly called his guardian spirit to strike, holding the seven-star sword and killing head-on. That terrifying power. The sword chi transformed into black light, cutting through the void. The sword on 10 feet. Extremely terrifying. Li Xin saw this. His face did not have any fluctuations, although he is now undefeated. But that is because Qin Ming's growth time is too short. However, despite this, Li Xin remained undaunted, holding a giant K and stepping through the earth to kill head-on. Rumble. The clash of swords and swords made resounding sounds in the world, and every time they clashed, flames flew and sword chi danced wildly. The two behemoths fell directly into the green mountains to kill each other. TSK, 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 great Qin Li Xin. Not bad at all. Barely able to resist my guardian spirit. Seeing this, Dong Hong's face remained unchanged and said lightly. He then looked at the four venerables behind him. Go ahead and play with Li Xin. As the words fell, four more behemoths leapt up, spanning thousands of meters and landing around Li Xin, surrounding him. The other two saint-level imperial spiritists looked at each other and took a step at the same time. Come on, it's our turn. As their words fell, the the behemoths behind them all stepped out, their gazes falling on Zhang Han and Wang Ben. Immediately following them were 8 Zun-ranked guardian spirits. Obviously, they didn't intend to go one-on-one, but rather, they were doing everything they could to kill Qin Ming by fighting many against few. Seeing this, Zhang Han and Wang Ben's eyes flared up with anger. Shameless. Qin Ming spoke faintly, still calm and collected. Go on. Zhang Han and Wang Ben hesitated for a moment, but they still leapt up and fought with the evil Emperor Organization Guardian Spirit. They had no choice. If they didn't step in and hold them back, Qin Ming would be subjected to indiscriminate waves. At this moment, in the Linqiu mountain range, amidst the endless green water and green mountains, a terrifying great battle erupted. That power that transcended nature. With each strike, mountains collapsed, mountains crumbled, and mountains and trees flew horizontally. This was the true power of a top imperial spiritist, and if this battle took place in the imperial capital, the entire imperial capital would be destroyed. At this moment, Wu Mu's eyes were contemptuous as he sneered at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, what other means do you have? Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes looked around. Even if the Sentinel's main body didn't make a move, the remaining guardian spirits were not his match. Enli Xin, Zhang Han, Wang Ben 3, facing the many against the few, is almost being pressed, difficult to protect themselves. It is more difficult to make a move to shelter him. The Zetian Empress, the ancient world family's 8 Zun-ranked guardian spirits, and the 26 top imperial spirit bodies. With this lineup, not to mention the imperial spiritist proper, even a saint-level guardian spirit could only fall unwillingly. At this moment, the whole network was in an uproar, and it seemed that all of them had already seen the end and let out a sigh. It's a pity that the special imperial spiritist, a demon with 3 saint-level guardian spirits, had to end up falling in the Linqiu mountain range. It can't be helped. Who let him offend the ancient family and be abandoned by the headquarters? Didn't you guys notice that the headquarters didn't make any moves at all? It's not that HQ didn't put up a fight. But they couldn't spare a fight. At this point someone in the know spoke up. It's better not to be too arrogant as a human being. Can you fight against the ancient family? Can you fight against the world? Ridiculous. It's just a matter of blame. Xiang Tian looked at this scene, his brows deeply furrowed. In the beginning, he fell in the sand dunes, but now you are about to die in the forest dunes. Is there a heavenly destiny? In the imperial capital, Spirit Flame's delicate face was pale and trembling, unable to believe this final situation. Dakian City, Gongsun Xiao and the others were similarly staring at the battlefield in death, and at this moment, they similarly felt monstrous despair. Li Changye even got up, his body's terrifying sword intent erupting as he coldly opened his mouth. I'll save him. Seeing this, Gongsun Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. It's too late. Not to mention that those people won't let you leave. I think that outside of Dakian City, there are powerful imperial spirits eyeing the city. Once you leave, Dakian City will be completely destroyed. Upon hearing this, Li Changye fell silent, his breath collected, his gaze fixed dead center on the live broadcast screen, and he didn't say a word. Zhao Jie and Shui Yunshan glanced at each other and both stood in front of Qin Ming with grave expressions on their faces. Master Qin, go, I'll block them. Zhao Jie's eyes opened angrily and his breath decayed, yet he was still unwilling to take half a step back. His strong summoning of Zhao Gao was too consuming for him to bear. Shui Yunshan sighed and said, it can't be blocked, but, the order of the Lord Speaker is a military order. I can die, you can die, but I, Shui Yunshan, must die in front of you. Scarlet flames dazzled in Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he slowly raised his hand, pulling the two behind him, and said in an emotionless tone, stand back, I got this. The two froze, looking at the figure blocking them, not understanding what other cards Qin Ming had. Trust me. At these words, the tense duo inexplicably dropped their hearts and stepped back to pull away. Qin Ming looked at the 9 guardian spirits that were walking towards him, his body slightly bent, and between his breath and exhalation, dark red flames erupted. Its body, like falling into the 9 ghosts, a wisp of creepy flames, like a totem snake, wrapped around its body, and finally converged and became one. In a blink of an eye, the flames rose to the sky, reaching up to 100 feet. At that moment, the blood-colored heaven and earth, and the 9 underworld seas tumbled and set off monstrous waves. That stands in the center of the 9 underworld sea on top of the Black Mountain. Rolling blood mist, blood-colored thunder flashes, vaguely a great figure, negative standing in which, back to the pale. The moment it sensed Qin Ming's summons, the figure suddenly made a move, its black and gold wide sleeves flicking. In an instant, the endless spiritual power of the 9 underworld seas rushed straight into the 9 heavens, cutting through the dome, and violently erupted from Qin Ming's body. An unnameable vastness of imperial might came out. At that moment, the winds and clouds changed, heavenly thunder rolled, and all the spirits resonated. Everyone completely froze, feeling that Supreme Emperor's pressure instantly, uncontrollably wanting to kneel down and submit, wanting to bow down to that 1,000-year-old emperor. However, this power of the 9 underworld seas, which gave the first emperor just a wisp of breath, caused the living beings to submit and all spirits to kneel. Qin Ming's figure, at the moment, was uncontrollable and suspended high in the sky. Around its body, a wisp of black dragon shadows dazzled and circled, and there was even a faint sound of dragon's roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. What is that? Could it be that he is about to descend? Impossible. Never. The Emperor's soul era has not yet descended. How could he descend into the world? Wu Mu roared in terror, his eyes filled with fearful scorn. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the figure surrounded by black dragon shadows. Suddenly, the blinding spectral light shone like a scorching sun, illuminating the heavens and earth, causing everyone to not dare to look directly at it. When the blazing light dissipated, Qin Ming's figure once again fell into the crowd's gaze. However, this time around, Qin Ming changed tremendously. His face, which was still sword-browed and starry-eyed, with a face like a crown of jade, hadn't changed in any way. However, Qin Ming's original short hair transformed into waist-length hair. A head of thick black hair that resembled that of the ancients was draped over his shoulders and waist, like black gold poured into it, emitting an ineffable ethereal light. The most frightening thing was that Qin Ming's modern casual clothes were transformed into the crimson garments of Xianyi and the robes of the first emperor. The upper part of the design symbolizes the day before dawn, and the lower part represents the place of dusk. Vaguely, that heaven and earth pattern, seemingly possessing life, flowing all the time, lifelike, light intertwined, into one, emitting a resounding grand sound. 9 black dragon figures, hovering around it, were lifelike, emitting the sound of a dragon's roar from time to time. At this moment, the 3 great generals of Great Qin instantly got rid of their opponents and knelt down in the direction of Qin Ming. Zhao Gao, the 6 sword slaves did the same, kneeling respectfully. All of them, their knees went weak and they fell to the ground with an uncontrollable thud. It's too much like that, too much like that. Xiang Tian, who was far away from the small village and town, his body trembled slightly and murmured incredulously, if it were not for the fact that in this era, it was impossible for the one to descend in such a state. He almost thought that the first emperor had revived and the ancestral dragon had reappeared. Chapter 106, The First Emperor's Robe, the Crimson Shroud of Xianyi. Whether it was Lu Tianjun, Xiang Tian, or any other emperor-level imperial spiritist, all of them were shocked and froze in place at this moment. 1,000 words are not enough to depict the complexity of their hearts, including the speaker who was watching the live broadcast while slaughtering the imperial spiritists besieging outside of the imperial capital. All of them couldn't help but feel the trembling of the imperial guardian spirit deep in their souls. What exactly is this guy's relationship to the first emperor? A descendant? Impossible. The speaker muttered a sentence and carelessly killed a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist with a sword. At this moment, Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes looked down at the earth, his body feeling unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, even if he relied solely on the strength of his body, he could be fearless of a Zun-ranked guardian spirit. 4. He was given by the first emperor the crimson garment of Xianyi, the emperor's garment tainted with the emperor's luck of his breath. The ensuing change was that it was like an ancient emperor, with his body attached to imperial might. Even its face, all of them are like the ancients. Qin Ming's eyes dazzled with a faint majesty, and every move carried the might of an emperor. He stood with his hands in the air, looking down on the kneeling crowd. Qin Ming knew that what they were afraid of was not themselves, but the might of the first emperor, the crimson garments of the Xian clothes that carried the aura of the first emperor. As expected, when they adapted to this wisp of imperial might, each of them rose up with a gloomy and unsightly expression, especially Wu Mu and the others. They were top saint-level spirit royalists, an existence that millions of living beings feared at the slightest anger. Now, because of a wisp of the first emperor's breath, he was kneeling uncontrollably, losing all his face. Kill! Dong Hong roared in anger, venting his inner rage out. At that moment, the battle resumed. Zhao Gao, the 6 sword slaves, Li Xin, Zhang Han, Wang Ben, Shui Rangui, and other existences were once again caught in a fierce fight. Suddenly, a Zun-ranked guardian spirit, holding a long sword, bellowed and stamped his feet on the ground, the pressure spreading out like a fog, violently, causing the ground to split in pieces. Its body leapt up 100 feet into the air, both arms swinging their swords towards Qin Ming's silhouette that was suspended high in the air. Qin Ming slowly raised his head, and his right hand, which was carried on his back, slowly stretched out. The black dragon shadow circled around his arm and hovered to his palm, transforming into a long sword. The blazing flames around his body rose again, and on top of his arm, terrifying power was injected into the longsword as he chopped across the sky. Rumble! In a blink of an eye, the long-lasting black and red sword unsbucked the felling heights and killed towards that Zun-ranked guardian spirit. in the blink of an eye, soul power, like ripples on the surface of the water, violently dispersed out in all directions, traversing the sky for 10 miles. Qin Ming's terrifying power directly lifted that Zun-ranked guardian spirit off the ground and ruthlessly smashed it on top of a mountain thousands of meters away, directly turning the hundreds of feet high mountain into ruins, being pressed into the ruins. Everyone was once again shocked and looked at this scene incredulously. To use a mortal's body to reverse the attack of a Zun-ranked guardian spirit, such power was unheard of and unparalleled in all of history. Looking at the scene of Qin Ming holding the black dragon sword in his single hand, his Xian clothes and crimson garments unfolding at high altitude, and his thick black hair dancing wildly, it was impossible to use words to describe the vibration of uneasiness in their hearts for a while. How can a person who was a mole provoke the might of the first emperor and not measure up to his own strength? Qin Ming's voice grew colder and colder, and his eyes were like those of an emperor, ignoring the world's living beings, just like an emperor's anger, ambushing millions of corpses, and staining the mountains and rivers with blood. Qin Ming was very satisfied with the enchantment of the first emperor's robe, directly raising his power to an extremely terrifying realm. Come together and kill him. His power has not surpassed that of an exalted. Don't be intimidated by his aura. Dong Hong let out a stern cry, his eyes filled with blood. He understood that once he missed today's opportunity, if he wanted to strike at Qin Ming again in the future, his success rate would be minimal. The evil emperor organization had united a number of forces to hold back the headquarters, and this was an excellent opportunity that could not be missed. This statement awakened the fearful and restless crowd. Kill! In the next moment, Wu Mu gave a cold shout. The Zetian Empress, the 8 exalted ones, and even the 12 exalted ones who had escaped from the battlefield, all joined hands to unleash an all-out strike at Qin Ming. That terrifying power could not be resisted even by the first person of saint-level guardian spirits. The power of the joint kills directly triggered heaven and earth visions, and heavenly thunder rolled. The void twisted and set off huge ripples, and even the heavens and earth became dark. At this moment, all hearts were raised to their throats, nervously watching the sky. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly as he felt this heaven and earth destroying aura coming at him. Even if he possessed the Xian clothes crimson clothes to add to his strength, he absolutely could not withstand it. The power or lack thereof of the first emperor's robe lies more in its own power. With today's Qin Ming, he was simply unable to perfectly utilize the power of the first emperor's robe. That's just it. No more games. Gentlemen, come back. Qin Ming spoke softly, seemingly to himself, but also as if he was speaking to someone. The moment its voice came out, Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Ben instantly distanced themselves from their opponents and responded in unison. As you wish, my lord. As the words fell, the 3 behemoths transformed into monstrous flames, emitting bright and blazing light, like a mist of light, converging towards the Qin Ming's body. The crowd was puzzled by Qin Ming's bewildering maneuver, and all of them were staring at the place where the many attacks converged. What the hell is he trying to do? All of this happened at the same moment, which seems to be very short, but in fact, it is faster. Just a moment, as the attack, led by the Zetian Empress, landed high in the sky, a shocking and earth-shattering sound erupted violently. That power, directly converging into a splendid mushroom cloud, rose up into the sky, traversing in all directions and impacting heaven and earth. The earth was broken by inches, and the green mountains were destroyed and turned into a barren land. All the surrounding drones that were shooting from afar were instantly destroyed, and even the onlookers from more than a dozen miles away were also sent flying by the terrifying aftermath. All live feeds were interrupted at that moment. Dead, dead, this doesn't even die, unless he steps into the emperor level, but that's never possible. The mist filled the firmament, and the people on the ground who came back to their senses were all in a sorry state, their gazes fixed dead on the high sky, especially Wu Mu and the others. They could not stop rejoicing in their hearts. Once Qin Ming died, the purpose of their trip would be perfectly accomplished. Suddenly, a sound of emptiness rang out, very soft, but precise and unmistakable into everyone's ears. As the dense fog gradually dissipated, a blazing figure, emitting bright dark red bloodlight, penetrated the rolling fog and shone in the dark sky. An even more terrifyingly huge shadow hovered between heaven and earth. Above its body, the huge black dragon shadow slowly dazzled. The light was brilliant, shining heaven and earth. The ancient sound of the dragon's roar, resounding and low, unceasingly. Thick black hair, between each strand, was shrouded in dark red flames. The face was solemn and dignified, like a true deity, without the slightest mortal emotion. A pair of bloodshot eyes that seemed to nurture the stars of the green underworld, the sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers in general, overlooking the living world. The fog dispersed, and the figure was completely reflected in everyone's eyes. Dressed in the crimson garments of the Xian clothes, they made a hunting sound in the void. Holding the black dragon longsword in one hand, the light around his body blazed, and the sound of the dragon's roar was unceasing. Qin Ming, How is it possible? Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cool air, because the huge Dharma body molded high in the air was none other than Qin Ming dressed in Xian clothes crimson, with his long hair draped over his shoulders. Chapter 107, Blasphemy Against the Emperor's Might, Punishable Offense. The huge figure moved slightly. His breath was vast and majestic, shaking the void. The size of its figure was so large that it was vaguely close to an emperor's figure, a few points more massive than the Zetian female emperor. Even more horrible is its body overflow and out of the breath, like the ocean infinite, wrapped in destroying the sky and earth like a horrifying breath. This figure, if it wasn't smaller, the crowd almost thought that it was the one who had reappeared in the world. The emperor descending. Why? How is that possible? Qin Ming is immortal. How could he incarnate as a guardian spirit? No one could explain this scene, including the speaker of the headquarters, the evil emperor organization, and any emperor-level existences. All felt the collapse of their worldview. Qin Ming's eyes opened and closed with a divine light, overlooking the earth. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone was too chilled to meet his gaze. Even those guardian spirits, including the most powerful Empress Zetian, lowered their noble heads at this moment. Go on. Qin Ming was brief and concise, faintly spitting out 2 words. When his eyes looked at Shui Yunshan and Zhao Jia, both of them unconsciously bent their bodies to express their awe. Stand back and let me have a moment with these curmudgeons. As soon as these words came out, the Zhao Jia duo didn't dare to slack off and instantly recalled their guardian spirits. After all, after facing an imperial spiritist who was stronger than them and resisting for a long time, they themselves were quite consumed and were about to be unable to hold on. At this moment, 20 Zun-level guardian spirits and 6 Saint-level guardian spirits all suppressed their inner fear and anxiety and erupted with terrifying killing intent as they looked towards Qin Ming. They had no choice but to fight to the death. None of the people believed that this formation, which could withstand ordinary emperor-level guardian spirits, would be unable to fight Qin Ming before the Emperor's Soul Era. Play God and kill him. Dong Hong snapped. The angrier his attitude, the more fearful his heart, trying to use this and other methods to cover up his inner uneasiness and fear. Wu Mu, Zhao Yi, Zhu Liang, 3 people are the same. They have no choice but to fight. Not to mention the fact that today's Qin Ming was so bizarre and terrifying. If he was given enough time again, no one knew or could predict just how terrifying his future would be. That person's mere wisp of imperial might cause them to be physically and mentally fearful and uneasy if he or she descended in the Emperor's Soul Era. Who can fight in the world of the 9 states, the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands? The world is watching. Who dares to fight? Kill, kill, kill. For successive bellowing voices echoed between heaven and earth. Each of these behemoths extremely erupted with soul power, shaking the heavens and moving the earth, and their breath was limitless and shocking. At this moment, the satellite broadcast resumed again, and the crowd that spied that scene had their hearts in their throats, not daring to utter a single breath. Outside of the imperial capital, the speaker of the headquarters, who had slaughtered all comers, sat alone on top of a tall building watching the resumed cell phone broadcast, looking at the behemoth high in the sky surrounded by numerous guardian spirits, shocked for a moment not knowing how to speak. Body transforming into a guardian spirit. What kind of means is this? Surpassing the headquarters' cognition, surpassing the world's cognition, and even subverting the concept of a guardian spirit. The headquarters speaker shook his head with a bitter smile, and at the moment, he wasn't too worried about Qin Ming's safety. With his knowledge of Qin Ming and the endless, world-shattering tactics, nowadays, Qin Ming, with the Emperor's soul out of the way, no one could do anything about it. Not only the speaker of the headquarters, but the powerful imperial spiritists who saw the scene after the live feed was restored were shocked and speechless. However, there is an exception. It is hidden in the mountains. The eyes seem to nurture the vastness of the stars. Every move, like the flow of heaven, extremely arcane. It has begun. Your scheming, at last, in this age, has made its first appearance. Qin Ming's figure moved slightly, and the black dragon silhouettes around him gradually solidified, as if they were arching over their master. The Zetian female emperor was the first to kill, her jade hand holding a long sword, and her yellow emperor's robe unfurling in the void. The sword raised the power of thunder, and that terrifying power claimed to be the first under the emperor's soul. Qin Ming's indifferent bloodshot eyes lifted slightly as he glanced at them lightly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Dang! The black dragon's long sword moved slightly, emitting a crisp sound in the void. The dragon's shadow wrapped around the sword, a wisp of dark red flame, endless, emitting a blazing ghostly light. The moment the Zetian Empress leapt up and stepped into the air, her long sword falling, Qin Ming's huge body moved slightly, brushing his eyes with his sword as he crossed in front of him. The sword aura instantly erupted, accompanied by the sound of a long chant of a true dragon. Rumble! Under one sword, heaven and earth changed color, directly forcing back the Zetian Empress figure. Immediately afterward, the other 5 saint-level guardian spirits came one after the other, encircling and killing in all directions. wanting to annihilate Qin Ming with a single blow. Out of your depth. Qin Ming opened his mouth indifferently, his eyes glowing greatly, shooting out two lurid dark red blood auras. The shirts moved with them, and the wide sleeves spread out into the void. With the black dragon long sword stood in front of his body, the sword blade moved violently, and the black dragon's shadow around his body looked up to the sky and roared, as if rebuking the emperor of the latter part of the district. How dare you desecrate the emperor's authority? In an instant, with Qin Ming's Dharma body as the center, the void within a radius of 1,000 meters was transformed into an absolute domain that violently erupted. The sword chi that traversed the 8 directions, wrapped in the emperor's might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder rolling, struck horizontally. The 5 saint-level guardian spirits instantly suffered from the force of a planetary impact, flying thousands of meters backward in the air, crashing into several mountains, and setting off monstrous clouds of dust. The sound of rolling rocks echoed between heaven and earth. The earth was shaking wildly, the heavens and the earth were trembling, and the world was in fear. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Qin Ming's Dharma body, which was suspended high in the sky, finally made a move and instantly smashed down on top of the earth. Terrifying power. The moment it crashed to the ground, the earth was directly overturned. A huge gully, like an abyss, spread to the endless distance. The crowd on the ground, fleeing in terror, directly left the center of the battlefield in a 10-mile radius. A mere imperial spiritist essence could not withstand such transcendent power. Even the 20 Zunzun level guardian spirits in the most central position were in a sorry state at the moment, and were overturned on the ground by Qin Ming's earth-shaking might. They all have memories of their lives, and at this moment, their fear and scorn of the first emperor is deep in their bones and marrow. There were even some unbearable people who quickly fled, not wanting to remain here at all. In the monstrous dust, Qin Ming's huge Dharma body slowly rose, emitting a blazing light around his body. In the blink of an eye, the figure emerged from the dust, looking at the 20 Zun-ranked guardian spirits around him, his face expressionless, his bloodshot eyes flashing with killing intent. Blasphemy against the emperor's authority is a crime punishable by death. In the next moment, the vastness of Qin Ming's Dharma body sank violently, and the dust dispersed. The long sword of the black dragon chopped horizontally across the sky, and the terrifying power directly caused black traces to appear in the void, which did not dissipate for a long time. Wrapped in a destructive sword, black and red sword awnings, accompanied by the sound of the black dragon roar, scattered away. In an instant, 20 Zun-ranked guardian spirits stopped their huge bodies just like that, their eyes filled with unwillingness and falling. They have survived the years of ancient history and have managed to revive in this era that belongs to them. Unexpectedly, the mere fact that he chose his own host and stood on the wrong side, he was completely returned to silence. Chapter 108, Famous to the Heavens. At that moment, all the people who were watching the live broadcast looked at this scene incredulously. A whole 20 Zun-level guardian spirits. Those were the top guardian spirits in this world. Existences that had a lot of fame in ancient history. Now, he was killed by Qin Ming as if he was killing a pig and slaughtering a dog with a single sword, and his life fell in the Linqiu mountain range. Their huge bodies, like the morning light, dissipated in the air. Dots of starlight flew toward the clouds and merged into the void, turning into a strand of sustenance for the guardian spirit era. At the moment, the entire Linqiu mountain range looked ragged, as if it had gone through a world war. The green mountains and green water are no longer there, but only a devastated landscape. The 6 saint-level guardian spirits once again rose from the ruins, their breath slightly withered, and in their eyes, apart from fear and scorn, there was a monstrous unwillingness. Qin Ming was powerful beyond their imagination. To be able to fuse the power of a guardian spirit and evolve oneself into the existence of a guardian spirit was simply unheard of and subverted cognition. Qin Ming's gigantic Dharma body's eyes remained indifferent, like an emperor hanging high in the 9 heavens, overlooking the living without a single fluctuation of emotion. This is the horror of the crimson robe of the first emperor. This ancient garment was originally tainted with the aura of the first emperor, a transcendent object with supreme power. And all the guardian spirits in the scarlet heaven and earth were born because of the first emperor, so they could naturally fuse their powers. Qin Ming huge Dharma body, standing in the center of the ruins, around the black dragon shadow does not stop. The breath is vast, just like in the battlefield to fight the emperor. Raise their hands and feet. Are the emperor hegemony? Unbeatable. Around them, the 6 saint-level guardian spirits, their souls shining brightly around them, their horrifying killing intent rolling around, and their will to swear not to retreat, were equally chilling. As former emperors, they all understood the truth that if they were unable to suppress Qin Ming and execute him here this time, they would lose their best chance. After today, Qin Ming's name is known throughout the world and resonates throughout the 9 states. The might of the first emperor has reappeared in heaven and earth, commanding the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands, and who dares to disobey? In a split second, there would be countless imperial spiritists flocking to Qin Ming and Daqian. In this way, Qin Ming's power would be completely transformed, leaping from a small, silent and nameless city to become the top power in China. Countless powerful imperial spiritists could not help but be in a trance as they watched this heart-stopping scene. That primordial emperor-like overbearing aura, that blood-colored eyes that looked down upon the world, that magnificent figure that crowned the ages and was unmatched in all ages. It was too much like that, just too much like that person. That was the only thought within countless people. At this moment, Qin Ming's figure moved again, and the black dragon longsword that was mortared in front of him, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, stood in Qin Ming's right hand. Go on. Qin Ming spoke again, his voice indifferent, contemptuous, with a hint of disdain. A first emperor's robe, thick black hair, and no wind. Wherever the eyes passed, no one dared to meet those lurid eyes. Kill. Zetian female emperor was the first to open her mouth. She is the only female emperor in ancient history. Self-reliant women are not inferior to men, and how can she tolerate such contemptuous indifference to the eyes? His imperial crown swayed, his green silk fluttered, and the ribbons of his imperial robe around him shook the void with the outbreak of his soul breath. Jade Hand held his sword, and between flashes, he once again bullied his way up to kill face to face. Qin Ming's eyes moved slightly as he faintly glanced at them, and the 9 black dragon shadows emitted a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. A sword came out and resisted with unerring precision. Terrifying power came out from the 9 underworld seas and merged into Qin Ming's body. Bang! After a moment of confrontation, Qin Ming lifted off the Zetian Empress with his sword. Zhu Wen, Zhao Kuangyin, Dong Jue, and 2 other emperors of small, chaotic states in the years joined forces to kill. The Zetian Empress smashed on top of the earth once again, and seeing this, she immediately got up and followed closely behind. They no longer cared about any imperial face. After all, in the face of this spokesman for the Emperor of the 1,000 years, talking about face was a joke. The 6 saint-level guardian spirits, emitting brilliant immortal light, approached in a flash. Qin Ming stopped trying, and the bloodlight of his eyes transformed into the 9 underworld seas. Standing with his sword in front of his chest, he invoked a strand of the power of the first emperor from the Black Mountain in the Jade Seal of Transmission and integrated it into his sword. In a flash, the breath of the beginning emperor was enhanced, and the 9 black dragon silhouettes became even more appallingly huge. Spinning the black dragon long sword, Qin Ming's Dharma body held the sword in both arms and plunged it into the earth upside down, accompanied by a sword swinging the emperor. His black hair and robes around his body danced in the wild wind, a pair of eyes that glowed through the void, illuminating a 10-mile radius of heaven and earth. Terrifying power, from the black dragon long sword out, from the ground against the sky and up, a few meters thick column of light, directly breaking through the sky and clouds. The 6 saint-level guardian spirits' faces changed drastically. They were trapped in Qin Ming's cage, and the terrifying pillar of light, which came too suddenly, directly penetrated their bodies. Unable to move, Qin Ming got up, his indifferent bloodshot eyes standing still, and once again spoke coldly. It is over, the Emperor of the latter days, to eternal silence. Its words fell, and in the gazes of the 6 saint-level guardian spirits of horror, unwillingness, and fear, Qin Ming pulled out the black dragon longsword that was stuck in the middle of the earth and stood on his left eye, sending out an indiscriminate absolute sword domain attack with a strike across the 8 directions. In a flash, the earth was like a dark red perishing lotus, slowly blooming and covering a 10-mile radius. Endlessly bright sword-ons penetrated through the void, ceaselessly breaking through the bodies of the 6 saints. 10 minutes later, the sound of the sword and dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth, unceasingly, gradually disappeared. The rolling dust fog dispersed, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed dead on the center of the battlefield. There, Qin Ming's Dharma body, like a magnificent giant, stood between the mountains. The surrounding area was transformed into a land of devastation. Gullies, abysses, and sword marks everywhere. The 6 saint-level guardian spirit figures had disappeared. At this moment, the entire internet gasped and the world shook. This scene that overturned history, this scene that rewrote the epic, was born right before his eyes. Everyone at this moment was a witness to history, witnessing the birth of a guardian spirit era, a supreme imperial spiritist. From this moment onwards, Qin Ming's name completely resounded through the 9 states of China and around the world. When his name is mentioned, there is no more questioning, only awe, fear, and uneasiness, as there once was with that one. It's over. Headquarters, Jinling Pavilion, Evil Emperor Organization, De Pei City, a single emperor-level power, all unconsciously off the table. There were those who breathed a sigh of relief, but more than that, there was trepidation, scorn, and killing intent rolling around. Qin Ming's Dharma body moved slightly, transforming into a roiling sky of light and shadows, slowly disappearing in place. Then, a figure, once again, stepped out into the air. It was none other than Qin Ming, who was dressed in the crimson garments of Xian clothes and had long hair draped over his shoulders. He stepped into the air with his hands in the air, and his figure was extremely fast as he traveled between the mountain ranges. With such speed, satellites were unable to capture his figure, and everyone was curious as to what else Qin Ming wanted to do. It wasn't long before the answer was revealed. After the guardian spirit fell, the sentinel host, who had suffered a heavy blow, was now driving a car and frantically fleeing, not daring to linger for even a moment. However, with their speed, would they be able to escape Qin Ming's pursuit? 10 minutes later, Qin Ming's figure fell from the sky with a bang, smashing the asphalt avenue and stopping the departing crowd. Chapter 109 New Members of Parliament. As the dust dispersed, Qin Ming's figure slowly stepped out, his icy bloodshot eyes looking towards the crowd in the automobile as he faintly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, where do you want to go before the battle is over? I will give you all a ride. Wu Mu and the others were pale, their bodies trembling from fear of death. Zhao Yi knew that he couldn't escape, so he got out of the car straight away and looked at Qin Ming with a gloomy face. Zhu Liang, Wu Mu and the two of them likewise got off the bus, as well as the former honors of the ancient world family. As for the evil emperor organization's sole sentinels, Qin Ming had long ago informed Zhao Jie Shui Yunshan and his duo to rob and kill them. With the gap between them nowadays, robbing and killing these imperial spiritists who had lost their guardian spirits was as easy as a slap in the face. So naturally, Qin Ming wouldn't worry about it. Qin Ming, how about letting us live? Now that we've lost our guardian spirits, we're already wasted and pose no threat to you, so why do you need to drive us to extinction? Zhao Yi took a step forward, his face hesitated for a moment, and finally bent down and lowered his noble head, saying softly, now that they had lost their guardian spirits, they could still rely on the remnants of their forces and live a free and peaceful life, so they were naturally unwilling to die in this way. Zhu Liang did the same and said with a prayerful look on his face, Qin Ming, you don't have any grudges against my Zhu family, and I was only deluded by the evil emperor organization, which is why I struck out at you, so spare my Zhu family, and from now on, my Zhu family will be at your disposal. Qin Ming's face was expressionless and silent. He wanted to see just how afraid of death these unrivaled and lofty ancient world families were. Wu Mu's face was the most unsightly, gloomy and almost dripping as she said succinctly, Qin Ming, spare my Wu family, $100 billion, and I will definitely deliver it when I leave safely. When Qin Ming heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. With his strength nowadays, this world, whether it is money, beautiful women, or others, can be at his disposal. I really don't know what kind of eyes your guardian spirits have, that they would choose you and others to be hosts. If I were the Zetian Empress, I would rather be silenced forever than choose to become the guardian spirit of an old demoness like you. The naked verbal humiliation caused the faces of the crowd to become more and more ugly. Once upon a time, they controlled a part of China, and their words were decrees, but now they have ended up in such a situation. It's almost time to finish. Qin Ming raised his head, glanced faintly at the distance, and said softly. Once these words came out, the crowd fled frantically without looking back. A useless struggle. Whispering softly to himself, Qin Ming's palm moved slightly, and the black dragon longsword reappeared in his hand. With a sword chop, the dark red sword aura instantly penetrated the void and flashed past the bodies of the crowd. Afterwards, Qin Ming walked back towards the distance with his head. Behind him, the once powerful person of the ancient world family, just like this, with a face of unwillingness, was powerlessly transformed into two pieces, collapsing on top of the ground, with blood flowing all over the place. Soon, at the forest mountain range, the figures of Zhao Jie and Shui Yunshan appeared, both trailing behind Qin Ming by a few steps, their bodies slightly lowered in a sign of respect. After experiencing this battle, Qin Ming's aura became more and more transcendent, especially with the monstrous changes in his appearance nowadays. A robe of the first emperor, with thick black hair falling over his shoulders and down to his waist, that ancient and unperturbed face looked as if the ancients had revisited. The dress, in this day and age, could be considered out of place. However, it seemed nothing strange that this was happening to Qin Ming. Master Qin, it's settled, Zhao Jie said softly, not daring to look directly into Qin Ming's eyes. It wasn't just his own awe of Qin Ming, but also Zhao Gao's fear, his scorn. Shui Yunshan was similarly so, no longer as at first, bright and big-headed. Well, let's go, back to Dakian. Qin Ming opened his mouth indifferently and looked at Shui Yunshan as he continued. Make the arrangements, we can just go back by ourselves. Also, say thank you to the speaker on my behalf. Tell him that I, Qin Ming, can fight internally, but will never tolerate foreign invaders tainting China. I'm on the same side as headquarters, so if you need anything, just come to Dakian City and find me. Upon hearing this, Shui Yunshan inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief. Although he had always known that Qin Ming's attitude towards the headquarters was still quite friendly, However, when he actually opened his mouth to make a promise, Shui Yunshan was still quite relieved. Don't worry, Head Qin, I'll convey it as it is. Wait a moment, I'll directly have the headquarters helicopter send you back, and I'm sure there won't be any more ungrateful people who will hijack and kill you. The 10-mile radius of the Lynchwood Mountains had long been destroyed and devastated, making it impassable for automobiles, leaving only the option of airplanes. Well, trouble. Responding to a sentence, Qin Ming came to the side of the boulder, lit a cigarette and waited quietly. The image is, well, slightly awkward. A person whose appearance and temperament resembles the ancients, swallowing clouds. Many of the media secretly took a few pictures and hurriedly fled when they realized Qin Ming's icy gaze. They didn't think that Qin Ming would be in the way of their status and be afraid of public opinion not daring to take action against them. Soon, the headquarters helicopter arrived and picked up the duo and quickly headed towards Dakian City. The live feed was interrupted after Qin Ming left. It's over, but the real shaking of the world has just begun. Qin Ming's power to dominate the world and intimidate the 4 seas and 8 wastelands subverts the world's cognition, and no one is afraid to be afraid. All the media software hot search on the whole network. Qin Ming steadily occupied the headlines, lasted for a month without falling. Meanwhile, a convoy of trains from the imperial capital departed smoothly. From the beginning to the end, hundreds of imperial spirit guards followed closely behind, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. In addition to that, there were also powerful saint-level imperial spiritists hidden in the headquarters that kept an eye on the caravan until it left the imperial capital, and they were only able to send a sigh of relief, because that caravan is the imperial capital of that betrayal of the Chinese patriarch's forces. To its scruples, do not dare to slacken. The speaker's body appeared at the top of the tall building, his gaze calmly watching the convoy leave. Not long after, Yang Fan's silhouette appeared behind him and respectfully inquired, Lord Speaker, is it necessary to hijack and kill him? This person knows too many secrets of China and has corrupted China's Kyushu for too long. Merely expelling him would be too cheap. When he thought of this person's betrayal, Yang Fan became furious and could not wait to lead the Imperial Spirit Guards and hunt down this person. The speaker's face was unchanged, his dark eyes turning frantically as he wondered what he was thinking. Finally, he shook his head and said, the time has not yet come for a complete showdown, a battle of life and death. Before, we had no choice but to hold back for the sake of the greater good. Now, however, Qin Ming has completely risen to prominence, and even an ordinary emperor-level imperial spiritist can't do anything about him. But that's not enough. Qin Ming's growth time is too short. He still needs time, and there are still many hidden emperor-level imperial spiritists that are eyeing him. The longer it drags on, the better for us. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan nodded, his berserk breath calming down around him, his face revealing a complex color as he sighed. I had thought that Qin Ming was hiding his strength, but I never thought that he would be so terrifying. No wonder that guy was emboldened to enter the imperial capital directly. With a bitter smile, Yang Fan continued, I don't think he trusts the headquarters completely, but he is absolutely confident in his own strength. The speaker did not answer. He was equally shocked inside, his deep gaze overlooking the imperial capital, overlooking the 9 states of China. After a long time, the speaker's voice filled with majesty came, send an order to the world. From today onwards, Qin Ming is a member of the headquarters, the world of the 9 states. He can be unimpeded. To see Qin Ming, such as to see the Speaker of the House, and those who defy Qin Ming are regarded as treasonous, and the headquarters will be put to death. Chapter 110, The Great Qin Guards. When these words came out, Yang Fan revealed a look of dismay, followed by a huge inner shock. He knew that Qin Ming would become a member of the headquarters without any difficulty. However, it had not occurred to him that the Speaker of the House would grant him so much power, which was equivalent to tying the headquarters to Qin Ming. Speaker, Yang Fan, for the sake of the big picture, still wanted to speak up and persuade the speaker to deliberate some more. Without looking back, the speaker's eyes still looking into the distant sky, he waved his hand and said, do as I say. Shui Yunshan sends a message on Qin Ming's behalf, clearly expressing his attitude, together with his strength today, his potential. For whatever reason, it's impossible for me to let Qin Ming have a gap against the headquarters. Yang Fan was silent. He naturally understood that with Qin Ming's performance nowadays, he was fully qualified to become one of the HQ counselors, and even as a patriarch, Qin Ming possessed the qualifications. The only problem is that Qin Ming is too young and too junior to convince the public. Even Yang Fan, who had been in contact with Qin Ming quite a bit, found it difficult to accept for a moment that Qin Ming had been given so much power, comparable to a patriarch. While others have name but no power, Qin Ming has more power than name. I understand. I'll make the arrangements. In the end, Yang Fan did not object anymore. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan spoke again. Zhao, Zhu, and Wu, The three major ancient lineages, whether they are the direct lineages that fled the imperial capital, or other collateral lineages, all of them have been arrested by the imperial spiritists. How will they be dealt with? Mr. Speaker? The speaker thought seriously for a moment and spoke in a calm tone. Once they acted under the shelter of the lineage, but now that the big tree of the lineage has fallen, they should pay the price for the enjoyment they once had. A number of cities in China remain in a state of disarray and understaffed. Deprive them of their political rights for life. Then let them go and contribute to the rebuilding of China. Understood. As the speaker of the headquarters, naturally not a soft-hearted person, a real iron blood means person, can be in charge of the headquarters. After this battle, China, and even the world, was plunged into a brief calm, a creepy, extremely bizarre calm, whether it was the evil emperor organization, the Great Pei City, the Jinling Pavilion, and those hidden forces, they all fell silent and did not make any more movements. This battle, also known to posterity as the Change of Linqiu, the turning point of an era, the battle of the rise of a new emperor. 3 days after the linchpin change, the headquarters notice, Qin Ming became a member of parliament, the first person to do so at the age of less than 30 and without any background backing, and was given so much power that the world's imperial spiritists were shocked and clamored. Daqian City. In 3 days' time, Spirit Flame also returned to Daqian City under Yang Fan's arrangement. Seeing the appointment from the headquarters, Qin Ming was slightly surprised, and what he was surprised about was not the position of the counselor, but the rights given by the headquarters. At this moment, Qin Ming had not resumed his modern appearance, but was dressed in the crimson dress of Xianyi. The function of the first emperor's robe was not only to drastically increase the strength of his own body, but also with the help of the emperor's robe, he was able to fuse the power of the three great guardian spirits and transform himself into the shape of a gigantic dharma body. In addition, the greatest effect of the emperor's robe was to accelerate his absorption of the power of the 9 underworld seas, and his body's power increased as fast as more than 10 times as before. In the conference room, the crowd was still a bit uncomfortable as they looked at Qin Ming's long hair draped over his shoulders and dressed in the crimson of his Shan clothes. The most important thing was that the faint imperial might was too creepy, causing them to be chilled, as if they were facing the ancient emperor's aura that intimidated the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. At this moment, in the conference room, Brother Long, Spirit Flame, Fan Xinxin, Li Chanye, Gongsun Xiao, Zhao Jie, Hua Yuan, Long De, Long Air, and Xiao Jiu were all here. Gongsun Xiao was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Master Qin, the headquarters appointment for you to become a member of the headquarters has come down. Qin Ming's eyes were pale as he leaned on top of the soft chair, nodding slightly and did not open his mouth. Its gaze, filled with intimidation, looked around the crowd, then spoke up. It doesn't matter if headquarters appointments are made. What matters is that we are strong enough on our own. So, it's time for us to form our own forces, don't you think? At these words, Zhao Jie was slightly stunned and said doubtfully, Master Qin, isn't Daqian City your power? Qin Ming sniffed and slowly shook his head, his tone rippling in calm. No, I need a real army, one that can fight. His eyes fell on Zhao Jie as he continued. Your Luo Net, which is responsible for the intelligence assassination series, is still too weak to fight against a truly powerful imperial spiritist. As the words fell, its gaze looked toward Blade. The imperial spiritist puppet legion under the control of Little Dagger is slightly weak in battle and has no mastery of its own, ultimately missing some of the divinity that an army should have. So, I need an army that can actually punch and kill. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, forming their own army of imperial spiritists, the meaning of which everyone could naturally guess. However, none of the people refuted anything. With Qin Ming's strength today, he should indeed have his own forces to arch the status. After the crowd had finished digesting this information, Qin Ming gazed at Li Chanye, who was gulping down a large mouthful of wine, and softly said, Li Chanye, what do you think? Li Chanye was slightly stunned and quickly reacted with a bitter smile. Master Qin, you also know this nature of mine. Let me fight can be, but the formation of the army, this, I am not too good at. Qin Ming's face remained unchanged, and in an undeniable tone, he continued, Li Chanye, nowadays, in the entire Daqian City, other than me, you and Zhao Jie are the strongest. Zhao Jie is in control of the Luo Net, and it's hard to be an army controller with the strength of other people. Upon hearing this, everyone else's gazes fell on Li Chanye. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Li Chanye let out a bitter smile and nodded his head. Understood, Master Qin, I'll do my best. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, withdrew his gaze, and continued, after this battle, the reputation of my great Qian city will completely resonate throughout the world. Gongsun Xiao, you are in charge of the weekday matters of Daqian City. Then you will be responsible for the whole network. Notice, my Daqian City is thirsty for talents. As long as they are capable, they will not refuse. Starting today, the first army belonging to my Dakian city is officially established. The name, well, that will be named Daqin Wei. When these words came out, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Building an army in the name of Great Qin. The clarity of Qin Ming's purpose was self-evident. Zhao Jia was the most excited. His body trembled slightly. That is the Great Qin, once invulnerable, attacking the world Great Qin. Qin Ming's eyes once again looked at Li Changye and opened his mouth. In the early stages, Zhao Jia will assist you in how to manage the Great Qin guards. Don't let me down. Understood. Li Changye nodded and said seriously. Since he had agreed to this errand, he naturally did not dare to mess it up. Chapter 111, The Dilemma of Dakian City's Development. Qin looked toward Fan Xinxin, who had a face that was eager to speak, and opened his mouth. Fan Xinxin, you assist Li Changye and build the Great Qin guards. Upon hearing this, Fan Xinxin revealed a look of ecstasy and hastily nodded her head in response. Spirit Flame's pitiful, charming and moving gaze looked at Qin Ming and said in a delicate voice, Master Qin, what about me? Qin Ming glanced at Spirit Flame and said indifferently, you are a person of the Luo network. Naturally do things for the Luo network. Greed can't be chewed. Just do your job seriously. At those words, Spirit Flame naturally didn't dare to retort. Qin Ming's gaze fell on Huang, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Nowadays, Huang's research had entered a mature stage. Whether it was the refining of the Imperial Spiritist puppets or the method of grafting on the Guardian Spirits, they were all extremely perfect, and he has developed quite a few weapons against the Imperial Spiritists, which is quite a credit. Huang, make preparations to graft Guardian Spirits for Long D, Long Air, as well as Little Nine, so that they can become Imperial Spiritists. I'll have Zhao Jia send someone to capture a suitable Imperial Spiritist in this matter. Huang nodded. Don't worry, Master Qin, the grafting technique has been perfected. The success rate of 99%. There will be no accidents. Several people were after all those who had followed Qin Ming from the very beginning, so he naturally wouldn't let them go. The three of them revealed great joy at the words and hurriedly got up to thank them. Qin Ming waved his hand without opening his mouth, signaling them to sit down. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming once again spoke faintly. Notify the heads of the three cities of Diyun City, Deqing City, and Dechuan City to come see me. As he spoke, Qin Ming's gaze looked towards the three people. Long De Long Air Xiujiu, the three of you prepare yourselves, and after you become spirit royalists, take over as these three city inspector ambassadors, with Gongsun Shao being in charge of commanding them in the future. These three cities are neighboring places to my Dakian city. They must be controlled in your own hands. Understand? Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, revealing an uneasy appearance and said, I'm afraid the people in charge of these three cities won't allow us to replace their watchdog envoys and hollow them out. Qin Ming sniffed and revealed a disdainful smile, his face indifferent as he softly said, if I didn't have to consider the face of the headquarters, why would I have to do this? Surface work still needs to be done. Don't worry, when they enter Dakian City, they will no longer be them and will become part of the puppet army. Such ill-advised and eyeless people are a waste to keep. Even if headquarters knows that I intend to take control of these three cities, he will only turn a blind eye. Upon hearing this, several people no longer had any doubts. It was just that they were indeed a bit apprehensive about letting them take control of a city. Qin Ming saw the concern of several people and said again, don't worry, you're only stationed in these three cities on behalf of Deqian City. I'll have Xiao Dao send the puppet sentinel to assist you, and if you have any decision-making problems, just ask Gongsun Shao directly. With these words, the three of them were quite relieved and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Qin Ming extinguished the cigarette in his hand and got up. Dismissed. Leaving the conference room, the people left in their own ways according to Qin Ming's instructions. Spirit Flame then followed behind Qin Ming to his room. Something? Qin Ming spoke faintly. Spirit Flame stepped forward daintily, opened the door of the room for Qin Ming, leaned on Qin Ming's arm, and said softly and tenderly, Master Qin, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Qin Ming looked at Spirit Flame's thoughts, the playful smile in his eyes, making his face look like a peach blossom. The degree of twisting and turning, the control was just right. Go take a shower. Qin Ming patted Spirit Flame's sexy soft and sticky buttocks and said indifferently, in the beginning of man, sex is the head. If you see through the red dust in wind, is it not a numb saint? Although Qin Ming is cold-blooded and possesses Huangtu's dominance within him, it doesn't stop him from enjoying life. Qin Ming leaned against the sofa, his pupils slightly lax as he contemplated something. Unconsciously in his hand, he lit up a cigarette. There was nothing more in the quiet room than the sound of the bathroom clattering. Half an hour later, Spirit Flame, who was wearing a bathrobe, exposing most of her snow-white breasts, wearing loose hair, and charming eyes like silk, walked with her meter-long jade legs and sat directly in Qin Ming's embrace, her delicate face carrying a hint of rosy color. She reached out and took the cigarette in Qin Ming's mouth, took a deep breath and then snuffed it out in the ashtray and whispered with her ear, "Master Qin, I've recently learned some new ways to play, so why don't I try it?" Qin Ming smiled and did not refuse, closing his eyes and allowing the spirit flame to take the claim. Only spirit flame slowly retreated her bathrobe, twisted her petite body, and took out the black carry bag that she carried with her. Soon, some sounds echoed through the room. In January, Qin Ming's room, Dechuan, Decheng, and Deyun City logically fell into Qin Ming's control, and as for Li Quan and the three of them, they were completely transformed into puppet imperialists and were controlled by Brother Blade. Not only that, as Qin Ming had predicted, the number of imperial spiritists who had come to join him had more than reached the tens of thousands. The entire Dakian city was the most lively place for a while. Qin Ming looked at the several people who had emaciated quite a bit in January and opened his mouth to inquire. "What? Is there a difficulty in the formation of the Great Qin Guards?" Li Chanye drank the pot of spirits in one go and opened his mouth with a light sigh. "These imperial spiritists are mixed with dragons and snakes, and to form the Great Qin Guards, loyalty must be guaranteed, so it is indeed troublesome. In a month's time, there are less than 100 imperial spiritists who have passed the Luonet's examination and are qualified to become Great Qin Guards." Zhao Jie spoke up from the side to explain. "The truly powerful imperial spiritists have almost all defected to other forces. That's why the strongest of the imperial spiritists who have come to join Dakian City are only A-class imperial spiritists. The most troublesome thing is that nearly 1/10 of these imperial spiritists are spies from other forces." Zhao Jie is equally distressed. In order to investigate the details of these imperial spiritists, Luonet is sleepless day and night, working overtime, and vomiting blood. Gongsun Shao took over and spoke. "The other three cities are in charge, and are on the right track, and it will take some time before they can be completely controlled in our hands. And for the matter of the formation of the Great Qin Guards, I really can't spare the time." Qin Ming was not surprised when he heard this. It was not easy to think of forming an army of soul sentinels. He said in a calm tone, "Take your time, there's no rush. Since the other forces are sending people, then receive them all and send them to Huayuan to expand the puppet army." Qin Ming's gaze went to Zhao Jie as he inquired, "Any sign of what I asked you to look for?" At those words, Zhao Jie's face fell and he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Master Qin, you should also understand that ancient object has quite a large origin and is also too old, so for a while, it's simply difficult to find it. But, I suspect that thing fell into the hands of certain people who have the heart to hide it. Otherwise for more than 2,000 years, why has there not been a legend about it?" Qin Ming's face remained unchanged, and a faint trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Even though I had expected it, when I knew the truth, I still felt some regret inside for a while. If he obtained the heavenly question sword, Qin Ming could guarantee that his strength would take a qualitative leap." Chapter 112, The 100 Schools of Thought. "I understand. Let Luonet continue to search with all its might. I don't believe that the one who possesses such a supreme treasure can really hold back and stay hidden in the darkness." Qin Ming said coldly that whoever took something that didn't belong to him had to spit it out. The other few people heard this and were a bit confused, not understanding what the two were playing dumb, but they didn't dare to open their mouths to ask. Although Qin Ming hadn't set up any rules for the crowd, they still understood what should be honored. There are some things that you shouldn't know, and it's best not to ask about them, or you'll be asking for trouble. Zhao Jie nodded respectfully. "Understood, Master Qin. About the evil emperor organization, how is the investigation going?" Qin Ming casually opened his mouth and inquired. The evil emperor organization had dispatched imperial spiritists to rob and kill him, and whether it was out of a personal vendetta or a national grudge, Qin Ming was bound to take action against him. Zhao Jie pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to respond. "The evil emperor organization base, which no one knows about, is too mysterious, but the evil emperor organization has invaded quite a few forces, whether it's the headquarters, the Jinling Pavilion, or the Lu family in Dapei City. There are people from the evil emperor organization. But recently, Luonet got the news that in the 9 states of China, a number of cities have unknowingly had their city heads hollowed out, and their headquarters have lost control." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze looking at Zhao Jie with an inexplicable meaning. Zhao Jie's neck shrunk slightly and he hurriedly explained with a fawning smile, "You've misunderstood, Master Qin. I'm not talking about the 3 cities around Deqian City, but other Chinese cities." Qin Ming reclined on the black leather chair and snapped his fingers. Spirit Flame instantly understood, got up and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for Qin Ming. After taking a deep breath, Qin Ming softly said, "I understand, go ahead." Zhao Jie naturally didn't dare to flirt with Qin Ming with this kind of thing, and so it continued. "Master Qin, according to the Luo Network intelligence, the Chao family in the city of Great Wei has officially surfaced to take control of the city. The Sun family, in control of the city of Dawu, whose head became a puppet. the city of Dajin, controlled by the Sima family, the Great Third City, controlled by the Lu family, and these are just the neighboring cities. Others, likewise, are controlled quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's gaze looked towards Gongsun Xiao and wondered, what's the reaction from headquarters? Just let these families take control of the city? Gongsun Xiao shook his head and frowned. This is not clear. I have not been contacted by headquarters, nor has there been any official announcement. But with the ability of the headquarters, it must know. It's just that with this sudden change, even if the headquarters knows, it's still a bit distracted. The border waters have not been too peaceful lately, with foreign invaders eyeing them, and I'm afraid headquarters is helpless. Qin Ming was deep in thought with a cigarette in his hand. Nowadays, China is even more chaotic than the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and these imperial spiritists, like vassals, have cut off one side of the country. With the internal problems, coupled with the external problems, even if the headquarters is strong, it is still somewhat powerless to do anything about it. The crowd was equally silent, with only Zhao Jie still looking like he wanted to speak. Qin Ming noticed the difference and said straight away, say what you have to say, there's no need to hide it. Zhao Jie sighed with a worried expression on his face. Master Qin, it's not just these forces that have surfaced, there's also a rather special force that has some connection to you. Qin Ming sniffed and came to be a little interested, raising his eyebrows slightly as he lightly laughed. Talk, Zhao Jie said in silence for a moment. The 100 schools of thought, they occupied the 100-gate island and rose up, under the banner of opposing you to become a member of the headquarters, saying that they want to rid the people of evils and put tyrants to death. The moment these words came out, all the people were silenced, not daring to breathe. During the Great Qin dynasty, the 100 schools of thought were opposed to the government of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and they even often went around causing trouble and slandering the name of Emperor Shi Huang. This directly led to the name of Shi Huang, who was portrayed by these people in ancient books as a tyrant of the ages. Qin Ming's ghostly eyes moved slightly, flashing a ray of coldness. That icy cold aura that permeated the room caused the crowd to be chilled and uneasy. After a long time, Qin Ming extinguished his cigarette and rested his arms on the sofa, his gaze looking towards the ceiling as he opened his mouth icily. 100 flowers blossom, 100 schools of thought contend. It's really a splendid era to aspire to. When the crowd heard this, they revealed a look of dismay, not understanding why Qin Ming had this to say, but instead praised the 100 schools of thought. However, Qin Ming's next overbearing sentence caused them to come to a sudden realization. Unfortunately, the 9 states of China need to be unified. The world is one, and only one voice is needed, and that is my Qin Ming's voice, the voice of the Great Qin, and no matter what era it is, 100 flowers blossoming and 100 schools of thought contending is never a good thing. The ancient emperor burned books and pitted scholars. Then today, how can I Qin Ming lag behind? Whether it is the 100 schools of thought, or the emperors and generals of all times, foreign invaders of the generation, this world, only need a true ruler. Qin Ming's ice-cold gaze swept through the crowd, and wherever they passed, they all bowed their heads in trepidation, not daring to meet their eyes. Zhao Jie, order Luo Net to keep an eye on 100 Gate Island, and report back to me immediately if there is any movement. As for the other forces, there's no rush, one by one, as you wish. The crowd rose, bowed, and said respectfully, go down. After the crowd left, Qin Ming was the only one left in the empty room. Qin Ming got up, came to the window, stood with his arms folded, and acted in a way that was more and more like the one who had once been there. His eyes calmly looked down on Dakian City for a long time before he spoke softly. The obedient live, the disobedient die. The era that belongs to me, the era that belongs to you and others, is here. Meanwhile, 100 Gates Island. This place is surrounded by mountains on all sides, yet surrounded by rivers, making the terrain extraordinarily strange. The only passage into 100 Gate Island was an ancient suspension bridge, and below the high bridge was the rushing river, a treacherous terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The entire island covers an area of 1,000 miles, perhaps because of the inconvenience of transportation and remote location. This place is not the style of life, which is not in line with the modern era, leaning towards the ancient times. Even the architectural style of the houses favors ancient buildings. At the entrance, surveillance was installed and was patrolled by sentinel guards at all times. It would be difficult for outsiders to enter this place without making a sound. And this is the ancestral land of the 100 schools of thought, the place where the ancient inheritance is carried on. At this moment, in a towering ancient building on 100 Gate Island, a group of sentinelese, dressed in modern clothing, converge. These people were all representatives of the most flourishing great families of the 100 schools of thought, and had awakened the existence of powerful guardian spirits of the Great Qin era. Those who were able to appear here were at worst Zun-level royal spirit masters, and there was no shortage of saint-level royal spirit masters among them. Gentlemen, the tyrant has appeared. In that era, We overthrew the tyrant's empire with the power of Starfire, and in this era, we can likewise overthrow the tyrant's chosen spokesman. Humph, that Qin Ming and the tyrant are practically carved out of the same mold, the same overbearing, crime-ridden, treating life like grass, and the headquarters even allowed him to become a member of parliament. This country is wasted, and should be overthrown and started over. I agree that we should join forces with the imperial spiritists in the world who oppose Qin Ming and crusade against Daqian City to question the headquarters. The world is ultimately the world of the 100 schools of Zhuzi. So what if Qin Ming is even more powerful? The 100 schools of the Zhuzi have many talented people, so what's wrong with inciting the world's imperial spiritists for another crusade against the tyrannical ruler? The crowd was murmuring and filled with righteous indignation, as if Qin Ming had extinguished their ancestors. The man at the head of the table waved the crowd to be quiet and frowned at the figure representing the Yin-Yang family. Your Yin-Yang family originally belonged to one of the great families, but it's a pity that no one has awakened a powerful guardian spirit. Retreat. In the era of the Great Qin, your Yin-Yang family stance is inherently problematic. It's best for your Yin-Yang family not to take part in this kind of classified meeting. The representative figure of the Yin-Yang clan furrowed his brows slightly, and finally his brows relaxed as he got up and left without saying a word. Coming to the platform of the building, he looked into the distance with a complicated gaze and said sadly, "Strange, these guys have all awakened the representatives of the 100 schools of thought of the Great Qin era. Where did the one from my Yin-Yang family run off to? Could it be that he has not been transformed into a soul and is sleeping in the antiquities?" Chapter 113, The Evil Emperor's Holy Envoy. Shaking his head, the man stopped dwelling on it too much. He didn't want to follow the crusade against Qin Ming anyway. My Yin-Yang clan is originally loyal to Great Qin, crusading against the King Qin Ming. It's good that I don't report you. The man muttered something disgruntled and turned away. He was well aware of these guys, with their different minds and intentions. Secondly, he didn't really care if he awakened his guardian spirit or not, and there was everyone else like the Hyrule family who ended up in the same place as him, so what the hell was he worried about? With this thought, the man felt much lighter inside and left humming a little song. At this moment, all the people in the room spoke up on how to crusade against Qin Ming, and even asked for the punishment of the headquarters for appointing him. Among them, moreover, the Nong family, headed by the Mozi family, presided over the meeting. At this moment, the head of the Nong family in the first seat position looked at the crowd with a majestic gaze and opened his mouth. Everyone, that Qin Ming is now exceedingly powerful, and the matter of uniting the forces of the imperial spiritists from all sides is imminent. It just so happens that the messenger of the Evil Emperor organization approached me. This is an opportunity. The Evil Emperor organization is a force comparable to the headquarters. With its help, Qin Ming is nothing. At these words, the crowd instantly fell silent, and the conference room was quiet as a pin could be heard. Someone spoke in a whisper. I heard that the Evil Emperor organization colluded with foreign invaders. I think infighting is fine, but not. The moment he felt the icy gaze of Tian Griddle, the leader of the farmer's family, the man who spoke hurriedly shut up and didn't dare to continue speaking. The Nong family was large and he naturally couldn't afford to mess with them. The other families did the same, and even if they resented it inwardly, they didn't dare to refute it openly. Seeing that the crowd stopped talking, Tian Griddle nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Gentlemen, since you have no comments, then I would like to invite the Lord Holy Envoy of the Evil Emperor organization." As its words fell, the crowd turned their heads to look at the side door where the noise had been made. One could only see a figure in a hooded black robe with an icy aura around it walking step by step. The man came to the side of Tian Griddle, the leader of the farming community. Seeing this, Tian Griddle hastily got up and made way. The Evil Emperor Holy Envoy was also not polite, directly sitting down and then looking at the crowd with a ghostly cold gaze. Its face was pale and bloodless, as if it had been on drugs for a long time, but those gazes, extremely sinister, gave people a sense of moroseness. Seeing this, these leaders of the ZZ-100 families hurriedly averted their gazes, not daring to meet their eyes. At this moment, the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy's sharp and hoarse voice came out. "Everyone, I am the Holy Envoy of the Evil Emperor organization. You can just address me as Holy Envoy. There is no need to be so formal. I have come by order of the emperors to confer with you on the matter of executing the tyrant's advocate." As the words fell, the conference room was silent, and no one was willing to be a standout. The Holy Envoy was very satisfied with the attitude of these people. What he wanted was to give them endless oppressive power so that they would listen and become one of the sharp edges of the Evil Emperor organization against Qin Ming. Alright, I wonder what you all think about the matter of the 100 schools of thought joining forces with the Evil Emperor organization. At those words, someone in the crowd couldn't sit still, and a rough-minded man frowned at the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy, his tone unkind. "Lord Holy Envoy, I have a doubt within me, and I wonder if I can inquire about it." As soon as these words came out, The faces of several people around him changed slightly, fearing to be affected, and hastily moved away from their positions. Tian Griddle frowned and looked coldly at the man. Shortling, shut up, and if you have any problems, see me privately. Before the words were finished, the evil Emperor Holy Envoy waved his hand to interrupt Tian Griddle, his gaze looking at the rough-minded man with a chilling smile. What can't you ask? Tell me. The rough-minded man coldly grunted and spoke straight out. I heard that the evil Emperor organization is colluding with overseas thieves and bandits to divide up the land of my China's 9 states, and even sells the country's information in exchange for benefits. Is that true? If that's the case, then if the 100 schools of the ZZ, collaborate with the evil Emperor organization, would I not be betraying Huaxia and would be poked in the back by future generations? The rough-minded man's questioning voice fell in a flash, and all of them were silenced. Even a saint-level spirit royalist such as Tian Griddle didn't dare to breathe at this moment, fearing to provoke the evil Emperor Holy Envoy. The surrounding leaders of the Mozi family, the leaders of Confucianism, from beginning to end, did not say a word, not knowing what they were thinking. Suddenly, a sinister laugh broke the silence. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy looked at the rough-minded man with a playful smile. Suddenly, its figure disappeared in place and struck out once again, a blood-colored palm running through the rough-minded man's body. Bang! The scarlet heart, directly pinched and burst, to the point of death. The rough-minded man couldn't believe how he dared to take a shot at the head of the 100 sect on 100 sect island. The other people's faces changed drastically, and one by one, they quickly pulled away, their soul auras erupting as their gazes looked scornfully at the evil Emperor Holy Envoy. Stop it! Seeing this, Tian Griddle hurriedly opened his mouth and told the crowd to stop. The crowd turned a deaf ear because no one knew who this evil Emperor Holy Envoy would strike out at the next moment. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy took out a hand towel, wiped his bloody palm, threw it on the ground in disgust, and with a slight movement of his figure, returned to his position once again. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy didn't care about the angry gazes of the ZZ hundreds, coldly threatening. Gentlemen, the small 100-gate island can't hold back my evil Emperor organization. Just by moving a finger, the entire 100 families of the ZZ will be completely wiped out. If you guys want to die, you can try. Now, all sit down nicely. Who's in favor and who's against? When these words came out, the faces of the crowd changed drastically. This naked threat did not put them in their eyes at all. However, they also understood that what the evil Emperor Holy Envoy had said was true. A force comparable to the headquarters. It is easy to deal with today's plutocrats. Feeling the threatening gaze of the evil Emperor's Holy Envoy, the crowd rustled and began to sit down, their heads lowered and their faces unsightly. When Tian Griddle saw this, his content breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare offend the evil Emperor organization. Afterward, its gaze looked towards the outer gate guards and opened its mouth. Clean it up. Soon, 2 sentinel guards carried away the dead and dying corpse of the rough-minded man, and the ground was quickly rinsed clean. After a few minutes, the evil Emperor Holy Envoy gazed at the crowd and continued. Don't be afraid. My evil Emperor organization is the most reasonable. As long as you cooperate seriously, naturally you won't be treated poorly. Several lords have said that they can commit to allocating tens of billions of dollars each year to help the development of 100-gate island. When these words came out, the gloom in the hearts of the crowd was swept away, and their faces revealed ecstasy. They were entrenched in this place. The terrain was remote, resources were scarce, and now it was officially a time of lack of funds. Tens of billions? Divided evenly, each of them can share a lot of funds. Thinking so, they were even less likely to take the death of the rough-minded man to heart. In a time when profit is paramount, where is the concern for the lives and deaths of others? Under the grace and authority, the evil Emperor Holy Envoy revealed a wisp of a wry smile, holding the ZZ 100 schools to death. Everyone, cooperate well with the evil Emperor organization and deal with Qin Ming, not just you, but the world's group of heroes, who do not oppose this tyrant's spokesperson. The headquarters is blind. It even defends Qin Ming with all its might. Humph, water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. The headquarters is destined to be subverted by such a way of taking death. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy continued to snub the crowd. Chapter 114, each one has his own devilish intentions. The establishment of the Great Qin Guards. An hour later, the crowd left with different minds. The other few great families, the Mahists, and the Confucian chiefs, did not say anything from the beginning to the end, and left in silence, leaving behind the evil Emperor's Holy Envoy and the leader of the farming family, Tian Griddle. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy looked at the departing leaders of the Mo clan and Confucianism with an icy gaze and said in a calm tone, "Are these two families still wavering?" Tian Griddle smiled fawningly as he explained, "Don't worry, Lord Sacred Envoy, they have no choice. This is the mission of the 100 schools of thought. Even if they don't want to, they can't change anything." After a moment's pause, Tian Griddle smiled and looked at the Holy Envoy in careful inquiry. "Lord Holy Messenger, about my Don't worry, your reward. Later I will let someone call on your card. 100 billion, not a penny less, for my evil emperor organization. The most important thing is money. The evil emperor holy envoy got up, patted Tian Griddle, and said with a smile, Tian Griddle, do a good job. Several emperor lords think highly of you. I'm going to continue to lobby the other forces and unite them. To deal with Qin Ming, just notify me if there's any windfall. Upon hearing this, Tian Griddle groveled and flattered, saying, don't worry, holy minister, the 100 schools of thought will surely be an unbeatable blade in your hands. The evil emperor holy envoy looked at Tian Griddle with an inexplicable gaze, and after a moment, he smiled, patted Tian Griddle's shoulder and said, those who know what's good for them. People like you can only truly survive in this chaotic world. I'm optimistic about you. As the words fell, the evil emperor holy envoy turned around, took one step, and his figure disappeared into the conference room. After it left, Tian Griddle's fawning face restored calm, and the previous appearance, a different person. Shortly afterward, the head of the Mahists and the head of the Confucians came and sat themselves down. The three converged on one side, all silent. Finally, Yan Wen, the leader of the Mo clan, opened his mouth and looked at Tian Griddle and said, are you sure that using the evil emperor organization won't cause any major problems? In this era, it is strength that possesses dominance, and with the strength of my Zhuzi 100 families, I can't afford to lose. Upon hearing this, Tian Griddle let out a soft, complicated sigh. We have no choice. The tyrant advocate is now in the world. His descent is a matter of time. The attitude of the headquarters is clear. It's impossible to cooperate. The only organization that is best for me to cooperate with is the evil emperor organization. Sun Sun, the leader of the Confucians, was silent, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, not knowing what he was thinking about. Tian Griddle was annoyed by what he heard and frowned at Sun, inquiring, brother Sun, just speak up if you have any ideas. Sun Sun sniffed, raised his head to faintly look at Tian Griddle and shook his head, saying, brother Tian, the evil emperor organization isn't that simple. Cooperating with the evil emperor organization is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. My heart is uneasy. And, why must I, the 100 schools of Z, execute Qin Ming? This era is chaotic enough. Not to mention him, it's already not easy for me, the 100 schools of thought, to be able to preserve myself in a chaotic world. So why should I seek trouble for myself? Qin Ming isn't simple. With the strength he's revealed today, who is his opponent if the Emperor Soul era doesn't come out? Dealing with Qin Ming is nothing more than a futile killing spree. When these words came out, Tian Griddle rose up in a violent rage, looked at Sun Sun with an icy gaze, and said coldly, Sun Sun, I don't care what you think, but this is the mission of my 100 schools of thought, and no matter what, it's impossible to bring that one back into the world again. Seeing this, Yan Wen hurriedly opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Don't argue, let's take a step and see what happens. That holy envoy of the evil emperor organization will definitely unite all the males in the world to deal with Qin Ming this time. So why should we be the vanguard? Someone is playing the vanguard. We can just follow the trend. At these words, the two stopped glaring angrily at each other and each withdrew their gazes. After a moment of silence, Tian Griddle said with an unimpressed gaze, but, the plutocrats are not iron barrels. Some guys, but the position is unstable. The school of war, the school of law, and the school of yin and yang, had to be defended. Upon hearing this, Sun Sun's face sank as he spoke, a fact that the crowd was unwilling to face. Qin Ming is a special physique that has awakened the three great generals of Great Qin, so it's not hard to guess that there are some other terrifying fellows that sleep in Qin Ming's body. I'm afraid the same is true for the Yinyang clan, those two from the Hyrule clan. We don't know exactly how many guardian spirits Qin Ming possesses, but if all of them are awakened, even if the Emperor's Soul era has not yet come, I'm afraid that his strength will likewise be able to break the shackles of the era and arrive at the level of an emperor. This was the point that Sun Sun was most worried about. Qin Ming's strength was unfathomable and disturbing. The two of them, Yan Wen and Tian Griddle, both sank in their faces as they heard the words, and the pressure was quite high. Time flies, spring goes by and fall comes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed, and this period of time has been quite smooth, and not much turmoil has occurred in China. Daily incidents of sentinel riots are the norm, but they are quickly suppressed by the heads of the headquarters stationed in the major cities. In addition to this, the headquarters, in order to supervise the head of the city, to use power to mess up, set up the inspection guard, specializing in targeting the head of each big city, and a floating power. The establishment of the inspection guards has indeed caused the heads of the major cities to tighten up quite a bit, and although they all have some problems, they are all within the tolerance of the headquarters, and have not touched the red line of the headquarters. Those powerful imperial spiritist forces, although they put their left ear in and out of the headquarters orders, they would also regard them as guests in the face of the inspection guards, not daring to be too arrogant. Dakian City. Early in the morning, Qin Ming woke up again from his cultivation, and between his breathing and exhaling, the violet breath around him dissipated and returned to calm. Slowly getting up, Qin Ming came to the sweet parlor with an expressionless face. At this moment, Li Chanya had already waited here early, and since Qin Ming had not left the room, he could only be entertained by spirit flame for the time being. Seeing Qin Ming come out, Li Chanya hurriedly got up as a sign of respect. From the beginning, when Li Chanya could still talk, laugh, and joke with Qin Ming, to now, Li Chanya had nothing but awe for Qin Ming. This indirectly showed that today's Qin Ming was becoming more and more terrifying and powerful, and that air of unruffled authority was simply not something that ordinary people could withstand. Master Qin. Qin Ming slowly sat on the sofa and faintly hummed in response. Seeing this, Spirit Flame hurriedly brought up the clear tea prepared in advance and carefully sat on one side, waiting for Qin Ming's command. Qin Ming took a sip of the warm tea, and his gaze went to Li Chanya. Something? Li Chanya smiled and spoke hurriedly. Master Qin, to report to you on the formation of the Great Qin Guards. Nowadays, the 1,000 people who have passed the examination and officially become Great Qin Guardsmen have a minimum soul power of a D-rank 5th Order Imperial Spiritist. Of the 1,000 people, they are divided into 5 brigades of 200 people each, led by from A-ranked Imperial Spiritists. In addition to that, 2,000 alternate Imperial Spiritists. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded slightly, satisfied with Li Chanya's ability to work. Not bad, but the Great Qin Guards, representing my Dakian city, I can give them the best resources, equipment, but they must be guaranteed to be loyal enough to fear death. Long night, the way of the Imperials. You can learn from Zhao Jie. Li Chanya nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, Master Qin, the screening of the Great Qin Guards is assisted by Zhao Jie, and regardless of their background, their character is guaranteed to a certain extent. In addition, those who become Daqin Guards, their families will be sheltered by Dakian City, moving to the inner city of Dakian City, with a set of houses for each family and a monthly subsidy of $100,000, and if they are unfortunate enough to die in battle, his family, all of them, will be protected, along with $1 million in pensions. Qin Ming smiled faintly at his words and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, buying people's hearts is the best way to control an army. Don't worry about resources. Tell Gongsun Shao, don't have any limitations on the expenses of the Great Qin Guards, fully support them. Chapter 115, Talking, Knocking. Understood. Upon hearing this, Li Chanya's heart was much lighter. With Qin Ming's full support, the job of forming the Great Qin Guards was indeed much easier. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Master Qin, it's me, Gongsun Shao. Enter. Qin Ming spoke calmly. Seeing Gongsun Shao come in, Li Chanya got up and looked at Qin Ming and said, Master Qin, I'll go down first if there's nothing else. Well, go ahead. Gongsun Shao looked at Li Chanya and nodded as a greeting. Sit down. Qin Ming habitually held a cigarette in his mouth as he gazed at Gongsun Shao, waiting for him to report on his work. Gongsun Shao pondered for a moment and said with a slightly serious face, Master Qin, the headquarters patrol guards came to Dichuan City and there was an accident. The person in charge of Dichuan City has now been refined into a puppet by Huang. That team of patrol guards saw the problem at a glance and are keeping a close eye on it. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes faintly and invisibly flashed a strand of surprise and said with a light smile, the 3 big cities are in my hands. This is the headquarters of the default thing, the district patrol guard. What qualification to interfere in the question? How? Is there again not long-eyed? Want to find me trouble? Gongsun Shao shook his head in negation. I'm not sure, but they're following the rules and regulations, so I can't really intervene. I think they are well aware of this, only pretending not to know, pretending to be confused, and it's not clear what their purpose in doing so is, now that Long Air is being held for interrogation by them, as well as Li Quan being controlled. The control of the entire city of Waikawa has been instantly hollowed out by these inspector guards. Once these words came out, Qin Ming's eyes turned slightly cold, a wisp of a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he sat up straight and waved his hand to signal for Spirit Flame to step back. It's a bit interesting. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the headquarters patrol guard. Then what do you mean, Master Qin? Gongsun Shao carefully inquired. Qin Ming lay on his back on the sofa, smoke billowing out of his mouth, his deep eyes turning as he kept speculating. Seeing this, the 2 of them didn't dare to disturb Qin Ming, and could only obediently sit aside, somewhat fidgety. A few minutes later, Qin Ming sat up straight, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, gazed at Gongsun Shao, and calmly said, Gongsun Shao, do you think that now that the headquarters' attitude towards me is so clear, why do the inspector guards still dare to take action against Dichuan City? Gong Sun Zhao's face tightened slightly as he carefully organized his words and opened his mouth to reply. Master Qin, the patrol guard was established by the headquarters and is divided into many patrol squads, in which dragons and snakes are mixed up. Perhaps the captain of this squad, who has some relationship with the ancient world family, took the opportunity to retaliate against you? Qin Ming let out a light laugh, with a look as if he was in control of the whole situation, and said with a slight shake of his head, "It's not that simple. If it's the remaining members of the ancient world family, they wouldn't dare to strike at me so openly." Two possibilities. 1. These inspection guards are related to the evil emperor organization, or other forces that are jealous of me, and are deliberately using this as a way to weaken my forces and suppress the development of my forces. The second, well, dared to top the headquarters of the Speaker of the Order to act like this person. It's backing behind the backing, not inferior to the headquarters of the Speaker of the Too Much. That could only be from the other senators. Would show in the forest, the wind will destroy all. At those words, Gong Sun Zhao and Spirit Flame's faces changed slightly. Either way, it's trouble for Dakian City. Master Qin, what are your plans? Qin Ming leaned on the sofa, his eyes showing a faint teasing intent as he softly said, "The district is just Oikawa City. If he wants it, then give it to him. I'd like to see how long he can bounce around and how long he can hold back. Even if it's the city of Dayun, the city of Daqing, if he wants it, just give it to him." Gong Sun Zhao revealed a look of dismay. This was not like Qin Ming's style of behavior. "Don't worry about it. Go down. It's just a loss of some money. Have Zhao Jie come see me." When Qin Ming said this, Gong Sun Zhao couldn't say anything more and got up, saluted and turned to leave. Not long after, Zhao Jie came into the room and sat down at Qin Ming's gesture. "Master Qin, what do you want to see me about?" Zhao Jie opened his mouth to inquire. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and said straight away, "About the evil emperor organization. How is the investigation going?" Zhao Jie sniffed and respectfully looked at Qin Ming in reply. "Master Qin, there is still no news from the evil emperor organization's base, but the evil emperor organization's holy envoy has appeared and is traveling between all forces, lobbying them against you and against the headquarters. As a result, headquarters can be under a lot of pressure these days." Qin Ming's eyes moved slightly as he fell into a brief silence. He had sensed a great conspiracy that was approaching him. The evil emperor organization had been in a state of silence after experiencing the failure of the Linqiu mountain range, which was truly disturbing. Together with today's news from Luo.net, Qin Ming could naturally guess that the evil emperor organization was digging a pit and waiting for him to jump into it. Qin Ming's brows furrowed slightly as his thoughts spun madly. It was indeed difficult for him to speculate on how exactly the evil emperor organization intended to confront him. With the strength he had revealed in the Linqiu mountain range, no one could do anything to him without the emperor's soul. Coupled with his current status as a member of the headquarters council, the evil emperor organization would be even more afraid to take action against him openly and honestly, unless it really gathered the forces of imperial spiritists from all over the world to fully besiege Dakian City. But this is clearly unrealistic. What the hell are these guys trying to do? Qin Ming rubbed his temples helplessly, feeling like he was about to grow a brain. "Master Qin, are you alright?" Seeing Qin Ming in this state, Zhao Jie opened his mouth to inquire. Qin Ming waved his hand and said carelessly, "It's fine. Talk about the situation of these forces that were lobbied by the evil emperor organization's holy envoy." Zhao Jie nodded and continued. "Most of the forces, although moved, chose to wait and see with an unknown attitude due to the notoriety of the evil emperor organization and the issue of deterrence from the headquarters. But there are also some forces that have a clear attitude and choose to cooperate with the evil emperor organization." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming came to show a hint of interest and asked with a light smile, "Tell me who?" "Dason City, the Lu family." The Lu family directly proclaimed the world, making their attitude clear, and even openly asking for your offense. Zhao Jie said carefully. Qin Ming is too lazy to inquire about the content of Zhao Jie Lu family questioning, but it is just those old rotten sesame things that are not worth mentioning. "Alright, where is that holy messenger now?" Qin Ming stretched his back and inquired in a calm tone. "Once again, China has been quiet for a while, and it's time for the wind to pick up. According to Rohan's intelligence, he's staying in Dason City for the time being." Qin Ming pondered for a moment and commanded, "Check the background of the 3 city inspector guards in Dechuan, Dacheng, and Dayun, and inform me directly when you're clear. Also, get me an automobile." Hearing Qin Ming's command, Zhao Jie froze and was puzzled. "Master Qin, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you?" Qin Ming shook his head and said indifferently, "No need. This time, I'll go out myself and meet these guys. You guys stay in Dakian City and do your part." With these words, even though Zhao Jie knew that with Qin Ming's strength, few people would be able to help him, but still, he said uneasily, "Master Qin, no, Li Changye and I, one of us must accompany you, otherwise we don't feel at ease." Looking at Zhao Jie's bitter, old mother-like appearance. Qin Ming had a faint smile on his face and shook his head. Are you worried about the evil emperor organization setting a trap against me? There's no need to worry. The time has not yet come. They won't be that impulsive. As for me, saying this, Qin Ming got up, his gaze looking into the distance, his tone cold as he continued. It's been some time since I've made a move, and these guys are starting to pop up again. So it's time to knock some sense into them. Chapter 116, Robbery on the Road. Looking at Qin Ming's back, Zhao Jia couldn't continue to say anything more. Understood, Master Qin. I'll make the arrangements. After Zhao Jia left, Spirit Flame twisted her delicate body and came to Qin Ming's side, speaking in a gentle voice. Master Qin, why don't I accompany you? After all, you need someone to take care of your usual life. Qin Ming didn't turn his head back, his gaze faintly gazing into the distance. No, I'm using my body as bait this time to test some of these scum of the darkness attitudes. You're too weak to follow me. I can't guarantee your safety. Stay in Dakian City. There's no need to accompany me on my adventures. The moment these words came out, Spirit Flame's delicate face changed drastically. She had thought that Qin Ming was just planning to teach the LV family a lesson because of his problematic attitude in the Grand Triumvirate. Who would have thought that Qin Ming was planning to use himself as bait? Such a heartless act could only be done by him. Master Qin, this won't work. It's too dangerous. With your status and power nowadays, stay in Dakian City. With your back to the headquarters, they can't do anything to you at all. Why take the risk? Spirit Flame said hurriedly, his tone tinged with anxiety. She pulled Qin Ming's arm, raised her delicate face, and looked at him, trying to change his mind. However, Qin Ming didn't make any movements and continued in an unperturbed tone. Huang to hegemony is never something to wait for. The only way to move forward is to be sharpened by life and death. Upon hearing this, Spirit Flame inwardly sighed lightly, understanding that what Qin Ming had determined, no one could change. She looked at Qin Ming's tall back and said softly, Master Qin, we'll guard Dakian City for you, and you'll return soon. Qin Ming nodded and didn't continue to say anything more. With a profound gaze, he quietly looked into the distance, and his black and white pupils looked as if there were stars orbiting in them, full of wise scheming. Not long after, Zhao Jia sent word that the car as well as the living supplies were ready. Qin Ming nodded and drove off amidst the gazes of the crowd. As the vehicle traveled over the newly built avenue, changes began to appear around Qin Ming. The mysterious crimson garments faded away, and Qin Ming's appearance, too, gradually appeared to change. Its head of thick black hair was transformed into short hair, and its clothes were transformed into a casual wear look. His outfit was so dazzling that pictures of him were circulating throughout the entire 9 states of China, and it was naturally impossible for Qin Ming to walk the world in this kind of outfit. Not only that, a burst of soul breath flashed past. Qin Ming's face appeared to change slightly, similar to the ancient people's disguise art, instantly becoming flat and ordinary people look. After leaving Dakian City, Qin Ming drove his SUV and sped along the avenue, the scenery along the way, flying backwards. It was about 1,000 kilometers from Dakian City to Daisen City, and with Qin Ming's current speed, he could arrive early in the morning of the next day. Along the way, Qin Ming was able to discover that in the mountains and fields, there was smoke curling up. Obviously there were people in the deep mountains. In this chaotic world, for most people, it is already a luxury to be alive, well-fed and warmly clothed. From time to time, an unattended white bone is found along the avenue, or even ordinary people grabbing supplies from each other more often than not. What the headquarters couldn't manage, Qin Ming naturally ignored. Suddenly, a tire blowing sound rang out, and Qin Ming hurriedly swung the steering wheel and quickly brought the car to a stop. He frowned and opened the door to get out of the car to take a look, only to see that the road had been sprinkled with nails at some point, directly puncturing the SUV's tires. Qin Ming raised his head and looked ahead a few hundred meters away, where there happened to be a car repair store. In this situation, Qin Ming instantly realized everything and did not make a sound of anger. Get back in the driver's seat and slowly drive the car into the middle of the mechanic's store. The car had just entered the repair store moments before 2 figures appeared in the room, one taller and one shorter, walking head-on with grim smiles. Gu, we have a guest, a flat tire, I think, the tall man said with a flirtatious tone, his eyes looking up and down the high-grade SUV, his face showing ecstasy. Qin Ming got out of the car and stared at the two of them with a calm face. The eyes of the duo, on the other hand, were looking at Qin Ming up and down as if they were looking at prey. The short man stepped forward and, without checking the damage to the car, sked and looked around the buggy. His palms kept touching it gently and lovingly. This is my dream car. The tall man looked at Qin Ming and said with a light smile, fix the tires, $1 million a pop. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was not surprised. Some cunning people who made a disaster fortune were just that, he said calmly with a faint smile and a nod. Could be. At these words, the duo froze completely, feeling as if the setup was not quite right. Common sense would dictate that these people shouldn't be angrily berating, expressing their displeasure and dropping harsh words, and then wait for an opportunity to just rob it yourself? Returning to his senses, the tall man seemed to take an interest in Qin Ming, circling around it and trying to reach out to tap Qin Ming on the shoulder, which he dodged with a dodge. The tall man stopped his palm in midair, paused for a moment, withdrew it, and said with a playful smile, "It's not simple. Look at your calm and collected appearance. You're an imperial spiritist, aren't you?" Qin Ming leaned against the SUV, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath without haste and looked at the two men who were eyeing the tiger intently and said, "Since you know that I'm a spirit sentinel and you're still so emboldened, it seems that you're not simple either. It must be more than just the two of you who are practicing such sordid and dirty deeds in such a bright and honorable manner." The short man jumped out at this moment and snapped his fingers, directly pulling out a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Qin Ming's head, sneering, "That's right, forget it, what's the point of bending over backwards with you? In a word, robbery. Look at you. You should be a big fish. One price, $10 million, pay and let you leave safely." The tall man clapped his hands at this moment, and a dozen strong men came out one after another from the car repair store behind him, holding AKs and surrounding Qin Ming, then said, "Kid, so what if you're an imperial spiritist? As long as you dare to make a move to summon a guardian spirit, we have a dozen or so guns here that will instantly beat you into a sieve, so you can try it out. Don't account yourself here just for the sake of a little bit of money." Qin Ming's gaze had been calmly creepy, smoking a cigarette to himself, and his gaze slowly fell in the repair store, as well as the parking lot behind the repair store. In his senses, a number of pedestrians had been kidnapped inside, and in the rear parking lot, dozens of cars were parked in disarray. Qin Ming inquired with slight curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of the headquarters patrol guard when you do this kind of thing here?" When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, followed by hilarious laughter, and the tears fell out of their eyes from laughing. "Patrol guards? Do you really think that we can rob here openly and honestly without some connections behind us? To tell you the truth, Deqian City, Dechuan City, Deyun City, and Deqing City wouldn't dare to take action against us. Kid, pay up and we'll let you go." The tall man laughed before he said with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inwardly came to have a hint of interest and was not in a hurry to leave, intending to accompany these guys to have some fun and see where in the world they got such a big mouth. Chapter 117, Mysterious Base. Headquarters Mecca? The smile on Qin Ming's face remained unchanged. He could just move his fingers to deal with these ants, but they were just some low-ranked imperial spiritists. "Oh, the four major cities don't dare to make a move against you? It seems like your backers aren't low. How about a chat? I'm in a good mood. I might give you guys a double." This statement changed. The tall man and others froze, feeling robbing Qin Ming suddenly lost the fun. A little bland and tasteless. The short man's face grimaced down. His pistol opened the safety, loaded, tiptoed on his toes and aimed at Qin Ming's head and said coldly, "Kid, don't play tricks on me. Since you're so rich, it's $100 million. Call here immediately or I'll kill you." Qin Ming slowly turned his head. His icy cold and profound gaze looked at the short man in a flash. The cold hairs around his body exploded. He only felt his scalp tingling, and could not help but take a few steps backward, his face pale and unsightly. This turn of events caused him to lose face in front of the crowd, and he became furious, directly preparing to pull the trigger and end Qin Ming's life. The tall man's eyes were quick and his speed suddenly skyrocketed beyond that of an ordinary person. A bullet whistled past Qin Ming's ear as he pushed the pistol away. "Bastard, what are you doing? It's a big fish. The money didn't come in and you got it killed. Who are we going to get the money from?" The taller man slapped the shorter man in the face, directly lifting him several meters. He didn't care about the short man's anger, squinted his icy and gloomy eyes at Qin Ming who was still blandly smoking, and said with a smile, "It's really not simple." Still calm and collected in the face of a life and death crisis. "Looks like you have some background." Qin Ming shrugged and said softly, "Maybe, come on, how about showing me who's behind you?" At these words, the tall man's face changed slightly, hesitating inwardly, but unwilling to let go of Qin Ming, the big fish. But judging from Qin Ming's behavior, his origin was definitely not simple. He looked to the crowd and commanded in a cold voice, "Stand by to fire. Keep an eye on him while I report back to the boss." When he finished, he turned and walked toward the repair store. The others turned on the safety and loaded their bullets, their gazes dead on Qin Ming. They're all outlaws. They're not afraid to kill. Qin Ming leaned against the SUV with one hand and met the short man's murderous gaze with a smile. "Take it easy. Have a cigarette?" Looking at Qin Ming's flirtatious appearance, the short man became angrier and angrier, and said coldly with a single word, "I hope you're still so blasé when you're brought back to the base. I'll get you killed." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. After all, who would be bothered with a person who was about to die? What he was curious about was who the forces behind these curmudgeons were that they dared to say that they were fearless of the 4 major cities. Not long after, the tall man's face regained its composure and looked at Qin Ming and said, "Since you want to see the boss, I'll fulfill you." As the words fell, he looked around at the crowd and commanded, "Pack up and head back to base with this batch of fish." As the words fell, 5 of the dozen or so people stepped out, weapons in hand to bring out the pedestrians held in the repair store. Shortly after, a car drove out and took these pedestrians to the car. The people who looked as if they were dead, there were both men and women, and all of them had some injuries on their bodies in one way or another. The woman is even worse, clothes in tatters, hair disheveled, face pale, obviously suffered abuse. "Please." The tall man didn't have any carelessness. His gaze coldly looked at Qin Ming and signaled him to get into the recently repaired buggy. Qin Ming lightly glanced at this person and consciously sat in the back seat. Qin Ming did not take their guarded vigilance to heart. Soon, a line of a dozen or so automobiles sped down the avenue, heading deeper into the mountain wilderness. Half an hour later, the car left the smooth avenue and flew on the gravelly dirt, the car shaking wildly as it did so. The tall man to the left and the short man to the right of Qin Ming's body were always alert to Qin Ming. Their guns were aimed at him, and they would open fire if there was any breeze. "You don't seem to be afraid." The tall man opened his mouth with a sneer. Qin Ming's face was calm as he said indifferently, "Fear? How can I not be afraid?" At those words, the short man smiled contemptuously and shook his head, saying, "Kid, you're going to regret taking the initiative to travel to the base." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them, slowly closing his eyes and letting a few people take him to an unknown place. 3 hours later, the car arrived deep in a dense forest. It was surrounded by cliffs and thick, deep forests. After the car stopped, the tall man looked at Qin Ming and said, "Please, it's here." Qin Ming didn't move and got out of the car right behind him. Looking around, due to the reason that the sunlight could not be irradiated for many years, there was a faint fog barrier permeating this place, and the surrounding temperature was a bit wet and cold, similar to the primitive forest in general. However, the surrounding weeds and trees were cleared, and a scene that surprised Qin Ming even more appeared in front of him. Only one sentinel escort was seen, holding a high-tech weapon, similar to the shape of a laser weapon, which was silver gray in color. The point that surprised Qin Ming was naturally not the weapons in their hands. Rather, they were, one by one, dressed in mechs that could only be seen in movies. Tailor-made, high-tech mechs. The entire mech was silver gray in color and wrapped all over. The back is equipped with 2 tanged sword-like weapons, and there is a mechanical, tech-filled iron box at his waist. As far as the eye could see, 3 paces to a post, tightly guarded. To have a headquarters mecha, it seems that the person behind it is indeed not simple. Qin Ming inwardly muttered a sentence to himself. The headquarters mech, although informed the head of the city, but did not promote the use of it, and these people had a set of mechs in their hands, so naturally they were not simple. At this moment, a man in a mech walked slowly and looked at the short man and said, "Lu Si, is that him?" The short man nodded and spoke, "Captain Huang, please, I'll take these fish away first." Team Huang nodded, his eyes looking towards Qin Ming. The gaze through the mech, extremely indifferent, said coldly, "Fellow who doesn't know how to die, since you've come here, you don't want to leave alive. Let's go. Don't you want to see the boss? Make you whole." At these words, Qin Ming's face remained unchanged as he walked forward with large strides. Along the way, Qin Ming's eyes looked around. In the deep forests of that cliff face, there was a hidden outpost, with extremely horrifying weapons of lethality aimed in Qin Ming's direction. Once Qin Ming made a move, it was followed by a devastating blow. Not only that, the further you go inside, the more buildings there are inside, similar to research laboratories, seemingly studying something in general. Suddenly, a fog rose up ahead, making it difficult to see. When Qin Ming turned around, he realized that the man behind him named Team Huang had disappeared. There was silence all around, and he was the only one left. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint teasing smile on his face as he continued forward. Suddenly, there was a sound in the sky, and one by one, 2-meter-high black iron boxes fell all around Qin Ming, smashing out loud noises on the ground. Immediately after that, a laser was instantly fired out, turning the 10 meters around Qin Ming into a laser cage, covering the high altitude as well as the surrounding area. Chapter 118, Mystery. Qin Ming's figure did not move, and his eyes turned into the color of blood as he quietly surveyed his surroundings. He naturally knew what these high-tech weapons were. Energy pillars targeting the sentinel, isolating the sentinel's senses from the guardian spirit. In Dakian City, we also have this high-tech weapon, developed by Huang. It's just that compared to the weapons of this mysterious force, Dakian City's is much inferior. Is it really related to headquarters? Qin Ming whispered to himself. These things, apart from the headquarters, he couldn't figure out who else could have them. Just then, in the fog ahead, the disappearing figure of Team Wang reappeared. The mech it was wearing emitted a brilliant light and hovered high in the sky as it coldly looked at Qin Ming. Tell me, who the hell are you? What is the purpose of entering the base? By all means, don't try to resist. Losing your guardian spirit makes you a less powerful mortal. Don't destroy yourself. Qin Ming raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at this person. Why don't you tell me about the origin of this base? And what is the relationship between the owner of the base and the headquarters? If you agree with me, I can consider letting you live. How about it? At these words, Team Wang's face changed slightly and said with a cold smile, stubborn people, since they don't want to talk about it, there's no need to talk about it. Arrest him and just leave your breath. From the beginning to the end, bringing Qin Ming to the base was just to stabilize him, because the boss behind the curtain understood that the person who could be so calm and collected was definitely not a simple person, and relying on those low-ranked royal spiritists would be difficult to deal with. So he chose to directly lure him into the base and arrest him to properly torture Qin Ming about his origins. The boss behind the curtain was confident that even if a Zun-ranked imperial spiritist came to this place, he wouldn't be able to pop up. As soon as Team Wang's words fell, the sound of ZZZ electric current rang out in the fog, like lasers instantly shooting towards Qin Ming's torso, ready to subdue him. At that moment, Qin Ming's eyes violently erupted with scarlet flames, and his figure was like a ghost, instantly dodging the dense laser lines. Seeing this scene, Team Wang sneered. Nice stance. It's a shame you can't summon a guardian spirit. Go straight into the Jedi spirit realm and grab him. As his words fell, dozens of mecha-clad figures, as fast as lightning, leapt up and fell into the Jedi spirit realm. Stepping into this place, although they were similarly unable to use their guardian spirits, they possessed mecha augmentation, and their strength was similarly extremely terrifying, surpassing most imperial spiritists. Bang, bang, bang. The entire 32 mecha figures surrounded Qin Ming. Qin Ming stood in the middle position, surveying these chilly and creepy mechs with interest, and was inwardly moved. If I equip my great Qin guards with mechs, there will be a qualitative leap in overall combat power. Not bad. Whispering a sentence, strands of fiery flames wrapped around Qin Ming's body. Extremely creepy. Try to see how good these mechs really are. Qin Ming's palm moved slightly, and flaming flames intertwined out of his right hand, transforming into a long sword with burning flames. The 32 mechs saw this without any fear. They were seen to be neatly organized, putting away the laser weapons in their hands to prevent accidental injury to their own people. Hold the handle of the knife on your back with both hands. Wow! The next moment, all of them drew their weapons neatly. Blazing white light, like electric current, like energy can't flicker double knife, fell in the hands of the people. Under Team Wang's order, one person in front was the first to strike, and the mech erupted with terrifying power, impacting the ground and directly smashing out a large pit. Its speed, moreover, arrived at the speed of sound, killing in front of Qin Ming in an instant. Although this speed was fast, it was no different from an ordinary person in Qin Ming's eyes. Bang! The twin swords that flashed with blazing light came down in the air, and were instantly blocked by Qin Ming's long sword, emitting a zipping sound. Nice power. As the words fell, Qin Ming's right leg kicked out at the knee, directly smashing into the mecha figure's abdomen. That terrifying power directly caused the mech to experience current stagnation and sparks flashing. Rumble. At the next moment, the mecha figure was like a cannonball, flying backwards, directly set in the crags 100 meters away, and his limbs fell down in a lack of strength, unable to move. Not bad. Qin Ming's judgmental tone made Team Wang's face extremely ugly as he looked towards the other mecha figures and ordered in a cold voice, all out, dead or wounded. As the words fell, the remaining 31 mecha figures instantly approached Qin Ming, preparing to surround and kill him. Qin Ming raised his head, his bloodshot eyes faintly surveying the crowd that was bullying him, his right hand longsword slightly moving, directly chopping through the air. In a blink of an eye, a heavy flaming sword uncut through the void and shot out in all directions. That power caused the void to distort, penetrating the 31 mecha figures and leaving deep sword marks on the cliffs 100 meters away. Extremely terrifying. The 31 mecha figures, on the other hand, stayed in midair. In the next moment, all of the mechs directly exploded, turning into a ball of flames that landed on top of the ground. Qin Ming patted his clothes in a bored manner, turned to look faintly at Team Wang, and flirted. These mechs don't seem like much. Any more interesting stuff? Don't try to fool me with this crap again. Team Wang's face was grim at the moment, and he couldn't care less about Qin Ming's flirting, but instead coldly opened his mouth. Who the hell are you? There are only a handful of people in the whole of China who are so powerful in terms of insta-power. Since Qin Ming had changed his appearance, the Huang team did not recognize Qin Ming at all, so they asked this question. Qin Ming naturally ignored Team Wang's question. He was more interested in the research process of these mechs with the boss behind them. Seeing that Qin Ming was silent and still looked contemptuous, Team Wang became furious inside. Since you want to play, I'll fulfill you. As his words fell, the fog surged, and nearly 100 red mecha figures came out from the fog and rumbled down to the ground. Even high-tech laser cannons operated, aimed in Qin Ming's direction. I hope you're still this calm later. As the words fell, Team Huang's figure disappeared high in the sky, accompanied by a stern cry from it. Go all out and kill him. In the next moment, light and shadows erupted from the sky, a force that could easily destroy a tall building, killing in the direction of Qin Ming. In just an instant, 100 meters around Qin Ming's figure was completely transformed into a sizzling hot place, just like a small atomic bomb exploding. The terrifying power impacted the earth and shook the ground. The dust that rose up to the sky was hundreds of feet, breaking through the fog barrier. When the dust gradually cleared, Team Huang watched the scene with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that an unsummonable Imperial Spiritist could withstand the onslaught of so many terrifying high-tech weapons. He was confident that even a saint-level Imperial Spiritist would not dare to receive this terrifying attack with his own body. However, when the dust gradually dispersed, a bright light emerged from the dust. What? In an instant, Team Huang's face changed dramatically. Underneath that monstrous dust, a behemoth surrounded by scarlet flames stood between heaven and earth, its gaze indifferent as it looked down on the crowd. At that moment, all the mecha figures did not need to be reminded by Team Huang to instantly summon their guardian spirits. In the middle of the mountains and fields, one after another of the behemoths crashed to the earth with a thud. Clustered around the center of the dust, Team Huang's face became more and more unsightly, and his heart was anxious, always feeling that there was something familiar about this behemoth. A moment later, when the dust completely cleared and he could see this terrifying figure, his pupils contracted sharply and he blurted out, Li Xin? You're Qin Ming, how is that possible? Chapter 119, Free Gifts. At that moment, Team Huang fled frantically deeper into the base without looking back. Everyone, stop him at once. As they fled, Team Huang didn't forget to order these mecha-clad sentinels to block Qin Ming. If he knew it was Qin Ming, he would not dare to show his head even if he died. Nowadays in this world, who doesn't know Qin Ming the killing god? The emperor is not out. He is invincible since. Qin Ming's eyes looked calmly at the nearly 100 shivering guardian spirits around him and said softly, kill them all. It's just a shame these mechs can't be taken away. Muttering, Qin Ming wasn't too sorry. He was sure there were more treasures deep within the base. Li Xian's figure moved slightly, and a thick, low voice came out. As you wish, my lord. Subsequently, Li Xian wielded the giant K, like chopping vegetables, and wherever he passed, there was the sound of miserable wailing. These ordinary Imperial Spiritists, even if they possessed mecha body protection, could not block a casual strike from Li Xian. As for their guardian spirits, they were even worse under Li Xian's holy might. For the weak, the mere vibration of Li Xian's breath caused them to dissipate. Qin Ming walked leisurely through the avenues that had been opened up in the mountains and fields, and wherever he passed, Li Xian was in front of him to clear the way and kill, leaving no one behind. Not long after, 3 miles deep into the base, Qin Ming stopped. Li Xian's huge body, radiating hot light like a walking blazing sun, stood behind Qin Ming with a giant K in his hand. Up ahead was a huge cage, constructed as a test base with a mountain hundreds of meters high, hollowed out inside. My lord, is it necessary to destroy this place? Li Xian's low and thick voice came, indifferent and merciless, without the slightest emotion. In life, he had been a famous general who had ridden the sands, and in death, he had not had the slightest compassion for living beings, except for his loyalty to Qin Ming and the first emperor. Qin Ming glanced around and shook his head, saying, no need, I'll enter and see for myself. As the words fell, the bloodlight in Qin Ming's eyes erupted once again as he spoke coldly. Zhang Han, Wang Ben, accompany Li Xian to remove the obstacles in front of you. No one is allowed to leave this place, or else they will be killed without pardon. As the icy words fell, 2 behemoth, horrifying figures emerged out of thin air. The same thick and indifferent voice echoed between heaven and earth. As you wish, my lord. As the words fell, the 3 saint-grade guardian spirits, holding sharp blades, continued on their way. Qin Ming looked toward the titanium alloy closed door of the test base, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. The flaming longsword in his right hand moved slightly and chopped through the air. In a blink of an eye, the heavy titanium alloy gate that was about 10 meters high was directly lifted off, revealing the figures of mechs that were waiting behind the gate. At that moment, densely packed laser weapons fired out from behind the titanium alloy gate, killing towards Qin Ming. Out of your depth. Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes boiled with murderous intent as his figure instantly disappeared in place, immediately followed by the sound of mechs blowing up mixed with miserable wailing, echoing in the test base. A minute later, there were dozens of mecha figures lying in the test base with extremely tragic deaths, mutilated limbs, broken mechs, scattered all over the place. Qin Ming continued to walk along the passageway inward, and from time to time there would be sneaky high-tech weapons on top of the walls, but none of them could touch Qin Ming's body in the slightest. Wherever they passed, they killed these mecha figures without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Come to the deepest part. All kinds of precision instruments, densely placed on the ground. Inside, there are many researchers in protective clothing, now shivering, pale face hiding behind the instrument. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes, pondered for a moment, and spoke. Want to live? This statement was met with horrified voices. We think, this lord, I also work for people, and I've never done anything to hurt the world. Please, let us live. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. Shut up, all of you stay here obediently. Anyone who dares to leave the test room, die. Qin Ming's indifferent voice came out, causing the crowd to be chilled and silenced with fear. Qin Ming's gaze without the slightest bit of emotion swept across the wide test chamber, inquired again, what kind of experiments do you do? At this moment, a Mediterranean, senior-looking old man said softly, genetic testing, matching mechs, and genetic modification. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes looked towards the ordinary people being held in iron cages at the corners, and he also roughly guessed what was going on. The tall man and the short man were arresting passers-by not just for money, but for experiments. In this regard, Qin Ming did not have any aversion. After all, in this era, weakness was the original sin. His city of Dakian, likewise, had this experiment. It's just that for this place, his Daikienchi experiment seems to be of a slightly lower grade. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with blood, sensing that behind the wall, there seemed to be hidden compartments. He took a step toward a titanium wall that looked muddled. When the crowd saw this, their faces changed slightly, but they didn't dare to say anything more. However, as soon as Qin Ming approached the wall, a researcher took the opportunity to flee from the doorway. Qin Ming didn't even look back and backhanded his sword. A bloody light, cutting through the void, directly split that person in two. All kinds of organs in the body, spilling out all over the place. Scarlet. Many people were so scared that they were trembling, and even while vomiting. I said, obey and you can stay alive. Don't challenge my words, you can't afford to lose. Qin Ming's ice-cold voice echoed in the testing room. Subsequently, Qin Ming chopped his sword on top of the wall and a huge opening appeared. The flaming longsword in his right hand disappeared in his hands intertwined rolling flames. Qin Ming's hands landed at the cracks, and his torso violently exerted force, hardening the titanium alloy wall and ripping it apart, revealing the dark cabinet. Inside, there were thousands of ordinary people, huddled together in misery. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterward, the sound of gunfire came from the darkness. Flames erupted around Qin Ming, instantly melting this sudden attack. Its bloodshot eye swept across the dark pavilion, and its figure was like a ghost, instantly grabbing the person who fired the gun, which was the tall man and the short man. Looking at their regretful and terrified faces, Qin Ming said with a light smile, hello again, quite a catch. Pust. As the words fell, Qin Ming's palms exerted force, directly crushing their necks as their heads fell to the ground with a thud and rolled far away. Taking another look, Qin Ming turned around and left. They were all ready-made test subjects, so naturally he wouldn't kill them all. Returning to the testing room, Qin Ming dialed Gongsun Xiao. Immediately send someone to take over this place and bring all the useful things back to Dakian City. Bring more people. There are a lot of things. As the words fell, without waiting for Gongsun Xiao to react, Qin Ming hung up the phone and sent the address over. It was a free gift. Researchers who made mechs, and ready-made experimental instruments, test pieces, and even finished products. After checking the entire test chamber inside and out to make sure there were no omissions, Qin Ming came to the passageway, and with both arms exerting force, he rigidly reclosed the titanium alloy iron door to prevent the people inside from escaping. Chapter 120, Ancient Mecha. Space Passage. Coming outside the laboratory, Qin Ming gazed at the battle erupting in the distance. It didn't take any guessing to realize that the three saint-level guardian spirits, Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Ben, had run into someone blocking them. Moreover, the aftermath of that battle was extremely terrifying, and it was obvious that a saint-level imperial spiritist had appeared. It's not simple. Is it the handiwork of the headquarters or is it someone with an ulterior motive? Qin Ming guessed his sentence and did not take it to heart. This place should have nothing to do with the speaker of the headquarters, otherwise it would be impossible to set up the base here and hide. Its gaze swept over the dense forest of mountains and fields that smelled of blood. Pausing for a moment, scarlet flames erupted once again around its body, and its figure crouched down slightly. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying speed erupted, leaving behind a bloody shadow that disappeared in place. Meanwhile, Gongsun Xiao had immediately asked Blade to show up after receiving Qin Ming's call and location. What is it? Blade opened his mouth in confusion. Gongsun Xiao said straight away, Master Qin gave me an address and needs people to move things. It should be that Master Qin has gotten some good stuff. You immediately personally lead 1,000 puppet imperialists and 100 pickup trucks to Master Qin's location. Upon hearing this, Brother Blade didn't dare to stay for a moment, and after leaving the room, he immediately arranged for it to go down. 10 minutes later, 100 large pickup trucks and 1,000 puppet imperial spiritists left Dakian City in a vast and rapid manner. At this moment, Qin Ming's figure cut through the void, and the ancient and thick sky-high trees around him were instantly destroyed by the fierce winds that swept up at the arrival of Qin Ming's figure. His figure landed on a several feet boulder, his arms naturally hanging down, his bloodshot eyes faintly looking towards the battle in front of him. One could only see that opposite Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Ben, there was a saint-level guardian spirit entangled with them, and at the forefront, on top of a tall building in the forest, a figure dressed in a splendid mech, with a grade that was obviously many times more terrifying than other ordinary mechs, is quietly overlooking the scene. The moment Qin Ming appeared, the mecha figure's eyes moved slightly as it met Qin Ming across the sky. Qin Ming? Sure enough, it's you. Its hoarse, low voice, mechanically augmented so that the original timbre could not be heard, spoke faintly. If you recognize it carefully, you can feel the anger in the voice. Who are you? Qin Ming was not in a hurry and calmly opened his mouth to inquire. The one who had the 3 great saint-level imperial spiritists following him was definitely an emperor-level imperial spiritist. Behind that figure, 3 mecha figures stood similarly. Those mechs, with seemingly splendid materials and cold light reflecting in all directions, gave off a sense of extreme antiquity. The figure in the lead sniffed and pondered for a moment before responding in a cold voice. Qin Ming, you don't need to know who I am, but you and I have a grudge from this moment onwards. You have destroyed my base, and this grudge is not shared. At those words, Qin Ming sneered, his bloodshot eyes flashing with sarcasm. What? Without this chance encounter, would you not have been my enemy? Would have become an ally with me? Ridiculous. Nowadays, there are few people in the world who are not afraid of me, and those who want to put me to death are numerous. So what's one more enemy for you? The man was silent. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, he did not have any favorable feelings towards Qin Ming. As long as those who wanted to dominate this era, Qin Ming was an obstacle that had to be crossed, and as far as they were concerned, Qin Ming had to die. One day, you will regret your choice today. Qin Ming, the base, you keep it for me first. I will personally take it out and return it. I hope you can live to see that day. I'm afraid you can't leave. Qin Ming violently raised his head, his eyes scarlet flames, gradually turning into dark red. A wisp of even creepier, terrifying light erupted. Rumble, accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder rolling. The first emperor's robes instantly shrouded his figure, and his thick black hair grew in the flames, draping over his shoulders and around his waist. Its temperament instantly changed monstrously, like an emperor descending, domineering. Stepping out, the 3 great guardian spirits felt it, and their figures transformed into torrents of fiery flames that crazily poured into Qin Ming's body. In the next moment, along with the vast fog coming out, Qin Ming's Dharma body reappeared, holding the black dragon longsword, suspended between heaven and earth. In front of me, the enemy is either a peach or a total loss. Who are you to threaten me? Overbearing words came out from Qin Ming's mouth as his Dharma body leapt up, the black dragon longsword accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, cutting across the void, and with one sword, he directly lifted the 3 saint-level guardian spirits opposite him off the ground and smashed them into the tall building where the mecha figure was located. Damn it, open the time channel and go. The man was furious, but he was so scared that he didn't dare to do too much entanglement with Qin Ming. The 4 mecha figures, fusing their soul power, directly launched a lurid beam of light that impacted the void. In the next moment, a spatial channel flashed out along with thunder. Seeing this, Qin Ming's face changed slightly. He hadn't thought that apart from the headquarters speaker, there was someone who could rely on power and open a spatial passageway. Although they had relied on that mysterious and ancient mech and the combined strength of the 4 to manage to open it, it was already terrifying and frightening enough. Qin Ming's figure crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in a single step, holding the black dragon longsword and integrating the power of the 9 underworld seas, preparing to directly cut through the spatial passageway and stop their escape. However, the 3 saint-level guardian spirits once again stepped into the air, combining their efforts to block the strike and buy them time to escape. The terrifying power, accompanied by the roaring sound of the 9 black dragons, ruthlessly impacted on top of the huge bodies of the 3 saint-level guardian spirits. In an instant, their breath shriveled. When the mysterious mecha figure saw this, his face was ugly to the extreme. His own guardian spirit had suffered heavy damage, and while it could be repaired, it would take more than enough time and resources. Thus, they directly withdrew their own guardian spirits to avoid being struck by Qin Ming again, completely wearing down their soul spirit power. A short 10 seconds was already enough for them to step into the spatial channel and escape from this place.
Qin Ming, we will meet again. When the Emperor Soul era descends and all the emperors descend, even if you are strong, how will you resist all the emperors in the world? Also, the headquarters is not as simple as you think. Interests are the truth. Qin Ming, don't think that the headquarters will really shelter you without limitations. One day, you will realize what it means to have strong enemies as far as the eye can see. As its words fell, a blood aura shattered the sky. Qin Ming's blazing eyes looked towards the place where the spatial channel had disappeared, and inwardly, he had some regrets that he had not left behind the person who was in control behind this place. Strong enemies as far as the eye can see. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes as his huge Dharma body landed on the earth, and the surrounding ancient trees in the sky were like suffering from a gale, destroying and being snapped at the waist. Not to mention the whole of China. Even if the whole world is an enemy and the Emperor's Soul era descends, I'll be just as fearless of everything. Confident words came out of Qin Ming's mouth, and the world thought that the first emperor could be defeated. But only Qin Ming could feel firsthand how terrifying the power from the first emperor was. The one who had gathered the chi of the founding of the Chinese nation and accomplished divine feats with a mortal body would not be a mere emperor-level guardian spirit. Chapter 121, The Overlord's Spirit. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming's figure moved slightly, and his massive Dharma body disappeared, returning to its original form. At the moment, the surroundings were almost destroyed beyond recognition, a land of devastation. The wooded manor built by the mystics was likewise completely destroyed. As for information about the mysterious people, Qin Ming couldn't guess, and it was difficult to surmise clues from their guardian spirits. An hour's time of searching since the manor, and again, nothing. It seems that you have prepared for this and acted so rigorously. It seems that your identity is not to be told. Qin Ming sat at the top of the ruined high-rise and contemplated against the wind. But this time, by chance, it was not for nothing. In the future, even without relying on the headquarters, he, Qin Ming, would likewise be able to have his own mecha army. Great Qin guards, I am somewhat looking forward to your future. Whether or not you will be able to sweep through the world like the great Qin generals, the feat that once you did not accomplish, this time, will be continued by me on your behalf. Qin Ming whispered to himself, his eyes filled with overbearing ambition. He had established the great Qin guards, not just to hold onto a place, but to conquer the world. And by this world, I mean the whole earth. A few hours later, the machine roared to life. From a distance, the dust rose as if a great army had descended. It came pretty fast. Between the jumps of Qin Ming's silhouette, like an ancient lightweight expert, he quickly arrived in front of Blade, who had just gotten out of the car. Seeing Qin Ming suddenly appear, Blade hurriedly bowed. On its side, Fan Xinxin and Spirit Flame unexpectedly followed. Greetings, Master Qin. Qin Ming faintly hummed, his gaze looking towards the two women. What are you doing here? Fan Xinxin, as always, was not talkative, blushing and bowing her skull. Spirit Flame, on the other hand, was more daring, revealing a flirtatious smile and speaking in a warm voice. Master Qin, we're afraid that Brother Blade is too busy to come over to help. What kind of place is this? Why are there so many buildings in the middle of nowhere? Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and calmly explained a sentence. It's just a big gift from someone else. Just take it. Dagger, take all the useful things away. And when you return to Dakian City, tell Huang to start preparing for the mecha research work. Upon hearing this, although Blade didn't quite understand Qin Ming's so-called mecha research, he followed orders. Understood, Master Qin. Qin Ming paused for a moment and continued. I'll leave you guys to deal with this place. I'll go first. As the words fell, Qin Ming walked outside. His SUV was still parked outside and should be undamaged. Seeing Qin Ming about to leave, the two women couldn't care less about Blade and jogged to follow. Qin Ming stopped and looked at the two women and said, Go back. I don't want to say it a second time. As you can see, danger is everywhere. Looking at Qin Ming's unquestionable attitude, the two women could only stop and did not dare to continue following. They had thought that Qin Ming would be able to take them away after they came out, but they hadn't expected Qin Ming to be so resolute. Muttering a sentence, the Spirit Flame duo could only obediently turn around and cooperate with Brother Blade to complete the aftermath of this place. Blade naturally understood the two women's small minds, and said with a heated smile, Both of you, Master Qin is a man of great deeds. It's impossible for him to be bound by his children's love. Don't think too much. It's already a blessing we've cultivated in our past lives to be able to follow behind Master Qin. Got it. Use your words. Spirit Flame gave Blade a blank look and walked towards the test base. Fan Xinxin smiled at Blade and followed the Spirit Flame figure away. Seeing this, Blade shrugged helplessly and began ordering the puppet imperialists to organize the loot. After leaving the base in the forest, Qin Ming drove the SUV quickly back to the avenue and continued to travel in the direction of Dacian City. The hiccup in the middle of the day delayed him for most of the day. In this regard, Qin Ming didn't really care. After all, it was quite rewarding. Meanwhile, in Daedong City, Shimusang County, Xiangjia Village, Xiang Tian walked out from the small courtyard of his own wooden house expressionlessly and came outside the courtyard, overlooking the countryside and fields, as well as the running river in front of him, without saying a word. It stood with its arms folded, silent. At this moment, behind Xiang Tian walked out of a slender figure. The face cannot be counted as beautiful, but it is durable and virtuous wife type. Every move, all have the style of everyone, even if the simple dress cannot hide its noble temperament. Uxin came to Xiang Tian's side, her beautiful eyes seeking his gaze to the distant landscape scenery. Silent and speechless, the two of them tacitly agreed not to make a sound, both unwilling to break the silence of this moment. For a long time, Uxin retracted her gaze and looked at the tall and majestic figure at her side, gently leaning on his chest and opening her mouth with rare gentleness. Go if you want to, I know that your ambition is not to return to your home or to the fields. Xiang Tian's body moved slightly at these words, and his eyes under his broken hair flashed with a complex color. The idea? Indeed, as Uxin said, is that the ambition is not to be peaceful and plain? His guardian spirit is the king of Western Shu, a man who was born as a man of honor and died as a ghost hero. Its life was evaluated by later generations, although mixed reviews, but cannot be denied that it's powerful. Gas cover a world, the name of the brave and invincible. Such a hegemonic emperor would not be willing to be ordinary. However, Uxin is like the original overlord Yuji to him, which is one of its shortcomings, short of heroes and children. He cared too much about Uxin's thoughts, so he delayed entering the world and striving for empire. Xiang Tian's figure moved slightly, reaching out to stop Uxin's petite body and spoke gently. If you don't want to, I'll stay here with you. With these words, Uxin's pretty face flashed a ray of redness. Even with her rather opinionated nature, she was conquered by Xiang Tian's devotion. She leaned against Xiang Tian's chest, feeling his heartbeat and said softly, "No, it's not something you can choose. You have the overlord's spirit and are destined to accomplish great things, and the karma between that one and them continues to this day after all. The regrets, the grudges, that were once there need to be understood, and if you are willing to be ordinary, the overlord will not agree." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian fell silent. He naturally understood Uxin's meaning. As early as many months ago, the overlord had a tendency to revive and express his dissatisfaction with Xiang Tian's choice. Attached to tenderly kiss Uxin a mouthful, Xiang Tian's pair of silent deep eyes gradually revived. A domineering intent, dazzling, around his body, without wind. His clothes made hunting sounds. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and sinking sand, sweeping up and impacting in all directions. But I can't let go of you. Go on. I'll be here for you. Success or failure. This time, I'll be here for you. Ancient history will not repeat itself. Understand? Looking at Uxin's deep gaze, Xiang Tian nodded with a serious look on his face. He will not cut his own throat in the Wujiang River again, as the once overlord did. No, wait for me. No matter how it ends, I will return eventually. All the emperors in the world, the great world to fight. Success or failure is not important. The important thing is, not to lose the spirit of the overlord, and will not lose the good people. Upon hearing this, Uxin smiled shyly, smiling like a flower, and pounced on Xiang Tian's broad chest, not daring to meet his eyes. Since when do you talk about love, you straight man? Hey, learned it online. Xiang Tian hemmed and hawed and smiled, not seeing the domineering appearance of the party, but slightly naive. Chapter 122, The Hedgehog Comes Out. Just then, a dozen men in black suits surrounded the small courtyard. The leader's face was hideous. Xiang Tian, coldly opening his mouth. Xiang Tian, it's your good fortune that my Tang family has taken a fancy to your acreage. All this time, all the other villagers have taken the demolition money and left, but you've been unwilling to leave. Then don't blame my Tang family for being impolite. At these words, Xiang Tian's face was slightly cold, and when he felt Uxin's warm and soft body, he revealed another wisp of gentle smile. All along, the great eastern city had been controlled by the Tang family, with only their hands in the sky. Regardless of whether it was before the Guardian Spirit era, or after the Guardian Spirit era, the Tang clan had always been in control of the great eastern city. Nothing that the Tang family had their eyes on in the great eastern city escaped their hands. The village where Xiang Tian is located, because of its pleasant scenery and proximity to the big river, was seen as a business opportunity by the Tang family, who was ready to build the place as a scenic spot. The others in the village, under the Tang family's coercion, one by one gave up their insistence and left the ancestral land. Nowadays, in the entire Xiang family village, only Xiang Tian and his wife were left. Xiang Tian patted Uxin's delicate body and looked at the man in suit with a calm gaze.
The eyes that were filled with a domineering aura caused the leading suitman's face to not change, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Previously, when he came to this place and threatened Xiang Tian and his wife to leave, he had only deliberately shrugged it off and never dared to use strong-arm tactics. Now that Xiang Tian decided to leave Shangjia village and formally enter the world, he naturally would not continue to hold back for Uxin. Some jumped-up clown should always be settled once and for all, otherwise I can't leave in peace. Plus, I always need the baptism of blood when I enter the world. Upon hearing this, Uxin understood that Xiang Tian was planning to make a move. She was silent. Once Xiang Tian made his move, there would be no turning back. After a long time, she spoke gently. Go and do what you think is right, and I will always be behind you, supporting you unconditionally, just as you once were, living in seclusion for me. Looking at the mushy duo, the suitman's face became more and more cold and ugly. The duo's attitude, directly treating him as if he were air. He was the captain of the Tang family's security team, and the Tang family's fearsomeness was even more self-evident. The head of the city of Didong City, Tang Yu, is even a member of the Tang family. Therefore, in the entire Big East City, the Tang family was the sky, and even the headquarters would find it difficult to intervene. Seeking death. Xiang Tian, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for not being polite. Your little petite wife was born to be a soulful and lovely woman, and I've coveted her for a long time. As he spoke, the security captain's eyes flashed with lust. At these words, Xiang Tian slowly turned his head, his gaze indifferent, looking at the man with a wisp of unnameable domineering aura. You're very courageous, and so is your Tang family. Since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, Xiang Tian signaled Uxin to step back, his arms naturally hanging down, his face expressionless as he approached the Tang family security captain step by step. Seeing Xiang Tian approaching, the group of a dozen people pulled out their pistols and turned on the safety to aim at him. One more step forward and you die. The security captain was inexplicably terrified inside, but forced himself to threaten. For some reason, today's Xiang Tian gave him a different feeling, and it seemed a little more different than before. The security captain had a hard time finding a word to describe Xiang Tian at this moment. It just made him vaguely uneasy. Xiang Tian's eyes flashed with disdain as he heard these people's threats. His robust and tall body, still approaching. Kill him and I'll take all the consequences. The security captain let out a cold yell and pulled the trigger straight away. Immediately after, a dozen pistols, emitting thumping sounds, shot at Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian stopped his footsteps, his eyes quietly looking at these bullets. At this moment, in his gaze, these bullet trajectories, clearly visible, like slowing down hundreds of times, between the opening and closing of his eyes, a black ink-like fog filled his body, instantly unfolding to form the Overlord's domain, enveloping his and Uxin's body. At that moment, all the bullets were directly melted and swallowed in the blink of an eye when they touched the Overlord's domain, disappearing into the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and they cried out in unbelievable shock. Damn it, you're actually an Imperial Spiritist. No wonder you're so emboldened. The security captain roared angrily, his face becoming extremely ugly. In an instant, he was back to normal again, glancing at the pistol in his hand and simply dropping it, cracking his neck and making clicking noises. Xiang Tian, do you really think that an Imperial Spiritist can ignore my Tang family? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Who the hell isn't an Imperial Spiritist? As the words fell, a dozen or so security summoned guardian spirits, all of which were low-ranked guardian spirits, but run against ordinary people or ordinary Imperialists. Xiang Tian was silent. It was too degrading to put harsh words to some mole crickets. The Overlord's breath around his body gradually recovered, and a pair of black and white pupils turned into the color of pitch black. At this moment, the dozen or so people finally felt that something was wrong. They quickly pulled away 100 meters, their gazes anxiously looking towards Xiang Tian's figure, only to see that the originally sunny weather instantly turned gloomy, with dark clouds rolling over the sky. For 10 miles around, the light dimmed, like a dark curtain descending. There was no wind around them, and everything made a hunting sound. Flowers, plants and trees, at this moment seems to be given a soul in general. Slowly lowering their heads, the beasts of the mountains and wilds hissed in fear, and while they still wanted to flee, they were enveloped by the dark curtain and prostrated themselves on the ground. Trembling, the wind rose up and went straight into the clouds. Black thunder was born, and heaven and earth resounded. A hazy black shadow, like a hellish demon, reflected in heaven and earth, and let out an Overlord's stern cry. The hazy black shadow, dressed in a cloak, with black hair dancing wildly, holding an Overlord lance that emitted a horrifying spectral light, hovered behind Xiang Tian. Devil, devil, who the hell are you? At this moment, the crowd could no longer be calm and roared in shocked disbelief. They wanted to escape, but the overbearing aura made them lose the courage to flee.
The moment their guardian spirits felt that aura again, all of them unconsciously lowered their heads and fell to their knees. Xiang Tian slowly raised his head, and his temperament underwent a monstrous transformation as his eyes opened and closed. He is no longer a rough man living in seclusion, returning to himself and transforming into the spokesman for the overlord Xiang Yu. At this moment, it wasn't just the people here who were afraid. Some powerful emperors had sensations. As the chaotic world seeks steer, will there be fewer hegemons for the ages? Xiang Tian's cold and indifferent voice was as if it came from the nine ghosts, echoing between heaven and earth. It's Domineer. Eyes looked down on a dozen people. The mere vibration of their essence's breath caused their guardian spirits to instantly collapse and return to silence. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, a dozen hegemony spirits shot out from behind his body and wrapped around their bodies. Between breaths, they directly devoured their souls and transformed into a puppet body, which was thrown into the mountains and forests to feed the wild beasts. After resolving these mole crickets, Xiang collected his breath and turned around. A wisp of tenderness flashed in his eyes as he gently stroked Yuxian's green silk. Take care of yourself. 1,000 words translated into the simplest and most straightforward care. Upon hearing this, Yuxian forced a smile, nodded, and said softly, I'm also a sentinel, secluded in this place. There's no danger. I know I will only implicate you if I follow you into the world. I will wait for you here. Remember, if you die, Yuxian, will never live alone. Xiang Tian smiled. Even for Yuxian, he would never kill himself again. Chapter 123, Great Eastern City. Tang family. I understand. When you are here, I am here. And I am with the Emperor, in life and in death. Aha! As the words fell, Xiang Tian no longer hesitated and turned around to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, he would not be able to bear to leave. He and Xiang Yu, the overlord, share the same fatal flaw, which is the love of children. Looking at Xiang Tian's departing back, Yuxian tightly covered her mouth to prevent her sobs from affecting Xiang Tian. To truly love someone is not to necessarily tie them down, but to support their choices unconditionally. Xiang Tian is a kuanping that goes straight into the 9 heavens and is destined to spread its wings and soar. Xiang Tian likewise did not dare to turn around, but left quickly, disappearing into Shangjia village, formally entering the world and opening the chaotic world of Deer. Meanwhile, Dado City, the Tang family controlled the entire Great Eastern City, and although they only possessed Zun-ranked imperial spiritists, in this remote place, they were already a local emperor with only one hand to cover the sky. Don's home garden. At this moment, Tang Ling, the contemporary controlling authority of the Tang clan, looked at the crowd with majesty in his gaze. How is it going regarding the deportation of those refugees? As soon as these words came out, a man on the left with a greasy face hurriedly opened his mouth and replied, Family Master, since experiencing the Sentinel Rebellion, there are too many refugees with no place to live. More than 1 million of them. If we forcefully deport them away from the Great Eastern City, it's likely to cause a riot. It was not that he was kind-hearted, he said bitterly and helplessly, but the riot was an event that he could not afford. Tang Ling looked at this person with an icy gaze and said in a cold voice, In Dadong City, my Tang family is the sky. The head of Dadong, Tang Ming, is also a member of my Tang family. Why do you need to care about the attitudes of these refugees? Those who don't listen, kill one as an example. Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? If you can't do it, then someone else will. Ha! Tang Ling snorted coldly, and the oily man was instantly silenced, busily promising that he would be able to fix it. Hearing this person's promise, Tang Ling's face eased a bit as he continued. Nowadays it's the world of the imperial spiritists, and the so-called law and order is based on strength. Gentlemen, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. The headquarters can't control my Great Eastern City, and my Great Eastern City, I don't need wastes. Some pariahs are just that, keeping them and wasting resources, directly expelling them from the Great Eastern City, whether they are dead or alive. What's it got to do with me? Understand? Hearing Tang Ling's ironic words, the crowd chimed in to pat their asses. After all, Tang Ling was the only Zun-ranked imperial spiritist in the Great Eastern City. Who would dare to refute his words? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ling looked at his eldest son and inquired, What is the process of developing Shangjia village? The Tang family's eldest young man was a middle-aged man who thought for a moment and responded. All were properly resolved except for one nail-biter who did not want to move out. As for that man, I've already sent someone to take care of it, and I'm sure I'll have news soon. Tang Ling revealed a look of satisfaction. Nodding his head, he said, It's their honor to acquire their village. Some obstinate people, kill them as you wish. In my Great Eastern City, no one more powerful than my Tang family is allowed. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd concurred, although they were extremely scornful and fearful of Tang Ling's temperamental and iron-blooded methods. However, it had to be recognized that under Tang Ling's leadership, his Tang family was a dominant force in the great eastern city, controlling assets arriving in the trillions. Extremely terrifying, even if they, the Tang family executives, just had a mouthful of soup. It was a family fortune that ordinary people couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Just as many of the Tang family's executives were discussing their future plans, the originally cloudless and clear sky suddenly darkened. The conference hall was dimly lit with flashing lights and sparks. All of them revealed a look of dismay and were somewhat puzzled. Only Tang Ling was slightly stunned, and hurriedly got up and came to the window, his face gradually becoming grave. As an exalted imperial spiritist, would he not be able to sense a powerful soul spirit force approaching? Like the oppressive feeling of a storm coming in the sky about to fall, he narrowed his grim eyes and looked above his body, commanding, "Immediately notify Tang Ming to come to the Tang family garden. Something's wrong. I'm afraid there's a strong enemy coming." Tang Ming is the head of the headquarters city. Whoever it is will have to give the headquarters a few points of face and won't dare to act recklessly. Tang Ling grew more and more uneasy within. His brows deeply furrowed as he couldn't understand just who had come to his Tang family's estate. Hearing this, the man didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly left the conference room to inform Tang Ming to come to the manor. Right at this moment, in the crowd's uneasy gaze, high in the sky thick dark clouds swept from the distant sky, accompanied by rolling thunder, covering the entire Tang family garden. In an instant, a 10-mile radius was transformed into a dark and heavy heaven and earth. At that moment, between heaven and earth, apart from the sound of rolling thunder, there was an incomparable silence. It was as if at this moment, all things and spirits fell into silence. What in the world is happening? Why did this horrible and creepy heaven and earth phenomenon arise? The great young man of the Tang clan opened his mouth uneasily, his face pale, his heart terrified. He felt his bloodline fearing, his guardian spirit trembling. It was an indescribably oppressive, domineering, and regal. Tang Ling's face was equally unsightly. Why didn't he know what the accompanying heaven and earth visions descending meant? Only an emperor who was powerful to the extreme could invoke such heaven and earth visions. But he didn't understand when such a powerful figure had appeared in his little Tang family, his little great eastern city. Just as the crowd was anxious, a figure, not quite black, walked slowly in the distance of the horizon. Wherever it passed, the flowers, plants, and trees looked as if they had a spirit and prostrated themselves on the ground. The light footsteps, surprisingly far apart, clearly echoed between heaven and earth. Xiang Tian's speed seemed to be slow, but in a matter of seconds, he was 1,000 meters away, like an instantaneous movement, and quickly arrived outside the manor. The moment he saw the face of the visitor, the face of the Tang clan's great young man changed drastically, and he opened his mouth out of turn. How could it be him? Tang Ling frowned, looking at this eldest son of his, puzzled. You know him? He became more and more uneasy, feeling that this person was rushing towards his Tang family. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to make such a big fuss. The Tang family's great young man was silent, taking a deep breath to hastily suppress his inner fear, and told him truthfully, "Hilit's the last person in Xiangjia village who doesn't want to move away." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and they all glared angrily at the Tang family's youngest. This kind of absolute strongman, Huang send people to get him killed. Do not come to find you trouble is not normal. At this moment, Tang Ling's body trembled slightly, and he could only hope that the visitor was not non-negotiable and would scorn the headquarters. He tried to calm his inner uneasiness, and hundreds of meters apart, he looked at Xiang Tian outside the manor and opened his mouth. "This, Lord, my son unintentionally provoked you. It is his fault. My Tang family is willing to pay the price, make amends and apologize. How about it?" Pausing for a moment, Tang Ling continued, "I, Tang Ming of the Tang clan, am the personally appointed head of the city by the headquarters, and I hope to befriend your excellency. How about it?" When these words came out, Xiang Tian was unmoved as he slowly raised his head, his gaze looking indifferently at the Tang clan's group. Chapter 124, Jibu, come out and play. The Tang family? Befriending? Where is this nameless person from? What qualifications do they have to befriend me? Some jumping clown. The moment the domineering words came, the faces of everyone in the Tang clan changed drastically. Xiang Tian did not give a shred of face, and his attitude was extremely overbearing and disdainful, not putting his Tang family in his eyes in the slightest. The moment he heard Xiang Tian's words, Tang Ling instantly realized that this matter could not possibly end well. Still, he tried to keep talking. How about $100 billion as an apology from my Tang family? Xiang Tian's eyes remained indifferent without the slightest change. I'll give you one chance to prepare with all your might and strike at me. If I make a move, you won't have any more chances. At this moment, everyone in the Tang clan was silenced, their eyes showing timidity and anger. Once upon a time, his Tang family was the sky of the great eastern city. Now it is being so provoked and scorned. Tang Ling was silent.
as the person in charge of the Tang family, and the real person in charge of the Great Eastern City. How could he not know Xiang Tian's attitude of no death, no rest? Is there really no chance of any détente? Simply because my Tang family is prepared to acquire Xiangjia village? Tang Ling spoke again, making a final struggle. The oppressive force Xiang Tian brought to him was too strong, and he simply did not have the slightest chance of winning within him. Xiang Tian stopped speaking. His right hand slightly moved, the void distorted, then accompanied by the flow of the Overlord's spirit tide, shattering the void. A black as ink, chillingly bright Overlord lance was drawn out of the void by him, held in his right hand, and stood at his side. The moment the hegemonic lance came out, the body of the lance was accompanied by black thunderclaps, and a wisp of hegemonic spirit tide chi surrounded it. The moment it smashed into the ground, the earth shook and became unstable, and a huge gully scattered from the tip of the Overlord's gun, spreading hundreds of meters. The heavy iron gate of the Tang family garden directly collapsed at that moment. Seeing this scene, Tang Ling's face changed drastically. His eyes dazzled with soul aura, and horrifying killing intent rolled around him. Kill! A stern cry went out, and all sorts of powerful thermal weapons were fired from the shadows. Rumble! In an instant, the place where Xiang Tian was located was in flames and was directly destroyed. The crowd's gazes were dead set on the center position of the explosion, breathing heavily, very nervous and scared. In the next moment, a robust figure surrounded by Overlord spirit tides violently emerged from the monstrous firelight and hovered high in the sky. Its eyes, at this moment, completely turned into black, a wisp of creepy black mist, from the light of the eyes and out. Xiang Tian waved his Overlord lance with both arms, stirring up the void and smashing into the tall building where the Tang family members were located from the sky across the sky. That horrible power, since the void left a road black traces, a long time. In an instant, accompanied by rolling thunder, an appalling attack descended, directly tearing apart and collapsing a dozen-story high-rise building, turning it into rubble. The Tang family crowd at that moment directly summoned the guardian spirit. Dozens of behemoths came out from the ruins, bracing themselves against the falling debris of the ruins, revealing their true appearance. In all directions of the manor, there were similarly successive outbreaks of guardian spirit aura, and a behemoth, leaping up, surrounded Xiang Tian's figure. The entirety of nearly 100 guardian spirit figures, holding sharp blades, had their gazes fixed dead center on the domineering figure high in the sky. Tang Ling's guardian spirit was even a Zun-ranked guardian spirit that had stepped into a 9-foot body. Extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, all the faces of the Tang family did not show any relaxation. Instead, they became more and more tense and fearful. Xiang Tian was so terrifying even though he was relying tightly on his own strength. It was hard to imagine how terrifying and appalling the scene would be if he summoned a guardian spirit. Xiang Tian's temperament was getting more and more domineering at this moment, as if no one could enter his eyes between heaven and earth. Its guardian spirit, Overlord Xiang Yu, although not yet an emperor, is a true emperor-level guardian spirit. Xiang Tian's eyes lightly looked around, and even if he hadn't summoned the guardian spirit, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Tang Ling raised his head at this moment, his gaze coldly looking at Xiang Tian. Your Excellency, are you still not going to summon the guardian spirit? Taking on my Tang clan with your physical body? You're not qualified enough. Not even headquarters counselor Qin Ming would dare to be so arrogant. The moment the word Qin Ming was mentioned, Xiang Tian's ancient, wave-free eyes finally fluctuated. Its domineering gaze looked toward Tang Ling, and he opened his mouth with a single word. Is that so? Then you really underestimated Qin Ming. But Qin Ming can do things. I Shangtian, why not? Too long have not done it. Today we'll try. Zun-level guardian spirit. In the end, how many kilograms? Between me and Qin Ming. In the end, which one is stronger and which one is weaker? As his words fell, Xiang Tian's body directly swooped down from the void, killing towards the nearly 100 guardian spirits. He was born with the Overlord body, and he thought he was no inferior to anyone. His condescension, like that one, is the same. At that moment, Xiang Tian's hegemonic spirit tides converged around him, transforming into a hegemonic armor, with his cloak rolling behind him, shaking the void. The Overlord lance in his hand, accompanied by the power of thunder, ruthlessly smashed on top of the earth. In an instant, the surrounding area of 1,000 meters was turned into ruins and the earth cracked. All the guardian spirits flew backwards in terror, being rushed by that Overlord's power and smashed into the distance. The weaker guardian spirit in the very center was even shaken alive into radiant smoke and disappeared into the world under that Overlord's power. Kill him. Tang Ling was horrified. He had never stumbled upon such terrifying physical strength. Just one strike had nearly wiped out his entire Tang clan, and he simply couldn't fight it off. The other guardian spirits followed their host's orders, adjusting their power and charging away. Seeing this, Xiang Tian smiled coldly.
his eyes contemptuous, wielding the overlord lance like a chaotic god and devil. Everywhere he passed was in ruins. Against a low-level guardian spirit, it was no trouble at all. Seeing this frightening scene, the Tang clan's crowd fled in fear, dragging Xiang Tian down with their own guardian spirits, not daring to stay at all, fearing death. Tang Ling didn't run away. His life's work, his Tang clan's foundation was all here. How could he escape? Watching one of the Tang clan's guardian spirits perish, Tang Ling could no longer remain calm, hissing and roaring. Who the hell are you? Those who could possess such strength, would their guardian spirits be mediocre? Even if he had to die, he, Tang Ling, wanted to die for good. And at this moment, Tang Ling's guardian spirit, with a move of blue and silver winding, barely blocked Xiang Tian's attack. Xiang Tian fought with Tang Ling's guardian spirit for hundreds of rounds, but he was still unable to suppress it, and was even vaguely suppressed. It seems that relying on the overlord body is still unable to counteract the Zun-ranked guardian spirit, and this era is still the era of the guardian spirit after all. Xiang Tian did not answer Tang Ling's questioning, but instead let out a light sigh, somewhat dissatisfied, but he was carrying a hegemonic body, and when the Emperor's soul era descended and the hegemon resurrected, his hegemonic body would metamorphose once again and would be even more terrifying. After slamming once again and shattering the blue and silver entanglements of Tang Ling's guardian spirit, Xiang Tian's figure landed 100 meters away, and the power of the overlord spirit tide surrounded him, like a tidal wave, so vast and majestic that it broke through the clouds. It raised its head violently, and the hegemony lance in its hand was inserted into the earth with a rumble, and it opened its mouth icily with a single word. Jibu, there are people who want to get a taste of your power, so it's up to you to come out and play with them. As his words fell, amongst the roiling hegemony spirit tides, a figure dressed in silver-white armor, holding a light blue shadow tiger sword, and surrounded by a brilliant radiance, rolled out along with the thunder. The moment its huge figure landed on the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the terrifying power swept up the ground and rushed in all directions. Looking at the moment when Xiang Tian's saint-grade guardian spirit descended, coupled with the name it called out from its mouth, even if Tang Ling was even more foolish, he knew the identity of Xiang Tian's guardian spirit at this moment. He froze completely in place, his heart in his throat, and unconsciously blurted out, Overlord, Xiang Yu. Chapter 125, The World Shakes. Jibu's gaze was indifferent and opened his mouth without the slightest emotion. As you wish, my lord. As the words fell, Jibu's gaze, filled with holy might, looked toward Tang Ling's guardian spirit and faintly spat out a few words. A nobody, how dare you take a shot at my lord? Looking for death. As the words fell, Jibu's figure leapt up, accompanied by a residual shadow, and a sword ran through Tang Ling's guardian spirit figure. The hallowed Zun-level guardian spirit was unbeatable in front of Jibu and was killed in a single blow. In Tang Ling's horrified gaze, its guardian spirit slowly dissipated, falling between heaven and earth. Rumble. Subsequently, Jibu once again chopped out a sword, cutting across the four directions, and all the guardian spirits remaining in the surroundings were instantly emptied. Xiang Tian pulled out the overlord lance that was stuck in the middle of the earth, dragging it from the ground and grinding out creepy flames as he took a step towards Tang Ling, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Xiang Tian's figure, and his body could not stop tangling, as if at this moment above his body, it was not Xiang Tian, but the legendary overlord Xiang Yu, who was unrivaled for thousands of years. Tang Ling's throat moved slightly, wanting to say something but having no way of doing so. This place, the entire Tang family, was filled with mutilated corpses as far as the eye could see. None of the other Tang clan imperial spiritists were spared, unable to escape Xiang Tian's overbearing attack at all. I told you, if I make a move, you won't stand a chance. Icy cold domineering words came, but Tang Ling couldn't refute anything. Why? Do you want to exterminate my Tang family? Just because of the Shangjia village matter? When Xiang Tian heard this, his face did not change in the slightest as he spoke indifferently. No, if the overlord comes out, how can it be uneventful? With the blood of your Tang family, proclaiming to the world that the overlord has come. That's all. Tang Ling let out a bitter smile and opened his mouth with a face ashen. So that's it, that's all. Right at this moment, a figure from the rear quickly arrived. It was the person in charge of Great Eastern City, Tang Ming of the Tang clan, an A-class imperial spiritist. Tang Ming's eyes were wide open in anger, unbelievably looking at this scene of devastation. He snapped his head up and saw his family head, like a dead dog, lying at the feet of a well-built figure wearing a dazzling overlord spirit shield. Hearing the commotion, Xiang Tian slowly turned his head, his eyes still indifferent and domineering. You're Tang Ming, the head of Dong City? Xiang Tian was devoid of any emotional fluctuations, and his thick and deep voice came out. Just a single voice caused Tang Ming to wake up from his anger.
He looked at Xiang Tian's face before looking at the behemoth that surpassed Ten Jiang and emanated a vast holy might. Where was he to care about the Tang family at this moment? But he wanted to escape, but realized that he had lost the courage to flee. Swallowing his saliva and suppressing the endless trepidation in his heart, Tang Ming kept saying to himself inwardly, I still have a chance. I am the head of the city personally appointed by the headquarters. No matter who you are, to move me is to be an enemy of the headquarters. Don't take your own life. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian slowly raised his head and glanced at the dark sky, retracting his gaze and looking towards Tang Ming. His eyes did not change in the slightest, with the black overlord spirit tides draped around them. Extremely creepy. Headquarters? You think the headquarters will ask for my offense for the sake of the head of a district city? Ridiculous. That's just it. You mole crickets won't understand what it means to be an emperor. The moment the words fell, Xiang Tian's broad palm moved slightly and the overlord lance fell into his hand. Afterwards, it was flung through the air at an extremely terrifying speed, and even if Tang Ming summoned the guardian spirit, it was to no avail. Tang Ming and his guardian spirit were directly penetrated through their bodies by the overlord lance that emitted a thick overlord spirit shield, and were nailed hard to death in the ruins of the earth. Retracting his gaze, Xiang Tian has never put such mole crickets in his heart, or, they don't deserve Xiang Tian to put them in his heart. Turning around to look at Tang Ling, whose face was ashen, Xiang Tian only felt bored. A fight with these mole crickets didn't even qualify him to be taken seriously. Boring. Qin Ming, Lu Tianjun, only an emperor is qualified. Let me go all out. Pust. As he spoke, Xiang Tian stomped on Tang Ling's head, and at that moment, all sorts of red and white things were sprinkled all over the place. Xiang Tian's palm moved slightly, and the overlord lance automatically detached itself from Tang Ming's body and returned to his hand. Spinning around for a week, holding his gun in one hand, Xiang Tian took a step towards the city beyond. Its guardian spirit, too, dissipated. A day later, the world shook. The head of Didong City, as well as the Tang family, who was in charge, were all wiped out in one night. Someone stole that footage and uploaded it to the internet, causing an uproar. In the screen, that domineering figure, even when viewed through the screen, caused countless people to be chilled with fear. Countless great powers shook and sent powerful imperial spiritists to pursue Xiang Tian's figure. However, after Xiang Tian left Dadong City, it was like he disappeared into the world without a trace. Headquarters. The speaker quietly watched the video of Xiang Tian destroying the Tang family, his face expressionless, his eyes lightly rippled, making people guess what was going on in his heart. Rep. Young sat across from the speaker, and after a moment's silence, spoke. What should be done about this? Mr. Speaker, did you find out who he is? I can't find out. This person doesn't even exist in the Sentinel system. Counselor Yang sighed softly and opened his mouth, his face complex. Another extremely powerful imperial spiritist had appeared, destroying the Tang clan and killing people right out of the gate. Such tactics were by no means benign. The speaker was silent, and after a few moments opened his mouth, speaking faintly. Pay no attention. Someone is more anxious than we are to send a new person in charge, to travel to Dadong City and regain control of it. Yang Fan was surprised and looked at the speaker with puzzled eyes. This person massacred the head of the headquarters city and provoked the order of the headquarters. Is this just letting him go? A ray of helplessness flashed in the speaker's eyes as he shook his head and sighed. He's an emperor. Ah, a hegemon who holds the title of being unrivaled for thousands of years. How can you fight against that? The price you need to pay to deal with him is far more terrifying several times than that patriarch who betrayed Huaxia. The world is in turmoil, and there are some guys that even the headquarters is divided to face them. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan fell silent. He naturally understood the speaker's difficulty. As the speaker of the Huaxia headquarters, he needed to look at the world and focus on the big picture. In the end, Yang Fan nodded and got up to arch his hand and said, Understood, Mr. Speaker. I'll take care of this first. Well, go ahead. After Yang Fan left, the speaker leaned on top of the leather recliner and quietly watched the robust figure in the video screen. Where will you go when you enter the world? With your character? I'm afraid the target is him. For whatever purpose, he is your greatest nemesis. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, who had quietly arrived in Daisen City and stayed in an upscale hotel, was likewise watching the video footage about Xiang Tian. Overlord Xiang Yu? Oh, it's really getting interesting. I wonder who this guy will look for first. Lu Tianjun, or me? Qin Ming muttered a sentence, and the battle intent in his eyes was like a blazing flame, rolling hot and sizzling. From the video footage, Qin Ming could feel the power from Xiang Tian, especially since he was burdened with a hegemonic body and possessed the power of the hegemonic spirit tide, which could be said to be extremely special and powerful in Korean. Facing such a strong enemy, Qin Ming was naturally interested. Chapter 126.
After pondering for a moment,
Qin Ming still dialed Gongsun Zhao's number.
Master Qin, any orders? Receiving Qin Ming's call, Gongsun Zhao's heart tightened slightly. After all, it was never a good thing for Qin Ming to call on his own accord. Qin Ming was not in a hurry to first inquire about the construction of the mech test base. Upon knowing that everything was proceeding in an organized manner, Qin Ming spoke straight up to inform him. Dakian City is on full martial law. Have all the puppet sentinels mobilize and keep an eye on all those who enter Dakian City. Regarding today's internet hot video, you should have seen it. Once you discover his figure, immediately retreat fully. Don't have any intention of staying to resist. Understand? At these words, Gongsun Zhao shook inwardly and inquired in puzzlement. Master Qin, do you mean that person will make a move against Dakian City? Not right. My Dakian City has no grievances or enmity with him, and he's only a saint-level imperial spiritist. With the strength of Dakian City nowadays, it would be very difficult for anyone to capture Dakian City even if you weren't there. At those words, Qin Ming shook his head and ordered in an irrefutable tone. Remember, if you do find his trail near Dakian City, don't resist and evacuate immediately. He's not for you to deal with. Don't die innocently. It's pointless. Master Qin, who the hell is he? At this moment, Gongsun Zhao's breathing was slightly rapid and he also realized that something was wrong. Someone who could make Qin Ming pay so much attention to him would not really be a mere saint-level imperial spiritist. Qin Ming's eyes moved slightly as he spoke faintly. Overlord Xiang Yu. He possesses multiple saint-level guardian spirits and a special physique. Facing him, even if Zhao Jia and Li Changye join hands, they are no match. At this moment, at the opposite end, Gongsun Zhao had his mouth wide open and was speechless for a moment. Thinking back to what history had said about Xiang Yu, he involuntarily shivered and his body exploded with cold hair. Understood. Don't worry, Master Qin. I'll have everyone be more careful and won't mess around. Well, that's it. Hanging up the phone, Qin Ming leaned back on the sofa and thought quietly. Originally, he had planned to take on the Grand Triumvirate City directly, giving a warning to the Evil Emperor organization as well as the forces of the world. However, Xiang Tian's appearance had disrupted his plans and he needed to push back his plans and wait for Xiang Tian's next move. Nowadays, the gazes of the imperial spiritists in the world are all converging on Xiang Tian, curious as to what exactly he wants to do next. At this time, the Lu family in Dacian City. One of the most luxurious and expansive mountain villas in Dacian City was the headquarters of the LV family. In the main building villa of the LV family, the contemporary head of the LV family, the head of the LV family, and the only saint-level top royal spiritist, the LV king, was sitting in the LV family's meeting hall. Opposite it was the Evil Emperor organization's evil saint messenger, Family Master Lu. What do you think about the matter of Overlord Xiang Yu's spokesperson entering the world? The Evil Emperor Holy Envoy lifted his gloomy face, revealing a rakish smile as he said faintly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing revealed a contemptuous look, his eyes brash, like the once-known Lu Bu who held the title of God of War, not defending anyone in his eyes. This was true even when facing the Evil Emperor's Holy Envoy. Overlord Xiang Yu? There's no one else in the world? His reputation is only because of his natural divine power. I, the King of Lu, have nothing to fear? The King of Lu opened his mouth indifferently, his tone condescending. Even the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy on its opposite side was not qualified to make him look at him more than once. At those words, the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy smiled faintly and continued to lure. Is that so? Then how does Family Master Lu plan to do it? The King of Lu narrowed his eyes. Although he was arrogant and untouchable at heart, he was by no means stupid. What does the Lord's Sacred Envoy mean? Just say it straight. I don't like to bend the rules. The King of Lu snorted coldly and said nonchalantly. The Evil Emperor Saint Envoy's face was slightly cold, and he disliked LV Jing's attitude. However, he had to admit that Lu Jing was very strong, at least among the saint-level imperial spiritists he had run into. He was an extremely top-notch existence, with no one being able to outshine him. The Evil Emperor Saint Envoy was good at lobbying together, so naturally, he wouldn't get tough with the King of Lu, and his face returned to its lightness as he calmly opened his mouth. I guess that person enters the world. The first target for two people, Lu Tianjun of Dipei City, Qin Ming of Daqian City. As for the LV family master, I'm afraid that it is not among his choices. After all, you are not an empire. Before the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy's words fell, the King of Lu let out a cold snort, and a terrifying soul aura filled the room, causing one to feel chills. He got up violently, striding to the window, his gaze coldly overlooking the big three cities. The Emperor's soul era has yet to descend, and under this world, I, the King of Lu, have no fear of anyone. Even if the Emperor's soul era descends, I, the King of Lu, am confident that I am not inferior to anyone. What is he? A strand of bizarre color flashed in the eyes of the Evil Emperor Holy Envoy as he got up and came behind the King of Lu, continuing to push the envelope. In fact, This is an unparalleled opportunity for Family Master Lu. What do you mean? Lu Jing looked sideways at the evil Emperor Holy Envoy. He disliked this kind of conspirator who played with power, but due to the strength of the evil Emperor organization, Lu Jing chose to hold back. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy pondered for a moment and spoke.
Xiang Tian is bound to make a move against Qin Ming,
but with the Emperor's soul not out, no one is sure of killing Qin Ming, and if he gathers the two great supreme existences in the sacred level, it's not without a chance. Qin Ming fell, and with that man's nature, he won't submit to the headquarters. So, this is your chance to become a HQ MP. Upon hearing this, the king of Lu frowned in confusion. If I kill a HQ counselor, how can HQ still make me a counselor? Ridiculous. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy shook his head and analyzed seriously. Family Master Lu, you're wrong. This is an era where interests are paramount, including headquarters as well. You killed Qin Ming, and with your strength, it's more than enough for you to become a member of the headquarters. How do you think the headquarters will choose? Is it one more powerful enemy, or will it choose to put things to rest and have one more ally? After all, a dead strong man is meaningless. What do you think? Lu Jing's brows furrowed deeply as the evil Emperor Saint Envoy's analysis was completely justified, but he would never believe that the evil Emperor organization would be so kind. Seeing Lu Jing's wavering demeanor, the evil Emperor Saint Envoy continued to flirt. Family Master Lu, let me be honest. We are jealous of the future Qin Ming, not the present. Do you understand what that means? Compared to you becoming an ally of the headquarters, we are more afraid of Qin Ming being used for the headquarters. The moment these words came out, Lu Jing's face changed slightly. This was a naked statement that he was not as big a threat as Qin Ming, but even with his lofty, contemptuous state of mind, he had to admit that that ancient emperor of the 1,000 years was too frighteningly disturbing. The mere mention of his name makes people look nervous and uneasy in their hearts. After a long time, Lu Jing looked at the evil Emperor Saint Envoy and inquired, "Are you sure you can deal with Qin Ming by relying on me and that person?" "What? The hallowed god of war doesn't have this confidence." "Ha!" Lu Jing sneered, retracted his gaze, gradually gazed, and opened his mouth. Facing great Qin, throughout the ages, who has absolute confidence? Although I, Lu Jing, am confident, I am by no means blindly confident. The evil Emperor Holy Envoy was inwardly astonished. He had always thought that LV Jing was a reckless man with courage and no strategy. Who would have thought that this guy would still have such a dexterous heart? Chapter 127, Faithful Enemies. Contemplating for some time, the evil Emperor organization promised, "Don't worry, my evil Emperor organization has lobbied many capable people, all of whom are enemies of Great Qin or who are jealous of that person, and when the time comes, they will naturally step in. What's important right now, though, is an opportune time, a time to pull the strings and move the whole body, and that time requires you to join forces with the man. Understand?" Lu Jing understood what the evil Emperor Holy Envoy meant, letting him be the head of the pack. He was silent and did not give an answer to his choice. Shaking his head, he said, "There's no rush. Let's see what the man wants to do first. Wait for an opportunity to move. Don't worry, since I chose to cooperate with the evil Emperor organization, I, King Lu, will not go back on my word." The evil Emperor Holy Envoy froze, inwardly slandering, "Going back on your word? You have the nerve to mention it. Have you done this kind of thing with your guardian spirit, worshipping your righteous father and killing him?" However, naturally, he did not dare to say so, nor did he dare to demand anything forcefully. When dealing with a person with a bratty nature like the King of Lu, one could only adopt a soft policy. "Good, I believe that Family Master Lu will wait for an opportunity to move. If the time is ripe, I will definitely make my move and meet these guys for a while." The King of Lu nodded and said faintly. At those words, a wisp of creepy smile flashed imperceptibly at the corner of the evil Emperor Holy Envoy's mouth, and he no longer said anything more. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was in the hotel. Qin Ming sat down at the table and feasted. With regards to the Lu family and the evil Emperor Holy Envoy, Qin Ming was in no hurry to strike. The Luonet's secret sons were spread all over the world, and Qin Ming knew everything about the evil Emperor Holy Envoys and Lu Jing's traces. Now that Xiang Tian had entered the world and the world was once again in turmoil, Qin Ming would not act impulsively and chose to wait for an opportunity. As for the Lu King and the evil Emperor Holy Envoy, he naturally wouldn't let go of them. Qin Ming needed to kill an example, lest some of the wallflowers, who were always wavering, couldn't see their own position. Suddenly, Qin Ming's cell phone rang, put down the cutlery and opened it to a mysterious email. Qin Ming frowned slightly and opened it with doubt. It reads, "Xiang Tian, Xiangjia Village, Xiaxiang County, Dadong City, Uxin." Qin Ming was silent, and it didn't take long for him to react to what it was. Xiang Tian, the spokesman of the overlord Xiang Yu, his address, and his love. Qin Ming whispered a sentence. surnamed Yu.
Naturally he could guess the relationship with Xiang Tian. Qin Ming habitually lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. Want me to threaten Xiang Tian with his lover?
Uxin?
Qin Ming once again scrutinized the source of the email, and he understood that it was most likely a random mailbox, and there was no way to check it.
For Xiang Tian's residential address, Qin Ming is not too interested. Conspiracy theories he will use though. However, it would never threaten Xiang Tian with the life of a woman for his use.
If he did, then he would not be Qin Ming, and he would not be worthy of the first emperor's approval. It wasn't that Qin Ming was arrogant, but he had never been scornful of fearing any imperial spiritist, and this was the backbone given to him by the first emperor. What interested Qin Ming was who was secretly helping him, who, in the end, is pushing the envelope. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly.
In today's era, not great Qin, it was difficult to determine who was good and who was bad, and who was in the same camp as him, and the purpose of this person, whether it is to provoke a battle between him and Xiang Tian, so that others can reap the benefits, or to really help him to conquer Xiang Tian, all is yet to be known.
That's just it. You'll all jump out of the shadows one by one eventually. Trouble. Qin Ming shook off the thoughts in his head and sent the email to Zhao Jie,
still intending to ask him to check the source. Dapui City.
A long time had passed since the last battle between Qin Ming and Lu Tianjun,
and the entire city, with its basic order restored, was back under the control of the Lu family. At this moment, a tall and majestic figure,
wearing a hat to hide his appearance,
entered the city of Dapui. Xiang Tian did not rush to look for Lu Tianjun, but came to a restaurant and stayed there first.
A large table full of high-calorie meats was then ordered.
That eating speed, 3 bites of a pig, is extremely scary. Moreover, it seems that these foods can never satiate his stomach, and throughout the afternoon, Xiang Tian kept urging the waiter to send roasted whole sheep, roasted suckling pig, and even roasted suckling deer. This phenomenon, which quickly drew the attention of the hotel, was surprised by its behavior, but in this day and age, they wouldn't be too surprised if anything beyond nature appeared. Just think of the guardian spirit he awakened as something special. At the same time, deep within the Lu family villa,
Lu Tianjun slowly woke up from his cultivation and violently opened his light blue eyes.
The look in his eyes, astonished. Here he comes, the doomed nemesis. Lu Tianjun didn't need to think much to know that Xiang Tian had already appeared in the city of Dapei. Its figure moved slightly and quickly arrived at the Lu family's council hall. Afterwards, Lu Tianjun opened his mouth and commanded,
"Immediately put the entire city on alert and check all unfamiliar faces entering the city."
The acting head of the Lu family, Lu Yin, sniffed and revealed a surprised look, not understanding why Lu Tianjun was so nervous. "Family master, what happened? Could it be that Qin Ming is here?"
It was well known that Qin Ming was terrifying, and the only person the Lu family had a grudge against was Qin Ming.
Lu Tianjun shook his head with a cold face and opened his mouth. "No, it's him, the fated enemy is coming."
As soon as these words came out,
Lu Yin quickly reacted,
and combined with the fluctuations caused by the emergence of Overlord Xiang Yu the other day,
he naturally understood who Lu Tianjuan's so-called archenemy really was. At this moment, Lu Yin involuntarily shivered, terrified inside. The city of Dapui had just restored some order and was about to suffer a heavy blow, and in his heart, he only felt that everything he had vomited his heart and soul into was a joke. At this moment, Fan Jin, the Lu family's Dark Guard commander, appeared behind Lu Tianjun. Lu Tianjun did not look back.
His tone indifferent commanded a sentence.
"Go on, line it up tight and find him."
Fan Jin nodded and without a word,
his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. With the Lu family making a move, the entire Dapei city was instantly thrown into panic.
The other secret agents planted in Dapei City knew that the Lu family was making a big move and immediately reported the information to their own forces,
including Qin Ming,
who had also received a message from the Luo network. The battle between this pair of arch-enemies, which continues for 1,000 years,
is about to begin again.
Qin Ming's eyes were faint, standing in front of the window with his hands on his back, speaking softly to himself. Both Xiang Yu and Lu Bang have an unspoken grudge against Qin, but the rise and fall of empires is something that is bound to happen with the change of ancient history, and Qin Ming has nothing to say about it. But whoever, in this age, stops his path to kingship will be killed. However, Qin Ming was not very optimistic about the ending of this first collision between the arch-enemies. After all, in the era when the emperor's soul was not present, even if Lu Tianjun was undefeated and bent on fleeing,
Xiang Tian could not help Lu Tianjun even if he was powerful. It's really looking forward to it. Rumor has it that Yu's divine bravery is unmatched for ages. I wonder if you, Xiang Tian, can inherit a few parts of that person's divine bravery?
Qin Ming calmly muttered to himself. He enjoyed the feeling of a strong man stalking the chaotic world. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited he was.
Chapter 128, Renewed Unrest. Finally, When there was a slight disturbance in the hotel, Xiang Tian stopped eating, patted his abdomen with 8-pack abs with satisfaction, leaned back in the chair with a satisfied look, and muttered to himself, "It's been too long since I've let go of my stomach so much to eat." According to Xiang Tian's appetite, if he wanted to eat all the time, his own little family fortune would have been eaten up long ago, without the need to go into seclusion and live a daily life of firewood. Xiang Tian naturally does not have to worry about running out of money. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Xiang Tian smiled faintly, not caring. He hadn't intended to cover his tracks when he came to Dapui City this time. Getting up, Xiang Tian stretched his waist, and the moment he pulled out the cigarette from his arms, his gaze was slightly furtive as he surveyed the surroundings. A moment later, Xiang Tian inwardly breathed a light sigh of relief. As a matter of habit, Uxin didn't allow him to smoke, so he could only sneak around every time. And this time, he could finally swallow the clouds brightly, but with less feeling. Skimming his lips, Xiang Tian exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said in a bored manner, "There's less feeling, and it's true that it's still precious when you can't get it." Muttering a sentence, Xiang Tian's face gradually turned cold, and through the window, he could see that the originally bustling street below the restaurant was empty at the moment. That was pretty fast. Careful as always. Shaking his head, Xiang Tian spat out a sentence and did not care too much. An oppressive feeling of stormy weather enveloped the entire city of Dapui, depressing and dreary, covering the location of the tavern. Xiang Tian's face was calm and indifferent, and his aura around him became more and more ghostly cold. He turned slowly, his eyes looking furtively out the door. Behind that door, ambushes have been arranged, as if once, on all sides. However, these times are ultimately different than they once were. Once, the strength of the army could decide everything, but nowadays, it's more a matter of one's own strength, subverting the situation and deciding the direction of the ending. Xiang Tian pondered for a moment and took a step towards the hotel room door. The sound of those footsteps in the silent air seemed particularly harsh. When Xiang Tian arrived at the door of the room, the Lu family's secret guards in the corridor, each one of them breathed heavily, their gazes urgent and uneasy. They have received notice from Fanjin that their target this time is Xiang Yu, the king of the ancient world, who is known as Xiang Yu, and who is not afraid of him. Click! The door of the room opened, and densely packed black-clothed figures, armed with hot weapons, aimed at Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian raised his head and with just a glance, all the secret guards were instantly silenced and grassy, unconsciously taking several steps back. What? Lu Tianjun is welcoming me with this kind of formation? Isn't it looking down on me too much? Xiang Tian's thick and low voice came out, and around him, his breath was cold and overbearing, but he did not use his soul breath. One step at a time, he walked towards the outside of the restaurant, and with every step he took, all the dark guards took a step back. There were even those who were so unfavorable that they were so frightened that the weapons in their hands fell to the ground just because they glanced at Xiang Tian. This sound instantly caused a chain reaction, and the dark guards, who were already nervous, winded up and instantly opened fire. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of hot weapons, with direct fire suppression, opened fire on Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian narrowed his ghostly eyes. The power of the Overlord's spirit shield surrounded him, and around him, a pair of Overlord's ghostly armor transformed into a solid body, covering his body. That majestic and overbearing aura, like the Overlord reappearing in the world, densely dotted with gunfire. The moment it touched the Overlord armor, it directly fell to the ground, unable to injure it in the slightest. Xiang Tian let out a low gulp, and the hegemonic spirit shields around his body were like stern ghosts, stretching out hundreds of black tentacles as if they were endowed with life, instantly penetrating through these shadowy guard figures and hanging directly in midair. They were too weak, so weak that they were not even qualified to summon a guardian spirit. Wherever Xiang Tian passed, the ground was the corpses of the devoured souls, falling to the ground, bloodless and bizarre. Xiang Tian came to the glorious hall of the restaurant, and at the moment, there were no ordinary people as far as the eye could see. All of them were soul sentinels, surrounding the entire restaurant. Xiang Tian slightly raised his eyelids and opened his mouth in a slightly uninterested manner. "Gentlemen, why send innocent people to their deaths? Let Lu Tianjun meet me." Once these words came out, although the many dark guards were fearful and scornful, no one stepped back. The aura of one dark guard figure filled the air, and the shadow of the guardian spirit loomed behind him. The dark guard commander Fanjin appeared from a cloud of black mist and looked at Xiang Tian, who was wearing the Overlord's armor, with a grave expression on his face. "Xiang Tian, stop. The family head will naturally come to see you. Now, immediately return to..." Bang! Before his words fell, Xiang Tian's silhouette was like a ghost, and with a single step, he arrived in front of him. Above a pair of broad palms, black armor like that of an evil spirit covered them. With just one punch, Fanjin, who was a Zun-level royal spiritist, directly acted like a cannonball.
scraping out muffled thunder in the void and smashing into the skyscraper 1,000 meters away. If he hadn't summoned the guardian spirit in time to block the punch in front of him, at that moment, his entire body would turn into a mist of blood, unable to withstand Xiang Tian's strike at all. Rumble. In an instant, the building, which was nearly 100 meters tall, directly toppled over and was reduced to rubble. Seeing this, the surrounding dark guards directly discarded their hot weapons and instantly summoned their guardian spirits. Hundreds of guardian spirit figures, emitting brilliant light, surrounded Xiang Tian in the hall of the restaurant and on the street outside the restaurant. Subsequently, without needing anyone's orders, they directly joined hands and attacked Xiang. Seeing this, Xiang Tian smiled coldly, his eyes flashing with contemptuous disdain. The paw of its right leg shook the earth, and the monstrous black overlord spirit tide instantly rose up into the sky, transforming into a huge shadow. Terrifying power that set off a violent hurricane that swept in all directions. All of the guardian spirits instantly flew hundreds of meters backwards, smashing into the distant building, making the sound of a building collapsing. However, at that moment, the entire restaurant building, which was simply unable to withstand Xiang Tian's power, directly collapsed, burying his body in the ruins. Not long after, all the guardian spirits rose, their ice cold and murderous intent rolling to surround the ruins, including Fan Zhen's Zun-ranked guardian spirit. At this moment, they also came out from the ruins by overturning the building debris, holding sharp blades and landing on the street. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, and a fierce wind swept the ground. Black thunder rolled in the 9 heavens, flashing with appalling light, like the sky was about to fall. Thick dark clouds cover the sky and a dark curtain descends. All of the guardian spirits felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression, and their minds and bodies trembled. Wisps of black as ink hegemonic spirit tides, like 9 ghosts, emitted creepy low roars as they emerged from the ruins and rushed towards the sky. The next moment, along with the sound of heaven and earth resounding, the more than 10-meter-high ruins were violently overturned, and a silver-white armored figure, holding a light blue shadow tiger sea, broke out of the ruins and stood on top of the earth. The huge figure, overlooking the guardian spirits, his gaze indifferent and cold. Underneath Jibu's figure, Xiang Tian was intact, holding the overlord lance in a majestic manner. That terrifying pressure caused all the guardian spirits to involuntarily fall back in fear. Even Fan Kuai, who was a Zun-ranked guardian spirit, was panicking at this moment. Lu Tianjun, since you don't dare to show yourself, then I will force you to show yourself and kill them. Icy cold voice, echoing above the ruins. Jibu sniffed, nodded slightly, and spoke in a low voice. Yes, Lord Xiang. Chapter 129, The Battle of Destiny 1. Jibu held his sword in both hands, and the shadow tiger long sword emitted a brilliant light, passing from his eyes and chopping across the sky. In a blink of an eye, space rippled monstrously, and the hundreds of guardian spirits around them were instantly cut across the waste and annihilated between heaven and earth. Fan Kuai resisted with all his might, and was instantly lifted off and smashed into the distance, suffering a heavy blow. The difference between a saint and an exalted was too great to be compared, not to mention the Jibu controlled by Xiang Tian who possessed the overlord body. Its body approached Fan Kuai step by step, intending to end it completely and force Lu Tianjun to show himself. That huge body, every step down, are the ground shaking the power of the mountains. The distant Fan Zhen, face gloomy and ugly, facing Xiang Tian, he did not have the slightest resistance at all. Right at this moment, a light blue fog surged in the sky, spreading over the sky. Wherever it passed, the air became extraordinarily moist, as on a winter morning, obstructing the view. At this moment, Jibu stopped moving and raised his head to calmly look at the distant sky. As one of the generals under Xiang Yu's command, he was more than familiar with Lu Bang's aura, the arch-enemy of a man who feuded 1,000 years ago. One could only see Lu Tianjun, dressed in a light blue taiji suit, like a land figure, his figure stepping into the air. In a matter of moments, its figure approached this place, thousands of meters away from each other, suspended high in the air, its eyes enveloped by a light blue light, looking towards Xiang Tian who was holding the overlord lance and wearing the overlord armor. Looking at each other in a split second, the gazes of the two were extremely calm and slightly complicated, carrying the air of ancient years, like 1,000 years of looking back. There you are. Xiang Tian opened his mouth to break the calm. He stepped out, and the space hegemony spirit tide surged, transforming into a step to ascend to the heavens. Xiang Tian's silhouette, strolling with the void, rose step by step, and stood opposite Lu Tianjun from a distance. I'm coming, Xiang Tian. Why? Before the Emperor's soul era has descended, you can't wait to settle the grudge with me that was made thousands of years ago? Lu Tianjun was equally bland and calm as he opened his mouth to respond. As he spoke, blue light intertwined in his right hand, and an imperial sword, the red sky imperial sword, emerged and fell into his hand.
Crimson light shone in all directions, illuminating the high sky. The hegemony lance was far away from each other, emitting a pitch-black fog of light. At this moment, the entire city of Dipei was transformed into a light blue sky and a pitch-black world, dividing heaven and earth with distinct colors. Xiang Tian smiled faintly as he spoke with a calm face. Always have to try. Maybe we can hang you on the tip of the bully gun today. Try, then try. The wind rose up and whistled between heaven and earth. The earth cracked. Within a 10-mile radius, all the buildings collapsed, and an unknown number of innocent mortals were instantly annihilated under this terrifying pressure. Dust rose in all directions and swept backwards into the sky. Lu Tianjuan's eyes glowed pale blue like beams of light, breaking through the dust as he gave a stern cry. Han Xin, Ing Bu, Pong Yu, come out. In an instant, the earth shook, and in the rolling light blue fog, the figure wearing ancient armor, which emitted a bright light, stepped out of the fog. That terrifying body stood between heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. That breath shook the void and twisted it, cracking the earth. Xiang Tian's eyes remained indifferent, and the overlord lance in his hand pointed towards the sky as he opened his mouth in a domineering manner and drank coldly. Zhongli Mai, Yu Ziki, Long End, come out to play, accompany Jibu, and meet your old rivals. The moment his words fell, the hegemon armor cloak hunted, and the rolling power of the hegemon spirit tides broke through the 9 heavens, transforming into a steaming fog that hung upside down. In the infinite space behind him, a gate of hell slowly opened. 3 more saint-level guardian spirits stepped out from the gates of hell, all of their circumference endowed with the power of the overlord spirit tides. The 4 great generals under Xiang Yu have since descended. All of them are saints and extremely terrifying. Lu Tianjuan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He guessed that Xiang Tian was of a special physique and possessed multiple guardian spirits. Unexpectedly, it would be the 4 of them. When the fated enemies clashed again, there was no need for Xiang Tian and Lu Tianjun to command. The 7 saint-level guardian spirits instantly fought together in a chaotic battle. In just an instant, the entire city of Dipei was completely destroyed, and smoke filled the air like a post-apocalyptic battle. Miserable wails rose up in all directions, and as far as the eye could see, there was a land of devastation. The 7 saint-level guardian spirits were all harboring monstrous holy might, killing intent rolling out and blazing with light. Every blow that fell was reduced to rubble within 1,000 meters. The earth is furrowed and ablaze. This battle was many times more terrifying than the so-called early days of the Guardian Spirit era, when the Imperial Spiritists rioted. This is the real chaotic world. At every turn, millions of living beings suffer extinction. For them, this is the real end of the world coming. Even Fanjin's generation, the Zun-level Imperial Spiritist, didn't dare to stay and quickly fled this side of the battlefield. Lu Tianjun withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiang Tian. The blazing light in its eyes became more and more brilliant and prevalent. Shaking the red sky in his hand, without any nonsense, he took a step out and sent out a sword through the air, emitting transcendent power as in the world of immortal cultivation. Xiang Tian's figure in the void moved slightly, like the 8 steps to catch the cicadas. He came out with extreme speed, instantly flashing past the sword awnings, rising up in the air. The ebony glow was great, holding the overlord lance out, sticking to the body to kill. In an instant, the 2 figures came close to killing each other. Immediately, the void was transformed into a battlefield, and the clanging sound of weapons clashing was emitted in the fog. At that moment, the sky trembled and the heavens and earth exploded as if they were about to explode. Those hidden spies of other forces planted in Dapei City posted the battle between Lu Tianjun and Xiang Tian on the internet through a live webcast. Everyone was shocked, other than the Battle of Lin Xiu. This was feared to be the most tragic and terrifying battle after the Guardian Spirit era, and the impact and sensation of this battle is much more shocking, real and touching. It was not just because the 2 of them were in a close-quarters fight and were in a position to fight each other. More than anything else, this battle took place in the middle of a city, and it was only a matter of minutes before a city was destroyed by that transcendent power from the Guardian Spirit. The suffering of living beings and the misery of the living beings are perfectly interpreted at this moment. For Imperial Spiritists at this level, they wouldn't care about the life and death of ordinary Imperial Spiritists and mortals. Rumble. After another strike, Xiang Tian pulled away from Lu Tianjun. Both of their faces were indifferent to the extreme, and neither of them had any intention of retreating. The battle of the lower guardian spirits was even more terrifying, fighting from the head of the city to the end. As far as the eye could see, the entire city of Dipei was completely turned into a sea of fire. Xiang Tian raised his head once again, his eyes burning with a dark light, and the power of that overlord spirit tide became more and more blazing and radiant. Just like the underworld fire from hell, a destructive aura was present in the bloom, scorching the void around it to distort and almost collapse. Lu Tianjuan's face changed slightly, glancing at the burnt fabric on his cuffs, his face slightly ugly. He was in possession of the founding emperor's guardian spirit shelter.
and he was actually fighting Xiang Tian. For him, it was shame. Indelible shame. Chapter 130, The Battle of Destiny 2. Xiang Tian shook the Overlord lance in his hand, and his eyes fiercely shot out horrifying ghostly flames. This ethereal flame was not burning hot, but cold, like the ancient ghostly ice, chilling the body. Its body moved once again, swinging the Overlord lance, and the Overlord armor cloak hunted. Rumble. In the space around Xiang Tian, the Overlord spirit tides rose again, spreading out and filling the distance like a ghostly flame. Seeing this, Lu Tianjun didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He knew that Xiang Tian had moved for real and was brewing the ultimate killing move. The atmosphere at this moment was exceptionally tense and heavy, including the many Imperial Spirit powerhouses that were watching the live broadcast. All of them held their breath and stared at the screen. Qin Ming did the same as he leaned back on the sofa and kept his gaze fixed on the image in the computer screen. People all knew that an even more terrifying storm was in the making, and if they went to war again, between the two, they would no longer keep their hands off each other, and it would be extremely intense. At this moment, Xiang Tian raised his head violently. In a blink of an eye, the Overlord spirit shield power gushing out from its circumference was no longer in the shape of a spectral flame, and transformed into a shadowy glow that trickled like running water. That power, coming out from the Overlord lance in his hand, like the world-destroying specter lotus, rolled backwards and upwards, enveloping his body. At that moment, the Overlord armor's ebony light became more and more incandescent and brilliant, and the whole body was like a black blazing sun, illuminating heaven and earth. A stern roar, as if it came from 1,000 years ago, penetrating through space and time and descending to this moment, echoed between heaven and earth. That voice did not come from Xiang Tian, but from behind him, in the crowd's shocked gazes. At some point, a hazy shadow emerged behind Xiang Tian, suspended in the void. The figure, robust and tall, was so hazy that it was impossible to see its true appearance. It was just that the rich overbearing aura emanating from it was all revealing its source, invoking a strand of Overlord's power to descend. This sky seems to be planning to go all out. An Empyrean opened his mouth and whispered gruffly. In this era, it wasn't that it was impossible to utilize the power of the Emperor's soul, but rather that a sufficient price needed to be paid to break the shackles of the order of heaven and earth. For them, it not only required that their own guardian spirit was strong enough, but also that the host was terrifying enough to withstand a strand of Imperial soul power. Similar to Qin Ming at the time, he had incorporated a strand of the power of the ancestral dragon of the first emperor and evolved the guardian spirit himself. Rumble. Xiang Tian pulled out the Overlord lance from the void and stood it at his side. Behind it, the hazy figure hovered, reuniting and separating from its body, wavering. The terror of that breath. It was chilling and trembling. Between the opening and closing of its eyes, its aura changed monstrously, overbearing, contemptuous, untouchable. Seeing this, Lu Tianjun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and a burst of holy light violently rose around him. His body stretched, as if resonating with this side of heaven and earth, emitting the sound of muffled thunder. Around his body, a wisp of light blue immortal light flowed out, turning into a curtain of light, as if he was blessed by the heavenly officials, extraordinarily divine. Come on, who's stronger or weaker? It's right here and now. Xiang Tian's words were concise but powerful, shaking heaven and earth with a domineering spirit. Meet you. As the words fell, the two figures, like the blazing sun, flew against each other. That chi pressure was even more majestic than just now. The clashing forces, mixed with a wisp of Emperor's might, kept colliding in the high sky, and a brilliant light like ripples on the surface of the water, one after another, exploded from the high sky. Their power was too terrifying, such as two true dragons colliding, the entire heaven and earth, as if shaking in the two killing. Boom! With each contact, both of their bodies tumbled out backwards once again. Their power was so terrifying that it caused it to exceed the limit of the two's bodies to withstand it, and threads of scarlet blood appeared at the corners of their mouths. However, the Overlord body seemed to be even better and had even more recovery ability. The battle seemed to favor Xiang Tian's side. At this moment, the entire sky was transformed into a battlefield for the two of them, and that terrifying power seemed as if it was about to cause the sky to fall. Boom! Again against a blow. Lu Tianjun finally have no enemy. Figure flew backward hundreds of meters, half kneeling on the light blue fog. The corner of the mouth overflowed with blood. Xiang Tian's figure shifted horizontally from the void, and his body's Overlord armor was glowing with ghostly light. Taking in the hearts of the people and being overbearing, he held the Overlord lance and pointed it at Lu Tianjun once again. You lost. 3 short words, but make the world for a silence, so that Lu Tianjun's face is extremely gloomy and ugly, but with its state of mind, it would not be dismayed by a small setback. He slowly got up, waved his hand to indicate that his guardian spirit did not need to worry, and spoke in a cold voice. Defeat? Oh, 1,000 years ago.
Han Gaozu also failed many times, but so what? In the end, he still forced the overlord to cut his own throat in the Wujiang River. Lu Tianjun retrieved the Red Sky Emperor's sword in his hand and continued to speak. Momentary success or failure does not determine the future. Xiang Tian, the battle between you and I is not yet over. In the years to come, whether it's you or Qin Ming, who will die or who will die, is yet to be known. As the words fell, Lu Tianjuan's figure fell into the rolling fog and left decisively. He was already defeated and could not possibly continue to tangle with Xiang Tian, taking and letting go, able to withstand failure. He and Lu Bang nature, as the same. Seeing this, Xiang Tian's face was slightly cold as he waved his overlord lance, spanning 1,000 meters in one step, chasing and killing into the light blue fog. Falling into it, the fog rolling around him obstructed Xiang Tian's vision. Lu Tianjuan's figure also disappeared. Escape? This time, will I give you a chance to escape? Xiang Tian roared. His breath around him was incomparably wild and domineering, breaking through the 9 skies and clouds and dispersing the rolling fog. The fog disperses, leaving only Xiang Tian's figure in the void, and Lu Tianjun has long since fled to nowhere. As for his guardian spirit, it directly disappeared under his reception and returned to its body. At this time, Ji Bu, Zhong Li Mai, Yu Ziki, and Long in figure came not far from Xiang Tian, their weapons inserted into the earth, and knelt down on one knee. I beg Lord Xiang's pardon for not leaving them behind. Xiang Tian sniffed and shook his head slightly, not blaming them. Forget it, although Lu Tianjuan's strength is weaker than mine, it's still too difficult to leave him behind. Perhaps, the time has not yet come. As the words fell, Xiang Tian's figure moved slightly and landed on the earth. The 4 behemoths behind him also slowly disappeared at this moment. Xiang Tian's eyes looked around the surrounding ruins indifferently, without any fluctuation in his heart, not to mention pity. This is the sadness of the times, and the sadness of mortals, the weak, doomed to be eliminated. Its figure walked off into the distance and soon disappeared from view and from the live broadcast screen. Some of the following unknowing darkies were ready to secretly tail Xiang Tian, wanting to see who his next target would be. However, before he could even get close, he was nailed to the ground by an overlord lance that emitted overlord spirit tides and had a hideous and terrifying appearance. Its voice, carried far and wide, echoed between heaven and earth. Some dark scum, all of you get the hell away from me. If you dare to continue following, I'll go directly to your forces and pay a visit. Those domineering words caused countless people to tremble in fear. This heavenly strength was strong and alone. Even the emperor-level forces were unhappy at this moment and did not dare to continue following and spying on his trail. Chapter 131, The Heart of the King of Lu. The world has been in an uproar since this battle. Not only China, but even foreign imperial spiritists also noticed this 1,000-year-old overlord at this moment. They also had some small thoughts that Xiang Tian might be able to be drawn in by them since he didn't belong to any forces. Of course those royal spiritists who went to pull Xiang Tian's strings could be imagined what happened to them. At this moment, even the headquarters had a headache over Xiang Tian's existence. Pulling together is naturally impossible. And with the nature of Overlord Xiang Yu, how will he easily submit to others? Precisely because of this, the top forces such as the Jinling Pavilion, the Evil Emperor Organization, and the headquarters, all tacitly did not extend an olive branch to Xiang Tian. Those who know ancient history would not do such a foolish thing. Lord Speaker, do we still need to continue tracking Xiang Tian? Yang Fan came to the speaker's office with a slightly ugly face, arched his hand and opened his mouth helplessly. Seeing this, the speaker smiled, not surprised, and said straight away, "What? The Imperial Spirit Guard suffered heavy losses?" Yang Fan let out a bitter smile and nodded, sitting on the sidelines and said, "Xiang Tian is too overbearing. All the secret followers, no matter what power they come from, he won't spare a single one of them and beheads them all. It's just that, his nature is like this. Let him go. This world has long been in chaos. The headquarters want to control also split up. The duty of the headquarters is to guard China from invasion by foreign invaders. And the others, let them make a mess." The speaker rubbed his temples, with the same headache. Each one of these guys is lawless. All of them are the dominant figures of an era who can be suppressed. However, Yang Fan did not leave and spoke with worry. Looking at Yang Fan's tangled appearance, the speaker guessed what he was worried about. "You're worried that Xiang Tian will travel to Daqian City and make a move against Councillor Qin?" Yang Fan nodded. "Yes, Qin Ming is now a member of the headquarters council. Although he is not under command, his importance, which is self-evident, cannot be ignored." The speaker did not worry too much. No one could suppress Qin Ming in the era when the emperor's soul was not present. However, if Xiang Tian and Qin Ming break out into a fight, his de Qianshi is truly ruined. According to Qin Ming's nature, if he dares to let his painstakingly operated Daqian City, like De Pei City, be destroyed, he will not rest until he is dead. This was where Yang Fan was struggling. When the two great emperors broke out into a fight, it was China that suffered the loss, and it was the civilians who were unlucky, especially since Xiang Tian did not belong to the same camp as the evil emperor organization. It was too much of a waste for such a loyalist to fall to China. The speaker spoke after a moment of silence. Did Qin Ming leave Daqian City? Yes. Some time ago, Daqian City made a big fuss, sending out a large number of imperial spiritists to leave Daqian City and bring back many things. The imperial spirit guards tracked and found a mysterious place where someone set up a test base in the wilderness to build mechs. And now this technology, logically, has fallen into Qin Ming's hands. Yang Fan's face was complicated. The mech belonged to the headquarters' high-level secrets. Who had thought that it would be stolen by someone with a heart? At that, the speaker continued. There's no hurry. Qin Ming must have made arrangements long ago. It's just that the situation in this world is far more complicated than imagined. In addition, dispatch the Imperial Spirit Guards to keep an eye on the surroundings of Daqian City, and once they discover Xiang Tian's figure, immediately inform Qin Ming, and those patrolling guards. Forget it, they seek death. No need to care. Yang Fan opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the speaker's calm and collected attitude, it was not good to continue to talk too much. Arching his hand, Yang Fan respectfully left. After he left, the speaker was silent for a long time and suddenly spoke. Yun Tian, you lead a team of Imperial Spirit Guards and personally head to Daqian City to guard it, to avoid Xiang Tianjin from going haywire. As his words fell, a cloud of mist surged in the speaker's office, and Shui Yuntian's figure appeared. Speaker, if I leave, then the Empire. There's no harm. I'm in the Imperial capital. With me in charge, no one will dare to mess around. There's no need to worry. As you wish. 3 days later, the turmoil seemed to have settled down again. The city of Dapui has been completely reduced to a human purgatory, and its controller, Lu Tianjun, is nowhere to be found. The original head of the city, moreover, disappeared with the Lu family. In desperation, the headquarters had no choice but to dispatch a large number of Imperial Spiritists to rebuild the city of Dapui. In 3 days' time, Xiang Tian did not appear in Dapui City, but disappeared without a trace, with no one knowing his whereabouts. Many forces had speculated where exactly Xiang Tian had gone, but none of them dared to follow Xiang Tian's trail. After all, there were too many darkies who had died in Xiang Tian's hands, and they were unwilling to perform this useless act. The big 3 cities. The Lui family. The evil Emperor Saint Envoy looked at the expressionless Lu Jing and opened his mouth. Family Master Lu, the time has come. Lu Jing's calm eyes looked towards the evil Emperor Saint Envoy and opened his mouth to inquire. What does the Holy Messenger mean? The corner of the evil Emperor Holy Envoy's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile as he said softly, the organization has already found Xiang Tian's trail, and I will personally go and lobby for him to join forces with you to deal with Qin Ming. As for the headquarters side, don't worry, the organization won't let the headquarters free its hands and intervene in this battle. Upon hearing this, the king of Lu narrowed his eyes, vaguely harboring a majestic battle intent. Yes? Then I'll trouble the Holy Envoy to make a trip. Well, there's no need to be polite. Family Master Lu will wait for my news, that is. As the words fell, the evil Emperor Holy Envoy left the Lu family and drove his automobile, heading out of the Dacian city. The king of Lu had his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly watching the evil Emperor Holy Messenger's faraway car. Behind him, there were 9 figures standing, emitting a terrifying aura of reverence. Family Master, do you really intend to cooperate with the evil Emperor organization? Make an enemy of Qin Ming? Without turning his head back, the king of Lu slowly shook his head and said softly, cooperation? Where in this world is there cooperation? But it's just profit-driven. What the evil Emperor Saint Envoy said is reasonable. Qin Ming must die, or else the Emperor's soul era will descend and no one will be able to stop that one. Why not cooperate in what is good for me? When the evil Emperor organization loses its usefulness to me, just kick it away. The world is bustling with activity. The world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. In this world, there is no eternal enemy. There is no eternal ally. The only thing I pursue is power and interest. Hearing this, the 9 people looked at each other, always feeling that this style habit, some déjà vu. However, they naturally agreed with the words of the King of Lu. The chaotic world had arrived, and the so-called word of loyalty and righteousness was nothing but a joke. For a while, the room fell into a calm, and the King of Lu stopped speaking, his eyes staring into the distance. If the evil Emperor's holy envoy could really succeed, he, Lu Jing, was not prevented from adding some flowers to the cake. If the evil Emperor holy envoy failed, the cooperation between him and the evil Emperor organization would end there. Evil Emperor organization, don't let me down, the King of Lu said indifferently, his eyes calm. Meanwhile, the car of the evil Emperor's holy envoy came to the countryside and traveled quickly through the silent mountains. As long as I can succeed this time, I'll definitely be able to take credit for a great achievement. And in the evil emperor organization, my status will be rivaled by no one but a few emperors. Thinking about this, the evil emperor Holy Envoy was in a great mood. Chapter 132, Gaozu of the later Jin dynasty. The car was speeding through the mountains, and soon, the evil emperor's Holy Envoy noticed something strange. The car's travel speed gradually slowed down, and a deep frown creased his brow. It was high noon and the sun was blazing, and this mountain field, but the silence of the cold terrible. Even cannot hear any insects chirping, birds chirping sound. It was as if the only sound left in the world was the roar of the car and his breathing. The evil emperor Holy Envoy's eyes flickered with soul aura as he felt his surroundings getting weirder and weirder. Inside its heart, an inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped its mind. Even the cold hairs exploded all around his body. The evil emperor Holy Envoy raised his head, and through the window, he saw a figure on top of the mountain, standing with his hands on it, gazing in his direction. With the blazing sun interfering, the evil emperor Holy Envoy couldn't see the man's face, but at this moment, he slammed the gas pedal to death, and the car flew, wanting to escape from this place. Damn it, who is staring at me? What terrifying eyes. Definitely an absolute peak existence in the saint level. Unbeatable. The evil emperor Holy Envoy also belonged to the saint level imperial spiritist, but was not good at fighting and could only be considered a moderate imperial spiritist. Facing an absolute peak level saint level imperial spiritist, killing him would be easy. At this moment, the car's speed reached 150 kilometers per hour. However, whenever the evil emperor Holy Envoy looked up, he could see that figure at the top of the mountain. He was like a ghost. He was everywhere and there was no way to get rid of him. The sense of devastating oppression from the mind caused the evil emperor Holy Envoy to gradually break his defenses and hiss in rage. Who the hell are you? I am the evil emperor's Holy Envoy, so get the hell out of my way. His voice, mixed with soul power, echoed between heaven and earth. However, that figure turned a deaf ear, and as long as he looked up, he could see that figure, standing on top of the peak of the mountain in front of him. 10 minutes later, the evil emperor Holy Envoy stopped the car with a gloomy face. In front of him, a tens of meters high boulder blocked his way. When the evil emperor Holy Envoy looked up again, he saw the figure thousands of meters away, stepping into the air and approaching step by step. That invisible sense of oppression caused complete despair within his heart. With trembling hands, he hurriedly dialed the evil emperor organization. However, the network signal was interfered with and could not be dialed at all and the signal went to zero. Lifting his head to look, the figure, coming from the blazing sun, his body under the blazing sun, appeared to be blooming and radiant. I don't know if it was the illusion of the evil emperor Holy Envoy, but in his gaze, scarlet flames shrouded the figure's surroundings, and the void simply couldn't withstand its power, appearing to distort. Damn it, who the hell are you? The evil emperor Holy Envoy roared, directly summoning his own guardian spirit, a behemoth, instantly breaking through the car, accompanied by rolling soul spirit breath, descending into the world. The guardian spirit of Shi Jingtang, the high ancestor of the later Jin dynasty, and Shi Chao, the holy envoy of the evil emperor, is a holy level spirit. At this moment, he was holding an ancient sword, like an ancient emperor reappearing, standing behind him. Shi Chao looked up at the rapidly approaching figure high in the sky with a cold gaze. When that figure stepped out from the scorching sunlight, his pupils contracted dramatically, and his body and mind cowered, revealing a color of fear. Unconsciously off the cuff, Qin Ming, how could it be you? Why have you appeared here? That figure. It is earlier than the stone caustic, one step ahead and it must pass through the road to wait for the rabbit Qin Ming. At this moment, Qin Ming, surrounded by blazing flames, like an emperor in fire, stayed high in the sky, his eyes indifferent as he looked down on Shi Chao. Qin Ming did not answer Shi Chao's question, his gaze resting on his guardian spirit. I'll give you a chance to give your name. Qin Ming had a hint of interest in the guardian spirit of the evil emperor Holy Envoy. Perhaps, one could rely on the guardian spirit to deduce the identity of the emperors in the evil emperor organization. At those words, Shi Chao's eyes moved slightly, suddenly revealing a fawning and pleasing smile and said, Counselor Qin, no matter what, I'm also a saint-level imperial spiritist. How about you let me live and I submit to you? Looking at Qin Ming's unmoved appearance, Shi Chao sank inwardly and hastily added again, Evil Emperor Holy Envoy, Shi Chao, my guardian spirit, is the titular high ancestor of the later Jin dynasty, Shi Dingtian. It's more than enough to become your henchman. How about it? Qin Ming narrowed his scarlet bloodshot eyes, using his few historical knowledge to quickly retrace the information attributed to Shi Jingli. Soon, Qin Ming's aura around his body became more and more cold and appalling, and his gaze, with rolling killing intent, took the hearts of the people. So that's how it is. No wonder you can become the evil emperor's holy envoy, an emissary of an organization that betrayed Huaxia, Shi Dingtang, the ancient sinner of China.
who cut off the 16 states of Yin Yuan and bowed down to the foreigners, is guilty of death by 1,000 cuts. Qin Ming's ice-cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. That terrible breath. Suppression of thousands of meters in a radius. All the trees. Instantly cut off. Gusts of wind away from the stone. Dust and smoke. I don't know whether it is because of the influence of Emperor Shi Huang or his own bloodline, but Qin Ming hates traitors so much that he wants to kill them. Profit appears worthless in the face of national hatred. When Shi Chao heard this, his eyes flashed with a ray of despair. His face was no longer flattering, and he quickly backed away, speaking in a cold voice. Qin Ming, I am the sacred envoy of the Evil Emperor Organization. If you strike against me, you are an enemy of the Evil Emperor Organization. Hasn't your Evil Emperor Organization been my enemy for a long time? Qin Ming felt a little ridiculous that a saint-level imperial spiritist would say such childish and ridiculous words. Perhaps, in the face of death, no one can go to his death with equanimity. Qin Ming slowly stretched out his right hand, which was carried on his back, and spread the void. In a flash, monstrous flames filled the sky like a cloak. Li Xin, Zhang Han, finish him off as soon as possible. As you wish, my lord. A low, thick voice echoed between heaven and earth. Li Xin and Zhang Han figures came out from the flames. It smashed into the earth with a rumbling sound, causing the earth to break apart inch by inch and be riddled with sores. Terrifying flames, burning the earth, causing the earth to melt, like magma flowing into the distance. For saint-level guardian spirits, Qin Ming was too lazy to fight them in a fair one-on-one battle. Killing was the goal. Two behemoths surrounded Shi Jingtian. No unnecessary nonsense. Li Xin and Zhang Han figure from the earth wildly. The ground shakes the mountains. Directly close combat. In an instant, Shi Jingtian's figure was knocked away and smashed on top of a mountain hundreds of meters away. Zhang Han was more dexterous, leaping up and swooping down with both blades in hand. Li Xin, on the other hand, quickly and furiously ran, and the giant K in his hand, pulled out a huge gully from the ground and lifted it up upside down. Under the double-sided siege, Shi Jing, Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and looked at Shi Caustic, whose face was pale and trembling with fear. I'll give you a chance to die a painful death by telling me where the Evil Emperor Organization base is. Knowing that he would surely die, Shi Chao shook his head and opened his mouth in despair. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. Going in and out of the Evil Emperor Organization's base is through a spatial teleportation channel. No one knows about it except for a few emperors. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes. His figure was like lightning as he instantly approached Shi Chao and blasted him away with a punch, smashing him into the ground. Afterwards, Qin Ming's figure once again leapt up, instantly appearing high in the air and swooping down with a punch. That terrifying force directly smashed Shi Caustic into a deep pit. His tendons and veins were broken. His blood spilled out, and he couldn't move. Chapter 133, Shangguan Yi's News. Returning to Daisen City. A mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out of Shi Chao's mouth once again, his eyes looking laxly at Qin Ming as he pleaded. Kill me. I really don't know the base of the Evil Emperor Organization, and I can't even access the true secrets of the Evil Emperor Organization. Qin Ming's figure landed in the deep pit, his paws stepping on the collapsed its chest. Speak coldly. Fine. Tell me where Shangguan Yi and the people behind her are, and whether or not they're back at the Evil Emperor Organization base, and I'll give you a hard time. For those who provoked him, Qin Ming would never let go. What's more, the person behind Shangguan Yi was an emperor-level imperial spiritist, a former patriarch of the headquarters. It was even more unlikely that he would allow these guys to successfully live into the Emperor Soul era. At those words, Shi Chao fell silent. This news, he really did know. When Shangguan Yi and the forces behind him left the imperial capital, he was responsible for the routes they took and their placement. Seeing this, Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes moved slightly, and the power of his feet increased by a few points, causing Shi Chao to wail miserably in pain. Tell me, and you may die in pain, or I will make you beg for your life and death. Looking at Qin Ming's soul-stirring, emotionless eyes, Shi Chao would not doubt Qin Ming's means in the slightest. At this moment, his guardian spirit, Shi Dingtang, the high ancestor of the later Jin dynasty, was even beaten to the point that his soul body was darkened, and he was madly ravaged by Li Xinjiang Han, which was miserable to the extreme. He sighed softly. He was going to die anyway, so why should he sell his life for others again? And smiled bitterly as he opened his mouth. Shangguan Yi should be in Daling City now, and as for the people behind her, they should be back at the Evil Emperor Organization base. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming frowned slightly in confusion. Why didn't Shangguan Yi follow the emperor behind him and return to the Evil Emperor Organization base? Wouldn't that be safer? And what is the relationship between Daling City and the Evil Emperor Organization? Shi Chao was silent, and blood spilled out of his mouth from time to time. He glanced at the distant Shi Jingliang, the high ancestor of the later Jin dynasty, who had been hanged by Li Xian Zhang Han, and looked at Qin Ming and continued.
the evil emperor's organization is very complicated internally, and for an ordinary person like Shang Guanyi, Daling City is more suitable for her to survive. With this relationship behind her, no one in Daling City dares to disrespect her. As for the relationship between Daling City and the evil emperor organization, Daling City has long since fallen into the backyard of the evil emperor organization and is not under the control of the headquarters. The head of the Wu family, Wu Fort, who is in charge of Daling City, has long since defected to the evil emperor organization. That's all I know. Qin Ming, give me a hard time. Shi Chao roared lowly with a grimace because of the pain in his body. Qin Ming nodded, and above his feet, fiery flames erupted, directly turning his body into charcoal. Then with another hard stomp, its entire body, directly shattered. His guardian spirit, with the death of its host, gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Qin Ming's figure moved slightly, appearing on top of the ground ruins, and behind him, Li Xian and Zhang Han, with the death of Shi Jingtian's soul, dissipated between heaven and earth. Qin Ming walked slowly forward through the ruins, his figure as ghostly as 1,000 meters with each step he took. Daling City, Shang Guanyi, let you live for a few more days. Before long, I will personally pay a visit. Enjoy the rest of your time. Whispering a sentence, Qin Ming's figure disappeared into the ruins of this side of the battlefield. With the fall of the evil emperor's holy envoy Shi Chao, in the base of the evil emperor organization, the round table room, several figures instantly sensed it, and all of them looked gloomy. Shi Chao is dead. What happened? Who did this? The headquarters or the Jinling Pavilion? The first figure opened his mouth, his eyes dazzled with terrifying killing intent, and he said through gritted teeth. Several other figures were silent. At this moment, the once headquarters patriarchal figure opened his mouth. Shi Chao is a saint-level imperial spiritist. There are many imperial spiritists that can defeat him, but there are only a handful of existences that can quickly obliterate him without moving a muscle. Who else but the headquarters? The Jinling Pavilion. The other man shook his head and took over. No, any emperor-level imperial spiritist in the current world today can do it easily. Lu Tianjun fell and fled. It can't be him. Then only the two of them, Xiang Tian and Qin Ming, are possible. The head figure sniffed and looked at the person at his side, inquiring, where is Xiang Tian now? The man shook his head in response. Latest news, he has disappeared once again, and the imperial spiritist who was following him was decapitated in the Forest Mountain range. Where's Qin Ming? He's not in Dakian City. He left a few days ago and is nowhere to be found. At these words, the scene was plunged into dead silence. After a long time, the head figure's icy gaze looked towards the former headquarters patriarch. What Shi Chao has not accomplished, you will continue. The plan against Qin Ming must not be interrupted. This time, even if you pay a monstrous price, you must lure him into the net, surround and kill him, and completely erase this greatest obstruction variable. The former headquarters patriarch pondered for a moment and did not refuse, nodding his head. Understood. I will personally go out and arrange everything. With that item as bait, even if he knows it's a trap, he will definitely throw himself into it. Well, then, Your Excellency. After Qin Ming finished resolving the evil emperor holy envoy Shi Chao, he once again returned to the Grand Triumvirate City. Since the Lu family chose to turn against the evil emperor organization, they should pay the price. Qin Ming's silhouette, walking brightly above the streets, quickly approached the Lu family villa. Soon, Qin Ming appeared outside the Lu family villa. The entire mountain villa was even more magnificent and brilliant than his manor in Dakian City. After all, Qin Ming's mountain villa originally belonged to the Yuan family, and the Yuan family and the LV family obviously could not be compared and were not of the same caliber. Behind that thick iron gate, there were royal spiritist security patrols at all times. Even outside the mountain villa, there were dark sentries guarding within a 100-meter radius, not allowing any outsiders to approach. Qin Ming did not cover himself and directly entered the mountain villa, but intended to forcefully overthrow the LV family in the most intuitive and bloody way. He wanted to show the world that the consequences of openly provoking him, Qin Ming, were not something that anyone could afford. The moment Qin Ming stepped into the Lu family's guarded area, two men wearing uniforms and holding hot weapons quickly approached, bullets loaded and aimed at Qin Ming in a cold voice. Idle people, get out of the way. 3 seconds time. If you don't leave, no amnesty. The icy cold muzzle of the gun was instantly aimed at Qin Ming. These people, all of them were outlaws with ruthless means, and would not care in the slightest about the lives and deaths of ordinary people. Qin Ming raised his head, his eyes faintly looking towards the mountain villa behind the wigwam in the distance. Retracting his gaze, Qin Ming revealed a puzzling smile and spoke. In your next life, don't choose the wrong master. You. Before the words of the two security guards fell, they saw Qin Ming's eyes turn into the color of blood. An invisible force choked their necks, and in an instant, it was difficult to breathe and their eyes were bloodshot. They were ready to summon their guardian spirits, but Kong realized that their own soul spirit power was suppressed and could not be perceived at all. What was even more terrifying was that as Qin Ming's figure brushed past them, space instantly became distorted, and a scarlet flame, coming out of the distorted void, instantly engulfed their bodies. In just an instant, the two security guards were turned into charcoal and fell to the ground, turning into black dust. Chapter 134, Killing Again. The two security guards died peacefully, and didn't even have time to experience the pain of the burning body of the 9 ghostly flames before they completely fell. Nowadays, Qin Ming's body was getting stronger and stronger, and there was no need to summon a guardian spirit to deal with ordinary imperial spiritists. Around its body, a wisp of creepy flames, like a tang snake, twined around and was full of spirituality. The commotion in this area instantly alerted the security in the dark outposts, and without warning, powerful hot weapons were instantly fired. All kinds of sniper rifles, bazookas, and even miniature positional ballistics came from all directions. In an instant, Qin Ming's location was transformed into a sea of fire. Smoke rose in all directions, and a huge boom sounded, startling the entire mountain village. LV Jing and his right-hand man, the 9 venerable masters, reacted instantly and immediately came to the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the nearly 2,000 meters of land from the exit of the mountain villa couldn't hinder their vision. In their gazes, the outside of the mountain villa, 100 meters in circumference, was completely transformed into a sea of fire, and it was impossible to see what was happening in it. Ask the people outside what's going on. The king of Lu frowned and spoke in a cold voice, dissatisfied with making such a commotion outside of his mountain villa. Understood. One of them rushed to the phone to inquire about the situation. However, before his call could be dialed, a cry of alarm was heard. When he hurried to the window, he saw a figure shrouded by the 9 specters' flame, radiant and blooming, unharmed, slowly stepping out from the sea of fire. Around Qin Ming's body, an absolute field was formed, and it was difficult for ordinary hot weapons to hurt him at all. Unless nuclear weapons are used, which is clearly impossible. Nuclear weapons are in the hands of the headquarters, and these families, though powerful, are not qualified to touch them. This was one of the reasons why the headquarters could intimidate the 9 states of China. Even if you are powerful, as long as you have not transcended the realm of carbon-based organisms, all beings are equal under nuclear weapons. Of course, the headquarters wouldn't use it easily. It was too lethal and could easily cause unrecoverable damage. At the same time, this was why the evil emperor organization was afraid of the headquarters. Qin Ming was idly toying with the tang snake evolved by the fiery flames in his hands, his bloodshot eyes indifferently looking at the surrounding dark sentries. Its intention slightly moved, the flames into a dense silver needle-like, shot out in all directions, instantly clean up the surrounding dark sentries. He slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Lu Jing, who was 2,000 meters away. In an instant, the king of Lu only felt his scalp tingling and his divine heart chilling. At this moment, he instantly understood why Qin Ming had caused the world to be so fearful. However, he possessed the god of war, Lu Bu, and was so arrogant and cocky that he would not fear others. The thought of the unbearable performance just now made him feel that he had suffered a monstrous insult. Everyone, kill him for me, no matter what the cost, even if it destroys the great triumvirate city. I want Qin Ming dead. If the emperor's soul does not come out, I, the king of Lu, am not inferior to any imperial spiritist. Lu Jing looked at Qin Ming's teasing gaze. His hair flared up in anger, like a furious lion, and he opened his mouth to spit out one word at a time, saying coldly, as his orders spread out, the entire Lu family manor was like one, with killing opportunities all around. In all corners of the mountain villa, scenic mountains, dark pavilions, and dense forests, all places, there are soul aura outbreaks. Icy cold high-tech heat weapons, one by one, reached out from the shadows and aimed at Qin Ming's body. Kill! Accompanied by a cold humming sound that resounded through heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, densely packed hot weapons were fired, the power of which was comparable to that of a well-equipped special forces unit. Qin Ming's location was instantly destroyed, hundreds of meters in circumference, turning into a huge deep pit. Nearby villas, wigwams, water streams, pavilions, and even thick and tall fences and avenues were all destroyed in an instant. In order to deal with Qin Ming, LV Jing no longer cared about the loss of economic property. He knew that he couldn't kill Qin Ming with these, but what he wanted to do was to consume Qin Ming's power. In the end, by summoning the guardian spirit himself, he could easily obliterate Qin Ming. Of course, this was what the king of Lu thought he thought. At this moment, the commotion of this place swept in all directions. Rolling smoke rushed into the clouds, and the entire Daisen city was stirred. The small mushroom clouds that steamed out were chillingly frightening. Even the aftermath spread, like an abyssal gully, spreading thousands of meters, and all the nearby buildings were affected. Dead? At this moment,
someone from the 9 great venerable emperors of the king of Lu nervously opened his mouth. Lu Jing's face was grave as he shook his head and said, "How is it possible to kill him? He is in possession of a supreme treasure. At most it will consume his power. Order everyone. Summon the guardian spirits and go all out to surround and kill Qin Ming. You 9 get ready. Today, Qin Ming must die here. As you wish." Without any hesitation, the 9 venerable masters quickly conveyed Lu Jing's orders. As for the 9 of him, his soul spirit chi gradually revived around him, and his eyes flashed with a blazing light, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, the smoke is gradually dispersing. In the midst of the crowd's taut nerves, suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth. In the rolling smoke, the crowd saw 9 black dragon figures in the air, circling in the smoke, with fierce faces, emitting a horrible pressure. A blazing figure, emitting a faint dark red glow, emerged from the smoke with his hands in the air, only to see the visitor, with a head full of thick black hair draped over his shoulders, dressed in the clothes of the beginning emperor, his face indifferent and cold, his breath noble and domineering. The star-like eyes emitted a faint bloodlight, and the 9 black true dragons twisted and circled around his body, emitting the sound of a dragon's roar in all directions. Those imperial spiritists who pounced on them were trembling under this dragon's might alone, and their guardian spirits retreated uncontrollably, not daring to lean forward at all. After Qin Ming was dressed in the clothes of the first emperor, his nature was unconsciously affected by it, just like a real emperor, overbearing, self-confident, and unbeatable. A mere mole cricket. How dare you take a shot at me? Looking for death. Qin Ming spoke coldly and slowly raised his right hand. The black true dragon shadow circled down his arm and transformed into a long black dragon sword. Above the long sword, a miniature version of a black dragon shadow lingered for a long time, coming to life and showing its nobility. As those guardian spirits approached again and killed, Qin Ming flicked his black dragon longsword and brushed it with his sword finger. In an instant, his body transformed into the colors of black and white, with the twin dragons circling and hissing. Once the move crossing 8 directions came out, heaven and earth lost their colors and turned into the color of ink. Hundreds of huge guardian spirit figures were crazily ravaged by this terrifying force in the ink world, running through their bodies. In just a few minutes' time, hundreds of guardian spirits and soul power were all exhausted and dissipated between heaven and earth. As for their main bodies, they were directly torn apart by the sword chi that spilled out. The Qin Ming at this moment was too terrifying, and was even more powerful than when he was in the Linqiu mountain range. Hundreds of sentinels, but a single move. Qin Ming held the black dragon long sword in his right hand as he raised his head to look faintly at the unsightly-looking Lu Jing. "Don't insult me with these molehills. Come up with some real tactics." Chapter 135, Sword Beheading 9 Venerable Masters. When these words came out, the king of Lu laughed back in anger and coldly disliked him. "Yeah, I'd like to see how long your soul power can last. Relying on this supreme treasure, will you be able to fight against the 9 great exalted ones?" Without waiting for Qin Ming to reply, the king of Lu bellowed, "Go on. Show the world the depths of my Lu family." "Yes, master of the house." At this moment, behind LV Jing, 9 figures linked up, shattering the glass with a bang and hovering in the void, their eyes cold and murderous as they stared at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's eyes were indifferent as he looked towards the 9 Zun-ranked imperial spiritists. He moved his body, still not having summoned his own guardian spirit. He wanted to try out just how strong he was nowadays without relying on the power of the guardian spirit. The 9 dignitaries came out at the same time, their gazes coldly looking at Qin Ming. The man at the head of the group opened his mouth with a cold drink. "Qin Ming, you're too proud to think that in an era where the emperor's soul isn't present, you can be unscrupulous and run amok in the world?" The others chimed in and spoke in cold voices. "Qin Ming, my family head is an ancient god of war and is not inferior to you. Summon your guardian spirit and let us see if you are truly invincible in battle and indestructible." Qin Ming raised his head and looked expressionlessly at the 9 people high in the sky, not saying a word. The black dragon in his right hand slowly raised, and the void distorted as the blade pointed. "Why do you need a guardian spirit to deal with the likes of you? You are not qualified." When the crowd heard this, their faces changed drastically, feeling a monstrous insult. The person in the lead took a step into the air, his soul aura tending to reach its peak as he spoke indignantly. "Stop talking nonsense. I'd like to learn whether your excellency has truly achieved a physical body that can rival a Zun-ranked guardian spirit." The moment his words fell, a monstrous soul fog evolved around him, and a huge figure, dressed in ancient armor, fell to the ground with a rumble. The other 8 did likewise, summoning their own guardian spirits and descending into the world in unison. At this moment, 9 Zun-ranked guardian spirits surrounded Qin Ming's tiny figure. The 9 great Zun-ranked guardian spirits were all great generals who followed Lu Bu in his battles during the 3 Kingdoms period, an existence that has left a name in ancient history. The moment they landed their massive figures, the 9 Zun-ranked imperial spiritist figures flashed, directly pulling away to avoid Qin Ming's sneak attack on their main bodies.
landing on top of the penthouse. Boom! Under the monstrous sound, the wind was fierce and the sand was flying. The entire mountain village, the streets were all shaking due to the huge bodies of the 9 Zune-ranked guardians. Some of the building ruins in the distance were even rushed high into the sky due to the impact of this force. An amazing sight. On the other hand, Qin Ming, who was surrounded in the center position, was indifferent, his bloodshot eyes looking around without the slightest hint of fear. At this moment, a guardian spirit struck out, holding a large sword and chopping down from the heights. The terrifying power directly drove the hurricane to whistling, emitting the sound of clanking. Qin Ming's eyes looked towards the nearly 10-meter-long greatsword, and lifting his hand was the black dragon long sword, using the sword to harden it. Bang! Under the loud sound, the earth where Qin Ming was located instantly flew sand and rocks, cracking open tens of meters of huge pits. Qin Ming's arms, the power of the black dragon flowed, and the terrifying power merged into the black dragon long sword, directly erupting in horrifying bloodlight. The terrifying power reversed the greatsword and directly shook the Zune-ranked guardian spirit back hundreds of meters. Seeing this, the other guardian spirits could no longer take it easy and joined forces. In an instant, all sorts of ancient weapons attacked, shining brilliantly 100 times and reflecting in all directions. Even, because of the power of the 8 great venerable masters joining hands, inducing dark clouds to tumble, heavy rain will pour phenomenon. Under the howling wind and lightning, Qin Ming let out a stern cry. His figure moved with the sound of the sword, and the 1,000 meters around instantly transformed into a world of ink and water. At that moment, the sky lost its color and everything was terrified. 9 black dragons accompanied by roaring sounds came out from Qin Ming's body, breaking through the clouds, absorbing the power of thunder, and swooping down once again to crush their joint strike. Qin Ming's body was covered with the first emperor's clothes in the hurricane wind, and his sleeves were flapping and hunting, and his body was covered with an ethereal light that was brilliant and intense. Like an emperor of light, he stepped on the black dragon's shadow, once again holding the black dragon longsword, and touched hard with the 9 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits. Under the terrifying impact of power, no guardian spirit in the surrounding area was able to escape the force of the transverse 8, and all of them were lifted off thousands of meters by Qin Ming's sword. Qin Ming's figure moved slightly and hovered high in the sky, surrounded by streams of light, lightning and thunder, and the black dragon's silhouette circled ceaselessly, emitting a soul-stirring dragon's roar. Black hair danced wildly, and his long coat rattled. The face was evil, like a god or devil. In the blink of an eye, all 9 Zune-ranked guardian spirits were suppressed by Qin Ming. How shocking was this result? What the crowd lingered on was not Qin Ming's fearsomeness, but the fact that he could single-handedly defeat the 9 Zune-ranked guardian spirits without having summoned a guardian spirit. Such achievements are unparalleled. Even Xiang Tian, who possessed the overlord body, could not do this. Qin Ming raised his head, his bloodshot eyes faintly looking towards Lu Jing, whose face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and opened his mouth contemptuously. Family Master LV, you're making a big deal out of the internet, but your LV family, it seems like it's nothing more than that. The terrifying aura around Lu Jing vibrated. The furniture in the room was on fire, and the entire tall building instantly shook, seemingly unable to withstand his violent anger. However, he still hadn't made a move. He wanted to let the 9 exalted ones consume their Qin Ming power to a critical point and make a move himself in order to have a chance of winning. Otherwise his entire Lu family is really finished. You beat me them first, then talk to me. At this time, the breath of some decay 9 great Zune-level guardian spirit from the distant ruins out, quickly adjust their own breath, flying close to, once again will Qin Ming regiment surrounded. However, this time even if they had died once, their eyes were filled with scorn and uneasiness. Qin Ming snorted, carrying one hand behind his back and holding the black dragon longsword in the other, and spoke softly. Go on. That disdainful gaze caused the 9 Zune-ranked guardian spirits to tremble with fear. However, at their host's command, the 9 great Zune-ranked guardian spirits once again joined forces to kill. The power that came out in unison covered the sky and earth, like the sky was about to fall, turning into a bright curtain of light, suppressing down from the high sky. Seeing this, Qin Ming lifted the black dragon longsword, surrounded by a misty haze. Above the long sword, the dragon's shadow entwined, and at the tip of the sword, a scarlet beam of light broke through the curtain of radiant light, breaking through the clouds to form a resonance with the rolling thunder. In an instant, the scarlet light was great, flowing with the might of the rolling black dragon, and the sword rushed across in all directions. Above the clouds, endless divine haze fell down, wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura, violently impacting on top of the light curtain formed by the 9 great venerable masters. In an instant, the light curtain exploded, and the terrifying aftermath impacted in all directions. The glowing blood awns transformed into an indestructible attack, penetrating through the 9 Zune-ranked guardian spirits' radiant bodies. Rumble! The glowing blood mango exploded, and the entire Lu family villa was completely destroyed. The wigwam, the high building, the pavilion, and the small mountain collapsed, turning into ruins and a piece of residue. The dust and smoke dispersed, the mountain villa was razed to the ground, and the 9 great Zune-level guardian spirit figures likewise disappeared, completely fallen, silent in the world. Chapter 136, God of War Lubu. Within a 10-mile radius, there was dead silence. High in the sky, Qin Ming's figure emitting a blooming light was as indifferent as ever, suspended between heaven and earth. Its gaze slowly turned to look at the ruins of a tall building not far away for a moment. There, a violent vibration erupted and brilliant light shot out in all directions from the ruins. In the next moment, along with the splattering of ruins, a huge object slowly descended in the huge dust. That figure, dressed in a beast-faced, head-swallowing cereal armor, clad in a blood-colored cloak, with a pheasant plume emanating radiant light on top of his head, and holding a square heavenly painted halberd in his hand, was a strong and mighty figure. Around his body, thunder flashed, emitting the sound of nuisance currents. Extremely creepy, that armor node, but also burning black flames. The face was masked by the face armor, cannot see the real face. The moment his body descended, the heavens and earth made a resounding sound, and his breath was like a tidal wave, one after another, running through the 4 directions. The earth shook around them, flying sand and rocks were removed, and hurricane winds howled. Lu Bu, the god of war at the peak of the saint level, descended into the world. He was different from the other saint-level peak guardian spirits in that he was born to be good at fighting, and was known as the first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms, with unparalleled bravery. That rolling killing intent, directly materialized into a dragon, hissing and roaring around its huge body, resounding through the world. The square sky painting halberd smashed down on the earth in a flash. Thousands of meters long gully instantly appeared. The horrible power swept the earth, the wind swept around. Even Qin Ming, who was dressed in the clothes of the first emperor, had to temporarily avoid the front line and pull away from the influence of its terrifying power. LV Jing's figure, at this moment, appeared on top of a distant mountain, his gaze coldly looking towards Qin Ming's figure. Qin Ming directly ignored his gaze and instead calmly surveyed this legendary first fierce general of the 3 kingdoms. Perhaps in terms of rank, Lu Bu wasn't considered the topmost existence in the saint level. However, if it comes to battle power, Lu Bu was definitely a terrifying existence in the saint level. The power of the god of war that it came with was extremely terrifying, possessing the trait of becoming more and more courageous the more one fought. As long as he is not killed, he can keep on fighting. In this era where emperor souls were not present, the king of Lu was indeed qualified to be arrogant and cocky. Lu Bu didn't say a word. His eyes became more and more terrifying with battle intent, dazzling with rolling killing intent, transforming into a misty glow that emanated from his eyes under his face armor. At this moment, the king of Lu opened his mouth with a cold smile. What, Qin Ming, you're still planning to fight against my guardian spirit with yourself? Ridiculous. Qin Ming glanced at the king of Lu, not saying a word as he lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face gradually becoming serious. The black dragon longsword in his hand was withdrawn and he spoke in a low voice. Li Xin, Zhang Han, and Wang Ben, lend me your strength. In an instant, in the blood-colored heaven and earth, black mountains shook, and 3 black dragons accompanied by hissing noises that shook heaven and earth set off monstrous waves over the 9 underworld sea. Accompanied by densely packed scarlet thunder power, like a torrent from the 9 heavens, it was injected into Qin Ming's body at the moment. At that moment, within Qin Ming's body, endless scarlet blood mist rose up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and dropping down upside down, illuminating the entire Grand Triumvirate city, turning it into a blood-colored city. Amidst the shocked and clamoring gazes of the crowd, a huge behemoth, accompanied by scarlet blood thunder rolled out, and a huge black dragon circled out. Qin Ming once again evolved the body of Dharma heaven and earth, standing between heaven and earth. At that moment, the sky shook, the clouds expanded, and a vast and unrivaled might, like a tornado, covered the entire Great Tri-City. At this moment, Qin Ming's Dharma body was extremely close to 11 Zhang, an extremely special existence amongst saint-level imperial spiritists. Against the god of war Lu Bu, Qin Ming would not be the slightest bit careless. With the 3 guardian spirit bodies fighting against each other, it would be difficult to distinguish a winner for a while, or even appear to be undefeated. Therefore, Qin Ming chose the most direct way to battle in the guise of a Dharma body. For the first time, facing the sense of oppression from Qin Ming directly, Lu Jing's face was incredibly grave. He realized that his ploy seemed to have no effect on Qin Ming, having not consumed much of his soul power at all. If he had known that Qin Ming's power originated from a boundless side of the 9 underworld sea, perhaps he would not have been so naive. Qin Ming raised his head, his eyes looking indifferently at the god of war Lu Bu, without the slightest fear, calm as water. At this moment, Lu Bu also did not have the slightest carelessness, and with a rumbling sound, he pulled out his square sky painting halberd from the earth, ready to fire. The black giant dragon around Qin Ming's body merged into his arms under the guidance of his intention. Subsequently, Qin Ming's palms closed together, and a black dragon giant sword with a domineering and hideous face slowly emerged from the center of his unfolded palms. On top of the black dragon long sword, as always, there was a lifelike carving of 9 dragon figures. Its body is surrounded by dragon shadow winding. That dragon shadow body are like flesh and blood body of the black dragon general, extremely real. Qin Ming's palms, which were wrapped in dark red flames, gripped the black dragon longsword with a bang. In an instant, the sound of buzzing and popping accompanied by the roar of a dragon echoed between heaven and earth, and the long sword slid, leaving a long-lasting sword aura from the void. Come on, let me see how much weight the descendants of this era have. Lu Bu shouted explosively, holding the square sky painting halberd in one hand. His feet stepped on the ground and leaped up, driving the sound of bursting in the void, killing towards Qin Ming. Between the opening and closing of Qin Ming's bloodshot eyes, his battle intent was boundless as his figure moved and collided with Lu Bu in the void. At that moment, heaven and earth roared and hummed and shook and trembled. That side of the void was almost boiling, and between heaven and earth, as far as the eye could see, there was bright soul light. Dang! After the strike, both of them retreated hundreds of meters, and every step that fell left terrifying footprints, each of which, for an ordinary person, was a huge deep pit. When the two figures stopped in a flash, the aftermath erupted, and the terrifying power rushed out backwards. On top of the earth, crumbling open thousands of black cracks. It could be imagined that the strength of the two's bodies had arrived at how terrifying a level. The distant Lu Jing, his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, his confidence in his guardian spirit, the god of war Lu Bu, was shaken, and in the distance, the royal spiritist who was originally secretly broadcasting live was extremely blown up under the interference of this aftermath, and the entire person was buried in the ruins. The entire city was instantly devastated, and countless ordinary people and weak imperial spiritists were crushed by the aftermath of the power and exploded into a mass of blood mist. The figure of Lu Bu, once again, got up and shook his huge body, removing the dust from around him. In its eyes, the battle intent is more and more horrible. The whole huge body, vaguely reddish, appeared to storm the state trend. Good, you've succeeded in provoking me. Lu Bu's voice, which was like a flood bell, echoed around. An even more terrifying and appalling vastness of power came out from the palms of his feet, from the bottom to the top, vibrating in all directions. His body sank down, holding the square sky painting halberd in one hand and pointing at the sky. In an instant, the thick dark clouds in the sky quickly converged and transformed into the shape of a tornado, accompanied by the power of densely packed thunder, rumbling down the clouds, in contact with the square sky painting halberd. From afar, the god of war Lu Bu looked like a heavenly god, channeling the power of heaven and earth with dazzling divine light. What was even more terrifying was that the vault of the sky emitted a chanting sound like that of the gods, majestic and vast, shocking the people, including the earth, also by this terrible power of thunder, splashing flying sand, hurricane winds, phenomenal phenomena. Chapter 137, Being in the same era as me is a sorrow for you. Qin Ming narrowed his bloodshot eyes, not daring to be careless. Lu Bu's fearsomeness was indeed beyond imagination. He held the black dragon longsword and violently plunged it into the earth, and in an instant, the power of the domain, which was like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, instantly unfolded and filled dozens of miles of land. Along with the blazing field, a huge black dragon roared out, breaking through the clouds and hovering above its head. At that moment, a blood moon silhouette was caught out, like the scene during the Guardian Spirit era of alteration, which was exceptionally creepy. The blood moon shadow shone universally in the heavens and earth, and the black dragon looked demonic and divine under the blood moon shadow's illumination. What was even more terrifying was that after the blood moon shadow, it presented a diffuse star shadow, as if a new world had descended. The entire sky of the great Tri-City was shrouded in a curtain of blood. Blood sprayed and misted. The void reflected the scene of all things in the green underworld, and at that moment, the 9 underworld seas boiled more and more, as if they were being scorched by flames. Even in the Black Mountain, a black dragon that guarded the Black Mountain faintly appeared to revive. Terrifying power that merged into the blood-colored heaven and earth, spilling over Qin Ming's Dharma body. At this moment, Qin Ming's body was surrounded by streams of light, and the void trembled as if it could not withstand this terrifying force and was about to shatter. Its eyes open and close, even breathing scarlet thunder, in its eyes flashing horrifying blood aura, electric arc crackling sound, deafening. Qin Ming raised his head, his gaze indifferently looking towards Lu Bu's unrivaled figure as he coldly spoke. The generals of the latter days will not dare to contend with the first emperor, and the firefly insect will not be able to compete with the white moon. As the words fell, Qin Ming's palm moved, and the black dragon longsword set into the earth, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar and the crackling of electric arcs, was lifted upside down and rushed horizontally, in a blink of an eye. In the middle of the earth, a dark red blood aura shot towards Lu Bu's figure. Wherever that terrifying power passed, it destroyed the earth as if it was going to be torn apart. Seeing this, Lu Bu was pleased and unafraid, invoking the power of heavenly thunder and smashing it on top of the earth with a rumble, causing the earth to boil and the terrifying power to equally hedge against it. At that moment, the thunder was like a tidal wave, densely packed and flashing with horrifying light, terrifyingly chilling. Boom! In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth seemed to lose their colors, and there was a moment of silence. Radiant divine light, intertwined together, formed a tornado hurricane that rushed backwards into the sky. On the outside is the rolling sand, inside is the bright and blazing light of thunder. Between heaven and earth, non-stop exchanges. That heavenly and earthly phenomenon was like a dragon sucking in water, extraordinarily shocking. At that moment, the humans who survived in the Grand Tri-City, one by one, raised their heads and looked in shock at the light that frantically exchanged between heaven and earth. Qin Ming raised his head once again, holding the black dragon long sword in one step across a distance of 1,000 meters. His speed was as fast as lightning as he leapt up and swung a brilliant sword high in the sky. That strike, shining the heavens, the mighty pressure retreating the clouds and thunder. How terrifying, not humanly possible at all. Dang! The sound of weapons clashing once again echoed between heaven and earth. This time, Qin Ming's power was even more terrifying than before, instantly sending Lu Bu's figure flying hundreds of meters, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. Qin Ming did not give Lu Bu any chance to catch his breath. His figure was like a real dragon, spanning across the void, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his hands holding the black dragon longsword, accompanied by the dense scarlet thunder power and the black dragon's silhouette and down. That terrifying power directly split thousands of meters of earth, setting off a violent hurricane. Lu Bu resisted this blow and his huge body flew backwards again, its armor around the body of the bright soul light, at this moment dimmed a few points. The helmet and face armor were even instantly knocked away, and a head of long hair attached to a ghostly flame was scattered over his shoulders. Lu Bu figure, from the earth above the sliding, square sky painting halberd, bring up a deep gully, until crashed in a city on top of the mountain, which can only stop the figure. He raised his head violently, his eyes filled with unbelief. Rumble! Lu Bu rose up in fury, his body's chi and blood boiling around him, completely entering a stormy state, and coldly drank. I am the god of war. Lu Bu, would I not be able to defeat a latter-day generation like you? As he spoke, Lu Bu pulled out his square sky painting halberd and smashed the 100 feet of mountain behind him with a fierce bang. Wisps of chi and blood power around his body were attached to his armor, making him look like a hellish demon at this moment. Ridiculous! Qin Ming stood up, the light of the black dragon long sword in his hand, getting brighter and creepier. The 9 underworld seas and the blood-colored heaven and earth had a steady stream of power that merged into its body. In this kind of extreme battle, Qin Ming was likewise metamorphosing all the time. The more intense the battle became, the more terrifying the speed at which his body absorbed the power of the 9 underworld seas became. His power, therefore, will never fail, it will only grow stronger. Lu Jing, who had long been hiding in an unknown place, watched the battle and became more and more desperate inwardly. He had never imagined that Qin Ming's power would be terrifying to such an extent. A direct crushing battle. Lu Bu once again bellowed, holding the square sky painting halberd, once again charging to kill, as if once the crowd across the sands in general, valiant, fearless of life and death. Its huge body, as well as the terrifying power that was bred in its body. With every step, the ground shook and the void shook. Qin Ming's eyes, which were filled with blood-colored thunder, flashed a ray of coldness as he slowly raised the black dragon longsword and stood it at his left eye. In an instant, the eyes exploded with blood and light, making the sound of the void shattering. With his body as the starting point, the monstrous sound of the surrounding sky returned to silence in an instant. At this moment, it was as if everything in heaven and earth stepped into withering. Soon, an ink heaven and earth filled the heaven and earth around it. All things in heaven and earth lost their original color at that moment. A wisp of ink and water shadow wrapped around Qin Ming's body. 9 black giant dragon shadows, condensed into entities, hovering around Qin Ming. Long hair danced without wind, and the sleeves of his clothes hunted. Between the sudden opening and closing of his eyes, the 9 dragons came out in unison, traversing the 8 directions and annihilating all enemies in the absolute realm. Lu Bu, who had rushed into Qin Ming's domain, had his legs instantly broken by the terrifying power of the 2 black dragons. As soon as they rushed through, the remaining black dragons, all wrapped in terrifying power, ran through their bodies. Ink Dragon Shadow, the power is vast and endless. As Qin Ming's long sword rotated, his figure was like a sword, and his human sword united. From the moment Lu Bu's huge body flashed past,
Its huge figure, holding a square sky painting halberd, its eyes lost their color and stayed in place, no longer making any movements. Qin Ming's figure, turning the black dragon long sword, fell to his side, and without looking back, he took a step into the distance. As Qin Ming gathered his breath, the ink world disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only a figure of the god of war left behind, holding a square heavenly painted halberd, and even if his soul was worn out, his figure, too, had not fallen. You are very strong, but unfortunately, in this era of recovery, no matter who you are not qualified to block my path. Qin Ming's voice was very soft, but it reached Lu Bu's ears with unerring precision. He slowly lowered his head and glanced at the slowly dissipating figure, his human nature revealing a wisp of unwillingness and relief, and finally his entire huge body, completely dissipated between heaven and earth.